Yili traversed Blue Star, where the ecological environment was much harsher. Many mountains, forests, and plateaus had become no man's lands. However, with the travel signage system at his disposal, Yili was not worried. His goal was to explore every single no man's land. Just as he felt a bit lonely, he encountered a stunning woman stranded on the road due to an RV malfunction. She lacked the spoiled and unreasonable demeanor of a young girl. Instead, the woman was composed, poised, subtly flirtatious, yet firm in her demeanor. Yili, we are both wandering souls. It's okay to rely on each other. Chapter 1. RV Adventure and Saving the Beautiful Sister. Blue Star. On the border between Tibet and Xinjiang. The road, repeatedly crushed by oil tankers, was pockmarked and the soil was as hard as iron, making low-clearance vehicles prone to breakdowns. Yet amidst this desolate scene, a black RV effortlessly maneuvered through the rough terrain, seemingly challenging the limits of the land. Its appearance resembled an armored vehicle from the apocalypse, starkly contrasting with the peaceful atmosphere of this era. The RV stretched 12 meters long, stood 4 meters high, and the door exceeded 1.7 meters in height. Its deep black paint and shatterproof windows complemented each other, while its rugged lines outlined an indestructible mobile fortress. As this massive vehicle steadily advanced on the barren road, the sky suddenly turned gloomy. Dark clouds gathered, and a torrential downpour ensued. Rain pounded against the windows, turning the soil into a muddy quagmire. Yet the RV glided through it as if it were on solid ground, dominating the wild landscape. Inside, it felt like spring. Warm yellow lights illuminated Yi Li's sculpted muscles as he faced a mirror, striking a perfect pose reminiscent of Son of Zeus. With his slightly aggressive features, he looked incredibly handsome. Life is good, just a bit lonely, he mused. Yili was not a local, he was a traveler from another world. Being an orphan, his disappearance wouldn't matter to anyone, except perhaps for his female boss. She was an older woman resembling Dora, who would negotiate multi-million projects with him after a few drinks. Literally, I have a piece of land at home, and I'd like to ask you to plow it thoroughly, she said. Sorry, better find an old ox for that, he replied. Think it through today, it's either you copying me or me copying you. Yili pushed her away with a bang. The age difference was immense. She could easily be his mother. Primarily, it was her resemblance to the old Dora that bothered him. Upon arriving in Blue Star, Yili had indeed felt a bit out of place, but fortunately, the system came along with him. The beginner's gift was this high-tech RV, which could sustain daily needs and travel solely on solar power. The fuel tank was merely a backup energy source. Like the footprints on an unscrupulous map, every time Yili spent the night in a new location, the system rewarded him randomly. The strong muscles he possessed now were entirely thanks to genetic potions awarded by the system. Blue Star bore many similarities to Earth, but the most significant difference was its much harsher ecological environment, as if it were a future version of Earth with deteriorating conditions. In the past, people might have relied on a simple tricycle to reach the remote Tibet and bask in its magnificent scenery. However, on Blue Star, such a way of traveling has become impossible. Extreme weather events are frequent now. Strong winds, sandstorms, scorching heat, and biting cold alternate in their assaults. Without professional modifications, it's nearly impossible to withstand the trials of these natural forces. During Yi Li's journey, he has witnessed countless abandoned vehicle wrecks along the roadside. Once a man's second home, they now stand as nothing more than rusty frames. Occasionally, he would come across simple earthen graves and exposed bones, silently reminding him of the harshness and ruthlessness of this land. But I have a high-tech RV. What do I have to fear? Yili thought, even considering letting the RV's autopilot system take over, perhaps it would drive better than he could. But that would take away much of the fun. It was still daytime at 9:30. Ahead was the Dahong Lu Shu Tan, a gas station. Yili planned to spend the night there. The road was extremely uneven, with dips and rises. Even his high-tech suspension RV could feel the bumps. That's crazy. If it were any other vehicle, it would have broken down halfway, Yili remarked casually. He lifted his gaze to see the flashing red taillights ahead. It was a white RV. The body was covered in mud and scratches, with the middle section severely sunken, the chassis having cracked under the strain. Inside the white RV, a plump woman curled up on the bed. It's so cold, am I going to die? Despite being wrapped in thick blankets, the cold relentlessly gnawed at her body. Despair filled her eyes. It had been 2 hours without a single vehicle passing through this desolate place. Su Yun, 39 years old, was the CEO of a public company. After years of striving in the bustling metropolis, she was childless and had never even experienced a real romance. Her life had been mundane until 2 months ago when she decided to treat herself to an exciting trip, an adventure that she could embark on at a moment's notice. She spent over $1 million to have this RV modified, hoping it would take her anywhere she wanted to go. However, reality is often cruel. The RV broke down in this barren land, and her travel dreams seemed to have shattered. Soo-Yun closed her eyes, a wave of helplessness washing over her. To die like this is just too frustrating. If only someone could save me, I could. Whoa, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Outside, the sky was overcast, and soon, the last glimmer of light was mercilessly swallowed. Soo-Yun collapsed in despair on her bed. But then, she heard the roar of an engine. A tall figure in a raincoat knocked on her window. Need help? Soo-Yun initially thought the knocking was a hallucination, but as the sound grew clearer, hope surged within her, and she shakily got out of bed. Help me! But her legs, having been curled up for so long, felt weak. She tried to steady herself, but the cold and fear made her legs buckle, and she fell to the ground, twisting her ankle. Ouch! That hurts! Yili heard her cry of pain, and through the car window, his voice came in strong and steady. Protect your head. Then came the sound of the car door being kicked open forcefully. Soo-Yun lifted her head, and Yili's figure appeared particularly tall in the rain, radiating a sense of safety. Can you stand up? Give me your hand. Cold raindrops dripped from the edges of his raincoat, and the rain glistened on Yi Li's handsome face, adding a touch of seriousness. In that moment of eye contact, tears involuntarily welled up in Soo-Yun's eyes and slid down her cheeks. Thank you, Soo-Yun said, her voice trembling slightly. Yi Li didn't say much. He quickly crouched down and carefully lifted Soo-Yun into his arms. However, the next moment he froze. It was softer than the most expensive mattress. What's wrong? Do I have something on me? Soo-Yun mumbled softly, twisting her waist, her voluptuous figure leaving Yi Li feeling parched. Perhaps it was the loneliness from traveling alone for too long. Yi Li felt a bit lonely, if only he had someone to share this with. No, it's nothing. I'll take you to my car. Yi Li's strong arms gave Soo-Yun an unprecedented sense of security. She had never been so enamored with a man's embrace. As she got older, she had lost interest in many things. Otherwise, she wouldn't have whimsically decided to venture into this place. Through her clothes, Soo-Yun could feel Yi Li's solid muscles, and she secretly raised her eyes to look at his serious and handsome face. Her heart raced wildly, as if a small deer was jumping around inside her. What a strange feeling. Chapter 2. An Unlearnable Charm. Hey, are you traveling alone? Yes. Don't your family worry about you? I don't have any family. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pry. Have you thought about finding a girlfriend or something? I just haven't met the right one. What about you, sister? Me? Just like you. Yi Li opened the electric footrest and carried Soo-Yun back into the car. Warmth spread throughout both of their bodies instantly, making them shiver with comfort, and Soo-Yun's cheeks flushed. Brother, put me down, I'm pretty heavy. Soo-Yun's voice was soft, igniting a warmth in Yi Li's heart. He gently placed her on the sofa, but because her clothes were wet, Soo-Yun cautiously sat on the edge of the sofa, fearing the water would spread. Seeing this, Yi Li sighed helplessly and gently pulled her deeper into the sofa. You won't have any support like that, your feet will hurt. Soo-Yun smiled lightly, seemingly innocently, and said, got it. Yi Li's throat moved slightly. He hadn't spoken loudly, yet it felt as if he was bullying her. That gentle tone, combined with her face and figure. Yi Li, being such an innocent guy, could hardly resist. This was a completely different dimension of existence. The car fell into a bit of silence, and Soo-Yun suddenly exclaimed, wow, this space is really spacious. This sofa is so soft it must be high-end. And there are so many screens, air conditioning, water heater, surveillance system, night vision, satellite map, deep dive mode. What is this, a car or a submarine? It even has stairs, it's 2 stories. This is too luxurious. Soo-Yun was increasingly surprised, her eyes filled with curiosity as she looked at Yi Li. How much did this car cost? I didn't expect you to be so handsome and so wealthy, little brother. It's priceless. Does your ankle still hurt? Yi Li replied with a smile. Under the soft lighting, Soo-Yun's features were exquisite and elegant, with the passage of time gently tracing fine lines at the corners of her eyes, adding to her mature charm. Her eyes were deep-set, her long hair casually tied up with a few strands falling out, her lips slightly pale, and her skin a rosy white. What amazed Yi Li the most was her perfect figure. A full bust, a slender waist, and curvaceous long legs. She had proportions that seemed straight out of a comic book. Yi Li was reminded of a character named Jean Du from a game he played in his previous life. Su Yun was even more captivating and alluring. Hearing Yi Li's words, a mischievous smile tugged at the corners of Su Yun's mouth. Her gaze lingered on Yi Li, as if testing something. Priceless? Are you talking about the car? Her words trailed off, a playful glint in her eyes, as if anticipating Yi Li's reaction. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Yi Li's face, and he quickly clarified, "It's the car. Of course it's the car." He swiftly retrieved a medical kit from the cabinet. Inside, various medical supplies were neatly arranged. Everything from bandages to antiseptic, all readily available. These were all prepared by the system, which automatically replenished supplies at intervals, including water and gasoline. "I can handle it myself. You don't need to trouble yourself, little brother," Su Yun said as she attempted to bend down, but the pain in her ankle made her wince, her expression turning helpless. Then she looked up at Yi Li with an innocent expression. "Sorry, little brother. Could you help me instead?" Her voice carried a hint of a playful tone that was hard to refuse. Slowly, Su Yun extended her injured foot, and Yi Li gently lifted it, beginning to examine it closely. Her foot was flawless and delicate, with a rosy sole and smooth lines, like a meticulously crafted piece of art. "Your foot is very clean, sister," Su Yun remarked without reason. Yi Li looked up in confusion. "I know. Then why are you wearing gloves, little brother?" Maybe it looks more professional?" Yi Li had heard that a girl's feet were also an important part of her, which was why he put on the medical gloves. It was just a precaution. And who knew if she had athlete's foot? But it smelled quite nice. Surely she didn't. Uffed. Su Yun smiled gently, like a spring breeze. This was a charm that any girl under 30 couldn't easily replicate. Yi Li felt that he must have been too abstinent for too long, his heart racing too quickly. Looking at Su Yun, she definitely seemed older than him, but probably not by much. At most, 7 or 8 years. Yi Li was 23, just stepping into society. And then he was left with a shadow from old Dora. In the past, being older had been a disadvantage for him. But Su Yun was different. Being an older sister, she just had a comforting and reassuring presence. She gave off a feeling that as long as she was there, you could confide all your troubles and grievances to her. Yi Li swore it had nothing to do with looks, it's more of a feeling. Su Yun waved her hand in front of Yi Li's eyes and teased. "Are you so captivated by my feet?" "Sorry, I was just lost in thought," Yi Li replied awkwardly. "Why not take off your gloves? They're cold and uncomfortable." Su Yun's tone was inquiring, not forceful, yet made one feel compelled to do as she suggested. Is she a reincarnated succubus? Yi Li steadied himself and continued to gently press on. After confirming there were no fractures, he took out a chilled spray from the medical kit and lightly sprayed it on Su Yun's ankle. "Ah!" Su Yun gasped. The cold sensation instantly numbed her foot, but soon relief from the pain followed. Yi Li then retrieved an elastic bandage from a kit, skillfully wrapping it around Su Yun's ankle. All this first aid knowledge was a reward from the system. Once finished, Yi Li sat across from her and looked at her with a seemingly relaxed and straightforward tone. "Should I wait here for you to call for help? Or do you want me to take you to the service area ahead?" The proud youth was always careful around those he liked, pretending to be indifferent while saying things he didn't truly mean. Su Yun smiled slightly, her eyes revealing a hint of disappointment. "Are you sure it's convenient for you?" "Of course, if you have anything important in your car, you can leave it with me for now," he replied. "Are you planning to venture deep into Xinjiang? What are your plans after that?" Su Yun continued the conversation. Yi Li's gaze turned to the window, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. "Perhaps I'll traverse the desert wastelands or camp on the peaks of snow-capped mountains, explore primordial forests, mysterious swamps, vast oceans. I want to go to places that are hard for ordinary people to reach." As he spoke, Yi Li seemed to be enveloped in a glow. It was a yearning for the unknown, a love for adventure, a passion for life. Su Yun listened quietly, her beautiful eyes sparkling like stars. This was a feeling she had never experienced before, the youthful spirit of fearlessness and determination. A surge of desire welled up in Su Yun's heart. She craved new thrills, not the monotonous office life day in and day out. She had a premonition that the opportunity to realize all of this lay with this young man. "That's a great idea. Ever since that incident, no one has dared to be so bold in the wild," she said. "I have confidence, but if I'm alone..." Well, actually, Yi Li felt a bit anxious. He hoped for a companion, but also respected Su Yun's wishes. The road ahead would be dangerous, but the scenery would be equally enchanting. What he needed was a soulmate, not just a travel companion. In their brief time together, he felt that Su Yun might just be the right person. Taking a deep breath, Yi Li decided to give it a shot. Chapter 3. Would you like to travel with me? You. The two of them spoke at the same time, then exchanged a smile. Su Yun bit her lip, motioning for Yili to go first. Taking a deep breath and gathering his courage, Yili asked, "Would you like to travel with me?" Su Yun's eyes widened in disbelief, thinking she must have misheard him. "Huh? What did you say?" "It's okay, I was just asking casually." Seeing the surprise on Su Yun's face, a wave of disappointment washed over Yili, and he let out a self-deprecating laugh. A woman like Su Yun, who lived a comfortable life, could easily choose a stable and secure lifestyle without needing to endure the hardships of travel with him. He imagined everything Su Yun might have: a warm home, a stable job, and perhaps a loving partner waiting for her return somewhere. These images of a secure and cozy life stood in stark contrast to the unknown journey he was about to embark on. With a sigh, Yili said, "I will make sure to get you to a safe place." "No, I haven't answered yet." Realizing what was happening, Su Yun stood up excitedly, but due to the pain in her ankle, she fell back to the ground. Nevertheless, she couldn't help but smile. "I'm willing." Yili quickly stepped forward and helped her up. He was also overwhelmed with unexpected joy, but maintained a serious tone as he reiterated, "Traveling with me means we won't be back in the city for a long time. I'm already tired of that place. We might encounter many dangers, but I will definitely protect you." Su Yun interrupted him, her eyes full of trust. "No need to say more. With you protecting me, I'm not afraid of anything." Because of her injury, she had to lean helplessly against Yi Li's sturdy and warm chest. Su Yun had already begun to imagine a beautiful life ahead: camping, picnics, hiking, and boating. Nighttime would be their private time. Now, there was just one question. How many children would be good? Did he prefer boys or girls? Yili noticed her swallowing hard and felt a strange sensation in his heart. But he was more curious about what she was thinking. He waved his hand in front of her eyes to bring her back to reality. "Wait a minute. We haven't formally introduced ourselves yet. I'm Yili, 23 years old. I enjoy fitness, and I have no bad habits. I'm Su Yun. As for my age, that's a secret. Are we sleeping in that big bed tonight? I'll go tidy up." "Wait." Yili stopped her, a hint of hesitation in his voice. "Are you saying you want to sleep together? If it's just traveling, it's not quite at that stage yet. We should spend some time getting to know each other first. If you feel it's not suitable." Although his previous words sounded like a confession, the interpretation could vary from person to person. At least Yili felt it was a bit too fast. No, it was way too fast. Falling in love at first sight doesn't mean you jump straight into that. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Su Yun's face as she realized her earlier words and actions might have been too direct, even a bit reckless. She looked at Yi Li's shy demeanor, and her heart warmed. Su Yun understood that Yi Li was doing this for her own good. To put it bluntly, this place was remote and sparsely populated. If Yi Li were to take her, no one would know, which was a bit thrilling. In their future travels, it was inevitable that they would have some intimate moments together, as it was part of living together. Su Yun was nearly 40 and very realistic. She had strong feelings for Yi Li, but what was the reason? His looks, physique, personality, intuition. Regardless of the reason, all Su Yun wanted now was to be with him and cherish him deeply, in a heartfelt way. But Yi Li was unaware of her thoughts. He continued to treat her with respect, viewing her as a woman in need of protection. "I'll follow your lead. We could take it slow," Su Yun said, lifting her head and smiling like the warm sun of early spring, gentle and bright, with the fine lines at the corners of her eyes seemingly telling a story of tenderness. For a moment, Yi Li was taken aback, inexplicably wanting to lean in and kiss her, to taste her lips, just a light touch. Unfortunately, Su Yun caught him in the act. "Didn't we agree to take it slow?" she teased, slipping away from Yi Li's embrace like a slippery little snake. Su Yun's RV, while not as high-tech as Yi Li's vehicle, was quite spacious and comfortable. Due to her ankle injury, she had difficulty moving, so Yi Li took it upon himself to carry items in the rain. This scene touched Su Yun deeply. "Yi Li, you can leave those things. I don't need them anymore. Just come back quickly, don't catch a cold." "It's fine. Wasting is shameful," Yi Li replied as he opened the storage compartment of Su Yun's RV. What initially appeared to be an impractical space was cleverly utilized by Su Yun and stuffed to the brim. Most of the contents were various snacks and instant food, like chips, chocolate, energy bars, canned goods, instant noodles, and an assortment of cookies and nuts, everything one could think of. Additionally, there were some ready-to-eat meats and dried vegetables, as well as frozen foods like dumplings and buns. As Yi Li carried the items, a smile crept across his face. These foods could bring a sense of warmth and comfort of home to travelers on their journey. It had been a while since he had eaten meat. Upon reflection, Yi Li realized that his large RV contained no snacks at all, The most he had were various types of noodles. He had once fantasized about having a refrigerator that automatically restocked food. It was initially just a casual remark, but the system had said that would come at an extra cost. This meant such a thing really existed. As time passed, the rain outside intensified, with the raindrops becoming denser and pounding against the RV windows, creating a crackling sound. The sound of the rain intertwined with the wind, forming a wild, natural symphony. Water droplets trickled down the glass, blurring the outside world and separating the interior of the RV from the outside, creating two distinct spaces. Concerned for Yi Li's health, Su Yun hobbled to the door and leaned against the frame, calling out, "Yi Li, you don't need to move anything except for the clothes on the bed. Just come back quickly." "Okay, I'm almost done packing," he replied. Yi Li lifted her suitcase with one hand, his well-defined muscles making Su Yun's heart skip a beat. He was just too perfect. Back in the RV, Yi Li took off his raincoat, just as he was considering stripping off his drenched clothes as well. He noticed Su Yun staring at him with wide eyes. "Sorry, I'll change in the washroom," he said. "Wait, that's not what I meant. Just change right here." Su Yun replied, feeling a bit disappointed. With those soaked clothes, she could faintly see Yi Li's 8-pack abs. If he changed right in front of her, she'd probably nosebleed. Yi Li grabbed a clean set of clothes and headed into the washroom for a hot shower, while Su Yun opened her suitcase to sort through her belongings. During the first trip, Yi Li had brought back all the snacks without leaving a single one behind. This suitcase was just filled with clothes. When she opened it, Su Yun's face turned crimson, her expression awkward. "Who put this in my car?" She had only planned to bring a few thick clothes. After all, if it got hot, she wouldn't need to wear them, and if it got cold, she couldn't just snuggle into Yi Li's arms, right? Wait, if she didn't wear anything, Yi Li's reaction might be even bigger. Su Yun had originally planned everything perfectly. First a mysterious Tibet, then to romantic Yunnan, and finally to Hainan. She never expected to face such a disaster before even getting started. Those little camisoles she intended to take to Yunnan and the unopened bikini for the beach were all stuffed into the cabinet. Now, Yi Li had found them all and packed them into her suitcase. Not only that, she didn't remember buying transparent, lace, thong, or cartoon-style underwear. As Su Yun thought it over, she quickly realized the reason. "I see, these are the ones I bought for Shifei. How'd she end up putting them in my car? She's really putting me in a terrible spot." Lu Shifei was her assistant, who often stayed at her place. The two had a great relationship, and when Su Yun was busy, Lu Shifei would take care of her parents, earning the title of a daughter from them. Yi Li must have seen all this and definitely misunderstood that I'm that kind of woman. No way, I need to explain this to him. In a fluster, Su Yun rushed to the washroom door, thinking about how to explain through the door. What she didn't expect was that she accidentally pushed the door open. Chapter 4. Setting off to the Red Willow Beach. "I'm really sorry. It wasn't intentional." Su Yun's voice was filled with regret, but her gaze slipped through her fingers to meet Yi Li's, her eyes blinking innocently. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Su Yun felt a pang of annoyance within herself. How could she make such a silly mistake? She should have looked down first. That way, they wouldn't have locked eyes. "Want to look?" "Go ahead," Yi Li said nonchalantly. Su Yun moved her hand away and noticed that Yi Li had already changed into a fresh outfit. She couldn't help but smirk slightly. "Wow, all done? Did you shower that fast?" "It was just a quick rinse." "Do you want to wash up too, Su Yun-jia?" "If you plan to wear that, it might be a bit chilly," Yi Li teased, his eyes landing on the cloth in Su Yun's hand, his eyebrows lifting playfully. He had felt quite conflicted when he was picking out these clothes. Should he take them or not? Su Yun had said just to take the few pieces on the bed, but somehow he ended up stuffing them all in. Yi Li tried to convince himself it's shameful to waste. But could he honestly say he had no thoughts about it? That was impossible. The system wouldn't provide him with these things. At least he hoped it wouldn't. "I didn't plan on wearing them, but it's not like I can't." Su Yun paused, her expression turning serious. "I want to clarify that these clothes aren't mine." "Su Yun-jia, you don't need to explain. It's your choice," Yi Li responded, his tone gentle yet firm. Such trust was often enough to move many girls to tears, prompting them to rush forward and express their joy and dependence with a heartfelt, "Darling, you're so wonderful." However, Su Yun was not an ordinary girl. She was independent and self-aware, and for her, conveying her feelings was far more important than sweet words. How many men could discover their girlfriend's wardrobe filled with intimate lingerie, pieces she had owned long before they met, and remained completely untroubled? Some things, if left unsaid, how could the other person understand? Su Yun had already placed herself in the role of Yi Li's girlfriend. "I understand that kids your age tend to overthink and feel insecure, which is why I want to clarify. These are gifts for someone else. Look, here's the chat history. I've never bought anything like this. The things I bought are like this. Suyun held her phone out for Yili to see. The exchanges between them were somewhat explicit, and Yili merely glanced at it without delving deeper. Suyun's gesture warmed his heart. This was the first time a woman had told him she wanted to provide him with a sense of security. If he weren't an orphan, it would have been something his mother would have said. I wasn't overthinking it, but the place I'm going doesn't really offer a chance to wear these clothes. Even if I did, it would only be for my own enjoyment. Is that what you mean, that it's just for me to see? Yili asked, intrigued. You're being strange. I never said that. Suyun replied with a playful smile as she turned to leave, leaving Yili standing there in a daze. She always gave him a sense of subtlety and restraint, a blend of softness and strength, an air of mystery that kept him intrigued. Yili found himself constantly falling into her traps. Behind the cockpit was a U-shaped living room, complete with adjustable softness and hardness, and an electric lift table as standard. Yili had seen many luxury RVs equipped with televisions, but he wondered what the point was. Would anyone really drive an RV around the city? There's no signal out in the wild, either. Soon he would regret that thought. The RV had so much storage space, and Yili didn't have much to fill it with, leaving many areas empty. But now that Suyun was here, that wouldn't be a problem. He believed those spots would soon be filled. At that moment, Suyun had taken off her shoes, revealing her fair, delicate feet, and was lazily lounging on the sofa, her eyes wandering to the massive bed at the end of the room. A double bed over 2 meters wide. What a shame not to share it. The reason Yili chose to spend the night at Dwanglisha Beach was that it had a stable signal, allowing him to scroll through his phone. With Suyun's company, he felt less urgency. Was this what they called a beautiful woman's land, a hero's tomb? During the journey, Yili enjoyed the scenic views along the way. To alleviate his sense of loneliness, he made sure to take photos and upload them to his video account to share with his fans. He updated it periodically, and there were always many people waiting for his posts. Some suggested he do live streams, but Yili didn't have the time for that. And most of the places he visited had poor signal. Sister Suyun, do you have any signal on your phone? Do you want to contact your family and let them know you're okay? The signal here was quite poor and intermittent. Suyun looked at the chat box filled with exclamation marks and sighed slightly. I want to send a message to Shurfei, asking her to take care of my parents. All right, I'll take you to the Dwanglisha Beach. You can enjoy the scenery, and you can rest on the big bed. We probably won't get there until dawn. Yili hopped into the driver's seat and lightly touched the defogger button on the control screen. With a soft mechanical sound, the glass around the RV quickly became clear and transparent. The rain gradually stopped, but the temperature was very low. All around was a desolate scene, with only bare mountains and exposed rocks. This was a saline alkali land where the salt in the soil made it hard for plants to grow, so there were few traces of wildlife. It appeared particularly bleak, as if forgotten by life. Moreover, with an altitude of nearly 5,000 meters, this place could almost be considered uninhabited. Yet even in such a lifeless zone, the road beneath Li's feet stretched out genuinely, pointing straight towards the horizon. This proved that whether on Blue Star or Earth, the infrastructure development of Longwa was unparalleled. We're off. Destination, Dwanglisha Beach. With a soft rumble from the RVS engine, the vehicle started moving. At that moment, Suyun shifted closer to the passageway of the driver's seat. Her ankle was still slightly painful, making her movements somewhat awkward. In a moment of carelessness, she got stuck at the edge of the cabin door. Yili turned his head and saw her jelly-like form wobbling. Suyun gently bit her lower lip, her big eyes looking at Yili with an innocent expression. Yili, come help your sister. This is so unfair. Yili thought that perhaps she shouldn't be called Suyun at all. Sudaji would be more fitting. She switched the RV to autopilot mode, and Yili gently lifted her body, a hint of reproach in her voice. Your ankle isn't healed yet. Just stay back there. Isn't it more comfortable on the sofa? As she pushed Suyun back, Suyun stubbornly wriggled forward like a little lion. No way. You drive. I have to keep you company. Yili raised an eyebrow and jokingly asked, afraid I'll take a detour into the mountains for some mischief? I wouldn't mind at all. Coughing. He realized he had momentarily lost his words, feeling a bit at a disadvantage. It was all his fault for not being bold enough. He should just let go of his personal standards and enjoy a little mischief. Unable to argue with Suyun, he could only watch as she twisted her body and scooted into the passenger seat, accidentally bumping her foot and letting out a few yelps of pain. I told you the back was more comfortable. Now you know it hurts, right? Yili thoughtfully activated the massage seat function for her. which was quite handy and had a firm strength. Su Yun was about to retort, but the next moment she was lost in the comfortable massage, letting out a few satisfied hums. The unexpected sounds made Yi Li's heart skip a beat, almost causing the steering wheel to slip from his hands and hit the roadside barrier. Yi Li, don't get distracted while driving. Who told you to make that sound? Does my brother like it? I can turn up the intensity, Su Yun said softly. What intensity? Yi Li often found himself unconsciously drawn in by Su Yun's words and actions, falling into some rather inappropriate thoughts. Just like at that moment, his mind involuntarily drifted. The images in his mind made him cough awkwardly, trying to refocus on driving. I don't understand what you're talking about. Of course, I'm talking about the seat massage. Silly. Chapter 5. The ordinary road. As night fell, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Yet, the sky remained a deep, profound blue. The RV slowly cruised along a narrow asphalt road, about 4 meters wide. On the left side, there was a low railing, and beyond it lay an unfathomable basin. The music playing in the vehicle was Ordinary Road. Wandering on the road, are you going to walk on? Via, fragile, proud, that used to be my appearance. Boiling, restless, where are you going? Via, mysterious, silent. Are you really listening to the story? Su Yun softly hummed along, and surprisingly, her voice was quite good, clear, and unstrained. Occasionally, she would throw in a few playful high notes, quite mischievous. Yi Li couldn't help but smile encouragingly, stealing a glance at Su Yun during a brief moment of driving. Why did you stop singing? Your voice is lovely. It's your turn. You have to hit the high notes. Su Yun leaned closer, looking at him with eyes full of anticipation. Yi Li, not one to hold back, cleared his throat. His voice was open and carefree, reflecting the changes in his mindset throughout the journey, from feeling alone to experiencing freedom. And then to, I once crossed mountains and seas, went through crowds of people. Everything I once had, in the blink of an eye, vanished like smoke. I once felt lost and disappointed, lost all sense of direction, until I saw that being ordinary is the only answer. As he reached the last line, Yi Li unconsciously glanced at Su Yun. She was the only answer. After the song ended, the two shared a comfortable gaze, smiles of happiness on their faces, their hearts filled with boundless joy and satisfaction. By the way, were you just driving? What do you mean it has to be me? That sounds a bit misleading, Yi Li chuckled. You've really picked up some bad habits, sis. You shouldn't think of me that way. Besides, aren't you the one driving? And it's a big vehicle. Do you like driving big ones? Yi Li, you're so dirty-minded. They had been driving for 4 hours straight. Normally, Yi Li would have given up by now. He enjoyed the thrill of having the steering wheel in his hands when the scenery was nice, but at this late hour, wouldn't it be better to catch some sleep in the back? Or perhaps work out, admiring the muscular guy in the mirror, which would certainly lift his spirits. But things are different now. With a lovely companion by his side, he didn't find the journey boring at all. Su Yun would often tease him, and with her around, Yi Li felt like he would never be bored again. Meanwhile, Su Yun observed the bumpy road ahead. If it were her RV, it would have probably been so jarring it would be unbearable. But Yi Li's RV seemed to glide over the uneven surface. The shock absorption was astonishing. It was important to note that this was not an ordinary sedan, but an RV that required a much more complex suspension system. This kind of technology must be top secret, she thought. Confused, Su Yun turned her gaze back to her brother Yi Li. Unlike the typical pretty boys, the more she looked at Yi Li, the more handsome he seemed. In short, he was easy on the eyes, just like Hu Ge and Peng Yuan. Yi Li's driving is so steady, I really like it. Here we go again, just teasing him like this. Throughout the journey, Yi Li kept a smile on his face, listening to Su Yun endlessly mention younger brother with satisfaction in his heart. It's true what they say, a hero can be troubled by beauty. However, he didn't like the mention of younger brother too much. Finally, they arrived at the Dahong Lu Shutan. This place is uniquely situated, flanked by towering mountains, with a narrow stretch between them. The 219 Xinjiang Tibet line runs through here. Dahong Lu Shutan is a service area established along the Xinjiang Tibet line, featuring a gas station and serving as a supply point. Here, several newly built inns have sprung up, providing a temporary haven for travelers who feel discomfort in the high-altitude region. Although the inns look simple from the outside, for many weary travelers, each light here signals a sense of home, especially for those who have been driving for 4 to 5 hours through desolate, uninhabited areas. Seeing these warm lights stirs a wave of warmth in their hearts. Why is there no red willow at Hong Lutan? They were all cut down, supposedly for the development of this area last century, but in the end, everyone just ran off with the money. Su-yin sighed deeply. The deterioration of the blue planet's ecology is largely the fault of these people. They indulge in luxury while pushing the responsibility onto ordinary people who can't afford cars or air conditioning. Under the shadow of global warming, it seems even breathing has become a burden. Having never set foot in the ocean, we are still held accountable for the trash within it. In life, there are no shark fins. The only exposure is through the heart-wrenching images in public service ads. From a young age, we were taught to conserve every drop of water. Yet the amount used for irrigating the golf courses of the wealthy could sustain an ordinary family for over a decade. This reality is both frustrating and ironic. What we can do is limited. We can only keep calling for environmental protection, but it seems like it's a bit late now. No, not all late. Yili responded firmly, taking a drone out of the RV and gently launching it into the sky. Through the lens of a drone, one side captured the majestic mountains, rolling hills. The other side revealed barren land, lifeless and desolate, devoid of any signs of life. This stark contrast is shocking. Yili carefully edited the footage, capturing his journey along with the aerial shots from the drone, adding a thought-provoking title. There used to be life here, Red Willows. The moment he uploaded it to the video platform, his loyal fans quickly liked it, and the numbers surged by thousands in an instant. The comments section also became lively. Many people chimed in, "The missing person returns. The In Our Lifetime series. I'm so envious of the RV trip, but I've got to go, it's dawn here. Time to grind." Someone ahead chimed in, "Isn't tomorrow the weekend? Don't even mention the weekend to me." Oh, it seems like I heard a woman singing. "My husband is in a relationship. My idol is dating." Hey, that's my husband. Didn't anyone notice that Yi Shun is trying to promote environmental protection? I'm official. Is Yi Shun collaborating? Love, love, love. Flowers, flowers, flowers. When Yili replied to the comments, Su-yin picked up her phone to inform her family that she was safe. She didn't tell her parents too much. Just said she was going out to clear her mind, and she didn't dare to mention anything about Yili. They're quite conservative, and getting hit really hurts. Of course, Su-yin is also quite conservative in her thoughts. However, living in the bustling city and being around someone like Lu Shifei, who is sweet and carefree, has influenced her a lot. Then she opened her chat app, lightly tapped the screen, and opened the pin chat window labeled Shifei. "I won't be home for a long time. Shifei, please take good care of my parents." The other party replied quickly, typing, "Yinjia, what about the company? We can't manage without you. You can take over. I suggest we focus our investments on clean energy. Let's talk on the phone when you have time. Are you seeing someone outside?" Dragon emoji. I have to say, a woman's intuition is really strong, especially when it's a sister who's been with you for over a decade. There's nothing going on. Stop guessing. The company relies on you. Su-yun's fingers flew across the screen as she replied, but her eyes occasionally drifted to the side. At that moment, Yili was focused on checking the map, his serious profile looking exceptionally handsome under the light. A man this good shouldn't be discovered by anyone else, especially not by her best friend. "I don't believe you. Send me a picture of your RV. Uncle and Annie miss you too." RV photo. Su-yun's head suddenly throbbed, and she could only smile wryly. Her $1 million RV was now a wreck, and it had been smashed to the roadside by Yili. Where on earth could she take a photo now? Chapter 6. Overnight Stay. The photo wall agreement. Yunjia, are you still there? Su-yun selected 2 scenic photos from the journey and added a selfie she had hastily taken when she got off the car. In the photo, she stood in the cold morning wind, with the desolate beauty of the Red Willow Beach in the background. It turned out that as long as one is good-looking, even with hair tousled by the wind and shivering from the cold, the photos can still turn out beautifully. Back in the warmth of the car, Su-yun immediately wrapped herself tightly in a soft blanket, curling up on the sofa like a little kitten. This scene caught Yili's eye, and a gentle smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. "Could you send me that photo from just now?" I have a photo wall in my bedroom, and I was thinking, which one does my brother want? The one with me, or the one without?" Su-yun, still wrapped in the blanket, quickly moved to Yi Li's side, holding up her phone and presenting it to him. Most of the photos were landscapes, with only a few selfies. Su-yun was a great photographer. Each picture had its own charm, unlike Yi Li, who relied solely on instinct. Plus, aerial shots look good no matter who takes them. "I want them all. Is that okay?" Yi Li replied succinctly. It seemed that it didn't matter whether the sister was in the photos or not. Su-yun dramatically flopped down on the sofa, her eyes filled with a hint of sorrow, resembling an uncherished concubine in a cold palace. Yili couldn't help but exclaim that he simply couldn't stand it. A woman like Su Yun would certainly have suitors lining up all the way to France. He didn't even realize that his voice carried a tone of affection. How about we put Sister Su Yun's selfie in the center? No, wait. Let's put our photo in the middle. The bedroom was at the back of the car, a cleverly designed independent space. Yili usually left the door open so he could lie down on the bed and rest whenever he wanted. The bedroom was equipped with an independent control system for the entire vehicle, with various high-tech functions clearly displayed on the screen. With just a touch, he could control every detail of the RV, including the automatic replenishment cycles for water and fuel. Since the system can automatically refill water, why does food have to be priced separately? Yili still cared a bit about this. He wasn't exactly wealthy. In fact, he could say he was quite poor, as the system had never rewarded him with cash. Otherwise, he wouldn't have prepared so many noodles. The two sat side by side on the bed, the spacious overhead space giving no sense of oppression. At the foot of the bed was a cleverly designed foldable table, displaying the souvenirs Yili had collected: clay sculptures, cow horns, prayer wheels. The wall was adorned with a large photo wall, featuring about a dozen photos Yili had taken in Tibet, Namso Lake, the Yarlung Tsangpa Grand Canyon, Mount Namcha Barwa, monks in a Lama temple, the six-character mantra, the Patala Palace, Tibetan antelope, and wild yaks. Each one was incredibly clear, making it feel as if one were right there. These places are so beautiful. Can we visit these amazing sites together in the future? Su Yun's gaze lingered on the photo wall, especially the aerial shot of the Yarlung Tsangpa Grand Canyon, solely because there was a person in the picture. Of course, I promise I won't let Sister Su Yun down. Is that person in the photo you? It's all me. Su Yun is half kneeling in front of the photo wall, her eyes slightly squinted. The Yarlung Tsangpa Grand Canyon is one of the largest and deepest canyons on Earth, a virtually untouched wilderness that few have crossed. However, what truly captivates Su Yun is the half-naked figure of Yili in the photo. The picture is unusually clear, evidently captured by a drone from the sky, though the angle isn't the best. In Su Yun's view, Yili stands at the mountain peak, arms outstretched with a well-defined physique and firm muscles. Absolutely flawless. Su Yun can almost feel the strength radiating from that robust body through the photo, certainly very enduring. Gulp. A clear swallowing sound escapes from Su Yun's throat. Her thoughts are completely consumed by Yili in the photo, her heart racing and her breath becoming slightly hurried. Yili, it's getting late. Shouldn't we rest? Su Yun's voice is soft, yet carries a hint of urgency, her gaze particularly enchanting under the light. Yili glances at the time on the control screen, noting that it is already 3 in the morning and the night is quiet. Definitely time to rest. Sister Su Yun, you should get some rest too. He makes a few quick adjustments on the control screen to ensure the RV's safety and comfort before quietly heading upstairs to the second floor. Su Yun watches Yili's figure vanish around the corner of the stairs and sweetly calls out, "You should sleep early too. I'll wake you up in the morning." Once Yili leaves, Su Yun swiftly and carefully pulls the door shut. Like a nimble little cat, she quickly and lightly climbs onto the bed, wrapping herself in the soft blankets. Under the gentle glow of the bedside lamp, Su Yun takes down Yili's photo, gently biting her red lips. Her eyes sparkle with indescribable emotions, almost glistening with tears, while her exposed, delicate feet tremble and curl up. "I really like you. I'll definitely treat you well." The next day, as the morning light begins to filter in, Su Yun stretches lazily, gently pulling apart the curtains. Golden sunlight immediately pours through the gap, bright enough to make her squint. Her gaze lands on her phone, which shows it's already 9:30 a.m. Oh no, I forgot to wake Yili up. Su Yun quickly throws on a jacket and hops out of bed. To her surprise, her ankle has completely healed, with no pain whatsoever, which amazes her. Is my constitution really that strong? Without time to ponder, she rushes upstairs, nearly taking 2 steps at a time. The staircase is made of wood and designed as a storage cabinet. Due to height restrictions, the second floor is only about 1.5 meters high. But when the roof of the RV is raised, it transforms into a spacious terrace. Moreover, the space on the second floor can extend further upwards to meet the elevated roof, creating a private area that's 2 meters high. Thanks to the advanced technology of the RV, Yili has no worries about its sturdiness. Still not awake? He really seems exhausted. Su Yun bent slightly at the waist, trying to make no sound as she quietly surveyed the second floor. Although the curtains were drawn, the enormous skylight above remained wide open, letting in a soft glow. The light didn't reach Yili's bed, so it wasn't glaring. The most striking feature on the second floor was the circular large sofa booth, soft and comfortable, with a refrigerator within easy reach. In the center, there were 2 airline massage chairs and a small table, all designed for complete comfort, even more so than the seats in the cockpit. In the back area, there was a simple kitchen space, mainly equipped with a barbecue grill and a baking tray. Yili's sleeping area was situated right above the front of the vehicle. It wasn't large, but it felt cozy. If I quietly watch him, he shouldn't notice, right? Su-Yun crouched beside Yili's bed, silently admiring his sleeping face, her eyes filled with infinite tenderness. 30 minutes later, she gently shook Yili's arm. Little brother, it's time to wake up. Chapter 7. The golden eagle catches mice. Continuing on their journey, they were greeted by the breathtaking sight of majestic, snow-capped mountains stretching endlessly before them. From a distance, the peaks resembled enormous, layered cream cakes, pristine and untouched. It was hard not to marvel at the wonders of nature. As they crossed the provincial border, the road conditions noticeably improved, becoming flat and wide. The RV moved steadily along, with hardly a bump to be felt. Yili had attempted to check in at the Dahuang Willow Beach, but the system informed him that it could only be done in towns or higher-level areas, or at special scenic spots. Essentially, the final say rested with the system. Unfortunately, there was still no cell signal. This was understandable. After all, in such sparsely populated areas, stable signals could usually only be found in more densely populated regions. Achieving comprehensive coverage in such vast territories would require an unimaginable investment. At that moment, Su-Yun suddenly looked up at the sky with excitement. Yili, look up there. There's an eagle, she exclaimed, gripping her camera tightly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, ready to snap a photo. Encountering other forms of life in such a desolate place was a soul-stirring experience. Yili was considerate and slowed down the vehicle, giving the passionate photographer ample time and space to showcase her talent. Through the lens, the snow-capped mountains towered majestically, their peaks draped in silver, piercing the sky. The azure sky was clear and cloudless, and against this magnificent backdrop, a golden eagle spread its enormous wings, gracefully soaring high above. Yili stopped the car and smiled at Su-Yun. That's a golden eagle, a first-class protected species in our country. It's called a golden eagle not because its feathers are golden. Look, they're actually brown, he explained. Then why is it called a golden eagle? Su-Yun asked, her curious eyes fixed on him, admiration evident in her gaze, which Yili found quite flattering. The feathers from its head to its neck are golden, and they shine brilliantly in the sunlight, which is why it's called a golden eagle. Yili estimated that the wingspan of this eagle could be around 3 meters. Was it a record? In Xinjiang, some ethnic groups have a tradition of training golden eagles to chase prey like wolves over long distances on the grasslands. That's right, chasing wolves. A trained golden eagle can even hunt wolves. This was the true essence of the king of raptors. Wait, is it diving towards us? Su-Yun's pupils constricted slightly. The golden eagle was rapidly enlarging in her view, its sharp talons glinting ominously. She had heard that powerful raptors could potentially shatter car windows with their massive impact. Yili, we should hide. With that thought, Su-Yun reached out and grabbed Yili's arm, trying to pull him back towards the rear of the RV. However, Yili gently held her hand and pointed to a spot not far to the left of the RV. Look over there. Following his gaze, she turned to see what he was pointing at. Su-Yun was surprised to discover a little mouse. The snow mountain naked-tailed mouse prefers to live in groups, has a habit of storing food, and does not hibernate. It generally doesn't stray far from its companions. Clearly, a golden eagle was launching a thrilling hunting attack on this poor little mouse. There was no sympathy from the mouse. It was all about survival. Almost instinctively, Su-Yun raiset her kamera, leaning fully onto Yili. This is interesting. I have to capture it. Su-Yun, isn't this position a bit too awkward? He said, his voice tinged with embarrassment and barely concealed restraint. Yili could feel a change in his body. This was bad. His hair was starting to stand on end. Yili, you're poking my stomach, Su-Yun teased half-jokingly. Yet she didn't stop adjusting her angle, aiming the lens perfectly at the snow mountain naked-tailed mouse. Just then, the golden eagle let out a sharp, high-pitched cry, swooping down to snatch the mouse and flap its wings to take off. Click! With the crisp sound of the shutter, Su-Yun successfully captured that breathtaking moment. Amazing! She was so excited that she nearly shouted, her eyes sparkling with uncontrollable excitement. and a sense of achievement. Su-yun, don't move, feeling the unusual situation beneath her. Su-yun smirked mischievously, but still pretended to be innocent as she got up. Yidi, so sorry. Do you have another pair of pants to change into? I'll wash this one for you. After a cold shower, Yili continued driving. The two fell silent, both feeling a sense of emptiness. Along the road, they could see that many vehicles had deviated from the highway and gotten stuck in the wilderness. To prevent similar incidents from happening again, a lot of barbed wire fences had been erected along the roadside. Unfortunately, judging by the rust on these fences, it was clear they hadn't been maintained in a long time. After driving for another hour and a half, Su-yun excitedly pointed ahead and initiated a conversation. Yili, look, up ahead is the 30-mile barracks. When we get there, I'll treat you to a big meal. Don't be mad. I apologize. I'm not mad, Yili replied, a smile creeping back to his lips. Following her finger, a cluster of buildings gradually came into view, with yellow bricks and red walls, neatly arranged. As they drove into the 30-mile barracks, although the place looked a bit shabby from the outside, a closer look revealed a variety of facilities, including restaurants, supermarkets, banks, and residential areas. Restaurants were particularly abundant, and since this area had a relatively low altitude, many travelers preferred to stop here to rest and adjust. Yili parked the car in an alley, and he and Su-yun strolled down the street, attracting the attention of many passersby who stopped to take photos. Most of them were girls, which made Su-yun feel a bit envious. Let us go eat. I'm hungry. All right, you promised to treat me to a big meal. They casually picked a restaurant and walked in. Yili picked up the menu and started browsing through it. Before he could decide whether to order rice with a dish or a bowl of meat-pulled noodles, Su-yun excitedly chimed in, Boss, we'll have a big plate of chicken, a grilled fish, a pot of pigeon soup, and 2 servings of dry-fried noodles. Oh, and grilled kidneys? Let us make it 10 servings to start. Yili, hearing this, quickly reached out to stop her. That's enough. How are we going to finish all that? However, Su-yun was unfazed. You're at a growing age, so eating more won't hurt. If we can't finish it, we can just take it home. Before long, the boss efficiently brought over 10 servings of grilled kidneys, piled high in front of Yili. He then curiously observed the two and smiled, asking, Are you two mother and son? It's nice to see how concerned you are about your child's growth. How about I add some lamb for you? At this remark, Su-yun's face instantly turned awkward and displeased. Did she really look that old? Did people really think that standing next to Yili made them mother and son? Yili quickly waved his hands, clarifying, No, we're not mother and son. We're not that far apart in age. Seeing this, the boss realized he might have misspoken and quickly apologized. Oh, I'm so sorry. I heard you emphasizing growth. So I misunderstood. The food should be about ready, right? Yili discreetly waved to the boss, who understood immediately and quickly moved out of Su-yun's line of sight. Chapter 8. 30-mile barracks, supplementary supplies. Sister Su-yun, this dish tastes really good. Although the meal was prepared in a pressure cooker, the aroma wafting through the air was surprisingly enticing. Yili chewed heartily, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. After receiving the gene serum, he was experiencing the wonderful feeling of being full for the first time. Slow down if you can't get enough. I'll get you more. Su-yun watched Yili relish his meal, her lips curving into a gentle smile, like a mother watching her child. No, they weren't mother and son. After Yili finished eating, Su-yun carefully packed the remaining roasted kidneys from the table. They were a good thing, beneficial for both of them. The restaurant owner was kind-hearted and had made a few extra portions just for her. Sorry, but upon closer inspection, you two really do look like a perfect match. Su-yun didn't respond directly, her smile growing warmer. She didn't take advantage of the situation and paid the normal price without hesitation. Did you hear that, brother Yili? The owner said we're a perfect match. Su-yun teased. Recalling the owner's misunderstanding, Yili jokingly replied, Didn't he initially say we looked like mother and son? This remark genuinely annoyed Su-yun. She playfully pinched his waist, the gesture tender yet carrying a hint of affectionate warning without applying real force. What do you think our relationship is? Siblings? Ouch. Don't squeeze too hard, sister. Compared to the Dahuang Willow Beach, the environment at the 30-mile barracks was significantly better. The streets were well planned, and there was hardly any trash on the roads. The area was called 30-mile barracks because there was indeed a military presence stationed there. As they walked, they saw numerous military vehicles passing by. Though this wasn't classified information, out of respect for military sensitivity, Su-yun promptly deleted the video she had unwittingly recorded of the military vehicles. It's worth mentioning that 30 Mile Barracks is actually a nickname for Seychella Town. Wait a second, Seychella Town? System, check in at Seychella Town. The system immediately chimed with a crisp notification. Check-in successful, proficiency in Uyghur acquired. An indescribable feeling surged in Yi Li's heart, as if a door to a new world had opened, and he suddenly felt a profound clarity wash over him. Seeing Yi Li's triumphant expression, Su Yun couldn't help but recall how the young girls on the street had asked to take pictures with him. She teased, "Look at you, so pleased. Is it because those girls wanted to take pictures with you?" Sister Su Yun remembers, but I completely forgot. Yi Li scratched his head innocently. He genuinely didn't remember, and although those girls were exotic, they couldn't compare to Su Yun's charm. Besides, they were just taking pictures. Thinking too much about it was rather simplistic, wasn't it? Su Yun intentionally pouted, pretending to be angry as she said, "Humph. Tonight, all these roasted kidneys are yours. Not a single one can be left." "And then what? Are you going to check, Sister Su Yun?" "Yes, I will check, thoroughly. Sister Su Yun." Tone it down a bit on the street. The two teased each other as they walked towards the market. On a regular day, Yi Li wouldn't dare to glance at the beef and lamb, but today, Su Yun confidently stuffed them into bags. It's worth noting that the prices here are quite steep. Not just the meat, but also vegetables sold by the basket: cabbage, tomatoes, chili peppers, potatoes, carrots. And then there are all sorts of spices. Yi Li felt like they were stocking up for a feast, while the vendor trailed behind them, beaming with delight. "That should do it. Let us check out," Su Yun said with a wave of her hand, pulling out her phone. Back at the RV, she filled the large fridge to the brim, leaving no gaps, and organized the kitchen cabinets neatly. Poor Yi Li's few bags of noodles had to squeeze into the farthest corner. "Ah, now it feels like home," Su Yun said, clapping her hands, satisfied as she lounged on the sofa, admiring the carefully arranged space, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Yi Li was completely captivated by Su Yun. Her subtle gestures quietly touched his heart. She was not only virtuous, intelligent, and wealthy, but also possessed an irresistible beauty. In this world, finding such a perfect woman is as challenging as searching for a fallen star in the dark with a lantern. "Su Yun, sister, why don't you take a break? I'm not tired. I even folded your clothes for you." All set. The two of them set off on their journey once again. Initially, Yi Li had been planning to take a stroll by the Karakash River. This river was no ordinary one. It was flanked by the majestic Kunlun Mountains and also served as the upper reaches of the Hotan River, known locally as the Mou River. The waters here were swift and not very clear, and people often sought out beautiful stones along the banks as precious keepsakes. If luck was on their side, they might even stumble upon high-quality Hotan jade. Yi Li felt a thrill at the thought and wanted to try his luck personally. Hearing this, Su Yun immediately pulled out her phone without hesitation and declared grandly, "You like it? Sister will buy it for you." "So generous, sister," Yi Li replied, driving the RV past the checkpoint. The inspectors paused to examine the vehicle, clearly intrigued by the massive machine. They carefully checked Yi Li's documents, and after confirming everything was in order, waved to lift the height limit bar. The RV smoothly continued on its way, and as they passed a gas station, Su Yun couldn't help but voice her curiosity. "Yi Li, how come I've never seen you refuel? We've traveled several hundred kilometers by now, haven't we?" Yi Li smiled slightly, a hint of pride in his voice. "This vehicle is solar-powered. Pretty advanced, right?" Su Yun was skeptical, but looking at Yi Li's confident expression, she thought that while it sounded a bit unbelievable, it was entirely impossible. Today, Yi Li's goal was to traverse the Kunlun Mountains ahead and find a picturesque spot to camp. "I love camping, especially while camping with Yi Li." Su Yun was filled with excitement. Camping in the wild meant she and Yi Li would have more time alone together. "Hold on tight. The road ahead is quite rough," Yi Li reminded her. This stretch of road was winding and required crossing many mountain passes, with the first being the Kuku Ate Pass, an altitude of 4,909 meters. To the right of the vehicle were the twisting mountain roads and rolling highlands. The expansive view was refreshing, as if all the worries in her heart were swept away by the wind. Due to the many curves on the mountain road, a moment of carelessness while turning could easily lead to a rollover, especially in a large vehicle like the one Yi Li was driving. Moreover, dust raised by oncoming vehicles could obscure visibility, making it dangerous to see the road clearly. It felt just like a round of racing in QQ speed. Fortunately, Yi Li's RV was equipped with intelligent driving. They could hand over control to the AI, ensuring both their safety and that of oncoming traffic. Route planning, system taking over. Takeover successful. This feature left Su Yun speechless, her mouth slightly agape in a way that was quite adorable. This is amazing. Which manufacturer made this? Su Yun thought about messaging Liu Shifei immediately to invest heavily in this company. This technology was simply ahead of its time. Her astonishment stemmed not only from the fact that such a large RV was equipped with an intelligent driving system, but also from how smoothly the AI handled such a complex driving environment. Chapter 9. Su Yun's oxygen high. About 3 hours later, we arrived at Selyakta, at an altitude of 4,969 meters. After some time, we descended to 1,500 meters. Finally, we made it out. Woohoo! Yili gazed at the scenery before him, where the gray and yellow desolation gradually transformed into vibrant greenery, a breath of life. As the altitude decreased, the vegetation along the roadside became increasingly lush, and occasionally, a few silent cell towers could be seen standing tall. Checking his phone signal, it was full bars. Yili activated the car's camera, editing the mountain road through the Kunlun Mountains into a video, set to stirring music, titled, "Next Stop, Bayan Buluk. Sister Su Yun, you haven't followed me yet." Yili turned his head, only to find that Su Yun looked a bit off. She had forgotten to chew the potato chips stuffed in her mouth. This was a real problem. Could it be oxygen intoxication? Yili did it. The drastic drop from high to low altitude felt like a leap through seasons, and the body simply couldn't adapt. The most common issue was indeed oxygen intoxication, which could cause drowsiness, fatigue, and dizziness, and in severe cases, even fainting. Typically, these symptoms would gradually fade as the body adjusted to the new oxygen levels. Yili was oblivious to all this, but Su Yun was clearly struggling. "Sister Su Yun, why don't you go to the back and rest a bit? I'm not sleepy, just my eyes feel a bit tired." Su Yun's head bobbed slightly, as if it were beyond her control. Yet, she stubbornly remained by Yili's side, unwilling to rest in the back of the RV. Her weary appearance tugged at Yili's heart. "Listen, we'll be at our destination soon. How about you sleep with me? Once we pass Yeching, I'll go back and keep you company, okay?" The road was busy with traffic, and Yili didn't want anyone south dashcam or street surveillance to capture the sight of an empty RV driving itself. That technology was still rare, and its exposure would surely cause quite a stir. "I can sleep here just the same." "So there's a bed behind the driver's seat too. Why don't you lie down for a bit?" Yili suggested gently. Su Yun's gaze drifted over her shoulder to the narrow bed behind, where their jackets were casually tossed. It seemed nice to be able to see Yili from there. So, her voice softened, laced with fatigue. "All right then, I'll just sleep for a little while." Yili looked at her, a hint of tenderness flashing in his eyes as he sighed softly. "You really are something." He carefully lifted Su Yun, as if she were a delicate treasure, and gently placed her on the bed. Then, he took out a bottle of mineral water and a few vitamin C tablets. "Open your mouth," Yili said softly, holding the vitamin C tablet to Su Yun's lips. She obediently parted her cherry-red lips, a glistening trace of water connecting them, looking particularly tempting. "Yili, hurry and put it in." When Yili heard Su Yun call him brother, he knew she was trying to tease him again, something he had grown accustomed to. Can't she just finish her sentences? As Yili gently placed the vitamin C into her mouth, his fingertips accidentally brushed against her warm lips, and she unconsciously gave it a light suck. Yili's heart raced slightly, and he quickly withdrew his hand, trying to mask his embarrassment. It was a strange sensation. He felt a delightful tingling spread throughout his body. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Su Yun's eyes curved into crescent moons, seemingly savoring the subtle atmosphere that this little moment brought. Yili cleared his throat, attempting to change the subject. "Get some good rest. We still have a long way to go." He gently covered her with a blanket and carefully adjusted the air conditioning to ensure she had a comfortable resting environment. A satisfied smile lingered on Su Yun's lips as she closed her eyes and gradually drifted off to sleep. Returning to the driver's seat, Yili took a deep breath to calm his emotions. His gaze refocused on the road ahead, though a part of his mind remained on that small bed behind him. On both sides of the road, poplar trees stood in neat rows. Up ahead, the outline of Yeching in Xinjiang gradually came into view. Known as the gateway to the Heavenly Road and the entrance to the Kunlun Mountains, it boasts nearly 80 kilometers of border with Pakistan and the Indian-administered Kashmir region. Yili didn't plan to linger in Yeching for long. The height of the RV could pose inconveniences in some areas, and it drew too much attention, which he disliked. Most importantly, Yili's initial goal was Kashgar, and he was eager to reach his destination as quickly as possible. Driving into the spacious roads of Yeqing. To the northwest lies the Kashgar region, while to the southeast is Hotan. There is a direct highway from Yeqing to Kashgar, and Yili intended to push through and drive straight there. However, concerned about Su Yun's condition, he decided to make a brief stop on the outskirts of Yeqing. There was no harm in taking the journey at a more leisurely pace. He didn't need a rush. With Su Yun's company, travel was no longer a solitary trek for Yili. He longed to share the experience with her, to marvel at the grandeur of mountains, rivers, and seas together. He hoped that every scene would feature Su Yun's presence and that every memory would be filled with their laughter. Time slipped by quietly, the clock striking 10 in the evening. The sky resembled a canvas splashed with ink, gradually transitioning from a sapphire blue to a deep indigo. On the western horizon, the sunset blazed like flames, painting the sky in brilliant shades of red. It shifted from deep crimson to orange-yellow, then to a delicate lavender at the edge of the sky, layer upon layer intertwining to create a breathtaking masterpiece. In this tranquil and beautiful moment, Yili raised the second floor of the RV, transforming it into an open terrace. The sounds of chirping insects filled the air, and in the distance, the majestic Kunlun Mountains loomed, resembling a white dragon sprawled across the earth. He reclined comfortably in the massage chair, enjoying the gentle vibrations. With a bottle of Urumqi beer he had just retrieved from the RV's fridge by his side. Su Yun had bought it at the camp 30 miles back, and there were several more cases stored in the RV. The cool liquid slid down his throat, and the rich flavor and unique taste made Yili exclaim in delight. No wonder it's called the deadly Ashuri. After drinking a bottle, one just wants more, until they're completely drunk at this moment. On Yili's bed, Su Yun was curled up like a quiet little cat, lost in a sweet dream. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, and she murmured a few incoherent words. Yili tiptoed to the bedside, carefully leaned down, and checked Su Yun's breathing. Feeling her breaths were even and steady, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. It seemed she had adjusted well. 10 minutes later, Su Yun let out a soft sound, slowly coming to her senses. Her voice still carrying the characteristic huskiness of someone just waking up. She sat up from the soft bed, stretched out her hand to rub her still drowsy eyes, and sleepily asked, "Have we arrived in Kashgar?" At that moment, Su Yun resembled a lazy little cat just waking up. Her long, dark hair cascaded over her shoulders in a slightly disheveled manner, with a few strands playfully sticking to her fair cheeks, adding to her charming allure. To Yili, she looked as beautiful as a fairy. Hearing Su Yun's question, Yili turned his head, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Not yet, but the scenery here is just as beautiful." With that, Yili raised his hand gently, pointing towards the vibrant sunset in the distance. Su Yun's spirits lifted instantly. Following the direction of Yili's finger, she saw the brilliant sunset that looked like a spilled dye pot. Reds, oranges, yellows, purples, various colors intertwined, creating a dreamlike scene. Unable to resist, she walked to the balcony railing, resting her hands on it, tilting her head slightly as the cool night breeze brushed through her hair. Yes, it feels just like being in a painting. Su Yun turned her head, her eyes shining brighter than the sunset. "Thank you, Yili." Yili's heart raced, a wave of inexplicable emotion washing over him. "What are you thanking me for?" Su Yun gently bit her lip, savoring the beauty of the moment. Her voice floated like a dream. "The sunset is indeed a daily occurrence, but watching it with you is truly a first." Chapter 10. Camping outside Yi City, Yili stood there, at a loss for words. His heart raced like a lively little deer, pounding fiercely. At that moment, he felt as if his face was being scorched by flames, the heat more intense than the evening glow on the horizon. "Su Yun, actually, I want to—" Just as the ambiguous atmosphere began to envelop them, a sudden gurgling sound interrupted him. It wasn't a pigeon. It was Su Yun's stomach rumbling in protest. Her ears turned crimson with embarrassment as she gently patted her belly and playfully complained, "Oh dear, I am a bit hungry." Hearing this, Yili felt as if he had received a pardon from a great decree. "Just wait, I'll go make you something to eat." Without another word, he dashed down the stairs like a gust of wind. Watching Yili flee in a hurry, Su Yun couldn't help but chuckle softly. This guy is just too adorable. Before long, Yili returned with 2 plates piled high with food. The plates were filled with skewered lamb, pork chops, and an array of fresh vegetables like eggplant, potato slices, and chili peppers. He had prepared all this while Su Yun was resting. He intended to have a sumptuous barbecue right here. After all, being in such a beautiful place, accompanied by a lovely person plus some refreshing beer, if there could be a sizzling barbecue feast as well, it would truly be one of life's greatest joys. Moreover, the RV was equipped with an electric grill, which was not only environmentally friendly and smoke-free, but also very easy to operate. Yili, let me help you, Su-yin offered, taking a plate from him. The two worked in perfect harmony, arranging the food on the electric grill. As the grill heated up, the lamb skewers and pork chops began to turn golden, the fat slowly seeping out under the high temperature, creating a faint sizzling sound. The eggplant and potatoes gradually softened under the gentle heat, their skins taking on a slightly charred yellow hue, while the chili peppers maintained their vibrant color, developing enticing grill marks. About 20 minutes later, Yili carefully placed 2 plates of grilled skewers and vegetables in front of Su-yin, followed by a pitcher of beer and a bottle of juice. The sofa was adjusted to be a bit firmer, and the two sat closely side by side, close enough to feel each other's warmth. Yili wore a look of anticipation and softly said, "Don't complain if it's not well cooked. How could it not be good? I've already smelled the delicious aroma," Su-yin replied with a smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Her words were playful, and the atmosphere felt relaxed and warm. "Here, try this." Yili handed her a perfectly grilled lamb skewer, the aroma of the lamb mingling with cumin and chili powder, making it utterly mouth-watering. This was the skewer he was most proud of. Su-yin took the lamb skewer, took a gentle bite, and the tender meat, combined with the spices, burst in her mouth. Her eyes lit up instantly. "Wow, this is really delicious. You're quite the charmer, you know that? Why are you mimicking me? If you're going to hit me, just go ahead. Why talk so much? It's all just hot air." The two laughed and playfully teased each other while enjoying their food and beer. Under the starry sky, the warm glow from the RV illuminated their faces, adding a touch of warmth and romance to the camping site. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, they collapsed onto the sofa, gazing up at the stars. "Look, that star is so bright." Su-yin pointed to a particularly bright star in the sky. Yili followed her finger and instinctively blurted out, "Yeah, it's just as bright as your eyes." "Is it really that bright?" Su-yin asked with a smug smile. "Uh-huh, even brighter than stars." This was the first time Su-yin had heard such a near confession from Yili. Her body involuntarily sat up straighter, her gaze fixed intently on his face, trying to read the answer in his eyes. At first, Yili had hinted that they should take their time to develop their feelings. But now he was saying something like this. Did it mean he had made up his mind and was no longer hesitant? A wave of anticipation surged within her, and she felt a warmth spreading through her body. "Yili, what are we to each other now?" Yili paused for 2 seconds, then slowly began to speak. Ding, ding, ding. The sudden ringing of a phone interrupted him. Su-yin's phone lit up with a contact named Shifei, and she quickly and decisively hung up. Her attention refocused on Yili, as if the call had been a minor distraction. "Yili, you continue," she urged. "We should." But the phone rang again. Yili let out a gentle sigh, his eyes showing a hint of helplessness. "Maybe you should take the call. It could be something urgent." Su-yin hesitated. If she answered, then her chance for a confession tonight would surely slip away. But if she didn't answer and it was something important? After a fierce internal struggle, Su-yin finally made up her mind and picked up the phone. She quickly pressed the answer button and, before the other person could speak, impatiently exclaimed, "Spit it out." On the other end, Lu Shifei's anxious voice came through. "Yin Jia, I just got some insider information that an unusual rainstorm is expected in the Xinjiang region. You need to be extra careful." "What? That can't be right. Didn't we already have an unusual weather event this year?" Upon hearing the words unusual rainstorm, Yili felt a tightening in his chest. He knew all too well that the ecological environment of Blue Star was far worse than that of Earth, with all sorts of unpredictable weather patterns that could catch anyone off guard. Extreme weather phenomena that far exceeded the conventional data definitions were commonly referred to as unusual. For instance, an unusual typhoon could have a diameter of up to 300 kilometers, covering an area comparable to that of a medium-sized country, with gusts reaching speeds of 400 kilometers per hour and 24-hour rainfall exceeding 1,000 millimeters. Initially, people regarded these phenomena as isolated incidents and didn't think much of them. However, as these so-called anomalies began to occur more frequently on Blue Star, their reality became impossible to ignore. They had almost become the norm each year. With this thought, Yili couldn't help but furrow his brow. He had never experienced such extreme weather anomalies before, and doubts about the RV's resilience began to creep into his mind. Even if the RV could withstand the onslaught of storms, he still needed to find a safe harbor. After all, in the face of nature's fury, even the slightest bit of luck could lead to catastrophic consequences. If the vehicle remained intact while flying through the sky, how could that not be considered safe? But for the two inside the RV, it was undoubtedly a matter of life and death. Chapter 11. On the way to Kashgar, Su-Yin stood in front of Yi Li, her eyes reflecting a hint of uncertainty, but more so, a deep concern for the storm that was approaching. Yi Li, should we continue onward? Yi Li's gaze was steady, his voice calm, yet powerful. Sister Su-Yin, do you trust me? Without a moment's hesitation, Su-Yin nodded. I said I would protect you. If a storm is enough to make me back down, I might as well find a place to hide for the rest of my life. There was no fear in Yi Li's words, only determination. I won't stop, but I will be more cautious. I will find a safe place where we can weather this storm. Then, we will continue our journey. As a local, Su-Yin had a deeper understanding of the dangers posed by unusual weather than Yi Li did. But somehow, hearing Yi Li's assurance filled her with a warm sense of strength. All her unease dissipated. Su-Yin thought to herself that the news about Lu Shifei might just be hearsay, perhaps nothing more than a baseless rumor. In this world, rumors always spread faster than the truth. As night fell and a slight chill filled the air, the two of them silently finished cleaning up their dishes. Yi Li gently touched the control panel, and the sunroof slowly closed while the walls rose to shield them from the cold outside. The temperature adjusted by the smart system became warm and comfortable. The earlier ambiguous atmosphere had quietly faded, but on this tranquil night, the distance between them seemed to shorten even more. I'll sleep on the second floor. See you tomorrow, Sister Yin. See you tomorrow, Yi Li. The next day, as dawn broke, Yi Li started the RV early and drove onto the highway. The car plates Su Wei's Blue Lotus. When we get to Kashgar, I plan to stay there for a few days. Yi Li's eyes were focused, his hands firmly gripping the steering wheel. Su-Yin sat quietly beside him, holding a bottle of yogurt, occasionally taking a sip, while her gaze was firmly glued to her phone screen. Great. I haven't been to Kashgar in a long time either. As a member of the elite from the Magic City, Su-Yin had flown over Kashgar several times, mostly for business, and hadn't really enjoyed herself. Now, going with Yi Li felt entirely different, and she was filled with anticipation. I checked online, and there doesn't seem to be much news. The reports of abnormal rain must be false, so we probably don't need to worry. Yi Li smiled slightly. Let us hope so, but I'm confident. Once we get to Kashgar, I'm sure I'll find even better things. According to the system's past behavior, as long as Yi Li had something in mind, it would reward him with related items, intentionally or not. Yi Li called it the SC Char Dinger's Reward. Wait, you actually climbed Mount Everest? That was 2 months ago. It was colder than I expected. Su-Yin had followed his account on social media and was immersed in his past travel videos. She had left comments under each video. Regarding the comments that referred to Yi Li as hubby, Su-Yin didn't get angry or argue with them, nor did she seek comfort from Yi Li. She simply replied, gently below, "Your husband is really quite nice." The scenery on the highway changed little, transitioning from lush green forests to grayish-yellow land. It was monotonous yet peaceful. Along the way, many passing drivers were taken aback to see the RV speeding by at such a high rate. What just zoomed past? Looks like a big truck with some interesting paint job. You guys don't understand anything. That's the military's latest secret weapon. Even those in smaller cars, no matter how hard they press the gas, couldn't catch up to Yi Li's RV and could only watch his taillights disappear into the distance. After about 2 hours of travel, they arrived in the Kashgar region. Kashgar is a brilliant gem along the Silk Road, carrying 1,000 years of sand and stories. As they wandered through the bazaars of Kashgar, the calls of vendors and the sounds of hand drums rose and fell, while the minaret of the Id Kam Mosque cast long shadows in the setting sun. In the alleys of the ancient city, every corner was filled with surprises, intricately carved wooden doors, elderly men weaving carpets, and playful children. As night fell, Kashgar lit up, the aroma of grilled meat wafting through the air, tantalizing every passerby's taste buds with hand-pulled rice, grilled buns, and fresh fruits. Kashgar is not just a city. It is the heartbeat of history, the pulse of modernity, a rendezvous that transcends time. The ancient city of Kashgar is certainly not a place easily accessible by RV. Yi Li chose to park the RV at the campground in Zhongqian Park in Shul County, where many travelers had already settled. Most of the RVs were discrete B-types, compact enough to accommodate 2 to 3 people, but they were affordable and economical. In contrast, C-type RVs were more conspicuous, characterized by their prominent hoods, while luxurious and comfortable. Their maintenance was more complicated due to a redesign of the chassis. Checking the weather, it indeed seemed there would be a storm in Kashgar over the next few days. However, no one believed the rain would be extreme. For these adventurous travelers, the more challenging the environment, the more exciting and interesting their journey became. If it gets too thrilling, then forget I said anything. The RV would stay put for these few days, and they planned to spend the night in the ancient city of Kashgar, just in time to sample some local delicacies. Yili Ken Tosuyun, who was busy posting on social media, her photo featuring last night's sunset and grilled meat. If one looked closely, they could even see the shadows of the two of them. The caption read, "The most beautiful scenery is right before my eyes, with a person I love the most." Good idea, but why aren't you accepting the money I sent you? Suyin pretended to be unhappy. If she was the one always paying, people might mistakenly think Yili was some kind of kept boy, or even assume they were mother and son. Suyin wouldn't allow such misunderstandings to happen. You send me money? You can handle it. Consider it a travel fund for Kashgar. Yili handed his phone to her without any guard up. He didn't feel any psychological burden about it. After all, being a tour guide meant he could still earn some money. What's the password? Suyin squinted her eyes, a mischievous smile playing on her lips, resembling a charming and clever fox. How dare he let her check his phone? What if she accidentally clicked on something she shouldn't have? Would she look or not? There's no password, Yili replied simply and directly. No password? Then, what about you? Suyin felt a slight disappointment creeping in. Not having a password and having one that only she knew were two completely different matters. How about I set one for you? Let's use your birthday. My birthday? Yili's voice was somewhat distant. For him, birthdays were a very remote concept. He couldn't even remember the last time he celebrated one. His birthday might have been randomly assigned by the orphanage. Let's use your birthday. Yili's voice was calm, yet it carried an inexplicable sense of determination. Suyin keenly sensed a hint of melancholy in his expression and gently replied, "My birthday is June 11th. You'd better remember it, okay?" Chapter 12. The doubts of Lu Shifei as they arrived at the entrance of the RV campsite. The security guard shook his head, indicating that Yi Li's type ARV could not enter, as there wasn't enough space in the campsite to accommodate such a behemoth. However, Suyin simply pulled out her phone and casually said, "I'll pay double the price. If one spot isn't enough, then two will do, right?" The guard's attitude changed instantly. He waved his directing baton and happily guided them as they backed in. Yili watched this scene and couldn't help but reflect. Money truly is the most universal pass in this world. The commotion attracted the attention of others in the campsite, who began to gather around, their eyes filled with envy. Many recognized Yili. His account was quite popular in the travel community. "Wow, it's Yili, the travel god. I want to take a photo with him." Several girls excitedly approached, standing on their tiptoes. "This RV must cost over 10 million, right? Such a lavish display. Wait, why is there an older lady next to the travel god? How annoying. What is her relationship with him?" They whispered among themselves. "She is so pretty, but she must be wearing makeup. Look at those wrinkles at the corners of her eyes." They snapped photos, posting this scene on their social media or video accounts, quickly generating massive traffic and buzz. Those unfamiliar with RV travel were deeply impressed by the 12-meter-long super RV. "Is this really an RV? I do believe it, if you called it an apocalyptic fortress." Followed, "I'm a working professional hoping to see different landscapes through the travel god's lens." Every video he posts explains the geography and various cultural histories. He is definitely a treasure of a streamer. Yidis amazing. Am I the only one who thinks this guy is incredibly good-looking? Hey, upstairs, that is my husband. I'm official, travel god, let us collaborate. Meanwhile, in the distant metropolis, Lu Shifei sat in a spacious CEO's office, savoring the taste of money and power. Beneath her was Su Yun's seat. Usually, Su Yun would be sitting in that chair, commanding the company as it rose from obscurity to become a guiding compass in the investment world. "It feels average, not as comfortable as my sofa," Lu Shifei remarked with a click of her tongue, no longer sitting upright, but instead lounging lazily in the chair, casually pulling out her phone. "With Sister Yun not here, life feels a bit too easy. Oh, what is this being recommended to me?" Lu Shifei inadvertently stumbled upon a travel video featuring RVs. The protagonist was a handsome young man, and Lu Shifei's eyes lit up as she continued watching. What a handsome guy. His account is called Yi Li's Travel Diary. I'll definitely follow you. However, as the video played on, Lu Shifei began to feel something was off, her gaze drawn to the woman beside Yi Li. The woman wore a sun hat and a mask, obscuring her face. But her figure, why did it look increasingly like Sister Yin? Lu Shifei quickly opened Su Yun's social media. The most beautiful scenery, the person I love the most. Her curiosity peaked at that moment. The video was taken in Kashgar, and Su Yun's friend circle was also tagged there. Lu Shifei had a mischievous idea. She randomly searched for a live stream of passersby, and in the footage, Yi Li was smiling and greeting them, while a woman quietly stood behind him. What would happen if she called Su Yun right now? Lu Shifei chuckled as she opened her contacts. Thank you all for your concern. We have to leave early as we have other matters to attend to. Please be careful. There's heavy rain in the coming days, ye God. You still haven't told us who this woman is. Yeah. Is she a relative of yours? Yi Li smiled and didn't deny it. She is family. Oh, that's good. Ye God is still my husband. However, Su Yun was not pleased. With a playful and possessive tone, she smiled and wrapped her arm around Yi Li's, saying, You've been eliminated. As long as I'm here, you can't have him. Yi Li smiled lightly and didn't refute her. He walked toward the back of the RV and skillfully opened the storage compartment, under the curious gazes of everyone. A sleek, cool-looking off-road motorcycle came into view. The metallic paint gleamed in the sunlight, resembling a finely polished piece of art. Yi Li put on a leather jacket designed for motorcycle riding and donned a glossy black helmet. Beneath the transparent visor, his determined gaze and slightly upturned lips appeared particularly charming. The motorcycle's engine roared beneath him, its deep and powerful sound akin to a beast ready to pounce. Get on, Yi Li said, turning to Su Yun. His voice, transmitted through the helmet's speakers, remained warm and resolute. The crowd erupted in awe. So handsome. I want to wrap my arms around his waist. Why doesn't this man belong to me? Did anyone capture this? DM me. I wish I were that motorcycle. Then I could be ridden. The girl's eyes sparkled with admiration and envy, some eagerly taking photos, their legs tightly pressed together. The men also gave him a thumbs up in admiration, feeling no sense of competition. Amidst the crowd's envious gazes, Su Yun happily hopped onto the back seat of the motorcycle, swinging her legs lightly before wrapping her arms tightly around Yi Li's waist. She could feel his strong back and abs. Yi Li, your abs are really solid. And only I know that. Yi Li brushed Su Yun's playful hand away and then looked at everyone. Goodbye, everyone. As the roar of the motorcycle gradually faded away, their figures disappeared from view. The RV campsite was still a dozen kilometers away from the ancient city of Kashgar. Along the way, Su Yun felt the rush of wind, her heart racing as if it would leap out of her chest. Yi Li riding the motorcycle looked like a hero from movie, every move filled with strength and charm. The motorcycle weaved along the road, leaving behind perfect arcs, just like the deep impression he left in Su Yun's heart. Yunjia, stop touching, I'm driving. Yi Li slowed down his pace. Su Yun's small hand slipped into his pocket, constantly kneading. But that wasn't enough. Her fingers were exploring further down. There were many cars on the road, inevitably drawing attention. Yi Li was shy, and this kind of situation was still too stimulating for him, while Su Yun was much bolder, likely due to her age. I didn't touch you. You leaned in on your own, and you've been calling me Sister Su Yun all along, right? Sister Yin just rolls off the tongue. Then wouldn't it be better to just call me Yin? I call you Li. Li doesn't sound very auspicious. Let's not go there. I'll go with whatever you say. Su Yun snuggled tightly against Yi Li's back, feeling his warmth and strength, her heart filled with happiness and contentment. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. The air was thick with a sense of freedom and adventure, the life she had always dreamed of. And Yi Li was the one leading her into this dream world. Chapter 13. The Ancient City of Kashgar. Welcome to the Ancient City of Kashgar. If you haven't been to Kashgar, you can't say you've been to Xinjiang. The city walls are built in the traditional style of the western regions, towering several dozen meters high. You can spot many tourists taking photos along the walls. As they approached the main entrance, the wind and sand were quite strong. Su Yun had prepared masks in advance, but upon arrival, she realized they weren't needed at all. There were people like human vacuum cleaners standing around. The ancient city is open to the public, although some attractions require an additional fee. The architectural style of the ancient city is unique. Its streets are a maze, with a flexible and varied layout. Most of the residential buildings are made of earth, wood, and brick, with many traditional homes over 100 years old. Having withstood more than 2,000 years of wind, frost, rain, and snow, it has become a specimen and slice of different historical periods, serving as a living fossil of the urban culture of the western regions. Su Yun and Yi Li entered the ancient city and rented a sightseeing car. The rental fee for a round trip was 40 yuan, a reasonable price that didn't feel overly expensive. They hopped on the sightseeing car and began to slowly circle the ancient city. On both sides of the street were a variety of colorful handmade shops. The most common stalls sold knitted hats, vibrant in color and exquisite in design, brimming with distinct Uyghur characteristics. Unable to resist, Su Yun picked one up and put it on her head, then chose another for Yi Li, instantly adding a touch of exotic flair to their appearance. Traditionally, the Uyghurs favored bright reds, greens, and golds for their hats, but it seemed there weren't many green hats in sight, perhaps to cater to the tastes of the visiting tourists. Along the way, they admired the unique features of the ancient buildings, absorbing the rich historical essence of the city. Before they knew it, an hour had passed. They completed their delightful tour of the city. At this point, Su Yun was quite the collector, adorned with various items from exquisite handicrafts to unique snacks. Yi Li, on the other hand, was humorously relegated to the role of her personal porter, struggling behind her with a multitude of bags. "Hey, Sister Yun, everyone knows there's a beautiful girl with a lot of money accompanied by a little follower who buys things everywhere she goes," he joked. "You're not just a little follower, though. Is it the main point? The main point is that my brother Yi Li is looking quite manly now, with his Uyghur-style hat and accessories, combined with his tall, handsome stature and sunny appearance. Anyone who glanced at him on the street might easily think he was a local Uyghur lad." Just then, a Uyghur girl approached Yi Li. "Brother, you are handsome." She wore a colorful silk dress and a beautifully adorned dappa hat, her long eyelashes framing a pair of eyes full of laughter. Holding freshly picked grapes, she extended them toward Yi Li. "The grapes here are really sweet. Thank you," Yi Li replied politely with a smile. Meanwhile, Su Yun stood quietly to the side, watching Yi Li chat and laugh with the Uyghur girl. A hint of unnoticeable sadness flickered across her face. Their conversation flowed like cheerful notes, dancing in her ears but failing to touch her heart, as she couldn't understand what they were saying. It was this feeling of being unable to fit in that made her the saddest and most upset. Just as she was about to step forward, Yi Li still hadn't noticed her retreating again. She took hold of his arm, leaning affectionately against him, her tone gentle and nurturing. "You can speak Uyghur? I can't understand at all." Yi Li turned his head apologetically and explained. She said the grapes here are very sweet. "What about the first sentence? Sunontai yun krisidon." Yi Li was momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing him flustered, a subtle unease rippled through Su Yun's heart. She quietly took out her phone, intending to pull up a translation app, only to discover that her phone had somehow been set to silent. The screen displayed several missed calls, all from Lu Shifei. After such a long time, if it were something important, Lu Shifei would have certainly sent a message. Clearly, it wasn't urgent. Su Yun didn't dwell on it, but gently opened the translation app for voice recognition and translation. After chatting a bit more with the girl, Yi Li looked at Su Yun with a tender expression and said, "She really likes me." The girl then left, looking disappointed. "Sister Yun, her name is Gully Nar, and she recommended some interesting places for us. Do you want to check them out?" Yi Li asked, looking for Su Yun's opinion. Su Yun, however, was fixated on the translated words on her phone, feeling an indescribable emotion swell within her, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yet, Yi Li remained oblivious to her distress. "If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your agreement." The food street in Kashgar, ancient city. The air was filled with the aroma of various delicacies. Su Yun adjusted her emotions, her eyes sparkling again as she followed Yi Li through the crowd. They eventually stopped in front of a stall that was overflowing with enticing scents. Displayed before them were dishes like stuffed lamb, braised sheep trotters, roasted lamb legs, lamb offal, sheep head meat, tandoor cooked meat, and roasted buns, most of which featured lamb, showcasing the Uyghurs' unique culinary skills with this meat. No wonder there aren't any green pastures around here. "Boss, how much is stuffed lamb?" Yi Li asked loudly, his voice tinged with anticipation. 15. The boss replied warmly. 2 portions of stuffed lamb, 1 portion of braised sheep trotters, half a naan with extra lamb offal, and 4 roasted buns to start with. Su Yun quickly ordered, then glanced at Yi Li with a playful sparkle in her eyes. And cut some sheephead meat too, Yili added. He paid the bill, which was reasonable, totaling 90 yuan. Since they were all meat dishes, Su Yun quickly felt full. The remaining delicious food all ended up in Yi Li's stomach. The wind here was strong, and Su Yun's hair danced in the breeze, prompting her to tie it up in a bun. With her fair skin, perfect figure, and enchanting big eyes, the added touch of her hair being styled into a woman-esque bun made her look even more captivating. Do I look good, Yili? Su Yun asked softly, a smug smile playing on her lips. You look beautiful, but let me finish my meal first before I appreciate it, Yili replied playfully, his eyes fixed on the food in front of him. If you like it, I'll dress up for you every day. Before they left, Su Yun ordered another portion of glutinous rice sausage. As expected, most of it found its way into Yi Li's mouth. Since they arrived in Kashgar in the afternoon, they missed the highly praised opening ceremony. However, they didn't feel too regretful about it, because there would be another opportunity tomorrow. Their current priority was to find a booked guest house. I remember it's called Reba's house, right? Yili asked as they walked, his voice tinged with curiosity. Speaking of Reba, do you know a female celebrity? She is also Uyghur, and Yili continued talking to himself. We turned back. He noticed that Su Yun hadn't followed him. Looking back, he saw her standing quietly beside a cluster of blooming flowers, seemingly captivated by their vibrant beauty. Yili walked over, hesitating whether to coax her. Just then, Su Yun lifted her head, her gaze shifting from the flowers to Yili. A gentle smile in her eyes. I just think these flowers are blooming beautifully. Let us go, she said, reaching out to gently tug at Yili's sleeve. Is it because the flowers are so vibrant? Yili turned to look at Su Yun, who was as stunning as the flowers. Lu Sun once said, do you have a preference for beauty? I'm not sure. It's just that the flowers are blooming beautifully. If I don't appreciate them, it would seem like I lack romantic sensibility. Mr. Lu Sun never actually said that. Sister Yun, I honestly think you're prettier than Reba, Yili said sincerely. Su Yun chuckled, playfully rolling her eyes at Yili. Chapter 14. The homestay of Reba, it's a bit embarrassing to admit, but the homestay wasn't exactly a proper reservation. The rooms had already been fully booked, and it was thanks to Su Yun's lavish spending that they managed to avoid the awkward situation of sleeping on the streets, although they could have stayed at a hotel. Yili advised her to be more prudent with her money. However, Su Yun waved her hand dismissively, implying, compared to those women who spend money to keep young men, I lead a clean and simple life, only indulging in my culinary desires. I'm practically saving money here. When the topic of keeping young men came up, Yi Li's eyes lit up. Curious, he leaned closer to Su Yun and whispered, can you share who they are? Like Kuan Kuan and Awan Quan Mian. Wow, you know quite a bit. Are you interested? Do you want to be supported too, little brother Yi Li? Sister Yun will take care of you, washing your clothes and cooking for you every day. Far from it. I want you to work even harder. In Kashgar's ancient city, there's a street lined with homestays. Its unique culture and style attract tourists from all over. Guided by a local child, Yi Li and Su Yun walked along a flower-filled alley toward the homestay street. The child skillfully dribbled a soccer ball, showcasing impressive skills. Yi Li felt that the future of Chinese football surely lies in Xinjiang. Along the way, they passed an old tea house where a few elderly Uyghur men sat on mats, leisurely sipping hot tea and chatting, as if time had stopped for them. There was also a handmade blacksmith shop where the smiths were rhythmically crafting iron and copper pots. The distinct sound of their hammering was not annoying. Rather, it brought a unique sense of tranquility. They also tasted boiled beef head meat and cow hooves from vendors along the way, sharing most of it with the local child leading them. Thank you, brother and sister. Up ahead is the homestay street. As they prepared to part, Su Yun gifted him a new soccer ball from abroad. Finally, they arrived at the homestay street. The vibrant colors made it feel like stepping into a fairy tale palace, filled with distinctive Uyghur elements everywhere. Compared to the light luxury style of Shanghai, the architecture here was simply superior. Indeed, what is ethnic is often the best. Su Yun couldn't help but exclaim, these should be seen by more people. Yi Li quietly took out his camera, thought for a moment, and then handed it to Su Yun. His photography skills weren't that great. You take the pictures. We can make videos together later. Are you not worried about your female fans getting upset? I'm only worried you won't dare to go public. Yi decided lightly. He noticed that whenever Su Yun took pictures, she always skillfully avoided being in the frame with him. While he understood she might have her reasons, a subtle sense of disappointment crept into his heart. Su Yun fell silent as she slowly raised her camera. Most of the homestays were single-story or 2 to 3-story buildings, with exquisitely carved patterns or vivid murals on the exterior walls. The alleys and corridors were interconnected, and lush vegetation climbed the walls, adding a touch of vitality to the ancient city. Not only that, but the decor here cleverly incorporates European elements, including Russian influences, creating an impression that is both luxurious and delicate. The locals really love flowers. Even amidst the dust and sand, they take great care of them. Suyin couldn't help but sigh again. Indeed, this is life, Yili replied. What I mean is if there are people to tend to the flowers. What about the people themselves? Sister Yin wants me to hit you? Tend to. She corrected. Not hit you. Would you really hit your sister? Su Yin raised the camera in her hand, looking quite displeased, then squinted her eyes and leaned closer to Yili. Her voice was charming and soft. Or do you prefer it that way? Someone's coming. Yili coughed a couple of times to change the subject. A group of female students approached, dressed in familiar blue uniforms. They were vibrant and greeted the two warmly. Su Yin smiled back, but soon realized that the students' attention was entirely focused on Yili. How rude. They're acting like I'm invisible. She silently complained, but maintained a gentle smile on her face, appearing very magnanimous. After finally dealing with the enthusiastic students, Yili and Su Yun arrived at the front of the rented guest house. It was called Hua Guo Jian Riba's home. As the blue, intricately carved door slowly swung open, they were greeted by a courtyard where a tall fig tree stood gracefully, and the fragrance of fruit wafted gently through the air. The windows and doors were dressed in blue, contrasting with the surrounding wooden tones, adding an exotic flair. The first and second floors housed the guest rooms, each uniquely designed, yet all shared a warm and tidy atmosphere. The rooftop served as a private space for gatherings, where drinking under the grapevines felt more divine than anything. This guest house provided dedicated pickup and drop-off services, and their luggage had already been sent to their room in advance. Since it was fully booked, the owner was very trustworthy and wouldn't engage in any behavior that would rush guests out. The room Su Yin booked at a high price was actually the owner's bedroom. Pushing open the bedroom door revealed a cozy space. The ancient city prohibited drones, and Yili's drone and other equipment were placed here, along with a few down jackets. Looking at the single bed in the room, Yili suddenly realized that they would be sleeping together tonight. Sister Yin, how about I? Before he could finish, Su Yin covered his mouth. I specifically requested 2 comforters. That doesn't count as sleeping together unless you can't help but crawl into my bed in the middle of the night. All right then, but I'm not a very quiet sleeper. Don't worry, I'm even less quiet, Su Yun replied with a mischievous smile. As night fell, the two placed their newly purchased items on the bed and continued to stroll outside. However, Su Yun quickly began to feel fatigued. In her words, she needed Yili to support her, or else she would just lie on the ground and not want to move. So they walked arm in arm, leisurely exploring the ancient city. At the night market, the aroma of naan and roasted meat filled the air as skewers sizzled in the pits, releasing an enticing meaty fragrance. The process of making naan is quite a spectacle. The dough is slapped onto the walls of the tandoor, and a few minutes later, the fragrant and crispy naan comes out fresh and hot. The portions here are generous, with a pound of meat wrapped inside the naan, accompanied by onions and sprinkled with pepper. When you sandwich 2 pieces of naan together, it becomes a large meat sandwich. As night falls, the temperature gradually drops. Yili kareful drapes a jacket over Suyun. Yili, aren't you cold? Not all, he replies. Suyun notices that whether in the plateau or in Kashgar, Yili always wears simple short sleeves and long pants, adding just a jacket when it gets a bit chilly. She can't help but admire her brother's remarkable physique. As the lights of the ancient city begin to illuminate one by one, a brilliant glow spreads around, and everything becomes tranquil and peaceful. In this warm light, the two of them leisurely conclude their journey for the day. Chapter 15. The Interdimensional Refrigerator System. Sign in at the old city of Kashgar. Sign in successful. You've received a high-tech camping tent and an interdimensional refrigerator. Additionally, the host can boldly traverse through extreme rainstorms and typhoons. They won't be able to topple the RV provided by this system. Yili fell silent, surprised that the system had such a proud personality. Now, he felt reassured. But what exactly was a high-tech camping tent? Yili remembered that there was a tent inside the RV, sturdy enough that even a bear couldn't tear it apart. Don't ask how he knew. High-tech camping tent, wind-resistant, bulletproof, self-inflating, and deflating, can shrink down to the size of a disc. Interdimensional refrigerator, the item the host has been eagerly anticipating. Wow, is this finally the golden legend? Plus, an interdimensional refrigerator, that magical fridge that can automatically replenish food. Yili carefully checked the user manual. It can turn the amount of stored food into infinity, but only applies to the food present in the refrigerator. Only applicable to food. In Reba's guest house, Yili and Su-Yun had already settled down. This was fantastic. On the soft bed, Yili excitedly turned over, locking eyes with Su-Yun. This sudden exchange made him feel a bit awkward, and he stammered, "It's so late. Why aren't you asleep yet?" "I can't sleep." Su-Yun quietly pulled her hand, which had been resting outside the blanket, back in and wrapped herself tightly in the blanket, leaving only her head exposed. She looked just like a frightened little rabbit, appearing pitiful. "It's too cold here at night. Can you touch my hand?" At her words, Yili reached out gently, and a chill instantly radiated from his fingertips. It was indeed as cold as ice. He extended his warm hands, enclosing Su-Yun's hand in his palms. Puzzled, this shouldn't be. "Did you leave your hand outside while you were sleeping?" With Su-Yun's mischievous nature, it was very possible. Yili scrutinized her micro-expressions, but unfortunately, it was of no use. He only felt that Su-Yun was incredibly enchanting. "How could I be that silly?" Su-Yun pouted, giving him a reproachful glance, and softly retorted, "Everyone has different body types. Maybe I'm just a naturally cold type, a chilly person." Yili couldn't help but roll his eyes at her, thinking to himself, "Clearly, your body is as hot as a furnace." However, he still went along with her words, saying, "In that case, why don't you put your hand under my blanket?" Upon hearing this, Su-Yun's face immediately broke into a radiant smile, and she eagerly replied, "You're so nice. But it's not just my hands, my feet are freezing too." Yili chuckled helplessly, affectionately saying, "All right, let us get your feet in here too." However, Su-Yun didn't seem satisfied with that, and continued to act cute. "Oh, actually, I'm freezing all over." "Yunjia, at your age, you shouldn't be acting cute. Don't you like it?" Su-Yun was taken aback. Yili swallowed hard, inhaling the fragrance that surrounded Su-Yun. "With you acting all cute like this, no man could resist." Upon hearing this, Su-Yun immediately threw off her blanket, slipping into Yi Li's warm embrace like an eel, wrapping her legs around his waist. "Yili, does that make you a man?" In an instant, the heat radiating from her felt like an electric current coursing through Yi Li's entire body, causing his heart to flutter uncontrollably. She was as hot as a furnace. "Yunjia, it's hard for me to sleep like this." Yet, the only response from Su-Yun was silence. She had already closed her eyes, drifting off to sleep. Unlike Yi Li's robust physique, Su-Yun was utterly exhausted from a long day of running around. At that moment, she resembled a rag doll that had all its energy drained, slumped softly on the bed, deep in slumber. "Yunjia, you really know how to set the fire." As time passed, Su-Yun's breathing became steady and rhythmic, like a gentle lullaby. Yili held her close, and soon fell asleep as well. The next day, sunlight filtered through the thin clouds, casting a warm glow on the earth. Yili and Su-Yun were thrilled to witness the opening ceremony of the city. Amidst the stirring music, Uyghur dancers dressed in festive attire twirled gracefully, fluttering through the crowd like colorful butterflies. "They are so lively. Being young is wonderful." Su-Yun thought to herself, "Yunjia can't be that old, probably just in her 30s. Su-Yun's expression changed slightly. She wanted to skip over that topic. In her 30s, well, that is not too far off, haha. Meanwhile, Yili's gaze caught sight of a familiar figure in a caravan passing through the streets. It was Guliner, the Uyghur girl who had given him grapes. Their eyes met in the crowd, and they exchanged polite smiles, but Su-Yun was oblivious to this moment, as she was holding Yili's hand. After the opening ceremony, it was nearing noon. Yili and Su-Yun opted for a simple, light lunch. The rest of the day was spent capturing various cultural sites, receiving warm hospitality from many locals, and making new friends. They shared photos with each other, and in return, their new friends offered hot tea and compliments in Uyghur. It was a wonderfully leisurely day. Upon returning to their guest house, Yili and Su-Yun began editing their videos. Many fans were aware that Yili was in Kashgar and were messaging him daily, urging for updates. During this time, Yili had uploaded several photos, and netizens were praising his photography skills, claiming they had reached a professional level. Su-Yun smiled faintly at this. "Yili, someone claiming to be official left you a message asking for collaboration. I checked their credentials, and it seems to be from the military." "The military?" Yili took the phone from her. He rarely paid attention to these things, thinking they were from video platform staff. It was likely they were suggesting he start a live stream, but he had no intention of doing that at the moment. He simply didn't have the time. After Yili replied, the other party quickly sent another message. Ye God, there will be an unusual downpour in Xinjiang in 3 days, and the government will issue a warning soon. Please be cautious. Yili didn't expect that the first thing the other party would say was to remind them to be cautious of heavy rain, which confirmed that Lu Shifei's information was not a rumor. But why did she get the news so quickly? Su Yun saw through everything and speculated. The military must be looking for you, and it has something to do with the abnormal weather. Sure enough, the next moment, a message arrived. We have reviewed the past videos and conducted a brief study on your RV, Mr. Yi. We can confirm that this vehicle is definitely a product far beyond current technology. We hope you can document the current state of those areas while exploring the no man's land, just like in the Yarlung Songpa Grand Canyon. Of course, we will also provide you with financial support. For Yili, this was just a minor task, and he certainly had no reason to refuse. Collaborating with the government could bring many conveniences. Without any hesitation, Yili sent the unedited video of his journey through the canyon to his email. The file was too large, so he had to slice it before successfully sending it. Thank you for your support. With this data, we can gain a better understanding of the abnormal weather, and we 1T have to suffer more casualties. After reaching a consensus, the other party immediately transferred 3 million, and they would also deliver the relevant documents to him in Kashgar soon. It felt good to be under someone's wing. After dinner, the two took a short break before packing their bags. They were preparing to temporarily leave this ancient city. Tonight, they would head to Baisha Lake and Muji Volcano. Chapter 16, Exposure. Su Yun's grievance returning to the RV. Su Yun sprawled on the sofa like a cat returning to its nest, stretching her slender waist and revealing her well-defined navel. The area was vast and sparsely populated, and the distances between attractions were simply too far. Riding a motorcycle wouldn't work, as it would only lead to a higher hairline. After some discussion, they decided that driving would be more comfortable. Su Yun had booked the guest house for 7 days, totaling 2,000 yuan, which was quite expensive since it was the owner's room. At least, that was the case for Yili. Giggling, Yili, come quick. A fan said you've been getting lazy lately, and guessed you've fallen into a cozy life. She continued, oh, and they said you used to be so poor that you only ate fruits from the mountains. How come you're indulging now? Is there a rich woman supporting you? As Yili spoke, he examined the refrigerator. Like water, it claimed to provide unlimited food, but it required periodic restocking about every 24 hours. Plus, the fridge wasn't very large, so the amount of food it could hold was limited. Snacks alone took up a third of the space. Of course, Su Yun's snacks were indeed excessive. Ding ding ding. While Su Yun was checking the comments, a video call suddenly popped up on her screen. Unsurprisingly, it was Lu Shifei. Su Yun clicked to accept the voice call. Is there something going on at the company? You can handle it, she said. No, Yinjia, my parents are planning to introduce you to someone. He has a PhD who studied abroad, 39 years old, and I think he looks pretty good. Photos, he has a scholarly vibe. Do you like him? Hearing the keyword, someone, Yili perked up his ears. Su Yun glanced at the photos, frowned, and complained, I don't like him. Didn't I say not to meddle? Noticing Yili pause in his actions, she smirked and continued, I prefer younger guys, ideally someone with 8-pack abs, a V-shaped waist, and a mermaid line. Stop. My parents are right next to me. In Shanghai, in a high-end neighborhood. Lu Shifei looked at the 3 people across from her, feeling a bit awkward. Su's father and mother were around 70, but looked quite spirited, especially Su's mother, whose beauty was evident in her graceful demeanor rather than her age. Beside them was a fair-skinned, middle-aged man, somewhat thin, wearing black-rimmed glasses and sporting a side part. Upon hearing Su Yun's response, he slowly stood up. What a pity. It seems Miss Su already has someone she likes. I won't intrude any longer. Dr. Lu, don't go. Little Yun doesn't have anyone she likes. She hasn't even brought a man home in all these years. She must be joking. Let me ask her again, Su's mother insisted. Su Yun would be 40 after the new year, and with only a few months left. It was understandable for Su's mother to be anxious about her daughter not finding a partner yet. They could understand being busy with work in her younger years. But now that she had achieved success, it was time to settle down. Only by seeing Su Yun marry a reliable person would they, as parents, feel at ease. No need, Auntie. Miss Su wouldn't joke about her own purity. I believe she must have met an exceptional gentleman. Dr. Lu shook his head. With his reminder, Lu Shifei also noticed that Su Yun seemed a bit different. It used to be her making such jokes. Over the past few days, Su Yun had been too busy to reply to her messages. Her social media was filled with stunning landscapes and mouth-watering food, alongside romantic lines that sparked the imagination. Her selfies showed her grinning like she had just eaten honey. How dare she? At her age, was she really thinking about chasing after younger men? Shifei, hand me the phone, Su's father demanded angrily. On the other side, Su Yun heard the voice from her phone and realized she was in trouble, and that her real age might be exposed. So, she quickly ran up to the second floor. Covering the receiver, she whispered to Yili, "I'll be right there." "Just wait a moment." "Yinjia, let me talk to Uncle and Annie," Yili suggested. "It's fine, I'll explain everything." Su Yun forced a smile and closed the door to the staircase. As the last rays of the setting sun faded, the final touch of brightness on the horizon was swallowed by the dusk. Their travel plans were inevitably delayed. The once bustling RV campsite now felt unusually desolate, with only a few RVs parked lonely in the area. Most people had hurriedly packed their bags and driven home after seeing the weather warning issued by the government about the unusual conditions. This sudden downpour was a severe test for any ordinary RV. Even those who prided themselves on being adventurers didn't dare to challenge nature's fury lightly. After all, no one wanted to experience the life and death feeling of being swept away by several meters of floodwater. Yili sat on the RV's sofa, flipping through maps and planning the next possible destination. It is said that southern Xinjiang is known for its culture, while northern Xinjiang is famous for its scenery. It was early September, and northern Xinjiang was starting to embrace autumn. The golden hues of Kana's lake were undoubtedly a healing place for the soul. The Tianshan Tianchi, like a sapphire embedded among the mountains. On the Naladi grassland, Kazakh yurts dotted the landscape, with cattle and sheep grazing on the tender grass, and horses galloping freely. The tears of the Atlantic, Saram Lake's morning mist enveloping the Tuva people's homes in Heimu village. The howling winds of the Devil City's Yadin landforms, the colorful beach. Flame Mountain, Kumtag Desert, and the shepherds of Koktakay. Lost in thought, a sudden ding interrupted him. Dinner was ready. The delicious aroma wafted from the kitchen as Yili brought the last dish to the table, then gently knocked on the bedroom door. "Yinjia, are you okay?" Since finishing that phone call on the second floor, Su Yun had locked herself in the bedroom and Woon Tea come out. Yili could hear her soft sobs. Though faint, they struck his heart like a heavy hammer. "I'm fine, I'm sorry." The door slowly opened, and Su Yun's eyes were red, clearly having just cried. Her hair hung messily over her shoulders, making her look particularly fragile. Scattered on the bed were photos they had taken together over the past few days, and the pillow was soaked with tears, leaving a large dark stain, while the bedding was crumpled and wrinkled. "What happened? Tell me." Yili's voice was gentle yet firm as he softly held Su Yun's hand. "Let's eat first. I am hungry." Under the warm glow of the dinner table, Su Yun, as usual, carefully served Yeli some dishes, gently reminding him to eat more meat to grow strong. "Sister Yin, let's take a break tomorrow. I'm pretty tired too." "It's fine. You don't have to accommodate me." Though she said this, Su Yun's heart was anything but calm. Her mind echoing with her parents' questions and concerns. "You're deceiving him. That boy doesn't even know that you're old enough to be his mother. You're misleading him about his feelings for you. Forget 10 years, even 5 years. Once a woman passes that age, she ages faster. We still like you then? Xiaoyan, we shouldn't be doing this. Isn't it just like those sugar daddies on TV? Does his family know? No family? Then that kid's background is too pitiful. Are you sure his feelings for you are genuine love?" After a long silence, Yeli's gaze lingered on Su Yun's face. He gently put down his chopsticks and leaned slightly forward. "Sister Yin, please tell me the truth. What is going on?" Su Yun's fingers lightly traced the rim of her cup, avoiding Yeli's direct gaze, her voice low and hesitant. "Yeli, I might have to leave." Yeli furrowed his brows. "Why?" Su Yun took a deep breath, her eyes revealing determination. "I don't want to hold you back. I like you very much, but our relationship may not be as pure as it seems." With her words laid bare, Yeli, after a brief moment of shock, immediately interrupted her. His eyes filled with sincerity. "Pure? I admit I'm attracted to your looks and body, but I swear, what I like more is how you make me feel." Su Yun's eyes flickered with confusion. "What feeling?" Yeli's voice grew more resolute. His gaze locked on Su Yun's eyes. "With you around, I feel brave enough to charge forward. Isn't that just camaraderie?" Su Yun softly retorted. trying to lighten the tense atmosphere with humor. Yili shook his head. Sister Yun, is it because your family disapproves? I can talk to them again. No need. I just have one question for you. Yili nodded, signaling her to continue. You ask. Su Yun's voice trembled slightly. If I grow old and my face is covered with wrinkles, would you still like me? Does that mean I can be with you until we grow old? Su Yun didn't smile, her expression serious. Let me ask you a different question. Do you like me, or are you just dependent on me? Look into my eyes. Because I like you, I want to rely on you. Sister Yun, I'm already an adult. I understand the difference between love and not loving. Chapter 17. One night by the white sand lake. Do you mind my age? Not all. Besides, I don't even know how old you are. Yili replied casually. Su Yun took a deep breath and said, I'm in my 30s. Yili maintained his light-hearted tone. I know, but how many 30s? Su Yun didn't answer, just shook her head. 31. Yili asket tentativity. Su Yun continued to shake her head. 33. Yili gisud again. Su Yun lowered her head, her body trembling slightly. Yili paused for a moment, then continued. 37. Suddenly, tears rolled down Su Yun's cheeks as she voice carried a hint of despair. I'm already 39. Wow, that's impressive. What's your secret? Huh? What did you say? Su Yun looked up, a trace of confusion in her eyes. It was hard to believe that Sister Yun was nearing 40. How did she manage that? Did she take expensive supplements? Or maybe she had plastic surgery? Yili stared at Su Yun in shock, unable to look away. Of course not. If you don't believe me, pinch my face. I just stick to exercising every day. Su Yun said proudly, her confidence returning. Then why are some areas a bit plump? Yili tisit. Yili, you just said you like my figure. And now you're calling me plump? Men's words are deceiving. Su Yun pretended to be angry, though her lips couldn't help but curve upwards. Seeing Su Yun smile again, Yili immediately got up and pulled her in his arms, saying, Sister Yun, age is just a number. It doesn't define what we have. What matters to me is you, the time we share, our future together. He paused for a moment before continuing, if you're concerned about it. I have a way to make you feel younger. You sly devil, why say it so vaguely? Su Yun laughed shyly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. What do you mean vaguely? Yili was puzzled. He meant that the system might reward relevant things. But why did Su Yun look so bashful? Did he say something wrong? Or was it that Su Yun was just too suggestive? Love can make a woman look a few years younger. Isn't that what you meant? Su Yun shot him a glance. Yes, that's exactly what I meant. Yili felt a little embarrassed, but quickly regained his composure. Think it over. Once I finish my shower, no backing out. Shouldn't that be my line? Su Yun immediately went to take a shower, the sound of water rushing filling the air. Yili pondered for a moment, then walked to the driver's seat and set the navigation destination to White Sand Lake, full speed ahead. After that, he carefully tidied the bedding, placing the photos back in their spots on the wall, filled with memories, adding new pictures of the evening glow in Yi City and the scenery of Kashgar. Yili, are you the one driving? Su Yun's voice came through the bathroom door, sounding a bit surprised. Yeah, we're camping by White Sand Lake tonight. Is this the kind of ritual you young people pursue? Su Yun chuckled mischievously from the bathroom, and Yili genuinely feared she might come out wrapped only in a towel, which would be quite a predicament. 30 minutes later, Su Yun, wrapped in a light blanket, sat lazily on the bed, smiling gently at Yili, her demeanor soft and alluring. Haven't we reached Baisha Lake yet? We could have made some stops along the way. Almost there. Let me take a quick shower first. Make sure to wash thoroughly, or I want to be happy. Su Yun's voice trailed off, leaving a lingering smile behind. South of Kashgar, it's about 100 kilometers by car, driving through the wind-sculpted red valley of Aoitek. The Yadin landforms have become even more majestic under the erosion of time. The rich iron oxide in the mountains lends this land a striking red hue, like the veins of the earth, both fiery and profound. As we continued on, Baisha Lake lay quietly nestled among the snow-capped mountains, a pristine natural lake, tranquil and mysterious. A winding boardwalk led to the lake's edge, and standing on it, the mountains across the way seemed to be shrouded in a veil of mist, beautifully contrasting with the emerald waters of the lake, creating a picturesque scene. Click, 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 taking a few photos of Baisha Lake under the starry sky. Su Yun gently rolled up each car window, slowly drawing the curtains closed. Inside, her heart surged with excitement, even surpassing Yili's, though she was adept at hiding it, not allowing her thrill to show too easily. She had made up her mind. Since time is relentless and beauty fades, why not fully blossom while still in her prime? She only asked Yili for 10 years of his time, and after that, she would quietly leave with an excuse, ensuring she wouldn't become a burden to him. In this limited time, she was determined to give all her love to Yi Li without reservation. Yinjia, I'm done, Yi Li called as he pushed the door open. Su Yun's heart raced at the moment he stepped out of the bathroom, nearly leaping out her chest. Yi Li casually dried his damp hair with a towel, unaware that Su Yun's gaze was already fixed on him. The view outside is beautiful, Yi Li broke the silence. His voice slightly hoarse, yet exceptionally pleasant. Did you see? Those mountains, that lake, it's like a world out of a painting. Su Yun reluctantly pulled her gaze away, her voice trembling slightly. Yes, it's so beautiful it makes my heart flutter. Yi Li turned around, their eyes met, and he smiled slightly, revealing his white teeth. You are too. Really? What do you plan to do about it? Su Yun replied provocatively, her eyes sparkling with challenge. The blanket around her slipped away quietly. With a soft sound, seeing that Yi Li didn't respond, Su Yun rose on her toes and gently pressed her lips against his, igniting the passion between them. The night in the Red Valley became even more intense and profound. Outside, the light rain pattered against the windows of the RV, droplets falling onto the surface of Baisha Lake, creating ripples that spread outwards. The soil of Baisha Mountain was fine and soft, slowly washing into the lake with the rain, adding a subtle hue of silt to the water. An hour passed. The rain showed no signs of letting up. In fact, it intensified. The raindrops hitting the ground made a crisp sound, like a rapid drumbeat, adding a sense of rhythm to this natural symphony. The lake water rippled under the relentless assault of the rain, crashing against the shore and producing a soothing, rhythmic sound. The wooden walkway leading to the lake center was soaked, with some sections already submerged. Not far away, the majestic Gonger and Nine Needle Peak had its white snow cap sliding down at a visibly rapid pace, rolling and growing larger like a massive white dragon thundering down the mountainside with overwhelming force. An avalanche. The RV suddenly shook as stabilizing devices extended from space, anchoring it firmly into the ground to steady the vehicle. This was a safety measure automatically activated by the RV's intelligence system upon detecting danger, a first for Yi Li. As the distant rumbling faded, calm returned inside the vehicle. In the next moment, it felt as if the sky had ripped open, unleashing a torrential downpour accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. Inside, Su Yun stared blankly at the ceiling. I'm so foolish, really, Yinjia. Are you okay? Do you want me to give you a massage? Yi Li, covered in lipstick marks, grinned widely. No, just help me to the shower. It seems to be raining outside. Yi Li walked to the window, pulled back the curtains, and though the rain blurred his vision, the white sand lake appeared even more mysterious and enchanting in the downpour. There's a unique charm to a rainy night like this, he mused softly, glancing teasingly at Su Yun. You're talking about the rain, right? Su Yun limped into the shower, casually tossing her torn clothes into the trash can. She shot Yi Li an eye roll before closing the door behind her. Chapter 18. Unusual Heavy Rain. Not long after Su Yun entered, her phone started buzzing incessantly. A series of message alerts chimed one after another, with new notifications popping up on the screen continuously. At the same time, Yi Li's phone began to vibrate as well, displaying an emergency alert from the authorities. An unusual heavy rain had been reported in the Kashgar region of Xinjiang, primarily concentrated in the southeastern part of the Tax-Korgan-Tajik Autonomous County. Unfortunately, White Sand Lake was right in the middle of it. Yi Li gently pushed open the window, and the cacophony of the torrential rain immediately flooded the room. The downpour was fierce, as if it were determined to swallow the entire world. Rainwater quickly gathered on the ground, forming a rushing stream. In the sloped areas, the rain mixed with soil and stones, transforming into a mudslide that wound down the mountainside, destroying everything in its path. Although Yi Li was in a relatively flat area, avalanches and mudslides were occurring simultaneously on the surrounding mountains. The visible disaster was converging towards White Sand Lake. Yi Li opened the control panel of the RV and found that the stabilizers had been activated, with all indicators showing green. So it seemed there was no cause for concern. The parking spot was level and not too low. Attempting to rush out in such conditions would surely lead to being overwhelmed by the mudslide, which would be extremely unwise. Due to the RV's excellent soundproofing, Su Yun was still unaware of the unusual heavy rain and was happily humming in the bathroom. Today is a good day. Suddenly, a notification popped up on the video platform. Yi Li glanced at it. Mr. Yi, why is your location showing White Sand Lake? That is right at the center of the heavy rain. It was an official from the Anomaly Phenomenon Investigation Bureau named Li Yong. This organization had been established recently, specializing in researching abnormal weather phenomena. The weather alerts were their product, and they were quite impressive. It's nothing to worry about. If there is no problem, I have a small favor to ask. Then don't say it. Dog emoji. Wait, Mr. Yi. We were hoping you could take a few photos. We still have no idea what the center of the heavy rain looks like. Well, what do you think it looks like? Yili moved to the driver's seat and opened the awning, looking up at the sky. Oh my, is the sky splitting apart? Right above White Sand Lake, the sky seemed to have torn open, with dark clouds hanging low, almost touching the ground. Lightning darted through the clouds like sparks erupting from a fissure, each flash accompanied by deafening thunder. The silver snakes of lightning cut through the night sky, momentarily illuminating the chaotic scene of pouring rain. The raindrops were dense and fierce, forming walls of water that made it difficult to see anything. The entire world seemed to be swallowed by this torrential downpour. Even more bizarrely, a vortex within the clouds slowly rotated, faintly emitting a bluish glow, like a colossal beast lurking in the darkness. Yili raised his camera, the shutters sound sharp and clear against the tense atmosphere, each photo capturing the oppressive ambience. Yili, why did you go to the driver's seat? Su Yun had finished washing up, radiating a fresh fragrance like a clingy little kitten. She snuggled up to Yi Li, reluctant to leave his side. As she gently caressed Yi Li's face, her younger sister, Su Yun, pouted playfully. What is so captivating about the view outside? Don't you think I'm more interesting? How about you take a quick look before you decide? Yi Li smiled in response. Su Yun pouted again, but when her gaze fell outside the window, her mouth dropped open in shock. It's an extraordinary downpour, she exclaimed, panic creeping into her voice. You guessed right, and we're right in the eye of the storm, Yili replied calmly. Su Yun turne de vrapli. Disbelief etched across her face. But we were all ready. Yes, exactly, Yili confirmed. Then why didn't you warn me? We could have left earlier. Su Yun's voice carried a hint of reproach. It was already a critical moment. Stopping would have been uncomfortable. Besides, didn't you have a death grip on me, not letting me go? Yili teased. That was... what do we do now? Should we try again at the last minute? Yunjia, that sounds like an excuse. You caught me. Su Yun laughed mischievously. The RV remained steady amid the torrential rain, with raindrops pelting the roof and windows like stones, creating a cacophony of sounds. Although she knew it was safe inside the vehicle, Su Yun couldn't shake off the fear that crept into her heart. It was a natural instinct. Yili, on the other hand, felt a thrill coursing through her. This storm shouldn't affect us, right? And look, we still have signal on our phones. It should be fine, Su Yun reassured herself repeatedly. In the next moment, the phone status bar displayed 2XS. Ugh, I'm not a harbinger of doom. Don't worry. Yunjia, an avalanche 1T reach us, and a mudslide would only block the road at worst. We're not at a low elevation here. Baisha Lake used to be a bustling tourist spot, but in recent years, fewer visitors came due to the increasingly harsh environment. Within the scenic area, only a few tents sold some noodles, and due to the official weather alerts, they had packed up and left. Yili had parked in a flat area at a higher elevation, providing a full view of Baisha Lake. With an asphalt road leading down in front of the vehicle, Baisha Mountain seems to be slowly disappearing. Su Yun gazed at the mountain shrouded in rain, a wave of inexplicable sadness washing over her. This might be the last time they saw the mountain in its original form. Baisha Mountain was formed not due to desertification, but from sediment carried by rivers that accumulated here. In autumn and winter, when the lake dried up, the exposed white sand was blown up the slopes by relentless winds, creating this natural wonder. Locals say that when strong winds blow over Baisha Mountain, the mountain itself emits sounds, which is why it is also called Singing Sand Mountain. However, with the construction of a hydroelectric station, Baisha Lake no longer dried up, and the sand from Baisha Mountain was constantly washed into the lake, gradually causing it to vanish. This unusual downpour undoubtedly accelerated that process. Su Yun opened her camera, silently capturing the scene that was about to fade away, hoping to preserve this memory forever. Time passed quietly. Raindrops drummed against the car windows, weaving a continuous curtain of water. The RV felt like a solitary island amidst a tsunami. Inside, Su Yun leaned gently against Yi Li's sturdy embrace, the two of them silently gazing at the curtain of rain outside. After this downpour, the way out would likely be blocked, and we might have to stay here for a couple more days. That's all right, we have plenty of food. and it's the perfect opportunity to get to know each other better. Su Yun's voice was soft, laced with an almost imperceptible anticipation. But how much deeper do we need to go to truly understand each other? Just like just now. Sister Yun, weren't you just saying you didn't want any more? Yili chuckled lightly. What, are you not able to handle it anymore? Su Yun glanced down, then shot Yili a teasing look. Sister Yun, no matter how much you plead this time, I won't stop. The rain intensified, and the thunder grew more urgent. Chapter 19. The Visitor in the Rain. Yunjia. Did you hear that sound? Yili's voice was low and urgent, his gaze fixed intently on Su Yun's face. Su Yun frowned, clearly displeased with Yili's abrupt interruption. Ugh, don't think you can slack off. She half closed her eyes and pouted. I'm serious. Yili's tone turned grave as he lifted his head, listening closely. There was something scraping against the door. Must be the wind. Just ignore it, Su Yun suggested dismissively. It's not the wind. The sound is too faint, and it doesn't seem human. Not human. Then what could it be? Su Yun's expression changed suddenly, and she quickly wrapped herself tighter in the blanket, her cheeks flushed and her hair damp with sweat sticking to her forehead and shoulders. The sudden emptiness left her feeling quite irritable. Whatever it is, I want to kick it. I'll go take a look. Yili quickly got dressed and went to the door, peering through the window of the RV, but he saw nothing unusual. Yet the sound persisted, now accompanied by a whimpering. The RV was high off the ground. Ordinary animals couldn't reach it, let alone scratch at the door. Could it be some kind of wild beast? Perhaps it had run down from the mountains due to an avalanche or mudslide. Opening the surveillance screen, Yili furrowed his brow. There he saw a dirty little creature standing on the guardrail, its tiny paws stretching out as if trying to reach the doorknob. Unfortunately, the distance was too far, making its efforts seem futile. Is this a fox? It looks so ugly, Yili muttered to himself. He opened the door, and a cold wind mixed with the fresh scent of rain rushed in. He carefully examined the uninvited guest. The creature had sapphire blue eyes that sparkled with a lively gleam, but its fur was soaked and muddy, making it look rather disheveled. The little guy seemed to notice Yili's gaze, stopping its struggle and turning to meet his eyes with its bright gaze. Whimper, whimper. Its voice was pitiful and pleading. Yili's heart softened instantly. He reached out his hand to gently stroke its head, then grabbed it by the scruff of its neck and pulled it into the RV. Back inside, Yili quickly retrieved some food. He placed it in front of the little fox, which initially took a few cautious steps back before carefully approaching and starting to eat voraciously. Su Yun, now dressed, walked over and watched the scene, her earlier displeasure gradually fading away. Is this a fox? It looked so ugly. As if it understood her, the little creature immediately bared its teeth in a grin, and Yili playfully tapped its head, causing it to settle down again. I just don't know what breed it is. It's so small, but its face is quite nice. It shouldn't be a Tibetan fox. Let us give it a bath later. It looks so pitiful. Su Yun turned back to the bedroom, fetching a clean towel to gently wipe the little fox's wet fur. Aren't you tired? Why don't you go to sleep first? I can handle the washing. You don't understand. A fox spirit isn't something to be taken lightly. Yunjia, are you really wary of a fox? Haha. As the night deepened, the rain gradually began to subside. After the little fox had eaten and drunk its fill, it seemed to find some comfort, curling up in a corner of the RV and falling asleep quietly. I tried to give it a bath, but it was too noisy to succeed. Its fur, which had been wiped clean, was snow white, leaving Yili and the others puzzled. Are there snow foxes in Xinjiang? This creature should be found along the shores of the Arctic Ocean, and besides, the snow fox is a protected species, not allowed to be kept as a pet. After pondering this without any conclusion, they closed the bedroom door and went back to sleep. The heavy rain finally stopped the next morning. The sky looked like a freshly washed canvas, a blue so clear it was almost transparent. At 9 o'clock, sunlight streamed through the RV windows, gently illuminating Su Yun's face, causing her eyelashes to flutter slightly. Yili was the first to open his eyes, his gaze softly landing on Su Yun's sleeping face, and he couldn't help but smile. In this world, he had finally found a sense of belonging, a feeling of home. He gently got up, carefully pulled the blanket up to cover the exposed part of Su Yun, and then drew the curtains. What a beautiful day it was. Yili opened the door, and a wave of fresh air rushed in, as if it could cleanse the soul. He took a deep breath, feeling revitalized. As expected, the White Sand Mountain had lost its former grandeur under the torrential rain, now just bare rocks, much shorter than before. In contrast, the White Sand Lake had expanded due to the influx of rainwater its surface shimmering, even spilling over onto the asphalt road. Well, it looks like we have to switch to waterway mode now. The little fox woke up to the sound of the door opening and excitedly darted out as soon as it saw the door ajar. It leaped from the elevated parking spot and jumped into White Sand Lake. Yili thought the little fox was about to leave, but it poked its head out of the water, sneezed a few times, then made a few sounds towards Yili, seemingly inviting him to join it in the water. "Do you want me to come with you?" Yili asked. The little fox nodded, as if it could understand him. Yili instinctively looked around, then realized how unlikely it was for anyone else to be here. He chuckled, took off his shirt, and jumped into the lake. The water was icy cold, causing him to shiver, but he quickly adjusted to the temperature and swam over to the little fox. "Where are you taking me?" he asked curiously. The little fox didn't respond, but dove back under the water. Before long, it resurfaced with a fish in its mouth that was bigger than its head. The large fish flopped around in the little fox's mouth, splashing water everywhere, even accidentally hitting the little fox's face. The little fox clearly looked a bit annoyed and accidentally let the fish escape. Its ears drooped slightly as it whimpered at Yili. Then it dove back into the water to continue its fishing efforts. "Wow, is it blaming me for not helping?" Yili watched the little fox's aggrieved expression and couldn't help but laugh. How strange, could this little fox be something more than just an ordinary fox? Those expressions certainly didn't seem like something a typical fox could make. Yili couldn't help but mutter to himself. He had never seen such an intelligent animal before. Could it be that all foxes were like this? Just as he was lost in thought, the little fox poked its head out of the water again. A lively fish clamped in its mouth. "I'll hold on to this for you. You can go catch more," Yili said, taking the fish from the little fox's mouth. It seemed to understand, carefully releasing its grip and diving back into the water. Baisha Lake was not only a tourist attraction, but also a highland plain fishing ground, with the upstream reservoir built specifically for this purpose. Since the local economy relied solely on livestock farming, which was too singular and vulnerable, transitioning herders into fishermen was one of the measures to help improve their income. Nowadays, however, it had become a private dining hall for the little fox. Chapter 20. 3 days of relaxation in bed. Su Yin opened her eyes. Her lazy posture revealed a mature charm, akin to a ripe peach. She had been awake for a while, but her body felt like it was falling apart, completely unwilling to move, her mind still immersed in the echoes of last night. She was quite satisfied with Yi Li's performance. Su Yin had initially worried that Yi Li might not like her aging body, as her skin certainly wasn't as tight as that of a younger girl. However, it turned out her worries were unfounded. Yi Li liked her very much. 20 minutes later, Su Yin propped herself up. The blanket slipped off, exposing her perfectly voluptuous figure to the cool air. It was so cold, it felt like winter had arrived. With the worsening environment, the temperature fluctuations on Blue Star had become more extreme, making winters colder and summers hotter. After freshening up, Su Yin slipped on a jacket to fend off the sudden drop in temperature and the fresh chill in the air after the rain. Stepping out of the RV, she spotted Yi Li swimming in White Sand Lake from a distance. His muscular physique was even more striking under the sunlight. A smile crept onto Su Yun's lips as she recalled the scene of him lying beside her last night. What a great deal that was. Too bad she couldn't brag about it to Shifei. She wished her parents could see that Yi Li definitely liked her, and it wasn't for any other reason. Nowadays, Su Yun had only one worry in her heart. What would happen to Yi Li when she grew old? With a sigh, her gaze returned to Yi Li, who was just surfacing from the water, his snow-white fur glistening in the sunlight. It didn't matter that he hadn't caught any fish. This was already enough. Yi Li had no time to pet the little fox, but it affectionately nestled into his arms, nuzzling against him. This warm scene was picturesque and heartwarming. Beside the RV, Su Yun witnessed it all, feeling a mix of emotions. As the saying goes, men shouldn't raise cats, and women shouldn't raise dogs. The reason behind this is deeply rooted in traditions passed down for thousands of years. Not to mention that this fox looked like a plus-size version of a cat. Those enchanting little eyes were irresistibly alluring, making one feel a tickle in their heart. No wonder King Zhou was captivated by such creatures. But animals are, after all, just animals, and Su Daji was merely a legend. Perhaps my thoughts are too conservative. Lightly biting her lower lip, Su Yin turned back to the RV to prepare breakfast. Since it was getting late, she decided to whip up something simple. She took out bread and jam from the storage cabinet and retrieved milk from the refrigerator, toasting the bread until golden, spreading it with jam, and pouring herself a glass of milk. She set the breakfast on the small table, waiting for Yi to return. A little over 10 minutes later, Yi climbed ashore, shouldering several large fish, while the little fox carefully carried one in its mouth. Under the sunlight, the fish scales shimmered silver, looking quite plump. Yi, feeling famished, quickly devoured a few slices of bread, followed by a gulp of milk, sending the food into his stomach. Looking at Su Yun, he flashed a big smile, revealing his white teeth, and said, "Sister Yun, today we're having a roasted fish feast, and I'll make you a pot of fish soup to nourish you." "Sure. Here's the translation. Yes, I'm really looking forward to it, but before that." Su Yun handed over a clean towel, carefully wiping the water droplets off Yi's body. "I've already placed your fresh clothes in the shower room. Go change quickly, or you'll catch a chill." "Yunjia, I feel so lucky to have met you." Yi gently kissed her forehead before turning and stepping into the shower room. "Now, that little mouth is quite sweet," Su Yun thought, a smile creeping on her lips as she was enveloped by a feeling of happiness. Her gaze then fell on the little fox, which seemed startled by the sudden attention, letting the fish it was holding fall to the ground, flopping about. "Come on in, for Yi's sake," Su Yun said, stepping aside to make way. The little fox picked up the fish again and nimbly hopped onto the step of the RV. On the second floor, Yi skillfully flipped several large fish on the grill, the fish sizzling and emitting an enticing aroma. To the right, a pot of fish stew was bubbling away. Su Yun was lounging in the massage chair, sipping hot tea and enjoying the view. She was too tired to help, and Yi wouldn't allow it anyway. The little fox stood quietly by Yi's side, its eyes fixated on the fish on the grill, its small body swaying gently. "You caught the fish, so you should taste it first," Yi said, selecting a big fish that had little seasoning and placing it on a plate to hand to the little fox. The little fox carefully took it in its mouth and began to eat it with delight. "Yunjia, make sure to drink some soup to nourish your body," Yi said softly, handing a steaming bowl of fish soup to Su Yun. It's really delicious. My Yi is an amazing cook." Su Yun took a small sip, expressing her satisfaction. The little fox also let out a few approving sounds. "If you like it, I'll make it for you again in the future." Their eyes met gently across the dining table, and without needing words, they understood each other's feelings perfectly. After the meal, Yi cleared the dishes and loaded them into the dishwasher. The little fox entertained itself nearby, occasionally glancing up at the sweet couple, seemingly enjoying the tranquility of the afternoon. Yi also checked in at White Sand Lake. Life was so comfortable that he almost forgot about the system. Check-in successful, rewarded with a basic gene potion and a complete set of pet dog leashes, high-tech version. Pet dog leashes? Yi looked at the little fox. Sensing his gaze, the little fox suddenly had a bad feeling and trembled slightly. "Ow, ow. It's fine. Keep playing." Yi waved his hand, turning his attention away. Another basic gene potion, Yi thought to himself in surprise. He had already used one before, and using it again would yield minimal results. It was obvious who the potion was meant for, but why was it so coincidental? Could it be that the system really could respond to his wishes? "System, can I ask for something related to cultivation next time?" System rewards are random. Please don't get your hopes up. Tip, rewards depend on the uniqueness of the check-in location. The uniqueness of the location. Does that refer to places with unusual weather? Yi had checked in several times in Tibet, and the rewards were mostly similar. He received the gene potion when he was at the Yarlung Tsongpa Grand Canyon. He remembered the time when thick fog enveloped the canyon. Upon reflection, he seemed to recall a fleeting blue glow. Since there was no real danger, just poor visibility, Yi didn't pay much attention to it. Looking back now, it might have been an undetected abnormal weather phenomenon. At this stage, that's one way to understand it. And what about this high-tech dog leash? What do I need a high-tech leash for? Can it walk the dog for me? The creature attached to it can communicate directly with the host and cannot lie to the host. Communicating with animals? This technology is way too advanced. It's just a complimentary gene serum. Yi was taken aback. Complimentary? This system is definitely trying to stuff things down his throat. As the sun set, the clouds in the sky were painted golden. Su Yun and Yi sat by the lake, with a little fox curled up at their feet. The surface of the lake shimmered, reflecting their silhouettes. If only time could freeze at this moment. Su Yun murmured softly, her eyes glistening in the sunset's afterglow. "Sister Yun, I haven't even taken you to see more beautiful scenery yet," Yi said, his voice gentle yet firm, as he lightly held her hand. Their gazes lingered on each other, drawing them naturally closer until, under the glow of the sunset, their lips brushed together. In that moment, The regrets from that night in Yi City were finally fulfilled. Chapter 21. A mix-up, a huge misunderstanding. Su Yun cheerfully finished her evening routine and nestled into her soft, warm bed, filled with anticipation and curiosity. During dinner, Yili had hinted mysteriously that he would show her a precious treasure that night. This made Su Yun's heart race uncontrollably. What a delightful tease he was. She thought to herself, perhaps she would indulge him just this once. She imagined Yili might have learned some new and exciting skill that he was eager to demonstrate. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she found her legs unconsciously rubbing against each other. What could it be? Surely he wasn't planning to open a window. It was a bit chilly outside. Meanwhile, Yili was busy on the second floor of the RV, building a cozy little nest for the little fox. He had considered letting this creature return to the wild. But every time he tried to close the door, the little fox would dart in front of him with those pitiful eyes. Yi Li's heart softened, and he decided to hear Su Yun's opinion before making a final decision about the little fox's fate. After finishing his task, Yi Li gently opened the bedroom door. Su Yun was lying on her side, propped up on one elbow, her body beautifully silhouetted in the soft light. "Aren't you tired?" he asked softly, as he carefully laid her down flat on the bed. "Huh? What do you mean?" Su Yun was taken aback, a fleeting sense of unease washing over her. Had he grown tired of her already? Before she could pout, Yi Li spoke again. "Cover your eyes. I have a surprise for you." A smile blossomed on Su Yun's face again as she obediently closed her eyes, her heart brimming with excitement. "Sister Yun, open your mouth," Yi Li instructed, pulling out a vial of azure gene serum from his system space. He had tasted it once while in the Yarlung Sampa River region. It wasn't pleasant and had a sticky texture, but once consumed, it would make one feel a fiery warmth and undergo a thorough purification process. "What is it? Is it candy?" Su Yun asked curiously, her red tongue playfully stirring between her white teeth. "Better than candy," Yi Li replied, pouring the gene serum into her mouth. Su Yun tasted it and suddenly opened her eyes, shock written all over her face as her cheeks puffed up, seemingly ready to spit it out. Seeing this, Yi Li hurriedly covered her mouth, saying urgently, "Don't spit it out. It's a good thing, very precious." Su Yun's delicate brows furrowed, her expression full of grievance. "Sister Yun, trust me, even though it doesn't taste great, it's absolutely good for your body." Su Yun struggled, clearly misunderstanding the situation, twisting her body like a trapped fawn. Yi Li couldn't let this precious gene serum go to waste. He held down her limbs, attempting to explain. "Sister Yin, it's not what you think. This stuff took me a long time to get. Actually, just swallow it first, and then you'll feel it." Su Yin was almost in tears. She wasn't ready for this step yet. Seeing her distress, Yi Li quickly leaned in and kissed her lips. At this stimulation, Su Yun's throat moved slightly, and with a soft gulp, the serum was finally swallowed. As their lips parted, Su Yun let out a hiccup. Then, with tear-filled eyes, she glared at Yi Li, her lips trembling slightly, but she couldn't find the words to speak. It felt as if a storm was raging inside her. This was too much. Su Yun could feel a rising heat within her, her voice trembling as she managed to squeeze out a single sentence. "You have to help me." Yi Li immediately responded, "It stinks. You should go wash up first." His words were not without merit. The impurities expelled by the gene serum emitted an unpleasant odor. Yi Li remembered how he had soaked in water for an hour to clean himself up. He had no idea how long Su Yun could stay in the bathroom. "Yi Li, you jerk. I helped you. Now you have to help me." Before Su Yun could finish her sentence, her gaze fell on the test tube in Yi Li's hand, which still contained a trace of a ghostly blue liquid. What? What is that?" A sense of foreboding washed over her. "This is the treasure I mentioned. You feel really hot right now, right? Soon, the impurities in your body." Yi Li explained in detail. "What? I thought it was..." "Ugh, you're teasing me." Su Yun, feeling embarrassed, hurried into the bathroom. Once inside, she closed the door and slumped against it, her tongue lightly licking her lips as a wave of regret surged within her. What was I just saying? How embarrassing. Before long, as Yi Li had mentioned, the impurities began to be expelled from Su Yun's body, and the intense stench nearly made her gag. Time passed quietly, and 2 hours later, Yi Li pushed open the door, his gaze landing on Su Yun in the wooden tub. Her cheeks were flushed with a healthy glow. The fine lines at the corners of her eyes had vanished, but aside from that, her figure hadn't changed much. After a sleepless night, the two simply held each other quietly. The next morning, Su Yun woke up to the warm sunlight. She lazily stretched her limbs, feeling as if every muscle was being released, her body feeling light and airy, like a feather. How could I sleep so soundly after just one night without doing anything? She murmured to herself, though doubts crept into her mind. She could feel something was different about her body, as if she had returned to her youth. This made her recall the mysterious blue liquid Yi Li had given her the night before. Could this miraculous change be due to that liquid? Su-yin shook her head. It all seemed too unbelievable. She pushed open the bedroom door and saw Yi Li sitting on the couch, facing her, his eyes on the laptop screen on the table. Noticing her arrival, Yi Li looked up with a smile in his eyes. Sister Yin, can you feel the changes in your body? I feel like I could battle with you for 300 rounds. By the way, what was that blue liquid? A miracle drug? It just boosts immunity, nothing special. Yi Li replied casually, not intending to explain further. Let us leave here this afternoon and head back to Kashgar to pick something up. Okay, sound good. Su-yin pulled out her phone and was pleasantly surprised to see a full signal. Wait, there's actually a signal? That was fast. Despite the desolate and ravaged landscape around them, how had the signal tower been re-established so quickly? It was the Anomaly Bureau that sent someone to fix it. Yi Li glanced at the computer screen, realizing that the other party's intention was merely to get the footage of the unusual heavy rain he had. After rejecting their proposal to send a helicopter for rescue, Yi Li opened the video software. It had been a long time since the last update, and he wondered if his fans had missed him. This time, he had gathered a lot of material. The cultural cuisine of Kashgar, the Red Valley of Oitak, the last White Sand Mountain, and the White Sand Lake after the unusual heavy rain. Without needing much editing, Yi Li directly clicked to upload. Countless comments were concerned about whether he was safe, and his private messages were overwhelming. Every day there were 99 unread messages, which he simply couldn't reply to. He could only add a note in the video description, all is well. After about 10 minutes, someone noticed something was off. Yishin's video had a problem. Seriously, with that clarity and composition, who was critiquing it? Fans were questioning who took those close-up shots of Yishan. The angle was so close that it didn't seem like it was from a tripod. Oh my gosh, there is something in Yishan's eyes. If you zoom in, you can see. Thanks to the high video quality, many fans who love drama zoomed in on Yi Li's eyes and posted it online. It was a woman holding a camera. Her face was unclear, but just from her clothing style and figure, it was obvious she was a beauty. The video platform exploded, creating a small sensation. Who was the woman in Yishan's eyes quickly shot to the top of the trending searches. The second trending topic was about a celebrity selfie. Chapter 22, RV Launch and Central Lake Adventure, this is it. They actually found out. Are the eyes of this generation of netizens like microscopes? Many people have already posted videos admitting that they are that woman, and they even end with pleas for attention. How fake. Su-yin stared at the phone screen, watching the topic's popularity soar and continue to gain traction, her brows furrowed in frustration and self-reproach. The thought that Yi Li might lose followers because of this weighed heavily on her heart, like a massive stone lodged inside. Yinjia, I only have eyes for you. Shouldn't you be happy? Yi Li looked at Su-yin earnestly, his gaze clear and sincere. Of course, I'm happy. But these fans have been with you all the way to now. I don't want you to lose these friends because of this. Su-yin sighed softly, shifting her gaze from the phone screen to Yi Li. How about you clarify it? Just say I'm a bystander. That won't do. Can friends be more important than a wife? Yi Li tilted his head slightly, raising an eyebrow. You little rascal, who are you calling your wife? Su-yin pretended to be angry, glaring at Yi Li, but the smile in her eyes betrayed her. They weren't even married yet. But Su-yin felt that after defining their relationship, Yi Li had become increasingly slick with his words. However, she liked it even more. Bad boys are more appealing. I like the mischievous Yi Li. Who else could it be? It can't be little Fox, right? Yi Li teased, deliberately glancing at the small fox nearby. Woo, woo. Upon hearing this, little fox quickly nodded, its furry head bobbing up and down. Its round, bright eyes sparkled with cleverness. Unfortunately, the two completely ignored it. You're so sweet-tongued, you deserve a kiss. Su-yun's lips curled into a smile, her face radiating joy. She leaned slightly forward and pressed her lips against Yi Li's, producing a crisp muah sound. The air seemed to carry a hint of sweetness. In the afternoon, the sun was shining brightly. The RV slowly glided into the water. As it first touched the surface, the vehicle swayed slightly. Just moments later, it steadied and floated smoothly atop the water. Su-yin sat in the passenger seat, witnessing this scene with wide eyes, filled with shock. She opened her mouth, taking a while to regain her composure. Who on earth invented this vehicle? It's incredible. I want one too. Who knows? Maybe you will have one in the future. With that, Yili expertly started the engine. After a low rumble, a propeller popped out from the back of the RV, spinning rapidly and creating white splashes. The droplets sparkled like diamonds in the sunlight as they fell back onto the water, creating ripples that spread outwards. The RV moved smoothly forward, cutting through the water and leaving a long trail behind. Soo-Yun excitedly leaned against the window, her eyes filled with wonder and joy, her cheeks flushed. She had never heard of an RV launching into water before. Yili focused on steering, his gaze fixed on the water ahead, calm and composed, with a smile playing on his lips. Beside him, the little fox was looking up, its fluffy little paws gently resting on the hem of his pants, playfully pawing at it. The sight was almost like a display of affection, endearing and irresistible. Yili and Soo-Yun had already decided to take in this poor little fox. Its original home was no longer in existence, and, as a rare snow fox, if seen by others outside, it could easily be captured and brutally stripped of its fur. This was an ending neither of them wanted to witness. Yili even affectionately named it Ollie. "Ollie, don't you want to see the scenery outside?" Yili said as he bent down to pick up Ollie, carefully placing it on his lap. Ollie was all fluffy, like a ball of cotton candy. Yili couldn't help but reach out to pet it. The feeling was beyond imagination, smooth and warm, making it hard to resist. Perhaps due to the relatively low temperature of their surroundings, Ollie's fur appeared pure white. Yili couldn't help but wonder when summer comes. If its fur turns a grayish-brown, would it still be as adorable as it is now? Wow, it feels like flying over water. Soo-Yun exclaimed as she rolled down the car window, watching the splashes of water leap beside them. Whoa! Ollie lifted its head in agreement. Huh, there's a surprise waiting for us later. Yili turned to Soo-Yun, his eyes filled with affection, as he adjusted the joystick and accelerated the RV towards the center of the lake. Before they knew it, evening quietly approached. Yili, Soo-Yun, and Ollie had been playing joyfully at White Sand Lake for quite a while, and now they were beginning to feel a bit tired. At that moment, Yili stood on the second-floor terrace, gazing at the snow-capped mountains in the distance, a gentle breeze brushing past him, bringing a hint of coolness. He felt a tinge of regret, secretly thinking that if he had a fishing rod at that moment, it would be perfect to enjoy the tranquil experience of fishing in the heart of the lake from such a great spot. This casual remark didn't go unnoticed by Soo-Yun, who quietly kept it in mind. "It's about time. We should head back to Kashgar," Yili said, holding Soo-Yun's hand. This trip to White Sand Lake had been incredibly rewarding for him. The beautiful scenery and delicious food went without saying, but the chance encounter with Ollie added a unique joy to their journey, along with the precious footage of the unexpected downpour and the system's reward rules. Most importantly, he and Soo-Yun had grown closer during this trip, solidifying their relationship. Yili let out a long sigh of contentment, turned, and walked down from the terrace, efficiently driving back on the road. On the way back, he needed to pick up the documents sent to him by the Anomaly Bureau, and once everything was ready, he planned to take Soo-Yun to northern Xinjiang. "Yunjia," Yili tilted his head slightly and gently asked, "Is there something you've always wanted to do, or a place you've always wanted to visit?" Upon hearing this, Soo-Yun's eyes lit up, and her lips curled into a smile. "I really want to go to Yunnan and Hainan. At that moment, I'll put on a beautiful little camisole just for you," she said, intentionally puffing out her chest, which looked quite full and ample, her eyes filled with anticipation for that scene. Yili fell silent for a moment, then pondered and replied, "Don't you want to go home first? Why would I go back?" Soo-Yun casually responded at first, but as soon as the words left her mouth, it seemed she suddenly realized something. Her eyes widened in surprise, her voice involuntarily rising a few notches as she exclaimed, "Wait, you're not thinking of going home with me, are you? Is that not allowed, Yunjia?" "Of course it is. Absolutely." Soo-Yun's face lit up instantly, and she wrapped her arm around Yili's, her tone filled with certainty and bravado. "Don't worry, the Magic City is my territory. As long as I'm here, no one can bully you. I was actually thinking that our relationship should be known to your parents." Yili raised her head, gazing firmly at Soo-Yun, speaking with utmost seriousness. Soo-Yun was taken aback for a moment, then nodded earnestly. "All right, no matter what they think, I'm definitely going to be with you. They will agree." Chapter 23. She actually buys fishing rods for men. After driving back to Kashgar, Yili wasted no time and hopped on his motorcycle to head to the Anomaly Bureau to pick up some documents. Upon arrival, the staff informed him that they had kindly prepared a breeding certificate for his snow fox, which he had brought along. Yili had only mentioned this to Li Yong in passing on a video platform, not expecting such efficiency from the other party. He took the stack of documents and carefully reviewed them. It was a little green booklet, making travel much more convenient. No matter where he went, he could now expect smooth sailing. Even when encountering roads with height restrictions, those in charge would likely think twice before stopping him with these official documents. Yili had experienced the troubles of only being able to take back roads. Meanwhile, Suyin was busy shopping for various supplies at the market. She moved between stalls, diligently selecting fresh vegetables, fruits, and other daily necessities. Most of the fridge space in the RV was taken up by snacks, so the stock of vegetables outside was dwindling, and she needed to stock up this time. While shopping, Suyin found it curious that the milk in the RV seemed never-ending. No matter how much she drank, it never seemed to decrease. The frozen meat also seemed to last forever. However, she didn't delve further into it, as she had been eating fish from Baisha Lake for the past couple of days and was focused on her shopping. Suyin was particularly fond of the local specialty milk beer. Every time she drank it, the faint milky aroma would spread across her palate, and its unique taste made it hard for her to resist. Milk beer is a lactic acid drink with negligible alcohol content, so Yili could drink it without worrying about drunk driving. Finally finished shopping, she realized she wasn't tired at all despite walking for so long, which struck her as odd. She mumbled to herself. After arranging for someone to transport her purchases to the designated location, she walked into a high-end fishing tackle shop. The decor was simple and modern, with several customers examining the fishing rods hanging on the walls. "Excuse me, how much is your best fishing rod?" Suyin asked, her voice steady and clear. The shop owner, a middle-aged man, could tell at a glance that Suyin was not an ordinary customer. He smiled and replied, "Ma'am, we have a few top-of-the-line fishing rods here, favorites among fishing enthusiasts. Are you looking to buy one for someone special?" Suijun nodded, her eyes revealing a hint of tenderness. "Yes, I want to surprise my partner." Most of the customers in the shop were men, secretly buying fishing gear without their wives knowing, as it could be quite an expense. If their wives found out, they'd surely be in trouble. Having lived for so many years, they had never seen a woman personally buy fishing gear for her man. Didn't she have money to buy a handbag instead? "Will my own tiger support me like that?" "Brother, you just called her a tiger," someone chimed in. "You're right. I have so few hobbies. And these fishing tools combined aren't even worth as much as one of her bags," another man replied. "Just fish if you want to. Why care about a woman's expression?" A man in black, smoking a cigarette, said casually from the back of the crowd. "May I ask your name?" Everyone turned to him. "He's He Chong." Suyin couldn't hear their whispered conversation. After a brief wait, the shopkeeper emerged from behind the counter with several fishing rods. "This one is made of carbon fiber," he said, pointing to a sleek black rod. "It's lightweight and highly sensitive, perfect for use in lakes and rivers." He then picked up another rod, explaining that it was made of fiberglass. While it's a bit heavier than the carbon fiber option, it's much more durable and impact-resistant, making it ideal for fishing at the beach or in large reservoirs. Suyin listened attentively to the shopkeeper's introduction, her eyes lingering on each rod as she imagined how Yili would use them. The shopkeeper continued, "And here we have this model, which is the latest design that combines the advantages of both carbon and fiberglass. It's lightweight, durable, and designed for comfort during use." Suyin was captivated by the design of this rod, gently running her fingers over its surface. It felt great, and the craftsmanship was exquisite. "Yili will definitely love this," she said with a smile. "I'm not very knowledgeable about this." Suyin thought for a moment before making her decision. "I'll take them all. And what about the matching gear?" The shopkeeper was a bit surprised, but quickly regained his professional demeanor. "Madam, your husband is truly lucky. I'll give you a discount on the matching gear." The other anglers were stunned. "Is she here to stock up?" Some of the more stubborn guys even messaged their partners, lamenting that their wives were spending thousands on fishing rods for their husbands. "Are you saying I'm not as good as others?" Suyin felt a little annoyed. "I'm going to fine you 500 yuan in a red envelope. I want to buy milk tea." Another 500 gone. When they returned to their vehicle, Suyin placed the fishing rods in the storage compartment at the back of the RV, while the space underneath held vegetables and miscellaneous items. Once everything was organized, Yili returned on his motorcycle, and they embraced with a kiss. "I missed you after just 2 hours. Did you get everything?" Yili exclaimed. "You're so capable, Sister Yin." With Suyin around, Yili felt completely at ease. The moment he stepped through the door, Ali's ears perked up, and it excitedly leaped into his arms. Yili knew Ali was sensitive to new environments, so he didn't restrain it with a leash, allowing it to explore its new home freely. However, He remembered that the high-tech leash came with a small tag and decided to put on Ollie later for safety. Su-Yin stood nearby, not stopping him, but curiously remarked, "It's surprising that Ollie doesn't have a musky smell. And it's really smart, though it doesn't know how to bite gently," Yili added. He was aware that the way snow foxes express affection is different from dogs. They often show their liking through gentle nibbles, but the pressure can be hard to gauge. Fortunately, Yili was no ordinary person, and Ollie rarely displayed such behavior towards Su-Yin, except when it came to feeding it fish. Yili pretended to retrieve Ollie's pet ID tag from a storage compartment and approached the fox. "This will help us track its location. If it behaves well, we could take it out for a walk." Ollie was initially shaking his head, reluctant to wear the identity tag, but as soon as he heard he could go out to play, he immediately became obedient, stretching out his head and waiting for Yili's action. For safety reasons, Yili was hesitant to fully let Ollie go. After all, he was once a wild fox, and if he accidentally hurt someone, it could be quite troublesome to deal with. Seeing Ollie so well behaved, Yili gently patted his head. When Ollie smiled, his eyes would squint into a narrow line, and the corners of his mouth would lift slightly, making him appear both cute and charming. "All right, hurry up and wash your hands. We need to get going," Su-Yin said, pulling Yili by the hand to the sink and carefully scrubbing. "What if he has bugs? He hasn't had a bath yet." "Woo woo woo." Ollie huffed in annoyance. "Ollie, I've already had a bath in that big lake." Yili was taken aback by the delicate, youthful voice. Turning his gaze to Ollie, it was him speaking. Wasn't it only possible to hear animals talk when they were on a leash? Did he remember wrong? He turned to Su-Yin, noticing that she didn't seem out of the ordinary, so it appeared that only he could hear it. "That time at White Sand Lake doesn't count. Yinjia, you bought a pet." "Don't worry, I've got everything arranged," Su-Yin replied immediately, grinning mischievously. "I'll wash him later." "Ollie, this is bad." Chapter 24. Departing for the Aksu region, the bathroom in the RV was spacious enough for two people to squat comfortably. Yili's gaze fell on Ollie, who was lazily leaning against the edge of the bathtub. Although Su-Yun's scrubbing technique was somewhat clumsy, it was infused with a sense of seriousness that made Yili unable to hold back a soft chuckle. Finally done, Ollie seemed to have exhausted all its energy. Flopping onto the floor, its wet fur sticking to its body, Yili picked up a mirror and gently held it in front of Ollie. The reflection showed a slender Ollie with a round belly, its pink tongue sticking out, and a hint of confusion in its eyes. Ollie exclaimed, "What an ugly creature." "Huh, is that me?" Its reaction was intense, scrambling on the floor with its claws and curling up to avoid Yili's gaze. "Oh no, if the king sees me like this." "The king?" Yili couldn't help but chuckle, thinking that this might be a way of referring to someone in the wild. After all, didn't the green grasslands have their own king gray wolf? He then took the hairdryer from Su-Yin's hands and said, "I'll take it from here." He carefully dried Ollie's fur, and Ollie comfortably stuck out its tongue, likely also due to the heat. After all, snow foxes are more accustomed to cold environments. With the task completed, Ollie now looked shiny and white, resembling a white gas canister. Yili was quite satisfied as he held Ollie in his arms. It immediately reached out its pink tongue to lick his face, but Su-Yin quickly stopped it. "This little fox, that has something only I can do." After the little interlude, Yili drove the RV onto the highway, embarking on a new journey, setting off from Kashgar towards the Aksu region. The roads were in good condition, flanked by low guardrails, beyond which lay the vast desert and the desolate Gobi. As far as the eye could see, the landscape was shrouded in a gray haze, stirred up by the wind, with yellow warning signs dotting the road. "Sandstorm area. Drive carefully." After about 2 hours of travel, Yili slowly drove the RV into the Zykel service area. In fact, his RV had inevitably been stopped at the checkpoint when passing through the Atushi service area earlier. However, when Yili presented his green book, the staff immediately stood at attention, saluted, and quickly let him pass. Yili politely returned the gesture. Thanks to their cooperation, all subsequent checkpoints were smooth sailing without further inspections. The Zykel service area had only a few simple yellow two-story buildings. Although it appeared more rudimentary than the Atushi service area, it lacked nothing in terms of basic facilities. "Let us sleep here tonight," Yili said as he opened the door, allowing Ollie to stretch its legs. It was still early evening, and the UV rays here were still strong. The sunlight pierced through the air like golden arrows, leaving trails of light and shadow. The temperature contrasted sharply with the warmth of the afternoon, creating a significant temperature difference. and the air was filled with a dry atmosphere that seemed to absorb every drop of moisture. At the service area, 6 or 7 heavy-duty trucks are quietly parked, their modified bodies exuding a rugged sense of power. A few white SUVs are scattered among them, with their owners holding smartphones, bustling around different corners of the service area. Among them, a pink figure stands out. Brothers, this is the Secor service area. Tomorrow, the host will be heading to the Taizahong section to traverse a sandstorm. Those who support the host, please hit that follow button. Just then, comments started flooding in. Host, there seems to be a snow fox running past you. That's clearly a dog. No fox is that fat. Agreed. Besides, how would a snow fox be in the desert? I'm studying veterinary medicine. That's definitely a snow fox. The fur of artificially bred snow foxes can cost tens of thousands. The one just now was pure white, so it must be of high quality. Dude, I've already called the police. Snow foxes are protected animals. The host is a girl in her 20s, wearing a pink sun protective jacket, a sun hat, and sunglasses, making it hard to see her face. She turns to look behind her and indeed spots a white creature. Brothers, if it gets seen by bad people, it will definitely be in danger. I'm going to hand it over to the police. You guys witness for me. Meanwhile, Yi Li and Su Yun share a brief moment of tenderness, and in the blink of an eye, Ali has run off. Yi Li can only get out of the car to look for it. The Secor service area isn't large, surrounded by a fence and backed by Gobi Desert, so Ali should still be wandering nearby. Ali, Yi Li calls its name. After searching for a long time, she finally arrives at the back gate of the service area. This is the exit of the fence, with an iron gate slightly ajar, leading out to the vast Gobi Desert, the wind and sand glimmering golden in the sunset. Ali's right there, next to a strange woman who is cautiously holding it. Ali is wriggling, trying to break free, showing sharp teeth, but not actually biting. Ali thinks, this annoying woman is so bothersome. I want to run and jump. Yi Li quickly runs up, her tall figure casting a shadow on the ground, gently scolding. You little fox, all you do is run around. Lin Meow Meow, a small streamer with adventurous dreams, has resolutely embarked on this irreversible path because she yearns for the adventurous life depicted in videos. Without lifting her head upon hearing Yi Li's voice, she gruffly replies, don't even think about taking it. It's my fox. Her live stream is still ongoing, with the camera aimed directly at Yi Li. The viewers in the live stream are shocked. Since they are watching Lin Meow Meow stream, there's no way they don't know who Yi Li is. He's the one who crossed the Grand Canyon. Host, it's Yishun. It's really Yishun. From this angle, Yishun looks incredibly handsome. The comments in the live stream are rolling in wildly, but Lin Meow Meow is completely oblivious. Even as many people send her private messages to remind her. Suddenly, her phone starts ringing with notifications. Curiously, she glances at the private messages. Meanwhile, Ali, seeing Yi Li arrive, stops struggling and looks at her with a pitiful gaze. Yishan, is that the legendary Yi Li? Upon seeing the keyword, Lin Meow Meow abruptly lifted her head, and Yi Li's handsome face was right in front of her. So handsome, so manly, her earlobes turned red. And that was the only thought in her mind. Ye God, I'm your fan. No, wait, I'm actually your super fan. She exclaimed. Hello, this chubby fox is mine. I call him Ollie. You can check the tag around his neck. Lin Meow Meow glanced at it, feeling a bit embarrassed and lowering her head. Sorry, Ye God, for bothering you. How could that be? Without you, this little guy would have run off ages ago, Yi Li replied. Lin Meow Meow shyly bit her lip, thinking to herself how truly charming Ye God was. So handsome and polite. She loved him even more. With the misunderstanding cleared up, Yi Li, seeing her goodwill, asked, Did you come here alone? It's quite remote, and this area is prone to sandstorms. I'm not afraid. My car has been modified. Lin Meow Meow was saying when her stomach suddenly growled. Then I won't keep you. It's time for dinner, he said. After a brief goodbye, Yi Li and the little fox disappeared from Lin Meow Meow's sight, leaving her standing there in a daze. What's wrong with the streamer? Shouldn't she chase after Yi God for his contact information? She just got here. If she doesn't understand, she should ask. What's the relationship between the streamer and Yi God? Why does he call her little fox? So frustrating. Hey, do you think what Yi God took away was that thing? Isn't that a little white dog? Chapter 25. Su Yun's pranks. Su Yun's culinary skills can only be described as perfect. Tonight, she prepared 3 dishes and a soup, each one a feast for the senses. She even made chicken with fresh carrots for Ali. Ali remarked, She's not so bad after all. Sister Yin, you're amazing. I really struck gold here. Yi Li praised, having witnessed Su Yun's exquisite cooking firsthand, which she had learned on her travels. Could this be what they call talent? Enjoy them while they last. There's plenty of rice, Su-Yun said with a happy smile, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. Since both of them had taken a gene-enhancing drug, their bodies had changed, and their appetites had naturally increased significantly. Yili had suggested several times that Su-Yun should make more use of the ingredients stored in the fridge. However, every time she opened it, the sight was mostly filled with various snacks. But that was fine. It felt blissful. As they ate, Yili glanced out the car window, casually observing the scenery, and once again spotted Lin Meow Meow in his line of sight. Do you know her? Su-Yun asked, noticing the change in Yi Li's expression. Yeah, I do. She was the one who helped stop Ali earlier. She's actually a fan of mine, Yi Li replied. Following Yi Li's gaze, Su-Yun saw Lin Meow Meow sitting in the driver's seat, holding a dry, hard naan that looked quite unappetizing. She struggled to take a bite. Her cheeks puffed up as she chewed, making the scene somewhat comical. Why is that girl working so hard? Su-Yun sighed softly as she watched Lin Meow Meow. She couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia, seeing a reflection of her younger self, who had once been reckless for certain ambitions. Well, she is a stubborn girl, Yi Li commented. Just as he was about to look away, a strong gust of wind suddenly swept through, carrying sand and grit, and knocked the naan out of Lin Meow Meow's hands. She seemed momentarily stunned, staring blankly at the naan on the ground, her eyes wide with shock and confusion. However, she quickly snapped back to reality, opened the car door, and hurried over to pick up the piece of naan, carefully brushing off the dust that had settled on it. Since she's your fan, why not invite her to join us for a meal? Su-Yun suggested, watching Lin Meow Meow's actions and turning to Yi Li. That's exactly what I was thinking, Yi Li replied with a faint smile. In front of the white SUV, Lin Meow Meow stood beside the car door, instinctively clutching the hem of her shirt, her fingers nervously fidgeting with the fabric. She shook her head gently, forcing a smile as she said, It's okay. I have more naan in my bag. You don't need to trouble yourselves. At that moment, Su-Yun approached with graceful steps, wearing a warm and friendly smile. Looking at Lin Meow Meow, she gently invited, I'm also a fan of his. Yi Li is really a great guy. It'll be lively with more people for a meal, don't you think? Hearing Su-Yun's words, Yi Li couldn't help but smile helplessly, feeling a bit exasperated by her playful joke. But she wasn't wrong. Su-Yun was indeed his fan. He just hoped that rumors about him being involved in a scandal wouldn't trend online. Thank you so much. I will continue to support you, Yi Shun. Lin Meow Meow felt like she had received a reassuring pat on the back. She immediately straightened her back, clasped her hands in front of her in a gesture of gratitude, and kept nodding at Yi Li, with a heart full of curiosity and anticipation. She stepped into the RV. This RV is so luxurious. Lin Meow Meow was so shocked that she seemed to lose her ability to articulate, only able to describe her surroundings with simple words like long and big. To her, it was practically a small mobile apartment. The long body and spacious interior. This was her dream vehicle, and coincidentally, Yi Li was her dream man, too. Hee hee. Lin Meow Meow stole a glance at Yi Li, her cheeks slightly flushed, her heart racing like a little rabbit. Meanwhile, Su-Yun walked confidently to the cabinet, took out clean bowls and chopsticks, and naturally made her way to Yi Li's side, sitting down elegantly. Were you looking at me for while we're eating? Su-Yun playfully teased Lin Meow Meow with a smile. Lin Meow Meow snapped back to reality, hurriedly withdrew her gaze, and focused on the food in front of her, but her mind was racing with thoughts. This doesn't seem quite right, does it? Didn't she just say she was a fan of Yi Li? But why did it look like these two were so close, almost as if their relationship was more than just friends? As Lin Meow Meow pondered this, a sudden realization hit her, and her eyes lit up. Oh, she must have already gotten close to Yi Shun. No wonder. Thank you for the hospitality. This food is absolutely delicious. After tasting a few bites, Lin Meow Meow couldn't help but praise the meal, her face reflecting satisfaction and enjoyment. Since so much money had gone into the RV's renovation, she had to cut costs elsewhere, living a tough life on the road. Streaming hadn't earned her much, so she had to find alternative ways to make ends meet. Ha ha. Thanks for the compliment. Yi Li loves the meals I make too, Su-Yun replied happily. Upon hearing Su-Yun's response, Lin Meow Meow's mind started to churn again. Could it be that Su-Yun is the one who cooks for Yi Li? It dawned on her that Su-Yun must be Yi Li's hired chef. After dinner, Lin Meow Meow wanted to help clean up the dishes, but Su-Yun beat her to it. How can I let a guest do such things? At that moment, Yi Li had already taken Ollie out for a walk. Lin Meow Meow felt uncomfortable, as if she didn't quite fit in, and she scrutinized Su Yun again, her brow slightly furrowing. I feel like you look a lot like someone I know. Oh, you recognize me? Lin Miao Miao immediately opened Baidu and searched for Iron Lady of Magic City. You're the investment industry's mother tiger, Su Yun, right? Su Yun's forehead broke out in black lines. Mother tiger of the investment world. Who came up with this ridiculous nickname? I'm a Wall Street wolf, and here I'm being called a mother tiger? I wonder who edited that Baidu entry. She must give her a hard kick in the butt. In the magical city, Lu Shifei sneezed for no reason. Wow, it's really CEO Su. Lin Miao Miao was so excited. Today, she got to meet two of her idols at once. Su Yun is a symbol of independence and refinement in the hearts of all women, while Yi Li is an adventurer who embodies both looks and talent. Could you please give me an autograph? You have no idea how many people online want to recognize you as their godmother. Lin Miao Miao seemed to have opened a floodgate. Talking nonstop, Su Yun didn't interrupt her, listening quietly. Suddenly remembering something, Lin Miao Miao tilted her head in confusion. I have a question. How did CEO Su end up with Gadi? Before Su Yun could respond, she flipped through her album and pulled out two photos, one of the RV site at Zhongqian Park and a close-up of Yili's eyes. She glanced at her phone, then at Su Yun's figure. After several rounds of disbelieving comparisons, she finally exclaimed, You're Yili's rumored girlfriend? 39 versus 23. Wealthy female CEO from the magical city versus a handsome fitness enthusiast. It was hard not to let her thoughts run wild. Lin Miao Miao felt the perfect image of Yi Li in her heart was about to crumble. Trembling, she asked, So this RV? Su Yun understood her thoughts and chuckled. It's Yi Li's. Lin Miao Miao let out a long sigh of relief, as long as it wasn't a sugar daddy situation. By the time Yi Li returned with Ali, Lin Miao Miao had already left, vowing to keep the secret. Of course, this was something Su Yun had told her, and Yi Li would definitely believe it. Sister Yun, it's still early. Shall we study? This was their nightly routine. The two closed the bedroom door. Chapter 26. Crossing the sandstorm the next day, the RV left the service area and continued along the Tuhua Expressway. This stretch of road passed through a sandstorm-prone area. While sandstorms hadn't been too frequent in the past, the deteriorating environment made it hard to predict. Yili said if there really is a sandstorm, that would be a hassle. I have great luck, and the Weather Bureau hasn't issued any warnings, so it should be fine, Su Yun replied cheerfully. She was in high spirits. Last night's thrilling experience had left her wanting more, and her possessiveness had reached an unprecedented level. Her younger brother should definitely be completely taken advantage of by his older sister. Yili replied, I just don't want to wash the car. In the Tarzahong section of the Tuhua Expressway, swirling clouds of sand began to rise on the horizon, like a yellow dragon winding through the desert. Lin Miao Miao drove her white SUV against this desolate backdrop, her phone securely mounted in front of the steering wheel, the camera focused on the approaching sandstorm. There really is a sandstorm, she exclaimed. Although it doesn't look too strong, it can still be dangerous. The Streamer S vehicle has been professionally modified, so don't try this at home. Her voice came through the speakers, filled with excitement and caution. The number of viewers in the live stream was steadily increasing, and the comments were flowing in rapidly. Streamer, maybe you should reconsider. This is really dangerous. Yeah, there's no need to push yourself like this. Reconsider? Then bye-bye. Exactly. If it weren't for the title saying we're crossing a sandstorm, who would click on this? Clickbait, right? Can the streamer show her face? Say an ISNT interesting. I'd rather see a girl dancing. If she is ugly, forget it. The streamer is really pretty. She even took a photo with Yishan yesterday. Yishan? Someone S bragging. Why not mention she is Yishan's rumor girlfriend? Lin Miao Miao glanced at the comments and the rising viewer count and knew that today she had to go into the sandstorm. It was okay. She was well prepared. It would definitely be fine. A hint of determination flashed in her eyes as she pressed the accelerator, the SUV speeding toward the swirling sands. 10 kilometers away, Yili and Su Yun were comfortably seated, chatting and laughing, the atmosphere light and pleasant. Yinjia, I have a question for you. We all know that the tool for shielding from rain is called an umbrella, so what do you call the tool for blocking the sun? Sunday. Su Yun paused for a moment before realizing, giving Yili a playful glare. Humph, you little rogue, always asking silly questions. Oh, come on, Yinjia. The answer is a sunshade. That's a serious answer, Yili replied innocently, blinking his eyes and spreading his hands. Spreading your hands. Let me drive the car. Ollie suddenly looked at the steering wheel, then asked me another question. This time I'll definitely get it right. Su Yun pouted, unwilling to back down. Awakens. Listen carefully. Yili cleared his throat and said seriously, a group of girls is bathing by the river when suddenly a stranger barges in. What do you think they would want to cover the most? Su-yin furrowed her brow, deep in thought, mumbling to herself, cover the chest? No, no. It seems more important to cover the backside. Oh, why not just cover both? And she exclaimed, I got it. They could dive underwater. Ha ha, of course. They would want to cover the man's eyes. Yili couldn't help but laugh, finding Su-yun's earnest yet misguided expression utterly adorable. That doesn't count. You're trying to mislead me. Su-yun crossed her arms defiantly. Let me give you a question and see if you can answer it. Okay, I'll take it seriously. Yili straightened up. Winter melon, cucumber, watermelon, and pumpkin are all edible. Tell me, which melon can't be eaten? Su-yun lifted her chin slightly, her eyes gleaming with pride. Yili was taken aback by the question, but then smirked. Sister Yun, you're so outdated. Isn't the answer, fool? You guessed right, but you say I'm outdated. Su-yun feigned a hurt expression, lowering her head slightly as if deeply wounded by Yili's words. Sister Yun, I didn't mean it that way. I just happened to have seen the answer before. Give me another one. I promise I won't know it. Yili quickly took Su-yun's hand, looking at her earnestly. Su-yun's lips curled up slightly, clearly no longer angry, but wanted to tease him a bit more. Ollie, so easy to fool. I think you're the real fool. The two continued to joke and tease each other. Gradually, Yili noticed a change in his surroundings. The once clear view began to take on a faint yellow hue. He noticed small pebbles hitting the car window, making a soft pattering sound. At the same time, the sky grew increasingly dark. The howling wind echoed in his ears, sharp and piercing, sounding almost like a wailing ghost. He glanced at the window and realized he had forgotten to close it. When driving on highways and gravel roads, you must keep the windows closed. The stones kicked up by the tires can shatter the glass like bullets. Ollie seemed to sense the danger as well. His furry ears perked up, and his eyes showed a look of caution. Is it a sandstorm? Su-yun asked, a hint of worry in her voice. Not sure yet. It might just be the wind, Yili replied, but a sense of foreboding welled up in him as he observed the increasingly bizarre weather conditions. After driving for several more minutes, he suddenly widened his eyes in shock. In the distance, he could see a massive cloud of dust rolling across the road, like a giant and fierce yellow dragon swirling menacingly. The towering dust, nearly 100 meters high, resembled a sand wall slowly creeping onto the road. With a force that could sweep away mountains, the road ahead was completely devoured. Yinjia, you can turn on the camera now. Scenes like this are rare. Yili lightened the mood. The RV can withstand this, right? After all, the heavy rain has already hit. In the face of such powerful and terrifying natural forces, humanity seems so insignificant. It's like an ant facing a towering mountain, or a mayfly in the vast ocean, appearing utterly trivial. Yili held a deep respect for nature. Yet, beneath this respect, a fiery desire for challenge ignited in his chest like a blazing fire. Of course, we should charge right through. Charge through? Su-yun felt both scared and exhilarated, looking at Yili's excited gaze, combined with her experience of the heavy rain. She took a deep breath and quickly gathered her spirits. Pulling out her professional camera, she nodded at Yili. All right, let me charge through. Chapter 27, Crisis. High-tech tense. Facing the terrifying sandstorm, adrenaline surged through both of them like never before, flooding their bodies with an unprecedented thrill. The RV crashed into the storm, and larger grains of sand hit them head-on. The color of the sky changed instantaneously, as if a dull, yellow filter had been forcibly applied. The entire world grew dark and oppressive, akin to suddenly being transported to Mars. In a typical sandstorm, humans could navigate through it. However, Yili faintly saw flickers of a bluish light, very faint and nowhere near as pronounced as during an abnormal downpour. He speculated that this was a disaster weather event, too shy of being classified as extreme. Fortunately, they hadn't encountered any other vehicles along the way, which gave Yili and Su-yun a slight sense of relief. Getting out of the car in this weather would be too dangerous. If it came to that, whether to rescue someone or not would be a dilemma. Su-yun understood Yili's character. He would most likely rush into the storm without hesitation. She silently prayed that such a situation wouldn't arise. It seemed no one was foolish enough to drive into the sandstorm. Su-yun sighed in relief, then laughed, except for the two of us idiots. There weren't many cars on this road anyway, or so she thought. Wait, a sudden thought flashed through Yili's mind. He recalled that when he got up in the morning, Lin Miao Miao's white SUV had already disappeared from the service area. His heart tightened as he wondered to himself, could she have driven straight into this sandstorm? Looking out the car window, visibility was extremely low. They could barely see the yellow sand swirling wildly. The once smooth asphalt was completely covered in sand, resembling a golden desert. As the vehicle moved, they could even feel the scorching sand hitting them, like it could ignite everything. This was absolutely insane. If we were filming a documentary, we could definitely make a fortune. Su Yun excitedly focused on the camera screen. The RV was driving smoothly, absurdly safe, and she felt completely unafraid. However, in the next moment, her smile faded. Several modified heavy trucks appeared before them, all trapped on the highway, unable to move. Some had shattered windows from the raging sand and wind, with shards of glass scattered everywhere, and the interiors were a complete mess. Yili knew that in such situations, vehicles should be parked at an angle facing the wind to minimize the direct impact of the sandstorm. Otherwise, they could easily be overturned by the fierce winds. Of course, heavy trucks wouldn't flip over, but shattered windows put the drivers in grave danger. These truck drivers must have overestimated the modifications. Yunya, stay here and don't move, Yili instructed, then immediately opened the car door. Outside, the sand whipped around like countless ferocious beasts, relentlessly striking Yili's face. Yet, he seemed unfazed as he quickly ran toward the truck with the broken window. In Su Yun's camera lens, the sandstorm surged toward Yili, creating a golden trail behind him. He ran against the wind like Superman. Yili, what other secrets do you have? Su Yun murmured to herself. She was smarter than most women, yet she chose not to ask. Over by Yili, he had already found the trap driver, whose neck was red from the sand. Hiding beneath the driver's seat, he was covered in a thick layer of sand. You're in danger right now. Follow me, Yili said. The driver lifted his head, immediately concerned for others. Young man, how did you get out of the car? The sandstorm is too strong. You should get back inside. I can hide here just fine. Based on experience, the maximum wind speed of a sandstorm doesn't last long, but Yili knew this time was different. This was a sandstorm that was nearly catastrophic. He pulled out a high-tech camping tent he had received in Kashgar, where he could only recall fiddling with an interdimensional refrigerator. The tent started off the size of a disc. When thrown onto the sandy ground off the road, it quickly inflated. However, it was tossed around by the fierce winds. As it detected a medium-risk environment, the ground anchoring system activated. Yili heard a prompt in his ear. In the next moment, the high-tech tent stood firm, as if rooted in place. Wow, this is impressive. Yili glanced at the driver and continued. You won't last long. Sand entering your mouth and nose can be really troublesome. Come into the tent with me. The driver looked at the suddenly materializing tent and exclaimed, Are you kidding? What kind of tent can withstand this kind of wind? But upon closer inspection, he found that the tent was only swaying slightly. Hey, this is strange. How much did this tent cost? Yili was unsure if all truck drivers loved to chat this much, but now was clearly not the time for conversation. Just by raising his head, the driver's face had already turned red from the sand, and he chose to trust Yili. He quickly got out of the car and crawled into the tent. Some clever truck drivers had taped their windows before the sandstorm arrived, allowing the tape to cushion the impact and prevent sand grains from violently colliding with the glass. This method was useful, but it wouldn't hold out for long. Watching their companion hop into the tent, the others were initially confused, but as they heard the sound of glass about to shatter, Hey, can we come in and hide for a bit? I'll pay you, and we'll leave when the wind dies down. Yili smiled, revealing his bright white teeth. Then coughed, getting a mouthful of sand. I'm not charging you, but have you seen a white SUV? The driver is a girl in her 20s. Oh no, we already called for help. That girl was right in front of me. Her car got blown off course and crashed into the desert. We wanted to get out to rescue her, but we couldn't see the road at all. In the end, it was old Zhao who pulled us back. After hearing their words, Yili's expression turned serious. He quickly returned to the RV, without a moment's hesitation. He decisively turned the steering wheel and drove deeper into the desert. He briefly explained the situation to Su Yun, who was even more anxious than Yili. Although Su Yun only spent a brief moment with Lin Miao Miao last night, this strong and independent girl left a deep impression on her, much like her younger self. That kid is quite something. She will definitely be okay. Su Yun searched carefully outside the car window, gripping Yili's hand tightly. Amidst the swirling dust and sand, Lin Miao Miao's white SUV looked especially tragic. The car was covered in scratches, and the windows were completely shattered. Glass shards were scattered everywhere, and the interior was a mess, with various equipment strewn about. Her phone, a Huawei brand, was still secure in the driver's seat, its screen lit up, clearly still broadcasting this terrifying scene live. The viewers in the live stream were in shock. It's too horrifying. I can't bear to watch anymore. For the first time, I'm experiencing the terror of a sandstorm firsthand, and suddenly I feel that my tiny place of just a few square meters is so cozy and safe. Official reminder: this journey is dangerous. Please do not imitate. Does anyone care about the host's well-being? I'm new here. Isn't it just the equipment setup? I'm wondering the same thing. Could the host really be filming this with her phone? Upstairs, the host is just a silly girl who drove her little car right into the sandstorm, and the wind has pushed her car off course, crashing into the desert. There's no hope. I'm studying meteorology, and this sandstorm's power has surpassed even the strongest black storm from years past. Inform her family. Meow meow. Are you okay? I've called for emergency help. They're on their way. God bless. Please let the host be alright. Doesn't the host know ye shun? He'll save her, right? Chapter 28. Simply Superman. Lin Meow Meow's livestream room was suddenly flooded with hundreds of thousands of viewers, and the screen was filled with a flurry of comments and gifs. Everyone was witnessing this disaster, all the while praying for the host's safety. Meanwhile, in the bustling metropolis, at the headquarters of the Douyin platform, Lu Shifei represented Su Yun as an investor to tour the operations department. The head of the operations department was following closely behind her, briefly introducing the main tasks of the department: monitoring backend data and managing the traffic of streamers. Suddenly, Lu Shifei caught a glimpse of a set of data that was rapidly rising. The account's weight wasn't high. It was just a new account. Damn it, how dare they blatantly inflate their numbers? And they chose this moment to do it. The supervisor was furious and quickly exchanged glances with those around her. Wait, let us check it out, Lu Shifei said calmly. Unlike the lascivious persona she displayed while chatting with Su Yun, she now perfectly embodied Yi Li's image of a city elite: professional, confident, independent, and sophisticated. Crossing the sandstorm, a rookie host's ultimate challenge? She clicked into the live stream. 5 minutes later, everyone in the operations department was stunned. Is she still alive? A programmer in a plaid shirt asked softly. This girl. The supervisor was already so shocked that she couldn't find her words. Do young people today really have such guts? You have to understand, times have changed. With all the unusual weather conditions, casualties are all too common. Tornadoes in the U.S. are wreaking havoc in the West. Tsunamis and earthquakes in Japan are super frequent, basically happening every couple of days. They're even preparing to immigrate. Is there any way to contact her? We must do something. Vice President Liu, right now, we can only leave it to fate. In this situation, people can hardly stand, let alone endure the pain of sand hitting their bodies. What about the emergency center? This girl named Lin Meow Meow has crashed into the desert, and nobody knows her exact location. By the time we find her, I'm afraid. Lu Shifei's gaze was heavy as she finally sighed in helplessness. At the same time, in the back seat of a white SUV, Lin Meow Meow was wrapped in a coat, shivering uncontrollably. Her face was pale, her lips trembled slightly from fear, and her eyes reflected despair and helplessness. At this moment, Lin Meow Meow was filled with regret. After leaving Yi Li's RV last night, she had been lost in thought while staring at the check in her hand, which was the hush money given by Su Yun. Lin Meow Meow knew that Su Yun meant no harm. She was simply looking for an excuse to support her. However, she couldn't help but feel the urge to prove herself. As it turned out, she had failed, even though she was tightly wrapped in her coat. The wind continued to seep in, making it impossible for her to stay warm. The relentless sand battered against her ankles, sending waves of excruciating pain through her, causing her to furrow her brow and grit her teeth. The visibility around her was extremely low. Lin Meow Meow could hardly see anyone else, as if she had been abandoned by the entire world. Overwhelmed by despair, tears welled up in her eyes. Before long, her eyelids grew heavy, and she fainted. The barrage of comments in the live stream was still scrolling wildly. I'm out. The host cares more about money than their life. This is a solid truth. Let us disperse. This is truly a tragedy. Even Yi Shenwun dared to go directly into the sandstorm. The number of viewers in the live stream rapidly dwindled. They were too afraid to keep watching, each person enveloped in a faint sadness. But there was nothing they could do. They could only hope that the gifts they sent might provide some comfort to her family. Just then, someone shouted, "Guys, look! There a vehicle ahead. It's true. It's Yi Shun's RV. It's Yi Shun. In a live stream, the scene was filled with dim, blurry sands surging like a massive yellow wave, as if the world had been submerged in this chaotic sea of sand. Yet, a steel beast surged against the howling winds. The front of the RV sliced through the sand wall like a sharp axe, sending pebbles flying in all directions with a rustling sound. Was sense of security. The viewers in the live stream erupted into excited cheers, their fists clenched tightly. Gifts poured in like raindrops. It's Yi Shun's vehicle. Yi Shun is amazing. He is practically a superhero. This is going to be on the news. Mom, this is the boy I'm a fan of. If Yi Shun saves the host, I'll dedicate my life to him. Upstairs, are you still not awake? Why is there such a huge gap between people? Yili skillfully drove the RV, precision parking it in front of Lin Miao Miao's vehicle, making the RV look like a sturdy fortress against the raging sandstorm. He then pushed the door open and stepped out. The fierce wind rushed towards him like a hungry wolf, causing his clothes to flap loudly against his skin, perfectly outlining his muscular physique. Every sculpted muscle was subtly visible, showcasing the beauty of masculinity. The viewers in the live stream saw this scene and instantly exploded like a lit powder keg. The screen was filled with enthusiastic praises from the audience. Wow, he is so manly. He is my husband. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Yi Shun's body is truly perfect. Even as a fitness coach, I'm envious. Sob, sob, sob. Damn, the screen is glitching. My tongue is numb. Upstairs, you're just talking about your tongue. I'm completely numb down there. Yili was still unaware that he was being live streamed. He dashed to Lin Miao Miao's side, who was on the verge of collapsing. He reached through the window to unlock the car door, yanked it open, and without any hesitation, he scooped Lin Miao Miao up into his arms. The entire process was seamless. Thinking about needing to contact Lin Miao Miao's family, Yili casually grabbed the phone from the driver's seat, only to realize it was live. The comments were filled with praise. Everyone, remember to support the host Miao Miao. Bye. Yili said with a smile before shutting down the live stream and taking Lin Miao Miao back to the RV. The live stream went black, but the comments continued to scroll frantically. So handsome. Let me see him a few more times. I'm from talent agency, and this young man has great potential. Does anyone know how to contact him? This streamer is impressive. I've followed him. The head of the Douyin operations department is named Wang Chong, and he's over 50. He still remembers what Douyin looked like in its early days, sharing beautiful moments. But now, with entertainment trends dominating, the videos that pop up are mostly of handsome guys and pretty girls dancing or gossip from entertainment channels, leaving little room for positive and inspiring creators. The emergence of Yi Li gives him hope. Wang Chong quickly pulls up Yi Li's profile, and to his surprise, every video is a masterpiece. From breathtaking landscapes to cultural history and explorations of uninhabited areas, each video is exceptionally clear, complemented by perfect narration and a powerful conclusion that encourages people to protect the environment. It's simply flawless. Damn it. How does such a creator only have 200,000 followers? Wang Chong exclaims angrily. Someone like this shouldn't be limited by the system's recommendation algorithm and should be seen by more people. He calls over a young staff member nearby. Xiao Lu. Focus on this young man named Yi Li. Every time he uploads a new video, we should automatically recommend it to all users. Boss, the economic benefits of doing this. He is definitely going to blow up. It's just a matter of whether you can seize the opportunity, he replies. Lu Shifei, standing aside, nods in agreement. Her impression of Yi Li has improved significantly. She sees beyond just his looks and perfect physique. Moreover, he could very well become her brother-in-law. Based on the photos of Yi Li's eyes circulating online, Lu Shifei has deduced that the woman involved is Su Yun. She has kept this under wraps, fearing it might reach Su's mother's ears. Ever since Su Yun confessed to her parents about liking a younger guy, they haven't spoken since. Lu Shifei feels caught in the middle and is quite troubled. Su's parents claim they are worried about Su Yun being a burden to him. But what normal parents don't love their children? Their biggest concern is that this guy might not be able to protect Su Yun or provide her with a sense of security. On her way back, Lu Shifei suddenly has an idea. Perhaps she could recommend Yi Li's videos to them? Chapter 29. Arrival in Aksu as the sandstorm subsided. The truck drivers expressed their gratitude and departed. Yi Li packed away the high-tech tent and returned to the RV. Su Yun was upstairs taking care of Lin Miao Miao, who had just woken up and was gulping down several bottles of water. Covered in sand and with her spare clothes dirty, She had no choice but to borrow Su Yun's outfit. Unfortunately, it was too big for her, making her feel like she was wearing an oversized robe. I don't even know how to thank you, she said. No need for thanks. What are your plans now? Su Yun asked. I want to go to Kuka to find my friends. Lin Miao Miao initially thought about having them drop her off in Aksu, so she could catch a bus to Kuka on her own. However, it just so happened that Yili's next destination was also Kuka. He intended to start his journey from Kuka and travel along the most beautiful road, the Duku Highway. In northern Xinjiang, you see the scenery. In southern Xinjiang, you experience the culture, due to the barrier of the Tian Shan Mountains. The geography there is far more diverse compared to the south, featuring snow-capped mountains, lakes, forests, grasslands, and deserts. Yili was looking forward to the stunning landscapes along the way. Finally, they arrived in Aksu in the afternoon, thanks to the sandstorm. Hearing that the apples here were excellent, Su Yun immediately bought some to try. The flesh was delicate and juicy, unlike any apple they had tasted before. Delicious. Not like an apple at all, Yili remarked, giving it his highest praise. The Aksu region comprises 9 county-level administrative areas, including 2 county-level cities, Aksu City and Kuka City. Aksu City is situated upstream of the Darim River, named for its water. In Uyghur, it means Whitewater City. It was once part of the 36 kingdoms of the western regions, including the territories of Gumo and Wensu. Yili parked at the Longtan Lake RV campsite. After resting until around 9 p.m., Su Yun and Lin Miao Miao planned to go shopping and sort out their dinner. Let's go eat hand-pulled rice. I know a fantastic place, Su Yun suggested, leading them to the Li Xiang restaurant. They ordered different sets: lamb chop rice, chicken leg rice, and lamb leg rice. Yogurt, side dishes, and lamb soup are complimentary. If they didn't tea like the pre-prepared pickled carrots and kimchi. There was a self-service area with nearly 10 types of side dishes, making it quite a bargain. The taste, of course, was impeccable and very authentic. Of course, there was also food for Ali, who was tethered to Yili. He couldn't eat too many greasy items. At that moment, he was feeling a bit down. The reason? Along the way, many people had called him a dog, and some even referred to him as a pet pig. Would I look like a pig? I've just been eating a bit too much lately, Ali grumbled. The waitress, a beautiful Uyghur girl, looked surprised as she collected the plates. Wow, what a beautiful white fox. Can I pet it? Throughout the journey, Ali had not allowed anyone to touch him. Just as Yili was about to refuse, Ali leaned his head toward the girl. Looks like someone has an eye for quality. At least there are those who appreciate me, Ali thought to himself. After finishing their meal, it was time to explore. Yili noticed that every place seemed to have an old street. The Aksu Old Street was no different. Like most old streets, it was lined with small vendors on both sides, selling assorted trinkets that had been wholesale purchased from Yiwu. There are some interesting items like traditional crafts, earthenware, and oil paintings. Yili picked out a souvenir bracelet and put on Su Yun's wrist. Personally, I prefer that ring over the bracelet. Su Yun, linking her arm with Yili's, subtly suggested, the ring will come. I need to prepare for it. Lin Miao Miao was following behind them, feeling less thrilled about eating with her hands than she had before. After thinking for a moment, she took out her phone and looked at the two of them. Can I go live? I want to update my fans. Don't worry. I'll stay in front and won't film you guys. It had to be Huawei. Her phone didn't even have a scratch on the screen. Huawei replied, it's a newly paved road. What do you mean by that? Huawei clarified, there are no stones, bro. After getting confirmation, Lin Miao Miao took out her prepared equipment. Thanks to the sandstorm, her fan base had surged, and she now had 300,000 followers. The moment she started the live stream, the viewer count shot up. Wow, is the streamer okay? Where's Yishun? Where's Yishun? The streamer looks good. Yishun has worked wonders. I think Miao Miao and Yishun are around the same age, and they seem to have a special bond. They could really take off. Lin Miao Miao watched the rolling comments, feeling a warm rush in her heart. Thank you all for your concern. I'm fine now. Yishun and I are just friends. So please don't speculate. After saying this, she glanced back at Su Yun, who nodded in agreement. The location of the live stream was the Old Street in Aksu. Many of you may not know that Aksu is known as the Jiangnan beyond the Great Wall. Just look at the night view and lights here. On both sides, there are mulberry trees and various goose houses and exhibition halls, scattered like stars. Let me quietly tell you, many of these goose houses are also artist studios. Next, I'll take you all to check out the night market. Seeing Lin Miao Miao navigate so effortlessly, Yili thought she would never go hungry as a tour guide. Most of the food sold at the night market is delicious. Fruit salad, lamb hooves, pig trotters, and Orland-style roasted chicken. That sounds good. Let's buy a portion to try. Suyin took Yi Li's hand and led him to a stall. The stall was covered with banana leaves, neatly displaying enamel jars engraved with the character happiness, filled with lamb soup. This is a Xinjiang snack, jar meat. It can be understood as a smaller version of stewed lamb, with small pieces of lamb, raisins, red dates, chickpeas, and goji berries slowly stewed together. The flavor is rich, and the texture is diverse. Of course, Suyin had her eye on the red dates and goji berries in the soup. A serving costs around 20 yuan. Let's get it. Yi Li carefully tasted it, finding it slightly sweet, and paired it with some white naan given by the vendor. This portion is definitely a full meal. Are all Xinjiang snacks this generous in size? Meanwhile, Lin Miao Miao was standing in front of a grilled fish stall with her phone, noticing that the further in you go, the more extravagant the snacks become. Barbecue shops, whole roasted lambs, bun stalls, braised dishes. Is there really someone who would go hungry and come here to eat? What other exciting shows are there to watch? Yi Li felt a bit puzzled. As they walked past, everyone around lifted their eyes to look at him. At that moment, Lin Miao Miao happened to come by. She lowered her camera and whispered, "You guessed it right. There's an open-air stage inside. Let us go watch the show there later, shall we? I'll treat you to some spicy chicken. It's really delicious." The two continued to follow Lin Miao Miao. Meanwhile, the comments in the live stream were frantically asking who was by her side. Honestly, it was obvious. Of course it was Yi Li. After all, Lin Miao Miao hadn't paired up with anyone else along the way. But why was she being so secretive? Not wanting the camera to catch him? The netizens were buzzing with speculation. There must be a secret. Who knows, they might even be holding hands. Are there any buddies in Aksu? Give us a sneak peek. I'm on my way to the night market. Keep it up upstairs. Don't bother Yi Shan. If he's not showing his face, there must be a reason. That makes sense, but I'm not listening. Watching the performance. Just having spicy chicken isn't enough. Yi Li picked up a 6-pack of canned beer along the way, bought 50 yuan worth of spicy crayfish, and some barbecue. I feel like I've eaten so much these days. I'm definitely going to gain weight. Yunjia, do you think I look fat after eating so much? But you wake up early to exercise every day. You can trust me, I won't gain weight. Even if I do, I'll still like it. Oomph. Liar. While they were teasing each other, the Urumqi carnival had arrived. Tables and benches were set up everywhere, facing the stage. Tourists and locals sat together in small groups, enjoying barbecued food and watching the performances on stage. The atmosphere was lively, full of energy. There were acrobats spinning hula hoops on tightropes and walking blindfolded on them. And they weren't wearing any protective gear at all. This made Su Yun and Lin Miao Miao feel a bit anxious. Following that was a song and dance performance. The Uyghur people truly are a talented and expressive nation. Chapter 30. This time, it's my turn to chase you Anomaly Investigation Bureau. Li Yong sat in his office, watching a recent video of Yi Li rescuing people during sandstorm. His eyes filled with admiration. What a kid. His physical fitness is on par with a soldier king. The last abnormal heavy rain had occurred in the wilderness, resulting in minimal casualties. The only person trapped, Yi Li, even recorded footage from the center of the storm. The organization was very pleased with this warning, and with the footage provided by Yi Li, Li Yong was promoted to team leader Li. He glanced at the foreign reports on anomalous disasters and then looked at the casualty list in his hand, which numbered only in single digits. This is the very reason for their existence. Just then, the door swung open. A young man with a buzz cut rushed in, panting heavily. Team leader Li. The atmospheric pressure in the Tian Shan region has dropped sharply, and the temperature has suddenly plummeted below zero, and it's continuing to fall. An abnormal snowstorm. Li Yong immediately understood, murmuring to himself. He glanced at the urgent report on his desk. Urgent. An abnormal snowstorm has occurred in northern Alaska. The temperature in the area has reached a maximum of minus 50 degrees, with the snowstorm lasting for half a month, accompanied by 9-level winds, and snow walls reaching up to 5 meters. Preliminary estimates suggest a death toll of 50,000. In Magic City, a high-end residential complex, Father Su was reclining in a rocking chair, wearing reading glasses and perusing the newspaper. Mother Su was carefully trimming the green plants on the balcony. This young man is quite impressive. He reminds me of my younger self. Father Su suddenly chuckled, praising him. The article in the newspaper detailed Yi Li's heroic deeds during the sandstorm, dedicating extensive coverage to his past explorations of dangerous areas. and concluded with a call for ordinary people not to imitate his actions. Mother Sue rarely heard her husband praise young people, so she became curious. Moving closer, she recognized the person in the photo. Oh, that girl Shurfei has been pushing this kid on me lately. He seems genuinely nice and quite knowledgeable, but he's a bit young for my taste. As for Xiao Yun, old Sue, what are you thinking? What does age matter? Are you hoping he'll take a liking to that brat Xiao Yun? What is wrong with my daughter? She may be a bit older, but in every other aspect, she is top-notch. Do you think the young man Xiao Yun likes could? Impossible. That kid has a girlfriend. I've seen the photos circulating online. That woman was dressed all flamboyantly. How could she possibly be Xiao Yun? What flamboyant attire? Just then, Lu Shurfei happened to finish work and thought she'd stop by to visit the elderly couple. The weather in Magic City was nice. So Lu Shurfei put on the matching outfit she had bought with Su Yun, looking stylish as ever. However, upon entering, both of their gazes fell upon her. To be precise, it was on her outfit. Mother Sue pulled out a photo and carefully compared the two outfits. Why are you both dressed exactly the same? 3 days later, in Kush. Where did this display screen in the car come from? Did you buy it? Yeah, I thought you might get bored. That was the signing achievement of Yi Li and Aksu, equipped with an all-direction adaptive antenna array and a signal booster. It can even receive signals in the Mariana Trench. The two had just seen off Lin Miao Miao. The three of them had been having a great time together these past few days, but as the saying goes, all good things must come to an end. Lin Miao Miao's eyes were red as they parted ways. Su Yun had high hopes for her and wanted to invite her to join the company in Shanghai, with an annual salary starting at $1 million. But Lin Miao Miao politely declined. Just like Su Yun now, after experiencing freedom and adventure, it's hard to go back to a mundane life. Yili recalled that both Su Yun and Lin Miao Miao had put themselves in danger due to inexperience or sheer courage. The former drove a low-riding RV straight through the hard frozen ground, while the latter was even bolder, charging right into a sandstorm. Lin Miao Miao mentioned that she chose this path because of Yi Li's influence, and there were many others who shared similar thoughts. This made Yi Li ponder. His previous videos showcased the beauty of the scenery, but rarely mentioned the inherent dangers. How about this? In my future travels, I'll occasionally live stream to help you scout the way, and whether you choose to embark on the journey is up to you to decide. Sound good? Can we do a live connection? At the end of the Dukou Highway, Kuka, a monument inscribed with these words appeared before Yili. The Dukou Highway, a scenic route running through the Tian Shan mountain range, is a pilgrimage road in the hearts of countless road travelers. The 561-kilometer journey features towering, snow-capped mountains, steep canyons, vast grasslands, tranquil lakes, and an elevation drop of 300 meters, as if one has traversed the changing seasons. The name Dukou is simple and direct. It starts at Dushanzi and ends at Kuka. This road, paved by tens of thousands of soldiers over 9 years of hard work, has heroically shortened the originally long journey of over 1,000 kilometers between the northern and southern regions by half. Due to heavy snow, landslides, avalanches, and water damage, this road is only open for a brief 5 months each year. Yi Li and Su Yun stepped out of the car side by side, standing in front of the monument to take a photo. Sister Yun, do you want to appear on the live stream with me? Yi Li asked softly. Su Yun smiled slightly, her eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief. No one likes an unexpected intrusion. Your fans might see me as an outsider. Yi Li raised an eyebrow, seemingly seeing through her thoughts. I think you must have some other mischievous ideas in mind. Su Yun blinked playfully and replied, You guessed it. Right now, my role is as Yi Li's live streaming assistant, and I'm also a little girl secretly admiring the great master. Little girl. Yi Li repeated, his tone teasing. Yi Li, do you think I'm old? Su Yun pretended to be angry and gently nudged him. No, but many people know you, right? It's fine. Shurfei will handle it well. Yi Li pressed his lips together, pretending to understand. I get it. You want to relive old dreams. So this time it's my turn to chase you in front of the audience during the live stream, right? Huh? Are you going to chase me? Su Yun was a bit surprised, but then her lips curled into a big smile, her heart filled with overwhelming affection. I'm not easy to pursue, you know. She feared that she might give in within a day. It felt like those fake couples on video platforms who act all intimate and affectionate. But as soon as the camera is off, they turn back into strangers. But they were the exact opposite, waking up from the same bed in the morning, sweetly calling each other baby and darling, then switching to little plow in the car. The more Su Yun thought about it, the more excited she became. This was just too thrilling. Ollie, am I also a part of your play? Netizen, shouldn't that be my line? Chapter 31, Going Live. Su Yun's masterstroke. Has Yi Shun's account been hacked? Surely not by mistake. Mom, what am I seeing? Is Meow Meow behind this? Laughs. The live stream starts. And Su Yun's beauty fills the screen. Who is this? A celebrity? Isn't this Yi Shun's account? Let me refresh again. Could she be Yi Shun's girlfriend? What nonsense. Yi Shun is all alone. How could he have a girlfriend? Doesn't this lady want to explain? Yi Shun is still young. He could easily be deceived by a bad woman. I think this lady is even prettier than Reba and Fei. Half of the comments are amazed by Su Yun's looks. Ever since she took the gene serum, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes have disappeared, making her look both charming and youthful. The other half are questioning her identity. How long has it been since Yili traveled from Tibet to Xinjiang? Suddenly, he has a girlfriend? That's too fast. Aside from the die-hard fans screaming about a mistress, many are curious about Su Yun's background. Sure, she is beautiful, but how could the well-informed netizens not see that she is the type with rich experiences and enduring charm? Meanwhile, Yili gives off the impression of a handsome, innocent younger brother. Could he really have fallen for the gentle trap of an older woman? At this moment, a sharp-eyed netizen spots something unusual. Doesn't she look like the Iron Lady of Magic City? You mean my stepmother, CEO Su? The lady upstairs is clearly more beautiful, and CEO Su is abroad. Don't you read the news? Su Yun smiles lightly. Lu Shifei's efficiency is impressive. According to the company's announcement, she should be sitting by the Seine, sipping coffee while listening to Love Confession right now. At this time, Yili is checking the car's condition. He sits alone in the passenger seat, fiddling with the live streaming equipment. No need to guess, I'm not Yili's girlfriend. I'm just his assistant. I'm not interested in younger brothers. Oh, an assistant. I don't believe you. Assistant? Why you? I'm younger than you. I know how to have fun. I should be Yi Shun's assistant. I remember Yi Shun never uses an assistant. Exactly. Not just anyone can go to those places. Are you interested in me, miss? I'm young, strong, and look mature. I have all the advantages. How about a follow back? Buddy, are you sure those aren't T2 disadvantages? As the comments flood in with skepticism, Su Yun calmly pulls out her credentials and displays them for everyone to see. National-level photographer, new media manager, winner of the Hague Award, Hasselblad International Photography Award, Pulitzer Prize for Photojournalism, Sony World Photography Award. The doubts in the comments immediately cease, followed by a frenzy of activity. Are you kidding me? I'm in a post-war refugee camp. Are there any award-winning photojournalists in the country? Sister, what have you been photographing? Can someone explain what this means? The competition focuses on global hotspots, such as wars, poverty, pollution. I'm just glad to be born in the flower country. In this life, I have no regrets for entering Huaxia. In the next life, I wish to be in the land of flower cultivation. In this life, I have no regrets for entering Huaxia. In the next life, I wish to be in the land of flower cultivation. In this life, I have no regrets for entering Huaxia. In the next life, I wish to be in the land of flower cultivation. As the audience's emotions shifted, Su Yun couldn't help but smile. Seizing the moment before they could react, she continued, Yili doesn't like taking selfies, but since I'm his assistant, she intentionally paused, causing the live stream chat to explode with excitement. Could it be? Could it be? Next stop, the beach? I'll buy swimming trunks for Yi Shun. Sis, from now on, you're like my real sister. For my wedding with Yi Shun, you'll be my bridesmaid. What's your name, sister? I'm Yin Li, and Yili usually calls me Sister Yin. Seeing that she had achieved her goal, Su Yun opened the passenger door just as Yili approached, holding a little fox named Ali in his arms. The live stream camera focused on the two of them. As the lens slowly zoomed in, Yili's figure became clearer. He wore a black jacket over a white t-shirt, paired with deep blue jeans, casual yet stylish. Sunlight fell on his chiseled profile, casting shadows that made his gaze even more profound. With a smile that held a hint of affection, he said, Yunjia, once we're ready, we can set off. Ahem. Let us go then. Su Yun signaled to the camera, pretending to act aloof. Ali, are they having a conflict? Here is my chance. Curled up in Yi Li's arms, the fluffy white fur shimmered in the sunlight, and its clear, curious eyes sparkled. It occasionally turned its head, its little ears twitching, and its tiny nose sniffing. Every little movement was incredibly adorable. Su Yun realized this was all for her benefit. What a cunning little fox. In stark contrast to Su Yun's frustration, the live stream chat was going wild. How cute. What breed of dog is this? It's a snow fox. I saw one in Meow Meow's live stream at the Sicker service area, and it looks so much fatter now. This is way too cute. Yi Shun is now second place. I have one outside, but my wife doesn't like it and says she wants a divorce. What should I do, guys? Send me the address, and we'll help you take care of it. Glancing at the comments, Su Yin noticed that most were discussing Ali, and the viewer count had skyrocketed to 300,000. She couldn't shake the feeling that this little fox might be stealing the spotlight. She imagined for a moment Ali snuggling in Yi Li's arms every day, licking his face, making those adorable whimpering sounds. And she would have to play along with their little performances. As his wife, she couldn't let this go on unchecked. Let us get going, Yi Li, Su Yin said urgently. She handed her phone to Yi Li and pretended to take Ali from his arms, but Ali refused to budge. Snow foxes are quite small. Even as adults, they only grow to about 50 to 75 centimeters and weigh an average of 5 kilograms. Since Ali was still a juvenile, it was tiny and round, nudging its head into Yi Li's embrace, resembling a little pet pig. I'm not going to hold it anymore, all right? Stop digging in. Su Yin gritted her teeth, trying to keep her voice calm. Luckily, the viewers in the live stream were focused on Ali and didn't notice her distress. This little snow fox was picked up by me and Yi Li, and its name is Ollie. But it also has a nickname, Piggy. Woo-woo. Ollie, who is this woman talking to? Who's Piggy? At that moment, Ollie spotted the camera. It stuck out its cute little pink tongue to lick its nose, then yawned, revealing its tiny white teeth, looking utterly adorable. Instantly, it captured the hearts of the audience. Ollie, bad woman, what do you have to compare to me? But in the next second, Yi Li handed it directly to Su Yun, gently patting its head and saying, "Don't make Sister Yun angry." Chapter 32. The Dukkha Highway is finally officially on the road. Before that, Yi Li had one important task to complete. Very, very important. System, checking at Kuka. Congratulations, host. You have received a live assistant orb, a high-tech snowmobile, and 2 smart heated outfits, couples edition. Live assistant orb? What features does it have? It comes with a built-in high-resolution 360-degree panoramic camera, supports 4K live streaming, equipped with a smart voice assistant, Mind Thought version, automatically follows the host perspective, multi-platform live streaming support, and automatic mosaic feature. Yi Li glanced at the small black orb in his hand, touched it lightly, and it lit up with a blue glow, slowly floating into the air. Smart assistant at your service, detecting live streaming equipment. Detection successful. The account is Yi Li's travel diary, automatically broadcasting to the Douyin platform. Please select the bound person, Yi Li, Su Yun. And let us add Ali as well. After setting everything up, the small black orb immediately flew to the driver's seat, its view directed at the empty seat. Yi Li took another look at the monitoring in the rear space. Next to the motorcycle, a bright silver snowmobile suddenly appeared. The vehicle was sleek, and the high-tech display screen was filled with numerous icons. He noticed a prominent icon that seemed to indicate the ability to raise glass, transforming it into a fully enclosed design. He could only say it was completely useless. It was even worse than a kayak. At least a kayak could paddle around the big and small dragon pools. In reality, swimming is prohibited in the big and small dragon pools. Where'd he drive the snowmobile? It's not like a heavy snowfall would conveniently create a flat ski resort for him, right? Yi Li sighed, stood up from the toilet, and pushed open the door. Yi Li, my phone seems to be stuck. The camera is still aimed at the driver's seat. Su Yun's voice came from the passenger seat. It's not stuck. Just use that little thing instead, Yi Li said, pointing at the small orb in front of the driver's seat. Su Yun looked up. If she didn't pay close attention, it would be easy to overlook this little gadget. She waved her hand in front of the orb, and the live broadcast screen synchronized the image, with the chat buzzing with questions about why there was no sound. The resolution and response speed are incredible. I'll teach you how to use it later, Yi Li said as he returned to the driver's seat, and the number of viewers in the live stream remained steady. Why has he God been in the bathroom for so long? Could it be early detection and early treatment? Don't slander Yi God upstairs. I've tried it, and it works great. Yi Li turned on the sound reception of the orb, then smiled wryly. Everyone, I really don't want to get banned on my first day of streaming. The live camera focused on him as he looked ahead. Dukkha Highway, let us go. He started the engine, and the RV officially drove onto the Dukkha Highway. Oh, let us go, let us go. Let us go. Let us go X999. A few minutes later, 2 military vehicles stopped at the side of the Dukkha Highway monument. Soldiers quickly got out and dragged away the roadblock barriers. Road closed. No entry into the Tianshan area. Broadcast to all vehicles. Those nearby should quickly seek shelter in the city, while vehicles in the Tian Shan region should head straight to Bayanbuluk. The snowstorm is confined to the uninhabited areas of Tian Shan to prevent further escalation. There is no need to issue a warning. It's nearly October, and the Duke Highway is about to close, with no vehicles seen for half a day. This eases the soldiers' minds a bit. First, let me share today's itinerary. We will depart from the Duku Highway Monument and head towards the Kuka Grand Canyon, which will take about an hour. Once we arrive at the canyon, Sister Yin and I will take everyone on a thorough tour to experience the Yadin landform of the Red Rock Forest. Tomorrow, we will officially cross the Tian Shan Mountains and head towards the northern frontier. After a brief introduction by Yi Li, Su Yin instinctively turned up the volume of the car's music, playing Su Ways Like the Wind, so free. Yi Li had a thought, and the live-streaming drone shot straight out of the car, capturing aerial views of the RV and the roads on both sides. Oh my, how did I fly out? Did the host use a drone? The image quality is so clear. What a cool RV and beautiful scenery. When will I be able to travel this freely? First, I need a good vehicle. I really feel like I'm there, man. I was watching a live stream at work and got caught by my supervisor, who is currently sitting in front of my computer watching it. Thanks, Yishun. My mom has recently become obsessed with shore dramas, spent a lot of money, and now she is stuck watching your live stream. Yili, for those who want to travel the Duka Highway, I suggest you go in the summer. Don't be like me and get caught just before the road closure. Extreme weather is becoming more frequent now. At first, the road stretches across the Gobi Desert, surrounded by vast and desolate landscapes that evoke a sense of loneliness. As the journey progresses, Yadin landforms begin to appear by the roadside, with layers of rocks rising and falling, showcasing rich natural sculptures. This also indicates that we are not far from the Kuka Grand Canyon. Yadin landforms are a typical type of wind-eroded landscape, characterized by alternating soil mounds and troughs. They mainly form in dry areas from lake sedimentary strata, shaped by weathering, water erosion, and wind erosion. In China, these landforms are primarily found in the Kaidam Basin in Qinghai, the lower reaches of the Shule River, and around the Lop Nur in Xinjiang. Their unique shapes and scale have made them hotspots for exploration and geological research, even from a distance. Yili's voice is still accurately picked up by the live-streaming assistant ball, creating a great atmosphere with the visuals. Meanwhile, his words are automatically converted into subtitles. The assistant ball can also automatically search for information, labeling the names of locations and providing introductions in artistic fonts on the right side. Su Yun, in the front passenger seat, is also engrossed in the live stream. Ding dong. A message pops up on WeChat. There is an unusual snowstorm in the Tianshan area. You all need to turn back. Also, your uncle and aunt want you to bring Yili home for the new year. They want to have a good chat with him. Su Yun's pupils constricted as she looked at Yi Li, who was enthusiastically interacting with the audience. You can imagine it like the desert map in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Oh no, suddenly I have a picture in my mind, ha ha ha. Ha ha, a desert map. I've climbed it several times. I just love lying on the mountains and sniping people. Finally, we've reached our destination, the Kuka Grand Canyon, also known as the mysterious Grand Canyon of Tian Shan. It's a natural wonder formed by billions of years of weathering and erosion of reddish-brown rocks. The entrance to the canyon is somewhat open, where the red mountains, shaped by rain and wind, create a complex network of ridges and grooves. From a distance, the patterns on the mountains are like a beautiful poem. Some look like sharp blades, standing tall and steep. Others resemble buildings, appearing and disappearing. Some even resemble human figures or objects, incredibly lifelike. The parking lot in front of the canyon is quite large, and across from it are some shops. For some reason, the shopkeepers are carrying things to their vehicles. The parking lot is eerily empty. The Duku Highway serves as an important passageway connecting southern and northern Xinjiang. Although the weather is harsh today, with frequent avalanches and rain damage, the government always puts in great effort to maintain the road, so vehicles still pass through here. Yili remarked, "It's strange. Why do I feel like there are so few people here?" At that moment, Su Yun tugged at his sleeve, and Yili signaled for the livestream assistant to fly around and explore. As the camera moved away, he immediately wrapped his arms around Su Yun's waist. "What's wrong? Want a kiss or a hug?" "Not so fast. There's an abnormal snowstorm in the Tianshan area." Yili let go of her, realizing they were facing unusual weather again. Could it be that he has a knack for attracting bad luck, including that thick fog in Tibet? He has encountered 3 unusual weather events in just 6 months, all at the center of it. All right, I'm done talking, and with that, Suyin leaned in and kissed Yili. She had been holding back for so long, secretly rubbing her foot against his pant leg during the journey. It was both embarrassing and thrilling. Meanwhile, the audience was still asking why Assistant Yinli wasn't on camera. It's because the resentment in her eyes was almost palpable. Seeing them stop the car, the shop owner, unsure of what they were planning to do, thought, at this hour, they can't be thinking of going in to browse, can they? The kind shop owner approached to warn them, hey, you should head back. An abnormal snowstorm is coming. Even though it's the Tianshan area, who knows if it will affect this side? Got it. Thanks for the reminder, sir. Yili replied with a smile, then turned to Su Yun. How about we go camping in the snow at sub-zero temperatures? I'm all yours. Of course I want to go. Chapter 33. Kuka Grand Canyon. Stepping onto the redstone steps, as Yili approached the entrance, he noticed it was unattended. He gently called out, and the live-streaming ball quickly flew back to his side, the camera focusing ahead. This little gadget seemed to understand the comments in the chat. It had just been gracefully dancing in the air, interacting with the audience according to the live stream instructions. TDN, can you fly to Shanghai? To my sister's house? TDN, fly over to see the little fox. Will TDN vibrate? Hey upstairs, cheer for the live stream. It's worth mentioning that the Kuka Grand Canyon offers free admission for residents of Ningbo, part of the city's supportive policies for Kuka. As a city supporting Kuka, Ningbo residents not only enjoy free tickets, but also benefits such as 1 night of free accommodation when staying for 2 nights or more and a complimentary shuttle service. Of course, neither Yili nor Su Yun were from Ningbo, but as internet celebrities, they also enjoyed free entry. Although the entrance was unattended and there were no barriers, Yili had mentally crossed a hurdle. Ladies and gentlemen, before you is one of the top 10 most beautiful canyons, with its red cliffs and Devil-esque Canyon. As they ventured deeper into the canyon, the scenery grew more mysterious and profound. The canyon suddenly narrowed, and a beam of light slanted in, bringing a glimmer of brightness to the dark canyon. This is a narrow sky. Gradually, the entire canyon fell into shadow, and looking up, one could see only a patch of blue sky floating above. The canyon floor began to feel damp, with the rock walls on either side appearing dark. Only the backlit textures glimmered. A sign for Jade Girl Spring was embedded in the cliff. Inside, there were ice pillars that were narrow at the top and long at the bottom, with spring water dripping throughout the year. The humidity underfoot increased, and before they realized it, a small stream was flowing at the canyon's bottom. Yili remarked, I previously suggested that everyone travel the Dukkha Highway in summer, but I wouldn't recommend visiting the Kuka Grand Canyon during that season. Why? Is it crowded in summer? My assistant, Yin. Why don't you tell them? What assistant? Suyin shot him a glare. Because in summer, when the glaciers melt, this road can flood, so everyone must be careful. The live stream camera shifted to the sides of the road. Every so often, they could see red platforms. Those are safety islands to take refuge on during floods. As they continued forward, they arrived at the AI Grotto, a place for blessings, where the cliff walls were adorned with red prayer ribbons. Banners wished everyone peace, joy, and good fortune in all endeavors. At this moment, the comments in the live stream chat began to scroll wildly. Wishing my family good health. Wishing for success in my career. Pass my postgraduate entrance exam. Love yourself. Yili said, I hope the ones I love are always happy. Suyin quietly added, I hope Yili is always happy. Further ahead was the sacred spring pool, where the water was clear and rich in various mineral elements, rumored to have beauty-enhancing properties. It attracted visitors like Su Yun to taste it. Wow, I want to drink some too. Can you send me some, Assistant Yin? This fairy doesn't even need a drink to be stunningly beautiful. Oh, those pesky men. Yo X99, I walked up the stairs to the very top. Su Yun froze in place, and the livestream assistant's ball came to a standstill. The barrage of comments in the livestream room suddenly went quiet. The water flowed down the concave cliff, gathering into small puddles on the platform, with muddy red sediment beneath that turned murky with just a stir. Can this water really be drunk? Clearly not. Unless you want to drink someone else's saliva. Well, that's not entirely out of the question. Seeing the conversation in the live stream going off track, Yili quickly redirected the camera. Everyone, the standing water is not drinkable. There are bugs. If you're looking to enhance your beauty, I recommend a balanced diet and regular exercise. Ha ha ha. Was that fairy just following Yishin's training? Ad V. To learn how to lose 10 pounds in 2 weeks. Yili promptly kicked the ad spammer out of the live stream. The path ahead had water, leaving little room for clean footing. Yi Li's gaze fell on Ali, concerned that its fur might get dirty, so he reached out to scoop it into his arms. However, Su Yun was quicker, saying lightly, "I'll hold it." It seems Assistant Yun isn't too interested in Ali. From what I've observed, Assistant Yun is that type of cool beauty who hasn't spoken much to Yi Shun throughout the journey. Instead, Yi Shun has always initiated conversation with her. In the live stream, a comment caught everyone's attention. "Hiss, is there a snake upstairs? Go out and hiss." "Hiss, I get it. You're saying Yi Shun might actually like this type of Assistant Yun?" Yili looked at the comments, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. With someone as beautiful as Assistant Yun, who wouldn't he like her? No way. Yi Shun, don't fall for her. New fans don't rush. You've only just met. Assistant Yun, hold your ground. Yi Shun said the same about Meow Meow. We can all vouch for that. I don't like younger guys. Humph. Su Yun snorted lightly, holding Ali as she walked inside. Yili chuckled bitterly. What did I ever say that to Lin Meow Meow? Everyone in the live stream breathed a sigh of relief. I told you, Assistant Yun is my goddess. From now on, she'll be my good sister. She must be my bridesmaid. The groom is Yi Shun. Meanwhile, in the distant Magic City, Su Yun's parents were somewhat bewildered, exchanging puzzled glances as they watched the interaction on the screen. What exactly is the relationship between these two? In the Magic City building office, Lu Shifei smiled lightly. This little couple is quite playful. At the end of the road stood a statue of Buddha, the path ahead blocked by fallen stones. And the Buddha was surrounded by stacks of mani stones from visitors. Having traveled through Tibet, Yili naturally knew what this meant. Mani stones, in Tibetan, are called Chundu Ben, meaning piled stones, also known as deity piles, believed to ward off pollution, disasters, and evil spirits. As people pass by the Mani stone mounds, they circle around them to pray for blessings and add stones. If there are no stones available, they might use animal skulls or hair instead. Over time, the Mani mounds grow larger and larger. Yi Li, experienced as he is, skillfully built the largest Mani mound, which not only has a symmetrical beauty, but is also quite sturdy. Next time I visit, I'll definitely add a stone. With so many of us, we could create a stone peak. At the end of our journey, Yi Li sent the live streaming drone soaring into the sky. As it ascended higher and higher, the breathtaking view of the entire Kuka Grand Canyon unfolded beneath us, and the live chat was once again filled with messages. So fast, we're ascending to the heavens. Tai Dan is amazing. Can it really fly that high? The filming radius and clarity. This is just outrageous. From high above, the view of the Kuka Grand Canyon revealed a breathtaking panorama of rolling red mountains, as if sculpted by flames, shimmering under the setting sun. The rock formations, some standing upright and others leaning, layered beautifully, creating a grand and unique landscape. Yi Li's voice carried a sense of openness and depth as he announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Red Mountain Stone Forest." The camera pulled further back, and the live stream automatically played the background music, Dream of the Hushy Corridor, filling the atmosphere with a sense of grandeur and desolation. Chapter 34. Yi Li, I want to learn this. Everyone suddenly felt a chill run down their spines, covered in goosebumps. The music from the Dream of the Hushy Corridor was just perfect for the moment, with the stunning scenery and the background music. It was incredibly immersive. I highly recommend the documentary, The Hushy Corridor. The comments were flooded with praise, and gifts were flying all over the screen. Yin Dan Feng Qing sent a True Love Rose X1 Lija, sent a Porsche X1 Fei Fei, sent a luxury cruise ship X99. Yi Li, thank you for your generosity, Fei Fei, but it's enough to give gifts in moderation. The thought is what matters. Fei Fei sent Love X999 Fei Fei, sent Roses X999 under the gifts. There were messages. Is this how I can express my feelings? Thank you, Yi God, for showing us such beautiful scenery. Please take care of yourself out there, and also Assistant Yin. Identifying fake fans, she is the cloud assistant. Su Yin watched the live stream, furious at Lu Shifei's antics. She even changed her name to Fei Fei. Hearing Yi Li interact with her, she couldn't help but pronounce Fei Fei with disdain. Su Yin's fist clenched. Meanwhile, at the Douyin headquarters, the entire operations department gathered in front of the display screen, including Wang Chong, all fixated on Yi Li's live stream. Side screens displayed retention rates, activity levels, and various other data. Everything was exceptional. The office area was silent. Everyone's faces reflected shock and excitement. After a long silence, Wang Chong picked up his thermos, took a sip of tea, and spat out a few bubbles. You all know what to do, right? I don't need to teach you how to edit and promote. Doi. In this age of extreme weather, travel shows are all shot within the city. There are no outdoor streamers like Yili. With busy work schedules and holiday adjustments, it's a fantasy for ordinary people to travel happily. Everyone had started to indulge in low-cost entertainment, the most obvious being the various videos of beautiful women dancing online. Wang Chong felt helpless watching Douyin turn into this. But Yili's emergence gave him hope. His audience spanned all age groups, awakening everyone's travel dreams and longing for nature. You all stay focused on this live stream, and, at the same time, randomly push out public service videos promoting environmental protection to users. I'll set an example and cancel my son's extracurricular classes. Boss, what does this have to do with extracurricular classes? He asked, taking golf. After the stream ended, Su Yun rushed over to kiss him, mumbling that it wasn't fun. Not referring to the Cook of Grand Canyon, but pretending not to be a couple was a low blow. Then I'll go public tomorrow and say I fell in love with the cloud assistant at first sight and we were together last night. Yili responded to her affection with a teasing question. Su Yun deflated. Maybe let's forget that idea. This was her suggestion. If she went through with it, wouldn't it just make her seem unreasonable? During the live stream, the secret exchanges of glances between the two felt like they were playing a secret game only they understood. That feeling thrilled and captivated Su Yun. She bit her lip and continued. So how are you going to make it up to me tonight? Didn't we just settle that last night? Yili, your sister is almost 40. After a long day of wandering, both of them were a bit tired. So for dinner, they decided on the famous cook of Big Naan. It was large, thin, golden, crispy, soft, and sweet. Ollie had prepared some berries for it, because this little guy had been eating too much lately and needed to control his intake. Otherwise, if danger arose, he wouldn't be able to run. Dinner was a simple affair. Su Yun had just finished washing up and was leaning against Yi Li's shoulder as they watched a movie together on the warm bed. The equipment was obtained from a sign-in event in Aksu. There were also similar setups on the sofas in the bedroom and on the first and second floors, which automatically retracted when not in use, taking up no space at all. Ollie hadn't returned to its nest, but instead snuggled comfortably into Yi Li's embrace. The movie had some thrilling elements, and Su Yun was so scared that she immediately jumped into Yi Li's arms, inadvertently pushing Ollie to the foot of the bed. Coincidentally, the villain in the movie was a fox spirit. When Ollie saw her transform from a human to a fox, then back to a human, its eyes instantly lit up. Woo 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 woo. Yili, I want to learn that. This is a movie, it's not real, Su Yun said. Surprised to see Yili talking to Ollie. Are you talking to it? Can it even understand you? To her, although Ollie was quite intelligent, it was still like a toddler at best. Could it really comprehend a movie? They were probably just attracted to the colors and sounds. Ollie is very smart. Look, it's almost mesmerized, Yili pointed out. Ollie, Ollie? Su Yun called, but when it ignored her, she waved her hand in front of its eyes, only to have it swatted away. Ollie's gaze remained fixed on the beautiful woman on the screen. Yili, look at it, woo-woo. Ollie suddenly turned its head and saw Su Yun looking pitiful. This is exactly like in the movie. Ollie exclaimed, bad woman. Who asked the fox spirit here? Noticing Ollie's reaction, Su Yun playfully leaned in and quickly kissed Yi Li on the lips, making a loud moo-ah sound. In the end, she even straddled his lap. Ollie, there's a difference between movies and reality. Yili pulled her into his arms, interrupting her triumphant smile. Why is Sister Yun still jealous of Ollie? The Shang dynasty fell because of a fox spirit. How many scholars in ancient times failed their exams because of one? Can I not be cautious around it? As the sun gradually set, the sky in the Tian Shan region began to change subtly. The bright blue of the sky shifted to a leaden gray, with heavy clouds looming as if they would descend at any moment. The sunset filtered through the clouds, becoming thin and weak. The entire sky appeared dark and oppressive. The atmospheric pressure began to drop, and a heavy atmosphere filled the air. This change in pressure was a very obvious signal for sensitive animals. A snowstorm was on its way. The animals in the mountains have started to become busy. Squirrels are gathering nuts in the woods. Black storks and golden eagles are soaring in the sky, and steppe eagles are darting between the rocks, hunting small prey. Mountain goats and ibexes are foraging in the meadows and on the bare rocky terrain, feeding on alpine plants such as sagebrush, moss, and needlegrass. In the high-altitude areas of the Tian Shan Mountains, a mother snow leopard, who has just given birth to her cubs, is busily preparing for the impending snowstorm. Her den is located in a sunlit cave, lined with soft shrubs like golden currant and sagebrush. The cubs, still blind and hungry, depend entirely on their mother's milk for survival. The mother snow leopard occasionally licks her young, but she is also quite hungry. Whether for her cubs or in anticipation of the coming blizzard, she knows she must venture out to hunt. Chapter 35. A night at Tianshan. The night was deep, and just as they were about to rest, Yili received a message from the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. On the bed, Su Yun was wrapped in a soft blanket, her large eyes like clear lake water, holding a silent urgency. After finally getting rid of Ali, now there was another obstacle in their way. Yili was just unbuttoning his shirt when he paused. He picked up his phone and frowned slightly. It was a message from the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, informing him that this snowstorm was much worse than the rainstorm at Baisha Lake. But it doesn't make a difference for you, does it? Su Yun said, her ruby lips parting, her tone both teasing and certain. Sister Yun really understands me. Yili replied briefly and tossed his phone aside. He then stripped off his clothes and threw back the blanket in one smooth motion. Meanwhile, in the brightly lit office area of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, Li Yong sat at his desk, his brow furrowed tightly. His eyes were fixed on the message Yili had sent, and he was inwardly pondering. This is no ordinary rainstorm. Once that snowstorm hits, the icy temperatures will mercilessly destroy everything. If people get trapped on the road, the snow will rise like a relentless tide, completely submerging vehicles in less than half a day. Though Yili is quite talented, he can't just be reckless like this. With that thought, Li Yong picked up his phone again and quickly dialed Yili's number, but all he heard was an annoying busy signal. After several attempts, it was still the same. Frustrated, Li Yong gritted his teeth and quickly typed on his keyboard, pulling up Yili's live streaming account. He also dialed a mysterious number. Can I borrow the new research helicopter for a bit? A new day began. Yili opened the car door, breathing in the fresh air, and Ali rushed out eagerly. The next moment, Ali dashed back into the car, its tail tucked between its legs. Yili shivered from the cold. Ha ha! Two silly heads, it's minus 10 degrees outside. Su Yun was making breakfast, frying eggs in the pan with a smile on her face. The temperature control panel of the RV clearly displayed the difference, magnified for emphasis. She had noticed this when she got up early. Right now, the temperature difference between inside and outside the vehicle was a whopping 30 degrees. They were parked in the parking lot of Kuka Grand Canyon, nearly 40 minutes away from the Tianshan region. Ali wasn't afraid of the cold, but the sudden temperature change startled it, and it curled up at Su Yun's feet, looking pitiful. Su Yun looked up at Yili, her tone gentle. The sweater is on the outermost layer of the wardrobe. It will definitely be colder in the Tianshan area, so you should wear more. Yili scratched his head, looking confused. Do I have a sweater? I bought it for you. It's all in the wardrobe. Don't you know? Upon hearing this, Yili immediately kissed Su Yun on the forehead, only to be gently pushed away. He then chuckled and went to put on his new clothes, behaving like a little child. Su Yun pursed her lips. Meanwhile, Ali, beside her, scratched at her pant leg with its little paws, letting out whimpering sounds. You have it too, in the locker on the second floor. Ali wagged its tail happily and turned to run upstairs. It wasn't afraid of the cold, but that didn't mean it didn't feel cold. Just like how tardigrades can survive in environments as cold as minus 200 degrees. But is that what they want? It's just those pesky humans who insist on pushing its limits. It's not like it's an M. After finishing breakfast, they continued their journey. With the live stream starting, a flood of viewers entered the chat room. Thanks to Yi Li's popularity and the platform's recommendation, the online count reached 500,000 in just a few minutes. First, I love you, Yishun. I'm so jealous of Yishun and Assistant Yun. I want to travel too. Nothing happened last night, right? Seeing these comments, Su Yun turned her head away. Feeling guilty, Yili greeted everyone with a smile and introduced today's itinerary. It's currently 9 a.m., and we expect to arrive at the Longqi around 10:30. After that, we'll find a nearby camping site. Assistant Yin and I will be staying here for a few days, and we'll do live streams periodically, so everyone should take a break and not just stay in the chat room. The video collection on the account is also continuously being updated, and most of the content is thanks to Assistant Yin. Assistant Yin is my goddess. X99 at this moment. Su Yun turned the camera to herself and whispered, "The plans I promised everyone are also in the works, and they'll be released on the account in the next couple of days. I hope everyone will support Yili. Oh, is Yishun's stunning photo shoot coming soon? Don't spill the beans upstairs. Yishun doesn't know yet. Delete. Doesn't anyone want photos of Assistant Yin? Watching Su Yun's mysterious expression, Yili curiously glanced at the live stream comments. But unfortunately, that particular comment had already been deleted by the moderators. He only saw someone asking for Su Yun's photo. Assistant Yun doesn't really like taking selfies. But I do have a photo of us together. Do you want it? Yes, yes, yes. X99, why does it feel like Yishun is showing off? Give it up. Yishun, Assistant Yun clearly isn't interested in you. As the wheels rolled, the majestic Kush Grand Canyon gradually faded behind them, and the RV headed into the embrace of the Tian Shan Mountains. Along the way, the mountains stood tall and layered. The lush green pine forests and shrubs swayed gently in the wind. The mountain road twisted and turned, with rest areas, more accurately, viewpoints, at intervals for people to stop and enjoy the scenery. Soon, Xiaolongqi came into view. This is Xiaolongqi, with spruce and cypress trees. A verdant paradise at an altitude of 2,390 meters, right next to National Highway 217. As Yili explained, the camera slowly zoomed in. It looked like a brilliant jewel embedded in the mountains, with emerald waters that were crystal clear, reflecting the pine trees by the lake and the distant snow-capped peaks. Occasionally, one or two wild ducks skimmed across the water's surface, creating ripples that broke the lake's tranquility, adding a touch of liveliness. Continuing onward, the scenery of Dalongqi became even more expansive. The area of Dalongqi is approximately 2 square kilometers, with its clear blue water, blue sky, lakes, forests, grassy fields, and snowy mountains, along with flying birds and herds of cattle. According to legend, the Big and Small Longqi lakes are the summer palace of the Queen Mother of the West. Because of the shimmering blue waves and beautiful scenery, the Queen Mother feels delighted and comes to swim and bathe in the lake every year. Typically, it is rare to see animals along the roadsides, except for migrating cattle and sheep. However, as Su Yun traveled along the way, she discovered several national protected animals, including black storks, golden eagles, white-tailed eagles, and snow chickens. There was even a white figure that flashed across the camera. The viewers in the live stream also saw it, and the comments flooded in as they speculated about what kind of animal it was. In the end, they unanimously agreed that it was a snow leopard. After parking nearby, Su Yun raised her camera and went to the viewing platform, hoping to capture another glimpse of that beautiful creature. She was puzzled. Snow leopards typically inhabit high-altitude, rocky areas and meadows, so how could one appear in a low-elevation forested area? Yidi planet. Snow leopards usually roam the alpine meadows at around 5,000 meters during summer, but they descend to about 3,500 meters in winter. It's possible that due to the recent drop in temperature, many animals are migrating down the mountains, perhaps because it was noon. The temperature wasn't as low as they expected, only about -15 degrees. After taking a gene supplement and gradually acclimating to the temperature, the two didn't feel too cold, so they only wore thin jackets. Yili was curious about when the unusually heavy snowfall would arrive. Chapter 36, The Advanced Pass. Just as he was about to let the live stream ball circle around the dragon pool a few times before ending the broadcast, the white mist he exhaled stunned everyone. Is it really that cold over in Tian Shan? Isn't it only September? How fake. If the temperature is that low, shouldn't the dragon pool be frozen? Yili explained, water has a high heat capacity, so when the temperature drops suddenly, the water needs time to release the stored heat to reach freezing point. Got it. X99, learned something. X66, I'm from Kush and didn't dare to ask, but how did Yishan get in when the roads were closed yesterday? Right? I heard everyone was forced to leave the Tian Shan area. How do you know that? The person involved is here. Our whole tour group was stuck in Bayanbuluk, and the hotels here are pretty expensive. Everyone nearby was evacuated. I can attest to that, and the temperature has been fluctuating wildly lately. I have inside information. It said that there will be heavy snow on Tian Shan. Yili Fronit. Li Yong from the Anomaly Investigation Bureau had given him a green pass, allowing him access anywhere. In return, he would document the state of the no man's land, including any abnormal weather. Isn't the host going to explain? Yili replied. All relevant documents are complete and legal. In the Douyin Operations Department, Wang Chong sat in his office, furrowing his brow. He knew that this road closure was serious. Everyone in the Tian Shan region had received emergency notifications to evacuate to safety. Broadcasts and texts came one after another like death knells. Yili was a treasure of a host he had worked hard to discover. But he was acting like a disobedient child, completely disregarding the notifications. Wang Chong was anxious. This was a direct challenge to the authority of the government, and the consequences could be severe. In the live stream, the number of viewers continued to rise. The audience's curiosity had been thoroughly ignited. They wanted to know what was happening in Tianshan that warranted such drastic measures from the authorities. Boss, are we really going to shut down Yishin's livestream? One of his subordinates hesitated. As Li's channel was currently very popular, shutting it down would be like cutting off their own financial lifeline. It would be difficult to collaborate in the future, but Wang Chong knew that this matter couldn't be delayed. As for the documents Li mentioned, he didn't take them seriously at all. How could someone like him have that level of documentation? Taking a deep breath, Wang Chong decisively stated, "Shut it down. We can't jeopardize the reputation of the entire platform because of him." Suddenly, the livestream screen cut off and a message appeared. "This livestream has been banned. Thank you for your understanding and support." The audience erupted in confusion. Some began to complain, while others speculated about the reasons behind the ban. What's going on? Why was it suddenly shut down? The reason for the ban is a violation of laws and regulations. But didn't he have legal documents? Doesn't Douyin official stance recognize them? What could be the reason? Li doesn't have any legal documents, or perhaps the documents are fake. It's true, but not entirely. Gaining access to a clearly restricted area isn't impossible. However, first and foremost, the basic construction and transportation permits are absent, and there are no construction announcements for the Tianshan section. Even special work permits are useless, according to information provided by netizens. The troops blocking the road can't set foot inside, and police and rescue teams have to take detours. With all that ruled out, the only thing left is a high-level pass, which is something that ordinary people wouldn't have. Haha, I said this guy wouldn't get far. Sneaking into a closed road is just a stunt to make money, right? Otherwise, why would he start live streaming at this moment? Next, he is probably going to sell something, right? People like him deserve to be banned. In Kucha City, Sunshine Community, Lin Miao Miao was temporarily staying at a friend's house. Watching the sudden flood of negative comments in the live stream, she felt indignant. She knew very well why Li was streaming. Lin Miao Miao. And anyone who has watched my live stream knows that it was Yi Shun who saved me from the sandstorm. Afterward, I told Yi Shun how much his actions influenced me. That's why he started streaming, to make everyone aware of the dangers on the road and not to blindly imitate him. It's not about wanting to make money like you all say. So that is how it is. I love it. I feel like everything Yi Shun does makes sense. Miao Miao is right. With Yi Shun's impressive vehicle, how could he be short on cash? The situation in Tibet was just for show. I'm a truck driver and also a victim of the dust storm on the highway. It was this young man who saved us. Is there still someone doubting Yi Shun's character? What about his access to the closed road? If there are secret weapons being researched inside, wouldn't that all be exposed? The comments were divided into two factions, each arguing their points passionately. Meanwhile, Li was sitting on the second-floor terrace of his RV, leisurely sipping hot tea while petting Ali's tail. The scenery of Tianshan was breathtaking, making it hard to resist stopping. On the table beside him lay a conspicuous green booklet labeled High-Level Pass, issued by the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. Well, there was even a chance to explain. Suyin was downstairs on the phone. Find out who bought those fake accounts. Yes, dig up their backgrounds. Send them in for a few days. Some investors on Douyin are pulling out. Call their CEO. Anyone who dares to mess with me. At the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, in a secret base, Li Yong stared at the black screen of the live stream, his eyes widening in shock as he slammed his hand on the table in anger. Damn it, the high-level pass is fake. Has Douyin even checked the documents? He immediately grabbed the phone and called his superior, his voice unusually serious. Boss, Yi Li's live stream has been shut down, and we can't proceed with the research on this anomaly blizzard. On the other end of the line, the superior chuckled and scolded. Weren't we supposed to borrow a helicopter to get him out? Now you are just going to abandon him? Deputy Director Lin. I believe Yi Li has talent. This kid promised me that he might actually survive the extreme blizzard. If something goes wrong, I will definitely rescue him at the first opportunity. Initially, Leon did not trust Yi Li until he saw him casually strolling around in a jacket during a live stream. That seemed normal. They are all too aware of how low the temperature is over there. Although it warmed up a bit by noon, it was still hovering around minus 40 degrees in the early morning. At that time, their RV was driving up the mountain. Yi Li and his assistant Yin seemed unaffected by the cold. Under such conditions, regular gasoline vehicles would have broken down long ago. The volatility of gasoline becomes extremely poor, making it hard to ignite with a spark plug. Diesel? That would have solidified by now. Electric cars are even worse. They're completely useless. Not to mention the brittle body parts, short circuits, and sensors freezing and malfunctioning. Deputy Director Lin, I think Yili's identity can be made public. He is technically an external member, and our Bureau's existence is not a secret. There was a long silence on the other end before a calm reply came through. Shao Li, we can make it public, but we can only state that we focus on abnormal weather prediction and protection. Understood, Li Yong replied, confused. Isn't that exactly what their bureau does? Why did it feel like Deputy Director Lin was hinting at something? There was no time to think further. He immediately called for help. After navigating through layers of connections, the private phone of the Douyin CEO rang. At that moment, he was analyzing the financial report for the first half of the year, and the outlook was not optimistic. His competitor, Tigerfish, was gaining momentum in the esports live streaming sector. Fortunately, not long ago, Wang Chong from the operations department had brought him good news about a young talent who could potentially become Douyin's top star. As the phone rang, he answered with a frown. Do we know each other? The next words he heard were classified. The Douyin CEO nearly jumped out of his chair in shock. He immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. This was a matter of the company's survival. After hearing the details, he quickly responded, got it. I'll handle it right away. Chapter 37. Negotiation expert Lu Shifei as soon as the call ended. The urgent knocking of her assistant broke the silence in the office. Mr. Zhang, Vice President Lu from Yunkai Group, is on the line. She said. She received instructions from President Su and wants to withdraw her investment. The assistant's voice trembled slightly. Withdraw her investment at this time? Zhang Ming's pupils constricted. His face filled with shock. He opened his phone, and a message from a third-party data monitoring agency quickly came through. Yunkai Group is shifting their investment to Huyu Live. $2 billion. Yunkai Group is among the top 10 investment firms globally. Who could have predicted this a decade ago? That this underdog, Su Yun, could wield such influence. Everything she touched, whether in emerging tech, healthcare, or renewable energy, was thriving. Zhang Ming had no intention of crossing her. His keen business instincts made him realize where the problem lay. Yili, it must be because of this young man. Zhang Ming quickly dialed Wang Chong's number, suppressing his anger. Wang Chong, you need to restore Yi Li's live stream immediately. If we don't resolve this, we're all going to be in deep trouble. And get to my office right now. 10 minutes later, Wang Chong stood at Zhang Ming's office door. Another knock echoed through the room. Mr. Zhang, barging into restricted areas is a violation. Wang Chong tried to defend himself. Zhang Ming was already seething with frustration, and Wang Chong was just the target for his ire. Don't put words in my mouth. Was that a restricted area? Do you know who I just got off the phone with? His voice rose an octave. Because of you, Yunkai Group is withdrawing their investment, and retail investors are panicking and selling off at low prices. Can you afford the economic losses from this? Wang Chong stood frozen, his face pale, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks. Zhang Ming gave him a stern warning, then continued with a serious tone. There is still a chance to salvage this situation. The higher-ups have instructed us to cooperate actively with the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. That young man is an external associate of the Bureau. As for the mess with Yunkai Group, I'll help you clean it up. Consider this a sweet deal. Wang Chong, drenched in cold sweat, hurriedly agreed, his heart racing with panic. Yili had mentioned having legitimate credentials in the comments, but he hadn't believed it and opted for the safest course of action by shutting down the live stream first. Now, he felt like it was all over. An Anomaly Investigation Bureau, the organization that had become a hero in the eyes of the public after the emergence of abnormal weather, protecting humanity's safety. Without them, countless lives would be lost to unusual weather conditions. Wang Chong wished he could slap himself. He was such an idiot. In the magical city, at the global financial center, sunlight streamed through the glass facade of the Yunkai Group building, illuminating Lu Shifei's office. She sat behind a spacious desk, her pen gliding smoothly over the documents. Suddenly, her phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID, a smile creeping on her lips as she answered Zhang Ming's call. Mr. Zhang, good afternoon. Lu Shifei's voice was calm and elegant. On the other end of the line, Zhang Ming's voice was slightly urgent. Vice President Lu, what's going on with President Su's withdrawal of funds? Lu Shifei chuckled softly. She knew Su Yun's tactics all too well. The withdrawal was merely a smokescreen. The real showdown would take place at the negotiating table. She responded nonchalantly, President Zhang, we just have some new ideas regarding our collaboration. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, She shifted the topic to the contract. Regarding the contract for Yi Li and the distribution of profits, the ownership of the Douyin account belongs solely to him, and the platform will only take a 10% cut. Is that acceptable? By the way, President Zhang, my brother's contract states a 10-year term. How did your platform manage to keep such information so well concealed? There was a hint of teasing in Lu Shifei's voice. All right, I'll draft a new contract. Zhang Ming replied directly, easily conceding to her requests, as they were nothing significant to him. After all, the other party's goal was merely to secure Yi Li's freedom. Contracts have legal standing, and regardless of who comes in, as long as the contract is legitimate, they have to stay on Douyin for 10 years. Just when Zhang Ming thought the matter was settled, Lu Shifei spoke up again. President Su is considering a deeper collaboration. Can a maximum shareholding on your platform be relaxed a bit? What did you say? Zhang Ming's voice shot up an octave. It wasn't bragging. His Douyin project was currently the most profitable, and everyone wanted a piece of the pie. Just like industries with strategic significance or those involving national security. There are restrictions on foreign investments to prevent excessive concentration that could negatively impact national interests. Setting a maximum shareholding was to protect his own interests. If they loosened the restrictions for Yunka Group, it would be like someone snatching food right out of his mouth. This matter couldn't be rushed. President Su needed to discuss it with him personally. Zhang Ming was getting a bit angry. Even a clay figurine has its limits. And he was genuinely trying to resolve the issue. While Yunka Group seemed to want to take advantage of the situation, he almost wanted to hang up the phone. President Zhang, don't be in such a hurry. Have you been to the current uninhabited zones? What about the center of abnormal weather? Lu Shifei's voice carried a deeper meaning. Why are you bringing this up? Of course, I haven't been, Zhang Ming replied, a hint of impatience creeping into his tone. What if I said Yi Li could handle it? Just that one sentence made Zhang Ming understand everything. The Center of Abnormal Weather, the Bureau of Abnormal Investigations, Yi Li. Such a promising young talent. This young man's job was to delve into the Center of Abnormal Weather. No wonder the higher-ups required cooperation with him. If the nation were to find a solution to abnormal weather, because of this, Yi Li could be credited with a monumental achievement. Zhang Ming's heart raced, but his expression remained calm as he sat in his leather office chair, fingers gently tapping on the desk. He agreed to everything regarding Yi Li, but he was a businessman. He didn't want to budge on the maximum shareholding issue. Taking a deep breath, he tried to calm his emotions. Vice President Lu, we need to discuss this slowly. We can't rush things. Lu Shifei chuckled softly on the other end of the line. President Zhang, we have plenty of time, but the market waits for no one. Moreover, I believe that the folks at Tigerfish would be more than happy to see a big streamer like Yi Li join them. But you, the contract. Zhang Ming suddenly froze, realizing he had been trapped. He had already agreed to the terms of the contract, and Yi Li had severed ties with the Douyin platform. She could stream wherever she wanted. Considering that Yunkai Group was investing in Tigerfish Live, they could easily elevate Yi Li to become the top streamer there in no time, an absolutely irreplaceable presence. After all, the uncharted territories and extreme weather conditions are incredibly enticing. Zhang Ming didn't want to give up on this cash cow. I, in my personal capacity, will transfer 5 of the shares to you, on the condition that Yi Li can only stream on the Douyin platform. We don't want to take advantage of your company. Lu Shifei smiled lightly and took a sip of fragrant tea. Meanwhile, Yunkai Group was adding an investment of 20 billion, and other platforms also held the broadcasting rights for Yi Li, with the profits going to her personally. Chapter 38. The first time as a Fox the live stream room was finally unblocked, but Yi Li had already ended the broadcast. The screen coldly displayed that the live stream had concluded, leaving all the fans waiting in front of their screens in confusion. With the live stream over, the bullet chat feature was disabled. However, the fans' enthusiasm remained undampened, and they shifted to the comment section of Yi Li's videos, engaging in intense discussions. Just then, both Douyin and Huyu officially released a striking announcement almost simultaneously. They declared that a special live streaming segment would be created exclusively for Yi Li. The content of this segment was even more jaw-dropping. Live broadcast from uninhabited zones and during extreme weather. Was this some kind of April Fool's joke? What kind of person is Yi Li? I'm so excited. Is anyone really brave enough to go to those places? That's an extreme weather event with a survival rate of just 0.0001. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? The survival rate in Xinjiang during extreme rain is low. Those upstairs probably don't know about the tsunamis in the island nations. The wealthy have long since fled to other countries, and the coast has become a no-man's land. Our dragon country must have divine protection. But it's not the gods protecting us. It's all our soldiers. Everyone, hurry to the National Information Network. The Bureau of Anomalies has issued an announcement too. I can only say that ye God is amazing. Announcement from the Bureau of Anomalies. According to the management measures for external personnel of the Bureau of Anomalies of Dragon Country, it has been decided as follows. 1. Yili is appointed as an external member of the Bureau of Anomalies of Dragon Country, enjoying normal rights and privileges, effective immediately. 2. Comrade Yili will assist the Bureau of Anomalies in carrying out related work, with specific responsibilities as follows. Participate in the investigation and research of extreme weather. Provide professional opinions and technical support. Complete other tasks assigned by the Bureau leadership. 3. Comrade Yili has obtained a senior access pass, with corresponding rights and responsibilities. 4. Relevant departments and personnel are requested to actively cooperate with Comrade Yili's work to ensure the smooth completion of all tasks. This is the announcement. Bureau of Anomalies of Dragon Country. Once the Bureau's announcement was released, it felt as if a shockwave had been dropped into the entire online world. The trending topics surged, and interest continued to rise. Yili's name was closely linked with terms like external personnel of the Bureau of Anomalies and Senior Access Pass. His identity and the upcoming exploration tasks became the focal point of everyone's discussions. Yi God really has a senior access pass. Those who previously criticized my Yi Bao should hurry and apologize. I really don't understand what you're so envious of. Does the money you earn make you feel at peace? Those who say Yi God is just in it for the money are definitely trolls. Please, can you at least come up with a better narrative before you slander him? It would be better to say he's being supported by a rich woman instead. Is someone upstairs an undercover agent? Oh. So you're actually friendly forces, right? Supported by a rich woman? Yi God is still young. With such an RV, maybe he really is being sponsored. By the way, have you ever seen what the second floor of an RV looks like? Hiss. Is there a 300-pound woman lying upstairs? It could also be 3 beautiful women weighing 100 pounds each. Tian Shan, Delonki camping site. Yi Li's gaze wandered between the announcement of the unusual incident, Douyin's apology statement, and the invitation from Who You Live. He understood that all of this was inseparable from Su Yun's help. Being cared for by someone feels pretty good. Yili chuckled softly as he looked at Su Yun, who was busy in the kitchen. She exuded an elegance that had been cultivated over time. Yili quietly observed her, captivated by a charm that had nothing to do with age, a calmness and composure that came from experiencing life storms. He walked over and gently wrapped his arms around Su Yun from behind, feeling the warmth and sense of security emanating from her. Sister Yun, you always do so much for me without saying a word. Su Yun paused her movements and turned to face him. Given our relationship, isn't this expected? It's different. Yidi repeated, holding head on tightly. The clothes in the wardrobe, the carefully selected fishing gear, and the matter of this live stream. Yidi hesitated, unsure of how to express himself. How should I put it? It feels like you're just like my mom. Always taking care of every little detail without expecting anything in return, as if your happiness is the greatest comfort to them. Su Yun shot him a glance. I do these things not out of some overflowing maternal love. To break the awkward atmosphere, Su Yun leaned in and kissed him, silencing his words. Simple and straightforward. Now you don't have any psychological burden, right? I really can't understand why I feel like you're doing even more for me now. Are you actually starting to appreciate me? Seeing Yili rely on her even more, Su Yun felt a natural happiness, though she disagreed with his words. What does he mean by doing so much for him in silence? He saved her life, took her on adventures, loved her despite the age difference, and gave her that magical blue potion. Su Yun felt like she couldn't even count them all. Just the photo wall in the bedroom was enough to prove everything. Everyone is waiting for you to go live now. Why don't you show your face? Or take Ollie out to play for a bit, and I'll call you when dinner is ready. Okay, I'll be right back. Yili gently kissed Su Yun and then took Ollie outside to the car. Yili quickly registered a HuYu account. The username was the same as his Douyin account, which had been specially reserved for him. The livestream assistant could automatically link to multiple platforms, so when Yili started his stream, both the Douyin and HuYu rooms opened simultaneously without needing to relay. Hello, dear fans. It's me, Yili, back again. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, let's put the unpleasantness behind us and continue our journey together. Everyone was curious why he had stayed in Tianshan for so long and why the roads were closed. Given his status as an external staff member of the unusual incident, they should have already guessed. There will be a heavy snowstorm here. Ignoring the fans' warm greetings in the live stream, Yili directly fixed the live stream camera onto Ali's collar. Next, let Ali take everyone out for a stroll. After saying that, he returned to the RV. Inside the RV, Su-Yin lowered the display screen and was also watching the live stream. She was like a child, so clingy. The comments and GIFs in the live stream were rolling in like crazy. Unlike before, various verified users entered the chat, and the notifications were dazzling and cool. Today, we're not gaming. I want to travel too. Selling products? All the viewers in the live stream disappeared. What an unexpected blizzard. I couldn't even look at the sandstorm back then. Are there any girls like me out there with no specific body type requirements who want to come to my place this weekend to watch together? So now it's from Ali's perspective? Interesting. It's my first time being a fox. The viewers in the live stream immediately got excited. Ali understood Yedise meaning. He wagged his tail and then started walking briskly. He strolled along the overgrown path, making his way up the mountain. Chapter 39. Ali has been snatched away by the snow leopard. Ali, there are berries over there. Ali, that flower is so beautiful. Come closer. I felt like I was a teenager again, reminiscing about the days spent catching crickets and playing with beetles in my backyard garden. From the 100 Herb Garden to the Sandmay Book House, the atmosphere in the live stream was light and joyful, and the audience, led by Ali, felt as if they were truly immersed in the natural beauty of the Tian Shan Dalo Lake. They grew even fonder of this adorable little fox. The RV was parked by the lake, and Yi Li and Su Yun enjoyed the tranquility of nature, occasionally glancing at the live stream. Both wore smiles of happiness. Finally, Ali got tired of playing and began to head back the way it came. The viewers in the live stream followed Ali's steps through the wide-angle view of the live stream ball, taking in the scenery. Sunlight sparkled on the lake's surface, the distant snow-capped mountains stood majestically, and wildflowers dotted the nearby grassland. I've decided, next year, I will travel the Duku Highway. I'll set out right after this heavy snowstorm ends. Wait, something seems to have darted past ahead. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the live stream turned tense. On Ali's return path, a white head with black spots appeared from behind a rock. It was a snow leopard. The audience immediately became excited, and the comments exploded. Ali, watch out behind you. There's a snow leopard. Oh my gosh, isn't that a snow leopard? Ali, run. Weren't we just across from Dalo Lake? How did it suddenly come over here? Yishun, you messed up. Yishun, cloud assistant. Ali is in danger. However, Ali was oblivious to the live stream alerts and continued to stroll leisurely, completely unaware of the imminent danger. The hearts of the viewers were in their throats. They could only watch helplessly as the scene unfolded. Meanwhile, Yi Li and Su Yin were busy inside the RV. The sounds of pots and pans clanging mixed with their light-hearted chatter, and they didn't notice anything unusual in the live stream. Ali bounced back happily, humming a little fox song, thinking about what to have for lunch. It had been trying to lose weight lately, so it couldn't eat too much meat. Just as Ali was getting closer to the RV, the snow leopard suddenly sprang out from behind the rock with lightning speed. Oh, whoa. Before Ali could react, the powerful claws of the snow leopard had already pinned it down, and in a flash, it clamped onto the back of Ali's neck, turning and racing into the depths of the forest. Ali should be back by now, right? Yi Li set the lunch on the table and looked up at the live stream screen. The scenery was racing backward, and the comments were flooding in with exclamation marks. Yi Li sensed something was wrong. When he read the comments, his heart stopped. Ali has been snatched away by the snow leopard. In the blink of an eye, Yi Li burst out of the RV and sprinted up the mountain at an astonishing speed of 20 meters per second, twice the human limit. Su Yin was also taken aback by this sudden turn of events, her face turning pale. She couldn't afford to think too much. Quickly, she grabbed her phone, dialing the emergency number while rushing in the direction where Yi Li had chased after. Yi Li darted through the forest like a whirlwind, his eyes filled with urgency and determination, unleashing an astonishing speed he had never shown before. Branches on either side scraped against his cheeks and arms, leaving behind white marks. But he was oblivious to the pain, consumed by the thought of rescuing Ali from the snow leopard's jaws. At that moment, Yi Li was maintaining a speed of 20 meters per second. The snow leopard, as a top predator in the highlands, had a maximum speed of about 25 meters per second, slightly faster than Yi Li. However, it was difficult for the snow leopard to sustain that high speed for long. Yi Li was gradually closing the gap. The snow leopard seemed to sense its pursuer and quickened its pace, occasionally letting out a low growl. Was that creature a terrifying upright ape? How could it run so fast? Ollie was struggling in its mouth, emitting faint cries for help that echoed painfully in the quiet forest. Thanks to the high-tech collar, it could communicate with the snow leopard without barriers. Ollie, sister leopard, please don't eat me. Oh, Yili has plenty of meat. He will definitely trade it for me. Snow leopard, cunning fox. I don't believe you. Ollie, look at me, I'm all plump and juicy. He raised me. Snow leopard. And I might as well just eat you. The live stream had tea cut off. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. The perspective of the live stream showed a wide view. They could see not only the retreating pine trees, but also the increasingly clear figure of a person. It was Yili. Yili had actually caught up. He was practically a superhero. Wasn't he this, just asking for death? Could he really take on the snow leopard? On the other side, the Anomaly Bureau received a call from Su Yun and was preparing to organize a rescue. Suddenly, the alarm went off on the display screen in the Bureau's lobby. An anomalous blizzard was approaching. They needed to get Yili back quickly. It wasn't worth risking his life for just a fox. Captain Li, should I call him now? He won't give up. Li Yong murmured to himself, then waved his hand. Where's the helicopter? I'll go save him myself. Just as Yili was getting closer to the snow leopard, the sky changed dramatically. Large clouds rapidly gathered, followed by heavy, swirling snowflakes that fell like goose feathers. The snow was thick and heavy, blurring the entire forest in an instant, turning everything into a sea of white. It was as if the whole world had been swallowed by the blizzard. An anomalous blizzard? Damn it, why now? Yili's steps faltered. In the midst of the swirling snow, he strained his eyes to try and catch sight of the snow leopard, but its figure had vanished into the white. He could only occasionally hear branches snapping and the faint growls of the snow leopard, using those sounds to gauge its direction. Anxious and frantic, he stumbled forward, calling out Ali's name loudly. As the blizzard arrived, it felt as if the temperature had been instantly sucked away, plummeting sharply. Yili was suddenly hit by a bone-chilling cold, as if he had unpreparedly fallen into an icy lake. Every inch of his skin tightly wrapped in the frigid air. Even his breath seemed to freeze. The sweat that had formed on his body from running quickly crystallized into a thin layer of frost in this harsh cold, sticking to his back and making him shiver uncontrollably. Suddenly remembering that Su Yun had followed him, Yili quickly took out his phone and, while he still had a signal, sent a message. There are snowmobiles and 2 sets of clothes behind the RV. Just as he hit send, the phone's signal vanished in an instant. A fierce wind howled as it swept in, swirling large flakes of snow that stung his face and body like countless tiny needles. The snowflakes relentlessly invaded his collar and cuffs, intensifying the cold and making his body feel increasingly numb. The basic gene serum couldn't withstand such harsh conditions. Yili felt his legs losing all sensation. Chapter 40. The terror of the abnormal blizzard. Su Yun struggled to keep up behind them, the heavy snow blinding her vision. She nearly fell several times, her phone almost slipping from her grasp. Yet she grit her teeth, following Yi Li's calls, searching for their traces in this white, desolate world. Snowmobiles? Clothes. Upon receiving Yi Li's message, Su Yun hesitated for half a second before rushing back. She felt the sharp drop in temperature as well. The air was thick with a chilling sense of death. Finally, just as she was about to be consumed by the extreme cold, Su Yun returned to the warmth of the RV. She immediately closed all the windows and drew the curtains. Outside, the great dragon pool was freezing at a visible rate. The grass and trees were turning into ice sculptures, easily shattering upon touch. Everything was incredibly fragile in the face of this abnormal blizzard. -9, 90 degrees. Looking at the temperature control panel, a sense of dread spread within Su Yun. What does -90 degrees even mean? The moisture within living organisms would freeze in just a few minutes, rupturing cell structures and causing irreversible damage. Carbon dioxide would solidify, existing in the form of dry ice. Metals would become brittle and hard, easily breaking or damaging under slight external forces like impacts or bending. At this moment, Su Yun's mind was consumed with thoughts of Yi Li's safety. Right, the trunk. Remembering Yi Li's message, she quickly opened the back door and successfully retrieved the smart heated suit from the snowmobile. Su Yun quickly figured out how to operate it. After putting it on and donning the matching glass helmet, she felt its remarkable effect. The biting cold was completely blocked out, unable to approach her anymore. She rushed to gather whatever supplies she could carry, then started the snowmobile. The smart system immediately deployed the glass shield, and without a moment's hesitation, she plunged back into the snow. The snow leopard had returned to its cave. It was well hidden and perfectly positioned on a sunny, wind-sheltered slope, where the temperature inside was still bearable. Outside, the snow fell heavily, blurring visibility. Ollie curled up in a corner, whimpering, evoking sympathy from anyone who heard. "Ollie, I need to find Yuli." He froze to death, seeing that the mother snow leopard was completely ignoring it. Ollie spoke out in anger. "In this weather, do you really think those cubs can survive?" The mother snow leopard, provoked, roared back at Ollie. "At least my cubs have lived longer than you. That foolish human deserves to die. He asked just a meal for me. Ollie, you should come with me to save him. We can help you." Snow leopard, "Why should I trust you, you cunning and wicked fox?" At that moment, Ollie didn't care how the mother snow leopard perceived it. It was more concerned about confirming Yuli's safety, especially since it was stating the truth. What snow leopard gives birth in winter? Surely, it was deceived by that scoundrel leopard. "Ollie, are you stupid? He's a human. He can easily make a fire for us to warm up." The mother snow leopard was taken aback. How had she not thought of that? Indeed, that foul fox was far too cunning. Beneath a pine tree as thick as a barrel, Yuli dug out a snow cave for shelter from the wind, trembling as he curled up inside. Right next to him, Jerry had been frozen solid by the bitter cold, resembling an ice sculpture. Though the snow cave was not warm, it effectively slowed the chilling wind that threatened to steal away his body heat. As the temperature continued to drop, the shadow of death seemed to beckon to Yili. Yet, he still grinned widely, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. It was time to unleash his trump card. "System, can I sign in the Tianshan area?" he asked. "Of course, but if you don't sign in soon, it will be too late." "Haha, you're quite the funny system. Are you worried I might kick the bucket?" "Not at all. Host, hurry and sign in." "Who exactly are you? Why did you choose me?" "Sign in." Yili didn't press further. He tried to sign in, but found that his throat felt frozen, unable to produce a sound. The system grew anxious, hastening its announcements. "Automatic sign-in successful. Rewards: Intermediate Gene Potion X1, Beginner Gene Potion X10, Signal Base Station Ball." Automatically using Intermediate Gene Potion, Yili's pupils dilated in an instant as he let out a long breath. With the injection of the Intermediate Gene Potion, subtle changes began to occur within him. Beneath his skin, it felt as if countless tiny sparks were jumping around, gradually coalescing into warm currents. These currents flowed like small streams through his veins, slowly spreading throughout his body. His muscles began to relax, and his previously stiff joints became agile. Yili felt every frosty nerve ending slowly awakening, regaining vitality. His breathing became steady and deep, with steam forming into puffs of white mist in the cold air. The snowmobile awarded by the system was highly intelligent. Not only was it fully functional, but it could also automatically assess the usage scenario. Su Yun's gaze wandered across the map on the display screen, and she realized they had ventured deep into the heart of the Tianshan Mountains. At the same time, a red dot appeared on the screen, guiding her to track Yili's whereabouts. "Yili, please be safe." The snowflakes continued to fall, blanketing the world in a pristine white, beautiful yet deadly. 20 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. How could he have collapsed here? Su Yun's focus sharpened, and she was astonished to spot the outline of a snow leopard. Confusion filled her mind as she initially intended to press on in search of Yili. However, in the embrace of the snow leopard, she caught sight of Ali. Su Yun immediately stopped the vehicle, carefully bringing Ali back inside, noticing it was still conscious. Whimpering and pointing at the snow leopard. "Should we save it?" Su Yun asked softly. Ali nodded firmly. The snowmobile had ample space, and since the snow leopard wasn't particularly large, Su Yun managed to bring it inside as well. As the glass cover closed, the temperature inside the vehicle gradually warmed. "You're safe now, but Yili." Su Yun's voice choked with emotion. Ali's eyes also reflected guilt. It had originally planned to lead the mother snow leopard in search of Yili. After all, the place they parted was not far from the mother snow leopard's cave. But both Ali and the mother snow leopard had underestimated the ferocity of the sudden blizzard. The snow fox can survive in environments as cold as -50 degrees, while the snow leopard has slightly less cold tolerance, being able to operate in temperatures around -30 to 40 degrees. Ollie thought that a brief outing would pose no significant risk. However, they hadn't ventured far when the mother snow leopard could no longer hold on. Before closing her eyes, she entrusted her cub to Ollie. "Now, Ollie and Su-Yin are safe, and the snow leopard still has a chance of survival. But Yi-Li's safety remains uncertain. A sense of sorrow hangs in the air. Suddenly, Su-Yin remembers something and checks the live-streaming assistant ball around Ollie's neck. Since there is no signal, the live stream has already shut down. However, it has a built-in replay function, which might provide some clues. Wait, that's not right. I've been here before, and Yi-Li isn't there. There's a huge pine tree near Yi-Li. It must be here. In the footage, the snow leopard disappeared over the hillside, but is now turning back. If Yi-Li was along the path they took, Ollie would have definitely spotted him. Therefore, his location must be along either side of the route she took. Su-Yin quickly calculates the time in her head, and, considering the sparse arrangement of the surrounding pines, she swiftly locks onto the direction. Then, tightening her grip, she dashes out rapidly. Chapter 41. The Truth Behind the Extreme Weather. The Tian Shan region was shrouded in heavy snowfall, with fierce winds whipping up snow and fog, creating swirling white vortices in the air, making the outlines of the mountains appear hazy amidst the storm. On the outskirts of this desolate land, the personnel from the Anomalies Bureau had arrived. The roar of helicopters echoed as Li Yong and his team huddled together in the cramped cabin, dressed in bulky spacesuits. Team Leader Li, this is the official scent from the headquarters. One of the team members glanced at the middle-aged man sitting opposite him, his voice laced with reverence. The middle-aged man had piercing eyes and a resolute expression. The young team member could hardly bring himself to make eye contact. However, Leon's expression shifted, unable to suppress a smile. "All right, old Lin, don't scare the young ones." The middle-aged man, known as Old Lin, relaxed his stern demeanor slightly upon hearing Li Yong's words. His gaze shifted from the young team member to Li Yong, a hint of mockery in his eyes. "Li Yong, are you implying that I'm getting old?" Li Yong laughed heartily and patted Lin Quan on the shoulder. "Old Lin, your glare is colder than this blizzard. How can the young ones handle it?" This man was Lin Quan, the son of the deputy director, and a classmate of Li Yong. It could be said that Li Yong's transfer to the Anomalies Bureau was largely due to this guy's behind-the-scenes maneuvering. Of course, after understanding the Bureau's responsibilities, Li Yong agreed without hesitation and decided to start from the grassroots level. "How many years has it been since we last met?" "Let me think. 3 years, no. 3 years and 2 months. Li Yong continued. "I heard you became the combat king of the Eastern Theater this year? That is hard to believe. I remember your fighting skills were only a bit better than mine. Parting for 3 days makes one see each other in a new light. You still need to train hard." The atmosphere in the cabin eased slightly as the young team members watched the interaction, their tension alleviated. Usually, they would be on friendly terms with Li Yong, so they were surprised to learn about this connection. No wonder he could borrow a helicopter. Lin Quan's gaze pierced through the helicopter's window, staring at the Tian Shan mountains cloaked in snow, his expression turning serious once more. "This weather is worse than we anticipated." Li Yong replied, "I understand, but regardless of who is trapped in this anomalous blizzard, we will do our utmost to rescue them. That's right, Team Leader Li. We're not just envious of the god of Leaf SRV." A team member interjected quietly, trying to break the tense atmosphere. "Not just the RV, his physical fitness is far beyond that of ordinary people." Upon hearing this, Elena Guanuda, "That kid does have secrets, but he has got a good heart moreover. Do you think the Anomalies Bureau is really that simple?" Hiss. Li Yong and the team members' attention was immediately drawn in. They understood that the helicopter they were on was not an ordinary one, but a high-tech tool that the headquarters had invested heavily in modifying. The cost of modifying the helicopter was astronomical, with every screw designed to withstand extreme conditions for as long as possible. The modification costs could buy half a Boeing. Lin Quan's words carried a hint of pride as he continued. "This gear isn't cheap either. It can withstand temperatures as low as -100 degrees and has a usage time of 2 hours. Why didn't we get this good stuff earlier? Each of these costs 500,000, and they're prone to breaking easily. If it weren't for my dad, cough, never mind." Lin Quan cleared his throat, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. "All right, let's make a plan." Li Yong quickly outlined the mission. He, Lin Quan, and a young team member would head deep into the Tian Shan Mountains, while the others would maintain communication from the helicopter. Lin Quan reminded everyone that the blizzard showed no signs of stopping and the temperature was still dropping. We didn't have much time left. The team members nodded silently, their eyes glinting with determination. The helicopter's rotor blades spun steadily against the howling wind, slowly hovering above the snow-covered Duku Highway. The snow was blown away in all directions by the downward airflow created by the rotors, like a thin white curtain being suddenly lifted. From above, Yili's RV looked like a small island blanketed in snow, with only half of its body visible amidst the storm. The snow must be 2 meters deep, and they would need powered snowboards to navigate it. Suddenly, the calm snowfield erupted as snow piled under a pine tree exploded. Yili leaped out of the snowdrift like a monkey king, his figure agile and movements swift, shattering the surrounding tranquility. Wow, this feels amazing. The massive sound wave sent the snow atop the trees cascading down. The frigid falling snow barely touched Yili before turning into mist and dissipating. When he landed, the contact of his foot with the snow produced a dull thud, but he didn't sink in. Instead, he seemed to bounce back with elasticity. Yili felt an explosive power in his leg muscles, with each step giving him feedback from the ground, as if the earth were responding to his strength. He began to run across the snow, his speed making the surroundings blur. Yili remembered that running in the snow before felt heavy and laborious, but now he felt like he was gliding, barely touching the ground. Tip: the effects of the intermediate gene serum have not yet fully manifested. The host is expected to fully absorb it in about half a month. Not fully absorbed yet. My speed has already more than doubled. What will happen when I completely absorb the gene serum? Clearly, you will still be human. No one here is listening to the host bragging. The system remained as proud as ever, and Yili could only shrug in resignation. Well then, let's see how strong I am. Yili Stopet turned to face a pine tree as thick as a barrel, and with a gentle push, the tree shook violently. Snow and ice tumbled down, producing a crisp sound. He took a deep breath, and this time, instead of exhaling white mist, he felt a warm current rushing from his chest straight to his head, leaving him exceptionally clear-headed. His senses, reflexes, and thoughts all elevated to a new level. Wow, this is limitless. Right now, Ali's fate is uncertain, and Suyin might not have received any news if she doesn't return to the RV or put on that heated suit. Thinking of this, Yili didn't dare to delay and set off immediately. His steps were light and swift on the snow, leaving a trail of shallow footprints that were quickly covered by the freshly fallen snow. Suddenly, Yili stopped in his tracks, his ears twitching slightly. There was movement ahead. He peered through the swirling snowflakes and saw Su Yun urgently driving a snowmobile toward him. Sister Yun, the gloom in Yi Li's heart lifted instantly. Su Jun quickly verducked, nearly stumbling as she threw herself into Yi Li's arms, her voice trembling with tears. You scared me. I thought I would never see you again. Clothes, right, clothes. Su Yun seemed to remember something suddenly and hurriedly pulled out a heated suit from the snowmobile, carefully draping it over Yi Li. I'm fine now, Sister Yun, Yi Li said softly, trying to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes, but he couldn't reach her through the glass helmet. If only I could get 2 intermediate gene potions as a reward. Yi Li's gaze shifted to the interior of the vehicle, where he noticed a snow leopard. What's up with that snow leopard? He asked curiously. Get in the car first, Su Yun said, worried that Yi Li would catch a chill. She quickly took his hand and led him into the cabin of the snowmobile. Inside, the two of them, along with a fox and a leopard, were crammed together. The atmosphere felt a bit tense. Yi Li suddenly joked, how about we throw this snow leopard out? It's really cramped in here. Oh. The snow leopard seemed to understand and let out a low growl of discontent. In response, Yi Li gave it a light smack, reminiscent of the first time he met Ali, done in a way that was bewildering but not harmful. At that moment, Ali had regained her energy and was nestled in Yi Li's embrace. Humph, you picked the wrong fox to mess with. You're gonna get hit. As the snowmobile gradually drove away from the cave, the mother snow leopard became agitated. Her cub was still inside. If she was gone too long, the little snow leopard would surely freeze to death. Fox, don't forget what you promised me. The mother snow leopard sensed the terrifying power emanating from Yi Li and dared not actually bite him, only baring her teeth and growling angrily at Ali. The sight of her menacing fangs made Su Yun a bit uneasy. Yi Li naturally wouldn't indulge her and directly closed her mouth. The key was that the mother snow leopard didn't dare struggle, only whimpering pitifully, her eyes filled with a hint of pleading and tears. I'll ask Yi Li for you, so don't worry. But I can't guarantee your little cubs will be saved. Little cubs? Hearing the conversation between Ali and the snow leopard, Yi Li glanced pointedly at the mother snow leopard's size, beginning to understand what was happening. But how could a wild snow leopard give birth in winter? Chapter 42. Saving the snow leopard cub, who peeled in my car. Yili briefly explained the situation to Su-yun. Looking out through the glass at the raging blizzard, Su-yun's face was filled with disbelief, her voice trembling slightly. This is no longer just dangerous, Yili. It would be a miracle if we could save this female snow leopard. Yili, can we leave this place? Su-yun pleaded, not a cold-hearted person. The thought of those little snow leopards potentially freezing to death filled her with sympathy, sorrow, and a sense of helplessness that was no less than anyone else's. But minus 90 degrees. Even the most foolish person would know what to do, right? Su-yun just hoped that she, Yili, and maybe even Ali could be safe, happy, and worry-free. She didn't think it was wise to put their entire family on the brink of collapse for a momentary act of kindness. Su-yun admired those who were selfless, but she did not seek that kind of nobility for herself. Yinjia, I understand your concerns, Yili said softly yet firmly, holding Su-yun's hand tightly. The sound of the snowmobile's engine gradually faded, leaving only the howling wind and snow around them. Su-yun's eyes were filled with complex emotions. She knew Yili had made a decision. I used to think that traveling was all about freedom and enjoying the scenery. But after meeting you, I realized that the meaning of travel is not just passing through. It's also about experiencing and understanding. The people and things we encounter on the road teach us something. Yili paused, his gaze becoming more profound. If I have the ability to save these lives, but choose not to, I would consider that my failure. In fact, after hearing the conversation between Ali and the snow leopard, he finally understood that these two were out to save him, even if they might have other motives. Su-yun fell silent, sensing the sincerity and determination in Yili's words, which was one of the reasons she loved him so much. Seeing Su-yun's brow still furrowed, Yili gently smiled, trying to ease her worries. In fact, I'm 100% confident. Huh? What did you say? Su-yun was about to compromise. You've seen how terrifying this blizzard is. You don't think an ordinary person could survive half an hour in this snow, do you? Yili said with a hint of jest. I'm sorry. I came too late. That's not what I meant. What I meant is, I'm completely unafraid of the blizzard's cold. I could even run around outside in the nude. Yili voket half-heartedly. Nude running? You're not a pervert. Su-yun retorted bluffily, recalling how Yili appeared completely unfazed when she found him. Could it be true what he said? Was he not human? Did she just end up dating an alien? And this heated suit he wore was quite incredible too. The snowmobile was the same. But Su-yun had just checked the time. Night was approaching, and the temperature would definitely drop even lower then. Would these devices hold up? Woo-woo-woo. The female snow leopard could no longer wait. Any further discussion would be pointless. Yili took over the controls, restarted the snowmobile, and turned it toward the cave of the mother snow leopard. In the midst of the wind and snow, the silhouettes of the two were resolute and warm. Upon reaching the destination, the cave entrance was completely buried under a thick layer of snow. Inside the vehicle, the mother snow leopard was restless, her claws scratching frantically at the cold glass, but leaving no trace. Yili knew he couldn't let her step outside. The raging wind and biting cold could very well take her life. He quickly unbuckled his seatbelt, turned to Su-yun, and said, Sister Yun, you stay in the car, keep the engine running to stay warm. I'll be back soon. However, Su-yun shook her head, gripping Yili's arm tightly. I'm wearing a heated suit too. I'm going with you. If you're not here, this mother leopard will cause trouble again. Don't worry. I'll be fine. Yili gently patted the back of Su-yun's hand, giving her a reassuring smile. Taking a deep breath, he opened the car door. The fierce wind and swirling snow immediately rushed into the cabin, chilling to the bone. The mother snow leopard scratched at the glass anxiously, as if urging Yili on. Yili jumped off the snowmobile and stepped into the deep snow, miraculously walking atop it without sinking. Wow, amazing, Su-yun thought. She knew Yili's weight all too well, not from a scale, but from her own experience. It was incredible that he didn't sink at all. Yili began to dig at the entrance, each swing of his arms sending up flurries of snow, his breath forming puffs of white mist in the frigid air. Yet he felt no cold. The intermediate gene serum had enhanced his body comprehensively, allowing him to maintain vitality even in such extreme temperatures. Soon, he cleared some of the snow from the entrance, creating a small opening. Without hesitation, he quickly squeezed inside, disappearing from Su-yun and the mother snow leopardess sight. Su-yun gripped the steering wheel tightly, silently praying as her eyes remained fixed on the cave entrance, hoping Yili would safely bring back the cub. The mother snow leopard also settled down, filled with anticipation and anxiety. Ali, don't worry. Yili is capable of anything. Snow leopard, He is the savior of both me and my daughter. I want to follow him from now on. Do you think that that's a good idea? Ollie, no way. Snow leopard, why not? I can hunt and take care of him. Ollie, I can catch little mice for Yili too. Suddenly, their chatter was cut off by a rumbling sound that shook the ground, like thunder cracking in the sky. In an instant, the sky was engulfed by a heavy shadow. The already dim sunlight ruthlessly obscured, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze in fear. Night fell. What was happening? Su-Yun's heart raced violently in her chest, her gaze shooting upward with the chilling noise. She saw a massive wave of white snow, like a wild stallion breaking free, thundering down from the mountaintop, unstoppable in its fury. An avalanche. Her voice was almost drowned out by nature's roar. The leading edge of the avalanche resembled a giant white sickle, mercilessly slicing through the mountainside, pulling trees and rocks into its deadly embrace. Wherever they go, not a blade of grass grows. It's terrifying, more frightening than any disaster movie Su-Yun has ever seen. Ali's reaction is the most immediate. Its body goes rigid, ears pinned back against its head, and it's wet underneath from fear. It's scared stiff. The mother snow leopard's eyes are filled with primal instincts. Its paws scratch anxiously at the snowmobile's cabin, desperately seeking an escape, while a low growl rumbles in its throat. In this life-or-death moment, Su-Yun's instincts kick in, driving her to act quickly. She grips the snowmobile's handlebars tightly, her knuckles turning white from the effort, and the snowmobile surges forward. The tires carve deep tracks in the snow as they race toward the only refuge, a cave. Inside the cave, Yili is startled by the tremor, and the three little snow leopards in his arms begin to whimper. Just as he steadies himself and prepares to step out of the cave to assess the situation, Su-Yun zooms past him on the snowmobile, and the expressions on their faces, hers and the two animals, are all different, but their eyes are wide with shock. My goodness, who just peed in my vehicle? Chapter 43. The mission of Lin Quan during Yi Li's disappearance. Discussions online began to escalate. The flag was raised at noon, but the person was sent in the afternoon. I wonder if Ali was rescued. The snow leopard is so wicked. Was that an unusually heavy snowstorm we saw at the end? It's terrifying. I can feel the chill even while snuggled under my blankets. Who said Yi Shun was sent away? Not having a signal is perfectly normal. They're panicking. Just look at the official temperature readings. It's already minus 120 degrees. How can anyone survive that? Nowadays, no one could capture the true scene of Tianshan. Only gloomy sky photos taken by nearby residents and official graphs showing the abnormal snowstorm temperatures circulated online. The steep drop in temperature on those charts made everyone who saw them feel as if they were personally experiencing the bone-chilling cold, involuntarily shivering. But humans are inherently curious creatures. The more mysterious and unknown a place is, the more they want to explore it. As for Yili, who was so highly anticipated by everyone, he now seemed to have vanished in a thin air, leaving no trace. Some even claimed to have seen a mysterious helicopter heading toward the Tianshan area, presumably on a rescue mission. However, just as the crowd anxiously awaited further updates, that person was swiftly taken away for leaking state secrets. Meanwhile, in Tianshan, Li Yong and Lin Quan were meticulously comparing the terrain maps, trying to locate Yili's whereabouts. Unfortunately, due to the heavy snow cover, all possible clues had been erased. Even the two experienced veterans felt overwhelmed. This damn weather. It always feels like wind is seeping in, Lin Quan muttered, his brow furrowed as he checked his spacesuit, ensuring that all the seals were tightly fitted. At the same time, he gently slid his fingers across the control panel of his suit, activating the additional heating module. Li Yong was adjusting his oxygen supply nearby. The helmet of his spacesuit was equipped with an environmental monitoring system that displayed real-time external temperature and oxygen levels. The red needle of the thermometer had already pointed into the danger zone. The temperature has dropped to the limit we can withstand, and our oxygen supply is almost depleted. We should head back, he suggested. You guys go ahead. I'll search for another 10 minutes, Lin Quan replied. Old Lin, are you hiding something from me? You've been taking pictures this whole way. Do you have another mission? Li Yong asked, frustration creeping into his voice. Forget it. It's not really a secret. Lin Quan lowered his voice and confessed, I need to go to the center of the snowstorm at the mountaintop. Go to the mountaintop? Are you crazy? Li Yong looked at him in shock, disbelief evident in his tone. Just being below the mountain slope, they were already struggling, let alone the mountaintop, especially the center of the snowstorm. Is this a mission or a death wish? Li Yong tried to grab Lin Quan's hand, wanted to pull him back. Who gave you this mission? This is just asking for trouble. At least wait until the snow stops and I'll go with you. It was Deputy Director Lin who assigned it. Are you going to argue with him? First, come back with me to replenish supplies, and then I'll go with you. I don't need supplies. My gear is custom-made to withstand temperatures as low as minus 200 degrees. Yours can't handle it, huh? Leon almost laughed in disbelief. I believe you not. He knew Lin Quan too well. Whenever Lin was lying, he always ended with a few awkward chuckles, trying to appear nonchalant. Only spacesuits can resist minus 200 degrees. A single space suit costs tens of millions. Old Lin. Leon wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Lin Quan. This mission is confidential. I can't handle it alone. Why are you trying to tag along? You should keep looking for Comrade Yili. I have a backup supply pack that will last another 2 hours. That's enough. Remember to stay in touch. With that, he began to struggle up the mountain. Inside the cave, it was warm and tranquil, a stark contrast to the raging storm outside. After Su Yun rushed in, the cave stability was confirmed. It hadn't collapsed due to the avalanche. Are you all okay? Did anyone get hurt? Yili opened the glass cover and reached out to help Su Yun up. He was holding 3 small snow leopards in his arms, curled up and looking both curious and a bit scared. They were making adorable little sounds. The mother snow leopard closely followed Yi Li's every move, her eyes filled with gratitude and trust. She approached him and licked her cubs affectionately. By the time we dig out the passage, it'll probably be dark. Looks like we'll have to stay here for a while. I knew it. Good thing I brought plenty of supplies. Su Yun's voice echoed in the cave as she rubbed her slender waist, her brow slightly furrowed. She lifted the seat of the snowmobile, revealing the storage space underneath, which was packed with her carefully prepared supplies: frozen meat, a spray gun, blankets, sleeping bags, camping tents. How could you fit so much in there? Yili asked in surprise, admiration flickering in his eyes. That tent is a high-tech reward from the system. It's only the size of a disc, but it expands into a full tent. Its sturdiness is unquestionable. Even sandstorms can't touch it. Just not sure how well it retains heat. The sleeping bag, though only one, looked big enough for 2 people, though it might be a bit cramped. The rest were food and tools for starting a fire. Wait, these metal sheets. Are they for a modular wood stove? Yili's eyes lit up at the sight of the metal sheets, clearly excited. That's right. I'm pretty clever. Aren't I? Suyin said proudly. She picked up the metal sheets and skillfully began to assemble them. In no time, a small yet sturdy wood stove appeared before them. Yili spun her around in his arms, praising her, as expected of Sister Yun. You're so meticulous with everything. The wood stove is a must-have for all winter camping enthusiasts. It uses firewood as fuel, and the smoke is vented through a chimney, generating enough heat to make one sweat. The downside? It requires frequent refueling. With this incredible gadget, plus the high-tech camping tent, even camping outside at night shouldn't be too risky. Well, maybe it's better not to take chances. Yili snapped back to reality. But where could he find firewood? Gur? The female snow leopard tugged at Yili's sleeve, her eyes glancing toward the cave, as if hinting at something. Is that okay? Yili asked it. The female snow leopard nodded, seemingly in agreement. What are you two talking about? Suyin asked, a bit confused. There are plenty of bushes and dry grass inside the cave. We should be able to burn those for a couple of hours. I'll go find some more firewood after that, Yili explained. The snow leopard's den was small, located deep within the cave, while Yili and Su Yun were near the entrance where there was more space. He first set up the high-tech tent and moved all their gear inside. Although the cave was warmer than outside, it was still relatively cold. Ali had already snuggled up with the little snow leopard on a blanket, their warm forms adding a touch of coziness to the makeshift shelter. Yili patted the female snow leopard beside him. You should come in too. Those little ones must be hungry. They were almost nibbling on well, you know. The female snow leopard sensed his kindness and gently nudged her head against his hand before also crawling into the tent. Yili and Suyin got busy. Yili was responsible for clearing the snow to ensure proper air circulation, while Suyin set up the heating equipment to maintain the temperature inside the cave. Remembering how lethargic Ali had been, Yili suddenly recalled that he had 10 basic gene potions. Snow foxes are already resistant to the cold, and with the gene potions boosting their physical attributes by 1 or 2 times, they should be able to withstand temperatures as low as minus 100 degrees, right? Without hesitation, Yili lifted the tent flap. Ali, I've got a treasure for you. Chapter 44. Transformation? There's no place for you at home at this moment. The mother snow leopard was nursing, and when she saw Yili enter, she instinctively opened her belly as if inviting him. I'm not drinking, thanks. Yili waved his hand. He walked over to Ali and picked her up from the pile of snow leopards. Woo woo woo, Ali exclaimed, hey, what are you doing? Yili felt a bit dazed, as if he were meeting an old friend. Without any small talk, he took out a gene serum, popped the cap, and poured it into Ali's mouth. He still had to deal with the snow later. Ali seemed to sense that this was something good and eagerly leaned forward, licking the bottle's mouth, until the last drop of blue liquid disappeared. Yili rubbed her head and teased, you little rascal, you really know your stuff. Following me is quite the deal. In the next moment, a white glow appeared around Ali. Vaguely, a human figure seemed to emerge. Yili was stunned. Could this be the legendary transformation? This is a supplement. Logically, the effect shouldn't be this powerful. If Ali really turned into a human, there would definitely be no place for her in the RV. What Su Yin said. Fortunately, the dazzling light quickly faded. Ali was still the adorable little fox, and everything seemed to be just Yi Li's imagination. He let out a sigh of relief. It would have been troublesome if she really turned into a vixen. Where's the vixen? Su Yun's head poked into the tent, carefully searching every corner. Her eyes were wide open like copper bells, radiating shrewdness. Sister Yin, you heard wrong. Yi Li stepped out of the tent, took off his heated suit. I'm going to dig a passage to vent the smoke. Just in time to use the snow to heat the kettle for tea. Su Yin also wanted to follow Yi Li and take off her heated suit, as it was indeed very warm, but it restricted her movement. However, before she could even unzip it, Yi Li darted in front of her, grabbing her hand. It's too cold. You can't take it off. Be obedient. Huh? Oh, okay then. There was no need to ask why she couldn't take it off. Just Yi Li's words made Su Yun feel a sudden thrill. It was different from his usual pampering. This was a rare display of dominance. Hee hee hee. Woo woo. Ali thought, what is this woman laughing about? Did Yi Li kiss her again? It walked out of the tent with a nonchalant stride, lazily stretching, then headed towards Su Yun. What extreme cold. This temperature was nothing to it. The moment Yi Li took out the primary gene serum, an overwhelming desire surged within Ali. It wanted to obtain it. It would give it unparalleled power. Now Ali felt as strong as an ox. Woman, tonight, Ali, I'm going to sit at the dining table. Are you awake? Perfect. You could be my pillow. Su Yun was a bit surprised and directly hugged Ali, feeling its fluffy texture. Is it just me? Or do you feel like a little furnace? Ali retorted, you're the little furnace. It tried to resist, but unfortunately, the effort was minimal, and its bottom got smacked a few times. It doesn't hurt, but it's quite humiliating. Su Yun sat on a rock with Ali, breaking branches from the bushes into small pieces while observing Yi Li's movements. The snow at the cave entrance was too thick to clear completely. Even if most of it were removed, more snow would continue to slide down from above. Because of this, Yi Li was cautious about not making the entrance too large. Not to mention, a snow cave even half a person's height could collapse, especially given the slope terrain here. Puffing and panting, this was truly uncomfortable. Yi Li lay on the snow surface, as if swimming in it, using his hands to shove the snow aside and carefully compact it. After about 10 minutes, he gently pushed aside the soft snow. The biting cold wind instantly pierced his hands. What hit his hands was no longer snowflakes, but ice crystals. It was terrifying. Thankfully, it was only in the Tian Shan region. If it were in a big city, many people would freeze to death. He still needed to go out and find usable firewood. Ordinary trees, in such low temperatures, have their internal moisture freeze, drastically losing their flexibility, and would collapse with just a light touch. Fortunately, the Tian Shan area is mostly coniferous forest. Trees that grow in high-latitude cold regions inherently evolve to have strong cold resistance. Like the larch Yi Li had been digging around, which stood tall and firm. Outside, the sky was already quite dim, barely visible. Although Yi Li could endure it, he wasn't inclined to suffer unnecessarily. He wisely returned to the cave and put on his heated suit. Wait, first, let's have a cup of hot tea. Su Yin placed an iron pot on the fire stove and brewed ginger tea with some ginger she had inexplicably acquired and snow water. After drinking it, warmth spread throughout his body. Even the snow leopard enjoyed it, letting out happy yowls. Thanks to the heat from the stove, the temperature inside the cave rose significantly, allowing the little snow leopards to frolic nearby. They were full of energy after finishing their milk, while the mother snow leopard appeared somewhat lethargic. Sister Yin, you guys should roast some meat first. We need to check on the caravan tomorrow, and we can't leave this stuff uneaten. Sure, I'll save a leg of lamb for you. With just a glance, Su Yun understood Yi Li's intention. He wanted to share some meat with the mother snow leopard. She, of course, had no objections. However, whether they could return tomorrow depended on whether they could dig out a sufficiently large passage at the cave entrance for the snowmobile to pass through. Otherwise, walking to the caravan would be quite difficult. Suddenly, before leaving, Ali bit onto Yili's pant leg. "You want to come with me?" Ali nodded, full of spirit. "Take me along. I can help you find things." On the silent snowfield, the footprints they left behind were covered in ice crystals, standing out prominently. The soft crunch of snow underfoot was relaxing, but alongside that sound, there was also the slurping noise. "All right, stop licking. Sister Yin knows when to get angry." Yili helplessly glared at Ali. As the temperature continued to drop, adhering to the principle of sharing both good and bad times, Yili tucked Ali into his arms. Yet it kept pushing up, its head even poking into his helmet. The snow fox is already small, and Ali is even more petite. It looks chubby, but most of that is just fur. The two of them stare at each other with wide eyes. "Ali, I found so much firewood. What's wrong with licking it a bit? I told you to watch fewer movies. Where did you pick up that accent?" In front of Yili, the logs are neatly arranged. Moving all this wood back without any tools is quite a challenge. Fortunately, Yili has plenty of strength to spare. She swiftly carves out a mortise and tenon joint with her hand, uses 4 logs as a base, adds another as a lever, and arranges the rest neatly. This way, she can transport it all in one go. What do you think? Useful, right? Ali, can our ancestors really use brute force to pull a dozen logs? Who knows? Instead of discussing that, I'm more curious about what is going on with your eyes. How can you see inside the trees? Is it X-ray vision? Yili drags the wood while glancing sideways at Ali's eyes. The deep blue irises are remarkably clear, and the pupils are lively, with shimmering golden threads within. Ali, exactly. But if I concentrate and look for a little while, I just can't help but tear up. I see. This is something you mustn't tell anyone, understand? Ali, I can't even talk. Chapter 45. A life of farming and weaving on the winding mountain road. Yili walked with steady and powerful steps, his gaze already piercing through the thicket ahead. The smoke from the cave's entrance was scattered by the wild wind, swirling in the air, signaling a place of warmth and tranquility. As he drew closer, Yili's heart grew calm. Was this not the tranquil life of farming and weaving, free from worldly disputes? A gentle sense of satisfaction surged within him. The surrounding wind and snow seemed to fade away, and he found himself in that idyllic land far from the hustle and bustle, feeling at peace and content. How delightful! Ali, stop laughing, I'm a bit scared. Ali said. Cough, sorry. Yili closed his mouth. He skillfully delivered the wood into the cave, each piece carefully selected, just the right size. After finishing, he nimbly climbed inside. Inside the cave, the temperature stood in stark contrast to the outside chill. Yili noticed that the snow in the passage melted instantly, only to refreeze into solid ice. These layers of ice made the passage sturdier and safer. How could this not be considered a pleasant surprise? When Yili's figure reappeared at the cave entrance, Su Yun was already waiting there, her eyes filled with concern. Is it cold outside? Don't tire yourself out with all that wood. She quickly stepped forward, using a soft cloth to wipe the snowflakes and ice crystals off his shoulders. Her movements gentle and attentive. Hey, how did Li end up in your arms? Su Yun said, playfully lifting Ali by the scruff of her neck and placing her on the ground. I told you not to bring her. I knew she'd cause trouble. Woo woo woo. Woo woo. Yili chuckled and explained, Sister Yun, you've misunderstood Ali this time. She found all this wood. Really? Should I give her a treat to make up for it? That's not necessary. Ali was very well behaved on the way. Yili changed the subject. Have you and the snow leopards eaten yet? I fed the mother snow leopard. She ate a lot and almost swallowed the frozen meat whole. As she spoke, Su Yun glanced at the mother snow leopard lying on the ground, who seemed embarrassed and lowered her head. Yili walked over to the firewood stove, took off his heating suit, revealing the warm clothes underneath. I guess you haven't eaten yet, right? He squatted down and rubbed the head of the small snow leopard at his feet, who affectionately nuzzled his hand. The mother snow leopard, well fed, now had a full belly, no longer looking emaciated, but rather plump and healthy. I was hungry then. I'll wait for you to eat together. Su Yun turned around and placed the thawed steak on the stove, which quickly began to sizzle, filling the air with the aroma of cooking meat. The mother snow leopard's eyes instantly lit up. Is it that fragrant? How is this different from what I eat? Yili sat nearby, quietly watching Su Yun as she busied herself, his eyes filled with affection. You've worked hard all day. Let me handle the cooking. He reached out to take the small knife from her hand. You must be more tired than I am. Su-yin turned her head and flashed a warm smile at Yili. It'll be ready soon. I'm sure you'll love it. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Yili met Su-yun's gaze and softly said, as long as you're here, I'll enjoy whatever we eat. What if I burn it? She teased. I do still like it. What if I've already taken a bite? Even more so, what if I've chewed it up? I wait. That's getting a bit gross while the two were playfully bantering. The steak was sizzling to a perfect golden brown, releasing an enticing aroma. Su-yin carefully placed the cooked meat on a clean leaf and handed it to Yili. Give it a try. I hope it suits your taste. Yili took a large bite of the steak, and the rich flavor combined with the smoky aroma was utterly satisfying. Without needing more words, he gave a thumbs up and praised, delicious. This flavor will stay with me for a lifetime. That's a bit over the top. Su-yin laughed happily. Ali chimed in, I haven't eaten yet. As the last spoonful of hot soup was consumed, night fell. It was time to seek the comforting embrace of sleep. Inside the tent, the mother snow leopard lazily stretched out on a blanket in the corner. The little snow leopard curled up like a fluffy ball in her embrace, eyes closed, enjoying the unique warmth and safety. Ali had somehow joined the cozy pile. The firewood had been replenished enough to last 4 hours, providing warmth for everyone to sleep soundly. Su-yin's sleeping bag was spacious and comfortable, and she shot Yili a playful glance, inviting. Though this isn't designed for two, it's big enough. Don't you want to try it together? Yili jokingly replied, it might be a bit cramped. Su-yin lightly laughed, a glint of mischief in her eyes. A little squeeze keeps us warmer. Are you saying I'm fat? Of course not, Yili said as he pulled out his phone. As the temperature rose, it powered back on. I'll report back to the Anomaly Bureau. I've already tried. There's no signal in the cave, Su-yin reminded him, a hint of exasperation in her voice. Yili smiled mysteriously, pulling out a small, exquisite ball from behind him. That's because you don't have this, he announced dramatically. Tada! It's the Signal Base Station ball awarded by the system. It looked similar to a live streaming assistant ball, but had an antenna on top, giving it a simple charm. As Yili activated the signal ball, it slowly floated into the air, starting to work and emitting a soft blue light. The antenna rotated slightly, capturing faint signals. Soon, it fixed its direction toward the southeast. There really is a signal. This is amazing, Su-yin exclaimed, disbelief shining in her eyes. She picked up her phone, which displayed a full signal, and messages began pouring in from her parents, Lu Shifei, and the Anomaly Investigation Bureau Yunjia. I'll explain the situation to the Bureau. Just let your parents know you're safe. Yili sent a reassuring message to Li Yong, then planned to record a video to post on Douyin. Time to let everyone know that Yili is back again. What should he film? Yili looked around, and his gaze landed on the mother snow leopard. You are the one, he said, lifting his phone and gently stroking the mother snow leopard's head and back. Oh, whoa. The mother snow leopard tilted her head, a bit puzzled, but willingly accepted his affection. She even stuck out her tongue, trying to lick Yili's face. Hey, no leaking. Su-yun scolded. The mother snow leopard paused her action and leisurely began to groom her paws instead. The little snow leopard, curious, leaned closer to the camera, looking fluffy like a stuffed toy. Seizing the moment, Yili snapped a few pictures. Finally, he took a family photo of the snow leopard family along with Ali. Yili selected these heartwarming photos and added cute cartoon captions to create a graphic post. He even gave the post a witty title, Little Snow Leopard, You've Got This. Where did Yili go? Chapter 46 Reactions from all sides. A young man trudged home, his exhausted body feeling like a burden. The relentless intensity of his work left him utterly drained, his fingers reluctant to move even a little. He slumped onto the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling, a wave of indescribable confusion washing over him. Usually at this time, he would enjoy watching Yili's travel videos, filled with adventure and freedom that always lifted his spirits. However, the news reported that Yili had gone missing in a snowstorm. He sighed and habitually opened the app Douyin. Just as he was about to mindlessly scroll through the screen, his phone suddenly vibrated. A notification popped up. The account you follow has updated new content. His eyes brightened instantly, and his heart raced. That profile picture. Yes, it's that guy. With trembling fingers, he clicked on the notification. On the screen, Yili was smiling and waving at the camera. The video was titled, Little Snow Leopard Caught. I knew it. How could Yishun possibly be defeated? A warm rush of joy surged within the young man, filling him with an indescribable happiness. He couldn't wait to watch the video. Oh my. The entrance is completely blocked by the snowstorm. Ollie and the little snow leopard are so adorable. Following Yili's perspective, He once again embarked on a journey filled with the unknown and surprises. The online forums erupted. PS alive. Yi Shun is back. PS talking. I'm a fan now. This guy is amazing. The snow leopard is so cute. I just want to pet it. Caught the snow leopard? Could it be that these little snow leopards are? Shut up upstairs. Yi Shun. Caught the snow leopard. Mother and daughter safe. Why didn't we see Yun Assistant? We want to see Yun Assistant. Can we live stream the extreme snowstorm tomorrow? I'm all set with my cozy blankets and snacks. Above the Duku Highway, a helicopter's rotor blades churned the thin, biting air, emitting a deep, rumbling sound as it finally disappeared beyond the mountain outlines. Inside the cabin, Lin Quan gripped the cold armrests tightly. His body trembled involuntarily. His lips parted slightly, but he couldn't form a complete sentence. He had failed. That was the true extreme snowstorm. Old Lin, are you okay? Let us try again tomorrow. No, we can't get in there at all. Lin Quan's eyes were filled with awe. I can't see the road. The storm tossed me several meters, and those ice crystals, the specially designed helmet, it's cracked. His cold weather suit was covered in a layer of ice, and his gloves were riddled with tears, losing their insulating properties. Most alarmingly, the specialized helmet was pockmarked with cracks from ice crystal impacts, some nearly penetrating the shell, posing a serious threat to safety. Surviving the descent from the mountain was already a stroke of luck. Leon, ice crystals cracking the helmet? That's not scientific. These aren't ordinary ice crystals. Near the mountain peak, close to the center of the extreme snowstorm, they've changed. Recalling that scene, a chill swept through Lin Quan's entire body. At that moment, Leon's phone suddenly vibrated. A message popped up on the screen. His eyes quickly scanned the text, and they widened in disbelief as he excitedly slapped his thigh and laughed. I knew it. This kid really is something. Who? It can't be Yi Shun, can it? A young soldier beside him asked, half in doubt. Hey, it really is him. Lin Quan leaned in surprised. I told you. He crossed the Yarlung Sanpa Grand Canyon, emerged unscathed from the bizarre fog, and enjoyed the scenery in the midst of torrential rain. This kid is definitely tough. Before long, they saw a video post from Yili. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Around them came a chorus of gasps. In temperatures plummeting below -100 degrees, Yili was somehow only wearing a thin jacket. How is this even possible? Is he still in Tian Shan? Look at the snow leopard next to him. It's the one that carried away the little fox before. Besides, his RV is still here. How could he leave Tian Shan? It was unbelievable. Could it be that Yi Shun really is superhuman? In fact, after not seeing Yi Li for half a day, they had already begun to believe he was lost. No one could survive in such extreme blizzard conditions. Yet now, Yi Li was perfectly fine, posting messages and videos. It was simply mind-boggling. In Magic City, at the Yunkai Gru building, Lu Shifei finally let out a breath she had been holding. Seeing Yi Li alive and well reassured her that Su Yun was certainly safe too. She had been watching all the videos and live streams along the way. As Su Yun's best friend, she had noticed the changes in her. One could only say that genuine happiness couldn't be faked. Lu Shifei felt a pang of envy. Yinjia, it seems that Yi Li has really changed you a lot. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Lu Shifei snapped back to reality and looked up at the entrance. A female secretary entered, wearing a professional smile and holding a document in her hand. She respectfully said, Director Lu, there's something you need to pay attention to. Lu Shifei nodded, signaling her to continue. Under President Su's direction, one of the small startup companies we previously invested in for clean energy research has achieved a significant technological breakthrough. The secretary said as she handed the document to Lu Shifei. Lu Shifei took the document and quickly scanned the data and charts, her brow slightly raised. What is the specific progress? She asked. They've developed a new type of solar panel that is 300 more efficient than existing products on the market. And it's cheaper too. This could completely change the clean energy market. 300? Are you sure you didn't add an extra zero? I assure you the information is accurate, with authoritative testing reports. Has that company announced it publicly? No, they are waiting for your and President Su's decision. Lu Shifei nodded. She understood what such a technological breakthrough meant. It wasn't just a surge in stock prices, but a revolution for the entire energy industry. How much equity do we hold? The Yunka Group stake in this company has reached 90. The secretary replied, her voice tinged with a hint of pride. Given the current market situation, we can sell off a portion of our shares at a high price, which would yield short-term profits while still retaining some shares for future growth. Lu Shifei smiled slightly. She appreciated the secretary's caution and foresight. After considering for a moment, she made her decision. Instead of selling, we will offer them a favor. Contact the head of that company and the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. Such technology can't be hidden. It's better to leverage personal connections first. We will transfer 20 of our shares to the Bureau for free, but we will need their support for further research and expansion. The secretary nodded, her eyes filled with admiration. She quickly noted Lu Shifei's instructions and hurried off to execute them. Due to the impact of abnormal weather, many infrastructures have been constrained, with various forms of natural power generation hit hardest. The most immediate consequence is the rising cost of electricity. If highly efficient solar power enters the market, Lu Shifei couldn't even imagine the profits. If we also collaborate with car manufacturers to customize mass-producible RVs, as long as they're sturdy enough, with ample power, we could survive being stranded on the road for quite a while. It feels promising. She smiled slightly, stood up, and walked to the window, gazing out at the bustling metropolis, her heart brimming with anticipation. Chapter 47. Why are you poking me? As Yili skyrocketed to fame in the country, some viewers and fans began to edit his videos into more compact versions and upload them to international social media platforms and video sharing websites. The titles were translated into multiple languages and paired with exciting descriptions, quickly spreading among international audiences. They were stunned by Yi Li's physique and adventurous spirit. The comment section was filled with expressions of amazement in various languages. This man is so brave. Unbelievable survival skills. He's like a real-life action hero. Look at those little snow leopards. So cute yet fierce. Oh my God. Is he really going to live stream during an extreme snowstorm? I can't wait to see it. First, I want to apologize. In my stereotype, it seemed that they all preferred weak men. After seeing Yi Li, I admit I was completely wrong. The introduction stated that he is an official from the Dragon Country, and the footage from the Extreme Snowstorm Center should be classified, right? Some footage is deemed classified because they don't have it. Wait, doesn't Neon Country have a first-person perspective of a tsunami? It seems to be something salvaged after the tide receded. Baka. Amp. As news of the extreme snowstorm livestream spread, more and more international viewers began flocking to Douyin and Huyu platforms. The CEOs of both companies couldn't help but grin, immediately offering raises. Good kid. I always knew he had it in him. Wang Chong had been removed from his supervisory position and was now solely responsible for promoting Yi Li's account. Although he wasn't making as much money as before, the reduced work pressure made him look better day by day. Ultimately, he had to thank Yi Li for that. He was also doing his best to promote Yi Li. Traveling with God, what is Yi Li's ideal type? The next morning, when Yi Li woke up, his first thought was to check the situation at the cave entrance. He fumbled for the zipper on the side of his sleeping bag and gently turned his body. Darling, why are you poking me? Su Yin had woken up, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Yi Li. Yi Li replied, It's nothing, you can keep sleeping. I can't sleep when you're gone. Can you scratch my back? Su Yin bit her lip, looking nothing like someone who needed scratching. They say that a full stomach leads to lustful thoughts. And Su Yun initially thought that was too absolute until she jumped out of work and carefree traveled with Yi Li. Just like last night. The sleeping bag was a bit small, but it wasn't unmanageable. However, Yi Li immediately rejected the idea, looking at her in disbelief. Is that really something a person would think of? Su Jun Feltrong. People in the city do this all the time. Back to the present. The sleeping bag stirred slightly, and after a few minutes, Yi Li gently moved Su Yun's hand aside, pulled himself out of the sleeping bag, put on some warm clothes, and opened the tent door. He could understand Su Yun. After all, he had been single for nearly 40 years. Sai, this situation probably isn't that common, right? With such thick snow, there's no way the RV can get out. We'll have to gather some supplies from it and stay in the cave for now. Yi Li contemplated as he approached the cave entrance. Upon seeing the snow accumulation at the entrance, his brow furrowed in concern. Overnight, the once soft snow had turned unusually hard, almost as if it had frozen into a thick wall of ice. The hardness exceeded Yi Li's expectations. It couldn't just be melted snow refreezing. The pressure couldn't have built up that quickly. Just how low is the temperature outside? Su Yin also noticed the situation and, after putting on her heated suit, walked over to Yi Li. The two exchanged worried glances. Why is the snow so hard? Su Yin asked, puzzled. To put it simply, low temperatures cause the crystalline structure to become more compact, and the transformation from snow to ice is a slow physical process. All right, so how we get out? Su Yin pondered returning to the RV, but they needed to get the snowmobile out, along with the mother snow leopard and her cubs. However, with the entrance frozen solid, her plan was thwarted. After thinking for a moment, Yili decided, I think the chimney of the stove is still passable. I'll go back to the RV and grab some tools to break the ice. I'll go with you. Sujun immediately delayed. After yesterday's series of events, she didn't want to be apart from Yili for a second. She could help him with the tools. She wouldn't be a burden. Seeing her determination to join him, Yili naturally didn't refuse. He went back to the tent to wake up Ollie, who was still sound asleep, while the mother snow leopard and her cubs were already awake. Ollie, wake up and stop sleeping so much. Suyin was outside, tending to the stove, roasting a large portion of pork ribs for the snow leopards and Ollie. The aroma of the meat quickly wafted into the tent, catching the mother snow leopard's attention. Ollie twitched his nose, still with his eyes closed, and instinctively ran out. After eating and drinking their fill, Yili gave Ollie a few simple instructions. Don't wander off from the cave, and don't bully the little snow leopards. Who is bullying whom? Ollie replied with a whimper. Seeing him whine, Suyin thought he was reluctant to stay behind. Saudi, Ali, but we need you to keep an eye on them. Don't worry, I'll bring you some tasty berries. Suyin noticed tears welling up in Ali's eyes, and her heart softened. What a good little fox he is. Although he was a bit spoiled and loved food and play, the bond between him and the two of them was genuine. Yili, let us go. Ali is crying. Crying? Yili frowned, then suddenly remembered something. He stared into Ali's eyes and said slowly, You didn't see anything this morning, did you? After climbing out through the chimney, Suyin found herself once again at the entrance of the cave on the mountainside. The howling wind roared mercilessly in her ears, sharp as a whistle, gusting stronger and stronger, nearly knocking her off her feet. All around was a blinding expanse of white. The heavy snow continued to fall, with feather-like flakes mixed with ice crystals relentlessly pelting down on them. Soon, thick layers of snow began to accumulate on their shoulders. Yunjia, give me your hand. Yili reached out. Although the icy crystal from last night made the snow a bit hard, the snowflakes have once again blanketed the ground. It's like a mint-flavored sandwich cookie. Suyin didn't have the skill to walk on snow like he did. One step could easily send her sinking into the snowdrifts. Yili, am I being a burden to you? Suyin, being thoughtful, noticed Yili frowning in contemplation and realized that she was probably slowing him down. Her mood sank a little, thinking to herself that maybe she should just go back. However, Yili pulled her into his arms and said, Sister Yun, when faced with difficulties, we should tackle the problem, not the person. Besides, it would be boring without you around. Upon hearing Yili's words, Su Yun felt her eyes welling up with emotion, and she nodded gently. Grasping Yili's outstretched hand tightly, she thought to herself how wonderful it was to have him by her side. As they followed the ridge line, the path wasn't steep. With the recent heavy snowfall covering everything, it seemed even gentler now. Suddenly, Yili had a brilliant idea. I've got it. Snowboards. Chapter 48. An anomalous blizzard live stream sparks global excitement in no time. A piece of equipment appeared beneath Su Yun and Yili's feet. It was a pair of skis that Yili had crafted from wood. Although they looked rough, they performed surprisingly well. This was so much fun. Su Yun was thoroughly enjoying herself. Meanwhile, Yili took out a live-streaming drone and a signal base station from his backpack. He tossed them into the air, and the two spheres swayed gently as they ascended, spinning around each other. Last night, Li Yong had asked him to raise awareness about the dangers of the anomalous blizzard. Yili had also promised his fans to live-stream the event, and he intended to keep his word. With the activation of the high-tech spheres, the live stream of the anomalous blizzard officially began. North America, West Coast. A devastating tornado wreaked havoc, leaving destruction in its wake. Beneath the rubble, a massive underground facility was hidden, housing a research team of thousands. Their mission was similar to that of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, with members hailing from various countries, predominantly from the United States and Japan. At the control panel, various mechanical buttons and screens flickered with dim lights, while a middle-aged man with blonde hair sat at the main console. Yili, no one can refuse our invitation. Siberia, north. The fierce winds howled, and snowflakes danced in the air as a team dressed in heavy winter gear opened the blast door and entered the underground fortress. The team members proceeded down the corridor, where lights overhead sequentially illuminated the walls lined with various research equipment and data charts. Quick, let's check the data in the core monitoring room, instructed Captain Yuri, moving his hands as he communicated through the built-in device in his winter gear. The device occasionally emitted faint electrical crackling sounds in the extreme cold, as if it were struggling to function. As expected, the temperature continued to drop. The team members' noses turned red, and the breath they exhaled quickly formed a thin layer of frost on their visors. If we can't access that area, our research will come to a standstill. In a couple of years, this place might become a permanent frozen hell. I've heard that the Dragon Kingdom has technology to withstand extreme cold. I've already applied to my superiors, and we should hear back soon. I'm number 1. Ye God is amazing. X999 hubby X999 ye God. Safety first. X999 finally, we've waited for you. You might not believe it, but I didn't sleep last night. Is this what an anomalous blizzard looks like? Just staring at the screen makes me feel like my blanket is leaking cold air. What concept of weather? Wow, this footage is so real. I feel like I'm getting frozen myself. I can't wait for your next adventure. Yili looked into the camera, flashed a smile, and said, "Thank you all for your concern. We are now heading towards the RV, and the journey ahead is likely to be quite challenging, but we won't give up easily. Without further ado, let us take in the scenery." The 2 small spheres floated gracefully into the sky at his command. Immediately, the live stream was filled with awe and excitement. In the live broadcast, the distant mountains are shrouded in a veil of snow, their outlines lost to view. Only the rough contours can be faintly discerned, resembling a massive white dragon resting between heaven and earth. The camera slowly zooms in, weaving through swirling snowflakes to capture this world draped in silver. Up close, the once vibrant pines and cypress trees are now buried under a thick blanket of snow, transformed into towering snow sculptures, their branches adorned with glistening icicles. Occasionally, a gust of wind sweeps through, causing snowflakes to flutter down like delicate white petals dancing in the air. Viewers in front of their screens gaze at this dreamlike, pristine scene, leaving comments in the chat expressing their envy. Yili watches the camera, his smile gradually fading. He knows the terror that lurks beneath this beauty, and it's crucial for the audience in the live stream to truly feel it. He strides over to a sturdy tree, addressing the camera. "Friends, do you believe I can knock this tree down with just one finger?" Suyin understands his intent and shakes her head with a smile. "I don't believe it." Most in the live stream share her skepticism. "All right, here goes," Yili says, extending his hand to lightly touch the tree. To everyone's shock, the trunk visibly dents under his touch, as if the tree were made of fragile foam. "Look closely, I didn't even use much force," he continues, giving the trunk a gentle push. Accompanied by a series of heart-wrenching cracking sounds, the tree collapses without resistance, splintering into several pieces and sending snowflakes flying into the surrounding white expanse. The chat room falls silent. The sound of the branches breaking echoes starkly in the vast, quiet snowfield, shattering the previously serene atmosphere. Normally, such trees are incredibly sturdy, resistant to even the strongest winds. Yet now, under the relentless assault of this heavy snowstorm, they appear so feeble. If the trees are like this, what about people? Yili points at the broken tree and speaks seriously into the camera. He then lifts his foot and stomps down hard into the thick snow. He sinks in halfway, struggling to pull his leg out, saying as he does, "Moreover, the snow is very soft. One step in and you'll get stuck." If a person becomes trapped in the snow, escaping would be extremely difficult. If the snowfall continues and the accumulation grows thicker, the danger is unimaginable. Next, Yili leads the camera to the edge of slope. The wind here is even stronger, making it hard to stand upright. Facing into the wind, he shouts. This wind, carrying the blizzard, makes it impossible to keep your eyes open. If you stay out here too long, you can lose your sense of direction. If you get lost, you can only leave your fate to the elements in this icy wilderness. As he speaks, he deliberately lets go of the rock he has been holding on to, and his body is immediately buffeted by the wind, swaying several times before he exerts effort to regain his balance. This is to give the audience a more visceral sense of the wind's ferocity. Su Yun chimed in, saying, "It's really dangerous. Just walking this short distance out of the cave has already exhausted us. Everyone needs to realize how terrifying this is. We can't just focus on how beautiful the snowy scenery is." The viewers in the live stream were quick to change their tone in the comment section. "Oh my gosh, this is so scary. A tree that thick just fell over? In this extreme cold, you wouldn't even feel it if your fingers fell off. No wonder the government is forcing vehicles to leave the Tian Shan area. I didn't think it was that dangerous before. I was wrong. Bei Inbuluk and Kuka have already wintered. Yishun, you all must be careful. The temperature changes reported by the Abnormal Weather Department show it's already dropped to minus 150 degrees there. Wow, That's about twice as cold as the North and South Poles. It looks dangerous just watching. What would we do if you got trapped in there? Yishun, hang in there, and I hope you all stay safe. Yili felt a warmth in his heart as he saw the flood of caring messages on the screen. Looking into the camera, he said, "Thank you all for your concern. We will be careful." With that, he deliberately lifted his foot to show the slightly rough ski board beneath him, sporting a relaxed smile as he added, "But don't worry, with this ski board to help us, our journey should be a bit easier. It looks so rough. Can't really glide? Yili, you won't fall, right? I'm worried. Dear Yishun, I'm your fan. Can I see the view from the mountaintop? It would be great if you could capture the sky." The official account chimed in, "User upstairs, please provide your ID number." The comments in the live stream were flooding in at an astonishing rate, with the number of viewers online peaking at an incredible 5 million, and the numbers were still climbing. "My skills are undeniable," Yili said, glancing at Su Yun with a teasing smile. "And by the way, the cloud assistant really likes it." Su Yun nodded slightly, a mischievous glint in her eyes as she casually replied, "Indeed. Just wait and see how I leave Yishan far behind later." Chapter 49. Skiing Competition, sponsored by Blue Bull. Su Yun's challenge made Yili chuckle lightly. He raised an eyebrow and replied, "Sure, let's see who reaches the foot of the mountain first." Wow, a skiing competition. The front row benches are ready, selling snacks and drinks. I'm new here, but are they a couple? The handsome guy and beautiful girl look so well matched. From what I've observed, Yishun seems to like Assistant Yun. Unfortunately, Assistant Yun doesn't seem to feel the same. So what? Assistant Yun has said before that she doesn't like younger guys. Skiing in such a heavy snowstorm is so enviable. Yili noticed the comments were debunking the rumors, insisting that Assistant Yun didn't like him at all, and he felt both helpless and amused. There are so many fans of Assistant Yun. Huh, why does it feel a bit sour? Su Yun smirked mischievously, her back to the live camera, looking gentle as water. But Assistant Yun can only be Yi Li's Assistant Yun. If the viewers knew they were part of a little couple's play, they'd probably all unfollow in shock. Looks like I need to work harder to win Assistant Yun's heart. Yili crouched down to carefully check the bindings on Su Yun's ski boots, ensuring that the skis were securely fastened. His serious expression only convinced the viewers more. He really likes Assistant Yun. Oh no, why would my Yishun like an older woman? Boo-hoo, a love triangle feels a bit cramped. I oppose this marriage. What are you saying? The handsome guy and beautiful girl are a perfect match. Who are you, a monster, to oppose? While checking, Yili quietly reminded her to be careful. He hadn't fully explored this terrain, and no one knew if there was something that could trip her up. If she fell, she might tumble down the hill. Su Yun felt a warm flutter in her heart and suggested, "How about whoever wins gets to ask the other for a favor? Just don't cry if you lose." Yili nodded. The audience in the live stream was glued to their screens, eagerly anticipating their performance. The comments split into two camps, each rooting for their favorite. As Wang Chong in the background activated the voting feature, Yili versus Assistant Yun. The numbers next to their names were climbing rapidly. Once everything was set, Yili and Su Yun took their starting positions. Ready? Yili elongated the word, and Su Yun adjusted her stance. Go. As soon as Yi Li's voice fell, both of them pushed off almost simultaneously, their skis carving parallel tracks in the snow. What incredible speed! Su Yun must have been pretending to be slower earlier. She leaned forward, using her body weight and leg strength to glide quickly ahead. Her movements were light yet powerful, as if she were dancing on the snow. Ha! I'm ahead of you. I haven't even used my full strength yet. Yili was not to be outdone, closely following her. The live camera captured every thrilling moment, accompanied by upbeat English background music. In the footage, Su Yun and Yili looked like spirits in the snow, their figures gliding gracefully across the pristine white landscape. Snowflakes splashed beneath their feet, forming silvery trails. The camera sometimes zoomed in, capturing their focused expressions and fluid movements. At other times, it pulled back to reveal the majestic snowy landscape, with their small yet vibrant figures against it. Viewers watching the live stream were filled with envy. The chat room's comments scrolled rapidly, and the online viewer count surged again, igniting the audience's excitement. Wow, this scenery is just too beautiful. I want to go skiing too. Is it you who brought the avalanche down? Doge, I love this feeling of freedom. Goodbye, despair. See you every day. Fast is real, but death is also real. Let's get pumped. Just a little abnormal weather thinks it can destroy humanity. Since disaster is inevitable, let's conquer it. I'm shipping this couple. They're too sweet. In their 30s and 40s, it was the perfect age to take on the world. Su-Yun had tried many new things: photography, cooking, painting, dancing, diving, skiing. She excelled at each skill. When it came to skiing, thanks to genetic enhancements, she could easily perform tricks that were once impossible. "Yili, watch me perform," Su-Yun teased. She lowered her center of gravity, accelerating with agility. As she glided down the steep slope, her body suddenly leaped into the air, her skis carving a perfect arc. She completed an incredible 720-degree spin. Her skis were almost parallel to the ground. Yet her body seemed suspended in mid-air until the final perfect landing, sending up a cloud of snow. 100 points. That move was flawless. Cloud Assistant is a pro. That control is just amazing. It feels like the gap between people is so vast. After Su-Yun showcased her skills, the nature of the competition changed. Showboating. Looking cool is a lifetime commitment. Unlike Su-Yun, who had received professional training, Yili's techniques were all honed through practical experience, full of power and wildness. As he approached a steep snow slope, his body suddenly sank, gliding almost parallel to the snow surface. Then, with a powerful leap, he executed a high-difficulty flip in the air, followed by a precise turn, landing smoothly in one continuous motion. But that wasn't the end. Yili flipped on flat ground into a one-handed support. With rapid board movements, he then spun in the opposite direction, adding an extra tail spin, all executed smoothly and accurately. Everyone was left in awe. Even the casual viewers were shouting in amazement. Meanwhile, overseas, a man in front of the screen widened his eyes in shock. "Oh my God, it's him, that man." He quickly typed and sent a comment. After translation software processed it, domestic viewers were stunned. "I know that man. A few months ago, I received sponsorship from Blue Bull and recruited hundreds of people to challenge snowboarding downhill in the Himalayas. He defeated me." Himalayas? Downhill? Longtime fans knew that Yishun just thought it would be faster that way down the mountain. He had no other intentions. I watched that episode, and I was curious about how a foreigner was standing still on a snowy mountain. Turns out it was you. Huh? Do the new fans understand why we support Yishun now? The Blue Bull official team is also watching the live stream. After the unusual weather appeared, their stock prices skyrocketed. But the price they pay is that they must constantly challenge extreme weather. So far, they have only succeeded once, and that was with the help of the U.S. military when they parachuted through a tornado and landed safely. Speed skiing down the Himalayas is quite a gimmick, but it was overshadowed by Yili. Yili probably doesn't even know that the chat room is discussing his glorious achievements. He is currently side by side with Su-Yun, occasionally swapping places. The two of them are in perfect sync, looking like a carefree couple. Has the cloud assistant betrayed us? Ladies, I suddenly have a crush on the cloud assistant. Oh ho ho ho, don't laugh, guys. Guess what I just saw? Meow Meow seems to be taking a detour to Bayanbuluk. Lim Meow Meow, isn't she friends with Yishun? Hiss. Could it be that she is getting jealous of the cloud assistant being too close to Yishun and is about to cause some drama? Time flies. Eventually, Yi Li and the others came to a slow stop at the foot of the mountain. Their snowboard tracks left the final marks in the snow, harmoniously blending with the surrounding scenery. Su-Yun was slightly out of breath, trying to catch her breath, while Yi Li appeared relaxed. How about it? I'm one position ahead. I concede. You can set the terms. Yi Li fell silent in thought. Everyone in the live stream was focused and listening intently. Chapter 50. The spiderwebs are forming. 20 minutes later, Yi Li and Su-Yun arrived above the RV. The Duku Highway and the Long Dragon Pool were indistinguishable. All that remained was a blanket of white, with the RV deeply buried in the snow. Suddenly, a strange sound emerged from a hole that had been dug in the snow. Haha, Yishun is really something, making the delicate assistant Yin dig a hole. Only he could pull that off. Fair's fair. What Yishun did is perfectly fine. But doesn't he like assistant Yin? Is this some kind of teasing? Yili glanced at the comments and chuckled softly. With a wave of his hand, he directed the live stream audience to enjoy the scenery. They jumped into the snow hole, which was just big enough for two people, lacking a shovel or ice pick. Su-Yun could only use a knife to chip away at the hard ice and snow. Each dig was incredibly challenging, yet she showed no signs of slowing down. Yili wrapped his arms around her from behind and teased, "Whose beauty is this? If you're tired, take a break." "I'm not tired. I could dig all day." Su-Yun replied, her expression full of determination, showing no signs of displeasure or anger. This only reinforced Yi Li's belief that he had struck gold. But then, Su Yun suddenly halted her work and turned around playfully, saying, I'm definitely going to be sore tonight. Can you give me a shoulder rub? And my feet? Foot massages? I'll pass on that. I don't do foot rubs, Yili replied helplessly. You're lying. You clearly enjoy it. Anyway, do whatever you want. Wait a minute, Yili suddenly realized her true intentions. Reflecting on the ridiculous events of the morning, he couldn't help but chuckle. Should we bring a double sleeping bag then? Su Yun's eyes lit up, and she nodded eagerly. How about we take a shower first? What if we just do in the RV? Absolutely not. The fox and the snow leopard would starve. Su Yun dug in silence. But when it came to bad behavior, her lips would pout downwards. She looked so pitiful, with tears welling in her eyes. They won't starve that easily. But flowers, if they go too long without water, will wilt and end up covered in spider webs. Hold on, that's a bit much, don't you think? You should know. I'm already 40. As time passed, the surrounding snow was gradually cleared, revealing the skylight covered in ice and snow. Yes, Yili planned to enter through the skylight. Looking up, tiny snowflakes fluttered down, and they realized they had unwittingly dug nearly 10 meters deep. The glass of the skylight was frosted over, almost blending into the surrounding snow. But to Yili and Su Yun, it was the entrance to safety and warmth. Su Yun rubbed her shoulders and smiled with satisfaction. Great, we did it. Yili nodded, a relaxed smile on his face. Yeah, let us go inside and tidy up. He opened the skylight and entered the RV. They leaned down into the lower space, and as they took in the familiar layout, a warm feeling surged within them. Despite the blizzard raging outside, this place was their sanctuary. Yili and Su Yun exchanged a smile. There's no place like home. Finally, we're back in our little nest. Sensing Yili's return, the lights inside the RV automatically turned on and the temperature control system activated, enveloping them in warmth. The thermometer inside displayed a comfortable reading, making them forget the harsh cold outside. Yili and Su Yun took off their heated suits, relishing the warmth inside the RV, as if stepping from an ice cellar into a hot spring. Yili quickly checked the RV systems and found everything running smoothly. He lightly tapped the control panel to bring up the energy monitoring interface. The battery and fuel reserves were plentiful, enough for a long time of use. Ample energy. We could take a hot shower now. Yili's voice carried a hint of relief as he turned to Su Yun, a smile in his eyes. Su Yun collapsed onto the sofa, nodding in satisfaction. That's great news. In this blizzard, being able to take a hot shower is really a stroke of luck. Knowing she was exhausted from shoveling snow, Yili opened the fridge and handed her favorite yogurt and snacks. He poured himself a few sips of cold Urumqi beer. Refreshingly cold, what a treat. Since the RV was completely buried and the snow was too deep to drive out, it felt a bit oppressive to stay inside. The two discussed and decided to temporarily stay in the cave. With plenty of supplies, they could still live quite comfortably, even enjoying a unique experience. Glancing at the time, it was 11:30. They took turns enjoying hot showers and quickly sorted out a simple lunch. While organizing the supplies, Su Yun suddenly furrowed her brow and looked up. Did we forget something? Oh no, the live stream. Yili immediately called back the live stream ball, and the number of viewers was not only holding steady, but increasing, with the chat filled with admiration for the snowy landscape. The live stream ball intelligently planned the route based on the comments, resulting in a magical scene. Words appeared with astonishing frequency in all directions. The camera refocused on Yili's face. A ruggedly handsome guy. ISNT, this is scenic live stream? This is amazing. We've broken the Guinness World Record for staying in a blizzard for 2 hours. Yishan is dressed so lightly, it's over 100 degrees below outside. Don't tell me it's over 20 degrees in the RV. That's impossible. There's no such technology in the world. Nothing is impossible. Doesn't anyone upstairs know that solar power technology has made significant breakthroughs? I think I heard Meow Meow say her best friend is involved in that field and even got investment from Yunkai Group. Which Meow Meow? The one rumored to be dating Yishin? Nonsense. Yishin clearly likes Assistant Yin. The chat exploded with debates about who Yili liked. Su Yin wanted to be direct, but she preferred Yili to take the initiative. Of course, Yili wouldn't let her down. He zoomed in the camera a bit and said seriously, Lim Meow Meow and I are just friends. Please stop spreading rumors that might trouble her. As for Assistant Yin, I'm still working hard to pursue her. After he finished speaking, the comments in the live stream went wild. Wasn't this just laying all the cards on the table? They couldn't wait to know Su Yun's stance. Could the two of them really be together? It wasn't just them. On the back end of Douyin, Wang Chong had already prepared the copy. A little thrill, a summer of excitement, a little thrill again for another summer. The Huyo platform was also getting ready to hang up banners, celebrating Yi Shun's successful pursuit of love, a couple that made everyone envious. In Magic City, Sue's parents were grinning from ear to ear. "Ha, my daughter is still so sought after. Should I call her to ask about her feelings?" "No, we can't interfere with her judgment." At Yunka Group's top floor, Lu Shifei held a teacup, gazing at the river view. Just as I guessed, the younger brother really can't resist Sister Yun's charm. Even the foreign friends who came with a special mission were getting into it, playfully sending comments and joking around. Agree to him, agree to him, agree to him. But what responded to them was the superior's frustration. Focus on studying the abnormal snowstorm in the footage. Did I invite you experts here to ship a couple? But I saw the comments you sent, Commander. Chapter 51. I'm a very traditional girl in the midst of millions of eager eyes and excited hearts. Yili smirked mischievously and then waved his hand casually. No way. Don't do this to us. What does this mean? I'm asking you, what does this mean? I don't want to see snow anymore. I want to see a confession, woo-woo-woo. However, under Yili's control, the live broadcast ball flew out again, and the live room was instantly filled with wails of despair. What's wrong? Don't you want to hear my answer? Upon hearing Yi Li's declaration in the live broadcast, Su Yun smiled gently, her eyes reflecting satisfaction. Yet, she was somewhat puzzled by his actions. Could it be that he was afraid of being rejected and losing face in front of everyone? But that was impossible. After a long silence, Yili looked sincerely at Su Yun and said softly, "Because I know you will definitely agree." Then why Su Yun tilted her head, looking a bit confused. "Yunya, why do we have to pretend not to know each other?" "Because I'm worried your fans won't be able to accept it, and also, it's that kind of feeling, you know what I mean, without me saying it. So, I have my own plan." "What plan?" "If I tell you, it won't be interesting anymore. Anyway, you'll like it." After saying this, Yili focused on tidying up the supplies. Su Yun was quite intelligent. From Yi Li's few words, she understood his intention. Although it was a bit narcissistic, she had a 90% certainty that Yi Li wanted to give her a confession filled with a sense of ceremony. What would it be like? By the seaside at sunset, on a mountaintop at sunrise, in a hot air balloon, under fireworks in a castle beneath the stars, or in the deep sea, or perhaps under the evening glow when they first fell in love. Su Yun revealed her pearly white teeth, grinning foolishly. Time flew by. All the supplies were transported back to the cave. Ali couldn't wait and jumped straight into Yi Li's arms. While the mother snow leopard was also eager to join in, but ultimately held back, perhaps due to its upbringing. It seemed that after waking up to see Yi Li, the little snow leopards treated him like a dad, always climbing on him. One little creature even liked to nibble on his fingers. With a roaring fire, Yi Li felt a sense of happiness wash over him, sipping the hot tea brewed by Su Yun and playing with Ali and the snow leopards. He spent a wonderfully cozy afternoon. Meanwhile, inside the tent, Su Yun sat in a folding chair. In front of her floated the live broadcast ball and a signal ball, with the camera aimed at her delicate face, ready to start the broadcast. As the live link was shared, news quickly spread among the fans, and the number of viewers in the live room skyrocketed to hundreds of thousands within seconds. On the screen, the comments and GIFs rolled in like a waterfall. The audience's enthusiasm was almost spilling out of the screen. Su Yun's voice was gentle and clear as she smiled and greeted the camera. "Good afternoon, everyone. Yi Li and I just enjoyed a lavish afternoon tea. For the next little while, we'll be organizing our supplies and temporarily staying in the cave." The camera shifted, following the gap in the tent door. Everyone can see Yi Li playfully wrestling with Ali and the snow leopards, exuding youthful exuberance and the essence of a young lad. "If only he were my son. He's so handsome. Can Assistant Yun capture this moment for me as a screensaver?" So, did Assistant Yun agree to Yi Shun or not? It should have happened by now, right? Just look at how much fun Yi Shun is having. But probably not. If it had, why would they have released a video announcement? Right now, only Assistant Yun is here, so it must have fallen through. The chat room was buzzing with speculation. Su Yun continued to chat about other topics, allowing the doubts to brew, as everyone's emotions were being guided by her. Finally, she arrived at the key question. When it came to what everyone was most concerned about, Su Yun paused, a playful glint in her eyes. "So, did I agree to Yi Li's pursuit?" This question was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating ripples. The number of viewers in the chat room skyrocketed, and the barrage of comments and GIFs flooded in, nearly overwhelming the entire screen. "Say yes." Be together. Be together. Yishun is such a nice guy. Assistant Yun would definitely not be losing out. Handing Yishun over to Assistant Yun, my friends and I would feel at ease. Su Yun looked at the flood of comments, a sweet smile curling at her lips. She had thought many female fans would react negatively. In that circle, an official announcement often leads to a collapse of one's persona. Because of the anticipation for Yi Li's confession, Su Yun couldn't agree in the chat. She had to play the villain herself. I know everyone is very concerned about this, Su Yun continued, her tone a mix of teasing and sincerity. Actually, Yi Li treats me very well, and She deliberately paused, seemingly savoring the moment's suspense, as the atmosphere in the chat room grew tense and excited. Suddenly, a comment flashed by. Oh, come on, just say it. Both your mom and I support you. Who has that upstairs? Why are they taking advantage of someone? Seriously, such a lack of manners. Many people clicked on the account name and were directed to a profile that only posted about houseplants and shared news articles. Seeing the familiar account name, Su Yun's heart tightened. Her current identity is Assistant Yun, and if they connected the dots and discovered her true identity, she would definitely face gossip. That didn't scare her much. What she feared more was the potential slander from rival companies, who would redirect their attacks at Yi Li, calling him a kept man and the like. They might speculate whether Yi Li's success was just manipulation by capital. Moreover, Assistant Yun is young and beautiful, at most 30, while Su Yun was approaching 40. In fact, Su Yun didn't quite understand how her parents felt about it. I'm a very traditional girl. Su Yun finally continued, putting on a serious facade despite feeling a bit guilty. Regardless of whether I have feelings for Yi Li, I won't agree until he says those words. The chat room erupted. There was a lot of meaning behind her words, and the implication was already quite clear. Assistant Yun is waiting for Yishun to confess. Actually, I'm quite a traditional girl. If the cloud assistant doesn't mind, I can play the role of a little sister. You're being so traditional. I don't quite understand. Does the cloud assistant like Yishun or not? It's fine, go have fun. This is a well-thought-out decision by Su Yun. She didn't want to reject Yi Li in front of everyone, but she also couldn't agree outright. With a determined heart, she decided to give them a subtle hint. Although it didn't seem that subtle. I hope everyone won't tell Yi Li what I've said. Admin, please remember to block the keywords. Of course. As a reward for keeping the secret, Su Yun pulled out a stack of photos, most of which were handsome shots of Yi Li skiing, while the rest were candid moments from his daily life. Tajda, Yi Li's snow-themed photo collection. I had to beg him for a long time before he agreed to sign it for me. I haven't forgotten the promise I made to everyone. The account will keep updating, and the physical signatures will be randomly drawn. Chapter 52, Summit. At the center of the extraordinary blizzard, 5 days later. The once chaotic cave has been tidied up neatly. The living area features high-tech tents, meticulously arranged inside. Inflatable mattresses are covered with blankets, and sleeping bags have become beds for the snow leopards and Ali, accompanied by camping lights emitting a soft glow. In one corner of the tent, Yi Li and Su Yun have set up a simple kitchen area, equipped with basic cooking tools and food supplies. A small gas stove stands by, ready for use, while plastic buckets filled with clean water and beverage bottles are neatly stacked nearby. On the other side of the cave, they've created a relaxation area. A few folding chairs are arranged around a lightweight folding table, which holds a chessboard with a clear outcome. The snow at the cave entrance has been cleared to form a tunnel high enough for a person to pass through, designed with a curve to prevent cold winds from blowing directly into the cave. The mother snow leopard enjoys being close to Yi Li, currently lounging behind him and rubbing her head against his face, resembling a large cat. The three little snow leopards are tugging at a fist-sized piece of roasted meat, each refusing to give way to the others, looking adorably fierce for their age. It's worth noting that they are still under a month old. Ali, this is outrageous. Why did Lan Shui get to drink it? He witnessed Yi Li mixing the gene serum into the mother snow leopard's food, and the three little snow leopards also got a share. Such a precious resource should not be given to a leopard so casually. Chewing on juicy berries, Ali grew increasingly upset, wriggling in Su Yun's arms, who responded by pinching his ear, causing him to whine in protest. Yidi, si stadion. I plan to go up to the summit tonight. I'm just concerned about whether you'll join me. The blizzard from a few days ago wasn't severe. Lin Quan and Li Yong successfully reached the summit and captured footage of the extraordinary blizzard center. Strangely, it appeared no different from a regular blizzard. The fierce winds Lin Quan had previously encountered, capable of lifting a person off their feet, and the ice crystals strong enough to shatter helmets, were nowhere to be found. And even the temperature was similar to that on the outskirts. During a video call with Li Yong, who was lying on a hospital bed, a serious middle-aged man was peeling an apple beside him, occasionally grumbling about how Li Yong's shoe and tea have gone along. While casually chatting, Lin Quan brought up the extraordinary blizzard. Meteorological monitoring predicts tonight's blizzard will intensify. I plan to. Forget it. I'll help you go take a look. If you go again, you might not come back. The two men fell silent, unsure of what to say. They had worked so hard to ensure their descendants could live better lives. Yet now they were asking the younger generation to take on such a dangerous task. Their hearts were heavy. Yili noticed their concerns and smiled broadly. You two aren't feeling moved by me, are you? To me, sacrifice has never been just a matter for one generation. Besides, the heated clothing I'm wearing, you must have secretly studied it, right? A mere blizzard is nothing to worry about. Li Yong's face turned crimson as he stammered. We were just looking at the appearance. We don't understand the operating principles at all. Do you need our support? Helicopters, individual combat gear, whatever you need, I can get it for you. Lin Quan patted his chest and assured. Can a helicopter pull my RV out? Absolutely. We'll take care of it right away. As dusk fell, the sky deepened like ink, and heavy snowflakes danced down in the dim light, blanketing the entire mountain range. The cold wind howled, lifting fine snow like smoke and obscuring visibility. There's an old saying, train soldiers for 1,000 days to use them for a moment. Enhanced by genetic agents, the mother snow leopard's fur glistened in the biting wind. Fully adapted to the bone-chilling cold, it carried Su Yun effortlessly along the ridge, its hooves flying, sending up arcs of snow behind it. Slow down. Slower, please. Su Yun clutched the snow leopard's fur tightly, her mind racing with thoughts. Is this thing seeking revenge? Is it because I didn't let it lick Yili? Or did I wake it up with all that noise last night? Ow, ow, ow. The snow leopard seemed to say. What? You want to go faster? Behind them, Yili noticed the snow leopard suddenly speeding up and frowned slightly. Is there really need a rush? This pace is already pretty quick. According to Ali, the mother snow leopard had gained the abilities to withstand the cold and move at high speeds. If it weren't for waiting on Yili, it would have reached the summit long ago. As for Ali, Yili hadn't originally planned to bring it along. The little short-legged creature couldn't run fast, and all it did was eat and sleep. So bringing it along felt more like having a mascot to enjoy the view. But with just one question, it made Yili change his mind. Don't you want to know what's up in the clouds? Yeah, what's up there in the clouds? To this day, Yili still couldn't forget the scene at the center of that unusual storm. The flickering, eerie blue light. What was it? Why are countries researching abnormal weather? Mysterious forces? The revival of spiritual energy? Whatever it is, seizing the opportunity is the most important thing. Perhaps Ali's eyes could reveal the truth. As they approached the mountaintop, a sudden wail echoed ahead. The snow leopard seemed to hit an invisible barrier and was suddenly thrown off, causing Su Yun to tumble into the snow. Yi Li's heart tightened, and he quickened his pace. Ali, cradled in his arms, sensed the tense atmosphere, its little eyes glinting with worry. Yinjia, Yili called out loudly. He carefully set Ali down nearby and rushed to where Su Yun had fallen. Su Yun struggled to rise from the snow. Although she looked a bit disheveled from the fall, she appeared unharmed. She shook her head to signal that she was all right and pointed toward the direction where the mother snow leopard had fallen. Let's go check on it. Yili hurried to the mother snow leopard's side and discovered it was just startled, with no serious injuries. He let out a sigh of relief and gently stroked the snow leopard's head, soothing its emotions. What happened? Su Yun furuit herburais, scanning the surroundings to find out what caused the snow leopard to fall. Just moments ago, she had clearly felt the snow leopard's body hesitate. It didn't seem like it had hit something hard. It was as if it had crashed into a trampoline and were bounced back. At that moment, Ali jumped onto a higher snow slope, his little eyes suddenly widening, as if he had discovered something. He turned to Yi Li and whimpered a few times. Look over there. It seems like something is moving beneath the clouds. Following Ali's gaze, Yi Li noticed that in the area where the clouds were swirling, an unusual air current seemed to be surging. Moreover, he could vaguely see a shadow of a deep blue color weaving through it. What is that? Su Yun asked in surprise. Yi Li's expression turned resolute. Whatever it is, we need to check it out. It could be the key to unraveling the mystery of the unusual weather. They decided to approach the strange cloud formation. Yi Li instructed Su Yun and the snow leopard to keep their distance in case of another accident. while he and Ali slowly moved closer to the clouds. As they slowed down, the resistance they had felt earlier vanished. Yili extended his hand to sense the direction of the wind and snow, suddenly realizing something. It's the wind speed. There seems to be different wind currents at varying speeds. According to fluid dynamics, an increase in flow speed leads to a decrease in pressure. You mean we were bounced out by the wind pressure? Su Yun began to grasp the reason. It was similar to how a train creates a suction effect when it speeds past a station. Standing quietly behind the yellow line is perfectly fine. But if one runs toward the yellow line while chasing and playing, even if they don't cross the safety line, the relative speed with the airflow increases, and they lose the inertia that the body usually has to overcome. The danger increases exponentially. Exactly. But I'm even more curious about how Officer Lin was swept away. His speed shouldn't have been that fast. Is it possible that the wind was already very strong? As the two approached the mountain peak, the surrounding snowflakes began to swirl in a strange manner, like silk. At the same time, the piercing cold ice crystals reappeared. Chapter 53. It's not light. It's liquid. Are you cold? Yi Li's gaze lingered on Ali and the snow leopard, checking on their conditions. Both nodded and then shook their heads. Ali, I can feel the cold, but it's within acceptable range. I'm not cold at all. Su Yun similit bidaytli atyedi. Her demeanor as cheerful as a breeze. All right, that puts my mind at ease. A warm current surged in Yi Li's heart as he took Su Yun's hand. He looked around, wanted to capture this rare scene. He attempted to pull out his phone and camera, only to remember that in such extreme weather, these electronic devices were already rendered useless. Fortunately, he had prepared for this. His backpack contained a live streaming ball. He activated the recording function of a live streaming ball, setting it to low-light mode to document everything before him. The wind and snow ravaging the summit of Tian Shan. The fierce wind whipped up snowflakes and ice crystals, causing them to dance wildly in the night sky, like countless white ghosts engaged in a silent revelry. The live streaming ball swayed slightly in the air, revealing the power of the gale. Snowflakes and ice crystals continuously struck its exterior, producing a rustling sound before being deflected, leaving behind fleeting traces. The darkness of the night was torn apart by the wind and snow, illuminated by an ethereal blue light. The surrounding scenery was blurred by the storm. Only the nearby rocks and snow could be vaguely discerned, while the distant mountains and forests were engulfed by the tempest, leaving behind a chaotic expanse of white. Occasionally, the ethereal blue light would pierce through the clouds at the horizon, adding a hint of mystery and eeriness to the otherwise white world. As night deepened, the temperature began to plummet sharply. Yi Li heard the sound of teeth chattering. Looking down, he saw Ali nestled at his feet, trembling but unwilling to disturb him. In contrast, the mother snow leopard showed no signs of discomfort. Staring blankly, wouldn't he help? I have an idea. Yi Li carefully surveyed the surroundings, cradling Ali as he approached a snowbank, preparing to dig a snow cave to shield against the fierce wind. This trick had saved his life once before. Along with that pine tree, he and Su Yun began digging simultaneously, and soon they had created a snow cave large enough to fit inside. Though it was spacious enough, it was just big enough for them to sit cross-legged. Any larger would only accelerate heat loss. Inside the snow cave, it was relatively warm, with the wind and snow kept at bay, allowing Yi Li to observe and plan their next move with more peace of mind. He had recorded most of the surrounding scenes and wanted to try controlling the live streaming ball to capture the ethereal blue light within the clouds. Would it work? He remembered there were altitude restrictions. Su Yun, who was familiar with the live streaming ball's functions and various parameters, knew all its capabilities. Ali also had control over it. Yi Li figured that being closer would at least provide clearer images. The rest could be left for the Anomaly Investigation Bureau to analyze. He didn't expect the live streaming ball to uncover any secrets. According to the information provided by the Bureau, even satellites couldn't clearly see the situation in the anomalous weather zones. Drones sent out had mysteriously lost contact. With a thought, Yi Li directed the live streaming ball to ascend, passing through the swirling snowflakes and shooting straight toward the inky sky. But soon, the system warned that it had reached the maximum altitude. Nevertheless, the live ball had flown high enough to penetrate some of the low-hanging clouds, revealing a clearer view. This was a significant breakthrough. Inside the snow cave, Ali had regained its vitality. However, with a sly glance, it whimpered as it clung to Yi Li's chest, trying to be tucked into his embrace like last time. Its intentions were too obvious, and Su Yun felt a bit embarrassed to call out. She wanted to unzip her jacket and hold Ollie close, but Yili had instructed her not to expose any part of their bodies to the air. The extreme cold outside could be lethal in an instant. Su-yin was obedient and would never do something so foolish. Yili picked up Ali from his chest and reassured, "How about this? You help me see what's in the clouds first." Ali perked up. "Deal. Leave it to me." It walked to the cave entrance, its eyes glinting with golden threads. Its unique vision allowed it to penetrate the snow and wind, focusing directly on the clouds. A deep blue light flickered in its eyes. That was the reflection of the clouds. Although the brightness was blinding, it persisted, unwilling to miss any details. "Ali, if it gets too much, just let it go," Yili said, seeing tears forming in the corners of Ali's eyes as it strained to see the clouds clearly. He wanted to pull it back, but Ali wagged its tail, refusing to return. Finally, after much insistence, Ali discovered that those deep blue things were not mere points of light, but shapes it had never anticipated. They flowed within the clouds as if they were alive, intertwining and swirling to form mysterious patterns. "Yili, that's not just light, it's liquid," Ali exclaimed, astonished, quickly conveying this discovery to Yili. "Liquid? Deep blue liquid?" Yili's brow furrowed, and he swiftly recorded this information, filled with shock and confusion. What were these mysterious blue liquids? Why were they appearing in such unusual weather? Could they be related to the genetic agents? Just as Ali was transmitting this information to Yili, the snowstorm outside suddenly intensified, with fierce winds howling as if the heavens were in a rage. The gusts were powerful and biting. Even inside the snow cave, Yili and Su-yin could feel the overwhelming force. How could this happen? Damn it. Could that thing actually have consciousness? The blizzard raged like a wild horse, wreaking havoc everywhere. Snowflakes and ice crystals were whipped up by the gale, forming swirling white tornadoes that danced in the night sky, emitting sharp howls. The wind and snow pounded against the cave's outer walls, making loud banging sounds as if they could tear the cave apart at any moment. It felt as if it were coming straight for them. Su-yin pressed tightly against Yi Li's shoulder, while Ali and the snow leopard huddled close, trembling uncontrollably. It was an apocalyptic scene. The visual impact was far more intense than the unseen extreme cold. "We must stay calm and wait for the blizzard to pass." Yi Li's voice was firm yet urgent. Su-yin held his hand tightly, closing her eyes. Suddenly, the power of the storm intensified. The howling wind was like a merciless giant hand, suddenly overturning the snow cave they had worked so hard to dig. The blinding white vortex obscured their vision completely. In that moment, the two humans and their animal companions had only one thought. It was over. The snow leopard, Ali, and Su-yin struggled to maintain their footing against the fierce wind, being lifted off the ground as if they would be swept away into the air at any second. Ali emitted a terrified whimper, her small paws flailing in the air, desperately trying to find something to hold on to. Su-yin and the snow leopard were also fighting against the gale, but the force was too powerful for them to resist. "Help! Ah! Whoa! Oh, whoa! Don't be afraid. I've got you," Yili shouted, gripping Ali and Su-yin tightly with both hands while his legs wrapped firmly around the snow leopard. He exerted every ounce of strength to pull them all toward himself. His muscles were taut, veins bulging, yet his eyes were filled with unwavering determination, devoid of any hesitation or fear. "Hold on to me. Don't let go." Yili's voice was nearly drowned out by the blizzard. He pushed against the ground, searching for something to anchor himself to, but all that surrounded them was an endless expanse of snow. "Yinjia, hold on to me." With that, Yili pulled Su-yin and Ali into his embrace, feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat beneath her chest. Su-yin's fear dissipated completely as she wrapped her arms around his waist. Half an hour later, the wind and snow gradually subsided, leaving behind the striking silhouette of two figures and one ice sculpture embracing atop the mountain. Chapter 54. The Abnormal Blizzard. Final chapter. The ice sculpture was sculpted by the howling winds into a surface as smooth as a mirror, its edges sharp and defined, resembling a perfect piece of art. An air of deathly silence and despair hung around. Time ticked away second by second. The ice sculpture stood there quietly, without a hint of movement. The raging blizzard seemed to have exhausted all its strength. Pure white snowflakes drifted down peacefully, accumulating more and more on the surface of the ice sculpture, growing heavier by the moment. But then, at one corner of the ice sculpture, a patch of snow suddenly loosened. With a sharp crack, it fell away. This small disturbance shattered the surrounding tranquility and seemed to awaken the dormant life within the ice sculpture. Whispers began to emerge from inside the ice. Yili shu. Su-yun, it didn't move. Ali wu. Snow leopard wu. Yili raised an eyebrow. Su-yun's eyes widened like saucers. And Ali covered her eyes with her little paws. Meanwhile, the snow leopard wore an expression that clearly said, I knew this would happen. In the next moment, the blizzard roared back to life. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It was as if a mischievous child, realizing they could move, decided to intensify the storm, trying to bury them once more. It seemed this blizzard was determined to challenge them. Su-yun muttered softly, could this weather have come to life? Ali peeked from between her paws and whispered to Yili, I told you playing dead would work, but you didn't believe me. The idea of playing dead was something only Ali could come up with. The snow leopard scoffed at this. Initially, Yili had also doubted it until they closed their eyes and remained still, and the storm truly lessened. This clearly went beyond their understanding. There was no scientific basis for this at all. In short, their current situation was quite awkward. Yili and Su-yun, dressed in heated suits, were unharmed, while Li shivered from the cold, and the snow leopard struggled to breathe. The slightest movement would lead to being buffeted by the wind and snow. If they dared to show their heads, the ferocious wind could blow them away. They couldn't stay like this any longer. Since the weather seemed to target them, perhaps they could catch it off guard. Yili and Su-yun exchanged a glance, a glint of cunning in their eyes. They began to whisper and plot how to make a quick escape when the blizzard weakened again. There was no cover on the way down, and the RV was too far to consider for now. They could only retreat back to the cave. Yili lowered his voice and pointed in the direction down the mountain. Su-yun nodded, okay, but we have to be quicker. Huh, remember the snowboard? Yili indicated his backpack with his eyes. He never went into battle unprepared. During their previous competition with Su-yun, he hadn't used his full strength, fearing the live stream wouldn't capture his handsome face. This was the mountaintop. The snow slope was even steeper, meaning they would go faster. With the snowboard, Yili could take them all along without worrying about speed being affected. But with such a drastic height difference, would it be safe? Su-yun tightly wrapped her arms around Yili's waist, her eyes filled with worry. The night was dark and windy, visibility was poor, and with the blizzard obscuring their view, she truly feared for his safety. Even along the ridge, some places were no different from cliffs. She had already witnessed this on their way up. However, Yili wore a confident smile, speaking with an easy tone, a 90-degree angle is a cliff. But 89 degrees is just a slope. As long as it's a slope, I can slide down it. Don't be reckless. You know I'm worried about you. She replied, do you trust me? He asked. Of course. They exchanged loving glances. Ali chimed in, I really can't believe this. What is happening right now? Snow Leopard added, why does it feel so tense? The snowboard was in the backpack at their feet, and if Yili bent down to grab it, it would definitely cause a commotion. So he looked to Ali for help. Together with Snow Leopard, they unzipped the bag and carefully pulled out the snowboard, meticulously fastening the straps. This was key to their survival, and Ali was not about to be careless. At this moment, their positioning was just right. Snow Leopard huddled at Yili's feet, clinging to his leg, while Yili embraced Su-yun and Ali nestled between them. I must be the most important one here, Ali declared, only to be met with a disdainful grunt from Snow Leopard. As the howling wind gradually subsided, silence enveloped everything. Now was the moment. Yili's body suddenly jolted, shaking off ice crystals and snowflakes that scattered everywhere. Snow Leopard and Ali gasped for fresh air, pressing tightly against Yili, while Su-yun clung to his waist. In the blink of an eye, Yili shot down the mountain. The blizzard paused momentarily, as if in disbelief. This old trickster. Then, countless ice crystals seemed to be provoked, rushing toward Yili and the others, their target clear. No pretense needed. Unfortunately, they couldn't catch up. Yili felt the scenery whizzing past him, his adrenaline surging, the wind howling in his ears. This sensation was exhilarating, sending shivers through his veins. Su-yun also felt a surge of excitement. Watching the snow and ice fall far behind them, she burst into laughter. We're not afraid of you. Her voice echoed in the vast valley. Oh, Snow Leopard excitedly howled a few times. Only Ali pretended to be dead, tongue slightly out. Once it was sure they were safe, it finally opened its eyes and began to howl at the clouds, announcing its revival. Is that it? Can you handle a bit more? Ali teased. Yili laughed and scolded. You really know how to push buttons. Just then, a brilliant blue light erupted from the clouds. Instantly, The mountains roared as if the heavens were splitting apart. Su Yun felt a sense of deja vu. This sound seemed familiar. Raising her head from Yi Li's embrace, she was stunned by what she saw. An avalanche. A massive avalanche. Oh no! Ali exclaimed. Nearly speaking in human words, no, no, no. The avalanche surged down the mountain like a colossal white wave, overwhelming in its might, reminding everyone of humanity's insignificance. Before the avalanche, Yili felt like an ant caught in an ocean. The speed of the avalanche was terrifying. The initial speed can reach up to 20 meters per second. As the snow continues to fall, the speed can dramatically increase, with recorded speeds reaching over 100 meters per second. Yili felt a darkness enveloping him. A deafening roar exploded in his ears. The sounds of the avalanche, breaking tree trunks and rolling rocks blended with the sharp wind, as if the entire world was collapsing. Yinjie, hold on tight to me, Yili shouted. In his mind, the terrain map of the ridge flashed quickly, and then he suddenly accelerated, charging up the raised slope. Snowflakes swirled around him as Yili soared down on his skis. The spot they had just occupied was violently struck by the avalanche. Do we make it? Su Yun trembled as she opened her eyes. The avalanche was far behind them, but they were still in free fall. Under the pitch-black night sky, the falling snow seemed to be rising instead. Panic and fear swirled within her. Su Yun wanted to look down, but Yili covered her eyes. His tone was gentle yet firm. Just give me a little more time. We'll be safe soon. Chapter 55. Meeting in the snow. How long had it been? The heartbreaking cries echoed like the chilling wind, piercing and desolate, breaking through Yi Li's dreams and waking him from his slumber. He slowly opened his eyes, his vision gradually coming into focus. His consciousness cleared from the haze. Cough, Sister Yin, why are you crying? This was a familiar cave, with a warm fire crackling in the hearth. Yi Li realized he was tightly held in Su Yun's embrace, her warmth and stability making it hard to leave. Ali and the snow leopards were all by his side, their ears drooping and eyes reflecting a human-like concern. Upon hearing Yi Li's voice, Su Yun shivered slightly. Lowering her head to look at him through tear-filled eyes, her voice trembling. Yi Li, you're finally awake. I thought. Her words faltered, emotion making her choke up several times. Tears stained her cheeks, and her eyes were red and swollen. She gently caressed Yi Li's face, as if silently comforting both him and herself. Half an hour earlier, Yi Li had landed safely but then collapsed into the snow. In that moment, Su Yun's mind went blank, her body swaying, breath quickening, and emotions running high. She nearly followed him into the abyss. It was Ali who noticed Yi Li still had a pulse, and then the snow leopard struggled to carry them back to the cave. Yi Li recalled that moment. He had only felt his legs go weak, and then everything went dark. Before that, something seemed to have shot out from within him, and then he felt an overwhelming weakness, as if he were suffering from some kind of deficiency, though he couldn't quite articulate that feeling. 3 days later, on a snowy day, Su Yun was busy inside the cave. The smoke from the cooking gently swayed with her movements, sending aromas into the cold air. Outside, Ali and the little snow leopards were frolicking in the snow. The mother snow leopard stood to the side, watching Yi Li with a reluctant gaze as he focused on sculpting a snowman. It should be like this. It needs a bit more. Ali should be a bit chubbier. Su Yun finished preparing the meal and rushed out of the cave without putting down her spatula. She was furious to see Yi Li building a snowman without wearing his heated suit, not even gloves. The little snow leopards froze in fear at the sight. Stupid Yi Li, why don't you ever listen to me? She rushed to his side, freeing one hand to pinch his ear, half annoyed and half concerned. Your body has just recovered. What will you do if you get frozen again? Her grip was gentle, but Yi Li pretended to wince in pain. Sister Yun, I really feel fine. I don't care. After we eat, we're leaving here. I've already arranged for a medical team waiting for us in Bayanbuluk. Su Yun trusted science more than his reassurances. Although she had meticulously checked every part of Yi Li's body and confirmed he was unharmed, there could still be internal injuries. Right? That night, Yi Li's lips had turned pale. When Su Yun searched online, she found that all the articles said it was a precursor to deficiency. She was terrified that he might have developed some hidden ailment that night. During mealtime, the mother snow leopard chewed on a bone, appearing somewhat listless. The unusual snowstorm had lasted for over half the time, and the animals that had sought refuge in the lower elevations were beginning to stir. Occasional bird tracks appeared in the snow. The anomaly detection system indicated that the temperature was gradually starting to rise. It was time to say goodbye. In the afternoon, the long-awaited sunshine poured down onto the earth, soft and warm, shining on Yi Li as he packed his belongings. "Bring me a rope," he called out. No one responded, and Yi Li looked around. He noticed that the mother snow leopard, who had been by his side, had vanished. Ali gracefully hopped over to him, his gaze pointing towards a distant mountain peak. "I saw her heading up there." Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Li set off to find her. Following the faint paw prints, he discovered the mother snow leopard intently digging in the snow-covered ground. The snow cave extended deep underground, about 3 to 4 meters down. "What are you digging for?" Yi Li asked curiously. The mother snow leopard paused her digging, carefully pawing at the snow within the cave, and pulled something out. Then, with a sudden leap, she gracefully landed in front of Yi Li. "This is a snow lotus?" Yi Li exclaimed in surprise, buried under the extreme cold and snowstorm for so long. This snow lotus was remarkably intact. Its petals were as white as snow, with a faint hint of purple at the edges. The specimen was so perfect, as if it had condensed the essence of the mountains, each petal glimmering with a subtle sheen. "Is this a gift for me?" "Whoa." The mother snow leopard gently placed the snow lotus at Yi Li's feet, her eyes revealing complex emotions. This was her farewell gift. Yi Li crouched down and reached out to stroke her head. "Thank you, my friend. Don't be sad. We will definitely meet again. Right now, you are no ordinary snow leopard. The entire Tian Shan range is your territory, and you will live a long life. By the way, make sure not to use that power for bad things." The mother snow leopard seemed to understand his words and nodded slowly. To Yi Li's astonishment, she extended her paw and wrote a wobbly word in the snow. "Yi Li." Then she pointed to herself. "Do you want me to give you a name?" Suppressing his shock, Yi Li pondered for a moment and said solemnly, "Since you are a snow leopard and we met in the snow, how about we call you Shuyu?" As the time for parting approached, large snowflakes swirled around. Yi Li rode his snowmobile down to the foot of the mountain, pulling along a large bundle of belongings, where a helicopter from the Anomaly Detection Agency awaited him. The RV had already been lifted to the road ahead. Su Yun and Ali were already on the plane, and everyone was waiting for him. The mother snow leopard stood on the snowy slope with the little ones, gazing at Yi Li from a distance, her eyes seeming to convey 1,000 unspoken words. What would deep call echoed in the cold wind. Yi Li had considered taking them away. There would be enough space in the RV, but upon reflection, he abandoned the thought. Such beautiful creatures belonged in nature. They should be galloping through the snow, chasing, hunting. True freedom can only be found in this vast expanse of land and sky. The helicopter's rotor blades stirred the air as it gradually ascended into the heavens. As the altitude increased, the snow leopard's figures slowly blurred, eventually disappearing into the white abyss. Watching the snow lotus potted in the basin, Yi Li let out a sigh. This scene reminded him of his childhood, when only the little yellow dog outside the orphanage kept him company. Later, due to studies and work, he left that city, and when he returned to the orphanage, the little yellow dog had become a tuft of grass on the hillside. "I've reached an agreement with the construction team." Su Yun's voice remained clear amidst the roar of the helicopter, her hand tightly holding Yi Li's, providing him comfort. "The snow removal and reconstruction work after the disaster will be handled by a company under Yunka. I can have Surefate go see them then." She turned to Yi Li, her eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. Yi Li looked up, feeling a bit better. "Your friend? Forget it, if it's dangerous." "She's not afraid." Su Yun interrupted him, a hint of amusement in her tone. "She loves little animals." Meanwhile, in Bayambulak town, this place, though not large, is well equipped, with tents and restaurants lining the roadside. Further in, there is the Grassland Holiday Hotel. The corridor leading to the 3 floors has been marked with a "Do Not Enter" sign. People were bustling in the hallway, and most of the rooms housed doctors in white coats along with various medical equipment. In the largest room, a woman with delicate features was intently watching the time. Amidst the ticking of the second hand, she sneezed several times in succession, as if a cold current had swept in from behind. "Achoo! Strange, is someone talking about me?" Chapter 56. Bayambulak Grassland. Back in the RV, taking advantage of the early evening light, they continued their journey. Yi Li gathered her thoughts, turned on the car's music, and playfully looked at Su Yun, saying, "Sister Yun, you're not really planning to check my kidneys, are you?" "Of course. It's good for both of us," Su Yun replied, holding a Li while admiring the scenery along the way. She occasionally lifted her camera to snap a few pictures. "No need to spend so much money on a doctor. I can prove tonight that my kidneys are perfectly fine. You silly. You better behave and do a full checkup when we get there. Isn't that a bit excessive? Not at all. After your checkup, I'll have them stay there for a few days to provide free consultations. Just say it's our ye God doing a good deed for everyone. Wow. So this is what being a capitalist means? But isn't the capitalist going to be taken down by you tonight? Sister Yin, you're too naughty. Yili's ears turned slightly red, and she focused on driving, choosing not to respond. Meanwhile, Su Yin hummed a tune with a triumphant look. Wally tilted his head, deep in thought, wondering why she was blushing. The car's music played Blue Lotus. In a heart, a world of freedom. So clear and lofty, blooming eternally, the Blue Lotus. The RV wound its way along the serpentine mountain roads. Outside the windshield, pristine snow lotus flowers bloomed quietly, emitting a faint, delicate fragrance. A series of winding downhill roads. Sunlight poured into the valley like golden silk ribbons. As the altitude gradually decreased, the RV finally crossed the majestic ridge of the Tian Shan Mountains and entered the vast embrace of northern Xinjiang. The snow began to thin out, and hints of vibrant green life emerged in the distance. Ahead, expansive grasslands unfurled like a green carpet. With the melting snow, the previously dry riverbed began to flow with clear meltwater, breathing life into the land. Black, brown, and white herds of cattle lounged lazily on the ground, enjoying the tender grass. Yili noticed that many animals that usually resided in the high mountains were now gathering peacefully in this low-altitude grassland. Click, click. Su Yin wouldn't miss such perfect material. Nature is truly amazing. I can't believe I'm seeing a golden eagle and a snow chicken drinking water together. And the argali and yaks are butting heads. Oh no, the argali just got knocked over. Occasionally, sparse yurts could be seen by the roadside. Most were abandoned, with only a few inhabited by cattle herders. Above, heavy lead-gray clouds loomed over the Tian Shan Mountains, the source of the impending blizzard still lingering ominously. Yili decided to stop at an open viewing area. We'll sleep right on the grassland tonight. After parking, Ali dashed out excitedly. With its newfound strength and speed, Yili didn't have to worry about it being snatched away by circling eagles. Reaching the second floor, they raised a rooftop to create a terrace. The air was so fresh. Yili reclined in the massage chair, accepting the milk beer that Su Yun handed over. The view was a soothing green, with the horizon meeting the snow-capped mountains in a smooth, flat line. Truly a blessing for someone with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. The clouds in the sky hung low, almost within reach. Yili, come sit over here, I'll give you a massage, Su Yun said as she patted the spot next to her on the couch. Come on, come on. No, you always like to get hands-on. Even though she said that, Yili obediently sat beside Su Yun, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. The two sat quietly on the terrace, whispering sweet nothings to each other. Not far away, Ali was frolicking joyfully across the grassland, deliberately scaring the birds that were drinking water, provoking the grazing goats, and playfully pinning down a snow chicken only to let it go, repeating the cycle. The animals teamed up against it, but Ali nimbly evaded them all. Eventually, a golden eagle took notice of its plump figure, starting to circle above Ali's head. Are you all right, Ali? Should I go get back? Su Yin paused her massage, pretending to get up, but Yili grabbed her hand, keeping it on his shoulder. He didn't want to miss this rare opportunity to be massaged by Su Yun. It's fine, the eagle definitely can't take it on. As Yili predicted, the eagle let out a sharp, loud cry and swooped down from the sky. All the small animals scattered in fear. Mom, that big bird is terrifying. Am I going to meet my end today? We cows and horses aren't afraid of big birds. Look, it seems to be targeting that fat fox. The little animals hid trembling in the grass, their bodies shaking, eyes tightly shut, praying for tomorrow. But down on the ground, there was a fox brave enough to face the eagle's might. Ali declared, foxes aren't afraid of eagles. That's just a rumor. Just as the eagle's sharp beak aimed at Ali, it quickly dodged to the side and kicked back with its hind legs, landing a direct hit on the eagle. I hit. The animals were left in shock. Even Su Yun, watching from the sidelines, dropped her jaw in disbelief. With a thud, the eagle was sent flying into the water. The animals on the grassland peeked out, their gazes darting between Ali and the splashing eagle. Mom, is that really a fox? It helped us defeat the big bird. It's a great hero. Great hero. Great hero. Great hero. Ali stood proudly, its tail held high. In the next moment, the eagle soared out of the water and landed on the grass, staring at Ali in disbelief. Like water, my friend. Meanwhile, in the RV, Yeli sighed and chuckled. I'll go bring it back. Ali was sulking, even turning away from Yeli when he tried to feed it berries. What is wrong with our Ali? Suyin asked. Yeli felt a bit embarrassed. Maybe it's lost face. Really? That is quite a rarity. Ha! Suyin couldn't help but laugh. In truth, she had seen it all. Yeli had directly brought Ali back right in front of its animal friends. Especially the golden eagle, which suddenly let out a joyous cry to the sky. Even the cattle and horses forgot to chew their grass. Wah, awa. Ali, I won't like you anymore. You smelly Yeli. I was wrong. How about I make you roasted fish tonight? Ali, roasted fish? Oomph. That won't work either. On the sofa, Yeli was giving Ali a massage, seeing her man being so easily manipulated by this smelly fox. Suyin couldn't help but smirk, a mischievous idea forming in her mind. Oddly enough, a few comic books were missing from the cabinet. Comic books? Yeli was a bit curious. There were actually books in the RV. That's right, I bought them casually at the night market in Kush. I was going to read them to pass the time, but I haven't even looked at them before losing them. As she said this, Suyin is gazetin to Ali. She remembered that after they brought supplies back to the cave, Ali and the others went back to the RV, acting all mysterious without anyone knowing what they were up to. When they left, Ali was even carrying a black plastic bag in its mouth. Now that she thought about it, that must have been the missing comic books, right? Wah wah, wah wah wah. Ali, are you suspecting me? I'm going to sue you for defamation. The stuff in there is definitely not suitable for children. Ali, not all. It's about a useless contract that gets super powerful partners, and later those partners transform into wives, or at least it's my guess. The case was solved. It was definitely Ali's doing. Suyin, if they're lost, then so be it. How could I blame Ali? Ali felt wronged, whimpering in frustration. Comic books. Yeli instantly understood the mother snow leopard's odd behavior. So those two words must have been taught to it by Ali, right? Now the comic books should be with the mother snow leopard. Hopefully, it won't lead her astray. Chapter 57. Reunion with Lin Meow Meow. The morning on the grassland was tranquil and peaceful. Yeli stretched out his strong, athletic arm from under the covers and pulled back a corner of the curtain, allowing sunlight to flood the entire room. The weather was nice. The heavy snowstorm should finally be coming to an end. He couldn't help but worry about the snow leopard family. Suyin was still fast asleep, her long hair cascading over the pillow, a faint smile gracing her lips, making her look alluring and enchanting. At that moment, the comforter was stirred as something moved around inside. Stop it. Ali, if you wake Yinjia, I can't guarantee your safety. Ooh, Ali, the adorable creature, poked its little head out. Its fur looked especially soft in the morning light, and its small ears twitched gently, clearly in a good mood. Ali, I forgive you. We're still the best in the world. Last night was the first time, and also the last time. Yeli suddenly paused, saying that felt a bit awkward. Anyway, last night was just an apology. It didn't feel quite right. Helpless, he rubbed Ali's head vigorously, then got up quietly, not wanting to disturb Suyun's sweet dreams. He walked to the window and took a deep breath of fresh air. Then he busied himself in the kitchen. Soon, the aroma of hot milk and freshly baked bread wafted through the air. The sunlight gradually became brighter. Suyin opened her eyes to the warm sunlight and the enticing smell of breakfast. She stretched lazily and saw Yeli sitting by the window, smiling at her. Good morning, Yunjia. Breakfast is ready. Wow, what did I do to deserve such a wonderful man? No matter what, her emotional value was soaring. Ali seemed to ponder, learning from the moment. After breakfast, they strolled around the grass, taking some beautiful photos, and then continued their journey to Bayambuluk town. Before setting off, Yeli tossed the live-streaming ball lightly. The RV started moving slowly along the Dukkha highway. The morning fog over the grassland gradually dissipated, revealing a vast expanse of green. The snow-capped mountains looked particularly majestic under the morning sun. Herds of cattle and sheep occasionally appeared in the frame, leisurely grazing and casting curious glances at the passing RV. As the live-streaming ball rose higher, the full view of the grassland gradually unfolded before the camera. It was a breathtaking vastness and grandeur that words could hardly describe. The audience in the live stream was deeply captivated by the spectacular natural scenery, with comments flooding in one after another. My God, this place is beautiful. Yishun has emerged from the heavy snowstorm? Congratulations. Honestly, I want to thank Yishun. My life felt like it had reached a dead end, but now I have a new goal. Me too. I never realized the world could be this beautiful. Bayambuluk forever. X99, Bainbuluk, the Eternal Queen. X99 streamer. So, does it have an ocean or not? Thank you for your compliments. Yili's voice was magnetic and gentle. As you can see, the scenery here is breathtakingly beautiful. Bainbuluk does not have an ocean, but it does have the stunning Kaita River. Along the way, we encounter the magnificent Swan Lake scenic area, as well as the famous winding road with its 9 curves and 18 bends. On our right is the tourist area, but Tianhe Lake and the winding road are located inside. Is there anyone who wants to go in and take a look? It's me. The legendary place where you can see 9 suns. Are we going to have Dan take us in? Yili chuckled and said, of course not. Once we reach Bainbuluk town and buy our tickets, I'll take you in to see it. Here, a day can have 4 seasons, and 10 miles can have 10 different skies. Traveling along the Duku Highway is a journey that purifies the soul. The person I love is right beside me, and the most beautiful scenery is right in front of my eyes. We passed by the 2 Irut ethnic cultural village, and we have arrived at Bainbuluk town. Yili parks the RV on the grassland and rides his motorcycle into town with Su Yun and Ali. The live broadcast sphere hovers above them. On both sides of the town's widest road, there are almost all hotels and accommodations. The roads on both sides are lined with various small eateries. Outside the town, there are many white yurt tents surrounded by fences. Horses are tied outside the fences, leisurely swishing their tails and occasionally grazing. Not far away is the entrance to the Bainbuluk scenic area. Several tour buses are parked at the entrance, and tourists need to buy tickets here before taking a bus into the depths of the grassland. Passing by the Feichi Bain self-driving camp. Both cars and RVs can park there, but it's hard to find a spot for a large RV like Yili's, which costs 100 yuan per day. Inside the camp, there are small wooden cabins, most of which are 2 stories and provide accommodation for around 1,000 yuan per day. In comparison, the yurts seem much cheaper. However, the cheapest option is still sleeping in the car. What's intriguing are those small copper roundhouses that shimmer with a unique luster in the sunlight, becoming a distinctive part of the town's landscape. Yili inquired briefly and found out that these copper roundhouses can also be used for accommodation, while the larger one serves restaurants. Continuing to stroll down the street. As they pass by a hotel, the bullet screen suddenly goes wild. Wait a minute. ISNT, that Lin Miao Miao inside? It really is her. Oh, things are starting to get interesting. Suyin peeks through the hotel's glass window and sees Lin Miao Miao sitting by the window in a cute hoodie. Opposite her sits another woman who is makeup-free, with a neat hairstyle and black frame glasses. It's really Miao Miao. Let us go in and say hello, Su Yun generously suggests. Yili carefully parks the motorcycle aside, with Ali closely following him, and they walk into the hotel together. The live broadcast sphere still hovers in the air, now turning transparent. Are they coming? How will Yishan decide? There is enough space upstairs. Yishan has clearly stated that he and Lin Miao Miao are friends. So don't make things complicated. We should hint to Yishan to confess to Assistant Yun instead. Oh no, don't expose it. Lin Miao Miao hears the footsteps, looks up, and sees Yi Li and Su Yun, her heart filled with surprise. It's really you guys. As soon as the words were spoken, the woman across the table frowned slightly. Wasn't she the one who had been guarding the live stream room, and just happened to run into them here? She had been lying in bed just 10 minutes ago. What a coincidence. We just arrived in Bainbuluk town, and we're about to look for a small restaurant to eat. Yili said with a smile. At that moment, Su Yun's gaze fell on Lin Miao Miao's phone. Are you watching the live stream too? Huh. This is Yutong's. Lin Miao Miao said as she tucked the phone into the woman's pocket and stood up. I've been here for a few days already, and there's a place that serves a really delicious mushroom soup. That sounds great. We were just wondering what to eat, Yili said, gratefully accepting Lin Miao Miao's suggestion. Shall we go together? Sujuning by Lin Miao Miao. Jiang Yutong instinctively wanted to decline. She had heard that the Yunkai group was in town with a very luxurious convoy. She wanted to gather some information for her father's business. However, before she could speak, Lin Miao Miao had already happily accepted the invitation. Sure. We're also hungry. Miao Miao. But we just had breakfast, didn't we? Jiang Yutong whispered in Lin Miao Miao's ear, but her words were still overheard by Yi Li and Su Yun. Seeing Su Yun's teasing expression, Lin Miao Miao awkwardly explained, I have a big appetite, haha. A few nervous laughs followed, making the atmosphere a bit awkward. The livestream audience burst into laughter, and Yili casually shut down the stream. The hotel food portions are too small. It's normal to feel hungry. Besides, I always feel hungry after eating, Yili said gently, warming Lin Miao Miao's heart. She led them across the street to the small restaurant she had recommended. Inside, Some local residents and tourists were already seated, and the air was filled with the aroma of grilled meat and mushrooms. They found a spot and began to order. Signature wild mushroom mixed noodles, ding ding fried noodles, meatball soup. I want ding ding fried noodles, Lin Meow Meow said, feeling a bit nostalgic for the big naan from Kuka. The mixed noodles are definitely delicious. Ding ding fried noodles are made with chopped noodles, onions, celery, chili, bacon, and lamb, with a slightly sweet taste that Lin Meow Meow loved. Yi Li and Su Yun ordered the wild mushroom mixed noodles. As soon as Su Yun took a bite, the spiciness hit her, and she accidentally teared up, rushing outside to cough. Yi Li brought her some tea to rinse her mouth. Across the street, Lu Shifei, wearing sunglasses, was secretly watching the two. Good job, Yi Li. How dare you bully Sister Yin? Just wait until you come in for a checkup. I'll teach you a lesson. Chapter 58. Holiday Grand Hotel. The sun hung high in the sky, casting bright and intense rays over Bayanbuluk. Yutong, why are you pulling me? Lin Meow Meow said with a hint of dissatisfaction, gently freeing herself from Jiang Yutong's grip and turning to face her with a furrowed brow. He has a girlfriend. What you're doing is not right. Jiang Yutong's expression was serious. She and Lin Meow Meow had been fans of Yi Li since he started making videos. Practically the first ones to support him. From Tibet to southern Xinjiang and now to northern Xinjiang, they had never missed an episode of his videos. She knew all too well how much her friend admired Yi Li. But no matter how much she liked him, she couldn't do something like trying to steal him away. Lin Meow Meow sighed helplessly, watching as Yi Li and Su Yun turned the corner and disappeared from view. She finally decided to be honest. Yutong, you're overthinking this. I have no bad intentions by getting close to them. I'm actually doing this for you. For me? I've already moved on, Jiang Yutong replied, turning to fix her hair, her gaze occasionally drifting off as if she were avoiding something. Damn it. Could it be that a simple meal revealed a crack in her facade? Lin Meow Meow stared at her suspiciously. I don't understand what you're talking about. So that means... Never mind. You go on, Jiang Yutong interrupted. Researching solar power has drained all your family's savings. And you're hoping to meet with people from a Yunkai group to ask for more investment, right? Don't act all high and mighty. Didn't I tell you about this? Anyway, the Yunkai group hasn't replied to your email, right? You snooped on my computer. That's not the point. The point is that you really want to meet the higher-ups at the Yunkai group, don't you? Lin Meow Meow's voice grew firm as she locked eyes with Jiang Yutong, unconsciously stepping a little closer to her, as if searching for a more comfortable position. You didn't go through my files, did you? Jiang Yutong asked, her focus oddly fixated. Of course not, right? I just happened to overhear you complaining in the bathroom. Besides, do I seem like the kind of person who disrespects others' privacy? Jiang Yutong finally let out a sigh of relief, feeling reassured. But then she thought something was off. Wait, you were eavesdropping while I was showering? What if I said I know someone from the Yunkai group? The janitor doesn't count as someone from the Yunkai group, Jiang Yutong teased, a smirk creeping onto her face. I'll let you in on a secret, Lin Meow Meow said, not backing down, leaning in conspiratorially. I actually know the Iron Lady. She said this with her arms crossed and head held high. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yutong laughed so hard she nearly cried. I believe you. I just remembered something funny. Ha ha ha. Yutong, I crawled out my warm bed and went downstairs to play matchmaker. And you still don't believe me. What does that even mean? You don't think Yi Li's girlfriend is that Sue, do you? Come on, she's in England. Don't you think they look a bit alike? The cloud assistant is clearly more attractive, with a bright smile, while CEO, Sue seems to never smile. I really don't understand how you can compare the two. Lin Meow Meow was so anxious that she was stamping her feet, her bangs getting a bit messy from her movements, feeling like her heart was being scratched by a cat. She was disregarding her agreement with Su Yun. She genuinely wanted to help Jiang Yutong through this tough time. But unexpectedly, this woman was quite clever during her research. Whenever it involved people, she would always stir up trouble like before. Since that's the case, she didn't want to get involved anymore. Jiang Yutong recalled something important and looked at Lin Meow Meow. By the way, will you accompany me to the Holiday Hotel? Why are we going there? I'm already full. On the third floor of the Holiday Hotel, the afternoon sun streamed through the tall windows, casting bright patches of light on the carpeted hallway. A faint floral fragrance lingered in the air, very inviting. Ollie and Yi Li climbed the stairs ahead of everyone else and were stopped by a little girl at the corner. How cute. Doggy, where's your owner? Woo-woo. Hearing Ollie's voice, Yi Li's magnetic voice came from downstairs. Ollie, don't say dirty words. Not seeing him yet, the little girl stood on her tiptoes. curiously peering down the corridor. Sorry, Ollie is a purebred snow fox. Finally, Yili appeared around the corner, with Su Yun beside him, elegantly linking arms with him. Their stunning looks made the little girl's eyes sparkle. The sunlight cast a golden halo around them, making them look like characters straight out of a movie. Yili was dressed casually yet stylishly, while Su Yun wore a simple and elegant outfit. Their powerful aura blended together harmoniously. Wow, you are. The little girl's voice carried a hint of uncertainty as she widened her eyes, carefully studying Yi Li and Su Yun. Suddenly, as if she recognized something, she covered her mouth in surprise. You are Yi Shun? You're way more handsome than on screen. Thank you for the compliment. You're very pretty too. Cough, cough. Su Yun shot a glare at Yi Li. The little girl seemed a bit excited, her face slightly flushed. I'm your fan. I've watched every episode of your videos. My coworkers watch them too, even at Workham. Su Yun raised an eyebrow. Those people dare to slack off at Yunka Group. Really? I heard the workload at Yunka is quite heavy. Actually, it's not too bad. The boss treats us interns really well. The benefits are so many I can't even count them. Seeing the little girl so happy, Su Yun felt quite satisfied. At Yunka, there are no cattle or horses, and the onboarding training is only half a day, with a motto. First, you must live like a real person. The little girl, nervous yet excited, took out her phone from her pocket. Can I take a photo with you? I promise I won't post it online. Just keep it as a memory. Yidi ain't Su Yun ikchengit. Then turned to the little girl and nodded in agreement. The little girl excitedly adjusted her phone's selfie mode and quickly stood next to Yi Li and Su Yun. Click. A memory filled with smiles was captured in the photo. Well then, until we meet again. Bye-bye. The little girl watched their departing figures, her gaze lingering on Su Yun's hand linked with Yi Li's. Did Yi Shun successfully confess his feelings? The fan group was still speculating about how Yi Li would propose, how they already hold hands. Meanwhile, in the largest room at the end of the corridor, Lu Shifei had changed into a white coat, putting on a mask and gloves. A name tag read, Surgical Intern. Chapter 59, Please call Bodhi Ancestor. Su Yun pulled Yi Li's hand as they walked through the slightly quiet corridor, arriving at the neatly arranged blood draw area. Why start with a blood draw? Because after that, they still had to wait for the test results. Originally, Su Yun wanted to check kidney function directly, but Yi Li said she didn't feel the need to urinate at all. The environment in the blood draw area was set up very professionally. Medical staff were busily preparing various medical instruments. Don't be nervous. It will be over soon, Su Yun gently reassured, her eyes unconsciously glancing to the side. Yi Li noticed her little action and couldn't help but chuckle, looking at her with amusement. Sister Yun, you're not afraid of needles, are you? To think that such a gentle and mature woman could faint at the sight of a needle. So don't be nervous was really meant for herself, huh? But fainting at the sight of needles is quite normal. Many people have a fear of sharp objects like needles, and when getting an injection, they often turn their heads away to avoid looking, right? Su Yun's face turned slightly red as she feigned calmness and replied, I'm not scared. I just don't like to watch. Then let us not look, Yi Li said, extending his right hand to cover her eyes, his tone gentle. The doctor noticed this scene and smiled widely. Looking at the two, don't worry, my skills are excellent. After work, she loves watching idol dramas, especially Korean dramas. The feeling of seeing a storyline unfold right before her eyes is like watching her favorite couple get married in real life. Director Liu, they're waiting. A nurse reminded as she prepared the blood draw tools. Dr. Liu, wearing gloves, expertly tied a tourniquet around Yi Li's upper arm, gently tapping the vein to make it more prominent. Yi Li extended her other arm, her gaze calm, though her heart raced as she looked at Su Yun, whose eyelashes fluttered with nerves. The doctor quickly and accurately inserted the needle into the vein. Blood flowed through the tube into the collection vials, and the nurse switched out several vials until the required amount of blood was drawn. There you go, my skills are pretty good, right? When the doctor pulled out the needle, Su Yun immediately stepped forward, gently pressing a cotton ball against Yi Li's arm to prevent any bleeding. I'm not a child. If you do that, people might start to suspect our relationship, Yi Li teased. No one will suspect anything. It's just the charm of an older woman, the female doctor joked, covering her mouth with a laugh. Next came simple tests for vision, lung capacity, and blood pressure, which reminded Yi Li of his university physical exams. To avoid causing a stir, he held back his strength throughout. In fact, if he hadn't relaxed his muscles, the needle wouldn't have even gone in during the blood draw, let alone let him bleed. As they exited the room, Yili shrugged helplessly. Are you relieved now? You know what my body is like. Tomorrow, let us go to the winding roads to watch the sunset. Okay? Sound good. But there's one last test to go. Suyin blinked. Why? Because every time I see you, my heart races. You brat. The two laughed and chatted as they walked on. Finally, Yili walked into the electrocardiogram examination room. Suddenly, he felt a gaze fixed upon him. He turned his head to meet the eyes of a slender intern doctor, who looked at him with a hint of admiration and, was that annoyance? Yili politely nodded and then turned his attention to the attending physician. You're quite a handsome young man. Please take off your shirt and lie down on the bed. The attending physician instructed. Yili complied, removing his shirt to reveal his well-defined chest and abs. His movements were natural and unhurried, showing no signs of embarrassment. Su-Yun stood nearby, her eyes following Yili's every action, pride evident in her gaze. What a perfect physique. It's all hers, Su-Yun's. The female in turn approached with the electrodes in hand. Her hands trembled slightly, and as she applied the electrodes to Yi Li's chest, she gulped nervously, almost brushing against his skin. Su-Yun noticed this and cleared her throat softly a few times to remind the intern to be more mindful of her actions. At the same time, she frowned to herself, thinking, why does she not look like a doctor? A sense of familiarity washed over her as she scrutinized the intern's features. Realizing her slip, Lu Shifei's face flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly stammered an apology. I'm sorry, it seems a bit off. She peeled off the misapplied electrode and reattached it. The process was somewhat painful, but for Yi Li, it was nothing. However, when Lu Shifei misapplied the electrode again, both Yi Li and Su-Yun exchanged skeptical glances at the attending physician. The attending physician, an elderly man with graying hair, noticed Lu Shifei's unusual behavior and felt a twinge of anxiety. He thought to himself, Director Lu, you assured us you were just here to oversee the work and even told us to be more patient. What are you doing? The upper body electrodes were placed accurately, but why were the ones on the chest and abdomen all askew? Clearing his throat, he reminded Lu Shifei, please check the positions carefully before applying. We need to complete the examination quickly. Realizing her actions were attracting attention, Lu Shifei's face turned slightly red as she focused intently and carefully placed the electrodes on Yi Li once more. After finishing, she looked at the attending physician and asked, I heard we need to place electrodes below as well. Should he take off his pants? Absolutely not. The three of them exclaimed in unison, glaring at her, eager to send her out of the room. Su-Yun was particularly resolute. We must deduct her pay. The ECG machine started working, and the screen displayed the waveform of Yi Li's heartbeat. The attending physician observed intently, occasionally letting out astonished gasps. I've never seen anything like this. This doesn't resemble a human heartbeat at all. Such precise rhythm, clear P waves, with intervals significantly shorter than normal, and the AV conduction is so fast. The heart repolarization is also off. What's going on? Cold sweat dripped down the attending physician's forehead. Meanwhile, Yili lay calmly on the bed, his gaze steady and breathing even as he made every effort to control his heartbeat. Is something wrong? Su-Yun asked, her tone and expression more authoritative, filled with concern. Sorry, please wait a moment. The elderly man, with trembling hands, opened his phone and found the contact labeled Minter at the top, dialing the number. Meanwhile, in the capital city, an elderly gentleman dressed in a Zhongshan suit was playing with birds in his yard, looking remarkably vibrant and full of life, showing no signs of aging. Just then, an elderly woman emerged from the house, leaning on a cane. Old man, are you going to the lecture at the Imperial University? The guest of honor is Nobel Prize-winning medical scientist Smith. No, that kid hasn't visited me since he came back to the country. At that moment, the phone in the house rang. The voice on the other end babbled on for quite a while, and the old man didn't pay much attention until the last sentence piqued his interest. Teacher, I think I've encountered an alien. Wang Guoqiang, I knew it was you. You really are the worst student I've ever taught, and you're the worst of the worst. Chapter 60. She's really the Iron Lady. Su-Yun. As the video call connected, two elderly gentlemen, both over 70, stared at each other in silence for a long moment before finally speaking. You didn't use a cheetah's ECG to fool me, did you? Teacher, how could I dare to joke with you? This is too unscientific. Let me take a closer look. Half an hour passed, and the two esteemed medical experts, whose combined knowledge could support half of the Dragon Kingdom, furrowed their brows, deep in thought. A robust heart can support the body in performing certain overload exercises, providing ample blood and oxygen. For instance, the enormous heart of a blue whale and that of a cheetah, these are heights unattainable by humans. However, by analyzing the ECG before them, they reached a shocking conclusion. The person with this heart can sprint 100 meters in just 2 seconds. The attending physician stole a glance at Yili. Maybe the machine malfunctioned? Yili knew he couldn't hide it any longer, but he didn't want to cause a stir in society. Beside him, Su-Yun understood that Yi Li's health was excellent, but this examination had exposed certain secrets. A fleeting sense of guilt crossed her mind. She gently grasped Yi Li's arm, directing her gaze toward Lu Shifei, the disguised intern, and whispered, "Come out for a moment. I need to talk to you." Outside, in a secluded corner, Lu Shifei played the flustered girl to perfection. "Oh dear, I don't even know you. Come on, how did you get here?" Su-Yun pulled down Lu Shifei's mask, revealing a strikingly beautiful face. Her cold demeanor exuded an air of aloofness, with pale skin, long flowing hair, and charming crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, making her look captivating. Compared to Lu Shifei, Su-Yun exuded a different kind of charm. Her features were exquisite and elegant, with her long hair casually styled, a few strands falling loosely, her lips rosy, and her skin a perfect blend of white and pink. The most outstanding aspect was her flawless figure, resembling that of a comic book character. Unlike Lu Shifei's cold allure, Su-Yun's beauty was warm and inviting. Her presence felt like a ray of sunshine, naturally drawing people closer. "What will the company do if you run away?" Su-Yun's voice carried a hint of helplessness, even a touch of reproach. Clearly surprised by Lu Shifei's actions. "The company is fine. I just missed you." Lu Shifei blinked playfully, seemingly unconcerned by Su-Yun's seriousness. "If you missed me, why disguise yourself as a doctor to take advantage of my man?" Su-Yun raised her voice slightly. "I didn't." Lu Shifei suddenly stuttered, her eyes darting around as if searching for a suitable excuse. Finally recalling her original intention, she declared earnestly, "I wanted to help you teach him a lesson. I saw him making you angry, and I'll tell you, this young brother is great in every way, but he has a stubborn temper. You need to keep him in check." Speaking of keeping in check, who keeps him in check at night? "Stop." Su-Yun looked around to ensure no one was passing by, glared at Lu Shifei, and lowered her voice, firm yet resolute. "No more lewd talk." Lu Shifei raised her hand in surrender and turned to Yili, joking softly. "But didn't he know she had this side, did you? Dominant, strong-willed, serious, with an incredibly strong sense of possessiveness." "I don't. Don't try to sow discord." Su-Yun linked her arm with Yili's, her tones softening as if she were no longer the powerful woman from moments ago. Couples in the throes of passion often worry about many things, one of which is whether their partner will like their other side. It turns out Yinjie has changed so much for me. To be honest, the idea of a domineering CEO falling for me isn't entirely unacceptable if the leading lady were Yinjie, of course. Without a moment's hesitation, Yili grasped Su-Yun's hand in return. He knew Su-Yun had such a friend and was aware that her personality had been somewhat influenced by this friend. Honestly, Yili even felt a bit grateful to Lu Shifei. Su-Yun teased, "You're quite flattering. Am I really that good?" Yili replied, "Better than I say." Watching their affectionate exchange, Lu Shifei felt a pang of envy and crossed her arms, saying, "You must have other matters to attend to, right?" "Exactly." Su-Yun's expression turned serious. "I want you to lock down all of Yili's medical examination data." "Ugh, you two definitely have secrets." Su-Yun carefully outlined the relevant details. Just then, the young girl who had been waiting at the stairway rushed over, slightly out of breath. "Manager Lu, 2 people said they wanted to see you. Did they say what they wanted?" "No, they didn't leave their names either." Lu Shifei slightly lifted her chin and let out a soft huff, her expression suggesting that anyone could see her, and she said in a nonchalant tone, "I want to see them." Su-Yun glanced at her, but didn't say anything more. At that moment, Yili casually turned his head and spotted Lin Miao Miao, waving her arms vigorously at the end of the corridor. Su-Yun quickly noticed too, and, looking at the young girl with a gentle yet authoritative tone, said, "Let them come in." The girl looked a bit confused, her eyes filled with uncertainty, glancing instinctively at Lu Shifei as if waiting for her final directive. It wasn't until Lu Shifei nodded slightly that the girl seemed relieved and hurried off to relay the message. Su-Yun had changed so much that even the new intern girl felt a little hesitant. And even the longtime employees who were familiar with her were momentarily unsure of themselves. Lu Shifei wore a smug smile, her eyes glinting with a hint of teasing and mockery. Who knows, one day I might replace Yunke Group. Upon hearing this, Su-Yun merely cast a sidelong glance at her, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth, but she didn't respond. They arrived at Lu Shifei's temporary office. Lu Shifei was seated on the sofa, facing Jiang Yutong and Lin Miao Miao, while Su-Yun and Yi Li played with Ali from a distance. Her aura was commanding, making the two young girls feel a bit intimidated. Go on. What do you need me for? Jiang Yutong said straightforwardly. Can I meet Su-Yun from Yunke Group? If not, Lu Vice President will be fine too. Su-Yun couldn't help but laugh, her expression playful as she looked at Lu Shifei. What do you mean, Vice President Lu is an option too? Is Lu Shifei a choice made out of necessity? Lu Shifei felt a bit angry and said with an unfriendly tone, do you think she is someone you can just meet whenever you want? Don't you know that Vice President Lu is very busy every day? We have a partnership with Yunke Group, but the details are confidential, so I can't disclose anything. I really can't do anything if the email sent to Vice President Lu hasn't been replied to. Lu Shifei felt a bit guilty. No reply? That can't be true. Oh, is that really the case? What on earth is Vice President Lu busy with every day that she can't even respond to messages from partners? Hearing Su-Yun's attempt to ease the situation, Jiang Yutong's attention shifted back to her and Yi Li. She was curious when she saw them in the hallway. Wasn't this venue booked exclusively by Yunke Group, not allowing anyone else in? Yutong, please stop talking, Lin Miao Miao said, fidgeting beside her. She glanced apologetically at Su-Yun one moment and smiled awkwardly at Lu Shifei the next. Leaning closer to Jiang Yutong, she whispered in frustration, you don't know President Su, and Vice President Lu doesn't know you either? If I had known, I wouldn't have come along. My dear best friend has really lost her mind. Although President Su has a bigger reputation, and Vice President Lu mostly stays behind the scenes, and everyone likes President Su, you should at least know a bit about your business partner. Can't you check the Yunke Group's official website? Can't you even figure out who the financial backer is? All right, let us seriously listen to what they have to say. Su-Yun found the situation a bit dull, stood up to adjust her clothes, and looked at Lu Shifei, saying, I'll come find you again tonight. Yi Li also stood up politely and said, goodbye, everyone. Ali followed with a couple of whimpers. After that, they left hand in hand. Even Lu Shifei, who was not slow-witted, could see that Su-Yun had a good relationship with him, so she decided to take the opportunity and directly introduce herself. I am Lu Shifei. However, the shock and admiration she expected didn't come. Only Jiang Yutong widened her eyes in realization, looking as if she just understood something. That person just now was really the Iron Lady, Su-Yun. Chapter 61. Swan Lake Scenic Area. As night fell and stars began to twinkle, Su-Yun and Yi Li had carefully arranged a dinner gathering, inviting Lu Shifei, Lin Miao Miao, and Jiang Yutong to join them. For them, the lively atmosphere was quite enjoyable. The five of them sat around a beautifully decorated dining table, with Ali nestled in Yi Li's arms, eyeing the steaming plate of chicken hungrily. Lin Miao Miao said, oh no, I'm going to gain 3 more pounds. Jiang Yutong chimed in. Then why are tears coming out of the corners of your mouth? Lu Shifei asked, Yi Li, are you planning to take Sister Yun home for the New Year this year? Or will you be going to her place instead? Su-Yun understood the implication behind her words and wanted to test whether Yi Li was going to be a son-in-law. But she didn't know that Yi Li was an orphan. In response, Su-Yun firmly stated, I'm Yi Li's person, wherever we celebrate the New Year. I'll follow him. Yi Li smiled and replied, of course we'll go to Sister Yun's house. Outside the window, the grassland was desolate and cold, while inside, the warm yellow lights and wooden decor created a cozy atmosphere. As the evening progressed, Su-Yun exhibited the grace of a hostess, gently guiding the conversation. Yi Li sat beside her, smiling and occasionally adding a few comments. Lu Shifei and Jiang Yutong were engaged in cheerful conversation, discussing everything from work to daily life, and even the prospects of a solar power market. Lin Miao Miao and Ali were also animatedly chatting, keeping pace with each other. Laughter and the clinking of glasses intertwined throughout the night. The next day, the sun hung high in the sky. Lu Shifei walked out of the visitor center holding a green booklet, giving a thumbs-up gesture ahead. The RV was parked across the street, and upon receiving the signal, Yi Li started the engine. Go, 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 let's south hit the road. Oh wow, It's the vast grassland. Staff members opened a special passageway and waved to them. Thank you. Yili politely waved back as he drove the RV onto the road, leading deep into the Bayambuluk grassland. The second-floor terrace slowly ascended, welcoming the distant scenery. Are we going to be a bother to Yixin? Lu Shifei, Lin Miao Miao, and Jiang Yutong sat together on the sofa, enjoying the rare tranquility and comfort. Hearing the concerns of the two girls, Lu Shifei smiled lightly. He personally invited us, and if we second-guess our host's good intentions, he might get unhappy. It takes a mature and insightful woman to see through these things. As the scenery along the way became increasingly beautiful, they all relaxed. Lin Miao Miao, being a former guest, skillfully poured tea for the two, just as Su Yun had once done for her. They were all upstairs, sipping tea and chatting. The table was filled with snacks contributed by Su Yun, which she was too embarrassed to admit were actually from her, claiming instead that Yili insisted on buying them for her. Sigh, I couldn't tea refuse. The driver-S compartment was Yi Li and Su Yun's private space. The sunset here wouldn't tea happen until around 10 at night, and after finishing the shoot, it would likely be the early morning before they could take the girls back to the hotel. I'm just afraid some people are too thick-skinned and want to leave. Upstairs, Lu Shifei sneezed, and she proposed. How about we just sleep here tonight? This road was originally a regular route for sightseeing buses, but due to the impact of an unusual snowstorm, the Duko Highway was closed early, resulting in very few visitors passing through or staying in Bayambuluk. The paved road, having fallen into disrepair over the years, has become bumpy and uneven, with some sections full of potholes that are hard to ignore. Fortunately, the RV's shock absorption capability is excellent. The first attraction they arrived at was the Swan Home. The viewing platform consists of a common wooden walkway that crosses a relatively small lake, known as Swan Lake. There were many black-headed gulls on either side of the walkway, either flying or resting. With 4 women in the mix, it was like a lively performance. As soon as they parked, they flitted about like butterflies. Yili didn't forget her promise to her online friends. She opened a live stream, directing the camera solely at the scenery. Here it comes. Is this the heart of the grasslands? It looks pretty much the same as the road we traveled. The mountains, the water, the grass. Oh my goodness, it's beautiful. The river flows like a silk ribbon. The mountains are like jade hairpins. That has quite a contrast. Watching the viewers goof off in the live chat, Yili couldn't help but smile. Good afternoon, everyone. This is the Bayambuluk scenic area. As I promised yesterday, I'm here now at Swan Home. The swan population here mainly consists of hooper swans, mute swans, and knob-billed swans. They come from regions like Myanmar and Pakistan, and when winter arrives, they migrate south over the Himalayas. As Yili explained, the camera searched for swans, but unfortunately, due to the season, they were nowhere to be seen. Only water birds frolicked on the lake, which was a bit disappointing. Reluctantly, the camera had to focus on the water birds instead. Well, this isn't right, is it? I'll just take my leave, haha. Yili chuckled helplessly. I'm taking one for the team here. If you want to see swans, remember to come in spring or summer. Oh, and you must bring mosquito repellent. At this time of year, Bayambuluk enjoys abundant rainfall, and a natural sea of wildflowers is quite a beautiful sight. Yili continued her introduction as the camera slowly moved. The viewers in the live chat felt a bit let down. While the wildflowers were indeed lovely, having seen the vast dust storms and majestic snow-capped mountains, their expectations had been raised. Yili thought it was unfair to blame anyone else. In fact, reviews of this attraction online were mixed. Some said it was a scam, spending almost 80% of the time on the bus, not seeing any swans, and with the weather being so poor that even the sunset was missed. The bus's final stop was still the winding, twisting road. You could choose to hike up for 40 minutes, ride a horse for 20 minutes at a cost of 80, or take a sightseeing vehicle for 20 minutes at a cost of 20. There were too many negative comments. Let's talk about the positives. On sunny days, with a sunset and the winding road, there are 9 suns. For this scene, Yili felt it was worth it. The road up the mountain was very narrow, barely allowing 2 sightseeing vehicles to pass side by side. But since there were no tourists, the vehicles were all locked away. Want to ride a horse? There wasn't a single one in sight. Oh well, walking isn't bad either. It's a good way to exercise. I agree. I do enjoy exercising. It really doesn't take 40 minutes. Just as Yili was about to open the garage, he thought, why not ride the motorcycle? Before he could say anything, the 3 girls eagerly stepped forward, leaving Su Yun and him exchanging glances. If they start sweating, they could easily catch a cold. Forget it, let's go too. Su-Yun chuckled as she linked her arm with Yi Li's, matching his pace. A little over 10 minutes later, two distinct breaths echoed back and forth. Still into exercising, huh? Su-Yun helplessly held onto Lu Shifei and Lin Miao Miao, who had started off all energetic but now seemed deflated, like two ornaments hanging off her. I just didn't eat enough. I can still climb. Lu Shifei protested. Yin Jia, you know me. Jiang Yutong walked behind, secretly moving closer to Yi Li. She wanted to say something but hesitated. Finally, taking a deep breath, she asked, Yi Shun, do you really like Su Zong? Not because of money or anything like that. What do you think? Yi Li's brow furrowed slightly, his tone turning cold. Sensing the chill in his voice, Jiang Yutong swallowed hard but remained stubborn. Su Zong is already 39. What about children in the future? Yi Li didn't respond, instead looking ahead at Su-Yun. The path up the mountain was a bit uneven, and when they encountered a muddy pit, she effortlessly lifted both of them up. Do you think she looks like someone who's 39? Chapter 62, Winding Paths finally reaching the summit, or rather, the slope of the mountain. The Kaidu River flows like a winding silver ribbon, meandering across the vast grasslands, shimmering under the sunlight. The mountain breeze gently brushes against us, carrying the chill from the distant snow-capped peaks, along with the refreshing scent of the prairie. From this height, the river appears as the Earth's intricate texture. In some places, the river converges into broad lakes, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds, serene and profound. The surrounding mountains rise in layers, transitioning from deep green to pale blue, ultimately blending into the horizon. Occasionally, a flock of birds sweeps across the sky, breaking the tranquility. Here, time seems to slow down. The girls take out their phones, attempting to capture this breathtaking scenery. However, people often find that the most genuine feelings can only be kept in the heart and cannot be fully conveyed through a lens. It could also be that their photography skills are just average. Wow, Yunjia, the picture you took of the Kaidu River is stunning. Lu Shifei leaned over to Su-Yun, comparing their shots, and the difference was like night and day. Lin Miao Miao and another girl glanced over and were so frustrated that they deleted their photos. What is this? Mine looks like a little dirt mound in the village. Don't flatter yourself. Yours is clearly just a dirt pile. Su-Yun couldn't help but chuckle, then advised if you use the rule of thirds. Having a foreground would make it look better. The rule of thirds? You get that, right? Of course. 4 p.m. This place is really lovely, especially on a sunny day. Yi Li wasn't with Su-Yun and the others. Instead, she was exploring the surroundings with Ollie and the livestream ball. Ollie still loved to run around everywhere. Unfortunately, this area had been developed, so it didn't find any animal friends. I take back what I said. The grasslands are truly beautiful. It feels different from the Dukou Highway. It's no wonder it's the second largest grassland in our country. The vastness is amazing. I'm getting more and more excited for the sunset. Let us head upstairs and get some rest. The sunset in Bayambuluk is around 10 o'clock. ISNT a bit early to sleep? What do you mean? ISNT tomorrow Saturday? What? You guys actually get to rest on Saturdays? The wildflower sea here is even more abundant and beautiful than down the mountain. Walking further, there's a viewing platform with a stone tablet, Tongshin Island. A few low stone pillars are connected by 3 thick iron chains, adorned with countless brass locks. Just like at the Kuka Grand Canyon, these are used for making wishes. As Yi Li walked, she explained, the Kaidu River is a very famous inland river. Legend has it that this is where Tang Sung dried his scriptures upon returning from his pilgrimage. As for the name Winding Paths, the Tibetan word for river is chu, which also relates to the idiom curved water flowing with wine. 9 and 18 are just rough estimates to describe the winding nature of the river. The streamer means this is the river of heaven from journey to the west. Are there old turtles in that river? How do you tell apart a turtle from a soft-shelled turtle? Is it by looking at their heads? It is quite winding. I think winding rivers are beautiful. Beautiful because they're winding? Tianfu is mostly blocked now. I had issues with my rectum before, and I sought help everywhere without success until a hospital in Tianfu cured me. I want to allow you to slander them. Yi Shun, does this Tongshin Island have any particular meaning? Yi Li stepped past the stone tablet, and the perspective of the live stream focused on the distance. Everyone, take a close look. In the middle of the Kaidu River, right in front of us, there's an island shaped like a heart. The river dividing into two, and then merging back into one. Yi Li smiled and asked, what does that look like to you? Like a massage parlor, a private room, a critical hit, a treasure sword. Dude, your input method betrayed you. Looks like a watch. Yili shook his head and laughed. Come on. Let us be a bit more romantic. At that moment, Su Yun's voice came from behind him. I know, it looks like a love knot. Yunya, what brings you here? Yili turned to see Lu Shifei and the others busy trying to find the right angle for selfies at the viewing platform. What? You're not happy to see me? The live chat went wild. Oh, the assistant couldn't wait any longer. Was she looking to make a move? I think this place is perfect for a confession. Oh my, they look so good together. Yili took a moment to glance at the comments, feeling a bit puzzled. Before he could think further, the sky suddenly darkened and a gentle breeze rustled, tousling Su Yun's hair. The air was filled with a damp scent. Yili looked up. A huge dark cloud in the distance blocked the sun and slowly covered the once clear blue sky. Oh no, it looks like it's going to rain. Is our plan to film the 9 curves reflecting the sun ruined? Without time to think, Yili quickly shut down the live stream and led Su Yun and the others away as a light drizzle began to fall. Tiny raindrops gently landed on the grasslands, nourishing every inch of the earth and softly patting their cheeks and hair. Feeling the coolness of the raindrops, Lu Shifei shivered slightly. Achoo! Su Yun, a bit worried, asked, Shifei, are you okay? I'm fine. Running in the rain feels really interesting. Lu Shifei tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled. Looking at Lin Miao Miao, she and Jiang Yutong were mostly excited too. The RV was just ahead, and they quickened their pace, but the fine rain had already quietly soaked their clothes. When they finally got back inside the vehicle and shut the door, they shared a laugh as the rainwater dripped from their hair, their clothes slightly damp. But the experience was unforgettable. I have some extra clothes. You should change quickly. Su Yun, concerned they might catch a cold, quickly took out soft, dry towels from the storage compartment and opened the wardrobe. Yili also stood up and confidently walked towards the second floor. Lin Miao Miao and Jiang Yutong entered the bathroom together. Are these clothes still here? Lu Shifei's gaze fell on a few pieces of lingerie in the lower section of the wardrobe, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Su Yun shot her a glare. How can you even ask? Buying this kind of lingerie is one thing, but throwing it in my car is another. These were sent by the brand. Didn't they help you? Su Yun wanted to argue back, but in the end, she just let out a soft sigh and nodded slightly, acknowledging this unexpected support. Although it felt a bit embarrassing, the lingerie had indeed come in handy. The kettle was bubbling with hot tea as the 5 of them sat on the second floor, watching the rain. So, is it really impossible to see the 9 suns? There are still 3 hours until sunset, so there should be a chance. There will be opportunities in the future. Yili, sitting closest to Su, put down his hot tea and looked at everyone, smiling as he reassured them. A journey doesn't always need a purpose. The winding paths are beautiful, but the scenery of Bainbuluk in the rain is equally enchanting, don't you think? Outside the window, the fine rain continued to fall. The grassland was shrouded in a gentle mist. It felt dreamlike. Why do I feel like Yi is even more charming now? Lin Miao Miao muttered half-jokingly in a low voice. Oh no, her comment immediately broke the lovely atmosphere. Lin Miao Miao, what did you just say? Su Yun, with her keen hearing, deliberately put on a stern face and pressed for an answer, but was interrupted by Lu Shifei, who was someone who loved to stir the pot. How about we play a game of truth or dare? Chapter 63. After the rain, 9 suns. Proposal rejected. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yun flatly refused. With only Yili as the man in the car, playing truth or dare at this moment was undoubtedly an opportunity for them to question her openly. There was no benefit for her in such a situation. She wasn't foolish. How about this? Su Yun said with a mischievous smile as she stood up and extended her hand to the 3 girls. Let me take you to see something fun. Something fun? The 3 of them followed her downstairs to the bedroom. Curiosity piqued. As she opened the bedroom door, they found a spacious room. Lin Miao Miao and Jiang Yutong hadn't noticed anything unusual yet, as they were busy admiring the room, particularly some souvenirs. However, Lu Shifei's gaze sharpened. Those photos are... I don't want to see them. Let me out. Her eyes fell on the photo wall, where the exquisite pictures seemed to hold sweet memories within each frame. They were gazing into each other's eyes under the evening glow of Yi City, holding hands in the ancient city of Kashgar, snuggling by the shores of Baisha Lake while watching a torrential rain, rescuing people during sandstorm, building stone piles in the Kuka Grand Canyon to make wishes, chasing snow leopards on Tian Shan Mountain, skiing in a blizzard. Su Yun's fingers glided over each photo, her gaze softening, her voice filled with dreams for the future. Our goal is to fill this photo wall. You've already filled our stomachs. The 3 girls were caught off guard by the sudden wave of dog food and found it hard to swallow. At 7 in the evening, the sizzling sound of frying filled the air, and the aroma of grilled meat wafted out the window. High-quality ingredients often require only the simplest of cooking methods. Chef Yi sprinkled sea salt with one hand. The secret to grilling meat lies in controlling the heat. High temperatures quickly seal in the juices, keeping the meat tender, while low and slow cooking is suitable for larger or thicker cuts. Yili proudly glanced at Su Yun. This is what you call professionalism. Don't forget to flip it, or even high-end ingredients will burn, Su Yun gently reminded him. She quietly assisted Yili while in front of them were marinated vegetables and wraps, more carbs. Meanwhile, Lu Shifei and the others opened the display screen and started singing. Lin Miao Miao. Why can't I sing Little Frog? Kids, please sit at the same table as Ali. Ali, Jiang Yutong, who adored Cantonese songs, sang First Love. Every minute I long to see him. I've never complained about waiting silently. Every minute I yearn to meet him. Running into him on the road makes me happy for days. The lyrics rolled across the screen as they swayed to the rhythm, exchanging excited glances from time to time. From above, the RV looked like a small boat adrift in a sea of green, tiny, lonely, and independent from the world. Yet inside the small boat, it was particularly warm and lively, with the aroma of food and the sounds of laughter intertwining in the tranquil grassland. 30 minutes later, during dinner, burp. Lin Miao Miao quickly covered her mouth, shyly looking at everyone. Was that her burp just now? How embarrassing. Can even a fairy burp? Everyone just chuckled lightly, and Jiang Yutong handed her a cup of water. This truly is the best decision I've ever made, Lu Shifei thought, rubbing her slightly rounded belly. No wonder Sister Yun wanted to go on a trip. That depends on who you're with. Su Yun nanet hapidi against yedise shoulder. As the sky remained overcast, it was time for them to say goodbye to the grassland after dinner. Yili, wait for me a moment. Su Yun felt a bit regretful as she picked up her camera and gently pushed open the car door, stepping into the cool air. The drizzle had stopped, but the sky still hadn't cleared. She aimed her lens at the distant horizon, adjusting the focus. The grassland looked even greener after the rain, but the image was somewhat dark. While adjusting the angle, Su Yun let out a soft gasp. In the viewfinder, the gloomy sky seemed less oppressive. The edges of the clouds were gently illuminated by some light, brightening the entire scene. Finally, a faint yet distinct beam of light pierced through the thick clouds, like a sword cutting through the gray sky. Could it be? Su Yun's heart raced as she quickly adjusted the camera's exposure and focus, capturing this fleeting moment. Sister Yun, the sky is clearing up. Yili came to her side, looking up at the sky. As the light intensified, everything on the grassland was gradually illuminated, colors becoming more vibrant and details clearer. A crack formed in the clouds, and the afterglow of the setting sun broke through, shining onto Su Yun's lens. Wow, look outside, it's so beautiful. Lin Miao Miao shouted excitedly, her heart filled with joy and exhilaration. The others wrapped their coats tighter and hurried out of the car. Smiles spread across their faces, and the previous feelings of regret and oppression were swept away by this sudden beauty. In that moment, everyone felt a thought arise. We might see 9 suns. But by the time they ran up, the sun was almost setting. You all ride motorcycles. The sightseeing path is a dirt road and hard to navigate. The sidewalk is paved, so stick to that. Yili quickly instructed as he opened the back door. All right, I can handle it, Lu Shifei said, swinging her long legs over the bike and waving to Lin Miao Miao and Jiang Yutong, who crowded together a bit. The engine roared, and they sped up the mountain. Lu Shifei intended to go back to get someone, but saw Yili Princess carrying Su Yun in front of her. What the heck? Are you guys human or ghosts? There was no time for chit-chat. Don't block my shot, Su Yun said as she pushed past her and raised her camera. Yili also released a live stream at just the right moment. He didn't know if anyone would still be watching, but regardless of whether they witnessed it in person, he wanted to capture this scene and post it on his video account. To his surprise, the moment the live stream started, hundreds of thousands of viewers flooded in. Why is it so dark? Is my phone broken? My screen is black too. Please don't tell me Iron Egg is malfunctioning. I have developed feelings for Tai Dan. At this moment, Yi Li's magnetic voice resonated, and I understood that everyone faces immense pressure every day. Yet, either the soul or the body must be on the journey. With that, he moved his hand away from blocking the camera. The background music faded, and the once lively live stream room of Ferrari fell silent. When the setting sun finally peeked through the gaps in the clouds, rays of golden light poured over the vast grassland. The afterglow of the sunset flowed like liquid gold across the earth. The winding paths, no, the entire Biambulag grassland became exceptionally radiant in that moment. What stood out was the serpentine river reflecting the legendary 9 suns. Chapter 64. On the way to Naladi, as the sun gradually sets, the golden light begins to fade from the riverbank. Each reflection of the sun seems to perform an elegant curtain call, slowly sinking below the horizon. The colors of the sky transition from blazing gold to soft orange, and then gradually to deep purple, as if a palette is being swept across the heavens. Yi Li and the 5 others stand quietly together, sharing this moment of tranquility and grandeur with the viewers in the live stream. Everyone, stand up. Who understands? My goosebumps are rising. I want to go to the Bayambuluk grassland too. Wow, it's all Yishin's fault. I won't be able to sleep tonight. Wait, is there a fly buzzing in the live stream? Taking a day off, my back hurts. The next day, they visit the Tuarut folk culture village. After another day of rest, Su Yun's knee starts to ache. Today the weather is just right. They can finally hit the road again. Before they leave, Su Yun specifically reminds Lu Shifei that the post-disaster reconstruction work in the Tianshan region is crucial. Especially remember to visit the snow leopard family. Lu Shifei, hearing this, points to herself in disbelief. Me? The RV slowly merges onto the main road. Just a moment ago, Yili was relieved about the weather, but as they pass the yellow 5A scenic area sign, tiny raindrops begin to gently tap against the car windows. It's even more ridiculous than saying 10 miles. 10 different weathers. The weather here is as unpredictable as a girl's feelings. The wind rustles the small, colorful flags by the gas station, creating a soft popping sound, as if sending them off on their journey. In such weather, Yili would prefer to listen to the sound of the rain outside and take a quiet nap. Oh, right. While cuddling Su Yun. Should we keep going in this weather? Su Yun's face is flushed, a result of being nurtured by love. Yili turns to meet her gaze, a hint of hesitation in his eyes, but soon his expression becomes resolute. Let us go, we have to go. If we don't go, I'll just wash up. Hey, should we keep going? This is the consequence of not going. Yili feels fortunate. The grass by the roadside has already turned yellow, hinting at the arrival of autumn and winter. The grassland in this season possesses a unique, tranquil beauty. The road stretches straight ahead, seemingly extending into the sky. Occasionally, a few trucks pass by from the opposite direction. What a rarity. It's time for their daily stroll, and to interact with netizens. Yili tosses the live stream ball out the window, letting it follow the RV's journey, automatically capturing the scenery on both sides. Why are we left outside in the rain? I want to get inside to avoid the rain. It seems like Tai Dan is waterproof. This is getting more interesting. The comments in the live stream are filled with humor and whimsy, but definitely not yellow. Hey look, there's someone up ahead. Suddenly, a comment catches Yi Li's attention. Is that a traffic police officer? How dedicated. I'm so moved. I want to salute him later. In such a desolate place. Under such harsh weather, our traffic police still hold their posts. Oh my, I feel like crying. Yili glanced at the barrage and almost burst out laughing. He deliberately slowed down as he passed by the traffic police officer, only for everyone to realize it was just a human-shaped sculpture holding a slow-down sign. Should we say something to the traffic officer? Our traffic police are dedicated, but they're human too. We can't just leave them standing here, can we? Yili teased. Ugh, you deceive my feelings. What the heck? It's just a sculpture. You scared me. The live chat immediately exploded with comments. Yili laughed and explained. You should be scared. Now, have you all noticed the word slow in its hand? Remember to drive safely. This trick doesn't work in the city. I don't even need to read the sign. As soon as I see a traffic officer, I slow down. Honestly, this tactic is quite clever. If it were just a sign to slow down, most people would ignore it. But a sculpture that looks like a traffic officer? That's frightening. The road ahead began to undulate. Guardrails have been installed along the roadside to prevent vehicles from sliding off the road. A light rain pattered on the car windows, creating a peaceful and cozy atmosphere. Many people even considered Yili to be a sleep-inducing streamer. Saved it. I'll watch it before bed tonight. No way. You can just listen to the audio while you sleep. Any tips from upstairs? Not really. I'll DM you a few websites. You know, those white noise sites. Haha, they're suffering from insomnia, and you're making it worse. A few minutes later, a particularly eye-catching comment popped up. Oh no, the police officer just called me. Everyone, you've got to be my witness. I swear it wasn't my idea. To this, Yili was completely oblivious. He had a vendetta against PDD. The RV continued on its way. The grasslands on either side of the road belonged to a nature reserve, so there were no cattle, sheep, or yurts in sight. The sky was overcast, and a mist hung in the air, creating a sense of loneliness. Just as he was about to express his thoughts, a perfectly smooth, delicate foot stretched onto Yili's leg, the toes curling slightly. Suyun's voice was lazy as she said, "I'm so bored. Is there a place to stop ahead?" Yili raised a live stream ball into the air, creating a more private space. Suyun quickly tossed her stuffed animal, Ollie, onto the dashboard and leaned slightly toward Yili. "Look at this rain. It doesn't seem to be stopping. Driving in the rain is so dangerous." Ollie chimed in. "I'll remember this grudge. I can use autopilot," Yili replied. "But then it wouldn't be fun, right?" Yili countered, "Sisteriun. Driving the rain is dangerous, but sticking your foot into my lap is even more dangerous." "Humph, so pretentious." Suyun huffed and pulled her foot back. The rain grew heavier. Continuing to drive felt less like a trip and more like a race against time. Yili decided to find a place to pull over. This was definitely not a compromise to Suyun. As they say, be careful what you wish for. Ahead, a blue sign read, "Next rest area, 14 kilometers. Here is a stunning plateau wetland landscape." The online viewers, unaware of what has happened, are still marveling at the scenery. The road ahead splits into two directions. To the left leads to Naladi, while to the right is Provincial Road 321, which intersects with National Highway 218 at a place called Huashikio. This location is deep within the mountains, at an altitude of over 700 meters, and is a critical route from the western part of northern Xinjiang to Bayambuluk, with steep mountain roads and harsh weather conditions, including wind and snow. It's not an easy task for the traffic police station there. The RV turns left. "Yili, are we there yet?" Suyun asks anxiously as she sees the rain starting to let up. She doesn't ask for much, just a few days each month when her mind feels completely empty, only filled with a sense of anticipation. It's only natural, right? As she continues to wait, a large blue license plate appears. Yay, it's the parking lot. Suyun quickly moves from the driver's seat to the living area and heads to the bathroom. "I'll take a shower and wait for you in the room." Yili parks the vehicle and calls back the live stream. The comments are still buzzing. The rolling grasslands of Naladi are simply breathtaking. I actually think the Bayambuluk grasslands are more beautiful. Why did the host stop parking? Does Yisha not need a break? Just a moment. Okay. Yili looks at the comments with a wry smile. Given Suyun's current state, it seems like it might take a while. He clears his throat and says seriously, "It's getting dark and the roads are slippery, so we'll wrap up today's live stream here. Bye for now." Chapter 65, After the Rain. A rainbow, the towering peaks of Tian Shan loom majestically. Sunlight spills over the snow-covered summits, casting a golden hue. A mother snow leopard lies on a rock at the mouth of a cave, basking in the warm sunlight, her gaze soft and languid, as if lost in thought. Meanwhile, the playful cubs are excitedly circling a snowcock, using their tender claws and teeth to cooperate in capturing the unfortunate prey, which is about their size. Oh wow, wow. The eyes of the cubs gleam with the light of victory, eagerly anticipating their mother's praise and reward. However, the mother snow leopard's thoughts are not on her cubs' hunting success. Her gaze occasionally drifts toward the cave's entrance, where an old comic book lies. She has been careful, but her sharp claws have still torn through the pages. Later, when she tried to turn the pages with her soft tongue, the moisture caused the comic to freeze together, and it now has a rather unpleasant odor. Indeed, it is currently sunbathing at the cave's entrance. In the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, Li Yong stands in front of a mirror, smoothing out the wrinkles on his collar and scrutinizing his new uniform. He can't help but feel a bit proud, but more than that, he is surprised. Really? Promoted again? Those who don't know might think he has some connections. Rumors have already begun circulating in the Bureau that he rose to power thanks to Yili. While there is some truth to it, the story has twisted over time. Forget it. It's best not to dwell on it. After admiring his uniform, Li Yong sits back down in his chair. A knock sounds at the door. "Gumin, Captain Li." "No, I should say chiefly now." The speaker is a young man who had previously accompanied Li Yong into Tian Shan. Bold yet meticulous, Li Yong had specifically chosen to keep him close. "Deputy Lin wants you to sit in on a meeting. It's said to be related to Yishan." Li Yong looks up. The Bureau has recently poured all its energy into researching the data on the anomalous heavy snowfall. Moreover, Yili's recent schedule has been both safe and leisurely. He had been considerate enough not to disturb her. "What's going on? Has there been another report of abnormal weather somewhere?" Yili is only an external member. If some individuals try to leverage their positions to send her on investigations, Leon would be the first to object. Not exactly. I saw a few foreigners in the lobby, wearing glasses and carrying bags. It looked like they were here for a technical exchange. Exchange? What does that have to do with Yili? Suddenly, Leon's brow furrows, and a bad premonition washes over him. Oh no, those people must be up to no good. He rushes out of the office. On the side of the Duco Highway in the afternoon, rain falls like a curtain, blurring the distant mountains. A recreational vehicle quietly parks in this sea of green, and through the windows, one can see the rain-soaked grasslands outside. Inside the vehicle, whispers fill the air. Are we really going to do this? We haven't tried it yet. The more we do it, the more familiar we'll get with it. But what if? What if Yinjie doesn't like it? No, you go ahead. In the next moment, an excited and spirited voice rings out. Round 1. On the screen, a fighting game is playing, and both players wear serious expressions. Yili controls the male character, launching a series of unstoppable moves. A crouch defense, a 3-hit combo called Smiling Face, a burst of enhanced attacks, an upward strike, and a jumping doll, a smooth combo that leaves Su Yin defeated. This isn't fun. You just know how to bully me, Su Yin huffs, tossing the controller aside and burying her head in Yi Li's embrace, deliberately making a whiny sound. Yi Li playfully runs his fingers through her hair, inadvertently brushing against her neck, causing a subtle shiver. You've done well to last 10 seconds against me. Liar, I barely got a chance to fight back. Su Yin draws circles with her finger, her voice alluring and melodic as she continues. Let us stop playing games, okay? Come watch a movie with me. It's a really brainy detective thriller. All right, let us watch a movie. Yi Li chuckles softly, taking her hand and kissing it gently, his eyes filled with love and tenderness. You are the best. A blush spreads across Su Yun's face as she happily cuddles closer. Yi Li adjusts his position, allowing her to snuggle comfortably against him, wrapping his arms tightly around her. Meanwhile, Su Yun playfully toys with his fingers. Hey, you're the best. The scene shifts to the bedside, where a cute little nest made of soft blankets and pillows is set up. Yes, they moved to the second floor. Wrapped in a quilt, they made themselves cozy. How can anyone else sleep near them? A fox named Ali had protested earlier, whining fiercely. But it didn't capture the couple's attention at all. What are they talking about? They just came here because there's a skylight. What is wrong with having a skylight? What kind of reason is that? At that moment, Ali felt utterly despondent. Its big eyes half open, paws resting casually on the edge of the nest, tail curled around its body. It sank into a tranquil contemplation. What is the purpose of this little fox's life? Roasted fish? Berries? Being cuddled by a bad woman? None of that. What is it for? What is it for? Do you want to watch a movie together? Yili's voice interrupted its philosophical musings. Whoa. Ali's eyes lit up. Then can you please bring us some clothes first? Ali whined, racing downstairs to quickly grab the scattered clothes and jumping back onto the bed. The most infuriating part was that Su Yin took the clothes right from its mouth, affectionately stroking its head. Thanks a lot. You're such a good boy. The three of them enjoyed a leisurely afternoon together. After the movie, the rain had stopped. Yili reached out to find a skylight switch by the bedside. With a soft mechanical sound, the skylight's curtains slowly drew back, revealing a clear blue sky washed clean by the rain. How pure. Let's go out and take a look. That's exactly what I was thinking. Once dressed, the two stepped outside, breathing in the fresh air after the rain. The sky was a pristine blue, the clouds pure white and fluffy like cotton. Sunlight glistening on the damp grass, and the distant low mountains appeared even greener after the rain. Everything feels so fresh. There's no one around, only the tranquility and vastness of nature. Ah, the great prairie. Su Yin took a deep breath and then shouted at the top of her lungs. Her voice echoed clearly across the open grassland, and Yi Li, moved by her enthusiasm, couldn't help but join in. Their voices intertwined and carried far away with the wind. After letting it all out, they burst into joyous laughter. My voice is louder than yours. Humph. My voice travels farther. Su Yin adored this way of life, where surprises happened every moment, and every second felt like the happiest time. She turned to look at Yi Li's face, her eyes filled with unspoken affection. Su Yin couldn't bear to imagine a life without Yi Li. Life really is so short. Just as she was lost in this bittersweet feeling, Yi Li's eyes suddenly lit up, pointing to the horizon with excitement. Yunjie. Look over there. Su Yin followed the direction of his finger. There, A stunning rainbow arched across the sky, its perfect semicircle spanning the prairie, vibrant and breathtakingly beautiful. It had been so long since Su Yun had seen a rainbow. She closed her eyes and earnestly said, "I want to make a wish." Yuli asked, "What wish?" "I can't tell you. It won't come true if I do." Chapter 66. Naladi, the first place to greet the sun, a brand new day. Swish, swish, swish. Su Yun was washing clothes, careful with the delicate fabrics. She feared that the washing machine might damage them if it spun too fast. Besides, some items were indeed quite difficult to clean. Sigh, if only she had let Fei buy a few more. She was being so reserved. Su Yun splashed the water in frustration. Who would have thought that the esteemed president of Su Group would find herself spending so much time and effort over just a few pieces of clothing? If it weren't for the slow logistics here, she would have discarded them one by one long ago. With limited inventory, even Yili didn't dare to tear them carelessly. Just think about yesterday afternoon's experience. It was as if two armies were fiercely battling, and just when one side was about to lay down their arms, a soldier on the city wall suddenly warned the other side. "The city gate is expensive. Don't crash into it." The other side politely put away their battering ram. What kind of nonsense is this? Yili finished making breakfast and pushed open the bathroom door. Noticing that the toothpaste was almost gone, he said, "Let's buy some more. It's a necessity of life. Just deliver it to the Dushanzi district of Karame City." Suyin chuckled lightly. "Sure, you can choose." Was he really talking about toothpaste? Yili himself couldn't tell anymore. Once everything was packed up, they continued their journey. In fact, this stop was still quite a distance from an Aladi scenic area, with winding mountain roads ahead. Although the road had many twists and turns, the conditions were excellent, providing a great driving experience. Unlike the mountainous roads of Tianshan or southern Xinjiang, these mountains were covered with lush sheepgrass. Due to the higher elevation, the pastures remained a vibrant green. Driving on such winding mountain roads, each turn brought a new visual delight, the eyes greatly relieved by the stunning scenery. About 10 minutes later, the RV glided past a stone pillar that read "Welcome back" in Serenity, officially entering the territory of Xinyuan County. They were still 55 kilometers away from the Naladi scenic area. It's worth mentioning that this entire section was mostly foggy, especially in bad weather when the mountain mist enveloped everything. Unlike smog, mountain fog was much cleaner. From a distance, it seemed like visibility was low, but once inside, it didn't really affect the view too much. It was just that the car windows would gradually accumulate condensation, becoming blurry, although dense fog was a rare occurrence. "Yunjia, we'll be there in about 20 minutes, Yili said from the driver's seat, occasionally glancing at Su Yun with admiration and curiosity in his eyes. She looked very different today. Dressed in all black with gold-rimmed glasses, her serious expression exuded a cool, aloof vibe. Who understands the allure of black clothing paired with gold accessories? Su Yun noticed Yili's gaze and smiled slightly, feeling quite aware of his sneaky looks. She thought some people wouldn't notice. Her tone had a hint of melancholy. After washing the clothes, Su Yun had dressed up beautifully, sitting in the passenger seat and posing for photos for quite a while. Meanwhile, Yili was too busy enjoying the scenery. This is such a huge blow for a woman. You can't be distracted while driving. Yili said seriously, "Why are you dressed so formally today? Is there something important going on?" Su Yun smiled mischievously. "I just wanted to show you something to brighten your mood." "Isn't that important?" "That's super important. But will that win over our Yi Shun's heart?" Faced with the flirty gaze of the cool and aloof Su Yun, Yili looked away and joked. "You've captured my heart for a day. Keep it up." The RV passed through the snow corridor, and snow-capped spruce trees began to appear on the hillsides. These evergreens are sturdy and majestic, rising and falling along the slopes like a green Great Wall. They are unique to the Tianshan Mountains, with the Naradi Mountains along the Ili River being the most lush region. Kazakh yurts started appearing along the roadside, with wisps of smoke rising from them, harmoniously coexisting with the natural surroundings, the air filled with the scents of milk tea and roasted meat. Nearby, herds of cattle and horses grazed leisurely or drank from the clear streams. Kazakh herders sat in front of the yurts, skillfully milking mares, a part of their daily life and a reflection of their pastoral culture. Further ahead, after passing the Naradi checkpoint, straight ahead leads to Naradi town, while turning right goes to Kayerma. Yili parked the RV in a secluded spot in Naradi town. They had finally arrived. Su Yun lazili sitirichet her silimbaist. With her cool demeanor and unguarded expression, Yili couldn't resist and leaned in for a kiss. Her skin was soft and smooth, like a peeled egg. Su Yun was momentarily stunned, then burst into delighted laughter. Wow, looks like I'm still quite charming, able to make Yishun take the initiative. I must have already won his heart. Yili stubbornly replied, at most, it'll last 2 days. After checking the surroundings near the parking spot, Yili returned to the car. It was time to start the live stream. As usual, he first took the audience on a little tour. I finally got first place. Look at all those trees. Water, you're too good at this, oh my gosh, guess what I see? What? X99, hey, a public restroom. Someone kick him out. Yili summoned the live stream ball back to him, ready to speak. However, the comments in the live stream chat suddenly changed direction, flooding in like a tidal wave. Where S assistant Yun? Who is that woman in black? Yishun, are you having an affair? Oh my gosh, that lady is too beautiful. Wait, ISNT that assistant Yin? She looks so different now, with that cool demeanor like she de-whip Yishun at night. You really know how to describe things. Yili looked at the comments, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, thinking to himself, what do you mean, whip him? He knew the audience had wild imaginations, but this was just too outrageous. Su Yun couldn't help but feel a sense of glee as she watched Yi Li's helplessness and the enthusiastic reactions in the live stream. Her smile grew wider. As for whipping Yi Li, there's no way she would ever do such a thing. Absolutely not. Yi Li cleared his throat, turned the camera towards himself, and began to introduce the location. Up ahead is Naladi town. Naladi is a word in Mongolian meaning the place where the sun shines, and in Chinese, it's metaphorically referred to as the place that sees the sun first. The Naladi scenic area is considered one of the most beautiful places in the Ili region. It was developed early on, and the infrastructure is quite complete. It's a very popular tourist destination, and experiencing everything here will require quite a bit of time. Yili glanced at Su Yun and continued. Due to some special reasons, we will choose to explore this area by hiking and taking a shuttle bus. Can the host hike the whole way? Wow, you really are something else. Someone commented, even if you drive, you might not finish in a day. That's right. Naladi is huge and offers so much to do. I'm really looking forward to it. Don't get your hopes up. The fees there are ridiculously high. I'm riding the scenic area. Come ride a horse with me. Don't ride. I went horseback riding with friends and came back with a sore backside. My dad almost kicked me out of the house. Was it really the horseback riding that did it? Why doesn't God drive an RV? That would be so comfortable. There are a lot of people there. If you drive, you probably won't even find a parking spot. Plus God's RV is too big. There's a section of the driving route that's very narrow. Yili nodded. That was one of the main reasons. They continued to chat for a while longer. Before long, it was noon and time to eat. People are like iron, and meals are like steel, Yili thought, as his stomach growled. He decided to take the live stream audience out for a stroll. It seems like your fans are easy to please, Su Yun chuckled lightly, though her expression was somewhat unnatural. Earlier, when Yili mentioned special reasons, he had glanced at her. Could it be that he was planning to confess to her in this place? Chapter 67, The Sky Grassland, Riding Horses Narrat Scenic Area Visitor Center. I have to say, this place is well developed, and the sheer size of the parking lot leaves a lasting impression. There's even a dedicated RV campsite. Now that's professionalism. Oh, so you didn't want to be recognized by your fans, huh? The sunlight glimmers on Su Yun's wide-brimmed sun hat. She's wearing a pink and white sweatshirt, delicately licking a lollipop, her soft pink lips looking quite tempting. What else could it be? There are quite a few people here. I can't even imagine how crowded it gets during peak season. Yili is wearing the same style of sun hat, with the brim pulled low. Unless someone is staring directly at them, it's nearly impossible to see their faces. Besides, they're here to enjoy the scenery. Why would they want to watch a live stream? Why bother trying to get close to familiar figures just to see if it's Yili? They must be focused on the sights in front of them. The starting point of the Sky Grassland is a massive turquoise stone sculpture. It's adorned with golden animal relief carvings of eagles, wolves, and horses, all vividly detailed. Above the sculpture, the gilded characters spelling out Sky, Grassland, Narrat shine brilliantly in the sunlight. Yili and Su Yun chose not to take the bus up the mountain with other tourists, but instead bought cable car tickets. Now, the two are standing on the observation deck, watching the cattle and sheep. What is the best way to observe them? Pulling some grass and stuffing it into an old sheep's mouth. In a live stream, hundreds of thousands of people are watching him feed the sheep. Why does that sheep's head have a little swirl on it? Could it be? But hold on, that is not right. It's clearly a female sheep. Ollie is snuggled in Yi Li's arms, barking a few times at Su Yun, as if urging her for something. Got it. Suyin pulls out some cherry tomatoes from her bag and feeds one to it. Strange, why is the cloud assistant so nice to Ollie? Maybe it's love by association. Ollie, isn't this how it should be? At this moment, a young man noticed this peculiar trio and curiously walked over, trying to get a better look at their faces. Ollie's role became apparent then. It barked a few times expertly, causing the young man to turn and leave. Muttering to himself, the one next to Yishun is a fox. This one is just a dog. Just a dog. I can't take it. I'm going to burst out laughing. So that's what it's for. Ollie is so clever. It sounds just like a dog. Suyun, feeding of Inth, happily rubs Ollie's head. Ollie is truly impressive. You deserve another treat. They continue up the wooden boardwalk. The highest observation deck is the Tianji Terrace. Standing here, one can overlook the magnificent scenery of the entire grassland. This grassland is nestled among mountains at an altitude of about 2,000 meters, which is where the name Sky Grassland comes from. The alpine pasture here is different from the grasslands along the Dukkha Highway. The sky is bluer, and the clouds are lower. A white road cuts across the entire grassland, with buses continuously shuttling back and forth and scattered yurts dotting the surroundings, resembling pearls in a green sea. Taking a shuttle bus, arriving at the final destination, the nomad's home. This place combines dining, entertainment, accommodation, and shopping into one, offering comprehensive services for tourists. The area with the yurts serves as the accommodation zone, where the exterior retains traditional Kazakh characteristics, while the interiors are equipped with modern facilities. To be honest, Yili is quite interested in staying inside one of them. Unfortunately, Suyin disagrees, citing concerns about privacy. After all, the yurts are quite close to each other. However, they do have good sound insulation, but it can still be a bit distracting, so it's not advisable for young couples to stay here. Of course, if you plan on doing nothing at night. Just pretend she never said that. The most popular spot here is the rental area for Kazakh costumes, where many young ladies are changing outfits in the tents. If someone is blocking the view, you can't see anything. The women's attire consists of long skirts made from satin, floral fabrics, and woolen textiles, adorned with bright, symmetrical patterns. The men's clothing is simpler, featuring high-neck shirts, vests, and short jackets. In front of the venue, there are various props for taking photos. Who would have thought that the popular sky mirror on social media can be created with just a table and a mirror? Among the most eye-catching sights is a white yak, along with several beautifully decorated sheep-drawn carts parked nearby. It's not too much to call them sheep carts, right? Hey, Yili, what are you looking at? Suyin lightly tugged at Yili's sleeve, playfully scolding him. The sheep cart, Yili pointed ahead. It was indeed a sheep cart, but it had a young girl sitting on top. She was beautiful, but not as plump as the two sheep. We can all testify for Yishan. He was checking out the pretty girl. According to the Pythagorean theorem, he was looking at her backside. That's right. I got proof. I'm really looking at the sheep. I'm a bit hungry for roasted lamb. Yili waved his hand, speaking honestly. He had just accidentally come across a video. Simply eating a lamb's head, pouring on some fragrant chili salt from Lao Ma's family, and adding hot rapeseed oil, the soul of the dish. Why not buy one to eat tonight? Suyin wasn't joking. She really wanted to do that. She had already started walking towards the owner to negotiate the price. Old sheep, I haven't bothered any of you. Just kidding. Yidi stop bit head. The grassland route is not the end at the nomad's home. There are still two major attractions ahead, Tianjin Terrace and Snow Lotus Valley. The bus cannot reach there. Guess what? For an additional 60, you could take a sightseeing car, one way, 60 yuan per person. Just as they were about to buy tickets, Yili suddenly felt his sleeve being gently tugged. He turned to Suyun. Sister Yun, what's wrong? Suyun looked puzzled. I didn't call you. Just then, a clear voice came from behind. Yishun, I'm over here. Yi Li and Suyun turned around to see a little girl, just about to Yi Li's waist, standing behind them. Who are you? Yidiaskit Kurisli. My name is Ayigili, but you can call me Ayi, the little girl said, her voice tinged with shyness. Are you also a fan of mine? Yili smiled and asked. Yes, but... Ayili glanced at Suyun and said, somewhat shyly, to be precise, I'm a fan of Sister Yin. Really? What do you like about Sister Yin? Suyun squatted down, her eyes filled with a tender smile. The little girl just called her sister. Ayili blinked and answered earnestly, I love watching Sister Yun ski in the extreme blizzards. It's just so cool. You guys are holding hands. Sister Yun, with Lord Yi and you. That's a secret, okay? Suyun gently ruffled Ayuli's hair. Thank you. Ayu, you're so adorable. Sister Yun, are you going up the mountain? Come ride horses with us. I can have Ada take you for free. The path up the mountain has more options than just the sightseeing bus. For those who are determined, there's hiking. For those with a strong rear, there's horseback riding. It's fun, but slow and bumpy, taking over 20 minutes. Horseback riding comes with professional guides. One person rides a horse while another leads one, with one person sitting in front and another behind. Yili didn't want to squeeze in with the big guy, and he definitely wouldn't let Suyun be cramped with anyone else. So he turned to Ayuli. Ayu, you know I've learned horseback riding for the Tibetans. But Ada said that in principle. Got it, Yili said thoughtfully. 10 minutes later, a tall Kazakh man was grinning at his phone when a chestnut horse walked out of the stable. Ada, isn't this your favorite horse? Ayuli was a bit surprised. This horse has quite a temper. What if it hurts Yili? The man clicked his tongue and said, which horse don't I like? Oh, by the way, go get my car keys. I'll take them to Jinling Mountain Villa tonight. Ayuli rolled her eyes helplessly. After getting a bit familiar, Yili skillfully mounted the horse and reached out his hand to Suyun. Come on, Sister Yin, I'll take you up the mountain. Suyun placed her hand in his palm, using his strength to gracefully swing onto the horse's back, sitting in front of Yili. Yili looked at Ayuli and smiled. Ayu, we're heading up the mountain first. See you in a bit. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Okay, have fun. Yili raised the reins and gently flicked them, and the horse began to stride steadily along the winding mountain path. Suyun leaned against his chest, feeling his warmth and heartbeat. The scenery no longer mattered. All that mattered was a restless heart beating wildly. Chapter 68. The Wusun camp performance the first day felt a bit rushed. Plus, after Suyun returned in the evening, she insisted on learning how to ride a horse. Did she really want to ride? Yili felt a bit embarrassed to call her out on it, so he could only teach her by example. When riding a horse, you should move up and down, not twist side to side. If you get thrown off, your knees will end up bruised all over. Yili, it seems you're quite the expert. Not really, just passionate about it. As expected, they overslept the next day. Despite having promised AI the night before that they would explore the river valley grassland together. Learning is good, but it shouldn't be too late, or it could harm your health. AIE's dad lent them the car, so they wouldn't have to squeeze into a shuttle bus today. Yili thought that if they had enough time to visit all the attractions in Narrat, it would be more cost-effective to buy a self-driving ticket. The key point is that it offers more freedom. The crowded shuttle buses are far from elegant. Even though they were out for fun, it felt more like being crammed into a subway during rush hour. If time was tight, they could opt for the aerial grassland, which has the most beautiful scenery, pastures, forests, streams, and snow-capped mountains, all perfect for photos. Riding up the mountain would also be a great experience. They might even see some marmots near the Snow Lotus Valley. Those little creatures aren't afraid of people and are adorably clumsy. Unfortunately, they had been scared away by Ali's enthusiasm yesterday. Ali, I just wanted to ask if they eat crispy snow cakes. Yili pondered to himself. Should he find Ali a little companion? After a quick bite at the hotel, the two drove to pick up AI. He was a student from Narrat Middle School, and with a few days off, she thought she could help out at the scenic area. According to her, almost everyone in her class was a fan of Yili, because their teacher was one of his biggest fans. Yishun, let us hurry up. Just now, Teacher Wang messaged me saying she wants to meet you. How can we leave? Teacher Wang likes you, and she is a fan of Yunjia. Let us go. Right now, Suyun said with a light huff. Today's itinerary was the river valley grassland. They decided to skip the Panlong ancient road, as the scenery along the Duku highway was beautiful. But they were starting to feel a bit of aesthetic fatigue. All right, as you say, Suyun responded casually, though her eyes kept darting to the rearview mirror, worried that a hater might suddenly appear. The river valley grassland is a vast area located along the banks of the Gongnazi River. The route is designed very thoughtfully, with a straight road running through the entire grassland and well-placed parking spots along the way. The first stop was a scenic spot where a few small tables were set up for photos. It's called Tao Sani, meaning beautiful mountain valley. You can rent costumes, ride camels, and there's a hillside called Phima Ping that looks like a horse. AIE moved closer to the center. Yes, that's right. Smile. All he needs to smile too. Suyun held up her camera while Yi Li and AIE posed for the shot. The second stop was even more interesting. The ancient ruins of the Wusun are worth a stop. At least the stones of the ruins are old, and there are stone pillars on the grass where one can sit. However, some people prefer to stand on them for photos. The 2 rows of totem poles in the Tengzhou corridor are spectacular, resembling the spirit path of the imperial tombs in central China, with the front row guarded by the Wusun royal guards. Stone figures stand watch at the tomb entrance, facing east. In the distance, there are numerous earth mounds marked by stone blocks, which are the Wusun tombs. The colorful beekeeping sculptures outside the honey shop are beautiful, and the Spring Breeze Pavilion is enveloped in vibrant wildflowers and lush grass. The Wusun camp is a replica of a Wusun military outpost. Inside the large tent at the center of the camp, the throne of the Wusun leader is incredibly grand and imposing, making it a must-visit photo spot. The military camp surrounding the large tent has been fully utilized by vendors for entertainment activities such as archery, zip-lining, pottery throwing, and handicrafts. Yi Li and her two companions tried everything, and they enjoyed it. They continued to wander around. Music started playing at the Wusun camp. AI exclaimed excitedly, "Sister, shall we go in and dance?" Of course, there was no reason to refuse. The ticket was 30. The performance program included welcoming dance, a speech from the king of Wusun, awakens singing, a prince's solo, a moonlight clapping dance, archery dance, wrestling performance. Photography was allowed on site, and Yili immediately went live on her phone. "Hey, I'm at work. Don't recommend anything. What are we doing here? Are there exciting shows to watch?" "Awesome. I've grown tired of the grasslands, but the dance is quite interesting." As per tradition, Yili gave a brief introduction. This is the Wusun camp within the scenic area. The name Wusun is familiar to everyone, right? They were one of the three most powerful forces in the western regions. As the Xiongnu power grew stronger, the Wusun offered 1,000 fine steeds to the Han dynasty, hoping to marry a Han princess for protection. The Western Han dynasty successively married Princess Shijuan and Princess Jio to the Wusun, the three strongest forces in the western regions. Who are they? The Xiongnu, the Yuezhi, and the Wusun. I know about Princess Jio. What does Jio mean? Is she related to Dukong? Are they married? No worries. You can keep playing. After the speech, the part Yili was most looking forward to began, Aiken's performance. On stage, for performers dressed in traditional attire sat on a beautifully decorated carpet, gently stroking their dambra, their fingers dancing skillfully on the strings, producing melodious tunes. The performance included solo and duet singing, with the duets being particularly engaging as the singers had to improvise lyrics and sing back and forth in a call-and-response style, similar to the duet singing found in the Yunnan Guizhou region. However, this type of scene typically occurs at large gatherings. In those times, they dressed in splendid attire, rode fine horses, played the dambra, and danced joyfully on the flower-filled grasslands. Wow, what a heavenly sound! The essence of the western regions suddenly came alive. For some reason, after just buying a yellow eel from the market, I found myself swaying to the music unconsciously. Are you sure it's a yellow eel? Brother, try putting your finger in its mouth. Finally, the three of them hiked up to the eagle's nest. This is an excellent spot for watching the sunset. They found a soft patch of grass to sit on, leaning against the warm earth, quietly waiting for the sunset. "AIE, why does your teacher Wang dislike me?" Su Yun asked, a hint of frustration in her voice as she sought the reason. AIE shook her head. "I don't understand either." But Teacher Wang was one of Yi Shun's first fans. She said Yi Shun wasn't like this back then. "Oh, what was he like?" Su Yun squinted her beautiful eyes, her tone slightly dangerous. Teacher Wang didn't say, but I think Yi Shun was a bit cooler back then. He hiked across the Grand Canyon, raced horses with the Tibetans on the grasslands, and even skied down the Himalayas. At this moment, Yili gently interrupted her. "AIE, isn't skiing in an extreme snowstorm cool?" "It is, but..." Suyin fell silent, then slowly added, "It just feels like there's something holding him back. Like he can't fully let loose, right?" After saying this, she fell silent again, gazing quietly into the distance. "That's not true," Yili said lightly. The sun gradually sank below the western horizon, painting the sky a golden hue, with clouds appearing as if ignited by flames, their edges glowing with an orange-red light. Chapter 69. Bathing after leaving the Naladi scenic area, Yili decided to stay here for a few more days, parking the RV near the Gongnazi River in Arzhan village. Arzhan is connected to the scenic area and is a well-known popular homestay village. AI lives in Naladi town, but she also has a homestay here in Arzhan. Before leaving, AI invited them to stay at her place, but Yili declined, feeling it would be unfair to keep bothering a young girl. The scenery by the river was beautiful, and there weren't many people around. In the RV's bathroom, steam filled the air, blurring the mirror and adding a touch of hazy beauty. Su Yun was immersed in the spacious bathtub, with only her head above water. Her eyes were gently closed, and the area around her eyes was slightly red and swollen. The water in the tub was a milky white, with a few fresh rose petals floating on the surface. Her long hair was casually tied up, with a few damp strands sticking to her neck, and droplets of water slowly slid down her hair, dripping into the tub with a faint plink. Knock, knock, knock. The bathroom door was gently pushed open. Amidst the steam, Yili's figure appeared, somewhat obscured. Yinjia, are you still thinking about that? His voice was soft, trying to break Su-Yun's reverie. Su-Yun slowly opened her eyes, droplets sliding down her face as she gazed through the mist, locking eyes with Yili. Yes, but I don't care what others think. I only care about whether you compromised because of me, like they said. Su-Yun's words trailed off, her eyes filled with unease. That's not true. What do I have to compromise about? Yili gently shook his head, a faint smile crossing his lips as he carefully sat on a stool beside the bathtub. Yinjia, you know how happy I've been on this trip. Since we returned from the river valley grassland, Su-Yun began to scroll through the negative comments on past videos. Aside from the mindless trolls, almost every comment mentioned how Yili had changed and wasn't he as daring as before. You said you wanted to explore uninhabited areas, but after meeting me, Su-Yun hesitated, then continued, if it weren't for me, you definitely wouldn't have taken the Dukkha Highway. You would have rushed straight into the desert. You don't think I took the Dukkha Highway because of you, do you? That's a bit narcissistic, Yili teased, trying to lighten the mood. But you used to do all those super thrilling things. Su-Yun's voice was low. She understood clearly that once a man starts a family, he becomes more cautious. Yili must be worried about her safety, giving up his adventurous dreams to take her on safer outings. Her feelings were complicated right now, truly a sweet trouble. Yili understood her point. Based on his previous video style, he would have rushed towards danger. But now he was leisurely driving along the Dukkha Highway. But was that a problem? Not all. Yili admitted he loved adventure. However, the Dukkha Highway was a dream for every road trip enthusiast. Moreover, they had already braved extreme snow. Was that not daring enough? Who was spreading such rumors? Yunya, why don't we do something thrilling instead? Are you saying? Su-Yun's eyes brightened as she sat up in the bathtub, water splashing around. Yili reached out to gently stroke her damp hair. I want to hear your thoughts first. After we finish the Dukkha Highway, let's head to the Great Desert. Then we could go to Kekexili, Changtong, Lopner, and Shenangjia. Wait a minute. You're not planning to get me to buy insurance, are you? No, why? It sounds like you're trying to kill me for the insurance money. Su-Yun chuckled, her earlier gloom and worries dissipating, leaving her in a cheerful mood. Making everything look appealing, even the bathtub, it seemed like a perfect place for some mischief. She reached out, lightly stirring the water, causing droplets to splash up and wet Yili's pants. Should we wash together? We need to save water. Her voice held a hint of invitation. Yili didn't respond, just gently nodded. Their laughter and whispers echoed in the bathroom, while the water gently lapped against the bathtub's edge, and rose petals swayed with their movements. Time slipped away unnoticed as they spent 2 delightful hours in the tub. I can't take it anymore. I can't soak any longer. My bones feel like jelly. Su-Yun stepped out of the bathroom. The air was filled with a light floral scent mixed with the lingering aroma of shower gel. Her hair, wet and cascading like a black waterfall over her shoulders, had droplets trickling down, gliding over her delicate skin, leaving behind sparkling trails. Yili, do you think I look good in this? Su-Yun wore a simple white silk nightgown, with a neckline slightly open, revealing an enticing collarbone. Yili's gaze lingered on her for a moment. It looks nice. Why didn't you wear it earlier? Su-Yun playfully pouted. You're such a brat. Hey, weren't you just calling me a good brother? Yili took the towel from her hand and gently dried the water droplets from her hair tips, then picked up the hairdryer to dry her hair. The warm air from the dryer blew softly, making Su-Yun's long hair sway and release a fresh fragrance. Yili, is this your first time blowing a girl's hair? Yeah, it's quite touching, Yili replied with a smile. For some reason, my head feels a bit warm. Saw thee. I got too close. The warm air from the hairdryer gradually ceased. Su-Yun turned around and hugged Yili's waist tightly, her movements gentle and natural, burying her face in his chest. Why are you so nice to me? Yili set down the hairdryer and wrapped his arms around her shoulders, allowing her to seek comfort like a big cat. She rubbed against his shirt. With you like this, I feel like I've adopted a big cat. Yili chuckled softly, his voice filled with affection. Do you like that? Su-Yun looked up, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and a hint of mischief. Of course I do. Who doesn't love cats? The next day, The two went to town to stock up on supplies. The focus here is mainly on vegetable condiments, as there's simply too much meat to eat. Suyun's style is to buy and try everything, regardless of whether it's good or not, and the local specialty drinks are abundant. There are particularly many stalls selling mushrooms here. Especially after the rain, the mushrooms on the Naladi grassland grow wildly, including varieties like sheep mushrooms, horse dung mushrooms, and wood ear mushrooms. One trip to the grassland can yield several baskets full. When we reach the fruit stand, we find that the watermelons are enormous. And there are also Xinjiang flat peaches, which are round and have a small indentation on top. They come in both red and yellow varieties. The best flat peaches in Xinjiang are from Yeqing and Kashgar, while Shahizi is a renowned peach-producing area in Xinjiang, with a high reputation both locally and nationally. Noticing our interest in the flat peaches, the vendor enthusiastically introduces them, saying, "These are our local specialty flat peaches, very sweet. Would you like to try some?" Chapter 70. Ai's teacher, as he spoke, he handed a few peaches to the two of them. "Try them. If they're not good, you don't have to pay." Suyun took a peach, took a gentle bite, and sweet juice instantly filled her mouth. It was really sweet. Yili also took a bite and nodded in praise. "They're quite good. Let us buy some more and enjoy them on the way." The peaches, due to their shape, could be easily split in half, and the pit came out effortlessly. They were indeed very convenient fruits. After Yili paid, he was about to leave the fruit stand when he caught a glimpse of a foreign woman with blonde hair and blue eyes. She was wearing traditional Kazakh attire and quickly passed through the crowd, catching his attention. "There aren't too many foreigners around here, right?" Yili asked curiously. The vendor was a talkative person and immediately replied, "She is probably a teacher at the middle school, and she came from a big city." "A teacher? A foreigner?" Yili was waiting for him to continue, but the vendor suddenly fell silent. "Can I get 2 more watermelons? They're ripe, right?" "Absolutely ripe. Do you think I'd sell you unripe ones?" The vendor continued chatting. "My son studies there too, and he says the foreign teacher's English is useless. It doesn't even help with the exams." "How long have they been in Aladi?" "Quite a few years. They're really nice people and don't haggle." By the banks of the Gangnasi River, a small tent was set up on the flat grassland. The tent was not large, just enough for 2 people to lie down, completely black in color with a bear paw logo on the fabric. It looked very fierce and imposing. Suyun carried some tables and chairs from a nearby RV. She looked at the tent and curiously pointed to the bear paw logo. "What brand is this tent?" "It looks so cool." Yili finished hammering in the stakes and stood up. "That's a real bear." "Real bear brand? Is there even such a brand?" "Sounds almost like an insult." Yili explained, "It's a genuine bear paw print. The guy must have gotten something on his claws. It's impossible to wash off." "What? That must have been dangerous." Suyun, like a mother comforting a child, placed Yili's head against her broad chest, trying to heal him with love. In reality, her face was flushed, looking a bit mischievous. "I'm fine." Yili pulled away. It was indeed dangerous. If that stinky bear had run a bit slower, I would have given it a few punches. All of that was just bravado. It definitely couldn't take on a bear back then. "Yunjia, the tent is set up. Are we really sleeping here tonight?" "Of course. I want to experience your life from before. The food isn't ready yet, so let us take a walk by the river." "You really are something." Ali was already chasing birds by the riverbank. Its speed was so fast that the little birds couldn't react at all. There was food on the ground. And beside the food was a stinky fox. Ali thought, "This time I really want to pounce on you." The little birds chirped, chirp chirp. The Gangnasi River is the mother river of Naladi. The setting sun casts its golden glow upon the shimmering surface of the river, intertwining with the blue-green waters to create a serene picture. 2 people stroll along the riverbank, feeling utterly content. Time passes swiftly, and they are nearing the end of the Duko Highway. Suyun sits on a smooth stone by the river, carefully removing her shoes and socks to reveal a pair of delicate, fair feet. Her feet are perfectly shaped, with slender ankles and neatly arranged toes. Their nails trimmed clean and rounded. Under the glow of the sunset, her feet appear to be coated in a soft, golden light. The river gently laps against her instep, with droplets sliding down the curves of her foot, adding a touch of lively beauty. A faint blush rises to Suyun's cheeks as she softly says, "Do you remember when we first met? I had sprained my ankle, and you meticulously checked it for me. I still remember your warm fingers." "Of course I remember. You even accused me of being mesmerized by your feet." He responds with a teasing smile. "That wasn't an accusation. It was the truth." They sit quietly by the river, enjoying the coolness of the water and each other's company until the sun completely sinks below the horizon. The surface of the Gongnai River is left with only scattered reflections of light. Suddenly, Ali rushes over and jumps into Yi Li's arms. The pot at home is smoking. They return to the RV. It's not too bad. At worst, the pot is ruined. The porridge has turned into rice, and the bottom is char-black. Su Yun feels guilty, not even wanting to sleep in the tent they had set up. This prompts Yi Li to discover that they can actually order takeout here. It's not from a certain delivery service, but from Craving Mom. They order 4 dishes and a soup, spending $120. After dinner, she says, "Press harder. It doesn't feel very professional. I've never done this before." He replies, "Let me check the picture again." Su Yun kneels at the end of the bed, one hand holding her phone, displaying acupressure points on the foot, while the other gently massages Yi Li's foot. He never asked her to give him a foot massage. She just felt shy and insisted on doing it. However, Yi Li suspects she has another motive. After looking at the image, Su Yun starts to use both hands, emphasizing, "We agreed that I de-massage you 10 times. And you'd do it for me once. Do you think I'm giving you a foot massage out of goodwill? Please, just consider it a little quirk of mine." She pleads, hands clasped together in a prayer-like gesture. Yi Li chuckles helplessly. It is indeed a strange quirk, but he doesn't mind helping her out. It's not like he is doing anything inappropriate. The lighting in the RV is soft and warm. As he enjoys the foot massage service from Su Yun, the CEO, Yi Li opens a social media app and randomly replies to messages on his account. The screen is filled with numerous private messages. He certainly won't respond to each one, just skimming through them. He selects a few lucky ones to reply to. A user messages, "Yi Shun. Why does a haircut for me only cost $20, but for a dog, it costs 100? Yi Li replies, "Dogs can bite. Can you?" Another user messages, "My grandma gave birth to my mom, and my mom gave birth to me. Why didn't my grandma just give birth to me directly?" Yi Li, "Wait, grandma gave birth to mom? That doesn't make sense." A netizen messaged him, "I found a glitch in the world. Humans have kids together, which means 100 people can only have 50 children, and 50 can only have 25. So why are there more and more people?" Yi Li, "After having a child, I want to live a few more years." Suddenly, Yi Li's attention was caught by a message. It was from an account he didn't recognize, marked as an old fan, claiming to be AI Yi's teacher, and mentioning some things about AI. Yi Li tapped the screen and opened the message, reading it carefully. "Dear Yishen, how about meeting tomorrow at 8? The more he read, the more uneasy he felt, causing him to frown. Su Yun noticed the change in his expression, paused her actions, and asked softly, "What's wrong? Is there something important?" Yi Li didn't respond immediately. He finished reading the entire message seriously, then looked up and said gravely, "There's a problem." Chapter 71, Divine Protection, Military-Civilian Cooperation, or Espionage. Su Yun suddenly sat up, her brow furrowed. "No, she should be fine, but there are people behind her. Are you saying she is being coerced?" Yi Li nodded heavily. He clicked in her personal profile. What met his eyes were the vibrant faces of a youthful student, certificates of honor, and warm group photos. There were travel vlogs with her parents in Longwood. All of these showcased her love and dedication to this place. However, the tone in her private messages was starkly different from these warm images, sounding unusually distant and cautious. "These are just my guesses. The truth will only be revealed in person. Are you really going to meet her?" Su Yun asked worriedly, gripping Yi Li's hand tightly. "Yes, but not alone. If she is being threatened, the leverage is still in someone else's hands." Yi Li was concerned about the teacher's safety, but he couldn't just fly directly to the mastermind and take them down. Acting recklessly would only make things worse. It's best to leave professional matters to professionals. Bravery alone won't suffice. It seems it's time to call on an old friend. Yi Li dialed a number. "Hello? Captain Li. How about a third-class merit for you?" "Leon, I'm on my way." Meanwhile, in the brightly lit training room of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, 3,721, 3,000. Lin Quan was focused on doing pull-ups on the bar, his shirt soaked through, sweat trickling down his forehead. A burly man from Bear Country silently approached, joining him in this solitary training. The two engaged in a silent competition on the bar, their movements growing heavier until they were both exhausted and could continue no more. When they finally reached their limit, hanging on the bar to catch their breath, their eyes met, filled with confusion and questions. Lin Quan broke the silence. "Have you used that stuff too?" "I rely entirely on hard skills." They exchanged a knowing smile and walked into the lounge next to the training room, finding a table to sit at, the atmosphere much lighter now. Lin Ye, how have you been lately? We haven't seen each other since returning from the peacekeeping mission in Africa. Lin Quan laughed and scolded. Stop it. What is up? The burly man, named Ivanov, was 28 years old. Lin Quan had worked with him before and even shielded this junior from bullets. They hadn't been in touch much since returning home. He heard that this kid now held a position even higher than his. Ivanov cautiously asked, Lin Go, can you give me a hint? That suit really can only withstand 2 hours? Minus 200 degrees can't be the limit, right? Ivan, no matter how you ask, the answer is the same. How did you get the information on that anomalous blizzard? Lin Quan was silent for a moment, then replied, it's classified. Lin Go, I don't mean anything by it, but the whole world is looking at Longhua. You have the largest population. Yet the number of deaths from anomalous weather is lower than in all our countries combined. They say it's the mysterious Eastern power that protects you. Lin Quan interrupted him. Nonsense. All we need is early warning and cooperation between the military and civilians to get through this crisis. What about them? They've already started looting supplies, right? No order, no organization, and they still have the nerve to talk about heavy casualties? A flicker of anxiety crossed Ivanov's eyes. I know. But this time we really need your technology, not just for ourselves. Ivan, how many times do I have to repeat it? That's classified. If you want to know, you might as well ask the director directly. Lin Quan's voice grew firm, his tone slightly cold. Ivanov's voice carried a hint of pleading. I don't understand. You're willing to share the research data on the abnormal snowstorm with us. Why not? Enough, Ivanov. Ivanov took a deep breath, a hint of helplessness in his gaze. Brother Lin, we have our nuclear power station in Siberia. His voice trailed off. The next day, in a middle school in Aladi town, sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the classroom, and the sound of students reading echoed through the campus. Loud, but somewhat uncoordinated. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed teacher was named Alice, with the Chinese name Wang Ai Li. You can also call her Teacher Wang. She wore a small microphone at her waist, dressed appropriately, standing at the podium teaching the children English grammar. AIE, can you tell me how to translate this sentence? Alice looked at AIE with a gentle and encouraging gaze. AIE stood up, slightly nervous, but under the teacher's encouragement, she answered fluently. Home is the smallest country, while a country is made up of countless homes. Teacher Alice smiled and nodded in approval. Exactly. We should all love our country, but without small families. There can't be a big family. You must always remember. Suddenly, her phone in her pocket vibrated. She took out her phone, glanced at the caller ID, and her expression changed drastically. Class, let's do some self-study for now. She quickly wrapped up the lesson and hurried out of the classroom. At the end of the hallway, it was empty. A stern and cold voice came from the other end of the line. Tell Yuli the conditions we are offering. Secretly film the internal structure of that RV, the solar panels on the roof, and his hair. Body fluids would be best. How to obtain them is up to you. The tornadoes in Texas have already started merging. This is the last batch of transfers. Help us, or leave those old guys in the West to blow in the wind. You choose. The call ended, and Alice felt a wave of dizziness. How could she possibly film or obtain these things? Leaning against the wall, she tried to steady her emotions, her hands trembling, the feeling of helplessness nearly overwhelming her. Just then, she sensed someone approaching. Alice quickly raised her hand to wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly turned around. Ai, is class over already? I'm so sorry. AIE hurried to Alice, handing her a tissue and softly saying, Teacher Wang, here is some tissue. Alice took the tissue, her voice slightly choked. Thank you, AI. You're such a thoughtful child. AI didn't leave. Instead, she asked with concern, Teacher Wang, why are you crying again? Upon hearing this, Alice was momentarily taken aback. What did you say again? AI blinked her clear, bright eyes and replied earnestly, last week, when Teacher Zhang confessed his feelings to you. Didn't you cry then too? Alice's face flushed at this, and tears began to well up in her eyes once more. You're still young. There are many things you don't understand. Indeed, she had just begun to experience love herself, with a beloved career and someone who truly cared for her. She should be happy. So why did this happen to her? Lost in thought, she could no longer hold back her swollen eyes. Tears streamed down her cheeks again. Teacher Wang, did I say something wrong? AI felt a bit flustered. She only wanted to share something joyful, but it seemed to have affected Teacher Wang even more. What should she do? She wasn't very good at comforting people. There's also good news. I heard that Teacher Zhang has been acting mysteriously lately. He must be planning a surprise for you. But there's no special occasion coming up. He already bought a plane ticket. He must want to take you on a trip, but my passport is still in my bag. He didn't buy one for me. Actually, AI, just stop talking. Chapter 72. Does Su Yun have a special identity? After school, Alice received a reply from Yili, and she was quite surprised. After sending her message last night, she hadn't really expected a response. In fact, to make Yili more alert, she had deliberately used the term dear, a phrase that wouldn't typically be used by someone from the Dragon Kingdom. She thought to herself that whether he would agree or not depended entirely on fate. Alice was feeling conflicted. She wanted to save her parents, but didn't want to harm anyone else. It was that kind of feeling where you want to do something bad, but you just can't bring yourself to do it. Mr. Wong, do you have to wear a mask while driving too? How is it you again? At that moment, Alice, wearing a mask and sunglasses that covered her face completely, was about to drive to Arzhan village when Ai's face suddenly appeared at her car window. The unexpected sight made her heart race due to her guilty conscience. Once she regained her composure, she double-checked her disguise. Wait, how do you still recognize me? It must be because of the teacher's striking golden hair. Mr. Wong, could you give me a ride? My dad is still at work, and I want to check on the guest house in Arzhan village. 20 minutes later, Alice and her companions arrived at Arzhan village. We're here, Alice said as she gently pressed the brake and slowly parked in front of spacious house. The house was quite impressive in size. Its layout was unique and clever, consisting of a horizontal row of buildings along with 3 vertical rows arranged in sequence. Upon closer inspection, there were actually more than 20 rooms, each equipped with its own bathroom. The entire guest house had a bright red roof. The 3 vertical buildings naturally divided the area into 2 narrow courtyards filled with flowers and fruit trees. This was the guest house run by IE's family. Be careful at home, Alice said, turning to look at IE. She was filled with unease, fearing that she might bring trouble to IE's kind family. And all she wanted was to leave quickly. However, the more she feared something, the more it seemed to come true. A middle-aged man dressed in black emerged from the guest house. Meanwhile, by the banks of the Gongnalis River, Li Yong stood in front of a camper van, nervously swallowing hard as he carefully adjusted his clothing. His eyes were filled with anticipation and a hint of disbelief as he stared at Yili. His voice trembling slightly as he asked, I can really go in and take a look? Yili smiled and nodded, giving an affirmative response. However, Li Yong still seemed a bit uneasy and quickly posed another question. Aren't you worried that I might secretly take pictures and leak what's inside? Upon hearing this, Yili replied casually, if you can figure out any black technology from those tables and chairs, then I really would have to look at you in a whole new light. Li Yong felt a bit embarrassed after hearing this, but his gaze remained fixed on the luxurious camper van. For someone who truly understood the market, this camper was practically a mobile doomsday fortress. Seeing him so cautious, Yili said seriously, Team Leader Li, this RV is our own property. You don't need to tiptoe like General Liu to look at someone else's equipment. All right. Li Yong felt a surge of excitement. Back when he visited the U.S. to tour an aircraft carrier, Long Nation faced quite a bit of trouble. They used confidentiality as an excuse to keep outsiders away, and General Liu could only tiptoe and watch from the outside. Now that Long Nation has become powerful, things are different. Yili was right. Please come in. At that moment, Su Yin walked out of the RV wearing a loose, soft sweater, smiling as she gently linked her arm with Yili's. Her movements were elegant and natural, resembling a gentle and wise wife, adept at managing her household. She was quite a traditional woman. In front of other men, she had to make her man proud. Oh, Mr. Su, please don't. Li Yong began to speak, but suddenly seemed to realize something, his words cutting off abruptly as he froze in place. Inside, he thought, oh no, did I just spill the beans? What did she find out? Su Yun's voice was calm as water, but her gaze was sharp, fixed on Li Yong. After a moment of hesitation, Li Yong answered truthfully, Kush. Hearing this answer, Su Yun slightly curled her lips. Well, just went live and exposed it. Rest assured, our confidentiality measures are excellent. In fact, some doubts about your statements were something we suppressed. Good job, Su Yun replied lightly. Li Yong quickly waved his hand. It's the least we could do. The reconstruction of Tianshan owes a lot to the strong support of Yunkai Group. It's rare to see an entrepreneur like you, who is both capable and compassionate. By the way, how's the old man doing now? Listening to Li Yong address her with such respect, Yili felt a bit confused. After all, he was an official and now the team leader of the branch. Why was he so deferential to Su Yun? Yili had searched for information on Su Yun and Yunkai Group on Baidu. The information on Yunkai Group was relatively normal, an investment rising star. But Suyun's profile was a bit strange. The mother tiger of the investment world, the stern female demon, the acknowledged mother figure to young people. The richest leftover woman in the Magic City. Besides these quirky descriptions and basic information, there was nothing about her life, relationships, or background. Yili, what are you thinking about? Suyun's gentle call interrupted his thoughts. Nothing, let's head inside, Yili replied, snapping back to reality. Li Yong followed them into the RV. His eyes, scanning like a scanner, involuntarily wanted to look around. But after a quick glance, all he found was luxury and refinement. Nothing else. This is quite strange, he wondered. Let's go to the second floor and discuss tonight's plans. Upon reaching the second floor, Ali had just woken up and came out of its little nest. Yili pretended to hug it, sitting down on the sofa, while Suyun leaned against him, linking her arm with his. Li Yong sat across from me. Sharing intel, Alice, an exchange student from Jinling University, was born in Texas. She just started dating a guy named Zhang Yuan, who is a PE teacher at Narrett High School. We VE investigated, and she is indeed being coerced. The leverage against her is her parents. The western part of North America has effectively become a no man's land, and a large number of refugees need to qualify to enter the eastern regions. Her task is likely just to make connections, perhaps to secretly gather information from an RV or to find something to use against you. Before he could finish, Li Yong glanced at Suyun. Suyun appeared unfazed, only tightening her grip on Yili's arm. How terrifying. My leverage happens to be Yili too. Li Yong thought to himself, Miss Su, you're actually older than I am. How do you manage to show affection without batting an eye? At the same time, he felt even more shocked. With skin like that, he could believe she was 18. This is her recent chat history, call logs, browsing history. Well, maybe you should skip the browsing history. Li Yong silently pulled back the photo, filled with URLs. Westerners really know how to play. So the key lies with her parents. How can they qualify to enter the eastern part of America? There must be another way, right? Yili asked. However, Li Yong suddenly showed a change in expression. Yili, there is something I must tell you. Satellite images show that Texas fell 3 days ago. The tornadoes there have merged, and her parents may have already. Chapter 73. A bad show night arrived as expected. By the Gongnais River in October, the autumn chill was becoming more pronounced. We had arrived. Yeshing, this isn't right, is it? Alice's eyes widened as she stared at the luxurious RV in front of her, her mind going blank in an instant. She slowly turned her head, directing her gaze at Yi Li, who was standing nearby. They had clearly agreed to meet privately. Why had she been brought to this RV? And who was this suddenly appearing man? He looked like he could handle himself in a fight. Just then, a gentle voice floated into Alice's ears. Why is everyone standing outside? Suyun stepped out from the RV and took Alice's hand. It's really chilly out here. You should come inside. Thank you. Alice felt as if she had been enchanted, dazedly following her into the RV. Suyun continued with concern. Aren't you cold wearing so little? And no, I'm not cold. Your hands are freezing. How can you say you're not cold? You need to take care of yourself when you're out, especially in this weather. If you're not careful about staying warm, it could disrupt your menstrual cycle, and in serious cases, it might even lead to infertility. Hearing such caring words, Alice felt a bit flustered. Not only was Suyun more beautiful than her, but she also exuded a mature and charming vibe. Who wouldn't adore a big sister like that? Who was spreading rumors that she was a hater of Assistant Yin? Outside the RV, Li Yong leaned closer to Yi Li. Lowering his voice, I don't recommend letting President Su spend too much time alone with her. Yi Li looked at him in confusion. What do you mean? Li Yong didn't elaborate further, but quickly handed his phone to Yi Li, signaling him to look at the screen. The photo displayed Alice's browsing history. Earlier, Li Yong had refused to show it, saying it might affect their relationship. Yi Li took the phone, his eyes widening as he blurted out, damn, lace. Without a second thought, he turned and rushed into the RV. Alice, let go of my hand. At AI Yi's guest house, a tall man in black was looking up at the sky, a frown on his face. AI, help me analyze this. Is Alice hiding something from me? The man's name was Zhang Yuan, a physical education teacher at Narrett Middle School. If you asked who had the best relationship with the students during school, 80 would shout his name, my frail and sickly PE teacher. When he pursued Alice, he almost became the enemy of the entire Narrett Middle School. But in just a few days, their relationship seemed to change suddenly. She had been secretly talking to another man behind his back. He blinked playfully and replied, Old Zhang, stop overthinking. If you're worried, just go ask her directly. Remember, she agreed to be with you because she admired your bravery and passion, Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then scratched his head and mumbled, a bit embarrassed. Actually, I've always thought she liked me because I'm handsome. AI, he couldn't help but roll her eyes and retorted, come on, Lao Zhang. Wake up. Teacher Wang's idol is Yi Shun. Do you really think you're better looking than Yi Shun? Zhang Yuan felt a bit awkward, but nodded helplessly, then sighed. But she said we couldn't tag along. She's probably upset with me. It's all my fault for being so busy lately and not paying enough attention to her. Speaking of being busy, AI curiously leaned in. Lao Zhang, what have you been up to lately? It wasn't just her who was curious. The entire class was intrigued. Zhang Yuan had taken leave, and all the PE classes had turned into English lessons, while others were flaunting their relationships after successful confessions. He had left Alice at school and vanished without a trace. At this point, a mysterious smile suddenly appeared on Zhang Yuan's previously troubled face, tinged with a bit of pride. He hadn't wanted to tell anyone, but since you asked so sincerely, he pulled out his phone, opened his photo gallery, and handed the screen to AI. When AI took a look, she gasped in surprise. Wow, is that a residence permit for Longwa? And there are two of them? This document was incredibly hard to obtain nowadays. In the past, you only needed to provide proof of employment, but now, due to unusual weather conditions, everyone was flocking to big countries to avoid social unrest. Longwa had introduced many related policies, including a preferential policy. Women who marry into Longwa and maintain their marriage for 5 years can bring their families. Wait, isn't Teacher Wang a green card holder? And you guys aren't even married yet. Could it be that Lao Zhang is a veteran? AIE's mind was buzzing. Compared to a green card, a residence permit is of a lower tier. The former allows for permanent residency, while the latter requires periodic renewal. Zhang Yuan laughed triumphantly. Ha, that's right. I took this opportunity to bring Alice's parents over from America. Let me tell you, those tornadoes over there are terrifying. Once in the car, Alice quickly surveyed her surroundings. The RV was simply decorated yet luxurious, but nothing seemed particularly special, except for the tightly locked bedroom. Seeing this, she felt a slight sense of relief. Alice steadied herself, not forgetting the mission she was on, while Suyun wasn't paying attention. She discreetly took out her phone from her pocket and quickly snapped a picture of the sofa. The sharp click of the shutter echoed in the quiet cabin, sounding especially jarring. Are you taking a picture? Suyun's voice rang out again, laced with teasing. Not only is your sound on, but the flash is also quite bright. Hearing this, Alice's face suddenly turned bright red, and she fumbled to hide her phone, stuttering as she explained, I accidentally pressed it. Really? Oh, is that so? I believe you, Suyun said with a gentle smile, seemingly not bothered by the incident at all. She lounged on the sofa, casually. Oh no, how did Yi Li's hair get on the sofa? A gasp echoed through the room. Suyun complained as she picked up the hair and looked at Alice. Just as she was about to toss it in the trash, Alice hurriedly reached out. Eager to help, let me take care of that for you. She carefully took the strand of hair. However, when she took a closer look, a hint of confusion arose in her mind. Why was this hair white? Maybe it was just a difference in body type? She didn't dwell on it. At that moment, Yi Li's voice came before she arrived. Alice, let go of my hand. Alice jumped at Yi Li's sudden shout, her hand shaking and causing the white hair to slip from her grasp. She looked up at Yi Li, her eyes filled with confusion and panic. I let go. Yi Li gently pulled Suyun behind her, quickly whispering an explanation in her ear. Suyun's face first showed a flicker of curiosity, then shifted to shock. Finally, her brows furrowed as she cast a complex look toward Alice. Chapter 74. Alice, I have a surprise for you. Alice felt as if she were completely exposed, as if someone could see right through her. Yet, confronted by Suyun's cold and disdainful gaze, she inexplicably felt a flutter of excitement in her heart. Take your eyes off me, Yi Li said, stepping in front of Suyun with a frosty tone. Immediately, Suyun wrapped her arms around his waist and smiled gently. It's okay, she means no harm. At that moment, Ali bounced down the stairs, calling out, Yi Li, I'm hungry. Why hasn't the food been served yet? Everyone's attention was drawn to her, especially Alice. Her heart skipped a beat as she picked up a strand of fur from the ground and compared it to Ali's. Identical. She had been discovered long ago. The white fur. How could she have forgotten about Ali? As night fell on the second floor, a large electric pot bubbled away with boiling water. The four of them sat around the sofa, each busy with some task like washing vegetables. The screen displayed the latest news. The scene was harmonious and beautiful, resembling that of a family. The table was filled with a variety of ingredients, slices of beef, lamb rolls, shrimp, squid rings, and vegetables, and so it went. I am willing to accept the consequences of the law. I betrayed everyone's trust. I am sorry, Yishun, sorry, Assistant Yun, and to the kids in our class. I am sorry to my parents and to my loved ones, Alice said, tears streaming down her face, though her hands never stopped working. She arranged the spinach and looked at Su-Yun. Where should I put this? Just put it over here, Su-Yun replied, taking the basket. Oh, I see. Hey, Yili, we can put the meatballs in now. All right, Yili said, carefully pouring in the meatballs and covering the pot with a lid. Li Yong sat at the edge, adjusting the heat. How much longer, Yili? I can't eat spicy food. Ali piped up, making the atmosphere quite strange. Finally, Alice couldn't hold back any longer, tears in her eyes. What is going on? I'm a spy. I'm supposed to be a threat to Yishan. Aren't you supposed to throw me in jail? Why are you inviting me for hot pot? Is there a conflict between the two? Yili repeat Jaswali. It's a death sentence meal. Yili is just trying to scare you. We want to send you in, Su-Yun reassured her. Li Yong, sitting next to Alice, pulled out his credentials and said coolly, but we will need your cooperation for our follow-up work. Instead of being scared, Alice's eyes lit up. You're with the Anomaly Bureau of Longhua. What about my parents? Everything is fine, it's all cooked. Let us eat. Su-Yun, Yili, and Li Yong exchanged knowing glances and fell silent, diving into the delicious food. Alice felt embarrassed to bring it up again and focused on her meal. Each person had 2 pairs of chopsticks, one for eating and one for picking up food, but Yi Li and Su-Yun only needed one. One would pick, and the other would eat. Yun-jia, try this. It's cooked just right, Yili said, picking up a freshly cooked slice of tender beef, blowing gently on it to cool it down before offering it to Su-Yun. Su-Yun slightly parted her lips, gently biting into the tender beef, a smile of happiness curling at the corners of her mouth. This is the best beef I've ever had. She wasn't about to back down either. With the chopsticks in her hand, she picked up a plump shrimp ball, dipped it in the broth, and brought it to his lips. Here, try this shrimp ball. I made it just for you. Yili smiled and swallowed it in one bite, not forgetting to compliment her. It tastes amazing. Your cooking skills are getting better and better. Ollie wine, I want to eat too. I want Yili to feed me. The affectionate way the two were feeding each other made Alice and Li Yong, who were nearby, feel a bit embarrassed. However, in the next moment, Yi Li and Su-Yun unexpectedly turned to Alice. Su-Yun hinted, with a loved one by your side, no matter what hardships you face, you can get through it. Right? Sister Yun is right. Yi Li nodded in agreement. Li Yong understood their implication and also nodded along. Only Alice was puzzled, her thoughts drifting to her parents, who were unreachable and about to be caught in a tornado in the west. This hardship is too tough to bear, she thought, feeling down and falling silent. Suddenly, Leon's phone rang. It was his personal number, known to very few, and he immediately guessed who it was. Old Lin. What time is it? What? I'm already in bed asleep. Surprisingly, this guy Li Yong, despite looking honest and steady with his thick brows and big eyes, could lie without batting an eyelash. But he hadn't even notified the Bureau about his visit. Yi Li and the others tacitly put down their bowls and chopsticks. Then, Li Yong suddenly stood up. You're at my house. Gossip is a woman's nature, and Alice curiously whispered, Yun-jia, is this Old Lin a man or a woman? Of course. He.s. a man. They are comrades. Oh, comrades. Seeing Alice's reaction, Yili thought about her browsing history. Besides lace, her second favorite was. Yili frowned and scolded fiercely. Alice, stop projecting your XP onto others. I didn't. Alice averted her gaze, feeling guilty. What was going on? Why was she being seen through all day today? Especially about such a sensitive XP. The call ended quickly, and Li Yong sighed deeply, hesitating for a moment before looking at Yi Li. The Bureau hopes you could go to Siberia. Let me know your thoughts. Is there abnormal weather in Siberia? To be precise, the abnormal weather in that cursed place hasn't stopped. Li Yong glanced at Alice, and then subtly added, it's very dangerous. You don't need to go. I've already turned it down for you. That is fine. I was planning on going anyway, Yili replied, continuing to eat the food Su-Yun had picked for him, completely unfazed by the matter. Perhaps tonight was destined to be anything but peaceful. Halfway through the meal, Alice's phone rang. Her expression changed dramatically. She quickly swallowed a meatball and motioned for everyone to hush, putting the call on speaker. Li Yong immediately began recording. On the other end of the line, a man's cold and stern voice came through. So, what is the progress? If the money isn't enough, we can add more, whether it's wealth, status, or women. As long as he wants it, we can provide. Alice replied. I took photos of the inside of the RV. Perhaps too excited, the man on the phone suddenly burst out in his hometown dialect. Yoshi, good job. Don't worry. Your parents and brother are doing fine. They'll all be arranged to go to the Twistmaster soon, and we'll meet up in Magic City in a few days. The call ended, and the car fell into silence. Li Yong immediately called to report the situation to his superior. Yi Li and Su Yun both sighed in relief. It seemed this was all a misunderstanding, and her parents were alive and safe. Yi Li looked at her and said, Now you can finally relax. Once you get in touch with your parents, bring them to Long Country. However, Alice suddenly fell silent. Tears as big as beans dripped onto the table, and she began to sob quietly. What is wrong? Su Yun handed her a tissue. My brother isn't in Texas. Alice choked out. They didn't rescue my parents at all. Just then, the screen changed. Latest international news. Our reporter reports that Texas has been devastated by an unusual tornado today, with heavy casualties in the region. Most residents were unable to evacuate successfully, and the death toll is unknown. Yi Li immediately turned off the TV. Nothing is absolute. Maybe they're perfectly fine, and you could see them tomorrow. It's reasonable for your brother to go visit your parents too. Thank you, Yi God, Assistant Yun, Brother Li. Alice stood up and deeply bowed to the three of them, her gratitude evident. She realized why everyone was so kind to her. She was just an ordinary person. Why did they care so much about her feelings? Why pretend not to know and act along with her? Perhaps after so many years in Long Country, she already knew the answer, genuine kindness. This was also why she liked Long Country. After we catch that person in Magic City, I want to go back and bring my brother over, though I might end up staying there. She paused. The person I feel most sorry for is my lover, Zhang Yuan. Alice spoke these words as if she had exhausted all her strength. Don't you want to ask for his opinion? I can't drag him into this anymore. He is a good man. This kind of behavior is just frustrating. Yi Li said softly. He detested this one-sidedness, always thinking one person should bear all the burdens, which showed a lack of trust in the other. What kind of thinking is that? So, you choose to let the other person live in self-doubt for the rest of their life. Notijing Yelise emotional shift. Su Yin tightly grasped his hand. You can always trust me. Alice fell silent, and after a moment, she slowly spoke. If I can come back, I want to marry him. At that moment, a voice suddenly shouted from outside the RV. Alice, I have a surprise for you. Chapter 75. The Duco Highway in autumn 3 days later, on the way to Kialma. The RV was slowly making its way up the winding mountain road. The saying a single leaf heralds the arrival of autumn couldn't be truer. It seemed as if overnight, the essence of autumn had become rich and vivid. The mountains were painted in shades of orange and yellow, like a masterpiece from nature's palette. The crowns of the white birch and ash trees turned golden, while ginkgo trees dotted the slopes, forming a striking contrast with the evergreen spruces. Beside the road, the stream was clear enough to see the bottom, with occasional fallen leaves drifting on the surface, quietly narrating the passage of the seasons. From time to time, shepherds could be seen guiding their flocks across the golden meadows, the sheep resembling pearls scattered across the earth. As the altitude increased, the scenery became even more spectacular. The autumn colors here were more intense, with golden yellows and deep reds intertwining like flames burning in the mountains. The distant snow-capped peaks shone brightly under the autumn sun, creating a striking visual contrast with the autumn hues below. It was more beautiful than an oil painting. Inside the RV, Su Yun was holding a bag of sour plums, occasionally popping one in her mouth, but more often handing them to Yi Li. She said the sour taste would help him stay alert while driving. Are you really getting married? She asked. Yes, the wedding is set for after the new year, Yi Li replied. A hint of envy flickered in Su Yun's eyes as she handed him another plum. It's wonderful when lovers finally unite. Yi Li didn't respond because he had discovered a significant issue. The system was malfunctioning. He glanced at the system space and noticed an accumulation of items. But now the system only repeated the phrase, check-in completed, please do not repeat. He understood that it meant it had switched to automatic check-ins. But where had the system, which used to banter and joke with him, gone? Before Su Yun appeared, he and the system had been inseparable, their bond deepening to the point where they almost became sworn brothers. But the system had refused, claiming it wasn't worthy. Yi Li was uncertain about this entity. Was it him, or it? He leaned toward the latter, jokingly. Upon reflection, the system had malfunctioned only after they descended from Tianshan Mountain. What had happened then? Yili thought he had been quite cautious and hadn't he noticed anything unusual. Just as he was deep in thought, the system's voice exploded in his mind, rising and falling with emphasis. Nothing unusual? You. I'm really done with you. Huh? Yili was pleasantly surprised. You're back, system. If it weren't for me, you'd have fallen to your death long ago. What does your caution even matter? Do you know how high Tian-shan is? The precious gene serum you fought so hard for was squandered in an instant. It was a mid-level gene serum. Now all the rewards in the system space are garbage. Are you satisfied now? For a full 5 minutes, the system spoke rapidly, leaving Yili's head buzzing. Had he just been scolded by the system? It turned out that the force that shot out from his body during the fall was the system utilizing the unspent potency of the mid-level gene serum. Whether the rewards were good or bad didn't matter to him. He was just glad that the system had returned. Yili's voice was soft and magnetic. The system's voice abruptly stopped. Why say such things? It's disgusting. Yili once again checked the rewards. High-tech pet leash, high-tech diving suit X2, Suyun's long for lingerie X99. How could these be called trash? Isn't that thin and small fabric just garbage? It's transparent and hollow. It would be a hassle even to wipe a table with it. Wipe a table with this lingerie? That would be stretching it. Yili couldn't believe that the system actually didn't know the purpose of that item. Could it be pretending to be innocent? According to its words, because it had consumed energy to help him, it could only reward him with this trash now. Yili became serious and said solemnly, So, by common sense, you're quite weak right now, right? Is there anything I can do to help you? He had made up his mind. In order to help the system recover, he would venture into the most dangerous places, no matter how severe the extreme weather was. This had nothing to do with rewards. The system is very pleased with your intentions, but this system is invincible both above and below. The only thing affected is your own rewards. It has nothing to do with this system. Reminder, rewards depend on the uniqueness of the check-in location. The purpose of this system is to ensure that the host has a good time and will not forcefully recommend check-in locations. The host is free to decide. Next time you encounter danger, this system won't help you. Yili joked. Really not going to help? Of course not. If I say I won't help, then I won't. The system haughtily declared this and then fell silent. His thoughts returned to reality. Suyun's delicate hands, as exquisite as jade, remained near Yili's mouth, as if time had frozen at that moment. In front of Yili were Suyun's gentle eyes. Sister Yun, his heart warmed. The next moment, Suyun gently slipped her finger into Yili's mouth, her movements soft and natural, as if it were habit. But from a smirk on her lips, Yili knew she was doing it on purpose. It's a bit sour, Yili laughed. Between his lips and teeth, he could feel the coolness of Suyun's fingertip, along with the tenderness that was unintentionally conveyed. Is it really sour? Let me try. Suyun gently pulled her finger back, warmth still lingering on it. Then she picked up a plump plum. The fruit looked particularly tempting at her fingertips. She brought the plum along with her finger to her mouth and gently sucked on it, saying this one is quite sweet. Ali, sour plums turning sweet might also mean they've gone bad. As the road gradually ascended to the 3,200-meter high Yuxamol Geta Plateau, the sloping hills transformed into vast pastures. It was a great place to rest and take photos. Approaching the plateau, there was a parking lot with a small gravel path leading to the summit, flanked by solar streetlights. At the top, one could overlook the panoramic view of the Duku Highway below. Yili and Suyun reached the summit and released the live-streaming orb. Yishan has been updating slower and slower lately. Yishan is getting slower and slower. Oh my gosh, the autumn scenery is absolutely stunning. Who can relate to my feelings? The road beneath my feet feels like a dragon lying in wait. I'm afraid of heights, and I'm already on my way to the hospital. The doctor is holding my phone and saying, wow, this is just breathtaking. In the live stream, Yili and Suyun are standing at the peak of a mountain. In front of them, the Duku Road resembles a silver ribbon, gracefully stretching between the autumn hills. The meadows glimmer in shades of gold under the sunlight, the softest touch on the earth's palette. Meanwhile, the shaded slopes are adorned with spruce forests. They're deep green, adding a hint of mystery to this autumn masterpiece. As the camera moves, the Duku Road winds through the valleys, sometimes hidden among the trees, sometimes revealed on the meadows. It's a visual feast, a tribute to nature, and in the embrace of autumn, the Duku Road showcases its most enchanting charm. Chapter 76, The Martyrs' Cemetery of Karma. Ladies and gentlemen, the Duku Highway itself is a miracle. It is not only a scenic road, but also a road of heroes. Yi Li's words echoed in the wind, each one filled with power and respect. He continued, "Up ahead is the Kyorma Martyr Cemetery. If you have time, why not come in with me to take a look?" The Kyorma Revolutionary Martyr Cemetery is a place that Yi Li must visit, and it is a place where everyone traveling on the Duku Highway should pay their respects. As they continued their journey, dark clouds suddenly filled the sky, and soon a sudden hailstorm swept through the mountainous area. The hailstones were the size of beans, falling from the sky with unexpected speed and force. Among them were chunks of ice as large as ping-pong balls, crashing down like artillery shells, violently striking the ground and vehicles. The sound of the hail was deafening as it pounded on the car roof and windows. "I saw hailstones the size of fists," one exclaimed. "I saw them hit the iron egg and bounce off. How dangerous. I think I'll postpone my travel plans for a few years," another said. "I was almost fooled by the beautiful scenery that the host was showing. My life is more important than sightseeing." That's exactly why Yi Shun is live streaming. If a regular car's windows were struck by such natural force, they could easily shatter. However, Yi Li's RV provided a strong sense of safety. The live streaming drone returned to the driver's cabin. Where were Yi Shun and Assistant Yun? They were inside the vehicle, enjoying tea, waiting for the hail to stop. Were they really just having tea? In the afternoon, they arrived at the Kyorma service area. At the entrance of the Martyr Cemetery, Yi Li bought a bouquet of yellow chrysanthemums. His voice was deep and strong. "This is the middle section of the Duku Highway, with each end about 200 kilometers away. Every segment of this road is marked by the footsteps of heroes. Everyone who passes here should bow to these brave souls. 168 martyrs, one every 3 kilometers sacrificed. It is they who paved this heroic road with their lives." He paused, gazing resolutely at the towering monument. This 20-meter-high monument, made of concrete and covered in white marble, bears large red letters on the front proclaiming, "The comrades who sacrificed their lives for the Duku Highway project will be forever immortal." The back is inscribed in both Chinese and Uyghur, detailing the construction history of the Duku Highway and the profound significance of the monument. The base is engraved with the names of the martyrs. At that moment, the live stream chat was filled with a single message: "The comrades who sacrificed their lives for the Duku Highway project will be forever immortal." Yi Li and Su Yun walked side by side on the stone path of the Kyorma Martyr Cemetery, surrounded by solemn tranquility. No matter how harsh the conditions, there are always those who stand firm. "Hello, young people," said an old soldier who had guarded the graves for 40 years, deep lines etched into his face by time. He wore a dark green military uniform, with neatly pressed sleeves and trousers. Yi Li gently addressed him, "Uncle Chun." The old soldier smiled warmly and nodded. Due to the weather, there weren't many people around, but he remained there, feeling gratified to see Yi Li and Su Yun. Like a kind elder at home, he engaged them in friendly conversation. After hearing about Yi Li and Su Yun's journey, he laughed heartily, praising them and generously giving them a thumbs up, saying they were young and accomplished. Yi Li talked to him about living conditions, and he proudly showcased the various supplies provided to him by the government. "You young ones don't have to worry about me. I have everything I need here. Just stop by to see me when you're passing through." The old soldier looked at the memorial, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. "Let me tell you a story. Don't mind me if I ramble on." Suyin held her phone up to him and softly said, "Of course not, Uncle Chun. So many of us want to hear your teachings." The live stream's comments were filled with words like red star, gifts, and salute scrolling rapidly. "Salute. X999. Honoring our heroes. X999. Remember the martyrs. Never forget their spirits. X999. Who can tell me where to donate? I can't hold back anymore. I guess I'll skip the egg in my instant noodles this month." From upstairs, the seniors Woon T want you to go hungry. "Uncle Chun, please tell us more." X999, seeing this scene, a spark flickered in the old soldier's eyes. "All right, if you want to listen back then. We were caught in a snowstorm during our mission and were trapped for 3 days and 4 nights. The squad leader gave me his last rations, and I survived. But the squad leader told me before he passed, if you make it out alive, be sure to visit my hometown in Hubei. However, due to the confidentiality of the road construction mission, many families of the martyrs were unaware of their sacrifices. When I finally found the squad leader's parents, I discovered they had already passed away." The old soldier's voice was gentle and kind, without a hitch. Yet, a faint sadness shone in his eyes. He sighed softly, still wearing a warm smile. "Their names may not be known to many, but we will never forget their sacrifices. To repay the squad leader's life-saving grace, My wife and I resigned from our jobs and volunteered to come here to guard their tombs for the comrades who gave their lives for the Duco Highway Project. They will be immortal." Yi Li and Su Yun wore solemn expressions. The live stream also echoed with comments. They stood respectfully before the Martyrs' Memorial, bowing deeply to honor the 168 heroes who sacrificed their lives during the construction of the Duco Highway. Yellow chrysanthemums swayed in the wind, as if expressing endless respect and remembrance for the heroes. As they were leaving the Martyrs' Cemetery, the old soldier stood straight and saluted. "Wishing you a safe journey, and wishing you health and a long life after leaving the cemetery." Yi Li and Su Yun's emotions were still unsettled. "I want more people to see them, then let us do what we can." After much thought, the two decided to edit their experiences and sights along the way into a short film to pay tribute to these immortal heroes. The first half of the film showcases the breathtaking scenery of the Duco Road, accompanied by soft and soothing music. As the video progresses, the visuals shift to aerial shots of the Duco Road, and the music becomes deeper and more solemn, echoing the weight of history and allowing viewers to feel the significance of this heroic path. At the end of the video, the scene freezes on a towering monument. The voice of an old soldier serves as the narration, gentle yet tinged with a hint of sadness, recounting their stories. Once the video was released, it quickly gained tremendous attention and views across major platforms, which promoted it vigorously by placing it on the homepage. The official announcement publicly praised the old soldier's deeds once again, affirming his role as a witness to history and a bearer of the heroic spirit. The public's response was enthusiastic, with the comment section filled with respect for the heroes and reflections on history. "I owe them a bow, saluting the heroes. Their stories will forever be etched in our hearts. I dislike it being called an Internet Celebrity Road. I prefer to call it Duco Road, the Tian Shan Road. The Heroic Road. How foolish I am, having passed by Kairma multiple times but choosing to leave because the facilities were so rudimentary. I forgot the history beneath my feet." Seeing this scene, Yi Li and Su Yun exchanged knowing smiles. Upon arriving at Kairma, they hurried to the Martyrs' Cemetery, having completely forgotten about lunch. At this hour, there were no self-service meals or hand-pulled rice left. They didn't want to bother making anything, so they bought some leftover baked buns and simply heated them up in their RV. They also picked up a large bag of mushrooms. White mushrooms from the grasslands were the cheapest, while morel mushrooms were the most expensive, selling for over 1,000 per kilogram. After finishing lunch, Yi Li decided to rest here for the night. Tomorrow, they would temporarily leave the Duco Road and head along S315 towards the 100-mile gallery. A great camping spot. Su Yun, seeking some excitement, insisted on staying in a tent this time, so that no one could say she couldn't handle it. Chapter 77. Camping deep in the spruce forest, S315 crosses the Tangbula grassland. Departing from Chaojia, it stretches over 50 kilometers to the Tangbula Resort. This route, adorned with grasslands, wildflowers, spruces, and streams, has earned the title of 100-mile gallery. The 100-mile gallery is not just a name. It is an honor, a supreme recognition of natural beauty. To bear such a title, one must possess extraordinary confidence. For instance, the picturesque landscapes of the Li River in Guilin and the canyons of the Taihang Mountains. Here, the stunning scenery is just the tip of the iceberg. What is more important is the ever-changing, diverse sites. There are camping sites available, allowing RVs to drive right into the grassland. Compared to the overly commercialized Naladi grassland, Tangbula grassland might be more suitable for self-driving tourists. However, Yi Li does not plan to stop here. There are quite a few herders living in the area, making certain things a bit inconvenient. The main reason is that Su Yun wants to experience the life she once had. Yi Li chuckled, as he himself was somewhat tired of the scenery. Since that's the case, let's head deep into the spruce forest for camping. At this moment, he was outside checking the parking environment, while Ali frolicked across the grassland, with a live stream camera closely following it. It seemed like Ali was about to take flight. Ali surely knew it was getting chubby and was running to lose weight. What's wrong with being a bit plump? It's quite adorable, but being chubby makes it look short. Could it be that you were never tall to begin with? Don't you think Ali seems to have grown up? Previously, it was just playfully sticking out its tongue, but now it seems to have something on its mind. Didn't he notice that? Ollie dashed past the herders' yurts, which provide food and lodging for passing travelers. The cattle and sheep were startled, forgetting to chew the grass in their mouths, while the herders looked up curiously, watching it run off into the distance. They then returned to their tasks, chatting casually. Did anyone just hear what the herders said? There are wolves here. So what? They must be in the mountains. Who would run so far to play on the other side of the mountain? Exactly, exactly. Ali zipped back like a white lightning bolt. Returning to Yili's side, panting slightly with a tongue even pinker than Su Yun's. Yili patted its head. Recently, he had indeed paid a bit less attention to Ali. This camping trip in the mountains was his chance to make it up to the little one. He glanced at the live stream, having forgotten to inform everyone that, for certain reasons, they had decided to go camping in the mountains. More fun. No, wait, there are wolves. Yishun, there are wolves in the mountains. We can't go. Yili looked at the comments, frowning slightly. Wolves? Then we should probably give up. We should drive away from this place. We should hide in my sister's bed like a little wolf pup. I'm just a little puppy. My sister has to consider me, right? Compared to the scenery, life is more important. Wolves are pack animals. Although I trust Yishun's strength, for the sake of Assistant Yun, it's probably best not to go after all. The little spirit beasts are really too mischievous. What do the little wolf dog and little milk dog mean? Is there a little beauty who can teach this uncle? Yili continued. We should probably bring an extra machete. The livestream chat suddenly went quiet. Su Yun was packing supplies in the RV. She initially didn't plan to bring too much, but as she packed, she realized she was overloading. There was no way the motorcycle could carry all this stuff. When Yili returned to the RV, he found that the cabin was filled with packages of all sizes, stretching from the corners to the sofa. He couldn't help but laugh and teased. Sister Yun, are we going camping or fleeing? Su Yun squatted down in the middle of a pile of supplies. She was wearing a black turtleneck sweater and casual pants, her figure curvaceous and beautiful, exuding a unique charm of a mature woman. It is a bit much, but we'll definitely need all of this, she said. Standing up, she dusted off her hands and began pointing out each item. Look, the folding table and chairs are essential. We need a place to sit down. The fire stove can not only keep us warm, but also cook. And these kitchen utensils and seasonings. How else am I supposed to make you delicious food? Food and water are the basics of survival, along with storage boxes and lighting. Listening to Suina's explanations warmed Yili's heart. He walked over, gently embraced her, and said helplessly, Sister Yun, didn't you say you wanted to experience my previous life? That's true, but what did you bring back then? Yili released her and started counting with his fingers. Tent, frying pan. That's it? Su Yun showed a surprised expression. Yili nodded with a smile. Yep, that's it. Su Yun exaggeratedly sighed. Is this camping? This is wilderness survival. Yedi chaklit, norin Su Yun vas deliberately ekagirating. And played along. Yeah, wilderness survival. But with you here, I believe we'll be very comfortable. Su Yun glanced around the campsite. Confirming that the live stream ball was not nearby, she jumped into Yili's arms without hesitation. Wah, my Yili is so poor. Now that I have my sister here, I will never let you suffer again. Su Yun gently stroked Yili's back, her fingers softly gliding over his fabric, and playfully pinched him. Yili felt a little ticklish from her affectionate actions, so he wrapped his arms around her slim waist and teased. Is that so? But the last dish you made was quite bitter. Upon hearing this, Su Yun pretended to be angry and lightly pushed Yili away, saying, You silly. That was bitter melon. Yili pulled her back into his embrace again, lifting her slightly off the ground. Hey, what are you doing? Su Yun let out a cheerful squeal, then smiled charmingly as she wrapped her arms around Yili's neck, allowing him to lift her. The window is open. Someone might see us, she exclaimed in embarrassment. I just wanted to hug you. I'm not doing anything else. Oh, Su Yun said, her voice trailing off in disappointment. It was only now that Yili remembered the purpose of their return. He looked at Su Yun seriously and said, There are wolves in the mountains. Are we still going camping? Of course. I feel stronger than ever. Su Yun replied, clenching her fist to showcase her impressive muscle definition. Although it was hard to see through her clothes, Yili was well aware that her arms were fair and delicate, with smooth lines flowing from her rounded shoulders to her slender wrists, feeling as soft as the finest silk. Getting back to the point, while she might not have the most striking muscle tone, the strength she possessed was not to be underestimated. Yili smiled and nodded. All right, let's head out soon. Oh, we can't just bring a tent and a frying pan. Pack some of your favorite snacks too. There's plenty of space. Noticing that Su Yun was slipping a bit, Yili lifted her up playfully, causing her cheeks to flush with a hint of pink and a spring-like joy to appear in her eyes. Got it. You go call Ali back, Su Yun replied softly. She climbed down from Yili's arms and adjusted her clothes. Let me change. These pants don't really go with this sweater. Chapter 78. just finished setting up the tent when it started to rain. The mountains were indeed not close. Yili rode the motorcycle for over 10 minutes. Sunlight streamed through the treetops, casting a dappled glow on them, while the autumn breeze carried the fresh scent of the forest, brushing against their cheeks. Su Yun, wearing a helmet, tightly wrapped her arms around Yi Li's waist, resting her head against his back. Ali cleverly hid inside Yi Li's jacket. A large bag and two smaller ones were strapped to the back of the motorcycle. The large bag contained a tent, a tarp, and a double sleeping bag, while the smaller bags held a small amount of emergency food and some essentials. Yi Li wore a helmet, his gaze focused, his hands firmly gripping the handlebars as he carved a path through the dense spruce forest. The trees were thick with low, dry branches tangled together like a gray spider web, snapping under the motorcycle's weight with a series of crackling sounds. Finally, near a flowing stream, Yi Li stopped the motorcycle. This was a perfect camping spot, with clear snowmelt water trickling over the rocks, creating a pleasant gurgling sound. A few flat boulders by the stream could be used for building a campfire and cooking. The surrounding spruce forest provided natural shelter, making the place feel secluded and tranquil. Yi Li removed his helmet, took a deep breath of fresh air, and then turned to help Su Yun take off her helmet. Yunjia, Wei arrived. Su Yun got off the motorcycle, stretched her body, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This is so thrilling, Yi Li. You picked an amazing spot. The livestream audience chimed in, sharing in the excitement of navigating through the jungle. Oh my God, this is even more exhilarating than the first-person view from Shuttle. My roommate is a drone master, and he is already on his knees with envy. I'm so jealous. I want to wrap my arms around Yi Shun's waist too. I want to do this thrilling stuff with him. Slow down. They're clearly in love and just a step away from something more, someone teased. By the way, this place is so remote. Aside from birds, I don't think I've seen any other animals. Everyone, don't try to be like Yi Shun. He has a green license. And for us, entering places like this could lead to charges of illegal logging. After observing the surroundings, Yi Li began unloading the gear from the motorcycle. Ali had already jumped out of his jacket, curiously sniffing around before running to the stream to drink. Under a tall spruce tree, dry grass and scattered green plants intertwined. Su Yun snapped off some long, dry branches from the tree, while Yi Li took tools out of his backpack, preparing to set up the tarp. Their movements were perfectly in sync. The branches had become brittle in the dry air, snapping easily with a crisp sound. Collected, they could serve as fuel for the campfire later. Su Yun worked quickly, and soon the dry twigs on the ground were cleared away, making space for setting up the tent and tarp. Yi Li tied the tarp at an angle to the tree trunks. The weather here could change in an instant, and compared to hiding in a tent, the open space under the tarp was more suitable as an outdoor living room. The live streaming ball hovered in the air, intelligently switching angles to capture the busy figures of the two. For things that shouldn't be seen, it quickly shifted its focus to Ali or cut to scenic views. How amazing! Tai Dan can even operate the camera. Indeed, the transitions between close-ups and wide shots, along with the well-balanced filming techniques, leave me, a directing student, feeling inadequate. Ali is so cute. It even helps by fetching branches. My dog watched and said it was staged. Well, your dog isn't is capable. Mine can already cook. Enough about that. It's calling me to dinner. Su Yun laid down a layer of moisture-proof cloth under the canopy and began moving various supplies over. Her movements were quick and efficient, soon organizing the space beneath the canopy neatly. Yi Li looked at her and said, Sister Yun, let me handle the rest. No, I'll go gather some more branches for firewood, she replied, running off to collect dry branches from the surrounding area in preparation for the evening bonfire. Ali, go follow Sister Yun. Ali immediately understood Yi Li's intention, wagging its tail and happily trailing behind Su Yun, like a loyal little guard. Yi Li continued to work under the canopy, checking each anchor point to ensure the structure was stable and secure. Once finished, he prepared to start a fire. He kicked a dead branch to break it and chopped it into smaller pieces. Starting a fire in the woods requires caution. He cleared a patch of dirt, laid down some kindling, and arranged the wood segments in a circle and angle. The live streaming ball floated to his side, and Yi Li looked into the camera. In situations where a person's body temperature is below or above the normal range, they can remain conscious for a maximum of 3 hours. Without water, the longest they can survive is 3 days. With water, they can go up to 3 weeks without food. So in the wild, we should first look for shelter, then address the water issue, and finally food. Our campsite is near a water source, but for safety's sake, we should boil the water for 2 to 3 minutes to kill off bacteria. Or else we might not even last 3 days. As he spoke, Yili occasionally glanced towards Su Yun and Ali, concern etched in his eyes. Yishun, you've really had enough. Look at us directly. I've learned a lot. It seems I can save on living expenses. Xiao Mei, I can send you that iPhone 16 you wanted right away. What a good pet. Your girlfriend really doesn't understand how to be considerate, unlike me. I only want an iPhone 15. Bro, stop licking. The bike you're reluctant to ride is just for standing and pedaling. That bag you're worried about? They're making noise with it. Just to clarify, they ride your bike only when they're tired driving. After starting the fire, Yili turned his attention to the riverbank. For tonight's dinner, they needed suitable stones to build a simple stove. He approached the river and selected a few thinner slabs of stone that could be used to support a frying pan and other cooking utensils. Move these stones back to the campsite and set them up on either side of the fire pit, facing the wind. That way, the frying pan can sit securely on top. Just then, Su Yun and Ali returned. Su Yun was dragging a large bundle of twigs, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction and excitement, while Ali carried a smaller bundle. Woo-woo, Ali, I found all these while I was with her. Yeah, you both did great, Yili said, ruffling their hair. Su Yun felt something was off, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. Is it time to cook? Let me handle it. Let's boil some hot water first. We're not in a rush to eat. Su Yun rummaged through her backpack and pulled out a small iron pot that she had specifically prepared for boiling water and making soup in the wild. It was quite handy. She placed the pot on the stones, and then Yili fetched clean water from the river and poured it into the pot. The two of them squatted by the stove, adjusting the fire with sticks, patiently waiting for the water to boil. At that moment, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky, pattering against the tarp above, while the forest was enveloped in mist. Yili wrapped his arms around Su Yun, with Ali nestled comfortably in his embrace, feeling the warmth from the campfire. They chatted about dinner, how they would sleep that night, what they would do the next day, their upcoming plans, and how many kids they might want in the future. The live stream was muted. With the camera focused on the rain-soaked scenery, only the sound of rain could be heard. Suddenly, there was a sense of profound happiness. Fire is one of humanity's greatest inventions. The warmth it brings creates a small but significant happiness that one can't fully appreciate in everyday life. Falling asleep to the sound of rain is a truly blissful experience. I think I just saw a patch of grass shaking. Chapter 79. The lame little wolf cub. The hot water in the iron pot bubbled and gurgled, and a white mist swayed in the rain curtain, intertwining with the light drizzle. Yili brewed some fresh pine needles for tea. The pine needles floated in the hot water, releasing a refreshing pine aroma, with a bitter yet invigorating taste that warmed him all over after drinking. How bitter! Su Yun couldn't help but exclaim, her brows slightly furrowing. Who, me? Yili asked, a bit confused, pointing to himself. He had only taken a small sip, not even licking his lips. I was talking about the tea, Su Yun explained with a smile, then purposely paused before adding, you're more than the pine needle tea. Yunjia, don't say things without evidence. Yili protested half-jokingly. Su Yun raised an eyebrow, looking like a mischievous girl, teasing, not satisfied. Tonight, I'll capture your crime as evidence. Capture it? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? You can't possibly think that's okay. Yili exclaimed in mock panic. I didn't expect you to be like this, Su Yun. Just trying to scare you. How could I do such a thing? Su Yun finally burst into laughter, shaking her head as she found Yi Li's nervousness amusing. Seeing her smug expression, Yili decided to tease her back. So, he said casually, what if I said I want to take a picture? You're not joking, are you? The smile on Su Yun's face quickly faded, replaced by a blush of embarrassment, her eyes flickering with a hint of panic. Yili remained silent, simply watching her. That wouldn't be good, would it? That doesn't sound right. Su Yun's brows knitted slightly, her lips pressed tightly together, her fingers unconsciously twisting a strand of hair, her gaze wandering between Yi Li and the ground. After a moment of tense silence, she looked up and met Yi Li's eyes, nodding slightly. Then you must swear to love me forever. What is up with Tai Dan? Why does he keep filming the tree? This tree is just too tree-like. I get it now. Tai Dan knows we're staring at screens all day, so he chose a green background to give our eyes a break. So that is how it is. Thanks, Tai Dan. Thank you, Tai Dan. X999, the camera finally returned to Yi Li and Su Yun. Su Yun started taking out frozen bones and vegetables from her bag to make soup, along with slices of meat to fry in the skillet. Isn't the bone a bit excessive? What is wrong? The broth can last for several meals. Su Yun retorted irritably, still annoyed after being tricked by Yi Li's simple tease. She had finally tried to be serious, only to lose so thoroughly. Feeling a bit upset and wanting to throw a small tantrum, she instinctively brought the fried meat to Yi Li's mouth, saying, "Try it. Will it be overcooked? Who said this meat is overcooked? It's fantastic. Just accept the compliment." Yi Li immediately hugged Su Yun, burying his head in her neck, savoring her warmth and fragrance. "Not mad anymore? Of course I'm not angry anymore. And besides, I was the one who made the joke first. I guess I just love Yi Li too much." Ollie, who was nearby, looked at Su Yun seriously and nodded in admiration, thinking to herself that she should remember this line. Once things got busy, time flew by. Before we knew it, the rain had stopped, and the sunset cast a warm golden hue over the mountains and forests. After dinner, Yi Li and Su Yun took a water bucket to the creek to fetch water, preparing to boil a kettle of hot tea for the evening. Ollie and a livestream ball were left behind at the campsite. "I'm so envious of Yi Shun. Assistant Yun is beautiful, talented, and can endure hardships alongside a man. If it were my woman, she would already be lying in the tent sleeping. Yi Shun is outstanding too. I have no objections to them being together. I really don't. X999 no, I really saw something moving. That guy upstairs needs to stop trying to get attention." In this unfamiliar environment, Ollie, like all snow foxes, began marking the trees. Then, curious as ever, it explored around, occasionally sniffing the ground or chasing after birds that flew by. The camera followed its movements, and everyone watched eagerly, completely engrossed. Perhaps tired from playing, Ollie wandered over to the iron pot, where a small porcelain bowl on the ground contained its meat soup. Just as it was about to stick out its cute pink tongue, at that moment, the grass pile nearby moved again, accompanied by a few low growls. Ollie immediately became alert, its eyes shining with gold, fixating on that patch of grass, ears standing straight up. The livestream ball intelligently zoomed in on the grass pile. What's going on? Why is Ollie suddenly staring at that pile of grass? It's so timid. Maybe it's just a bird? Just as everyone was puzzled, the camera zoomed in, revealing a pair of cold eyes beneath the grass pile. Cold, bloodthirsty, and filled with wild ferocity. "Oh my gosh, I told you there was something." What a terrifying gaze. This is a top predator. A wolf. It's a wolf, and it looks like the Wolf King. Ollie, run. X99, hey. Haven T, we said that before. Poor Ollie. It was taken away by a snow leopard in Tianshan, and now it's about to be snatched by the Wolf King. Look, it's completely stunned. However, Ollie just tilted its head. Everyone read surprise and disdain in its eyes. The next second, a dark figure sprang from the grass pile, heading straight for the iron pot filled with meat soup. It knocked over Ollie's little porcelain bowl. It then jumped up and knocked the iron pot down, spilling the bone broth everywhere and extinguishing part of the campfire. Sniffing the iron pot with its nose, it began to eat with no regard for its image. The viewers in the live stream were shocked by this scene. The comments exploded. "What on earth is that thing? EW, it's so dirty. I can smell it through the screen. That's the bone soup made by Assistant Yun. That pesky creature. Who just said it looked like the Wolf King? You scared me." The little wolf cub was so dirty that its breed was unrecognizable, but in this area, it was likely one of the Tibetan wolves, Mongolian wolves, or gray wolves. "Oh, I really like Mongolian wolves. They look so handsome. Tibetan wolves are too slender, and gray wolves seem cunning. You even like them?" Ollie doesn't. Is it the big bad wolf that eats the 3 little pigs? Or the one that pretended to be Little Red Riding Hood's grandmother? The one that deceived Little Red Riding Hood. The live stream could only capture its backside. This little creature had weak limbs, but its belly sagged exaggeratedly. One of its hind legs was clearly injured, and its fur was matted together, making it look filthy. The live stream camera quietly moved to the front. Everyone got a clear look at its appearance. A round head, pointed and upright ears, and cold-blooded amber eyes. There's no doubt this is a wolf cub. Ollie took a few steps back in disdain. It had never seen such a scruffy creature before and didn't want its beautiful white fur to be tarnished. If it got dirty, Yi Li would definitely not want to hold it anymore. The little wolf cub noticed Ali's movement and mistakenly thought that Ali was afraid of it, letting out a low growl in triumph, as if to boast about its victory. Suddenly, Ali remembered that they were supposed to eat that pot of soup tomorrow, and now this guy had messed it up. It growled fiercely, issuing its first warning. "Ollie, hey little cold ball, you better shut up and stop eating." The little wolf cub lifted its head, disdainfully staring at Ollie. "Aren't you afraid? You're big, but I have sharp teeth, you know." "Ollie, my claws are sharp too." "Little wolf cub, I don't understand. After finishing the soup, the little wolf cub's belly looked even bigger. Its ears perked up at the sound of laughter. It glanced towards the stream, grabbed a bone, and ran off on 3 legs. Yi Li and Su Yun returned to the camp, looking at the chaotic mess of the iron pot and the campfire. Hey, Ali, can you explain what happened? Chapter 80. The rainstorm in the mountains. Are you saying that a little lame wolf cub did this? Ollie nodded his head. Yi Li rubbed his forehead with a wry smile. He knew Ollie wouldn't lie to him. Looking at the mess before him, he shook his head helplessly. That soup had taken Su Yun a lot of effort to prepare. All right, that little rascal also took the marrow bones. Chasing after that cub was pointless now. Even if he caught it, what could he do? He couldn't exactly give it a good smack. Forget it. That little one must be hungry too. A lame wolf cub like that was probably abandoned. It's not easy for it to have survived this long. Su Yun started tidying up the iron pot and food that the little wolf had knocked over. She washed the overturned porcelain bowl clean and placed it back in its spot, then set the iron pot back on the fire to boil another kettle of water. Next time I see it, I'm definitely going to teach it a lesson, Yi Li said fiercely. Hearing this, Su Yun chuckled softly. Come on. I know you too well. I'm afraid you just bring it back to the car with you. Night had fallen. Yi Li quickly rekindled the campfire and then skillfully set up the tent in a corner under the sky. Just as he finished, the sky suddenly darkened, accompanied by dazzling lightning and booming thunder. A heavy rainstorm was about to hit. I wonder if that little wolf cub will survive. Yi Li muttered to himself. Su Yun walked over and intertwined her fingers with his, gently reassuring him, it will be fine. It's clever after all, capable of knocking over our pot. Ha ha. Looks like Sister Yin has some grievances too. That was my painstakingly made soup. For the next while, the two prepared for the downpour. They first placed their belongings at the edge of the tent, sheltered by the overhead tarp and the sides of the tent, making it hard for rainwater to reach them. The valuable items were moved inside the tent. They dug drainage ditches and checked the water level of the nearby stream, ensuring it wouldn't rise from the storm and flood their campsite. They also moved the fire pit a bit closer to the center. Whether it stayed lit or not was up to fate. After doing all this, the spruce forest was enveloped in darkness. Boom! A loud thunderclap echoed, and a heavy curtain of rain covered the entire forest. Wow, that thunder made my heart race. What a heavy rain. I said yes like a sleep-inducing streamer, right? I can't imagine how nice it must be to lie in a tent right now. I like light rain, but camping in a downpour feels a bit scary. My name is Xiaoyu. You didn't secretly confess to me, did you? I really can't believe it. Running into that shrimp-headed guy everywhere, who understands? In the scene, it seemed like the sky had opened a hole. The torrential rain poured down, drenching the dense spruce canopy and creating a continuous, deep rustling sound. Some raindrops penetrated the canopy and fell on the ground, which was covered in fallen leaves, splashing up little droplets. A thick layer of decaying leaves and broken branches soaked up the rainwater, exuding a damp and slightly rotten smell. In this downpour, the trunks of the spruce trees were washed clean, and the patterns on their bark became even more distinct. At the base of the tree trunk, some moss and lichens appeared more vibrant under the nourishment of the rain, forming patches of mottled green on the dark forest floor. Rainwater gathered on the ground, flowing gently along naturally formed little ditches, eventually merging into a small stream in the woods. How exhilarating! Excitement sparkled in Su Yun's eyes. A teasing glint in his gaze. Are you talking about the thrill of the downpour, or of something else entirely? Su Yun flirtat livlingt, the corners of her mouth curling up. Of course, I mean doing strange things in the rain. I guess I'll just enjoy the rain then. You think I'm not as appealing as the storm? Huh? Nothing much happened, and they admired the rain for a while. Suddenly, Su Yun reached out, grabbing Yi Li's wrist with an irresistible force, pulling him into the tent. Yi Li chuckled at her boldness, allowing her to lead him. Ollie followed them inside. The live-streaming ball quietly hovered outside, in silent mode, silently capturing the scene of the rain. Inside the tent, a warm and subtle atmosphere enveloped them. All that could be heard was the rustling sound as they settled into the double sleeping bag. Yunjia, don't rush. Ollie is still here, Yi Li said. A hint of helplessness in his voice, his gaze falling on the curled-up Ali in the corner of the tent. The little fox was curiously observing them with bright eyes. But Su Yun seemed unfazed. She smiled lightly, a mischievous curve forming on her lips. I don't care. It's just a fox anyway. It's different. Don't untie the rope. Yi Li gently pressed down on Su Yun's hand as she was about to loosen her clothing. However, Su Yun appeared even more determined, gently breaking free from his grasp. Her smile growing bolder. You're still young and don't understand. Sleeping naked together keeps you warmer. Don't look at me like that. It's scientifically proven. Let me check. It's actually true? Yili put down his phone, preparing to heed the expert's advice. Before that, he glanced at Ollie. Turn around. Whoa. Ollie whimpered in annoyance, shifting slightly and burying its head under its own tail. Ollie, are you satisfied now? You heartless man. Don't mind it. Let us get started. Su Yun's cheeks flushed lightly with excitement and the warmth of the tent, and she bit her lower lip gently. This small gesture seemed incredibly tempting to Yili. Are you cold? Yili asked softly. His voice sounded especially deep in the confined space. Su Yun shook her head. Not at all. With you here, I feel very warm. Yili smiled slightly, gently caressing Su Yun's face, then slowly sliding his hand to the back of her neck, pulling her closer. Su Yun's heart raced, and she closed her eyes, until their lips softly met, warm and tender. Su Yun's arms slowly wrapped around Yi Li's waist, her body leaning slightly forward in response to his kiss. The soft whispers of Yi Li and Su Yun inside the tent were abruptly halted by commotion outside. Ali's ears were the first to catch the unusual sounds, his eyes shimmering with a golden glow in the dim light of the tent. Yi Li also listened intently, his senses equally sharp. Amidst the rain, there was a faint sound of splashing, as if something was cautiously moving just outside the tent. Whimper, whimper, Ali exclaimed. It's that little wolf cub. It seems to be in trouble. What? I'll go save it. Yi Li quickly felt around in the darkness, grabbing his waterproof jacket and pants, putting them on in a hurry. Su Yun sensed the urgency as well. She sat up and began searching for her small clothes, which had been tossed somewhere. Chapter 81. Can a sudden arrival compete with a childhood sweetheart? Crack! A flash of lightning briefly illuminated the surroundings. Thunder rolled in shortly after, shaking the entire forest. Although the wind outside was light, the rain was pouring down heavily, drumming against the canopy with a relentless crackling sound. The campfire still burned stubbornly, its flames flickering in the rain. A dirty little wolf cub lay weakly by the campfire, soaked through, its fur matted and looking particularly pitiful. The livestream had not ended yet, and everyone was watching as it struggled to crawl over. How poor it is! Please, Leaf God, save it. It's already in such a state. I don't think it can survive. Survival of the fittest. That's the law of nature. Produce. It knocked over Leaf God's food, and it bullied Ari. No matter what, it's still a life. Stop arguing. The longtime fans know Leaf God will definitely save it. The comments in the live stream buzzed with discussion. Suddenly, Yi Li burst into the frame, interrupting everyone's chatter. He quickly crouched down, expertly examining the little wolf cub, his brow furrowed. How is it? Su Yun asked, a hint of worry in her voice. It has ascites, probably due to parasites, Yi Li said in a low voice, pressing his fingers gently on the cub's abdomen and feeling a distinct fluctuation. He then lightly touched the cub's hind leg, noticing an abnormal bend and obvious swelling at the joint. When he parted the fur, the skin was in a terrible state. Parasites, skin infection, fractures. Yi Li's voice carried a touch of sorrow. This little wolf cub had suffered greatly. He looked up at Su Yun. Sister Yun, please bring the kettle from a tent. Su Yun understood his meaning and immediately sprang into action. She mixed hot water with rainwater, testing the temperature with her hand, and then Yi Li took the water, gently pouring it over the little wolf cub. The cub shivered but seemed to understand Yi Li's intention and did not resist. Ari watched this unfold, a bad feeling creeping into her heart. Once Yi Li finished cleaning it and began to comb its fur, Su Yun prepared a towel and quickly dried the little wolf cub. A brand new little wolf cub emerged. Ari's eyes widened in disbelief. The livestream chat exploded. Wow, what a beautiful little wolf cub. The transformation is so dramatic. So cute. It must be a little brother. Taking off glasses, changing to a fierce expression. Call me brother. It's so small. With such fierce eyes. I can't handle it. You traitors. Ari will be upset. Yi Li carried the little wolf cub closer to the fire. The warmth of the flames gradually dispelled its chill. But not far away, Ari watched the two of them take such meticulous care of the little coal ball. Feeling a pang of sourness in her heart, it was a bitter taste. When Su Yun and Yi Li were being affectionate, she didn't mind. But now that both of them were ignoring her, it made Ari very sad. She hated the little pitiful female wolf the most. The attentive Su Yun noticed Ari's distress. This little guy is quite cute, she exclaimed, gently stroking Ali's head. But not as adorable as our Ali. If I had to choose between him and the little wolf cub, I would definitely pick Ali. Who could resist a plump little white fox? Ali turned his head, his ears twitching slightly. Not only is Ali cute, but he is also very understanding. His tail wagged gently, seemingly responding to the praise. He must know that Yi Li and I are here to save the little wolf cub, which is why he is not upset. Suyin smiled at Ali, right? Ali squinted his eyes and smiled. Yi Li listened to Ali's thoughts. Yes, I'll be the best with you from now on. It's not that Yi Li didn't want to comfort him. He was just lost in thought, reminiscing about the little wolf cub. The cub's head was covered in damp, gray-brown fur, adorned with silver stripes. Its ears were pointy, and despite being a bit wet, they stood upright. Its eyes sparkled with a mix of coldness and curiosity, exuding a wild yet adorable fierceness. Su Yun crouched down, her fingers gently gliding over its damp back. Filled with questions, how has it survived until now? I don't know. Perhaps its will to live is just too strong. I feel like you have something on your mind. Yi Li fell silent for a moment, his gaze softening as if he were traversing time and space back to that distant orphanage. It's not really a concern. It just reminds me of an old friend. He recalled the little yellow dog from his childhood, the one that always wagged its tail and followed him around. The one that had its leg broken and was all dirty. Let's take care of it, Su Yun suddenly suggested. Yeah. Yi Li looked at her in surprise. Ali protested from the side, jumping into Su Yun's arms and nudging her belly with his head. Bad woman, I won't be your best friend anymore. Yi Li was puzzled. Why not? There's no reason. I just know this will make you happy. Earlier that day, at the foothills of Tianshan, the cold wind howled. Lu Shifei walked on the snow, followed by a group of well-equipped soldiers, their footsteps echoing clearly in the stillness of the mountains. Whereas Team Li? Why didn't he come? Lu Shifei's voice sounded thin in the frigid air. Director Lu, Team Li has been promoted recently and is very busy. But don't worry, everyone here was personally chosen by him. They are absolutely reliable, the leading soldier replied firmly. Lu Shifei nodded, her gaze landing on the soldiers' guns. Are the bullets real? No, they're all tranquilizer darts. Team Li specifically instructed that we cannot harm the animals here. The soldier said as he aimed at a nearby tree trunk and pulled the trigger, the tranquilizer dart hitting the target accurately. That's good. Lu Shifei let out a sigh of relief. Not far away, on a snowy slope, a pair of cold eyes were watching their backs. Soon, they arrived at the cave. Lu Shifei took a deep breath, gathering her courage as she stepped inside. She tightly clutched the token that Yi Li had given her. The cave still bore traces of life, and she continued deeper until 3 small snow leopards came into view. Whoa. Their eyes were clear and curious, examining this unexpected guest. Lu Shifei quickly pulled out a photo of herself with Yi Li, her voice softer than usual as she quietly asked, "Do you recognize this?" Outside the cave, the small team was diligently performing their tasks. 4 members stood guard with their weapons drawn. One was in charge of communications, while the other 2 were nearby, collecting samples and taking photographs. A soldier raised his camera, aiming it at the untouched snow on the hillside, capturing the pristine beauty of the area. So beautiful, he marveled, but in the next moment, a pair of icy blue eyes appeared in the frame. He didn't have time to react before a white figure darted out, knocking him unconscious to the ground. No way, Xiao Lu, is it really that beautiful, right? Keep it down, or you'll scare the snow leopards away. Hey, Xiao Lu, what's wrong? Sensing something was off, the others quickly became alert, turning towards the source of the noise, their weapons at the ready. Suddenly, a flurry of snow erupted, and the white figure reappeared. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 82. Roast whole lamb, new companions the next day at noon. The sunlight finally broke through the dense canopy of the spruce forest, casting golden patches of light on the clearing below, bringing a hint of warmth to the cold ground. Birds chirped and flitted about on the branches. To Yi Li's surprise, the little wolf cub had run away. Right under his nose, it had decided to leave, and since it wanted to go, Yi Li didn't stop it. He could only sigh at their insufficient bond. This little guy was quite clever, knowing to leave only after finishing breakfast. Suyin didn't have much food with her. It would only last for today at most. It was time to go hunting. Yi Li had observed the surroundings, and while there were fish in the stream, there were just tiny fry that couldn't be caught. He remembered hearing wild goats calling in the mountains on the way here. A roast whole lamb would be nice. It's not easy for an ordinary person to catch wild goats. After all, not every goat gets caught in the vines. These creatures are very alert. They bolt at the slightest sound. They're incredibly fast, capable of leaping between cliffs. But Yili was different. As soon as he caught sight of one, he could appear right behind him the next second, like something out of a horror movie. Of course, this wasn't the right way to go about it. It could leave psychological scars on the little goats. Most importantly, scared goats produce tough meat that isn't very tasty. Yili used his knife to carve out 2 long spears and handed one to Su-yun, teaching her how to aim and throw. Grip the spear at its balance point. Rotate your body to swing your arm quickly, aiming the spear tip directly at the target. And leave the rest to practice. Feels like we're a pair of wild couple, Su-yun chuckled, mimicking the appearance of a primitive person, placing one hand over her mouth and making a series of silly sounds. Her smile was pure and radiant, completely unrestrained, just like the birds in the forest. Free and carefree. Yili wrapped his arms around Su-yun's waist and lifted her with one hand. But my wild wife is a bit too beautiful. My wild husband is quite handsome too. Muah, passionate kiss for you. Muah, it's all about reciprocity. Ollie, stop. You two are so gross. After their playful banter, Yili led Su-yun and Ali through the forest, searching for signs of wild goats. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, warming their backs. Ali's ears twitched slightly, picking up faint sounds. The live-streaming ball hovered in the air. As the broadcast started, it seemed like Yili was sneaking around like a thief. Sneaking around can be quite cool too. Whereas that little wolf cub, what happened to it? I don't know. As far as I can tell, it's not dead. Look at Ali. That little expression looks so serious. Yili and the others walked along the stream for a long time, but still hadn't found any signs of wild goats, which left them feeling a bit disheartened. Would goats really come here to drink water? There shouldn't be any other water sources nearby. Logically, they should be here. Yili was also a loss. As they climbed higher, they were almost at the mountaintop. With empty stomachs, no matter how beautiful the scenery, they had no mood to appreciate it. Boo-hoo. Just then, Ali suddenly stopped in his tracks. Look ahead, there are 2 fat guys fighting. After taking a few more steps, they climbed up a dirt slope. Yili followed Ali's gaze and saw 2 groundhogs fiercely battling on a nearby patch of grass. They were shoving each other, perfectly synchronized in their attacks, one going for a chokehold and the other grabbing by the neck. Haha, this is so funny. I have to send this to Fei. Su-yun immediately pulled out her phone to capture the moment. The livestream audience burst into laughter. Stop it, you guys. Don't fight anymore. The groundhogs replied, no way. We're not backing down. They look so plump. The moves we learned from our master are useless against each other. While everyone was focused on the 2 groundhogs fighting, a 3rd groundhog peeked out from the dirt slope beneath Yili's feet. It squeezed itself between the 2 fighters and squeaked, "Stop fighting. Someone's watching you." The 3 groundhogs then turned their attention to the dirt slope, making direct eye contact with Yili, Su-yun, and the livestream audience. The scene became quite comical, with all 3 groundhogs staring at each other in a standoff. Neither side backing down. Yili couldn't help but laugh, patting Ali on the head, and decided to negotiate with them to see if he could find out the whereabouts of the wild goats. Turns out Ali is quite capable. Su-yun pulled a carrot from her backpack, broke it into 3 pieces, and handed it to Ali. Here, give this to them as a reward. Ali grabbed the carrot and wagged its tail as it approached the groundhogs. At first, the groundhogs ignored it, but once the sweet carrot was in their mouths, they spilled everything. Can we have another one? Ali asked. Do you have any valuable information? The groundhog replied. A pack of wolves passed by here a few days ago and went to the mountain onto the snowy peak. You should stay away from there. Meanwhile, at the camp, a little wolf cub proudly carried a plump bird in its mouth, with a bone it had taken earlier lying beside it. Perhaps it remembered something happy. As its tail wagged joyfully, it circled around the camp a few times, but as time ticked by, Yili and the others were still nowhere to be seen. The little wolf cub seemed to realize something was off. It started busying itself, trying to keep the campfire alive. It dragged damp branches with its little mouth, repeatedly attempting to toss them into the fire, hoping to rekindle the flames. Unfortunately, the heavy, wet branches only weakened the fire instead of strengthening it. It appeared anxious, its eyes fixed on the fire, occasionally sniffing at it and accidentally getting burned. What is the next step? This isn't working. What should I do? After an unknown amount of time, the little wolf cub sighed in relief. Thank goodness for the groundhog brothers' help. Trading carrots for goat meat is such a bargain. Yili returned with a wild goat slung over his shoulder, followed closely by Su-yun and Ali, all wearing satisfied smiles. The little wolf cub's eyes lit up as it spotted them, but its gaze was quickly drawn to the wild goat, then shifted to the bird it had caught. And finally, it discreetly pushed the bird behind itself with its claws. Yili set down the wild goat and noticed the branches scattered around the campsite. Why is it so messy here? Did a thief come? Suyin quickly checked. Everything was in place, no problem. While tidying up the campsite, Yili spotted a little wolf cub behind the pile of branches. He smiled and patted its head. Why are you back again? This is a bone. Too bad it's no good anymore. I'll give it to you. Watching Yili push the bone back, the little wolf cub whimpered, its tail drooping as it turned to leave. It was then that Yili noticed the bird behind it, and he seemed to understand what had happened. He quickly grabbed the cub by the tail. Startled, the little wolf cub turned and bit his hand. Ouch, a sharp bite. Suyin rushed over and pulled the cub away. Let me see your hand. It's nothing, Yili replied nonchalantly, turning to look at the cub. But Suyin furrowed her brows, firmly gripping his hand to check for any bite marks. The little wolf cub stood off to the side, its eyes filled with guilt and self-reproach, trembling as it tried to flee the scene. Ali, hold it down, Yili suddenly ordered. Whoa! Ali reacted swiftly, immediately blocking the little wolf cub's path and gently pressing it down with her soft little paws. The cub was pinned to the ground, unable to move. Let me go. It whined. You hurt my friend and still want to leave? Ali retorted. I'm useless, abandoned. I can't help you. Chapter 83. Ali joins the feast. Online skewers. The little wolf cub was whimpering softly, almost as if it were crying. Ali felt a bit embarrassed, as if it were the big bad wolf. No, that would be Yili. It was just a little sidekick. As long as the sidekick was obedient. That was enough. But the big bad wolf, Yili had to think of a lot more. With that thought, Ali put even more effort into suppressing the little wolf cub. Ali, maybe it's best not to voice what you're thinking? Yili couldn't help but smile wryly at the corner of his mouth. He didn't expect Ali to be so self-critical in its heart. Where did it learn that from? So it left earlier to catch a bird for us? Suyin understood the situation and then exclaimed in surprise. So those branches. It didn't also learn how to start a fire, did it? It has a rough understanding, but its intelligence is definitely high. Yili bent down and picked up the plump bird on the ground, which was still alive, held by its wing. The little wolf cub must have put in a lot of effort to catch it. Yili could imagine it lurking in the grass, patiently waiting for a long time, then suddenly making a swift attack despite its limp. He turned to the little wolf cub, his eyes filled with approval. I accept your gift. As a return favor, we can share some lamb with you. The little wolf cub shook its head, struggling to get away. However, Ali was like a little mountain, pressing down on it. Yili smiled playfully at it. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as agreement. Suyin couldn't help but chuckle at this. How could a little wolf cub talk? Little wolf cub, I just shook my head, leaving Ali to look at it. Yili and Suyin headed to the stream to prepare the lamb. The wild goat meat was leaner, with coarser muscle fibers, lower fat content, and a firm and elastic texture. In contrast, domesticated lamb was more delicate and tender. They cut off the goat's hooves to roast separately. It was best for the little wolf cub to gnaw on something without much meat. Yili then selected suitable branches, trimmed off the thorns, and skillfully skewered the butchered goat carcass. Although the humidity made most branches hard to ignite, the thick dry wood inside was still usable. They could also find relatively dry materials under tree hollows or rocks. Next step, Yili pulled out a lighter from his pocket. A flicker of flame surprised the little wolf cub. So that was the missing step. The two took turns flipping the lamb, ensuring every side was roasted to a golden crisp. It was quite a physical task. Finding the process a bit dull, Yili turned his attention to Ali. Yunjia, do you think Ali could handle this task too? I think it's worth a try. At this point, the little wolf cub had quieted down, while Ali lay beside it, occasionally teasing it. Ali, how did your leg get broken? Little wolf cub. Ali, I saw a long worm in your belly. Little wolf cub, you're so annoying. Ali wanted to ask more, but then it heard someone calling it. Ali, come and see if the lamb is cooked. Yili and Suyin sat by the campfire, smiling and waving at it. This made Ali quite proud. It snorted at the little wolf cub, saying, even though Yili wants to take care of you, they still love me the most. Without further ado, it scampered over to the two, mouth open wide. Yili cut a piece of lamb and put it in its mouth. After chewing, Ali commented, not fully cooked and a bit bland. Initially, Yili felt a bit guilty about making it work. But now, since that's the case, how about you roast this lamb? The little wolf cub joyfully wagged its tail. With the lamb meat, Their days became quite enjoyable. They reached the mountain peak, taking in the vastness of the Tangbula Prairie, and ventured deep into the back mountains, discovering some hidden beautiful spots. There was a lake in a valley that was even more stunning than Fairy Lake. The water was a brilliant blue. There were also a few peculiar stones resembling jade seals. Tangbula means seal in Kazakh, inspired by a massive rock in a certain valley that looks like a jade seal. On the way back, Yili made a special visit to the three groundhog brothers. The little critters squeaked excitedly upon seeing the little wolf cub. And according to Ali's retelling, they had once been chased and bitten. Ali said, "Little curveball is quite fierce." Those are their exact words. After hearing this, Yili handed over some carrots from his bag, saying, "Here is some food for you. Consider an apology." The groundhogs replied, "Forget it, chewing sounds. It's all in the past." They were really amusing. Suyin couldn't help but laugh and share the moment with Lu Shifei, only to receive no reply at all. Throughout the journey, the little wolf cub silently followed Yi Li, nearly becoming his shadow. Whenever Yi Li patted its head, its tail would wag involuntarily. The viewers in the live stream saw this and flooded the comments. "Has it been trained already? My ancestors took thousands of years. You two managed it in just 2 days? Ha ha ha, it's like a little knight. Should Yi Shun start planning the next leg of the trip? The spring festival is coming soon. This journey might be nearing its end. Are you taking Assistant Yin back home for the new year? Huh. Oh dear. It seems some people have forgotten something. Are you talking about? Shut up upstairs." X999 time flew by like a fleeting shadow. The tents and canopies in the campsite were packed up, the campfire and various signs of life were cleared away by Yi Li. It was time to go. Su Yin secured all the bags onto the motorcycle. Ali had already jumped onto the seat. Meanwhile, Yi Li stood in front of the little wolf cub, extending his hand once more. "So, do you want to come with me?" Just then, a wolf howl echoed from the distant mountaintop, long and majestic, as if calling for something. The little wolf cub stiffened, its gaze dimming. It had responded to that voice countless times before, no matter how desperately it cried out. No wolf came to answer. Yi Li understood the hesitation in its heart, and gently reassured, "Don't worry, I will never abandon you." He took out a vial of genetic serum from the system space. The transparent glass bottle still held about 3/4 of its contents. In fact, without this, you would have been dead long ago, but I don't want to see dogtail grass on the hillside anymore. No matter what you choose, I will give you this. Su Yun quietly waited, hoping the little wolf cub would agree. She could sense the regret in Yi Li's heart. Ali anxiously stomped its feet. Really? Isn't it great to follow Yi Li and enjoy a good life? Why hesitate? Awoo, awoo. The little wolf cub howled innocently, responding to that voice. Yi Li thought it was rejecting him, but in the next moment, its fluffy head nudged into his palm. Ali said, "The little coal ball is saying goodbye to the wolf pack." Chapter 84. The oil city of Karame, leaving the Tangbula grassland. The RV glided smoothly along the wide asphalt road. Inside, upbeat songs flowed from the speakers, the rhythm lively and the sweet melody echoing. Da-da-da, 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 switch to a happy dance. Da-da-da, hey-hi-he, say it straight. Don't let the opportunity slip away. Yi Li's fingers gently tapped the steering wheel, keeping time with the music, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. Ali comfortably lay on his lap, eyes half closed. Su Yin sat in the passenger seat, her voice sweet and clear as she softly hummed along to the melody, da-da-da. This reminded Yi Li of their first meeting, when Su Yun's voice was also intentionally sweet, saying things like, "It hurts. Thank you for understanding." Now, she felt more genuine, even more endearing. "Yi Li, were you just sneaking a peek at me?" Su Yin suddenly turned her head, her bright eyes locking onto Yi Li's with a teasing glint. Yi Li shifted his gaze from the road to meet hers. Could he really be accused of sneaking a look at his own girlfriend? Upon hearing this, Su Yun's face broke into a charming smile. She gave a playful huff, pretending to be displeased. "Smooth talker. I'll punish you by making you give me a foot massage tonight." "How unfair. That's your real motive? Isn't it?" Their eyes turned toward the dashboard in front of the passenger seat. The little wolf cub, smaller than Ali, comfortably nestled in the corner, peering out at the rushing scenery. Every time it spotted something new, its ears would twitch slightly, and its tail would wag gently. Eventually, its attention settled on a snow lotus. Su Yin noticed its focus and quickly swatted its head with her hand, saying, "Wait, you can't eat that." Just then, her phone rang. The screen displayed Lu Shifei's name. Pressing the answer button, she heard Lu Shifei's anxious voice on the other end. "Sister Yin, I think I've gotten myself into trouble. Don't tell Yi Li about what I'm about to say. Su Yin frowned slightly and replied calmly, go ahead. It's about Xiu. It made me buy a comic book. It threatened me first, knocking out the people from the Abnormal Affairs Bureau, and then demanded I use a comic book to ransom someone. Just hit the person back first. I've already ransomed them, but it has its eyes on my phone now. You gave it to it. It insisted. You just gave it to it because it insisted? Before Su Yin could finish her conversation, Yi Li's phone rang too. He found a suitable spot to pull over and glanced at the caller ID. It was Li Yong, whose tone sounded almost like he was reporting a complaint. Your leopard just attacked me. Xiu attacked you? Is everyone okay? It's nothing serious. Just a sprained back, lying in bed. If I hadn't taken a picture, I wouldn't believe it was her doing. Yi Li received the photo sent by Li Yong. Shuiyu had grown larger, moving so fast that she left after images. And there was a regal quality in her ice blue eyes. Yi Li sighed deeply, wondering if he had made a mistake. I'll cover all the medical expenses, and I can double the compensation for any mental distress. If the injuries are severe, I have ways to deal with it. I'm not here to ask for money. Besides the 2 who took samples, the other 5 are all elite special forces. Li Yong's voice turned unusually serious. Yi Li, can you give me a heads up about that snow leopard? This might be... Before Yi Li could finish, Lin Quan's voice interrupted. I'll explain it to you. Lin Quan, why are you cutting in on my call? This is urgent. Yi Li, I'll explain it to him. Let's leave it at that for now. Bye. With that, the call was abruptly ended. Su Yin had just finished her call as well, and the 2 exchanged glances. Something happened with Shuiyu. Yi Li spoke first. Su Nadith. Fei told me that she extorted 7 comics and a mobile phone that can play videos. Huh? I really didn't know about this. But you don't need to worry. The comics were replaced with literary classics and a dictionary by Fei. And the phone is just an old flip phone, at most for listening to music. Classics? Is it Lord, Master, or Brother? Please don't let it be the one who buries flowers. Finally, they arrived in Karame City. Yi Li parked near the Duku Highway Museum. The scenery along the way was starkly different from other cities. As an important oil and petrochemical base in the Dragon Country, the prosperity and wealth of Karame City are very real. It's a place where rich as oil is literally true. Along the route, one could see countless oil pumps tirelessly working on this desolate land. The remnants of the oil industry are a unique sight here, with well-known. One being of great historical significance, featuring a prominent iconic building called the Big Oil Bubble in the Memorial Square. After dinner, Yi Li and Su Yin planned to take the 2 little ones out for a stroll, maybe take some pictures at the starting point of the Dukkha Highway. But before that, there was something very important to do, named the little wolf cub. Ali. I'm called Ali, so it should be called a dog, right? Little wolf cub. I am a wolf. Su Yin thought carefully and then suggested, it looks fierce yet adorable. How about we call it Mengya? Mengya. That's a good name. Yi Li nodded in agreement. However, Ali was not pleased. Why can't it be called a wolf? Mengya. Isn't Ali cuter than this little cold ball? I have teeth too. This is favoritism. Ali protested. It's not fair. Why do I have to be called Ali? It didn't understand the significance of the 2 characters in Ali. Perhaps many people don't understand. Yi Li crouched down, his tone gentle, because this name is a memory from my childhood, and Li and her homophones. Don't you like it, Ali? Ali replied, then can I be called Yi Li? Yi Li? The response came from 2 playful nudges from Yi Li. He teasingly rubbed Ali's belly and said, I've decided to give you a new name. Wiley. Oh, come on. Ali protested. I don't want to be called that. After the playful banter, Yi Li took out a pet tag and hung it around the little wolf cub's neck. From now on, you'll be called Mengya. In the next moment, a clear yet childish voice reached his ears. Thank you, master. To be honest, Yi Li felt a bit regretful. Mengya would definitely have a cold, ethereal voice when she grew up, and calling her Mengya might not be very fitting then. But why is this little fairy a stutterer? Never mind, I want to think about it. Later, Yi Li planned to take a stroll around Jiulongtan. He had already seen the road coming from Deshanzi Grand Canyon, and Devil City was fine too. He didn't intend to stay here long. The final destination was already decided. There, in the Altai region, lies the most beautiful autumn of the northern frontier. Chapter 85. Big data recommendations after spending a few days in Karame. The reason is simple. On the way to Naladi, the 2 had ordered some essential items online, which were delivered to the Deshanzi district of Karame. Since these were high-end goods, they required time to be produced. That's why it took until now for them to arrive, just in time for these few days. During the first couple of days, Su Yun dragged Yi Li to visit the Karame Museum, the Black Oil Mountain Scenic Area, and the Bayong River Grand Canyon. Aside from the museum, the other two places didn't take much time. To summarize, there were bubbling oil pits and the river valley with poplar trees in the Gobi Desert. Comparatively, Jilong Pond left a deep impression on Yili. The 9 dragon sculptures on the city gate tower spouting water were quite beautiful, and for a fee, one could take a yacht or boat to the center of the lake for photos. On the third day, Su Yun accomplished something significant. She had taken some nice photos and decided to display them. However, there was one photo where Yili didn't have his arm around her waist, and she was upset about it, so she discarded it. Kneeling on the bed, her pants accentuated her rounded hips. Yili suddenly realized that Su Yun rarely engaged in amusement activities at the scenic spots. Most of the time, she was focused on taking photos, then selecting the best ones to put on the photo wall. Those memories belonged to both of them, and while Yili valued them, he wasn't as meticulous as Su Yun, who genuinely treated this relationship with seriousness. She resized and printed all the photos again, transforming the photo wall with a light-colored map of Longhua as the background, pinning the little photos in their corresponding places. This was the big project she had in mind. With the large map, it was of course necessary to draw the route. Yili, you draw it. Su Yun turned her head and handed him a marker. No. Yili understood her meaning and shook his head with a smile. This is our journey together, and I'll take you back to fill in the part in Tibet later. This statement had a profound impact on Su Yun. She almost instantly leaped into Yili's arms, her heart overflowing with happiness and joy. Our footprints together. Yili, you're so wonderful. Su Yun felt she had to do something, so she reached down. Yunjia, don't mess with my pants. I don't care. I want to give myself to you right now. Finally, the items arrived. Yili carried the exquisite box into the RV. It was quite heavy. It couldn't possibly contain iron blocks, could it? Aren't these the ones you picked? I just chose randomly, Yili replied seriously. Upon hearing this, Su Yun's south eyes curved into crescent moons as she gently squeezed his abs. That's your subconscious choice. Because it's inappropriate for children. Ollie and Mingya were invited upstairs. Mingya, sis, what is the master doing? Ollie, let me take a look. In the next moment, a golden light flickered in Ollie's eyes. After opening the box, there were many exquisite transparent boxes inside, showcasing various clothing styles and accessories. Yili, did you really choose this blindly? Su Yun said, lifting a heavy iron chain and swallowing hard. You're just teasing me, right? It's all that software's fault for recommending things you might like. Looks like it guessed wrong this time. Yili coughed a few times, trying to salvage his image. Sister Yun, why don't you check out something else? The chain is for Ollie. Ali. Forget it. That little guy can't handle it. Su Yun continued to rummage through the boxes. Finally, she found a few romantic lace dresses. The fabric was as thin as a cicada's wings, and the delicate lace trim spoke of elegance and sensuality. Yili breathed a sigh of relief. This one looked much more normal. Actually, I like this kind. The others were just unexpected surprises. I understand. I get it. Su Yun smiled gently, looking just like a caring older sister. She quietly sorted everything and placed it into the wardrobe in her bedroom. But Yili felt a bit overwhelmed. Sister Yun is so nice to me. Why would she impulsively order this? Yili thought the chain was just a plastic toy, but it turned out to be made of real iron. Is this what high-end goods are like? I need to apologize to her properly later. While he was reflecting, Su Yun quietly opened a compartment in the box. 5 minutes later, after finishing his self-reflection, Yili looked up at Su Yun and started to say, Sister Yun, I'm sorry, only to find her frantically stuffing clothes into the wardrobe. Yili was confused. When did more clothes appear? He didn't notice the other items, but the last one was unmistakably a leather jacket. Sister Yun, are you going to be Batman? Yes, that's right. I've had this dream since I was a child. Now, it was Su Yun's turn to feel awkward. Yili had used her phone to place the order, so she knew exactly what had been bought. She was shocked to see the iron chain and shackles. Who is she? The Iron Lady of Magic City, the CEO, Su. Just as she was considering returning the items, the software conveniently popped up an ad page, and like Yili, she also made an impulsive purchase. But I remember Batman uses throwing stars, not a whip. Yili awkwardly pointed at the items on the bed. In the comics, they've been used. Su Yun said seriously, quickly stuffing the leather jacket and the box inside and closing the wardrobe door. Yili didn't ask any further questions, but vaguely noticed there were 2 letters on the box. It seemed to be an abbreviation for Superman. Both felt a bit awkward and silently decided to find something to do. So, Su Yun went upstairs to play with Ali, while Yili secretly took Mingya to the bathroom. Its skin condition and ascites had long since healed, but its hind legs were still a bit lame. After drinking the gene potion, it should be all right. Mingya, open your mouth. He poured the remaining gene potion into its mouth. Mingya, warm, so comfortable. Just as Yili was worried, Mingya's body began to emit a white radiance. In the dim light, a slender figure with wolf ears could be faintly seen. After the light faded, Mingya has become even more striking, her aura noticeably different. In her amber eyes, there swirls an indescribable regal presence, deep and untouchable. When Mingya yawns, her pearly fangs are revealed, resembling the most delicate and smooth jade. Yili, curious about their sharpness, reaches his hand into her mouth. Just as Mingya finishes her yawn and is about to close her jaws, she is momentarily startled by Yili's action, her small ears perking up instantly. After a brief pause, though confused, she gently closes her mouth, carefully holding Yili's hand, her teeth barely grazing it, too timid to bite down hard. Yet, she tilts her head and gazes at Yili with pure eyes, as if asking a question, exuding cuteness. Mingya, bite me hard until it hurts. Mingya, I don't want to. Outside the bathroom, Ali leads Su-Yun to eavesdrop at the door. How could this be? Does Yili? It's clear she has misunderstood something. Su-Yun quietly leaves and sits on the sofa, puzzled. Finally, she pulls out her phone to search for how to use a whip. Chapter 86. The young Wolf King's first display of power. It's often said that couples may quarrel at the head of the bed, but make up at the foot. However, Yili and Su-Yun never fought, nor did they need to reconcile. As soon as they lay down, they instinctively embraced each other. A simple hug was enough for them to fall into a peaceful sleep. The next day, after a brief rest, Yili drove the RV once more, heading towards Birkin. The road was flanked by a unique landscape of desert and oil pumps, with oil pipelines meandering across the ground like the lifeblood of modern industry. On the way to Birkin, they passed by the World Demon City. The eye of the demon hung between the stone pillars, and the live-streaming ball provided an aerial view for the audience. The terrain there resembled an art piece sculpted by wind and sand, with ravines crisscrossing and hills rising, creating a desolate yet grand beauty. Without lingering too long, the RV continued on its way. The surrounding land was vast and arid, with white birch trees and shrubs rustling as they grew. Strangely, it evoked a sense reminiscent of the African savanna. At that moment, the live stream's comments began to express some discord. Host, is this really the most beautiful autumn in the northern frontier you were talking about? All I see are weeds and small stones. The poplar forest in the White Poplar River Grand Canyon is also beautiful. I admit the poplar forest in the Gobi is pretty, but it hardly qualifies as stunning, let alone the most beautiful autumn in Xinjiang. We're in this together to make some money, and we haven't even reached Altai yet, buddy. I suggest a thorough investigation into these fake commenters. To prevent some naive viewers from being misled by ill-intentioned individuals, Yili smiled and explained, that's why we didn't stop at the Demon City. Because our next destination is Birkin. Birkin County, located on the southwestern foot of the Altai Mountains, is the only county in the western part of the Dragon Kingdom that borders the Bear Country, often referred to as the fairy tale border town. The county is named after the Birkin River, and within the town, there are streets reminiscent of Bear Country's culture, preserving the historical traces of trade between the two nations from the last century. Meanwhile, at the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, Li Yong sat in his office, frowning as he stared at the email subject on his computer screen. Lake Kana's water monster reappears. He leaned back in his chair and sighed in frustration. How could such absurd news end up in his inbox? Hadn't the legend of the water monster already been debunked? It was just a giant salmon. Just as he was about to dismiss the email as spam, he suddenly recalled what Lin Quan had said a few days ago. In abnormal weather, certain animals might undergo changes. The maximum recorded length of a salmon is 4 meters. What if it mutated due to the effects of the abnormal weather? Thinking this way, calling it a water monster didn't seem too far-fetched after all. Out of professional rigor, Li Yong decided to open the attached video to verify it. The footage appeared exceptionally grainy. The so-called water monster's image clashed with the surrounding water ripples, and the pixelation at the edges and unnatural color transitions made it obvious to even an amateur like Li Yong that there were flaws in the footage. Congratulations. You've successfully made me waste 5 minutes. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. The clumsy special effects and obvious Photoshop traces were simply laughable. Li Yong quickly replied to the email, rejecting it outright and attaching several questions about the video's authenticity. 3 hours later, Yili arrived in Birkin County. There was no place to park the RV, and the main road had a height restriction. With no other options, he had to take a detour and park the RV on the Gobi Desert. Birkin County borders Russia, and as such, it has been influenced by its neighbor. The houses are characterized by their vibrant colors and pointed Gothic designs. Some buildings look like children's building blocks, colorful and adorned with fairy tale-style murals, such as the cowherd and the weaver girl nesting dolls, and Snow White with the 7 dwarfs decorating the green belts. This place is known as the city on the edge of communication, and it offers much more than just that. It boasts legends of Kana's Lake, the Songs of the Rainbow Beach, the first village in northwest China by Haba, and the Tuva people's homeland, Heimu Village. Yili was at the Kana's Bridge, an iron bridge spanning the Rainbow River, which combines Gothic and European design elements, making it a landmark of Birkin. At the bridgehead, 4 carved deer symbolize safe travels for passers-by. Yili strolled leisurely across the bridge, with Mengya trotting closely behind him, her little legs keeping pace. His other hand was gently held by Su Yun, their silhouettes elongated under the light, resembling a beautiful shadow. In contrast, ahead of them, Ali was running, its head down, sniffing at something. The livestream camera followed its perspective. Ali runs so fast. Is this what it feels like to weave through a crowd? Whereas Yishun, Ali, don't run too far. Be careful of bad people. Can Ali look up and see the sky? Is he upstairs a pervert? Mengya chimed in, Master, sister, I'm chasing little bugs. Up ahead, Ali had spotted a target. 2 Doberman pinschers suddenly appeared in front of it, blocking the way. Their owner was a little girl. The Dobermans were muscular and alert, their eyes fixed on Ali, barking sharply. Demeu, ameu. Don't bully anyone, hurry up and move. The little girl's face turned red as she pulled on the leash with all her strength. But the 2 Dobermans remained frozen in place, as if under a spell. Feeling the dog's gaze, Ali let out a disgruntled whimper and quickly turned to run back behind Yili. The little girl's eyes followed, thinking to herself how handsome he was. But in that instant, an unexpected event occurred. The 2 Dobermans suddenly sprang into action, breaking free from the girl's grip like arrows shot from a bow. Charging straight at Ali. Domo, armo, stop. Dobermans are natural guard dogs, with powerful muscles and strong jaws, and these 2 stood a towering 70 centimeters tall. Passers-by were frightened and fled, fearing they would be bitten. Damn it, why bring dogs out if you can't control them? This is ridiculous. I can only sigh. Ali really has a tough fate. But seriously, aren't you all worried about the host's safety? That's a Doberman, not some Chihuahua. Come on. Our leaf god has taken down snow leopards before. Leaf Li's expression turned serious as he positioned Su Yun behind him and stepped forward, ready to take control of the situation. At that moment, Mengya stood tall in front of him. Mengya, Master, I will protect you. Then, they heard a howl. It wasn't loud, but it seemed to carry some mysterious power. The 2 aggressive Dobermans, upon hearing Mengya's howl, suddenly seemed to lose all their strength, their legs giving way as they collapsed to the ground. The onlookers around couldn't help but gasp in amazement, casting curious glances at Mengya. The live stream chat exploded. What just happened? Did the Doberman slip? Oh my gosh, this little wolf cub is amazing. Its name is now Mengya. Who wants to join the Mengya fan club? Meh, meh, meh. X99, I'm an expert on wild animals. And this little guy is a Mongolian wolf. It's hard to believe it has the aura of a wolf king. I told you, it has the appearance of a wolf king. A young girl rushed over in a panic, trying to calm the frightened dogs, repeatedly apologizing. I'm so sorry, they weren't like this before. I remember that large dogs need to wear muzzles when out, Su Yun remarked, glancing at the girl. Many cities also ban Dobermans. I have the paperwork. I'm willing to compensate you, the girl stammered. Su Yun held Ali in her arms, ignoring her. Leaf Li gently patted Mengya's head, praising it for a job well done, and asked why the Dobermans had attacked Ali. Happy to receive praise, Mengya wagged its little tail. However, when it turned to face the Dobermans, its eyes were full of authority and wildness. Why attack? Doberman A. Rooster? We just want to be friends. Doberman B. Yeah, we really couldn't control ourselves. Chapter 87. The Russian-Chinese Old Dock Cultural Street to express her apologies. The young girl took on the role of a tour guide, leading Yili and Su Yun on a leisurely stroll through the streets of Bergen. The 2 Doberman dogs were sent back home. Upon arriving in Bergen County, the must-see attraction was the Russian-Chinese Old Dock Cultural Street. This is the Old Dock, which we refer to as the Riverbank Night Market. It was built on the site of the former Sino-Soviet shipping dock. The girl explained as they walked. The live stream was still active, and the comments were pouring in. Yishun, can we see your face? The mosaic on the beauty's face is really distracting. Protecting the girl's privacy was the right thing to do, and everyone supported that. Please, streamer, my mom thinks I'm watching something inappropriate because of these mosaics. Can you help me prove otherwise? Yili joked, how about I ask the police to help you out? The girl continued her introduction. In Mongolian, boer means a 3-year-old male camel. Engin means herder, so Burjin essentially means the place for herding camels. As soon as she finished, the comments exploded again. What? My son lied to me about getting into a prestigious university. Dude, you must be in the wrong place. My son got accepted to Oxford. Is he supposed to herd cattle abroad after graduation? No way. I have to call him back. People really do laugh when they're speechless. I can only say those few with the surname Jing dodged a bullet. Are you here to brag? Just herding cattle? Hurry and bring your son back. He shouldn't be studying. I'll take him to work at the electronics factory with free food and lodging. I'm from Tianjin. What do you think I heard? Just don't herd dogs, because your dogs won't listen. The comments suddenly stalled, as if the temperature had dropped. Why ISNT anyone laughing? ISNT it funny? Guys, I can't seem to see the comments anymore. Is my phone broken? The entrance to the night market featured an intricately designed sign made of colorful steel frames, with symmetrical patterns that looked especially dreamy under the lights. On either side of the street were buildings in a vibrant Russian bear style. Colorful nesting doll sculptures were scattered around the street corners. A mini Arc de Triomphe even stood on the pedestrian street. Across from the Arc de Triomphe was a building with half a car stuck in the wall, turned into an art piece. It was quite amusing and perfect for photos. The food here mainly revolved around barbecues, with the cold water fish, Grandma Gina's kvass, and yogurt from the Russian bear country being particularly famous. There was also lamb, pork, pigeon soup, and spicy chicken. Slurp. Kvass is a bubbly drink made from Russian rye bread. It looks like beer, but has an alcohol content of less than 1%. It seems people from Harbin also enjoy it. Yili, give it a try. It's different from that haha brand. Suyin took a small sip and handed it to Yili, noting its strong malt flavor. Kvass tastes even better when chilled. However, the temperature here is quite low, dropping almost below 0 at night. Yili gulped down a big mouthful, savoring the taste. It feels like drinking a piece of bread. Quite nice. No wonder it's called liquid bread. After wandering around leisurely, the little girl suddenly stopped and sincerely looked at the two of them. My name is Ruanju, and if it's okay, I'd like to treat you to a meal. It's fine. Ali has already forgiven you. Yili smiled slightly and declined her kind offer. Ali chimed in, unless she buys me a few more bags of dried fish. Mengya added, sister, here it's for you. Dried fish. Always thinking about dried fish. Yili thought she had treated Ali well, providing it with good food and drinks every day. She didn't expect that today. It would be won over by Ruanju's dried fish. Is it because the dried fish here has no additives? So its name is Ali. What a cute name. It must be a snow fox, right? Ruanju's attention shifted to Ali, her eyes filled with curiosity and affection. That's right. It ranks third in our house. Suyin gently stroked Ali's back in response. First is Yili, second is me. I see Ali really likes dried fish. I'll buy some more for it later, and the money will be deducted from Demao and Airmao's food budget. Woo woo woo. Ali understood Ruanju's words. It nodded with a smile, looking incredibly adorable. All right, and this little dog, it's really impressive. Demao and Airmao, who are usually fearless, were scared by this little puppy. Little puppy? The words echoed in Mengya's mind. Can I pet it? Ruanju reached out her hand gently, wanting to touch Mengya's head to express her friendliness. However, Mengya's reaction was beyond her expectations. It tensed up, ears perked, showing its sharp fangs, eyes revealing hostility and distrust. Sorry, it doesn't like being called a little puppy. Yili quickly spoke up, holding Mengya in her arms. Maybe you can call it Little Knight? I see. It's a very reliable partner. Yili could sense Ruanju's fondness for animals, even to the point of obsession. Is she in this line of work? He didn't think much of it, but the answer soon appeared. Ding dong. Ruanju glanced at the message, her brows instantly knitting together. Just as Yili was about to finish his greeting and leave, he heard her angrily complaining. The people from the Anomaly Bureau are so irresponsible. Related to the Anomaly Investigation Bureau? As an extrajudicial personnel, Yili had to hear her out. What's wrong with the Anomaly Bureau? It's nothing really, just... Sigh, forget it. Yili hated two types of people the most. The first type was those who only spoke half of what they meant. Weren't you going to treat us to a meal? We could chat a bit. In a small, unassuming restaurant. The decor inside was simple, and the air was filled with the aroma of chili. They only served spicy chicken. Each table was set with a pot of brewed snow chrysanthemum tea, providing a refreshing prelude to the upcoming explosion of flavors. The portion of spicy chicken was substantial enough for 3 or 4 people to share. If that's not enough, you could also add a handmade noodle dish. According to Ruanju, the secret behind the delicious spicy chicken from this restaurant lies in the use of local red chili peppers from Xinjiang. They not only pack a punch, but also have a distinct aroma. However, Yili wasn't there to discuss how to make spicy chicken. Ruanju, is there an issue with the Extraordinary Bureau? Yili asked it. Ruanju didn't answer directly, but excitedly began to recount her experience at Kana's lake. You won't believe what I saw, she whispered mysteriously. What? Yi Li and Su Yun asked with curiosity. I saw a water monster, a huge one, about 7 or 8 meters long. The two fell silent. Ruanju continued talking to herself. I remember it was drizzling that day, and there were very few tourists. A moose was drinking by the lake when suddenly the water monster dragged it in. It made such a big splash. What did the water monster look like? I saw a dark shadow underwater pulling the moose down. Chapter 88. Heading to Kana's scenic area after saying goodbye to Ruanju, it was already 11:30 p.m. when we returned to the RV. The starry sky outside Birkin was stunning. Yi Li and Su Yun lay on the sofa on the second floor, admiring the night view. The sprawling grasslands had turned a dry yellow, revealing a vast, somewhat desolate landscape, while overhead, the Milky Way sparkled brilliantly. Do you believe in the lake monster at Kana's lake? Su Yun asked. Yi Li shifted his gaze from the starry sky to her face, one hand still stroking Ali's tail. I didn't believe it at first, especially since Ruanju didn't manage to capture any footage of the monster. It's hard to convince anyone based on just a moose that fell into the water. Although Kana's lake is the deepest alpine cold water lake in the Dragon Kingdom. Without the buoyancy and resources of the ocean, it's unlikely there would be large fish 7 to 8 meters present. Plus, the water temperature in Kana's lake is extremely low, and such cold conditions can slow down fish metabolism, affecting their growth rate. That's why it's not surprising for blue whales to reach over 30 meters in length. A 7 or 8 meter fish in the mainland would be considered a lake monster. The strangest part is that when the tourist flow is high, there are no reports of the monster. Now that fewer people are visiting, suddenly it's appearing? The first reaction to such a situation is to think it's just hype. But we know Ruanju's character. There might really be something in Kana's lake. Even a long-lived giant salmon at 7 or 8 meters is possible. That's why she wanted to use video effects to draw attention to the anomaly. Ali, like a little pillow, squeezed between the two, holding a dried fish in its mouth. It seemed to have picked up the habit from somewhere, not chewing but just holding it to show off. Mengya quietly sat in front of them. Was it just an illusion, or had it grown a lot? Woo-woo. Oh woo. Ali, what are they talking about? What's a giant salmon? Mengya, big fish can make big fish snacks. The largest scenic area in the Dragon Kingdom is in Xinjiang. The biggest attraction in Xinjiang is Kana's. The area of the Kana scenic area is as vast as 30 square kilometers. What does that mean? The area of Magic City is only 340 square kilometers. The travel guide for Kana scenic area is notoriously difficult to navigate. The area is divided into 3 main regions, Baihaba, Kanas, and Heimu, with over 50 attractions of various sizes. Added to this are ticket reservations, entry and re-entry rules, and Baihaba requires a border pass. In short, planning ahead is essential. But if you have a green booklet, a reference to a special pass, things become much simpler. The RV drove past the colorful beach, traversing the lonely land. The music playing in the vehicle felt as free as the wind. A comment popped up. Host, shouldn't we go to the Jiadenji Ticket Center first? Yili looked at the comment and smiled as he explained. Old fans know that the host has a pass. Working without compensation Wunti makes sense. Besides, each of the 3 areas in the scenic area has ticket stations. For example, you can buy tickets for Baihaba in Tiexakiti Township, but Jiadenjiu provides direct access to the Kana's transfer center. As for the border pass, the host has even climbed Mount Everest. What does that mean? So what if you climb Mount Everest? Without a border pass, it doesn't count. Even Yi Shun has a border pass. He has been to Medic and climbed Everest too. Those places definitely require a border pass. It's not difficult to obtain one. It's best to apply for it at your place of residence, where you can list all the areas that require a border pass, and it's valid for 3 months. After leaving Wakaitai, we soon arrived in Habahi County, a quiet little town. The trees lining the streets had donned their autumn attire, with golden leaves fluttering down in the wind, adding a touch of poetry to this small town. This town is named after the Haba River, which is known for its rich production of Wadeo High. It sells well at the night market in Birkin. Without stopping, we continued towards Taliakiti Township. At the ticket booth, Yili showed his green book, and the staff immediately let him through. He could go anywhere within the scenic area that the buses could reach. For places the buses couldn't go, as long as there was a road, he could ride his motorcycle there. How unfair. If you're so capable, why don't you help the country explore abnormal weather? Why hasn't the official account banned him for provocative statements? You can say Yishen updates slowly, or that he's being tightly controlled by the cloud assistant, but you can't say he doesn't deserve it. Because being on the border, live streaming can't go too high. The live stream camera synced with the dash cam, crossing the vast, desolate land. Aside from the bare mountains, there were only barren slopes. This area is far from the Altai Mountains, which explains why the Kana scenic area is lush with trees, while here it's just grass. The audience in the live stream was getting drowsy, and even Yili found it a bit boring. Let me borrow your feet for a bit. Suyin placed her delicate, fair feet on his lap again. Men have a common habit, playing with things around them, whether it's walnut beads or pencils and erasers. Yili, my feet are very clean. I know. The next moment, Yili moved her feet away. With how cute Ali and Mengya are, why would I want to tease you? With that, he waved at Mengya. Oh, whoa. Mengya immediately jumped from the driver's seat into Yili's arms, finding a comfortable position to curl up and sleep on his lap. Yili stroked its body, a bit surprised. Mengya, have you grown again? The number of viewers in the stream kept declining. Then suddenly, a grove of white birch trees appeared before them. The desolation of the land was abruptly broken by this burst of gold. On the hillside, the birch forest burned like golden flames, shimmering warmly in the autumn sunlight, painting the entire slope into a captivating scene. Where are we now, by Haba? Not yet. We're near the Zhonkazak border canyon. When do we climb a mountain? This place is stunning. The road wound through the mountains, sometimes disappearing into the woods, sometimes revealing itself, like a ribbon weaving through layers of trees. The RV also appeared and vanished among the trees, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. We step back on a level ground once more. Beside the road, a barbed wire fence stands about 10 meters away, marking the beginning of the buffer zone between the two countries. Not far beyond that lies the actual borderline. This is a quiet and solemn area that naturally makes one slow their pace and lower their voices. We're almost at Baihaba. Yili's magnetic voice resonates in the live broadcast. Everyone, our goal has always been to find the most beautiful autumn in the northern frontier, and the answer lies between Baihaba and Heimu. Will it be the tranquil and peaceful Baihaba, known as the first village in northwest China, or Heimu, celebrated as the first village of the Dragon Country? Let's stay tuned and find out. Chapter 89, Speak Up. Baihaba Village, nestled near Kazakhstan, is renowned as the first village in northwest China. This settlement lies at the southern foot of the Altai Mountains, along the upper reaches of the Erdix River, at altitudes ranging from 1,200 to 3,800 meters. The village is home to the Tuvan people, who rely on herding and hunting for their livelihood, constructing uniquely shaped wooden houses from logs. Baihaba Village has preserved its primitive charm for centuries. The wooden houses and fences are arranged in a picturesque manner, with golden pine forests stretching towards the village, resembling a serene and peaceful autumn painting. The parking lot isn't crowded. As soon as the RV door opened, the two little ones rushed towards the nearby grassy area, surrounded by mountains and glittering in the sunlight. Woo 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 lake? Oh, Mengya tilted her head, curious about the strange sound. Ollie, Mengya, be careful of the cattle and sheep. Yili worried that they might accidentally injure the livestock. With their current physical condition, they really were like little cannonballs when they ran, and it wouldn't be good if they bumped into the village's small animals. On the golden grass, Mengya was chasing after Ollie. Just as she was about to catch up, Ollie would dodge and escape. Can't catch me, can't catch me, Ollie teased. Sister, run faster, Mengya urged. With Mengya's company, Ollie was cheerful all day and even voluntarily went upstairs to sleep with Mengya at night. Although neither of them was running at full speed, Yili could tell that Mengya was faster. Her pace fluctuated completely in sync with Ali's rhythm. Not only that, Mengya also seemed to have more strength. She was even quickly catching up in size to Ollie. This made Yili wonder, Could it be that Mingya had awakened some kind of extraordinary growth talent? After running a few laps, the two little ones returned to Yi Li's side. Yi Li, me fast? Ali asked eagerly. You are the fastest in all of Baihaba. Yi Li squatted down and reached out to gently stroke Ali's head, causing her to squint her eyes in delight at the affection. Then he turned to Mingya, who rubbed her head against Yi Li's palm. Yi Li noticed that Mingya's fur was a bit messy, so he took care to groom her. Mingya thoroughly enjoyed it. Lying relaxed on the soft grass, her limbs sprawled out, exposing her soft belly. You're really letting yourself go, Yi Li chuckled, gently scratching her belly, which made Mingya emit a satisfied purring sound. While he was petting her, Yi Li's fingers brushed against a bump on Mingya's abdomen. At first, he thought it was just a little bug or a clump of dirt stuck in her fur, so he tried to pick it off. Mingya attempted to stand up, but Yi Li pressed her back down. At that moment, Ali sensed something was off. She came over, parted Mingya's fur, and both Yi Li and Ali froze in shock. Siting Q Yi Li. Mingya is a girl, Ali exclaimed. Yi Li felt wronged. Mingya, say something? He quickly fled the scene. Suyun was on the second floor, getting the filming equipment ready, but 10 minutes had passed, and she still hadn't come out. He decided to go check on her. As he stepped onto the wooden staircase, Yi Li heard laughter. He quickly made his way to the second floor. Suyun was comfortably lounging in a massage chair. Facing the camera on her phone, her face lit up with a happy and sweet smile as she softly said, Yi Li treats me so well. You don't have to worry at all. Seeing the phone screen, Yi Li realized she was video chatting with her family. He initially planned to quietly head back downstairs and wait for Suyun to finish her call to avoid interrupting her, but before he could turn around, Suyun had already jumped off the massage chair and rushed towards him. In the blink of an eye, she had tightly wrapped her arms around his waist. Meanwhile, the phone that had been forgotten on the table lay there quietly, its screen still lit up. Oh my, why sneak around like that? Is my Yi Li missing me after just 10 minutes? You're so easy to tease, Suyun playfully asked with a pout. First of all, I wasn't sneaking around. Second, yes, I was missing you. Yi Li gently moved her hands away, pointing at the phone on the table. It's not nice to leave someone hanging. Just then, a gentlewoman's voice suddenly came from the phone. Hello, is this Xiao Li? I'm Xiao Yun's mom. Can we have a chat? The voice was warm and kind, reminiscent of Su Yun's. Like a ray of sunshine on a winter day, making one feel particularly cozy. Wait, her mom? The voice on the other end was actually his future mother-in-law. Yi Li had never met them before. He recalled how, back in Kashgar, her parents had opposed their relationship and made Suyun cry. Then they had gone to Baisha Lake to clear their heads. He had later heard that their attitude had improved, but he wasn't sure to what extent. He guessed they were still against it. How could they possibly marry their daughter off to a poor guy? That is how it always goes in dramas. Yi Li instinctively straightened his clothes and hair. Suyun noticed this and reached out to adjust his collar. No need to be nervous. You're really great, she said softly. But Sister Yun is also an amazing person without wasting any more time. Yi Li immediately picked up the phone, smiling as he greeted Suyun's mother on the video call. Hello, Annie, I'm Yi Li. Suyun's mother resembled her daughter, with beautiful features that suggested she must have been a stunning beauty in her youth. Oh, hello. You're quite the handsome young man. So, you made it to Kana's, right? It gets really cold there at night, so make sure to dress warmly. And don't forget the sun protection during the day. A hat is a must, Suyun's mother advised with concern. Don't worry, Annie, we're all prepared. Yi Li was surprised by her attitude. Weren't they opposed to this? That is good to hear. I want to ask you something, she continued. Sure, go ahead. Yi Li's tone became serious. You're doing this willingly, right? Yi Li was taken aback. Willingly? Was she talking about him? Mom, what are you saying? How could I force him? Suyun exclaimed. Moreover, your daughter isn't lacking in anything except for being a bit older. Suyun was quite angry. Her voice raised significantly. Some people actually prefer the older sister type. I want to hear Xiao Li say it himself. Yi Li didn't understand what this willingness referred to, so he took a deep breath and employed his sincere charm. In fact, the moment I saw Sister Yun, I already felt a connection. During our travels, Sister Yun was attentive and caring. I believe any man would be drawn to her, but for now, she can only be my Sister Yun. Before Yi Li could finish his sentence, a satisfied smile had already appeared on Su's mother's face. She knew the answer. Meanwhile, Suyun wrapped her arm around Yi Li's and leaned on his shoulder. Why say such things? Are you trying to embarrass someone? I almost dropped my little pearl. Chapter 90. By Haba Village. As they continued their casual chat, Suyun curiously asked, Where's my dad? Why isn't he home? Oh, Su's mother glanced subtly to the side before slowly saying, He has some matters to attend to, so he stepped out. Hearing this, Su Yun felt a twinge of apprehension. She pressed on, so, what does he think about us now? Is he still against us being together? Su's mother chuckled softly. Of course not. Mom, don't lie to me. My dad is such a stubborn old man. How could he change his mind so quickly? Maybe he is avoiding me on purpose. Xiao Yun, your dad is also worried that you might hold back the young man. I. Su Yun didn't know how to retort and could only look at Yi Li with a pitiful expression. We won't break up. There's no chance of that happening. Yi Li sighed earnestly. He had hoped to gain some favor, but unexpectedly, a man's voice suddenly came through the phone, steady and slow. Sweet talker. Can you come to Shanghai after the New Year? Dad, didn't you say you had something to do? Dad? Yi Li looked a bit confused. Baihaba village had been connected by roads. Wooden fences still lined both sides of the paths. Next to the small wooden houses, one could see a yurt, quietly standing there as if telling ancient stories. The new village, which was closer to the parking lot, was mostly inhabited by locals, offering ethnic cuisine with local flavors. The facilities here were relatively well-developed, situated at a high elevation with viewing platforms above and below, providing visitors with a comfortable lodging environment. In the village, there was a prominent viewing platform with a stone tablet inscribed with the words Baihaba, the first village of Northwest. Standing on this platform, one could overlook the beautiful scenery of the entire Baihaba village. The distant mountains rolled in waves, complementing the surrounding white birch trees, creating a picturesque scene. Click. After taking a photo, Su Yun exclaimed, "It's so calming." Her mood was indeed serene, but Yi Li's mind was elsewhere. His uncle had called him a sweet talker, implying that he thought Yi Li was frivolous and not serious in his actions. That's not true. Don't overthink it, Su Yun reassured him, holding Yi Li's hand with a gentle gaze. Do you think if I grow a beard, I'd look more mature? Whether you look mature or not, it'll definitely be prickly. By then, you won't even let me kiss you. Then maybe I should skip it. The two left the viewing platform and walked downhill. Their eyes were met with the village nestled among the mountains. Continuing deeper into the area, they reached the old village, where the environment was even more primitive, preserving many traditional features. If one overlooked the red and white poles by the roadside, Baihaba village resembled a scene from a fairy tale, filled with a dreamlike and romantic atmosphere. Compared to the extremely orderly layout of the new village here, the numerous wooden houses are built closely together, relying on one another. There's a very charming little wooden cabin prominently displaying a police badge. This is the police station of Baihaba village. A quaint post office is also available, where you can get commemorative stamps. This place offers imported foods and various souvenirs for tourists. A fairly long wooden walkway extends all the way to the mountaintop, providing a better vantage point to capture the panoramic view of Baihaba. If you choose to stay here, you might as well head over there and quietly wait for the brief yet spectacular sunset. The live stream floats gently beside Yi Li. I wish I could live here forever. I miss my hometown. Life was so leisurely back then. Alas, it's all been torn down. The sky is high and the clouds are light, with a refreshing autumn breeze. I've been here and almost couldn't find a guest house. Yi Li, let me share a tip with you all. On the way here, you must have noticed quite a few courtyards with white cloth hanging out to dry, right? Yes, but the hatta is usually not that wide. Damn hatta, that is a bedsheet, okay? Exactly. Those courtyards with drying bedsheets are the ghost houses. The atmosphere in the live stream is lively. But everyone hasn't forgotten the purpose of this trip. The village is beautiful. But to call it the most beautiful autumn in North Xinjiang feels like it's missing something. Baihaba village isn't large. You can stroll through the entire village in just half an hour, and they've already reached the end. Is that it? It feels a bit disappointing, right? It feels like holding your breath and not being able to exhale. Private Marseille. If what the host calls the most beautiful autumn scenery is only this. Our Kyoto temples have better autumn views. Where do you get your small lives from? Your temples are such a trashy place, putting a bodhisattva for tourists to worship while inside there are names of war criminals. They really have no shame, and they even dump nuclear waste. I suggest you remove them from the blue planet. Don't get excited upstairs. That temple has already been flooded. Can you guess why there was an unusual tsunami? The tsunami isn't enough to make those wealthy people leave. The real reason is that the nuclear waste has piled up on their territory. Baka, we're talking about autumn scenery, not tsunamis. It's absurd. Is it that hard to admit others are better than you? Have you admitted to your own crimes? The live stream is in an uproar. At this moment, Ali whimpers toward Yi Li. What is over there? Following it, the two walk along the winding pebble path. On both sides are white birch trees, and the sound of flowing water can be heard, while Su Yun's gaze wanders through the surrounding scenery. Come on, I'm already tired of these trees. We might as well head to Heimu sooner. The real scenery is always found in places less traveled by people. Further ahead, the white birch trees become sparse. Suddenly, the view opens up. Looking back at the birch forest, sunlight streams in like beams of light. The leaves of the birch trees shimmer like golden flames, sparkling under the gentle caress of the warm sunlight. In the golden grasslands, herds of cows and sheep roam together. The sky is a deep blue, as pure as the finest sapphire, with not a single cloud to disrupt its serenity. In the distance, the majestic snow-capped mountains stand tall, their peaks glistening in the sunlight. Ali and Minya excitedly dash into the pasture, adding vibrant splashes of white and gray to the scene. Suyin quickly sets up her camera, adjusting the angle, as the viewers in the live stream can almost hear their own heartbeats, captivated by the breathtaking beauty before them. I declare, we have found the most beautiful autumn in northern Xinjiang. Her voice is filled with the thrill of discovering a treasure. The viewers in the live stream express their awe, with comments cascading across the screen like snowflakes. This scenery is absolutely stunning. It looks like the leaves and clouds were photoshopped in. Host, your background looks way too fake. Whereas the cozy little life from before. Speak up. Chapter 91. Shadows in Kana's Lake. They could have enjoyed this place a little longer. However, the weather had other plans. A sudden light rain disrupted the beauty of the moment. The raindrops pierced through the air like fine needles, making the already cool temperature feel even colder, with a refreshing chill enveloping the atmosphere. Yi Li and Su Yin didn't hesitate. They immediately dashed towards the RV in the parking lot. Both of them were tall and slender, dressed in fitted clothing, giving off that idle drama vibe as they ran. The light rain, the white birch forest, the gravel path. They looked youthful and romantic, like two elegant silhouettes. I'll say it again. They're such a perfect match. Oh my, am I watching a drama here? A fairy tale town, a fairy tale plot. For a moment, I felt like they were a runaway princess and prince. The most beautiful couple in northern Xinjiang has been found, Doghead. Ha! Ali and Mingyo are running so fast too. Running in the rain is indeed romantic, just like in an idle drama. But the drop in temperature quickly brought everyone back to reality. On the way to seek shelter from the rain, Yi Li and Su Yun were not alone. Many other tourists were making the same choice at the same time. It's so cold. The weather here changes so quickly. Thankfully, I'm staying at a guest house in the village. Damn, I rode here on a motorcycle. I should just duck into the restroom for a bit. Although the village is small, it's quite a trek from the old village to the parking lot, especially with an uphill stretch ahead of them. Along the way, they saw many people running in the opposite direction. That way leads to the bus stop for the transfer center to Kanas. Su Yin was carrying a gear bag, which made her look a little clumsy. Yi Li noticed this and without hesitation, effortlessly swept her into his arms. Yunjia, lean your head on my shoulder. But if I do that, Su Yin glanced at the live stream camera. It's an emergency, Yi Li said with a smile as he looked at the camera. The comments flooded in. Totally understandable. They were probably wishing for the two to get married right then and there. After picking up Su Yun, Yi Li took bigger strides, continually overtaking the tourists ahead of them, while Ali and Meng leisurely followed behind. The tourists they passed couldn't help but stare in disbelief. No way, man. This young guy is carrying his girlfriend and still running this fast. He can't be an athlete, right? Damn, I just got overtaken by a little pup. Overtaken, oh. Overtaken as in passing. You scared me. Honey, I want you to carry me too. You want me to carry you? The lanky man glanced at his not-so-light wife, a look of contemplation on his face. But he knew he had to pamper his wife. So he took a deep breath, summoned his courage, and lifted her up. However, the next moment, a sharp crack broke the surrounding noise as the man cried out in pain, "Oh, my back. Honey, your back better be okay." The overweight woman lifted her slender husband and ran towards the parking lot. It turns out that the two of them moved much faster together. Yi Li and Su Yun returned to the RV. The warm feeling made them both shiver slightly. They quickly took showers and changed clothes. Dressed in their loungewear, they lay on the sofa, gazing at the distant mountains. In the autumn rain, Baisha Valley was blanketed with golden fallen leaves, and wisps of smoke curled up from the wooden cabins. The mountains were shrouded in mist, and the rain gently brushed against them. With the drop in temperature and the rain, there would definitely be a stunning morning fog tomorrow. At that time, the morning mist would wrap around the mountains and trees of Baisha Valley, presenting everything in a dreamy, hazy beauty. Just thinking about it felt like a dream. Suyin shifted her position and sat on Yi Li's lap. Is it okay to leave the live streaming ball outside in the rain? It's fine, they're used to it. Yi Li informed her about the plan for the next morning. After watching the morning fog, we'll head to Kana's in the afternoon. I want to see what's in the lake. But if we want to see the morning fog, doesn't that mean we have to wake up early? And if we wake up early, we can't stay up late? And if we can't stay up late, we want to be able to do anything naughty. Suyin nuzzled her head against Yi Li's chest. With better physical condition, recovery came quickly. Coupled with heightened sensitivity, certain emotions would be magnified. In simple terms, it was easy to become addicted. Yi Li felt the same way, but he was more eager to find the water monster. I have a plan. Let us save it for tonight. But we haven't tried on those outfits yet. I already know which one I want to wear tonight. And I have the props already. Which one? Yi Li asked, curious. Tonight, please call me Teacher Sue, classmate Yi Li. This one? I thought I could be the captain tonight. Yi Li was somewhat excited and continued to ask, what's the prop? Suyin straddled his lap, revealing a mischievous smile. Of course, it's the hardest Jiangsu roll. Kana's lake was also enveloped in the autumn rain. Raindrops gently tapped on the lake's surface, creating layers of ripples, adding to the serene atmosphere. Not far away, under the eaves of the fish-watching pavilion, raindrops fell like pearls, contrasting beautifully with the shimmering waves of Kana's lake. The autumn chill deepened, and the temperature dropped sharply. A bus slowly approached, ready to take the last batch of tourists away. The temperature had already dropped below zero. Only a fool would choose to stay by the rainy shores of Kana's lake. Huff, huff. The two figures huddled together, blowing warm air into their hands. Wow, there really is a fool here. Bamboo, don't lie to me. Is there really a water monster in the lake? I saw it with my own eyes. Just wait and see. This time I borrowed a super expensive camera from a friend, so I'll definitely capture a photo of the water monster. I don't understand. Why are you so obsessed with the water monster? There are so many tourists here. What if it eats someone? All right, I can't argue with that. One of them was Ruan Zhu, dressed in a thick military coat, constantly peering into the lake with binoculars. Beside her was a girl with glasses, the thick lenses fogging up slightly in the cold. As time passed, the defining feature of autumn rain was its relentless nature, and the tips of their noses turned red from the cold wind. Ruan Zhu's gaze remained fixed on the surface of the lake, but the creature was nowhere to be seen. Zhu, I think we should just give up. I believe you, but waiting like this isn't going to work. The bespectacled girl said, her voice trembling slightly as her teeth began to chatter. Ruan Zhu tightened the collar of her military coat, a flicker of hesitation crossing her eyes, but it was soon replaced by determination. Let us wait for another 10 minutes. She pulled a hand warmer from her pocket and handed it to her companion. You can use this. You brought a hand warmer? You didn't, T? Ruan Zhu was a bit surprised. Isn't it strange enough to be wandering around in a military coat? Just as the two were talking, the sudden roar of an engine echoed across the lake. A yacht emerged from the shore, heading towards the center of the lake, its speed gradually increasing, leaving a long wake behind it. The white waves stood out starkly against the rain. Their attention was immediately drawn to it. Is it a staff member? Why are they heading to the center of the lake? It looked like there was something on the yacht. Ruan Zhu quickly grabbed her binoculars, and after careful examination, she was stunned to realize it was a pig. What on earth is he doing? Just as the two girls were puzzled, the color of the water in the binoculars began to darken. A pitch-black figure gradually appeared beneath the yacht. Chapter 92, The Lockdown. The next morning, outside the vehicle, there was a noisy commotion, as if someone were singing through a megaphone. Huh, what time is it? Suyin slowly opened her bleary eyes, still heavy with sleep. Habitually, she reached out to feel the space beside her, only to find Yi Li's bed empty. Her drowsiness evaporated instantly, replaced by panic. Yidi, where are you? A hint of urgency crept into Su Yun's voice as she searched the interior of the RV for any sign of Yi Li. But all she was met with was silence. Without hesitation, she quickly dressed and jumped out of bed. Just as her hand touched the door handle, the door swung open, and Yi Li walked in with a look that said, I knew it. His gaze landed on Su Yun's face, and he froze. Yunjia, your face. Su Yun thought she might look a bit disheveled from getting up in a hurry, and smiled awkwardly. Is it that bad? However, Yi Li reached out to touch her forehead and said, you still have some writing on you. Writing? What writing? Could it be from last night? Su Yun felt a wave of heat rush to her cheeks, turning them crimson. The embarrassment burned inside her like a raging fire. Under Yi Li's amused gaze, she nearly fled into the bathroom, slamming the door shut behind her. The bathroom mirror reflected her current state. Those ABC letters were clearly imprinted on her forehead. The answers to last night's multiple-choice test. Damn it, I should have prepared more answer sheets. The anomaly unit had locked down the Kana's scenic area, led personally by Lin Quan. A full team of 120 elite members was on the ground, with heavy weaponry still en route. Last night, Li Yong received another email regarding the Kana's lake monster, and this time, he couldn't tell if the photo had been altered. He handed the picture over to the professionals. After repeated examinations, they confirmed the photo was authentic. Everyone present gasped in shock. Compared to the yacht, the creature was conservatively estimated to be 12 meters long. At that moment, on the fish observation platform, Li Yong and Lin Quan stood side by side. The morning mist hung like a thin veil, gradually dissipating under the rising sun, as their gazes pierced through the haze, fixating on the tranquil lake below. This environment can't support a creature that grows to 12 meters. Li Yong broke the silence, his brow furrowed. Lin Quan nodded, his expression equally serious. I understand. It's not just a big fish. The higher-ups expect us to catch it alive and figure out what's going on. Like you said, could it be due to abnormal weather? But records show there hasn't been any unusual weather here. Not all. Or perhaps it just hasn't been detected. Their technology for detecting abnormal weather wasn't very advanced. Simply put, it was just an upgraded version of a weather forecast. Data is collected from weather stations across the region, including temperature, humidity, atmospheric pressure, wind speed, and direction. Meteorological satellites gather data on cloud cover and humidity. Weather radars monitor precipitation and storm phenomena. Weather planes collect meteorological data from high altitudes. Suddenly, Li Yong had a thought and voiced his speculation. Perhaps it's harmless abnormal weather. Harmless? Lin Quan was taken aback. Exactly. The scenic area is vast, and that unusual weather happened to be over the lake and among the mountains, where people perceived it as a beautiful sight. Are you saying? Su Yin stepped out of the bathroom. Her face was slightly flushed, but not her forehead. It seemed she had scrubbed quite vigorously. On the table were local delicacies called bali. Want to try some? Yili changed the subject. Bali, also known as black cake, has various nuts in the middle and is topped with raisins. It looks somewhat like a date cake, but bali tastes richer and is more nutritious. Yili also warmed up some milk and poured it for Su Yin. What Ruan Zhu said is true. There really is something in Kana's lake. Is there really a water monster? Su Yun's voice carried a hint of disbelief. Is it the kind with a slippery neck that she imagined? If they could capture that on film, it would definitely win awards. Yili nodded and explained the events in detail to Su Yun. From the unusual report they received to the eyewitness descriptions. 12 meters long. Su Yun gasped in disbelief. That's as big as a whale shark, which is terrifying. Moreover, since it's inland, the buoyancy is much less. To swim in that lake, the water monster must have a muscle density far beyond our imagination. After a quick breakfast, Yili decided to go see Kanas. Li Yong knew he was here. It was just his people who had come to notify him about it. The scenery outside the window whizzed by as the RV traveled along the winding road, heading toward the Kanas Transfer Center. The views outside were picturesque. However, both of their thoughts had already drifted to that mysterious body of water. Soon, they arrived at the Kanas Transfer Center. This center is an important transportation hub within the Kanas scenic area, connecting major attractions like Kanas Lake, Baihaba Village, and Heimu Village. Dozens of buses were parked here, forming a long line as they continuously sent tourists away, creating a busy yet orderly scene. On the other side, several military vehicles were neatly parked. The soldiers guarding them held their rifles tightly, fully armed. According to legend, the water monster could also be an amphibian. If it made it to shore, it would be just like a big eater at an all-you-can-eat buffet. In the bus parking area, Ruan Zhu and her bespectacled friend stood in the waiting area, chatting while queuing to board the bus. Hey, Juzi, ISNT that Yili. The friend's voice suddenly rose a few notches, laced with excitement and surprise. Yili, the handsome travel blogger? Ruan Zhu turned her head, following her friend's gaze. You have no idea. Yili is truly exceptional. He's handsome, has a great personality, and is incredibly knowledgeable. He's even an extraordinary member of the Special Task Force. My friend's eyes sparkled with admiration for Yili. Where is he? Show me. Ruan Zhu's curiosity was completely piqued as she stood on her tiptoes, trying to spot the person her friend was so enamored with. Just then, Yili's tall figure came into view. He was wearing a simple outdoor jacket and carrying a professional camera bag. In the sunlight, His facial features were well-defined, and there was a hint of a rebellious spirit in his expression. Beside him was the stunning Su Yun, who was holding onto his arm. They exchanged smiles as they approached her. "How is it him?" Ruanju's heart began to race uncontrollably. Yili reached them and greeted them with a smile. "Good to see you again. So what do you think? This special task force is quite impressive, right?" Chapter 93. Fish viewing platform. Are you really Yili? You don't recognize me? The bespectacled girl watched her best friend chatting animatedly with Yili, while the official assistant, Yun, quietly observed from the side. This made her unable to stop her mind from wandering. She quietly leaned closer to Su Yun and cautiously asked, "Has Ishan confessed to you yet?" Su Yun smiled generously and replied, "Not yet, but I'm sure he only likes me." A few minutes later, Lin Quan arrived. He was dressed in a sharp uniform, exuding a strong and tough demeanor. Originally, Liang had sent someone to notify Yi Li to leave. However, Lin Quan suddenly remembered the snow leopard. When it came to the impact of unusual weather on animals, no one understood it better than Yi Li. After some mental preparation, he decided to personally invite him. "You want me to confirm the monster's location? I can't believe you don't have something like a detection radar." After hearing Lin Quan's explanation, Yi Li was puzzled. "Well, we do have it," but Lin Quan leaned closer to Yi Li and whispered, "It's malfunctioning. We've already scanned the bottom of Kana's lake and found no large obstructions. Logically, a 12-meter monster should have nowhere to hide, yet it has still vanished." Yi Li frowned and humorously remarked, "It can't possibly have an invisibility cloak on its body, right? That doesn't quite align with evolutionary theory. Organisms adapt to their current environment through continuous evolution, whether to hide or to hunt. But evolving to evade biological radar detection seems a bit far-fetched. I mean, who uses radar to scan the lake for the hooching salmon every day?" Their discussion was not loud, but Su Yun could hear them. Her thoughts sparked a realization in both of them. Perhaps a different approach could be taken. The monster might emit specific frequency sound waves that interfere with the high-frequency waves of biological radar. Lin Quan was excited. "Yes, exactly. So the problem now is that we can't find it." After a roundabout explanation, Yi Li finally understood. What he meant was that someone needed to go down and investigate. But that was a 12-meter monster. Catching a person would be as easy as a crab snatching up a shrimp. Wait a minute, didn't he have a high-tech diving suit? That was obtained through automatic sign-in during his time in Bayan Buluk and Naladi. That wretched system had actually predicted this. Don't underestimate this system. Don't worry, the quality of the diving suit exceeds your imagination. I haven't agreed to go down yet, Yi Li said, but inside he was already eager. Facing such a colossal creature in the water would surely be exhilarating. He continued to ask, "Are you planning to keep the monster a secret? Compared to countries fighting over resources or unusual weather destroying a small nation, this isn't a big deal at all. We could even let you live stream the entire thing. Plus, a bonus of 3 million. 3 million? He hasn't even finished using the 3 million from the last reward yet. Besides, Su Yun is a super rich girl. Does he really need more money? A live broadcast throughout the whole process is indeed a very tempting offer. His fans are so supportive of Yi Li. This time, they must show them something different." Sitting in the special vehicle for the abnormal case, Lin Quan looked at Ruanju and the other girl. "You two should get in the car as well. We found a total of 5 suspects, and we need you to identify them." Concerned that the 2 young girls might be scared, he reassured them. The viewing fish platform is very high and safe. Indeed, the water monster is the biggest unknown factor. However, those who take a yacht to the center of the lake to feed it are even more astonishing and curious. What is their relationship? He had known about the water monster's existence for a long time. Why keep it a secret? The Kana scenic area has such a large flow of tourists. There is even a wooden sightseeing path along Kana's lake. Yet, there has never been a single incident of the water monster harming anyone. Is the water monster good or bad? The vehicle slowly drove along the leaf-strewn mountain road, the tires making a rustling sound. The 2 young girls sat in the last row, while Yi Li and Su Yun occupied the second row. The girl with glasses occasionally looked up to sneak a glance at them, then quickly lowered her head to pretend nothing was happening. Finally, she looked at Ruanju and asked, "Honestly, how do you know Yishun?" The girl with glasses was named Tao Ji. Her nickname was Peach, which led Ruanju to jokingly call herself Bamboo. It might be fate. It was quite a coincidence at that moment. Ruanju didn't want to explain too much, not for any other reason, but because of her friend, the fan named Ollie. If she found out that her big dogs, Mao and Ermao, were chasing after Ollie, Those two poor dogs would definitely get scolded when they got home. To buy little fish snacks for Ollie. They had been eating vegetarian for the past few days. Chill. Their assistant Yin is still here. Taoji immediately covered her mouth, signaling with her eyes. She couldn't help but feel a bit awkward talking about fate in front of someone's girlfriend. Suyin seemed to have heard them, resting her head on Yi Li's shoulder. She really wanted to take a picture and share it with the fan group. Peach almost couldn't hold back from pulling out her phone to snap a photo. Arriving near the viewing fish platform, Lin Quan said, "If you agree, I can start the live broadcast." He nodded. "But we can't be filmed alongside certain equipment." "I understand. I'll help you blur it out." Yili changed the live broadcast title to "The Secret of the Kana's Lake Water Monster. Its True Form Is." As soon as the broadcast started, the number of viewers skyrocketed. "Yi Shun, you've really gone rogue. You're using any title now. ISNT the water monster already proven to be a rumor? Do you even understand the content? The water monster must be fake. Let's just enjoy the scenery, everyone. I'm right here in the Kana's scenic area, which has now been closed off. I see a lot of military vehicles rushing here. And with Yi Shun's title, could there really be a water monster?" There was still an uphill path leading to the viewing fish platform. The hiking journey has begun. The wooden boardwalk creaks underfoot. On either side of the path, the golden leaves of the birch trees sway gently in the autumn breeze, with a few drifting down like dancers in the wind. While the pine needles remain a vibrant green, the air is filled with the crisp freshness that autumn brings, along with a hint of chill. Finally, I arrive at the fish viewing platform. This spot offers the best vantage point to overlook the entire expanse of Kana's lake. The water glimmers in deep shades of blue and green under the autumn sun, its surface calm, occasionally disturbed by a gentle breeze that creates slight ripples. The surrounding mountains are painted in varying hues of red and yellow, a breathtaking display of nature's artistry. The sound of the leaves rustling reaches the live broadcast. Everyone, when you come to Kana's, the fish viewing platform is a must-see. It boasts a vertical drop of over 600 meters to the lake below and is known for being the prime spot to observe the lake monster. The fish viewing platform is the crown jewel of Kana's attractions, the only place where you can fully appreciate the stunning scenery of Kana's. Everyone hopes to catch a glimpse of the elusive creature here, whether it's the elusive grayling or some other unknown being. Today, I will take you on this exploration. Chapter 94. Infiltrating the bottom of Kana's Lake Liyong had been waiting at the fish viewing platform for quite some time. In front of him, 5 men with similar builds squatted in a row. If anyone knew Yi Lin and the Anomaly Bureau well, it had to be Liyong. Calling them old friends wouldn't be an exaggeration. Yi Li smiled at him and asked, "Captain Li busy?" As soon as Liyong spotted Yi Li, he immediately approached, a long-lost smile lighting up his face. "Yi Li, you finally made it. Do you remember that guy who threatened Alice? He was just a small-time player but acted so arrogantly." He continued, "By the way, Alice and Zhang Yuan, are they all right? Don't worry, they're safe and sound. Alice's parents and brother have already been brought over." Li Yong's words lifted a heavy weight off Yi Li's heart. He then turned his gaze to the 5 men squatting. "So they all messed up?" Li Yong sighed, his tone tinged with resignation. 3 of them were fishing by the lake, 1 was urinating in the lake, and the last 2 aren't saying anything. "Urinating?" "Yes, definitely, the most suspicious." Yi Li exclaimed angrily. "Who dares to pee in Kana's lake? Such a beautiful place. How could anyone have the nerve to do that?" Yi Li couldn't tolerate such uncivilized behavior. The man squatting at the far end raised his hand shakily, his voice trembling. "I was wrong. I had a bit to drink yesterday, and the cold rain got to me, so I—" "Then shouldn't you have wet your pants?" Yi Li retorted. "Hey, you can't just say that. It didn't wet my pants." The man hurriedly defended himself, quickly covering his crotch with his hands. "All right, he off the hook." Li Yong waved his hand, signaling to let that man go. He then proceeded to interrogate the 3 fishermen. In such cold weather, with rain falling, it was unbelievable that they dared to hide in the water. Yi Li felt both incredulous and impressed. "Sir, I have a clue." One of them suddenly spoke up. "Fishing without bait won't yield much," Li Yong interrupted him. "To be honest, officers, our bait is so appealing that even dogs would take a bite. The smell is simply, what I mean is we've never come back empty-handed. But today, for some reason, we didn't catch a single fish. As everyone knows, fish in the water will often sacrifice a few of their own as an offering for food. It's unusual for even seasoned fishermen to fail." His words plunged Yi Li and Li Yong into deep thought. At that moment, Ruanzhu pointed at the man on the far right and said, "It seems to be him." Everyone turned their gaze to him, but he remained silent. We check his ID. He's just an ordinary tourist. It would be easy for him to get a yacht, let alone a whole pig. Continuing to question them like this wasn't a viable option. Their primary goal was to locate the water monster. So Lin Kuan led Yili down from the fish viewing platform to the edge of Kana's lake. There they found something over 2 meters tall, covered with a black cloth. Lin Kuan didn't hold back and directly pulled away the black cloth, revealing a uniquely shaped, oval transparent submersible. I thought we would have to wear diving suits. This is rather shabby, isn't it? Lin Kuan proudly introduced it. This is the Qianlin. And this is just the experimental version, fully domestically produced with watertight. Deep water watertight connectors? Yes, that's right, completely self-manufactured. What about the core navigation and positioning components? They must be domestically produced as well, right? Lin Kuan initially wanted to show off, but he didn't expect Yi Li to know even more than he did. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward, especially with Yi Li's teasing gaze. Wait, how do you know all this? Yi Li smiled lightly. Because all of these things are in my RV. The two of them climbed into the submersible. The space inside was limited, just enough for 2 people to sit upright. A large section at the back was an air chamber, which increased weight by filling it with water to achieve submersion. After waiting for a while, Yi Li said casually, "So, how do we go down? Who's going to keep the submersible steady on land?" Lin Kuan seemed to be waiting for this question. The biggest feature of the Qianlin is its durability. Just watch. He slightly stood up, placed his hand on the glass in front, and used his own inertia to push forward. Because it was an upright, oval shape, it only needed a little external force to tilt forward. Wow, is it really used like this? You brat, don't you trust me to do this? The submersible rolled half a turn on the ground and splashed into the water. As the lake water continuously filled in, it began to sink. Lin Kuan looked outside. Hey, what's that little ball? Yi Li teased back. That's the iron egg used for live streaming, and its biggest feature is also its durability. Meanwhile, the barrage in the live stream exploded. Is this Kana's lake? The water is so clear. I'm so excited. I hope there isn't really a water monster. Wait, does the iron egg have such good waterproof performance? Ladies, a batch of counterfeit iron eggs has appeared on the market. Don't buy them. They almost electrocuted me. I remember the seller labeled it as a small drone. How could it electrocute you up in the sky? The submersible continued to sink. The light from the water surface filtered through the clear lake water, casting colorful beams on the submersible shell. But as the depth increased, these lights gradually disappeared, ultimately replaced by profound darkness. The internal lighting system of the submersible automatically turned on. Under the illumination of the lights, the world at the bottom of the lake gradually unfolded before them. They could see the sand and stones of the lake bed, with aquatic plants gently swaying with the current as if dancing underwater. Occasionally, they spotted the unique fish species of Kana's lake, the Hucho taimen. Their bodies were long and elegant, with a light purple-brown color, turning red during their breeding season due to their large size, and were referred to as the big red fish. They swam in the cold water, being the top predators in the lake. The Hucho taimen has a long lifespan. In terms of general theory, it could grow quite large. The true form of the lake monster might just be it. The fine-scaled salmon occasionally comes into view. They are smaller in size, with tiny, tightly packed scales that present a subtle beauty. The Arctic char, known for the brightly colored spots on its fins, stands out remarkably under the lights of the submersible, adding a splash of color to the darkness of the lake bed. At that moment, a sound of impact came from the submersible. Yi Li introduced the northern pike, one of the most ferocious freshwater predators. Pike have a substantial amount of meat, few bones, and their flesh is tender and pure in color. Grilled pike is an extremely popular local delicacy. It's amusing. The most brutal predator tastes the best. Humans are indeed at the top of the food chain. What do you think if the lake monster is a 12-meter-long pike? Yi Li initially thought they would flood the chat with comments like how terrifying. It turned out he was mistaken. How do you even grill a 12-meter pike? You'd have to marinate it first and brush it with Altai's sunflower oil while grilling. The live chat was buzzing with excitement. However, Lin Kuan had been maneuvering the submersible around the lake for quite a while and had not spotted any trace of the monster. This shouldn't be. Where on earth did it go? At this moment, Yi Li recalled what a few fishermen had said. He used the communication equipment in the submersible to contact Li Yong. Captain Li, throw all the bait into the lake. Chapter 95. The giant water monster on the fish-watching platform. Li Yong sprang into action immediately. Without waiting for him to call out, the fisherman squatting in the corner jumped up excitedly. Commander, let us go. We'll make sure to accomplish the mission. Just imagine. If this works out, they'll be bragging about it for a lifetime. You say you've caught fish weighing dozens of pounds? Sorry, but I've caught a water monster. Arriving at the designated spot, the three fishermen pulled out snakeskin bags from the woods. With a swift slice of their sickles, they dumped the bait into the river, scattering it everywhere. Leon was a loss for words. How much more do you guys have hidden? Commander, that's all. That's all, they assured him. The fish here have never seen such high-tech and ruthless bait. As the bait sank deeper, the fish in the lake began to gather, scrambling to snatch up the food. Below the surface, Lin Kuan turned off the lights on the submersible. Everyone in the live stream felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. The surroundings fell into darkness, and Lin Kuan could sense a massive number of fish swirling around the submersible, continuously bumping against the glass cover. From the perspectives of Yi Li and the live stream audience, the swarm of fish was densely packed. Their silhouettes appeared blurry under the faint light, like a tangled mess. The dull gray hue reflected cold glimmers off their scales. As the bait continued to sink, the fish became even more crowded. They fought, shoved, and even bit at each other. The submersible was completely surrounded by these eager creatures, as if trapped in an ever-shrinking space. The sound of fish colliding with the submersible created a fragmented, persistent tapping noise that gradually merged into a disconcerting low hum, exceptionally clear in the live stream. My God, this is giving me serious anxiety. Someone exclaimed. Is the glass cover of the submersible going to crack? Those fish looked terrifying. They seemed so hungry. The scene was so oppressive that it felt hard to breathe. Yi Shun and that pixelated guy inside must be feeling even worse. Damn, that pixelated guy. Another added. This scene reminds me of deep-sea monsters. It's too horrifying. Yi Shun, I'm sending you rockets. You have to come out. Can a streamer ask if that bait is for sale? Someone chimed in. Damn, there are fishermen everywhere. Global news media were reporting on this event in real time, and the appearance of the Kana's Lake water monster became headline news. On social media, the topic Kana's Lake water monster quickly topped the trending charts. People were sharing their opinions and speculations. This could be one of the greatest natural discoveries in history, a renowned naturalist exclaimed during a TV interview. The water monster we've been searching for has finally appeared in the Dragon Country, an explorer tweeted. This will completely change our understanding of Kana's Lake and the entire ecosystem, a biologist stated in a radio interview. I think this is all a premeditated stunt, a prominent influencer mocked in a post. On the shore, Su Yun clutched her phone tightly. The live stream on her screen made her brows furrow in concern. The worries in her heart felt like a heavy stone, pressing down so hard that beads of sweat formed on her palms. Ali and Mengya quietly stayed by her side. Mengya asked, Sister, can you see anything? A golden glimmer flashed in Ali's eyes as it scanned the underwater world. But the chaotic school of fish made it hard to focus. Just as it shook its head, trying to shake off the distraction, its gaze suddenly fixed on a certain point. Oh! Ali felt its heartbeat tighten suddenly, whimpering as it pawed at Su Yun's pant leg. Ali, what's wrong? Su Yun noticed Ali's unusual behavior, crouching down to gently stroke its head. Wan Zhu and Tao Ji also approached to comfort it. Ali, Yi Li is in danger. The fish are huge. At that moment, the underwater world was exceptionally quiet. Lin Kuan stared into the darkness outside, feeling a bit disheartened. It seemed the water monster wouldn't be coming out. He muttered to himself, reaching to adjust the control lever of the submersible, preparing to slowly bring it back to the surface. Yi Li furrowed his brow, feeling confused. The bait is fine, but not a single fish bit yesterday. Those three fishermen should have had no problem. The most likely reason is that the water monster is down there, and the fish are too scared to come close. But why isn't the water monster coming out this time? Is it full? That's unlikely. Yi Li shook his head. If the water monster truly existed, its appetite should be enormous, and it couldn't possibly be satisfied with such a small amount. Could it have noticed our submersible? If one were to estimate it solely based on animal intelligence, the 2-meter-tall submersible was not even as long as some species of salmon, so it shouldn't pose a threat. The sounds of the fish colliding gradually faded away, and the surroundings returned to calm. Lin Kuan realized that the bait was probably gone. He sighed and gently pushed the control lever. It seemed this trip was a wasted effort. Maybe the shadow they captured was just a distortion effect. Yi Li snapped out of his thoughts, feeling an unusual stillness around him that made him uneasy. Why do I feel like something is locking onto me? Elena Kwan Shukulat. You're just scaring yourself. He reached out to turn on the submersible's light, which spread out underwater, forming a faint halo. The once dense school of fish had vanished, leaving only a few small fish swimming aimlessly near the submersible. Lin Kuan's gaze unconsciously drifted forward. His movements suddenly halted. He stretched his neck slightly, squinting his eyes. Was there an obstacle here before? He muttered to himself, uncertainty creeping into his voice. An obstacle stretched across their path, resembling a gray wall that seemed to have suddenly appeared underwater. Lin Kuan's eyes followed the wall to one side, which extended upward, causing his heartbeat to quicken. He unconsciously swallowed, raising his head. What a joke. Yi Li and the live-streaming ball had sensed the anomaly even earlier than him. Suddenly, the barrage in the live stream disappeared, leaving an eerie silence. People from all over the world were struck by some terrifying sight at the same moment, nearly dropping their phones. Barrage shield, barrage shield, barrage shield, barrage shield, barrage shield. X999, Yi Li's heart raced, adrenaline surging. What lay before them was not a wall, but the gray back of some colossal creature. Their gazes locked with the monster's enormous eyes. Its eyes were incredibly large, surrounded by a ring of white sclera, making the dark center stand out even more. The expressionless, piercing look sent shivers down their spines. Which greedy little girl wants to eat a 12-meter-long roasted pike? Yi Li joked, trying to lighten the mood. The creature before them resembled both a monster and a pike. Its skin was marked with irregular spots, and, on either side, massive fins flapped like oars, stirring the water and causing the submersible to sway slightly. The edges of these fins were sharp, like finely honed blades. The creature's length exceeded everyone's expectations, at least 20 meters. Yi Li turned to the camera, a gentle smile tugging at his lips. Yunjia, you don't have to worry. This is just a drop in the bucket for me. Chapter 96. The water monster is flipped on its back. Damn Yi Li, how can I not worry? Su Yun's hands trembled. She then fixed her gaze on Li Yong and said urgently, There are other submersibles, right? There must be. Take me to them. Li Yong shook his head, a hint of apology in his voice. I'm sorry. There's only one submersible. Su, please trust the capabilities of Qianlin. His voice was firm, and confidence shone in his eyes. Seeing Li Yong's self-assured demeanor eased Su Yun's tension a bit, and her gaze turned back to the live broadcast room. Li Yong immediately pulled out his phone. How long until the heavy weapons arrive? Hurry it up. Torpedoes, depth charges, submarine launch missiles. We need them all. The giant pike showed no signs of aggression. Instead, it curiously bumped its head against the submersible and then began to slap it with its tail, seemingly finding it amusing. However, for Yi Li and Lin Kuan inside the submersible, it felt as if they were thrown into a violently spinning washing machine, flipping over in all directions. Finally, the giant pike stopped its movements. Just when everyone thought it would leave, it suddenly opened its massive mouth, revealing a row of curved, sharp teeth. What the hell? Can you handle this? I don't want to endure it either, but what can I do? Lin Kuan rolled his eyes in exasperation, speaking with a bitter smile. Don't worry, Qianlin is extremely sturdy. Let's hold on a bit longer. Once the heavy weapons arrive, we'll take it down. The submersible was indeed incredibly strong. When the giant pike bit down hard on the glass of the submersible, there was a sharp crunch, and a small piece of its tooth actually broke off. At this moment, the audience in the live stream finally regained their composure. This is hilarious. So the water monster is just like this? It still needs practice. Now that I see Yishan is safe, I feel relieved. I suddenly want to eat grilled pike. Damn, is this the latest equipment from Dragon Country? Did they steal the blueprints from our great Han Republic? I have to admit, we are already behind Dragon Country. This provocation enraged the giant pike, which began to thrash its tail wildly against the submersible, causing it to shake violently in the water. Yi Li and Lin Kuan inside felt extremely uncomfortable. The dizzying sensation was even worse than taking a punch. Just then, the giant pike stopped again, as if it had given up its attack. See, you can't do anything now. Lin Kuan had just let out a sigh of relief when the giant pike suddenly clamped its mouth around the submersible and started dragging it deeper into the lake. That was the deepest part of Kana's lake. What is it trying to do? It can't possibly find a way to open the submersible, right? Brother Kuan, you're my brother. Please don't jinx it anymore. Yi Li was bewildered. No wonder he and Li Yong could become friends. Sensing something unusual, Yi Li's attention was drawn to a faint flicker in the distance, as if something was shimmering in the dark water. As the perspective drew closer, the shining object gradually came into focus. It was a piece of dark green jade, roughly the size of two clenched fists. Most of it was covered in moss and limestone, revealing only a glimmer of deep green luster. Yili immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of the jade. However, before he could take a closer look, the submersible was bitten by a giant pike, violently crashing into the jade. A faint cracking sound echoed. The surface of the submersible cracked, with web-like fissures. The air seemed to freeze. Everyone's breath momentarily halted. The emotions in the live stream chat soared and plummeted. Then soared again. What on earth was this green object? This was bad. Yishin was really in grave danger now. I couldn't think of any way for him to survive. Damn it. We haven't even seen Himu's autumn yet. Yishin hadn't gone home with Assistant Yun yet. Yishin hadn't confessed to Assistant Yun yet. I wish more than ever that Tai Dan could short-circuit so it could zap this water monster and keep it away from Yishan. How could this happen? Su Yun felt a chill, as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Her legs suddenly felt weak, but fortunately, Ruan Zhu was there to support her. Assistant Yun, don't give up. I believe in Yishan. If the submersible really cracked in such deep waters, an unarmed ordinary person had almost no chance of survival. The deepest record for human free diving is just over 110 meters, while Yili was currently over 190 meters from the surface, almost double the limit. Suya knew Yili was extraordinary, but could he really make it back safely? Would the water monster suddenly attack him while he was desperately swimming up? These thoughts swirled in her mind, tightening her heart. Underwater, Yili glanced at the crack, then at Lin Quan, remaining utterly calm. My life is in your hands. In stark contrast to his composure, Lin Quan's expression was serious. I will get you out. He pressed a red button forcefully. In the next moment, water was expelled from the submersible, and a sudden increase in buoyancy startled the giant pike, causing it to accidentally release its grip. The submersible shot rapidly toward the lake surface. Everyone watched with bated breath. Inside the submersible, Lin Quan anxiously focused on the light growing closer from above. His heartbeat quickening with the ascent of the vessel. They could see the light. Hope was right in front of them. But suddenly, the giant pike shot through the water like a bolt of black lightning, quickly catching up to the submersible. Its massive form looked particularly terrifying underwater. With one swift bite, it clamped down on the submersible, the force sending a violent jolt through both occupants. On the shore, Li Yong and Su Yun witnessed this scene unfold. They saw a huge, dark shadow rapidly rising to the surface, and Li Yong immediately realized the situation was dire. He shouted, "Run!" Su Yun grabbed Ruan Zhu and Tao Ji around the waist, moving at lightning speed. Mengya fixated on the lake's surface, baring its fangs, and unknowingly began to grow larger. In the next moment, a giant pike leaped out of the water, clutching a submersible in its jaws. Its massive size seemed capable of blocking out the sunlight. Under the sun, its wet body reflected dazzling rays, leaving everyone present in shock and terror. "Oh, the adorable Yaya noticed Yili inside the submersible, giving a thumbs up. "Okay." The sharp-eyed Su Yun also caught the gesture. "Moments latte." The giant pike crashed back into the water with a colossal splash, sending waves soaring over 10 meters high, reminiscent of a tsunami. As the water settled, the lake's surface returned to calm, but the hearts of everyone remained restless. They gazed at the lake, worried for the safety of Yi Li and Lin Quan. The submersible had started a leak. If they didn't T-act soon, they would inevitably drown. Lin Quan unbuckled his seatbelt, twisted his wrist, and stared defiantly at the creature, saying, "I wonder if it can take this punch. You go first, and I'll follow right after, haha." The water had risen to their waists, the chilling cold seeping into their bodies. This was not good. Yili maneuvered the live-streaming sphere to the surface, then retrieved a high-tech diving suit from the system's inventory and put on first. He flashed Lin Quan his most charming smile. "Aren't you guys investigating me secretly? Watch closely." "Watch for what? My punch is going to hurt." After Lin Quan donned the diving suit, Yili stood up and smashed the glass with a light punch. Water surged in wildly. Smash! It shattered. Lin Quan dropped his jaw in astonishment. Just as he wondered why there was no oxygen device, he was amazed to discover that he could breathe underwater. The giant pike, sensing that the two were unprotected, opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and charged straight at Yili. Yili turned to Lin Quan and smiled. "I don't know if it can withstand your punch, but it definitely 1T survived mine." Chapter 97. He is the Sea King. Time passed quietly. Suddenly, there was a disturbance on the surface of the lake, like a bomb exploding underwater, creating waves that rippled across Kana's lake. The outline of the water monster gradually became clear to everyone. "Be careful, the monster is coming up," Leon exclaimed. The viewers in the live stream focused intently on the water surface. However, the monster had not yet appeared. Instead, Lin Kuan was the first to break the surface. He looked tiny in Kana's lake, and in comparison to the ever-growing outline of the water monster beneath him, it sent chills down everyone's spine and made them sweat profusely. "Get out of there! Hurry!" Liang's eyes widened, his voice urgent. Lin Kuan seemed not to hear him and swam leisurely toward the shore. "Faster, go faster! Swim harder!" Everyone felt an overwhelming tension. Finally, a 20-meter-long giant pike emerged. Its exaggerated size, fierce appearance, and sharp dorsal fin made everyone gasp, but then the monster rolled over. As the giant pike flipped onto its back, its spotted white belly was revealed, and its once menacing face turned comical. Its mouth hung open slightly, and its dorsal fin swayed gently in the water, losing its threatening aura. After a brief silence, the livestream room erupted with excitement. "Awesome! X999, oh my god! How is this even possible? Do people from a Dragon Kingdom all know martial arts? Is this the work of that pixelated guy? I'll marry the person who defeated that water monster. This is unbelievable. This must be some kind of special effects." Su Yun's gaze swept across the lake's surface, but she couldn't find Yi Li, and her anxiety grew. The viewers in the live stream also sensed something was off. Where did Yishin go? Could it be that the host has already? Su Yun felt so anxious that she wanted to jump into the water to search for him. Just then, countless fish appeared on the lake's surface, leaping out and shimmering under the sunlight like a silver ribbon. The sight was as shocking as the appearance of the water monster itself. They seemed to be chasing something. "Whoa, I saw a 3-meter-long Chinook salmon. Come on, dude, we've already seen a 20-meter-long monster. But these fish are huge. Look, there is someone in the water. It's Yi Shun." The clear lake surface allowed everyone to see Yi Li's figure, with countless fish chasing behind him. The schools of fish gathered more and more, jostling and swirling, creating ripples across the entire lake as they pursued him. The scene was tense and astonishing. Did Yishin poke a fish nest? Wow, the host swims way too fast. My goodness, my clothes, my coat, my aunt, and my great-aunt. I'm so scared I can hardly walk. Yishun is the Sea King. Yes, simply the Sea King. X999 in the next moment, Yi Li leaped out of the water. To be precise, he was thrust out of the water by a school of fish, holding something that radiated a dark green light in his hand. It was the Yeli. Su Yun was overwhelmed with joy, and tears streamed down her face as she wiped the corners of her eyes. After finally making it back to the shore, Yeli stored the dark green jade back into the system space. The fish, as if they had lost their target, all dove into the depths. Were these fish going mad? Yeli panted slightly. Before he could collect his thoughts, a warm body suddenly crashed into his arms, hugging him tightly as if trying to merge him into her own being. Yeli could smell the faint fragrance wafting from her hair. It was a scent he knew all too well. "I'm sorry, Yunjia, that thing means a lot to me." "You idiot." Suyun clutched Yeli's collar tightly. Her expression was fierce, her voice filled with reproach and worry. "No matter how important it is, can it be more important than your life? You just followed this guy into danger without a word. Do you have any idea how scared I was? How worried I was for you? I'm really angry this time. If you keep taking risks like this, I won't talk to you for a week. No, just one day." The tears in her eyes and her trembling lips made Yeli's heart ache. He gently caressed Su Yun's face. "A day is too long. I can't stand it." "Then how about half a day? No talking for half a day." "All right, half a day it is." However, Su Yun's beautiful eyes narrowed, glaring at Yeli in anger. "Why did you stop there? If you said a few more words, I would have forgiven you right away." "Ollie, women in love are really scary." "Menya what? Love?" "Ollie, I hid some comics upstairs. I can lend them to you." "Lao Lin, do you think I was as sweet with the class flower back in the day?" Li Yong nudged Lin Quan's arm with his elbow, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. "I don't know," Lin Quan replied calmly, his gaze seemingly passing over a flicker of displeasure. "Oh, my bad. I forgot you had a crush on her too, huh?" Li Yong realized a slip of the tongue and wore a sincere expression. "Kiss, kiss, kiss." Tao Ji silently chanted in her heart, accidentally saying it out loud. Ruanju stood quietly to one side, watching the two. The livestream room erupted in chaos. "Oh wow, true feelings are revealed in times of trouble. This is tough. Why not just confess, Yeli? Don't be fooled by this woman's appearance. Our girls from Neon Country are also very beautiful and have nice voices. Over there, you have tsunamis every day. All the pretty ones must have gone to sea. X999, these two things don't seem to be related, right? If the water monster is dead, why is there no blood in the lake? This question quickly captured everyone's attention, including Yeli's. He glanced at Li Yong and Lin Quan, then looked at the camera. It's simple. The water monster just fainted. I believe it is more valuable alive than dead. What? The water monster isn't dead. Everyone in the live stream was stunned, including Su Yun and the others. Even Lin Quan was at a loss. Yili was completely stunned by that punch underwater. The shockwave was visible to the naked eye. The team from the Anomalous Bureau began wrapping up their follow-up work. The remaining two suspects were released due to insufficient evidence. Researchers implanted a tracker into the creature's body and also collected some of its tissue for study. During this time, the creature woke up due to insufficient anesthetic, but it was quickly subdued with a small amount of explosives. In fact, if they hadn't had trouble locating it, Lin Quan and Yili wouldn't have needed to risk going after it all. The scenery here is truly beautiful. Yili stood on the fish viewing platform, lightly resting his hand on the wooden railing, gazing out at Kana's lake. The surface shimmered like a layer of crushed silver. The mountains were stunning, the water was breathtaking, and you looked even better. Yili turned his head to look at Su Yun, his gaze gentle. How klitsch? Su Yun smiled, pursing her lips. But I quite like it. The live-streaming camera captured their sweet moments openly. At that moment, a question quietly surfaced in Su Yun's mind. One that lingered in the hearts of the viewers in the stream. Wasn't Yili planning to confess? Could he really be a playboy? Just wanted to keep things ambiguous without taking responsibility? Meanwhile, in the unseen system space, a conversation was taking place. Are you really planning to make it into a ring? Of course. Can you give me the remaining materials? What are you thinking? I'll give you 1/10. ISNT that enough? Stingy. Chapter 98. Mengya, Master. Do you like it big? Arriving at Heimu Village. The scenery outside the car window gradually opened up. Automatic check-in successful. Temporary rewards. Unlock RV expansion module. Intermediate gene potion X1. Snow mode. Expansion module. There is hardly any space left to expand. As Yili unbuckled his seatbelt, he teased the system in his mind. No need to expand. Its principle involves space. Space what? Yiliasket kurisli. Space. You would understand if I told you. In the evening at Heimu Village, the sunset on the horizon resembled a ripe persimmon, slowly sinking and painting the sky in warm shades of orange and red. The outline of the village softened in the afterglow of the setting sun. A faint light glowed from the windows of the wooden houses, complementing the evening glow. Smoke rose from the rooftops, gently dispersed by the evening breeze, blending into the gradient skyline. The air was filled with the fragrant scent of burning firewood. Under the sunset, the leaves shimmered with golden and red hues, while fallen leaves carpeted the path like a golden rug. The streams sparkled in the sunlight, and the leaves on the water's surface looked like tiny glowing embers, gently swaying with the current. Behind the RV, there was another peculiar-looking vehicle, uniquely shaped, seemingly designed for some special purpose. It even had a logo for the Anomaly Bureau on the front. No matter how many times you see it, this RV is truly extravagant. Lin Quan suddenly said, I've already laid it all out with him. Laid it out? What do you mean by that? Everything, including our secret research on him. Why didn't anyone tell me? Ruan Zhu and Tao Ji were sitting in the back, unsure whether to listen to their conversation, until Lin Quan turned around and asked, Are you interested in joining the Anomaly Bureau? Ruan Zhu pointed incredulously at herself. Me? The two had been chatting so well. How did she suddenly get brought into the conversation? Joining the Anomaly Bureau seemed too sudden. The incident with the Kana's lake monster was not a coincidence. In fact, fishermen in coastal areas have repeatedly discovered fish of abnormal sizes. And even the marine plants are changing. You've published in Nature, focusing on biological adaptability in extreme environments and the exploration of unknown creatures. We really need someone like you. After the four of them got out of the car, a cold wind greeted them. The reason for coming to Heimu was not only to enjoy the scenery, but primarily because they decided to gather for a meal here. It felt amazing. There are 6 of us in total, plus Ali and Mengya. Even the Bureau surprisingly gave us a day off, which is rare. You wouldn't understand. Anything related to Yili is a good deal. Last time I went in the Lottie town, I did nothing but eat hot pot. After Suyin got out of the car, she chatted with Ruan Zhu and Tao Ji. The 3 of them gathered together, laughter ringing out. Li Yong and Lin Quan went off to find a nice restaurant. Yinjia, you guys go ahead. I'll catch up in a bit. Yili didn't join them, but instead headed up to the second floor of the RV. All the way, Yili didn't see Ali and Mengya, the two little ones who had been holed up on the second floor, seemingly up to something. Curiosity piqued in Yi Li's heart. He decided to take a look at where the expansion chamber mentioned by the system was. Stealthily, he climbed the stairs and gently pushed open the partition door on the second floor. His keen hearing picked up Ali's laughter, but it wasn't a normal laugh. It had a strange, almost eerie quality to it. This reminded Yi Li of a certain big shot who often went hungry for 3 days at a time. "Sister, is this something I can see?" Mengya's voice was cool and youthful, tinged with a hint of anticipation. Ali replied in a prude tone. "Wolves in the wild have a lifespan of 6 to 8 years, so according to my calculations, you're already an adult." Yi Li felt a wave of confusion wash over him, thinking to himself, what kind of nonsense is this guy up to? What could possibly be something you can only see when you're an adult? He peeked in, and to his surprise, Ali was actually standing up, balancing on its hind legs with its tail held high. In front of it was a wooden stand holding a comic book, full color, no less. Ali's little pink paws flipped through the pages, and it was earnestly explaining something with a series of woo-woo-woo sounds. Meanwhile, Mengya was obediently sitting in front of it, her eyes sparkling with curiosity like a diligent student. The comic was legitimate, but the artist seemed a bit unconventional, often emphasizing certain features. "Mister, do you prefer it big?" Mengya asked. "All men like big things," Ali responded. Hearing this, Mengya nodded in innocent agreement. Just as Ali was about to step out, the next scene left him utterly dumbfounded. Mengya, she really was getting bigger. He watched as Mengya's form gradually elongated and became more graceful, her gray-brown and white fur shimmering delicately under the light, resembling water flowing under the moonlight, tranquil and mysterious. As her size increased, her aura became even more noble. Her amber eyes were deep and clear, reflecting the world around her, yet retaining an otherworldly calm. Her ears were pointed, slightly leaning forward. She must be over 2 meters tall now, Yi Li muttered to himself. Mengya sensed his presence, and her eyes lit up. In an instant, she pounced over. Yi Li felt as if he was facing a small truck. He was knocked down by Mengya's sudden enthusiasm, feeling her warm and heavy body cover him. What greeted him was a big pink tongue attack. Mengya's tongue was soft and moist, leaving wet traces on his face with each lick. Yi Li wasn't afraid. Instead, he found Mengya's affectionate actions amusing. "All right, enough playing. It's time to eat." Yi Li chuckled helplessly, gently pushing Mengya's large head, trying to wriggle free from beneath her. Mengya seemed to understand his words and stopped licking him, but she didn't immediately move away. Instead, she pressed her massive body closely against him, her amber eyes glimmering with earnestness. "Mengya, why are you being disobedient now?" Yi Li let out a soft huh and glanced at the comic book not far away. "What is this? The overbearing CEO falls in love with me. Genderbent version?" Mengya used its big paw to turn Yi Li's head around, their eyes meeting, and then it tilted its head, striking a cool pose. "Mengya, master, you're playing with fire?" Yi Li was taken aback for a moment, then hardened his resolve. Clenching his fists, he forcibly broke free from under Mengya, first giving a light tap on the head, and then glared at Ali with gritted teeth. "Come here." Ali's tail wagged gently, and a cute, slightly guilty smile appeared on its little face. "Ali, it's all a misunderstanding." Chapter 99. Gathering at Himu. The expansion chamber mentioned by the system is located in the bedroom on the second floor. There is an extra door at the foot of the bed. When opened, it reveals a new space of 34 square meters. The room is completely bare, with just an empty wooden floor. Mengya has already returned to her normal size, still feeling ashamed about her earlier misbehavior. "Yidigenti patshadhit. This place will be for you from now on." Mengya responds, "Master, I'm sorry. It's fine. It's all Ali's fault for leading you astray." Yi Li glances at Ali, who is squatting on the ground with a pout, arms crossed. "You're getting more and more human-like. Does your butt still hurt?" Yi Li asks with concern. Ali, looking aggrieved, replies, "You hit me and then ask if it hurts. Isn't that what you brought upon yourself?" Originally, Yi Li just wanted to give a few light taps. However, Ali had already become familiar with his tactics and immediately covered her head with her paws. Lying on the ground, motionless, with no other option, Yi Li had to resort to spanking her. Even when she tried to shield her bottom with her tail, he pushed it aside and continued. "As for how to decorate this place, it would be better to discuss it with Sister Yin first. If you have any ideas, feel free to tell me." Ali chimed in, "I want a big bookshelf. Looks like but isn't hurting that much. Ollie retorted. Who says a bookshelf can only hold comic books? I enjoy classic literature too. Stinky Yi, you really underestimate me. They arrived at their chosen spot. Su-Yin took Yi Li's arm and pushed open the door. Since Yi Li had been gone for a while, Su-Yin went to the RV to look for him. On her way, she happened to see Yi Li coming out with Mengya and Ollie. Su-Yun's upturned nose twitched as she sniffed the air. What's that stinky smell? Mengya froze for a moment. Am I stinky? Upon entering the restaurant, they were greeted by simple wooden tables and chairs, various handmade crafts, and a dambra hung on the walls. The heating was quite strong, and the warm air flowing through the room created a cozy atmosphere right from the moment they stepped inside. Oh, the main characters have finally arrived. It's all thanks to Sister Yin. Ruan Zhu and Tao Ji teased with smiles. Lin Quan also wanted to speak up, but thought better of it. I'll drink to that. Yi Li chuckled as he took a sip of kvass, feeling a bit thirsty after being annoyed by Ollie and Mengya earlier. Kvass is similar in production to kvass, but uses grains instead of rye bread, giving it a unique honey aroma. Besides honey, various fruit flavors can also be added. Boss, bring out the food. Li Yong signaled to the owner. The six of them gathered around a sturdy wooden table. Ollie and Mengya squeezed in between Yi Li and Su-Yun. They really were two little light bulbs. Almost every restaurant here featured a local specialty, earthy hot pot, and their table was no exception. The pot was made of copper, gleaming brightly from the charcoal fire beneath it. Inside the pot, thinly sliced lamb was beautifully arranged at the bottom, with golden chunks of potato, translucent wide noodles, and soft tofu skin, alongside hidden meatballs and other ingredients in the broth. The noodle soup was garnished with fresh cilantro leaves, vibrant green and visually appealing. As the charcoal fire blazed, the soup began to bubble and hiss, blending the aromas of the ingredients together. Aside from that, there were also meat-stuffed naan, grilled dogfish, lamb skewers, and a large plate of chicken. The only vegetarian option was some romaine lettuce. Next to it were several large cups of kvass and milk beer. Prices here were quite high, but that's the case in tourist spots everywhere. That said, the flavors of these dishes were really quite good. Ollie scratched at Yi Li with its little paw, saying, I want to drink too. You can't have too much sweetness. Just a little sip, okay? Yi Li poured some kvass into Ollie's dish, which had its own utensils. Ollie licked it a few times, as if it had discovered a new world. Its eyes lit up instantly. Soon, it slurped up every last drop from the plate. Then it tapped the plate with its paw. More. It was so adorable. Ruan Zhu and Tao Ji's eyes sparkled with delight. They wanted to reach out and pat its head, but couldn't quite reach. Seizing the moment, Su-Yin brought Ollie over to the two little girls, saying, You both need to take good care of our Ollie. With that, she shifted her backside closer to Yi Li. The little Mengtai raised its head, feeling like it shouldn't be there. So, it obediently jumped off the stool and went over to Ollie. Tao Ji had a fondness for Ollie, but Ruan Zhu seemed to like Mengtai even more. She hadn't eaten much meat herself, spending all her time feeding Mengtai. Yi Li was so focused on watching the two little ones to see if they were eating anything they shouldn't that he hadn't eaten much himself. Don't look at them. Let me serve you, Su-Yin said, picking up a perfectly cooked lamb rib and placing it in Yi Li's bowl. He certainly knew that given the current physical condition of the two little ones, they could indulge in cola and junk food without any consequences. However, if they ended up looking like two little gas canisters, that would be quite a sight. Shall we have a few drinks, buddy? I drink from a bowl. Lin Quan and Li Yong were rare to have a day off together, and they were quite happy. They opened a bottle of wine and started sipping. The aroma of the wine filled the air, seemingly sparking other interests, and they began encouraging Yi Li to join in. Lin Quan raised his bowl, his expression serious. Yi Li, you're my brother now. You saved my life. I won't say any flowery words. It's all in the wine, so cheers. No, your life was saved by you. Yi Li chuckled as he poured himself a cup, just about to down it. Su-Yin leaned in close to his ear and whispered, I don't think I've ever seen you drink before. Take it slow. Don't gulp it down too fast. Yi Li nodded, smiling helplessly. I really can't hold my liquor, but I have you. Yin Jia. He turned to Lin Quan. I'll drink too. Hearing Yi Li say this, Li Yong and Lin Quan became even more excited, exchanging glances as if they had found a new target. One more cup. X2 in the time that followed. Lin Quan and Li Yong each took turns drinking with Yi Li. They all knew that Yi Li had a strong constitution and could handle his liquor just fine. However, the amount of alcohol one can handle is not directly related to their physical strength. Even the strongest person might only manage to drink one glass before feeling the effects. Besides them, both Ruan Zhu and the others were curious about Yi Li's drunken state. Would he spill some shocking secrets? I actually think Yishan might end up confessing to Assistant Yin. Only Su Yun kept a close eye on Yi Li's expression, knowing that the feeling of being drunk can be quite unpleasant. After what felt like an eternity, the gathering finally came to an end. Su Yun looked at the four of them and said, "I've booked a guest house for you. It's not far from here. To show your ID when you get there." Although there were 4 people, only 2 could clearly hear the conversation. Li Yong and Ruan Zhu each took hold of their companions. Tao Ji, curious about the taste of the liquor, took a sip. At first, she didn't feel much, but soon she began to feel more and more dizzy. "Yunjia, I like you." Just as she was saying this, Yi Li's voice suddenly came from behind them. He was leaning dizzily on the table. "Ha ha. The truth comes out after drinking." Li Yong teased with a laugh, then immediately helped Lin Quan to leave. "Sister Yin, we're heading out too." Once everyone had left, Su Yin sat back down beside Yi Li and patted his back. "What do you like about me?" The things decided by the heart often can't be articulated by the mouth. Su Yin was momentarily taken aback, squinting at Yi Li. "Are you really drunk?" Chapter 100. Everyone has secrets 2 hours later. Su Yin looked down at Yi Li, who was peacefully sleeping in her arms, a wave of tenderness washing over her. If he was indeed drunk, he wouldn't have been able to wash up and lie on the bed waiting for her. But if he wasn't drunk, then it was surprising that he simply crawled into her embrace and fell asleep. A stubborn thought lingered in Su Yun's mind as she gently pressed her lips against Yi Li's. Tasting a hint of alcohol, Yi Li merely stirred slightly, smacking his lips. Seeing his reaction, Su Yun couldn't help but whisper softly, "It seems you really are drunk. Does that mean I can do as I please?" Morning arrived. The first rays of sunlight streamed through the windows of the camper. Yi Li opened his sleepy eyes, feeling a slight headache, the effects of last night's drinks still lingering. He could have used special means to expel the alcohol from his system, but he didn't. Turning his head, he saw Su Yun. She was awake, quietly gazing out the window. "Good morning," Yi Li said, his voice hoarse from just waking up. Su Yun smiled back. "Did you sleep well last night?" Yi Li nodded. Despite the headache, he felt a sense of tranquility and contentment. He sat up, and together with Su Yun, they looked out the window. The morning mist enveloped Heimu village like a thin veil, shrouding the village and the surrounding mountains in mystery. They put on their jackets and stepped outside the camper. The fresh, crisp air invigorated them both. The morning mist flowed gently around them, making them feel as though they were in a mystical paradise. As the sunlight grew stronger, it pierced through the fog, casting beams of light that illuminated the entire village. Hand in hand, Yi Li and Su Yun strolled along the mist-covered path, their feet crunching on the damp soil and fallen leaves. The trees around them were dampened by the fog, with dewdrops sparkling like tiny jewels on the leaves. Su Yun looked up at Yi Li, his silhouette appearing especially soft in the morning light. As the morning mist began to dissipate, the outlines of the village gradually became clearer. Smoke rose from the chimneys of wooden houses, mingling with the mist before slowly fading into the air. Yi Li and Su Yun found a small hill and sat down, quietly watching the process of the mist lifting. "Let us stay here for a few days before heading back to Magic City, shall we?" "There's no rush. It's still early. We can explore a bit more on the way back." Once back in the camper, their 2 little pets rushed over eagerly. Yi Li squatted down to pet their heads, and Mingya affectionately licked his fingers, suddenly freezing in place. "What's wrong?" Yi Li asked, puzzled. Mingya replied, "Salty." "It's salty." "Salty? Well, sweat is salty. I'll go wash my hands." Su Yun blushed at the side. As long as she didn't admit it, it was just sweat. After breakfast, the family of 4 settled on the sofa on the 2nd floor as the display screen descended. In front of them were various pieces of furniture and pet supplies, with a recommended for you pop-up appearing in the bottom right corner. The phone belonged to Su Yun, and the products shown were not suitable for children. She dismissed it without a second thought. Su Yun chuckled lightly. "Haha, big data is so off the mark. By the way, why are we even buying these? We don't need anything at home." Yi Li then brought up the topic of the expansion capsule. "That's great. All these things are piling up so much there's hardly any space left. How much stuff can Ollie even have?" Listening to Su Yun, Ollie the fox was completely stunned. How did she know it had so many things? These items were hidden in its secret base. Seeing Ollie's adorable expression, Su Yun couldn't help but laugh. "When I clean, I do check under the bed, you know." With that, her gaze shifted to the bedroom on the 2nd floor. Ollie immediately dashed out. Yi Li found it somewhat amusing. Did Ollie really have hidden things? It was probably just some neon comics and romance novels. Before long, Ollie strolled back out, looking as nonchalant as ever. Not only did it bring out the same items, but Su Yun had also neatly organized them together. This woman wasn't bad at all. Just as he was about to show his gratitude with a little nuzzle, Su Yun continued, "However, I've taken away the items from the storage space under the stairs. Those aren't things a fox your age should be looking at." Something strange happened. Yili suddenly couldn't hear Ali's voice. Or rather, its mind seemed completely blank. "Ollie." Its expression froze, ears drooping. Yili could even read feelings of guilt and shame on its face. He gently patted Ali's head, reassuring, "It's okay. If you like those comics, you can read them." Yet, Ali still didn't respond. Something was off. Yili scrutinized its expression. Ali didn't even dare to meet his gaze. Yili was bewildered. Could it be more serious? Su Yun stood up and walked towards the storage area under the stairs, moving gracefully and skillfully, clearly familiar with every corner of the RV. "Actually, it's nothing. I just saw a sign that said 30. She pulled out a box from the storage area and handed it to Ollie. "This is yours, right?" "I didn't open it to check." Yili glanced over. The number 30 was scrawled on it. But what on earth was 30? He speculated that Ollie might think that with this label. No one else could open it, just like with 18 or 16, meaning he couldn't look. Mengya sat on the couch, curiously observing the scene. "Master, what's in the box? Is it Ali's secret?" "Everyone has their own secrets." Mengya tilted its head, seeming to grasp part of it, but not entirely. After a long silence, Yili suddenly said, "I've decided to buy Ollie and Mengya each a locked cabinet, with passwords that only you two know. Su Yun and I will absolutely not look." Both Ollie and Mengya lifted their heads to look at him. Su Yun smiled helplessly. Mengya asked, "What I say locked cabinet?" The cold wind howled, and snowflakes danced in the air. A woman stood in a frozen clearing among the trees. The collar of her wool coat turned up to shield her from the biting chill. Her gaze was sharp, piercing through the swirling snow. Fixated on the trunk of a tree ahead. "I brought what you wanted. What about what I asked for?" There was no response, no unnecessary words. Just a casual toss. A package arced through the air, landing steadily in front of the woman. She quickly but cautiously untied the bundle. Inside lay a snow lotus, its petals pristine and flawless, as if sculpted from the purest ice and snow. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes as she gently touched the petals, confirming its quality, and nodded in satisfaction. Then, she bent down to place the box she was holding on the ground, her movements carrying a hint of ease. "Phew, I am exhausted. Have you had enough fun, Shuiyu?" Lu Shifei called softly, her voice tinged with affection. "Ow, ow." A low sound emerged from the snowdrift. Shuiyu's head popped out, its ice-blue eyes sparkling with mischief as it elegantly made its way to Lu Shifei's side. Its paws lightly traced letters in the snow. They were already capable of surviving on their own in the wild. So soon? Lu Shifei was taken aback, but after considering Shuiyu's extraordinary nature, she quickly accepted it. "I know you want to see him. How about this? I'll give him a call this weekend." Chapter 101. Dear Ollie, when you read this letter, I've spent 3 leisurely days in Heimu. The white birch forests here, with their beautiful yellow and green hues, are truly stunning. No wonder it's considered a divine paradise. However, the commercialization of Heimu has made it feel a bit noisy for Yili. In contrast, the untouched scenery of Baihaba is much more comfortable for him. If he had to choose again, he might still pick Baihaba as the most beautiful autumn spot in northern Xinjiang. As soon as he received the news that the furniture was about to arrive in Urumqi, Yili decided it was time to leave. Buckling his seatbelt, the RV slowly drove out of the Heimu scenic area. Instead of heading to Kekato High, they took Provincial Road 232 and the O Expressway. The journey to Urumqi was expected to take over 8 hours. Entering the O Expressway, they passed through the Gurban-Tungut Desert and the Yungar Basin. Along the way, there were several unique service areas, such as the 103rd Regiment Service Area, where the Desert Wetland Park made for an excellent resting and sightseeing spot. Although they were just over an hour away from Urumqi, Yili decided to rest here for the night. After freshening up, the two of them leaned back on the bed. Su Yun, wearing a cool little tank top, snuggled into Yi Li's arms, her fingers tracing little circles on his chest. A variety show played on the screen, quite amusing, but Yili found it hard to concentrate. Frustrated, he gently took Su Yun's hand out from under the covers. "Yunjia, keep your hand still." "All right, I want to move," Su Yun said with a smile, slowly leaning in to press her lips against Yi Li's. After the kiss, she playfully licked her lips. "See, I didn't move my hands. Yili picked up his phone, the screen lighting up as he glanced at the time. It's not even time yet. Oof. But your girlfriend is all fresh and fragrant, wearing a beautiful little tank top, and you're just sitting here watching TV and grinning like an idiot. Su Yun pouted, her tone carrying a hint of playful complaint. She buried her head in Yili's neck, nuzzling like a little kitten, her face displaying a look of feigned grievance. I'm sorry, but Yunjia, you're really beautiful, Yili said, gently wrapping his arm around her waist. His voice laced with laughter. There's no feeling at all. Su Yun pretended to be angry. How could that be? What does Yunjia want me to do to prove it? Of course, you have to show it through actions. Su Yun replied, already reaching for the switch on the bedside table. Yili quickly grabbed her hand. Don't turn off the lights. Fine, I want tea, Su Yun giggled, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Wait, Yili hurriedly interjected, changing the topic. Yunjia, do you like green necklaces? Emerald necklaces? They're okay, she replied. What about rings? Yili continued to ask. Rings. At the mention of the word, Su Yun's heart raced slightly, but she tried to remain calm and said softly, I like them. On the second floor, a small door had been added to the expanded cabin for Ollie and Menya to come and go easily. The two little ones loved to sleep together and had a very close bond. At that moment, their fluffy little heads were pressed together, their ears twitching cutely. You swear you won't tell Yuli? Ollie said seriously. Menya raised her little paw. I swear I won't tell Master voluntarily. But what if he asks you? I don't want to lie to him. Ollie sighed, then mysteriously pulled out something from behind her. It's the box with the number 30 written on it. The one from a few days ago. It was left over from unboxing a delivery. Unlike the comic books under the bed, this box contained her treasure. What does this mean? Menya pointed at the number 30. This is a rule from humans. It means that anyone under 30 years old can't look at it, Ollie proudly explained. As long as it has this symbol, Yili can't see these comic books. If he does, something really terrible will happen. I'll check to see what Yili is doing. Ollie cautiously peeked out, looking around. Finally, her eyes sparkled with golden light as she glanced down toward the bedroom. Then she froze. After several minutes, Menya, curious, shook her. Sister, why aren't you talking? Huh? I got lost in thought. Learn something new. Ollie snapped back to reality, wanted to open the box. Suddenly, Menya's little paw stopped her, her expression serious. Sister, I'm not even 1 year old. I can't look at that. And you're not even 30. Upon hearing this, Ollie was momentarily speechless. The rules stated that those under 30 couldn't look. So wouldn't it mean that every time she opened it, something terrible would happen? Has anything happened? Nope, everything's fine. I'm happy every day with Yili. After thinking for a while, Ollie finally found a reasonable explanation. The rules don't apply to those who create them. Then she found a pen from under the bed and crossed out the 30. Now you can look. I'm so smart. She opened the box. Inside were sheets of sketches. Compared to the colorful comics, they were far inferior. Menya felt a bit disappointed. Is this a person? The sketches resembled stick figures, mostly appearing in pairs, with one having ears. Ollie excitedly introduced them. Look, this is me, and this is Yili. This one is walking, this one is eating, and this one is sleeping. Menya, sleeping many times. Because we have to sleep every day, you wouldn't understand. But we have to eat 3 meals a day. Even more than sleeping, Menya pointed out. And why do you sleep all crooked? Menya was puzzled. The key point was, weren't these things meant for the master and mistress? Did it mean her sister wanted to become the mistress? As she continued looking, the last few sketches featured another stick figure with long ears. Don't say that sister doesn't take care of you. I'll share Yili with you half and half. Menya shook her ears. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Don't you want Yili to play with you every day? I do. And don't you want to snuggle next to him at night? That is not allowed. Menya's tail swayed gently, her voice a bit shy. Do you want to? I do. Menya fell into Ali's trap and began to daydream about the future. As she flipped to the last page of the paper, her sharp eyes caught sight of some writing on the back. Menya read aloud, drawing, not bad. Ali proudly lifted her tail. You think it's good too, right? I must be quite talented. Not really, sis, there are words here. I didn't write anything on the back, Ali replied, somewhat confused as she turned the paper over. There really are words. What she saw were elegant characters, completely contrasting with the stick figure she had drawn. Dear Ali, if you're reading this, it means I've finished admiring your masterpiece. Just to clarify, I'm 39, so 30 doesn't really apply to me. Both Yili and I consider you a friend, or even a daughter. Perhaps you could include Menya and me in that. It would make for a lovely family photo, and you wouldn't need to add an extra stick for drawing Yili. If that long-eared woman is me, let us just say I didn't say anything. But anyway, I shouldn't have opened the box without your permission, and I can agree to one condition. Lastly, the drawing is quite good. Chapter 102. Is Snow Jade coming? The 103rd Regiment Service Area Desert Wetland Park is located at the southern end of the Yungar Basin, making it the closest natural sandy sea to Urumqi. The undulating sand dunes are covered with sand-loving plants, and during the flood season, over 10 square kilometers of water areas appear like emeralds scattered across the desert. Yili is wandering around with Mengya and the live-streaming camera. As they walk, he introduces the various sand-loving plants that thrive here. Additionally, the park is home to hundreds of species of wild birds, including red-footed falcons, wild ducks, and lake gulls. With late autumn approaching, the leaves of the Holoxylon amodendron have completely turned golden yellow, gently swaying in the autumn breeze, resembling golden flames in the desert. Under the live camera, the golden hue of the Holoxylon glimmers in the sunlight, contrasting sharply with the distant sand dunes, creating a sense of desolate beauty. This is Holoxylon amodendron. Its leaves are scaly and triangular, making it a high-quality tree species for sand fixation and afforestation. The root system is well-developed, reaching depths of over 4 meters. The seeds of Holoxylon are among the shortest lived in the world, yet they're also one of the most vigorous seeds, Yili explains. The seed pods of the ephedra have matured in late autumn, splitting open to reveal tiny seeds, ready to be scattered by the wind. Most of the leaves have fallen, leaving only bare branches. The live-streaming camera captures these branches casting long shadows in the twilight, evoking a sense of tranquil passage of time. This is ephedra, belonging to the Apocynaceae family. It can be used for spinning and weaving, and its roots have heat-clearing and diuretic properties. Ephedra tea is also a very famous local beverage. Mengya thinks that Yili is speaking to her. She leans in to observe, closely, committing everything to memory. Mengya is just too adorable. She seems to have grown quite a bit, and is becoming increasingly charming. What about Yun's assistant and Ollie? Where did your wife and Ollie go, Yili? Yili turns around to look. In the viewing pavilion, 2 figures stand quietly, one tall and the other petite. Their gazes are fixed on a distance. With no one around, Ollie stands up straight with her hands behind her back. Beneath her feet is a writing board with words on it. You humans are really interesting. You love to sneak off to meet each other. Su-Yin rolls her eyes. Aren't you the one who called me here? And now you're acting all dramatic? Ollie turns her head, looking both cute and pitiful. Su-Yin chuckles lightly and replies, I'm not like you. I'm open and above board. If there is something to discuss, just say it. I still need to go accompany Yili. Ollie responds, actually, it's nothing serious. What do you mean? Are you here sunbathing in the desert? Su-Yin crosses her arms. Ollie continues, you said you could agree to one of my conditions. I didn't have a choice before, but now I want to be a good fox. All right. What is the condition? Su-Yun asks. Although the dialogue is fine, Ollie always hastily scribbles down her words each time, which makes Su-Yin find it amusing and a bit out of character. She saw it lying on the ground with its back to her, its little rear end sticking up, clutching a colorful piece of chalk with its paws, writing in a wobbly manner. Su-Yin was already prepared for whatever demands it might make. No matter what request Ollie had, she would do her best to fulfill it. In fact, even without agreeing to any conditions, as long as Ollie made a request, both she and Yili would comply. Su-Yin crouched down and gently patted its head. What are you writing? You've been at it for so long. I want to see. But Ollie wiggled its bottom and moved to a different spot. All she could see was it scribbling and erasing. Are you not sure what to write? Take your time. Finally, Ollie handed her the writing board. It still shyly covered its head with its paw, leaving only one eye peeking out. Oh, you're shy now? I want to see what you wrote. Su-Yun's gaze wandered over the writing board. She gasped softly and flipped the board over a few times. It was a mess with many crossed-out words. But in the corner, she finally saw a few big characters. I want to eat pig trotters. Su-Yun. Back at the RV, as Yili walked in, he was greeted by a rich aroma of meat. He saw Su-Yun standing in front of the kitchen, bent over, watching the pig trotters simmering slowly in the pot. Her expression focused and gentle. Yili wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder, and softly said, Sister Yun, it's so nice to have you. In fact, if they weren't particularly free, their meals would be as simple as possible every day. Cooking was time-consuming and labor-intensive. He wasn't keen on doing it himself, especially not for a grand feast. Besides, Su-Yun had her own responsibilities. Although she seemed relaxed, she was quietly keeping an eye on various matters at the company, holding everything together on her own. Lu Shifei, am I even human? Su Yun was a bit confused as Yili held her tightly around the waist. She turned her head, a hint of affection in her eyes. This is for Ali. Ali? Yili released her, feeling a little awkward. Is it not afraid of becoming pig trotters? Upon hearing Yi Li's teasing, Ali, which had been lying on the sofa, perked up its ears immediately. It jumped up, standing on its hind legs, waving its front paws in the air. Hey Yi Li, this is made by Sister Yin for me. What do you call her? Sister Yin, what's the problem? Ali proudly placed its paws on its hips. It didn't really think it was just about wanting to eat pig trotters, did it? Slurp okay, that was just one of the reasons. Its current strategy was to get closer to Su Yun, and wasting her promises meant nothing to it. This tactic was called retreating to advance. Yili had no idea what it was gloating about. No problem. Just then, the phone rang. Yili, can you answer it for me? I can't free my hands, Su Yun said softly without looking up. Sure thing. Yili took the phone out of her pocket. After the call connected, the familiar voice of Lu Shifei came through, laced with a hint of anticipation and teasing. Yun Jia, will I be able to hold a baby next year? It's Yili. Yili cleared her throat and responded with a bit of awkwardness. There was a silence on the other end for 2 seconds. Then a light laugh followed. Well, you've got the right person now. You better work hard. Yun Jia can still have more kids. Let's not talk about that for now. What is up? Oh, it's Xiuyu. It wants to come find you. Lu Shifei's tone turned serious. It says you've rejected it. It can't compare to Minya's baby being so charming. That's really what it said? Don't scare me. Yili suddenly felt a strong sense of DJVU. The thing she dreaded most had happened. Is this Xiuyu or Lindayu? It's a snow leopard. On the other end, Lu Shifei sounded frustrated. How could it be fake? You need to take care of it. It's been learning from Lin Mei about burying the snow lotus. What? Xiuyu burying flowers? What about the little snow leopards? Yili immediately thought of those adorable little snow leopards. Lu Shifei seemed to anticipate this concern and quickly sent a few pictures. Yili opened and enlarged them, revealing images of the little snow leopards hunting. To her surprise, the little snow leopards had already grown over a meter long, and a hefty mountain goat was pinned beneath them, looking rather helpless. How about this? I'll go check on it in Tianshan. Yili suggested. Forget it. You didn't actually bring it here, did you? It's already in Urumqi. Lu Shifei's voice carried a hint of guilt and unease. It threatened me. You really need to discipline it. Before she could finish, a loud woo was heard. Xiuyu, weren't you supposed to be asleep? Stop tugging at my bag. Chapter 103. The duel between Minya and Xiuyu. The next day, just as dawn broke, Yili set off quickly, riding non-stop towards Urumqi. The snow lotus on the driver's seat swayed gently. Seeing that both Yi Li and Su Yun were in good spirits, Minya, curious, asked her question. Sister, who is Xiuyu? Ali glanced at her and said earnestly, Ah, you have a rival now. That guy is just like you. What do you mean, just like me? Haven't you read the comics? The main character's pets are all categorized. You and that Xiuyu fellow are both battle types. Then what type are you, sister? Me? Ha. Ali stood up from Su Yun's embrace and, seeing her puzzled expression, gave a cute wink. I'm the cute type. Yidi, listening to the two little ones' conversation from the driver's seat, rolled her eyes at Ali with a hint of annoyance. Could he not be so shameless? After driving for another 50 minutes, the scenery outside the window transitioned from the desolate Gobi to sparse oases, with the Tianshan Mountains looming in the distance. Shrouded in morning mist, Yili focused ahead and said, We're here. Urumqi is the capital of Xinjiang and the geographical center of Asia. Since the Han Dynasty, it has been an important stop on the Silk Road, and today, it serves as a significant economic and cultural center in the western part of the Dragon Country and Central Asia. The Han, Uyghur, Kazakh, and Hui ethnic groups coexist harmoniously here, creating a unique cultural atmosphere. Islam, Buddhism, and Christianity blend together in this place. The heart of Asia, the pearl at the foot of the Tian Shan Mountains. These accolades are truly deserved. The RV parked in a logistics park in the economic development zone. The space here is spacious, and Lu Shifei had made arrangements in advance. Su Yin called Lu Shifei. We've arrived. Where are you and Xiuyu? To your right. Lu Shifei replied coolly. As soon as she finished speaking, a long luxury sedan drove up. The car was as black as ink with a dazzling chrome grille. Its lines were smooth and elegant, and the windows were tinted dark to prevent prying eyes. The wheels were made of high-gloss aluminum alloy, with spokes as exquisite as artworks. The entire car resembled an elegant Black Panther, quietly parked in front of the RV, emanating unparalleled luxury and power. Yet, compared to Yi's RV, it was like comparing a Black Panther to a mammoth. The imposing aura suddenly diminished. The window of the luxury car slowly rolled down. A fluffy big head poked out from inside. It was Xiuyu. Its fur was as white as snow, adorned with faint gray stripes. Upon seeing the familiar RV, it immediately let out a few excited howls, its tail held high, and its paws scratching at the car door. Lu Shifei glanced around, confirming that no passers-by were nearby, and quickly opened the car door. Xiuyu leaped out of the luxury sedan, and with a light jump, it gracefully landed on the roof of the RV, moving as elegantly as a noble lady. Standing on the roof, it lifted its head, ears twitching slightly, seemingly enjoying the morning breeze or surveying its territory. Just then, the staff on the observation tower noticed the scene unfolding below. A middle-aged man in work attire widened his eyes, pointing at the snow leopard perched on the roof of a camper van, stammering to his colleague, "Hey Xiaowang, what is that?" "I don't know, but it looks a bit like." A younger worker squinted and gasped, "Oh my gosh, it's a snow leopard." The middle-aged man immediately pulled out his phone and dialed emergency services, saying, "Hello, is this 110? We have a snow leopard here." "Yes, a live snow leopard. In the logistics park. You need to come quickly." At that moment, Yili stepped down from the camper van, looking up at the snow leopard on the roof. "Hey, you can't just run around here." Upon hearing Yili's voice, the snow leopard leaped down gracefully, landing softly on the ground before pouncing on him. Its long tongue began to lick Yili's face, and it emitted a low, rumbling sound from its throat, as if expressing affection and excitement. Whoa, Yili chocolate, trying to block its tongue. All right, enough of that. I'm happy to see you too." The staff members watched the scene unfold through their binoculars, witnessing the snow leopard tackle the young man. Due to the perspective, it looked like the snow leopard was biting him with its fangs, causing the onlookers to go pale with fright. The young man fumbled for his walkie-talkie, his voice trembling as he shouted, "There's a snow leopard attacking someone. On the east side of the park, hurry." Just then, Su Yun also stepped out of the camper. "Stop it. If someone sees, they'll misunderstand." Upon hearing Su Yun's voice, the snow leopard sprang off Yili and turned to pounce on her, but she managed to sidestep just in time, leaving it to nuzzle against her arm instead. The staff on the observation tower were in shock. "It's biting her arm. Someone hurry. It's going for another one." Inside the camper, Ali and Mengyu were watching the snow leopard. Ali was mostly delighted, while Mengyu appeared somewhat melancholic. Her ears drooped, and her eyes lacked their usual spark. "Sister, why can it tackle the owner? But you tackled Yili too. But if I tackle the owner, he'll push me away." Suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, Ali understood that Mengyu's emotions were off. That incident was a special case. She shouldn't overthink it. Back in Heimu, Mengyu had tackled Yili under the snow leopard's encouragement and had been influenced by the comics it recommended, leading her to say things like "you're playing with fire." Yili was angry and wanted to teach her a lesson. Of course, he pushed her away. But this was clearly a different situation. Ali comforted Mengyu with her tale, saying, "That time was my fault." Yet Mengyu didn't seem to absorb the reassurance. "Snow leopard, so beautiful, Mengyu, not aggressive. Is it because I'm not strong enough?" Mengyu recalled what Ali had said about their fighting styles. Both she and the snow leopard were fighters, following the same rules as a wolf pack. Only the alpha wolf can enjoy the prey first. Only the alpha wolf has the right to breed, and only the alpha wolf can take down Yi. Mengyu's thoughts became increasingly twisted, even bordering on madness. It wanted to prove that it was stronger than Xiuyu. Howl! Finally, Mengyu let out a long howl, catching Xiuyu's attention. It jumped down from the RV, raising its little head. "I challenge you." Yili and Su Yun were both taken aback. Xiuyu looked down at the little wolf cub, a hint of disdain in its eyes, and said flatly, "You can't beat me." Mengyu was infuriated by Xiuyu's attitude. Its little paws scratched at the ground, and its body quickly swelled up. Seeing this, Yili was shocked, and his gaze sharpened as he looked around, quickly spotting two staff members at the observation deck. He rushed over and pressed his hand on Mengyu's head. "Mengyu, stop it. Change back. I'm stronger than it." "Mengyu, are you ignoring what I said?" If the snow leopard was spotted, Yili could show the official breeding certificate. The worst that could happen was a fine. But if Ali suddenly grew larger in front of outsiders, there would be no scientific explanation for it. And it would only be more shocking than the legend of the Kana's Lake monster. 1,000 times more. "Be good." Yili patted its head. Mingya's body quickly shrank. A few seconds later, it transformed back into the adorable little wolf cub. It lowered its head in grievance, ears drooping, and let out whimpering sounds that tugged at Yi Li's heart. Master, I'm stronger than it. Why do I have to be stronger than Shuyu? That way. Master, you 1T push me away. Chapter 104. This is clearly an omen. Yi Li stood in front of Mingya, shielding her with his body. The staff on the observation tower didn't notice anything unusual. However, Lu Shifei saw everything unfold. She quickly ducked back in her luxury car, her heart racing as she nervously pressed the button to lower the window, creating a small gap. Through the opening, she looked at Su Yun with fear in her eyes. It's a monster? Su Yun was also taken aback. She had no idea Mingya could grow larger. She could understand that both little ones were intelligent. Writing and painting were not surprising. In this day and age, even dogs could drive. Wasn't there a pig in South Africa that painted like Picasso? But Mingya suddenly growing bigger was indeed beyond her imagination. Su Yun felt astonished and suspicious. But she wasn't afraid. At that moment, Lu Shifei waved at her again, lowering her voice as if afraid someone might overhear. Yun Jia, do you think Yi Li could also be a transformed monster? Has he done anything strange to you at night? Like, I don't know, sucking your blood or something. Su Yun admitted that for a fleeting moment, her mind went to a dark place. But she quickly snapped back to reality. She raised her hand and gave Lu Shifei a light tap on the head, enough to make her shrink her neck. Lu Shifei, were you slacking off at work watching dramas? But you just saw what happened with Mingya. I suspect Mingya is a wolf girl, and Ali is a fox spirit. As for Yi Li, could he possibly be a donkey? Lu Shifei didn't mean anything by it. She just often complained to her that Yi Li acted like a donkey. You are the donkey. Su Yun shot her a glare, her tone softening a bit. What monster? Can't he be an omen instead? Oh, so being handsome makes you an omen, Lu Shifei said, covering her forehead and pouting slightly, mumbling under her breath. She stole a glance at Yi Li, who was gently calming Mingya's emotions, seemingly oblivious to their conversation. In the morning light, Yi Li's profile appeared gentle yet resolute. His facial features were well-defined, with a high nose and clean lines, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, exuding a hint of a smile. Meanwhile, Mingya drooped her ears, not daring to meet his gaze. Yi Li planned to reason with her and appeal to her emotions. What did Mingya want when she pounced on me? I don't know. Big sister didn't teach me, Mingya replied. Yi Li chuckled lightly, deliberately teasing her. According to the plot in comics, what usually follows is something indescribable. Does Mingya want to do that too? You've really disappointed me. As soon as Mingya heard this, she panicked, scratching the ground with her little paws, her voice filled with grievance. Master, no, I didn't. Yi Li squatted down, patting her head gently, his tone warm. Now do you see why I push you away? I was going to teach the instigator a lesson. Mingya looked up at him, her eyes filled with confusion and grievance. But master, you didn't punish big sister. Yi Li was momentarily taken aback. Didn't I just hit her? Mingya blinked her eyes and murmured softly. So that was a punishment? Sister, why are you so happy saying that, and still want? At that moment, Ollie, who had been watching from the side, couldn't stay still any longer. It suddenly jumped up from the ground and pounced on Mingya, pinning her down and lowering its voice startled by Ali's sudden move. Mingya didn't have time to react before she heard Yi Li's voice coming from above. Tell me, what did she say? Mingya looked at Ali, then at Yi Li. After a moment of hesitation, she finally whispered, Sister said it doesn't hurt. As soon as Ali heard Mingya's words, it immediately flared up. Its tail shot up high, ears perked straight, and eyes wide open, wearing an expression of being wronged. It rushed in front of Yi Li, pointing a claw at Mingya, its voice rising an octave with a mix of grievance and anger, defamation. I'm telling you it's defamation. Yi Li, she's defaming me. Ali waved its claws in the air as if trying to catch some evidence, exaggeratingly leaning back as if it had been wronged to the highest degree. Yi Li couldn't help but laugh at Ali's antics, shaking his head with a tone of helplessness. Okay, stop the performance. Upon hearing this, Ali immediately dropped the exaggerated expression, but still flicked its tail in defiance. Lu Shifei watched their warm interaction quietly. From her perspective, she could only hear Ali and Mingya making soft sounds, followed by Yi Li patiently talking to them. Their bond was truly wonderful. It was so heartwarming. Lu Shifei suddenly felt an indescribable emotion in her heart. At the right moment, Su Yun stepped in front of her and said irritably, Even if you keep watching, They're not yours. There are two people on the observation deck. You need to make arrangements. Lu Shifei snapped back to reality, feeling awkward. She quickly took out her phone and dialed a number. Meanwhile, the two people on the observation deck were anxiously waiting. Why haven't they come yet? It seems like these people know the snow leopard. Look, that snow leopard is so obedient, nothing like a wild one. That's also a safety hazard. It can't go unreported. Just then, the middle-aged man's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was his boss's call, and he quickly answered. The voice on the other end was brief and direct. You two can take the day off today. Your salary will be paid as usual. Before long, police cars drove into the logistics park. Yili presented the relevant documents, and the other party was quite shocked, since no serious impact was caused. It was left at that. In the next 2 days, the three of them explored the wonders of the city together, indulging in everything from food to culture. In the early morning, they tasted the traditional breakfast of the Kazakh people. Borsak, small fried bags made with milk and dough. The outer layer was golden and crispy, filled with various jams, and mixed with a rich, milky flavor. If you preferred something savory, you could pair it with shredded cucumber, tofu skin, and other side dishes, which were equally appetizing. Yili opened the live streaming ball and gave a close-up of the breakfast. Instantly, the live stream chat erupted in a chorus of lament. Why go live now? I just managed to swallow a piece of steamed bun, and now this? I really want to eat. I really want to eat. My roommate is from Urumqi, and my friends, and I've already tied him up, planning to call his aunt to bring us some food. Why haven't I seen Ollie and Minya? Yili looked up at the comment and humorously replied, they're busy decorating their new room in the RV. Next up is the food street in Lingwan Alley. The freshly baked lamb, naan has a crispy outer layer and a savory filling. There are also unique snacks like milk residue shaved ice, cherry rice dumplings, and yogurt rice dumplings. Head to the International Grand Bazaar to experience the rich, exotic atmosphere. Not far from Bazaar is a shopping mall, often referred to as the Xinjiang version of a Wu, where you can find all sorts of souvenirs that will leave your hands full. You can't miss the ethnic pastries either, with baklava being a top recommendation. The flaky layers are as thin as cicada wings, filled with walnuts, almonds, and pistachios, all drizzled with syrup or honey, golden and tempting, with a crispy and fragrant texture. Urji Street in Hotan is a food street filled with local flavors. Here you can find mini roasted buns, fig pilaf, and super spicy noodle longs, each dish irresistible. If you're looking to buy dairy products and dried fruits, Hongsha Market is a great choice. The milk curds, cheese, and various dried fruits here are high quality and reasonably priced. And finally, of course, there is the museum. The museum's treasures are well known to everyone. The 5-star silk tapestry from the east, the mummified beauty from Lulan, and the golden silk robe. Chapter 105, Chikaka Chikaka, the northeastern tip of Bear Country, is a peninsula surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, resembling a corner of the world that has been forgotten. The winters here are so cold that they make your bones shiver. At the northernmost point of Chukaka lies Pevek, situated at the foot of Mount Pikini. It is the northernmost city in Bear Country, with a permanent population of a few thousand. During busy times, you could see children rolling in the snow on the streets. But now, Pevek is desolate and abandoned. The derelict radar stations are buried under thick layers of snow, with only a few rusty iron poles stubbornly sticking out. The tin houses have been swallowed by the snow, revealing only the corners of roofs or half-walls. Some chimneys from the mines are barely visible, like skinny fingers reaching out from the snow, pointing to the gray sky. At this moment, an armed helicopter thunders overhead. Soldiers orderly jump out of the helicopter, their movements crisp and efficient, clearly well-trained. Lingo, I heard you knocked out the water monster with 1 punch. How did you do that? That's incredible. Do you have new drugs? Didn't they issue a statement? They're exoskeleton armor assistants. Stop lying. We signed contracts worth billions of rubles. Although the equipment is indeed advanced, knocking out a water monster is impossible. Just tell me if it's useful or not. It's useful, came the response from Ivanov. Standing next to him was Lin Quan, who was still on vacation, dressed in a specially designed cold weather suit from Dragon Country. This outfit had already proven its practicality in the extraordinary blizzards of Tianshan. Lin Quan had just returned to the Anomaly Bureau and hadn't he even settled in his chair when his father, no, Vice Director Lin, suddenly called. It was unclear what conditions Bear Country had put forth, but the higher-ups were thrilled and insisted on helping them resolve this crisis. Lin Quan became the top candidate for the task. He surveyed the surroundings. Before him lay a frozen expanse of the Arctic Ocean, a vast white blanket with ice thick enough to support a city. Since it was a nuclear power plant crisis, why were they here? Lin Quan furrowed his brow, suddenly realizing something, and turned to Ivanov. The nuclear power plant you mentioned is the Academician Lomonosov, right? The world's first floating nuclear power plant? Ivanov nodded, his tone somewhat helpless. That's right, it's stuck in the ice. Lin Quan found it hard to believe. Don't you have nuclear-powered icebreakers? Aren't they specifically designed to deal with ice? Ivanov let out a bitter smile. They got stuck too. The two fell into an awkward silence, gazing at the frozen ocean. The cold wind howled past their ears, stirring up a flurry of snow. Lin Quan scanned the surface of the sea, suddenly stopping at a slight bulge in the distance. It wasn't very conspicuous, like a small hill covered in ice and snow, but upon closer inspection, one could vaguely make out the outline of a hull. That must be your nuclear-powered icebreaker, Lin Quan said. Ivanov nodded, his expression grave. Lin Quan furrowed his brow, quietly murmuring to himself, if even a nuclear-powered icebreaker can get trapped, how thick must this ice layer be? Most of the ship's hull was covered in snow, with only a small part of the bow barely visible. The ice-breaking apparatus at the front looked like the frozen fangs of a giant beast, having lost its former sharpness. What about the Academician Lomonosov? Where is it? Ivanov pointed to a more distant expanse of ice. It's completely sealed off by the ice back there. We tried to approach, but the temperatures in that area are too low to get close. Lin Quan followed his finger, seeing only a vast white expanse of ice, with no signs of a nuclear power station. He frowned, feeling a bit uneasy. If the nuclear power station is frozen over, could there be a risk of leakage? So far, we haven't detected any signs of leakage, but the longer this drags on, the greater the risk. Moreover, the energy supply to the power station has already been interrupted, and if we don't resolve this soon, the entire Chikaka region will be affected. Have you tried other methods to break the ice? We have, but ordinary ice-breaking equipment is completely ineffective. Plus, the weather is getting colder, and the ice layer keeps thickening. Lin Quan fell silent for a moment, then looked up with an exasperated expression. Then why did you call me here? I can't do anything about it either. No, Ivanov said sternly. We're not looking to get the ship out. We just need to shut down the reactor and ensure it won't leak. The key issue is that we can't get in. Meanwhile, in Urumqi, the expansion module on the second floor of the RV had been completed. Ollie and Mengyu were bursting with excitement, their tails wagging like propellers, eager to showcase their masterpiece. Did they really do it themselves? Lu Shifei asked in disbelief, turning to Yi Li. Of course. Haven't the three of us been out and about for the past couple of days? Yi Li chuckled and shrugged. They've been so busy they didn't even have time to eat. I'm really looking forward to it. Su Yun's eye sparkled, pushing the door open. The sight before the three of them was stunning. The light blue walls were adorned with adorable paw print wallpaper, and upon closer inspection, one could see the prints of foxes and wolves. The floor was covered with a soft, light gray carpet. 3 little beds were neatly arranged in the corner, and the bookshelf was filled with comic books, including the entire series of CEO's Love for Me, gender-swapped edition. A small wind chime by the window gently swayed, producing a clear sound. Wow, this is just too cute. Su-Yun couldn't help but exclaim. Ollie proudly jumped onto his pink little bed, his tail swishing, beaming with pride. Aren't you amazed? Praise us. Mengyu carefully approached her blue little bed. The largest white bed belonged to Shuyu, but she preferred to lie on the floor to stretch out. In the corner, the safe bought for Ollie and Mengyu was placed in a concealed spot, securely locked. Yili glanced over, chuckling to himself. It seems these 2 little ones have quite a few secrets. Hey, there's even a throw pillow. Lu Shifei, with her keen eyes, pointed to Ali's little nest. Ali immediately felt guilty and pushed the pillow deeper into the nest, stopping her tail from wagging and her gaze becoming erratic. She muttered to herself, Ugh, I can't stand women who lack a sense of boundaries. Yi Li and Su Yun exchanged glances, clearly noticing Ali's unusual behavior. Ali, is there something wrong with the pillow? Ali's ears twitched, and she pressed her paws tightly against the pillow. Her eyes darted away as she stammered, and no, it's just an ordinary pillow. Oh dear, I accidentally saw whose photo is on it. Lu Shifei straightened up from an awkward angle, and to her surprise, she saw Yi Li's big headshot printed on the pillow. But before she could continue speaking, Ali quickly flipped the pillow over. On the other side was a selfie of Su Yun. Now, Yi Li and Su Yun had nothing more to say and could only share a knowing smile, shaking their heads helplessly. Chapter 106, Going to Siberia? The logistics park appeared particularly empty in the evening. The last rays of the setting sun cast a golden hue over the concrete ground, while a few trucks occasionally passed by outside the walls, rumbling softly. A gentle breeze brought a hint of coolness, mingling the faint smell of gasoline with the fresh scent of grass and trees. Let's do this first, then that, and finally. Wow, you're so naughty, Lu Shifei. Can you please speak properly? Yi Li, Su Yun, and Lu Shifei were huddled together, whispering. Behind them stood a portable, collapsible soccer goal, its white net swaying lightly in the breeze. In the center of the field, a conspicuous scoreboard displayed a tie at 3-3. On the other side, Ali, Mingya, and Shuiyu were also gathered together, their fluffy heads close together. The sunset's glow enveloped them, giving them a soft golden outline. Shuiyu elegantly flicked its tail. I'll tackle Yi Li and limit his movements. No way, that's a foul. Mingya howled. Still want to tackle Yi Li? Your little scheme is practically common knowledge. Ali blinked thoughtfully. I think Yi Li will definitely be the goalkeeper this round. Shuiyu, why don't you? Before Ali could finish, Shuiyu gracefully raised a paw and said, All right, if I propose again, it'll be my fault. My heart is colder than ice in the depth of winter. With that, it stood up elegantly and walked lightly towards the goal, then lazily sat down. Ali and Meng exchanged glances and trotted over with their little legs to the center of the field. The match began, and Yi Li took the first kick. Just as Ali had guessed, he was the goalkeeper this round. Losing meant agreeing to one condition from each opponent, and Yi Li was quite wary of Ali's mischievous thoughts. With him guarding the goal, the other side wouldn't score a single goal. Yun Jie, you must win. Don't worry, if we win, I'll make Ali do her laundry. Su Yun sprinted forward with the ball, her ponytail swinging gently behind her, a relaxed smile on her face. Lu Shifei supported her from the side, and the two worked together seamlessly. Ali and Meng quickly moved in to intercept, their ears perked up and tails waving like little flags, eyes focused intently on the ball at Su Yun's feet. The two struggled to break through. Su Yun looked down at the small Mengya and smirked. Mengya, there are flying pig trotters in the sky. After Su Yun finished, Lu Shifei exaggeratedly looked up at the sky. Really? Oh, whoa. Mengya chuckled softly. Still trying to trick me? I'm not a kid anymore. There's no smell of meat. So there can't be pig trotters. The goalkeeper, Shuiyu, face-bombed in disbelief. Pig trotters can't fly, okay. But silly white head was still looking up at the sky. Where are the pig trotters? Ollie looked around curiously. It knows a lot more, because it once read a very dull book that mentioned the concept of pie falling from the sky. If pies can fall from the sky, why can't pig knuckles? Ollie, skeptical as always, spun around a few times and even wanted to ask Mingya for help. Just because she hadn't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Sister, I looked, and there's nothing. Ha ha ha, you fell for it. Yi Li's initial target was never Mingya. His plan was simple. Although the idea of flying pig knuckles seemed impossible, Ollie was focused on Lu Shifei. The ball wasn't here, and out of curiosity, she would likely look up. What he didn't know was that Ollie genuinely believed it. At that moment, Su Yun made a feint and passed the ball to Lu Shifei, who quickly charged toward the goal, preparing to shoot. Ollie was stunned. How could they be so sneaky? She immediately turned back. Her flustered movements were just too adorable. However, Lu Shifei had already lifted her foot to take the shot. You little dummies, you're about to lose. The soccer ball arced beautifully toward the goal, and just as it seemed poised to go in, Shuiyu suddenly stood up in front of the goal. Her presence was terrifying. With an elegant dive, she confidently intercepted the ball, sending it flying towards Mengya with a flick of her tail. Wow, Shuiyu is amazing, Su Yun exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. Lu Shifei chuckled and shook her head, her expression showing no signs of frustration. Shuiyu lazily settled back in front of the goal, her tail swaying gently. It was now Ollie and Mengya's turn to counterattack. You siniki yidi. This must be your devious plan. Ollie channeled her anger into energy, her ears perked up as she ran. The two angry little ones were quite fearsome, passing, dribbling, shooting. Just then, a phone rang out from a distance. Yi Li instinctively turned to glance, but with his other hand, he skillfully caught the ball that Mengya had sent his way, his movements clean and precise, as if he had already predicted the ball's trajectory. Mengya's ears drooped instantly. Wow, Yi Li, how did you catch that? Su Yun exclaimed in surprise. Yunjia, your boyfriend is so cool. At that moment, Ollie made her move. Like a flash of white lightning, she burst onto the field from the sidelines and knocked the ball straight into Yi Li's hands. 4-3. We won. Ollie jumped up excitedly, her tail wagging like a little windmill, ears perked up, looking particularly pleased with herself. Yili stood there dumbfounded, looking down at his empty hands, then back up at the soccer ball that had comfortably settled into the goal. Ollie, you're so sly. Ollie proudly wagged her tail, her eyes squinting into slits. That's called strategy, get it? Who told you to be distracted? As the sun gradually set, the laughter in the parking lot began to fade. After the game, everyone was sweaty but wore satisfied smiles, though they felt sticky, especially Lu Shifei, who was too tired to speak. Suyun's ponytail was also a bit messy, draping over her shoulder. You all go ahead and shower first. Ollie and Minya, Shuiyu, wait for me to help you wash up last. After they all returned to the RV, Yili took out his phone and glanced at a missed call. The screen displayed the words Anomaly Investigation Bureau, and he frowned slightly, feeling a sense of unease. He dialed the number back, and it was quickly answered. Yili, it's me, Ruanju. Yili paused for a moment. What happened? Director Lin has gone dark, Ruanju said directly, her tone laced with urgency. He went to a small island near the Bering Strait for a mission 3 days ago. Yili's heart sank, and his brow furrowed tightly. The Bering Strait. The Diomede Islands, which separate the Bear Country in America? What was he doing there? I don't know. Director Lin left this morning as well. What about him now? He's gone missing too. Chapter 107. I guess I took the initiative. The temperature inside the RV was just right. Su Yun and Lu Shifei had just finished their shower, their bodies still carrying a faint mist and the refreshing scent of body wash. Both were dressed in light tank nightgowns, the straps casually slipping off their fair shoulders, with the hem barely reaching mid-thigh. How enviable. I wish I could find a man to settle down with. Lu Shifei took a sip of hot tea, letting out a satisfied sigh. She turned her head to look at Su Yun, her lips curling slightly. But I can't bear to part with you, Yunjia. I heard that in France. In contrast to Lu Shifei's somewhat reserved posture, Su Yun lay sideways on the couch opposite her. Her long legs were casually draped over the armrest, holding a magazine and flipping through it absent-mindedly. After hearing Lu Shifei's words, she chuckled softly and closed the magazine. Turning to her, she asked, So it's a three-way over there, right? Su Yun scrutinized Lu Shifei closely. If she showed any sign of agreement, what awaited her would be. Hee. Lu Shifei smiled. Su Yun's expression changed abruptly. I'll kill you, you little minx. The two of them ended up in a playful tussle on the sofa, the straps of their nightgowns slipping off their shoulders, exposing their fair skin. The hem of their dresses rode up, making their long legs appear particularly alluring under the light. Just then, Yili pushed open the door and was greeted by this tantalizing scene. He instinctively turned his head away. Ahem, if you're going to fight, at least don't tear your clothes. Hearing the commotion, Su Yun quickly covered her best friend with a blanket. Lu Shifei wrapped herself up like a dumpling. Yunya, my innocence is gone. You guys have fun. I'll go give Shuyu a bath, Yili said as he walked a few steps toward the bathroom, then suddenly stopped and turned back to Lu Shifei. You're not in a lace, are you? I don't think so. Lu Shifei looked at Su Yun for confirmation. Su Yun rolled her eyes at her. Of course you do. Just a moment ago you were talking about a three-way. Shuyu elegantly came down from the second floor. Come in, Yili said softly, stepping aside to make room. The bathroom felt a bit cramped for her, but she cautiously made her way inside, her tail brushing lightly against Yili's leg. Yili shut the door, sealing in the steam. The sound of water was particularly clear in the quiet space. Shuyu leaned in, gently nudging her nose against the water flow, then immediately sneezed. Don't rush. Yili chuckled, patting her head. Shuyu shook her head, splattering droplets of water onto Yili's face. He helplessly wiped his face and continued adjusting the water temperature. Yili suddenly asked Shuyu, would you like to go to Siberia for a trip? Meow. Shuyu tilted her head in confusion. What is Siberia? But no matter where it was, as long as Yili wanted to go, she wanted to follow. She nodded her head. You silly thing. What if it's dangerous? Yili recalled how Li Yong had mentioned that the Bureau hoped he would make a trip to Siberia. At the time, Li Yong had outright refused for him. He hadn't thought much of it then. Now that he thought about it, the Bureau had never been so proactive in asking him for anything. It seemed something serious had happened in Siberia. Finally, the water temperature was just right. Yili turned to look at Shuiyu and patted the edge of the bathtub. Come on, it's time for a bath. He picked up the shower head and let warm water gently cascade over its body. Shuiyu shivered slightly, but quickly relaxed, emitting low purring sound from its throat. Yili squeezed some pet shampoo into his hands and gently rubbed it into its fur. He then continued talking to himself. The Bering Strait borders the Chikaka region, where there are nuclear power plants in Bear Country. Floating nuclear power plants are essentially nuclear reactors installed on ships or floating platforms. I suspect the abnormal snowstorm caused widespread ice formation in the Arctic Ocean, and the academician ship couldn't be evacuated in time, getting trapped inside. And it seems like Brother Lee and the others might also be stuck in the snowstorm. The Anomaly Bureau has already sent people to search for them. Suyin had always looked forward to taking him back to the Magic City to meet her parents. As for whether to go to Siberia, Yili hesitated. The foam gradually covered Shui Yu's body. It was enjoying the process, eyes slightly squinted, tail gently swaying, occasionally sticking out its tongue to lick Yili's hand. At the same time, it felt quite proud inside. Why didn't Yili share these things with Suyin? Why did he choose to confide in it instead? Wasn't that favoritism? Shui Yu wrapped its tail around Yili's arm and stuck out its pink tongue. But Yili laughed and dodged, finding it too clingy. After rinsing, he picked up a towel to dry it off. Seizing the opportunity, Shui Yu rubbed against him again, this time even swinging its tail into his face. Purring contentedly. Thank goodness you can't talk. It would feel so good to say it out loud. Yili stood up, feeling considerably lighter. He decided to go out and ask for Su Yun's opinion. Thank you, Shui Yu. But Shui Yu was left stunned in place. I thought I was different from others. But it seems I was being presumptuous. Why not go? Siberia sounds exciting. Su Yun immediately linked her arm with Yili's. It wasn't even December yet, and she felt it was too early to go back. It was very dangerous. Yili felt he didn't have the ability to withstand nuclear radiation. Not to mention Su Yun. Wait, why not butter up the system a bit? Su Yun sensed Yili's unease and suggested, let's head over there first. And if they're okay, we can treat it as a vacation. But what if something happens? Lu Shifei said lightly. She opposed the idea of the two going to Siberia. Shouldn't we leave this kind of thing to professionals? What she didn't know was that the two most qualified professionals had already gone missing. The next day, Yili was sitting on the bed shirtless when he received a phone call. One good news, one bad news. The good news was that Li Yong and Lin Quan were mostly fine. The bad news was, hey, Brother Yi, do you want to come to Siberia for a visit? Said the voice on the other end, speaking in broken Chinese. Yili had a feeling the next thing he would hear would be some tongue tricks. I've taken care of the visa and permits for you. Come on over and have some fun. We're all brothers here. I think Chicago would be great, and there are baby polar bears too. You like polar bears, right? All right. Ivan, Lin Quan has taken over the phone. Yili, the blizzard here is a bit strange. It covers the entire Siberian region, but only randomly selected areas experience these abnormal snowstorms, and the timing is unpredictable. We're holed up in a base that was converted from an air raid shelter, so it's quite safe. Don't come to Chicago. It's all ice and not much to see. Ivanov disagreed, saying there are polar bears, after all. We chatted a bit more. Lin Quan is confident he can escape when the blizzard changes again. The earlier communication blackout was due to the abnormal snowstorm, but since we can make calls now, it means the storm has weakened. Yili thought about it and felt reassured. All right then, just stay safe. But just as he was about to hang up, an alarm went off on the other end. What is happening? Lin Quan immediately responded. It's nothing. It's not a big deal. Really nothing? It's fine. Ivanov. Lin, are you sure it's nothing? At that moment, Li Yong's voice came from a distance. Ivan, the main door is sealed. Are there any other exits? All other exits have already been sealed, Lin Quan confirmed again. You really can't get out? Am I trying to scare you? And that reactor, if it's not dealt with soon, I estimate it can only hold for about a month before leaking. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. Lin Quan awkwardly said, Want to come play in Siberia? Chapter 108. Lena River Yili pondered for a moment and said, Ordinary cargo planes can't carry my RV. If time is tight, the Anomaly Bureau can arrange something. Upon hearing this, Ivanov immediately perked up. The cargo plane's weight capacity was definitely sufficient. However, as far as they knew, the cargo hold of Dragon Country cargo planes was only about 4 meters high, and they would also have to navigate through potentially severe snowstorms. Had Dragon Country secretly developed some new technology? Forget it, we're not in a hurry. Just drive it over directly. Lin Quan quickly estimated that based on their research data for RVs, it would take about 10 to 15 days to get from Urumqi to Chicago. This time frame was acceptable. Upon hearing Lin Quan's words, Ivanov finally reacted and asked in surprise, Wait, do you guys really have it? It's just concept art. We're still in the design phase. Elena Quan explained that. Oh, I see. Ivanov felt a bit disappointed. All right, I'll be there in 10 days, he said. Yili then added, If we can cross the wilderness, it might be even faster. Cross? I'll get you across. Ivanov responded excitedly. With the nuclear waste on the verge of leaking, he wasn't as calm as Lin Quan and Leo. For this mission, he had been given significant authority from above. Initially, they secured cooperation from Dragon Country by offering various core technologies as compensation, but they encountered an unexpected snowstorm along the way and had to retreat to the base. They hadn't expected the exit to be blocked. Ivanov now just wanted to know who designed this base. Brother Yi Li, you can drive boldly, he encouraged. Hearing this, Yi Li's lips curled into a slight smile. After all these years, someone was finally telling him he could drive fast. With the vast wilderness and icy plains ahead, he could speed along, and when he got tired, he could let the self-driving system take over while he and Su Yun relaxed in the back, enjoying the scenery. It felt like this journey was going to be exhilarating. System, the reward for signing in at Urumqi is a bit meager. ISNT it? ISNT, the high-tech dog leash, exactly what you need. You've given me this before. You men are all like this. Huh? What do you mean? Always feeling entitled, complaining that the gifts you receive aren't enough, and when you don't receive them, you complain again. Yili was baffled. Could he still rely on this system? The next moment, 2 rings appeared in his hands. Take this ring, it can keep her safe. And it can also keep you safe. The Lena River, frozen for miles, wound like a silver dragon across the vast wilderness. It originates from the mountains along the western shore of Lake Baikal in southeastern Siberia and is the second largest river in Russia. Stretching for 400 kilometers long, it ranks 9th in the world. Had a certain dynasty been stronger back in the day, the Lena River might have become the boundary between Dragon Country and Russia. The sky hangs low, with gray clouds seeming almost within reach. The cold wind howls across the icy surface, stirring up fine snowflakes that create a drifting snow mist. On this frozen river, a 12-meter-long high-tech RV glides smoothly. The ice of the Lena River is not entirely even. In some places, the flow of water has formed undulating ice ridges. The ice layer is thick and solid enough to withstand heavy pressure. But occasionally, a deep rumble can be heard from beneath, where the river flows silently below the ice. The wheels crunch over the ice, producing a low, grinding sound. And when they encounter an ice ridge, the vehicle bounces slightly but remains as stable as a rock. A puff of white smoke escapes from the exhaust pipe at the rear, quickly dissipating into the biting cold, merging with the vast snow mist. A live-streaming camera hovers outside the vehicle. Yili's voice comes through the stream. Hello, everyone. We are currently driving on the ice of the Lena River, and the scenery here is absolutely breathtaking. Soon, many viewers flood into the live stream. The comments start rolling in. Wow, this ice river is spectacular. Host, you guys are so brave to drive on the ice. The RV looks so powerful, I'm envious. Where's this place? Is Ishan abroad now? So fast. Yili, please be careful. Yili chuckles and responds. The ice layer of the Lena River is very thick and quite safe. We plan to head to the Chukaka Autonomous Okrug to see polar bears. It's going to be a very special journey. Yay, I'm on board. Are there Inuit people there? Watching polar bears? Can't you just see them in a zoo? Can't you young folks settle down? My daughter would never look at a guy like you. The sudden barrage of comments almost blindsided him. The crowd's reactions were mixed. Did I say something wrong? Aren't they all polar bears? So, is there really no difference between the World Cup and kids playing soccer in the neighborhood? What'd I just see? Not interested in Yishun? Meanwhile, at a matchmaking corner, a plump woman complains to her friends. Look at this. Did I say something wrong? What use are men like that? Her friends nod in agreement. Exactly. My daughter is marrying a returning PhD. My daughter is marrying into a wealthy family in the capital. Oh, she's so pampered. A man has to earn at least 100,000 a month. Otherwise, what's the point? Listening to their chatter, the plump woman becomes even more resolute in her views. Just then, news spreads through the crowd. A young man who earns over 10,000 a month just came in. The plump woman remains unfazed, while her friends start to excuse themselves to leave for a bit. Inside the RV, warm yellow light spills over the wooden furniture. Su Yin holds a cup of hot tea, gazing out the window, admiring the icy landscape with a gentle smile on her face. Ali and Mengya are sprawled on the sofa inside, their eyes glued to their phone screens. Mengya wants to watch cartoons, and Su Yin obliges. Suddenly, they hear a commotion, and Su Yin turns her head, asking, "Is the battery dead?" With a soft laugh, she picks up her phone, seeing the comments wildly sparring with each other. Ollie, that old witch is going too far. Mengya, bad person. Don't pay her any mind. She just wants to live in her own world. Let the AI take the wheel. Yili crawled back from the cockpit into the living area and first patted Shuiyu's big head. Does our little Daiyu want to go out to play? After putting on its pet tag, Yili thought Lin Daiyu had gotten into the car. Unlike the voices of Ollie and Mingya, Shuiyu had a more mature tone. Its voice could easily rival Su Yun's. With a mature sound combined with Lin's subtle and metaphorical speaking style, Yili was nearly driven to frustration. In the end, following Su Yun's suggestion, he swapped the Dream of the Red Chamber Collector's Edition for Journey to the West. After finishing with Shuiyu, Yili leaned against Su Yun, resting his head on her shoulder. Yinjia, how's the speed? Is it okay? This speed feels nice. I meant the car. Wasn't that what I was talking about? The two exchanged glances, neither willing to admit their own fault. Chapter 109. The Siberian Wolf. The icy landscape outside the window gradually blurred into the dusk. The road ahead was in such poor condition that it was impossible to drive while dozing off like before. The vehicle bounced violently, making one wonder if they had checked into some couple's hotel. Yili inspected the RV's equipment, and after confirming everything was in order, he lay down in bed with Su Yun. We won't be wasting time, right? Don't worry, we'll pick up speed once we hit the plains. The two embraced and fell asleep. As the RV settled into silence, the whispers from upstairs became clearer. The second-floor bedroom had been turned into a living room by the little foxes. They were gathered around, with a book spread open in front of them. More accurately, it was a beautifully illustrated page from a book. What did I say? This is what a leopard looks like after transforming. The little fox pointed at the illustration with a hint of pride in its voice. The picture depicted a creature that was half human, half leopard, the South Mountain King. The eye flower-spotted leopard spirit. Its head retained the features of a leopard, with bright, piercing eyes, while its body resembled that of a human, covered in leopard skin and clad in simple armor. Shuiyu remained silent, her gaze sweeping over the illustration with indifference. Mingya also stayed quiet, her paws absent-mindedly scratching the bed. The book also mentioned a creature called Kuei Mu Wolf, which looked somewhat similar. It wore a yellow robe and wielded a large knife. Clearly, Mingya and Shuiyu were not fond of this appearance. However, the foxes transformed into beautiful women. Mayali is definitely more beautiful than them. The little fox raised its chin proudly. If that's the case, Shuiyu finally spoke up, teasingly, are you going to seduce other people's men in the future? The little fox fell silent, then tilted its head. Why not? Mingya didn't understand, but Shuiyu widened her eyes in disbelief. She was stunned for a long moment before huffing and flicking her tail. What nonsense are you saying? You've really gone bad. However, the little fox responded confidently, because Yili is already Yin Jia's man. Sister you. Mingya seemed to understand, but felt an inexplicable urgency in her heart. Shuiyu was left speechless. The pink pads on the bed tapped a few times before she finally huffed. The book says it takes hundreds of years to transform. You can't possibly live that long. And what about Yili? He probably won't live that long either. How could that be? I don't want him to die. Su Yun was already fast asleep, her breathing steady, with long hair spread across the pillow. Yili's gaze drifted to the second floor, a light chuckle escaping his lips. He then closed his eyes as well. Automatic sign-in successful. Reward. Mini affinity aura. Did it have to be at this moment? Yili opened his eyes, his expression one of mild exasperation. Mini affinity aura increases the favorability of living beings within range. Actual effects vary due to individual differences. Status. Activated. In the dead of night, the ice surface of the Lena River was consumed by the thick darkness. The skyline sagged under the weight of the clouds, with a few sparse stars flickering through the gaps, their faint light nearly swallowed by the wind and snow. On the icy surface, several dark shapes moved silently. They were disciplined, converging from various directions towards the RV. Inside, the second floor was dimly lit. A small night light emitted a feeble glow, barely illuminating the contours of the space. Ollie lay sprawled in his little nest, belly up, covered with a blanket, blissfully unaware and occasionally letting out soft snores. Mingya was curled up quietly in his own corner, his head buried in his tail, breathing evenly and appearing exceptionally well-behaved. Shuiyu lay on the floor, by the window. Suddenly, a deep wolf howl echoed from a distance, piercing through the cold wind and striking the eardrums. Shuiyu and Mingya opened their eyes almost simultaneously. They're a pack of wolves. A lot of them. They're gathering. Mingya tensed up, a low growl rumbling in his throat. Ollie, however, remained sound asleep, the blanket having slipped down to expose his round belly. Shuayu approached and gently nudged him. Ollie groggily rolled over, mumbling, "Don't disturb me. Let me sleep a little longer, there's a pack of wolves," Shuayu said softly, his gaze fixed outside the window. Ollie paused, then suddenly sprang up, forgetting to pick up the blanket that had fallen to the floor. "Wolves? Where?" Shuayu didn't answer, just gestured towards the window. Mengya leaned forward slightly, as if ready to dash out at any moment. "So many wolves, at least dozens." Ollie moved to the window. There, on the distant ice, countless green eyes glimmered in the dark, like a swarm of ghostly apparitions. Meanwhile, in the bedroom downstairs, Yili was also awakened by the wolf howls, reluctantly opening his eyes. Why was it so hard to get a good night's sleep? He turned to glance at Su Yun beside him. She remained in a deep slumber, completely undisturbed. Su Yun's head rested on Yili's arm, her soft hair spilling over his shoulder, one leg casually draped over his. She looked like a lazy cat, and her sleeping position was quite peculiar. Who would have thought a mature, sophisticated woman would sleep like this? They had been traveling day and night for the past few days. Although there was little jostling inside the RV, fatigue had been slowly accumulating. Outside, Ollie and Mengya's voices broke the silence. "Sister, Master, are you awake?" I don't know. I would peek at him while he's sleeping," Ollie proclaimed earnestly, as if speaking to someone specific. Yili carefully withdrew his arm. As his hand rested on Su Yun's thigh, she seemed to sense something, groggily opening her eyes, her voice thick with sleep. "What's wrong?" "There are wolves." Yili whispered. Su Yun blinked, becoming slightly more alert. "Oh, wolves, but they can't possibly take you on, of course not. I'll go chase them away and be right back." Yili gently got up, trying to move as quietly as possible. Su Yun wrapped herself tightly in the blanket and mumbled, "I'll wait for you to come back." Yili smiled slightly and turned to head towards the door. Ali, Mengya, and Shui were already waiting at the entrance. "Let's go take a look," Yili said softly as he pushed open the door of the RV. A biting, cold wind hit him in the face, and he instinctively squinted his eyes, his breath instantly turning into a white mist in the air. "This damn weather," Yili muttered under his breath. He then shifted his attention to the front. A pack of wolves had already surrounded them, just a few dozen meters from the RV. Their green, glimmering eyes shone ominously in the darkness. Siberian wolves are larger than ordinary wolves, with thick fur that clearly adapts to the frigid environment. The lead wolf, the alpha, stood at the forefront, its size particularly imposing. Its eyes radiated a fierce and cunning glint. "A wolf!" The wolf king threw its head back and let out a long howl. The sound was deep and powerful, a clear show of dominance aimed at Yili. However, in the next moment, the pack retreated several steps. Behind Yili, Shuayu casually stepped down from the RV. Chapter 1:10. It's clearly marked as the mini version, and given their size, canines are typically no match for felines. This is determined by physiological structure, combat skills, and more. Not to mention, Snow Jade is significantly larger than the Wolf King. The Wolf King measures 1.3 meters in body length and stands 60 centimeters tall at the shoulder. In contrast, thanks to gene-enhancing agents, Snow Jade reaches a body length of 1.8 meters. For context, the record for the largest Siberian tiger is 2.1 meters, excluding tail length. Looking at shoulder height offers an even clearer sense of the difference between the two. Snow Jade's head almost reaches Yili's chest, while the Wolf King doesn't even reach his waist. A wolf. Snow Jade's long howl echoed through the night sky, carrying an invisible pressure that instantly intimidated the wolf pack. The more timid wolves tucked their tails between their legs in fear. It's worth mentioning that the Siberian wolf is the ancestor of the Siberian husky, which is also known by another name, the husky. Impressive. It seems their gazes became instantly clearer. "Mengya, I could do it too. I know, but let us leave this one to Snow Jade." Yili crouched down, petting the two little ones, completely unconcerned about the wolf pack. The Wolf King stood its ground, its gaze shifting between Snow Jade and Yili, clearly weighing whether to continue the attack. It let out a low, continuous growl as a test. Snow Jade remained unfazed, licking her paw. The Wolf King was highly intelligent. It knew there was a high probability it wouldn't win against this female snow leopard. A reckless attack would only result in heavy losses for the pack. Ultimately, it let out a long howl, commanding a retreat. At that moment, however, a female wolf in the pack slowed her pace. She glanced back multiple times, her gaze lingering on Yili, her eyes reflecting a strange emotion, as if drawn to him by some unseen force. Oh, the Wolf King noticed the female wolf's behavior, and its expression instantly turned fierce. It let out a low growl, trying to redirect the female wolf's attention, but she seemed not to hear, still gazing at Yi Li with an almost infatuated look. Wow, that seems like a mating call. Mingya, got it. Yi Li was completely taken aback. Then he remembered this was the effect of the mini version of the affinity aura. He was at a loss for words and didn't even want to comment. It didn't activate when the Wolf King was about to attack, but now that they were planning to leave, it suddenly kicked in. Sure enough, an angry roar erupted. Oh, the Wolf King was thoroughly enraged. It abruptly turned its attention away from Snow Jade and charged directly at Yi Li, with the rest of the pack following suit. Sharp claws carved deep marks into the icy ground. Snow Jade, can you handle this? Yi Li stood his ground, letting out a helpless sigh. Without saying much, Snow Jade transformed into a white blur and dashed out. It seems your charm is irresistible, even to wolves. Su Yun's voice came from inside the RV, laced with a hint of teasing. She opened the door of the RV, holding a thick coat in her hands. He walked over to Yi Li and gently draped his coat over his shoulders. I'm not cold, Yi Li said with a smile, his tone light. You just don't mind the cold. That doesn't mean you can't feel it. Su Yun shot him a teasing glance, a hint of reproach in her voice. She reached out to adjust the collar of Yi Li's coat, her movements gentle and meticulous. Yi Li looked down at Su Yun, his eyes filled with a hint of affection. Her long hair fluttered slightly in the chilly wind. With her slightly parted pink lips, she appeared lazily charming, her eyes sparkling with playful allure. The battle between Snow Jade and the wolf pack, 1 versus 50, quickly came to an end. Not a trace of blood was left on the ice field, only the howling wolves fleeing in all directions. Snow Jade is amazing, Su Yun exclaimed as she returned to the car to grab her camera, clicking away nonstop. The Siberian wolf was already an endangered species, and Yi Li himself detested unnecessary killing, so he had instructed Snow Jade to go easy on them. Of course, the main reason was that these creatures posed no threat to him at all. After all, who would annihilate an entire anthill just because an ant was in their way? Snow Jade had pinned the Wolf King down on the ice. The Wolf King struggled, emitting a low growl from its throat. But Snow Jade's claws were firmly pressed on its shoulder blades, rendering it immobile. Yi Li strolled over leisurely and squatted down in front of the Wolf King. Are you going to submit? Whoa, very well. Whoa, whoa. The Wolf King bared its teeth, its green eyes fixed fiercely on Yi Li, letting out an angry low growl. Su Yun and the two little ones gathered around, their gazes filled with curiosity, teasing, and disdain. The only thing missing was fear. The little one with the cute fangs said, "It won't submit. It wants to fight the master. What are you thinking? There's no way it would get such a good deal." Yi Li chuckled softly and flicked the Wolf King's forehead with his hand. Thud! The Wolf King was momentarily stunned by the flick, its fierce expression turning to confusion in an instant. Clearly, it hadn't expected this human to humiliate it in such a manner. Once it regained its composure, the Wolf King's fury intensified, and it let out a deep growl as if it wanted to tear Yi Li apart. Yi Li's expression turned icy, and without hesitation, he swung his fist down. Bang! His fist landed heavily on the ice, causing it to crack with a web of intricate lines that spread outwards. His fist halted just beside the Wolf King's mouth, mere millimeters from its fangs. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of chattering teeth echoed. Su Yun turned to see that the Wolf King was trembling all over, its previously fierce gaze now filled with terror, its ears drooping down. She bit her lip, trying hard to stifle a laugh. Yi Li retracted his fist and glanced at the Wolf King indifferently. Still fierce? The Wolf King didn't dare to make sound, merely shrinking its neck and tucking its tail tightly between its legs, looking utterly submissive. At that moment, the earlier female wolf cautiously approached, overcoming her fear of Snow Jade. She held a snow hare she had caught in her mouth. Letting out a low whimper from her throat, she displayed a hint of pleading. Yi Li looked at the female wolf in surprise. Its size was a bit smaller than the Wolf King, and its fur looked somewhat disheveled, likely a result of being on the receiving end of a lesson from Shuyu. Interesting. Yi Li stood up and patted Shuyu on the head. All right, let it go. Without asking further, Shuyu released its claws and stepped back to Yi Li's side. The Wolf King quickly got to its feet, its earlier ferocity now gone. The she-wolf whimpered a few times towards Yi Li. He couldn't understand her, but the expression on the Wolf King's face changed repeatedly. Finally, it let out a low growl before turning and sprinting deeper into the ice field, with the she-wolf immediately following, disappearing from sight. What did it say? Yelivan did it. Puzzled, Xiuyu and Ali averted their gazes, tilting their heads to look at the sky. Yili grew even more curious and turned his attention to Mengya. She is the princess of the wolf pack, deceived by the Wolf King. Her home is to the north, where she has a first love. Her master is like that. Yili listened patiently. His expression shifted just like that of the Wolf King's a moment ago. Although terms like princess and first love might have been added by Mengya based on her vocabulary, the general meaning was clear. Yili sighed, realizing that the animal kingdom could be so melodramatic. Wait, that's not right. He was a human. How could he possibly be like that she-wolf's first love? System, explain this to me. The principle of the affinity or amini is to endow the host with qualities that the other party likes. Otherwise, how could it increase their favorability? If it's just about qualities, then how do you explain the courting gaze? Suddenly, a thought struck Yili, and his expression stiffened. Surely, I can't be seen as just a wolf in its eyes. To be precise, it's a werewolf. But it's clearly labeled as the mini version. Chapter 111. Lake Baikal. The RV passed through Irkutsk, the capital of Irkutsk Oblast in the land of the bears. It is also the largest industrial city in Siberia, a transportation and trade hub often referred to as the heart of Siberia and the Paris of the East. The city's skyline isn't particularly towering, but it is filled with unique charm. The Su-27 and Su-30 fighter jets are produced here. However, most people will only remember that it is located at the southern tip of Lake Baikal, making it the closest city to the lake. Driving east along the M55 highway, the road hugs the southern edge of Lake Baikal, where the surface sparkles with blue light under the sun. Wow, can the host stay at Lake Baikal a bit longer? I second that. X999, I'm really curious. It seems like Yili is in a hurry. I just want to ask why the RV is moving so fast. Yesterday, we were at the Lena River, and today at noon, we're already at Lake Baikal. The source of the Lena River is near the Baikal Mountains. Can your RV climb mountains? What does that mean? No worries, you go have fun. Lake Baikal, the largest freshwater lake on the Eurasian continent. In winter, the lake's surface is covered with cracked blue ice that glistens under the sun, resembling a giant gem embedded in the snowy plains. The RV sped along the road by the lakeside, with the live stream following closely outside. Inside the vehicle, Ali, do I look more like a person or a fox? Yili casually asked while giving Ali a massage. Ali, with eyes half closed in enjoyment, suddenly stiffened at the question, its tail instinctively standing upright. It recalled a certain legend about fox spirits, which says that whatever you say it resembles, it will transform into that. Ali raised its head and stared at Yili for a few seconds. You are someone who can live for a long time, always accompanying me. Upon hearing this, Yili felt a sense of relief. As long as he looked human, he didn't want to appear as something strange in Ali's eyes, like a fox person or something. This affinity aura mini truly made him feel both love and hate, fearing he might turn into someone else in Ali's or Suyun's eyes. Is it possible that what they like is actually you? The system's voice echoed in his mind. I agree with your statement, Yili replied with a smile. Shameless. Yili chuckled and ignored it, turning to look out the window. On the lakeshore, coniferous forests were blanketed in thick snow, with branches adorned with crystalline icicles, while the railway wound its way through the woods by the lake. Occasionally, one could see magnificent horses galloping across the snowy ground and sightseeing hovercraft gliding over the ice surface. Of course, the most striking feature was the white bubbles beneath the ice of Lake Baikal. So beautiful. X999, how amazing. This place is truly stunning. Thousands of miles frozen. 10,000 miles of snow drifting. This used to be part of our territory, known as the Northern Sea. It feels so cool. We should definitely arrive tonight. How are these ice bubbles formed? I really want to pop them. Yili's voice resonated clearly in the live stream. Calm, yet assertive. What you see under the ice are actually bubbles of methane. They originate from the depths of Lake Baikal, gradually rising due to water currents, and eventually get trapped in the ice. He paused for a moment, his tone turning serious. However, these bubbles aren't just interesting to look at. If you encounter a large cluster of them, their explosive power could even flip over hovercrafts traveling on the lake surface. So everyone, please be extra careful while enjoying yourselves up there. Don't drill any holes, and definitely don't get curious, and try to light them with a lighter. Then Yili shifted the topic to a more widely known mystery. In fact, this methane phenomenon isn't limited to Lake Baikal. You might have heard of the legends surrounding the Bermuda Triangle, where ships and planes mysteriously disappear, which is largely related to methane as well. Methane intermittently erupts from the ocean floor, creating a layer of water vapor on the surface, causing ships to lose buoyancy and quickly sink. This is part of the mystery of the Bermuda Triangle. The live stream was filled with gasps of astonishment. So that's how it is. Yili really is knowledgeable. These bubbles are so dangerous. I've learned something new. I thought there were aliens or a four-dimensional space in Bermuda. The RV drove towards the capital of the Bariat Republic, Ulan-Ude. The road ran closely alongside Lake Baikal, dotted with tranquil little villages along the way. Traditional Siberian wooden houses adorn the landscape, their roofs covered in thick snow, with wisps of smoke rising from chimneys. These villages preserved the cultural characteristics of the Bariat people, such as brightly colored handmade tapestries and wooden carvings. You could also see traditional Bariat yurts, which are essentially Mongolian tents. Inside the RV, Su Yun and Yili sat facing each other. Accept reality. Tonight you'll obediently give me a foot massage. Who wins and who loses is still uncertain. Their gazes met above the Ludo board. Ali and Mengya were nestled deep on the sofa, their tails gently tapping the cushions, tiny paws pawing at the edge of the game board. Sister, master, is it possible? Ali chimed in gleefully. He definitely can't do it. Snow Yu lazily lounged in the aisle, her tail tip occasionally flicking, but her eyes remained fixed on the dice on the table, as if waiting for the perfect moment to strike. 666, I want a 6. Yili clenched his fists, murmuring under his breath. His eyes filled with a mix of anticipation and anxiety. The dice spun on the table, producing a crisp clattering sound. It finally slowed down, just missing a 6 and landing on 4. Yili wailed, collapsing back onto the sofa, his hands covering his face. His game piece remained stuck at the starting point, as if under a spell, unable to take off. Su Yun burst into laughter, her expression one of sheer delight. She propped her chin up, her tone teasing, someone else about to lose. Her piece was already nearing the finish line. Victory was in sight. Yili lifted his head and glanced at her, feigning grievance as he said, Yunjia, can we skip this round? Su Yun felt a pang of softness in her heart and almost agreed. But then she remembered that he was supposed to give her a foot massage tonight, and she chuckled lightly. Your handsome tricks won't work on me. It was now Ali and Mengya's turn, and their pieces were in second place, with a good chance of surpassing Su Yun to become first. Ali pointed at the squares of the same color on the board with his paw, his eyes sparkling with cunning, as if victory was already in the bag. You think you could just roll whatever you want? And jump squares too? Su Yun leaned back against the sofa, arms crossed, secretly grumbling, don't mess up my plans. At that moment, the lucky star Mengya stretched out its little paw, grabbed the dice, and threw it without hesitation. The dice spun around on the table for a few moments before finally landing on 6. I won. Mengya won. Yili clapped his hands excitedly, and his eyes lit up with hope of a comeback. Darn it, how'd it turn out like this? Su Yun pouted, but as she looked into Mengya's innocent eyes, her little dissatisfaction evaporated instantly. However, when her gaze shifted to Ali, she saw him proudly wagging his tail, grinning broadly, and laughing so boastfully. Su Yun deliberately put on a serious face and said, I'm so mad. I won't share the snacks in the fridge with Ali. Yeah. Ali froze upon hearing this. His ears perked up high, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. It's all a misunderstanding. He quickly scurried over to Su Yun, nuzzling against her arm, his tail wagging in a friendly manner. Yili couldn't help but burst into laughter at the scene. At this rate, who would win or lose was really uncertain. When it was Shui Yu's turn, Su Yun turned to him and gently asked, Shui Yu, it's your turn. Do you want me to roll for you? Shui Yu shook its fluffy head in refusal. So you want me to? Yili started to say, but before he could finish, Shui Yu howled, shaking its head even faster. Su Yun laughed so hard she almost fell over. I get it. It's saying, don't touch my dice. Chapter 112. Almost knocked out my front teeth, Chikatka, Pevek. Underground base. The door at the exit is made of titanium alloy. Something heavy is pressing down on it from above, making it impossible to open. The terrain here is flat and wide, with no large buildings around, leaving Lin Quan puzzled about what could be blocking the exit. Outside, the temperature has dropped to minus 50 degrees. Wouldn't this temperature trigger the shutdown protocol for the nuclear reactor? Li Yong siga ansiosely. Even after reactor is shut down, it continues to emit a significant amount of heat, a phenomenon known as decay heat. This heat is much less than during normal operation, but Leon worries that the coolant could freeze, leading to a meltdown. If that happens, it might not last a month. I actually wish the abnormal blizzard would lower the temperature a bit, Lin Quan said with a wry smile. It would be best if it turned into the kind of ice crystals found in the Tian Shan Mountains. If a meltdown is unavoidable, it would be better for the extreme cold to encase in ice. Earlier measurements indicated that the Academician Romanov had been frozen at a depth of nearly 100 meters under the Arctic Ocean, and the thickness of the ice was more than sufficient to withstand the heat of a meltdown. It could even isolate radioactive materials without issue. The only problem is that the immense pressure might cause the ice to crack, allowing steam and toxic gases generated by the high temperatures to come into contact with the outside world. Ideally, it would be minus 200 degrees, completely sealing it off. Lin Quan rubbed his hands together, exhaling a cloud of white vapor, his tone laced with a hint of jest. Leon glanced at him and shook his head with a smile. That is unlikely. By then, the meltdown will have already occurred. Not necessarily, Ivanov interjected, his voice low but tinged with a hint of lightness. He reached into his bag and pulled out several pieces of black bread, handing them to Lin Quan and Leon. Lin Quan took the bread, raised an eyebrow, and looked at him. What do you mean? Ivanov took a bite of the bread, speaking casually, since the setup site is in the Arctic Ocean. The Academician Romanov was designed with the effects of low temperatures in mind. That's different from the data you released. Lin Quan took the bread and couldn't help but chuckle, patting Ivanov on the shoulder. Tizke, you're quite the hoarder, aren't you? Ivanov pretended to shake his head seriously, but his eyes were full of mirth. You guys from the Dragon Country are the best at hiding things. The three exchanged glances and burst into laughter. You really want to take a loss, will you? Just speaking the truth. Didn't T stop in Ulan-Ude? The RV continued east along the Siberian highway, heading to Chita. The wheels rolled over the icy asphalt road. The road conditions were relatively good, and they passed through the berry of forest along the way. The vast coniferous forest swayed in the cold wind, with thick layers of snow hanging from the treetops. Occasionally, a few Siberian jays flitted between the trees, leaving behind a series of crisp calls. By the window, the game of Ludo was still set up on the table, even though the players were gone. Only the pink piece representing Su Yun remained at the P point, with a blue piece at the starting point. In the end, there was no miracle. Su Yun still won. Inside the driver's cabin, oh, who was hiding in here? Su Yun was wearing a deep gray wool coat, the collar slightly open, revealing a soft beige turtleneck sweater underneath. Her long hair fell casually over her shoulders, with the ends slightly curled, giving her a relaxed beauty. On the other hand, Yili looked aggrieved, like a big boy who had been bullied. I don't need you to massage my feet anymore, Su Yun chuckled, her voice laced with a hint of dependence. Just hold me while I sleep tonight. Yili raised an eyebrow, his tone firm. No way, a bet is a bet. You said that yourself. Su Yun is mischievously. After a few seconds of hesitation, Yili continued, but you can't shove your feet in my mouth again. As soon as he finished speaking, the air seemed to freeze. Suane's smile faltered. She kept doubting whether she had misheard him. Was it the meaning she thought it was? A blush crept on her cheeks, her gaze evasive, her voice dropping. You mean I put my feet in your... Yili looked at her, his eyes carrying a hint of reproach. What? You can't even admit to something you've done. Su Yun's face turned even redder, as if he had touched on some embarrassing secret, her breath quickening. She nervously twisted the hem of her clothes. Her voice stuttered, that time was in an accident. I didn't mean to shove. Yili remained silent, just staring directly into her eyes. Su Yun felt flustered under his gaze, her eyes darting around, her voice growing smaller. You scratched the soles of my feet, I got ticklish, I lifted my foot, and somehow it ended up in your mouth. Somehow? Yili finally spoke, his tone teasing, his eyes full of mischief. I clearly remember your face turning bright red at that moment. That was because I was ticklish. Su Yun protested. I don't think it was just ticklish. Yili pidesid on, coordinating head. Feeling trapped, she turned her head away, her ears flushed almost to the point of bleeding. Her voice was barely a whisper, anyway. It was an accident. I don't mind you, but you almost kicked out my front teeth. Su Yun bit her lip and shot Yili an angry glare. But his gentle eyes and smile disarmed her. She huffed softly, as if conceding. So tonight, a bet is a bet, Yili said seriously. Su Yun leaned back in her seat, a smile involuntarily spreading across her face. Yud is not close to Chita. It takes almost 10 hours, but the RV was fast, and they arrived before dark, expecting to park here for the night. Su-Yun gently kissed Yi on the forehead and cheerfully retreated to the living area. I'm going to take a shower. What scent does my dear Yi like? You're too dirty-minded, Yi replied seriously. Blueberry, I guess. Okay. Su-Yun left happily. Just as she closed the bathroom door, Yi quietly started the engine. Yun, yeah, it's not that I'm being unreasonable. It's just that time is a bit tight. The outline of Chita gradually faded behind the van as it turned onto the Lena Highway, heading north. The speed was slow and steady, and Su-Yun hardly noticed. The road conditions began to change, with paved roads alternating with gravel paths, the wheels crunching over the stones. Yet the RV remained remarkably stable. In winter, the Lena Highway was blanketed in ice and snow, the surface resembling a silver ribbon winding into the distance. Occasionally, a few trucks passed by, their wheels kicking up clouds of snow that sparkled in the orange glow of the setting sun. 30 minutes had passed. Yi Li's fingers unconsciously drummed on the steering wheel. Su-Yun had been inside for quite a while, clearly well prepared for this. Perhaps that incident of being caught off guard had truly been an accident? He sighed, just about to let the smart driving system take over when he suddenly heard the bathroom door gently push open. Yi Li, your sister is here to see you. Su-Yun emerged, wrapped in a soft white bathrobe, the belt loosely tied at her waist, accentuating her slender figure. The collar was slightly open, with droplets of water glistening on her fair collarbone, catching the light with a delicate sheen. A black strap, seemingly from her lingerie, peeked out from beneath the robe, adding an unintentional hint of sensuality. But amusingly, Su-Yun, with her eyes closed, stumbled into the bedroom like some debauched emperor from ancient times. Yi Li couldn't help but chuckle, quickly letting the smart driving system take over. Once back in the living area, he wrapped his arms around her slim waist. Come on, let's go inside. Chapter 113. He already has a fox sister. What are you looking at? Minya asked, her toy ball clutched in her mouth, tilting her head curiously. Shoo. Ali didn't turn around, merely gesturing for her to be quiet. His gaze was fixed downstairs, pupils slightly constricted. Aren't you afraid? Yi Li will find out. Shuyu shifted slightly, positioning herself in front of Ali. She knew Ali had the ability to see through things. Although she didn't know what he was looking at, it was likely nothing good. Finally, Ali withdrew his gaze and lowered his head, examining his soft pink paw as if deep in thought. Just then, the RV suddenly slammed to a stop, causing a noticeable jolt inside. Ali and Minya tumbled into Shuyu's arms. Ugh! Yi Li rushed out of the bedroom, his steps hurried, nearly tripping over the clutter on the floor as he headed straight for the bathroom, a look of curiosity on his face. Is that really blueberry flavored? Meanwhile, Su-Yun sat on the bed, her mind a blank as she looked down at her damp toes, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson. She bit her lip and muttered softly, "This time it's really not my fault." After rinsing his mouth, Yi Li dashed to the driver's seat, switching on the headlights, angrily pulling up the surveillance footage. The RV's high beams illuminated the road ahead. A group of horned creatures squinted at Yi Li, their expressions dazed and not particularly bright. Wow, is it morning already? Yi Li dimmed the brightness. It was a herd of reindeer leisurely crossing the road. Their thick fur puffed out steam as they breathed, and their hooves crunched on the snow. The line seemed endless, as if they were migrating from a distant frozen plain. The RV's system detected the creatures ahead and automatically slowed down. So the sudden stop wasn't because of them. He hoped there wouldn't be any hit-and-run situations. Yi Li scrutinized the footage, finally spotting a flash of crimson. It looked so beautiful. Meant just okay. Indeed, its tail resembled flames. Dirty. It doesn't even look like fire. In a corner of the RV, a dark red figure curled up, its fur glimmering faintly under the warm yellow light. Breathing lightly but steadily, Yi Li and Su-Yun crouched down, gazing at this beautiful being. Sister, don't you like it? Minya cautiously looked at Ali. Every compliment Yi Li and Su-Yun gave, Ali felt the need to counter. Not only that, Shuyu glared at Ali. Let go of my tail first. I don't see what's so special about it. Ali released his grip, spitting out a few stray hairs. Watching the mesmerized expressions on Su-Yun and Yi Li, he couldn't help but want to recite a poem. Flowers easily wither. Foxes easily age. There will always be new foxes to surpass the old. And what about that? Shuyu licked her tail and shot him a sidelong glance. Ali thought for a long time, and finally said, ABA. Mengya and Xiuyu didn't want to listen to its mournful monologue any longer, so they gathered around, curiously inspecting the newcomer. It's a female, Xiuyu declared with a glance. I watched the surveillance footage, Yili said with a hint of helplessness and amusement in his tone. This guy actually tried to sneak up on a reindeer calf and ended up being knocked away by a male reindeer's antlers, crashing right into our car. Suyin frowned slightly and gently patted its head, saying, "How unfortunate. It's really not easy to be alive." Yili shuruk, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "It's lucky. At least it crashed into my car. If it had hit someone else's, it probably would have become a specimen by now. It's not as tough as I am. I would dare to challenge a reindeer." Ollie squeezed between Yi Li and Su Yun, rubbing its head against them as if trying to evoke their long-lost affection. Just then, Su Yun exclaimed and moved. The Red Fox's eyes were initially a bit dazed, but quickly focused on Yi Li and Su Yun. Its body jolted, clearly startled. However, when its gaze landed on Xiuyu, its pupils suddenly constricted, and the next second, it fainted. "Ha, it's so timid. Not like me." Ollie proudly lifted its shin, but then suddenly remembered its own experience of being carried away by Xiuyu. Although it had been scared at the time, at least it hadn't fainted. With that thought, it puffed out its chest again. Proud. JPG Su Yin couldn't help but laugh, standing up to brush off her pants. "I'll go find it something to eat. It's probably starving." Yili nodded and crouched down to carefully check its body. Its hind leg was slightly swollen, clearly a minor fracture, likely for being hit by the reindeer's antlers. He frowned, about to speak, when he suddenly caught a strange smell. What is this fox musk?" Yili sniffed lightly and nearly gagged. It was a pungent, strong odor mixed with a fishy scent, like rotting fish and damp fur combined, hitting him hard. Mengya and Xiuyu, with their more sensitive noses, were directly overwhelmed by the smell and ran off to hide, looking utterly disgusted. Ollie covered its nose with a paw and laughed triumphantly. It's not as fragrant as I am." The RV's air purification system immediately kicked into high gear. But thankfully, the fox's odor wasn't as lingering as a skunk's, and the air quickly returned to freshness. Su Yin returned with jerky and water, pinching her nose. "It stinks. Ollie is so much better." Ollie stood up, hands on its hips, feeling quite proud. "Of course. Yidi, do you still want to keep it?" Yidi looked helpless. "When did I say I want to keep it? Then why did you bring it back?" Ollie asked. "Isn't this kind of injury common in the wild? It'll be fine in a few days on its own. I'm worried it might get stepped on by reindeer behind it." Yili shrugged, his tone a bit innocent. "Oh, I see." Ollie felt a bit embarrassed, realizing it had misunderstood the situation. But it nudged closer, poking Yi Li's leg with its paw, its tone tinged with a hint of grievance. "But you're not as good to me as you used to be." Previously, Yili would hold it every day, together with Su Yun. The three of them had even slept on the same bed. Yili smiled and rubbed Ali's head. That was affection for a pet. But what about now? Ali tilted its head, looking puzzled. Yili looked at it, his tone serious. "Now we're friends." Ali paused for a moment, then broke into a wide smile, its tail held high, as if it had received some significant recognition. Suyin watched this scene and softly muttered, "Sweet talk." Outside, the wind and snow howled relentlessly. Yet inside the car, a warm atmosphere enveloped them. Before long, the red fox woke up again. This time, it only saw Yi Li, and with the mini aura of affinity, it quickly lowered its guard. Seeing the food and water, it hungrily began to eat. After filling its belly, it should leave. Next time, it better not challenge the reindeer again. The Siberian plain is rich in resources. Yili wasn't worried at all about it starving. Besides, he had mixed something special into the water. The red fox seemed to understand what he meant, pausing its eating to whine at him a few times and even nudging his hand with its backside. On the second floor, Ali was seething with anger. Mengya asked what was wrong. Ali remained silent, just gritting its teeth and clenching its fists. The red fox's mating season is from December to March, while the Arctic fox's is from February to April. After finishing its meal, the red fox reluctantly approached the RV door. Yili understood well. It preferred the wild over what many people mistakenly thought would provide a better life for it. Perhaps that was indeed a better life. But at least until it had adapted long-term, it belonged to nature. System, deactivate the mini aura of affinity. In the next moment, the red fox's expression turned puzzled. After gratefully whining a few times at Yili, it jumped out of the car and vanished into the snowy night. Chapter 114. Riding snow jade at full speed, the cool moonlight flows through the coniferous forests of Siberia, casting a pure white glow that filters through the branches of spruces and firs, creating dappled shadows on the snow-covered ground. Various animal tracks can be seen in the snow: brown bears, wolves, moose, lynxes, and Siberian tigers. This area is part of the world's largest coniferous forest belt, the taiga, covering over 12 million square kilometers, earning it the title of Earth's green lungs. As the moon hangs above the treetops, the RV drives through the vicinity of the Vitim River Valley. Not far away, the moonlight illuminates the steep cliffs flanking the valley, while the frozen Vitim River winds like a silver ribbon between them. It is an important tributary of the Lena River, one of the most typical U-shaped valleys in Siberia, formed by glacial erosion. The valley floor stretches several kilometers wide, with peaks rising high into the clouds on either side. In the early hours of the morning, the RV enters the Lena River Plain, a region of permafrost where the soil remains below 0 degrees Celsius year-round, 2 meters beneath the surface. Surprisingly, despite the seemingly desolate land, over 2,000 plant species thrive here, making it a habitat for many migratory birds. Outside the window, herds of reindeer can occasionally be seen foraging in the moonlight, their broad hooves allowing them to walk on the soft snow without sinking. To them, the RV appears like a fleeting dark shadow. The distance between Chita and Yakutsk is not particularly great. Under optimal road and weather conditions, it would take nearly 2 days without food or drink. However, the RV moves swiftly and silently, like a black specter. Inside, it is as warm as spring. In the bedroom, Yi Li and Su Yun are nestled together in sleep. Outside, the temperature plummets to minus 40 degrees. But the RV's climate control system maintains a comfortable temperature of around 22 degrees. Curled up in Yi Li's embrace, Su Yun breathes evenly and softly. The RV glides smoothly along the Lena Highway, with the autopilot system precisely controlling the steering and speed. Occasionally encountering bumps, the suspension system instantly absorbs the vibrations, ensuring that the occupants feel almost no jostling. A small night light by the bed emits a gentle glow, illuminating a corner of the bedroom. At 7 in the morning, Yili wakes up. As the RV approaches Yakutsk, the scenery begins to change. He gently loosens his hold on Su Yun and tiptoes out of bed, careful not to wake her. Throwing on his coat, he heads to the driver's seat to check the navigation system. We're almost in Yakutsk. Yili picks up his phone and notices an unknown message. Nuclear leak. Frozen? No need to worry. The message is from Lyon. Yili thinks to himself how bold he is. Upon reflection, as long as the ice layer above and below the nuclear reactor is thick enough, it seems that the ice crystals could indeed seal the nuclear waste. Although Yili is not well-versed in nuclear physics or radiochemistry, he does have a say when it comes to abnormal weather. Outside the window, the ice surface of the Lena River glows with a faint blue light under the headlights. In the distance, the city of Yakutsk comes into view, shrouded in dim light. The dawn remains dull, yet the golden dome of the Orthodox Church stands out distinctly against the city's lights. The temperature control panel displayed that the temperature had dropped to minus 50 degrees. But for Yakutsk, that wasn't considered extreme. Back in the bedroom, Su Yun was already awake, sitting up on the bed and rubbing her eyes. It was so dark outside. What time was it? She asked softly. Yili sat down at the edge of the bed and pulled her into his embrace, saying, "It's 7 in the morning. Did you sleep too soundly, Yunjia?" Yakutsk is near the Arctic Circle, you know. The wind howled outside, whipping up dense flakes of snow. They struck the car like countless tiny arrows, making a crisp, crackling sound. The sky was dark, but the snow-covered ground was white, giving a faint sense of brightness. At this time of year, the sun in Yakutsk usually rises around 10 a.m. and sets around 2 p.m. Further north, like in the Chukotka region, they are completely engulfed in polar night. However, polar night, ISNT pitch black. Although the sun ISNT visible, the clouds refract light, causing the sky to exhibit varying shades of darkness. Breakfast consisted of a simple, nourishing porridge that warmed the heart. Yili felt a fiery energy in his chest, wanting to do something. Su Yun mischievously winked at him, saying, "I added extra ingredients just for you." After breakfast, Yili took Li and the others out for a walk. Walking on the thick layer of snow, his footsteps made a satisfying crunch. Ali darted like a white flash, leaping lightly over the snow and occasionally glancing back at Yili, urging him to keep up. Menya appeared even wilder, charging at a soft mound of snow like a wild boar, splattering snow everywhere. Then it shook its head, sending snowflakes flying from its fur, sparkling in the dim light. Charging like a wild boar. What is this, a comic book lesson? Yidi chakret. Shuyu, why aren't you playing? He looked at the large cat following him. Shuyu didn't respond, just crouched down and gently nudged his leg with its head. Yili paused for a moment and then laughed. You don't expect me to ride you, do you? No way. We're friends. You can't ride your friends. After saying that, Yili hesitated, wondering if it was really a possibility. Shuyu continued to nudge his leg, defiantly stating, when we were in Tianshan, she rode me. Yunjia? Shuyu nodded, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in its eyes. Yili hesitated for half a second, but ultimately climbed onto Shuyu's back. The cat's fur was thick and warm, and he could feel its muscles' strength and rhythm. He gently stroked Shuyu's neck. Let us go, but don't go too fast. Shuyu let out a low growl, and then began to run across the snowy expanse. Initially, its speed wasn't too fast, and Yili could still hear the wind whistling past his ears. But as Shuyu gradually accelerated, the scenery around him began to blur, the wind howled in his ears, and the snowflakes stung his face. Shuyu, didn't you promise me you'd go slower? If it's too fast, you can lie down on my back. Shuyu's voice was calm and steady, without any rise or fall. Yili was taken aback for a moment, then obediently leaned down, pressing his whole body against the thick, warm fur of Shuyu. The force of the wind lessened significantly, but his thoughts began to swirl. Something fell off, Yili murmured softly, sensing that something was strange. After hesitating for a moment, he tentatively asked, Did he teach you that? Shueyu's voice remained calm. Isn't that correct? Yidi su uintet, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. If it were Mingya, there would be no problem. But if Elise said it, then it's not right. As for you, Shueyu's footsteps seemed to pause for a moment. I definitely have no problem. Yili agreed, thinking that Shueyu had already given birth. It shouldn't be like a Li. Chapter 115. The coldest city in the world. The RV rolled into Yakutsk, the tires crunching over the icy surface with a faint crackling sound. If it weren't for the houses puffing out warm air from their chimneys and the scattered vehicles on the road, Yili might have thought he had arrived at the end of the Ice Age. The weather here was a stark contrast to human civilization, leaving a profound impact. Whether it was the unusual snowstorms or the extraordinary rainfall, Yili found himself in the wild. Even so, the feeling was overwhelming enough. One could only imagine what it would be like if such extreme weather occurred in a city. Yili tossed out a live-streaming ball, directing the camera towards the sky. Welcome to Yakutsk, the coldest city in the world. Yakutsk is the capital of the Sakha Republic, which is a fun fact, as the Sakha Republic is the second largest area in the world inhabited by people of East Asian descent. This city was built on permafrost, with temperature differences exceeding 100 degrees Celsius, truly a city of ice. As the audience expressed their curiosity, the frost on the camera lens melted away, revealing a grayish-white sky. A howling wind swept through, mixing with snowflakes that pelted the screen. The camera angled and shifted downwards. The streets were deserted, with pedestrians bundled up in thick clothing. Most buildings along the street were constructed on deeply embedded concrete piles to prevent the melting permafrost from causing foundation subsidence. Some of these piles extended several meters deep. Everywhere along the roadside, water and heating pipes hovered in the air, all covered in a thick layer of grayish-white snow. The onion dome of the main cathedral glimmered in the dim light, while the cross atop the monument pierced through the snowy mist, pointing toward the leaden gray sky. Just looking at this place sent chills down one's spine. Wow. Can people really live here? Can you even dry your clothes? Freeze-dry them? It felt like stepping back into the Ice Age. I should go there and sell refrigerators to help them stay warm. Who wants to invest? Meh. X250. Did no one question why the streamer was so quick? I bet they know a lot about this city. It's not as damp and cold as the South. The comments upstairs were indeed outrageous, arguing about everything. Yakutsk can drop to over minus 60 degrees Celsius. Breathing feels like being sliced by a knife, and skin can freeze in the air in just over 5 minutes. Anyone who thinks they can handle it might end up in trouble. I don't believe it. I'm not afraid of minus 50 degrees in my city. Not afraid of extreme snowstorms either. Nope. Come on, it's almost New Year's. Dog emoji. Yili looked at the barrage of comments with a touch of helplessness. Everyone had their own opinions on whether dry cold or damp cold was worse, but minus 60 degrees? That was another level altogether. As they passed Lenin Square, the statue of Lenin struck his classic pose. Significant historical monuments and architectural structures were concentrated along the city's central streets, and the old town named after Lenin. Yakutsk boasts 4 unique museums, each one a kind in the world. The Yakut Treasure, the Holmes Museum, the Mammoth Museum, and the Permafrost Kingdom Museum. Yakutsk has a permanent population of 400,000. Aren't you curious why they live here? Wow, I'm so curious. The comments flood in. Yili chuckles and gets straight to the point. The answer is mining. This place holds 90 of Russia's diamonds and 40 of its gold. Diamonds? Gold? I want to sell refrigerators too. Is your refrigerator for storing goods? Yili looks at the comments and continues on the way to the old town. You'll pass the Yakut Treasure Trove, which houses the richest collection of diamonds, gems, and metals and their products. It used to be off limits to ordinary people like me. If Yishan is just an ordinary person, then I'm really out of luck, someone jokes in the comments. Yili waves his hand. Now anyone can enter? At that moment, an eye-catching comment slides by. Speaking of jewelry, is Yishan going to propose with a diamond ring? Everyone is waiting for Yi Li's response. Suyin pretends to be indifferent and turns slightly away. There's nothing that can't be said. Yi Li feels that diamonds are just a tax on intelligence for him. He smiles and replies to everyone. I haven't decided yet. Anyway, it won't be a diamond. Suyin immediately chimes in. I don't like diamonds either. Did that just turn into dog food? You guys are too much. It's making me sick, boo-hoo. Wait, without a setup, how can you dodge that? Host, all the wedding rings on the market are diamonds, but that's still too expensive. Can you recommend any cheaper ones that have meaning? Yes, there are some. There are 9 types of such wedding rings. Yili shakes his head with a smile. I've never been married, so I don't really know. In Yakutsk, the must-visit attraction is the Permafrost Museum. The Kingdom of Permafrost is built inside the rocks of Mount Milan, where visitors are given warm cloaks and felt boots at the entrance. Here, ice crystals shimmer under colorful lights. The glowing tunnel is divided into several halls, such as the ceremonial hall for Yakut rituals and the hall where you can ride an ice slide to view ice sculptures. You can also shave ice or lie on an ice bed while drinking vodka. The Mammoth Museum is the place Yili most wants to visit. The museum's collection includes over 2,000 skeletal remains of large animals like mammoths, and you can see a fully restored mammoth skeleton. There is also a woolly rhinoceros, bison, and the remains of wild horses. Of course, Yili hasn't visited any of these places. However, the Comus Museum at 31 Lenin Street is on the way. Comus is a Yakut word that means jaw harp. It has the most diverse collection of jaw harps from around the world. The sound of the jaw harp is like the wind passing through a coniferous forest, deep and mysterious. The Yakuts make the body of the harp from reindeer bones or birchwood and use horsehair or animal tendons for the strings. Legend has it that the jaw harp is a medium that connects humans with the gods. Whether it can truly connect to the divine is up for debate, but it can imitate wolf howls, bird songs, and the sound of the wind, which is already quite practical. It sounds a lot like our traditional mouth harp back in the Dragon Kingdom. Many ethnic minorities have this type of musical instrument, though they may refer to it by different names. It's fundamentally the same thing, right? The mouth harp originated from ancient nomadic cultures, so it's clear that it was invented there first. What do you think Inner Mongolia doesn't have herding? The Dragon Kingdom is an agricultural civilization, and it's obvious who invented this. The comments section is getting noisy again. Why does it seem like certain issues come up only when people go abroad? Yili feels that if they had done their research, they wouldn't be arguing like this. The mouth harp and the Jew's harp are essentially the same instrument. Their simple construction means that historians don't get caught up in who invented it first. In the wild history of Nanzhao, it mentions men playing the lushing and women playing the mouth harp. In the Book of Song, there are references to bamboo reeds and iron leaf reeds. And according to the Han Palace records, there was even a drum and reed palace built in Han Dynasty. Archaeological discoveries show that the mouth harp existed during the matriarchal clan period of the Dragon Kingdom's primitive society. The Dragon Kingdom can indeed unearth evidence. But what if they can't dig through the permafrost? Isn't digging for the truth a bit embarrassing for them? Suddenly, a number of opposing comments appeared in the chat. Yili calmly said, Everyone, the Dragon Kingdom is the only one left among the 4 ancient civilizations. Although the term 4 ancient civilizations was proposed by Mr. Liang, global historical accounts, including those from NHK in Japan and the BBC in the UK, have a consensus on this. So be confident. Your country is no worse than any other. Chapter 116, The Path of Bones Noon. They walked into a traditional Yakut restaurant. Since they were here, how could they not try the local specialties? Ivanov realized he had arrived in Yakutsk and, while speaking, forgot to chew the black bread in his mouth, exclaiming that dragon country hides so many treasures. Lin Quan and Li Yong seemed puzzled. The most challenging part of the journey lay ahead, the infamous Kolima Highway, known as the Path of Bones. The walls of the restaurant were adorned with animal hides, their fur glossy and vibrant. Chandeliers made from reindeer antlers hung from the ceiling, casting a warm, yellow light that enveloped the entire room in a cozy glow. In one corner, an old-fashioned gramophone played a haunting Yakut folk song, its deep melody resembling whispers from the frozen earth. Yili ordered a plate of indijurka, traditional Yakut frozen fish slices. The Arctic salmon was sliced thin, crystal clear, sprinkled with salt and pepper, and carried a refreshing sweetness. They really love horse meat here, Su Yun remarked, chewing on a firm, richly smoked horse sausage. Besides horse sausage, there was horse meat soup, fermented mare's milk, roasted horse meat. Quite a workout for the jaw muscles. Yili chuckled as he watched her. Ollie and Mengya were thoroughly enjoying their meal, the sound of their munching filling the air. Mengya even used her paws to paw at the plate, trying to fish out the last piece of meat. Just then, a staff member walked over with a plate, his gaze suddenly fixating on Ollie and Mengya, his eyes lighting up. "Are these a snow fox and a wolf?" He asked in accented Russian, clearly astonished, realizing what he meant through the translation. Yili nodded, and the staff member excitedly squatted down to get a closer look at Ollie and Mengya. "So beautiful. The snow fox's fur is so pure, and the wolf cub is so robust. What a rare sight." Unable to resist, the staff member reached out to touch Ollie, but she nimbly dodged and jumped onto Yi Li's lap. Mengya, on the other hand, lifted her head, still holding a piece of horse meat in her mouth. Her eyes warily fixed on the staff member, a low growl rumbling in her throat. After surveying the surroundings, Yili found it hard to believe that the staff member was fond of animals rather than their fur. "They're quite special, aren't they?" After finishing their meal, Yili packed a large portion to take back to Shuiyu. When came time to settle the bill, a problem arose. The restaurant only accepted rubles. Yili had rushed out and hadn't exchanged any currency, and neither had Su Yun. However, she calmly pulled out her Visa card and swiped it effortlessly. "Nice." Yili couldn't help but compliment her, to which Su Yun raised an eyebrow with pride, saying, "When you're out, you have to be prepared." Back at the RV, as soon as Yili sat down, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Ruan Zhu. "You're so fast." He looked confused, meeting Su Yun's smirking gaze, and quickly typed 3 question marks. "What do you mean fast? How does Ruan Zhu know?" The chat box indicated the other person was typing. Within seconds, Yili felt as if Su Yun's hand was about to strangle him. Finally, Ruan Zhu's message came through. "It's amazing how it only took half a day to travel from Chita to Yakutsk. If you didn't know better, you might think you took the high-speed train from the Dragon Kingdom." The skeptical comments have been silenced, so don't worry. Yili let out a long sigh of relief. It turns out the RV is just that fast. He held his phone screen up in front of Su Yun, chuckling softly. "The scorching sun must be tough on you. You've worked hard driving. I should give you a shoulder massage." Su Yun giggled as she leaned against his back, her fingers gently kneading. Her fingertips were warm, and her pressure was just right, moving from his shoulders up to his neck, causing Yili to involuntarily hum in comfort. "Yunjia, your technique is pretty good," he teased, his voice laced with a hint of laziness. "Of course, I learned it just for you," Su Yun replied proudly, her fingers continuing to dance over his shoulder. Suddenly, Yili turned around and scooped her up, lifting her by the waist. "Hey, what are you doing?" Su Yun exclaimed, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. "Do you doubt me, Yunjia? I want you to make it up to me." Yili looked down at her. "Me? Doubt you? No way," Su Yun retorted, her face flushing a slight pink. "Really?" Yili raisit anayibrok. He carried her straight into the bedroom and gently tossed her onto the bed. The mattress was soft, and before Su Yun could get up, Yili had already leaned over her. "Oh, it's still light out." Su Yun laughed as she pushed him away, her voice softening. "Who says it has to be dark?" Yili lowered his head, his nose brushing against her cheek, his breath warm. "Besides, there's no sunlight here after 2 o'clock. Su Yun wanted to say more, but was silenced by his kiss. "My back is so sore." When Su Yun opened her eyes again, it was indeed dark. They had already left Yakutsk and embarked on the Road of Bones. The official name of the Road of Bones is the Kolima Highway, also known as the R504. Tens of thousands of Gulag prisoners worked under extreme conditions, with many dying from hunger, cold, and exhaustion. Their bones were directly buried in the roadbed, giving it its name. This highway stretches about 2,000 kilometers, connecting Yakutsk in the Bear Country and Magadan, and is considered one of the most dangerous and desolate roads in the world. In winter, temperatures can drop to -50, even -70 degrees. In summer, it becomes muddy and infested with mosquitoes. Most of the road is an unpaved gravel path, uneven and difficult for vehicles to navigate. There are almost no gas stations, repair points, or residential areas along the way, and if a vehicle breaks down, it could easily lead to disaster. It is also home to dangers like blizzards, brown bears, and wild wolves. However, the allure of the Road of Bones lies in its desolation and grandeur. Along the way, you can see vast expanses of permafrost, dense coniferous forests, winding rivers, and towering mountains. But to be honest, you can find similar scenery elsewhere. The people who come here, aside from truck drivers, are just challengers. Yili belongs to the latter. But honestly, is this even a challenge? The RV had already unlocked snow mode in Heimu. Now is the time to take action. Yili lightly tapped the touchscreen, and the RV slowly lowered its height. The tires retracted, and the entire vehicle began to hover above the ice surface, somewhat like a hovercraft. Can it really go fast like this? Yili mumbled, tapping the screen again. In the next second, the RV shot forward with a jolt. Slow down, slow down. My back. Yili was thrown back into his seat by the sudden acceleration, while Ollie, sitting in the passenger seat, was pressed flat against the seat back in a starfish position. It had even obediently buckled its seatbelt. Ollie, what's going on? If I had known, I wouldn't have sat here. It starts off like this. But once you get used to it, it'll be fine. The scenery outside whizzed by. Frozen plains, bare trees, mountains, stretched and blurred shadows racing past the window. Just as Yili was about to return to the living area, he spotted something lying ahead on the road. A large truck? Chapter 117. Can a mortal body lift a truck? Contrary to common sense, the Kolyma Highway has the highest usage rate in winter. This road is mostly unpaved, and when the snow melts in summer, it becomes a muddy mess, making it impassable for vehicles. Heavy rains wash away the roadbed, sometimes exposing buried bones beneath. In contrast, the low temperatures of winter harden the road, allowing countless fully loaded trucks and other vehicles to traverse it, making it a vital lifeline connecting Yakutsk and Magadan. It can be said that the danger of this road is proportional to its importance. Yili put on his coat and got out of the car. The cold wind hit him instantly, slicing against his face like a knife. The snow on the road had been repeatedly compressed by the wheels, becoming as hard as iron, with a thin layer of ice on the surface that cracked crisply underfoot. In these conditions, a slight misstep could send one off the road. Ahead, a truck lay overturned at the roadside. The vehicle showed no severe deformation, and the windows were intact, but the driver was nowhere to be seen. As he walked closer, Yili heard a low sobbing sound coming from the truck's cabin. He climbed onto the cabin by stepping on the wheels. The door was half open, revealing a man curled up in the passenger seat, holding his head and quietly weeping. Hey, are you okay? Yili was no stranger to truck drivers. He had passed by them countless times on the highway and had brief conversations with them at gas stations and rest areas. He knew these truckers spent long hours on the road, enduring harsh conditions and spending little time with their families. Their lives revolved around the steering wheel, odometer, and cargo, carrying the heavy burdens of family and life's pressures on their shoulders. Are you from the Dragon Country? The driver wiped his eyes and forced himself to stand. He was tall, with a full beard, and his skin was reddened by the cold wind. He wore a sheepskin coat, and his reflective vest was stained with oil, paired with heavy leather boots. My daughter is studying over there, and I'm learning Chinese too. I've already called for help. It's freezing out here, so I'm just trying to stay warm inside. His Chinese had a strong northeastern accent. It's fine, you should go. Be careful on the road ahead. It's really slippery. Yili didn't waste any time and smiled. Help shooting tea arrive quickly in this weather. Let me help you get your truck out first. Do you have a steel wire rope? Yes. What kind of vehicle do you drive? Can you really pull a big truck out? Do you drive a tow truck? The driver thought to himself, his face showing disbelief. Don't worry. If it doesn't work, you won't owe me anything. If it does work, you still won't owe me anything. Yili reached out and pulled him out. The driver was unsure how to respond. Unlike Yili, who had a different physique, the driver, despite wearing several layers and a thick coat, wouldn't last long in this weather. He pulled out a thick steel wire rope, which looked light but was actually very heavy, yet Yili lifted it with one hand. The driver's eyes widened. Dragon Country Kung Fu? Yili thought for a moment and figured Lin Quan could probably do it too, so he nodded. The scene is set on the frame of a large truck. Inside the RV, Suyin puts on her coat and opens the door. Shuyu is the first to dash out, heading straight for Yili. Wow, this truck is something else. The driver, catching a glimpse of the RV, suddenly widens his eyes and stammers, "Oh my, snow, snow, snow." Yili turns around and smiles. "Snow? Isn't it all just snow?" Before he finishes speaking, Shuyu leaps towards him and pins him against the truck. The driver is left dumbfounded, his hands frozen in midair as he instinctively reaches for a weapon. He bends down to pick up a piece of ice to throw at Shuyu. "Wait." Yili quickly raises his hand to stop him. "Yes, my friend. She won't hurt you." The driver stands there in shock, the ice slipping from his grasp as he stares at Shuyu, disbelief replacing fear. "This? Such a big snow leopard. Really your friend?" Yili chuckles and pats Shuyu on the head. "Yes, her name is Shuyu, and she is from Tianshan." Before long, Ali and Meng Yu come trotting over, wagging their tails to join Yili. The driver is now completely convinced. Chinese martial arts, Tianshan. That is quite impressive. With one end secured to the RV, Su Yun gracefully steps down from the vehicle, linking her arm with Yili. "It should be fine, right?" "Of course," he replies. The RV slowly reverses, the steel cable tightening with a creaking sound. The truck gradually frees itself from the snow, realigning under the calculated tension. And the driver watches this scene with excitement. It's straightening out. Yili isn't worried about the steel cable snapping, even if the truck bed were to break. The cable wouldn't give way. However, a faint pop echoes, almost inaudible. The driver continues to smile as he watches the truck align. Suddenly, dread washes over him. "Oh no, it's too cold." Yili and Suyin share a concerned glance. Another pop rings out and one steel wire snaps. Then the second, and the third follows suit, each break sounding like ice cracking, growing clearer in the cold wind. The driver finally senses something is amiss. "Well, this trip is a bust," he mutters to himself. He is transporting medical supplies, and the client has been waiting for ages. Yakutsk is counting on these deliveries. Finally, the broken steel cable whips through the air like an uncontrolled whip, producing a piercing whistle. The severed end glints with a metallic sheen, the brakes sparking briefly like a flash on the icy plains. The truck's body suddenly sinks, tilting downward once more. Yet, Yili rushes toward the back of the truck. The driver's face turns pale, and he shouts in Russian, "Run." The truck is going to tip over, but Yili seems not to hear and heads straight for the back. The driver, now panicking, raises his voice in alarm. "Are you crazy? Get out of the way." Yili remains silent. At the moment the truck tipped over, he instinctively reached out to brace against the vehicle. The tremendous impact shattered the ice beneath his feet. His legs sank into the ground up to his knees. The older man stood there dumbfounded, muttering, How was this possible?" Yili returned to the RV, where Su Yun was leaning against the door, holding a cup of hot coffee. "Did you take care of it?" she asked. "I guess so, but he plans to go to the Dragon Country next year to learn martial arts," Yili replied. He took the coffee from her, took a sip, and felt warmth spread from his throat throughout his body. "You're so bad," Su Yun chuckled. Behind Yili, there's a cardboard box filled with various canned goods, dry rations, and bottles of vodka. "This is the food Alexei sent us," Yili said as he moved the box onto the RV. "Canned fish, specialty honey, dried meat. I can't believe he actually likes herring so much." He added, "Oh, and he said he saw the aurora last night up ahead." Chapter 118. The stunning beauty of the snow fox realm. The aurora, one of nature's most dazzling astronomical wonders. It is often referred to as the universe's fireworks or the dance of the solar winds. In reality, the aurora is not as vibrant as it appears to the naked eye, as our perception of color diminishes in darkness. The photographs we see of the aurora are captured through long exposures, but that doesn't mean it isn't real. The aurora is far more beautiful than what humans can observe. The RV continued its journey. 300 kilometers ahead lay Oymyakon, a famous small village known as the coldest permanently inhabited settlement on Earth, with a recorded extreme low of -71, 2 degrees Celsius. The village is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, which trap the cold winds and create an even harsher climate. The residents have long adapted to this extreme cold, leading simple yet resilient lives. Yili and Su Yun had no intention of stopping there, although both were curious about the villagers' way of life. They heard that it was the annual fishing day in the village. Interestingly, classes are not canceled unless the temperature drops below -52 degrees. The pine trees gradually thinned out as the RV entered a vast expanse of snowfield. The sky was enveloped in a deep blue-black hue, and looking from north to south, one could even see the transition from darkness to light. Su-Yun lay in Yi Li's arms, sitting cross-legged on his lap. "My mom called me again," she said. "What did she say?" Yi Li asked it. Hearing Yi Li's reference to her mother, Su-Yun squirmed in his embrace like a little deer. "She said it's cold here and reminded me to tell you to wear long johns." Yi Li had hair tights. "I'll put them on later. I want to wear them too." "You can just wear tights. They're as warm as long johns." The two admired the scenery outside through the car window, occasionally whispering to each other, their laughter echoing in the warm RV. Snow-Yi was curiously looking around, hoping to find the dream of the red chamber that Yi Li had hidden away. Meanwhile, Mengya and Ollie quietly lay by the window, watching the scenery, their fluffy tails wagging back and forth. As they gazed, Mengya pointed with a small paw at something in the distance. "Sister, what is that?" Ollie looked over, then suddenly jumped up, emitting a low growl that drew everyone's attention. Su-Yun reached out to pat Ollie's head gently and asked softly, "What is wrong, Ollie?" Ollie didn't answer. Instead, it leaped into her arms, mimicking her movements. Its clumsy actions made Su-Yun laugh uncontrollably, and she rolled her eyes at it. "You little copycat." Ollie replied, "I think the car is going too slow." "Is it really that slow?" Yi Li frowned, somewhat puzzled. He glanced at Mengya and noticed its gaze was fixated on something outside, following its line of sight. He looked out the window and saw a white figure moving gracefully across the snow. "That is..." Yi Li's words trailed off. "Don't look! Don't look!" Ollie jumped up, straining to block their view with its paws. However, its action sparked Su-Yun's curiosity even more. She was eager to see what was outside the window. Gently pushing aside Ollie's paw, she focused her gaze on a white figure and exclaimed softly, "It's a snow fox." Yi Li smiled, yet just like Ollie, the snow fox moved gracefully and swiftly. It was neither too fat nor too thin, just right, and its fur was incredibly thick. Yi Li slowed down the vehicle. The snow fox seemed to sense something, stopping in its tracks, with its ears slightly turning and its gaze directed toward the camper. Its eyes sparkled with a lively and alert light. Ollie's breathing quickened, its paws pressed tightly against the car window, staring intently at the snow fox. In its mind, this snow fox was quite the beauty in the snow fox world. How could it be so beautiful? Ali mutarat sufli. A hint of reluctance in its tone. Yi Li couldn't help but laugh. "Ollie, are you jealous of it?" "Who asked jealous?" Ollie immediately retorted, but its ears drooped slightly, betraying its insecurity. Su-Yun also laughed, reaching out to pet Ollie's head. "None of them are as cute as our Ollie." Ollie turned its head away, yet its gaze couldn't help but flicker towards the snow fox. "Mew?" Realizing there was no danger, the snow fox lowered its head. Then, it gently dug through the snow with its front paws, revealing frozen grass roots and berries underneath, carefully biting into one of the berries. The way it chewed was so elegant that it was hard to look away. "Oh, so this is how snow foxes eat." Snow Jade leaned in closer, deliberately saying it for Ollie to hear. "I thought they just made smacking sounds." "Who smacks?" Ollie whispered, as if trying to defend itself. Yi Li and Su-Yun exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. Ollie shot them a glare, then jumped back to the back seat, wrapping its tail around itself, putting on an expression of "I don't want to deal with you guys." A mere berry wouldn't satisfy the snow fox. It began to move stealthily across the snow, as if searching for something. Before long, its ears perked up, catching a faint sound, and it stopped, fixating on a spot in the snow. "Here it comes." The snow fox's hunting scene. Yi Li and Su-Yun held their breath, curiously observing the scene, while Mengya also watched the snow fox intently. Ollie was annoyed. "You guys, am I not a snow fox? Why are you watching the snow fox hunt? When was the last time anyone watched me hunt?" "Wait, what was the last time you hunted?" Snow Jade leaned in closer, teasingly poking Ollie with a paw. "Are you referring to shoving a pig's knuckle straight into your mouth?" It squinted its eyes, its tail swaying gently. As soon as Ollie heard this, its ears drooped down, and it covered its eyes with its paws, putting on a pitiful expression. "Shiwayu, you're being too much, woo-woo-woo." Its voice had a hint of exaggerated sobbing, and its tail curled up as if it had suffered a great injustice. However, the car was silent, and no one paid it any attention. Su-Yun was focused on the snow fox outside the window, barely lifting her head. Ollie peeked through its paw and noticed Yi Li looking at it with a gentle gaze, causing it to awkwardly avert its eyes. "See, it's funny when it can't catch anything," Ollie mumbled to itself. It put its paws down and pretended to shake its tail nonchalantly, but its gaze couldn't help but drift back to the window. Maybe it was Ollie's bad luck. The snow fox elegantly pounced into the snow, but came up empty. Undeterred, the snow fox tried again, but once more it missed. Though its movements were graceful, it clearly seemed a bit anxious, with its ears twitching and its tail drooping. Watching the scene, Ollie poked Yi Li's hand. "What is it?" Yi Li asked. Ollie puffed out its chest and confidently jumped off the sofa. In Yi Li's sharp gaze, it seemed to see a seasoned hunter with countless battles under its belt. "Hey, what are you doing?" Yi Li asked again. Ollie remained silent, striding towards the car door. Finally, it turned back to Yi Li and said, "Open the door. I'm going to teach a lesson." Chapter 119. Ollie hates green tea. Fox. The vast snowfield appeared somewhat desolate. However, beneath the quiet layers of snow lay a bustling world. The lemmings were busy digging an intricate network of tunnels underground, connecting plants, moss, and secret food storage chambers. They were known as the Nordic Little Giants. As small rodents, lemmings had a bit of a temper. No matter the size of their opponent, they would retaliate with sharp cries and fierce teeth. Yet, from a human perspective, this feisty little giant's behavior surprisingly added a touch of cuteness. Yi Li and Su Yun stood at a distance, quietly observing. How did Ollie manage to burrow into the snow? Perhaps it had watched some comic strip about using brute strength to overcome everything. Yi Li sighed and chuckled. Wasn't it supposed to teach others how to hunt? Not everyone had the physical ability to dive into the snow like it did. The snow was riddled with holes of various sizes, clearly made by the snow fox repeatedly thrusting its head into the ground. Its hunting method was simple and crude, and in fact, not very efficient. Besides the holes, there was nothing left on the snow. Meanwhile, on the other side, there were several chaotic snowdrifts crisscrossing the ground, as if a small bulldozer had passed through. These furrows varied in depth, and in some places, the frozen ground beneath was even visible. These creations were all thanks to Ollie. It mimicked the lemmings, darting back and forth in the snow, trying to use its own formidable strength to break through everything. The snow continued to rise, and the underground was filled with the chaotic squeaking of lemmings, along with Ollie's strange sounds of excitement. Woo! The snow fox was bewildered. It couldn't help but wonder if the wild Ollie tumbling in the snow was really a snow fox. Wasn't that just a big white rat? Yi Li and Su Yun couldn't help but laugh at the scene. Su Yun pointed at Ollie, stifling her laughter. Look at it. Doesn't it look like a little madcap in the snow? A cute little madcap. Finally, Ollie poked its head out from one of the snowdrifts. Its ears were covered in snowflakes, and a few snowflakes clung to its nose, making it look like a snowball that had just rolled out of a snowbank. It shook its head, sending snow flying everywhere. Then it proudly raised its paw, clutching a plump lemming, and gleefully shouted, "Ha ha ha, I caught one." Ollie strutted over to Yi Li and Su Yun, showing off its catch. Impressive. The two of them laughed and gave a thumbs up. The lemming squirmed in Ollie's grip, squeaking desperately, its short legs flailing in the air. Is this even possible? The snow fox watched in stunned silence. Did it learn anything? Ollie flicked its tail, brimming with pride. It trotted over to the snow fox, dropped the lemming at its feet, and casually said, "Here, it's for you." The snow fox paused for a moment, looking down at the lemming, then back up at Ollie. "Aren't you going to eat it?" "Oomph. I only eat high-end steak, you know." "What is a high-end steak?" "You wouldn't understand if I explained it, but simply put, it's really delicious meat." "Really delicious meat?" The snow fox glanced at the fox, and then at Yi Li and Su Yun in the distance. "My sister is so lucky, unlike me." The fox suddenly froze, staring intently at it. Something feels off. At that moment, Yi Li and Su Yun arrived to take the little fox home. The ground squirrel hadn't passed out. It was just stunned by the fox's scare. Once it regained its senses, it kicked its little legs and darted off. Yi Li, quick on his feet, caught it in his hand again. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The ground squirrel bared its teeth, angrily chattering. Despite being no bigger than a palm, it dared to bare its teeth at someone many times larger, and that contrast was quite amusing. Yi Li couldn't help but want to tease it a little. But after thinking it over, he decided against it. He squatted down and held the chubby ground squirrel up to the snow fox's mouth, speaking gently. "This is for you from the little fox. Go ahead and take it." The snow fox blinked its eyes, its ears twitching slightly, and in a soft, sweet voice said, "Thank you, brother." Although Yi Li couldn't understand what it was saying, that gentle whimper must have been a thank you, right? "Hey, why are you squeaking like that?" The fox immediately flared up upon hearing this. Its tail stood up like a brush, and its eyes were fixed on the snow fox as if trying to bore a hole through it. The snow fox, however, looked innocent with its ears slightly drooping, timidly asking, "Sister, what's wrong? You seem so fierce." The fox was so angry that its paws were shaking, cursing inwardly. "You cunning little fox. You look so well behaved, yet you're so good at pretending." Little animals know how to please their owners. Even aloof cats will deliberately squeak in a high-pitched voice. So, is it natural for animals to like to squeak? I want to find a gentle and handsome owner like my brother too. Stupid fox, you've really gotten on my nerves. The fox, unable to hold back any longer, leaped up and kicked the snow fox in the rear. The snow fox let out a couple of whimpers, staggering forward a few steps before finally collapsing beside Yi Li's legs, blinking its eyes. "Sister just hit me right away. She really loves her brother." "Ally, what are you doing?" Yi Li furrowed his brows, sounding a bit confused. The snow fox looked up, its eyes glistening with tears, and in a pitiful voice said, "Brother, don't be angry. It was my fault for not standing still. Don't blame my sister." The fox was hopping mad, pointing a paw at the snow fox. You are simply a disgrace to the snow foxes." The snow fox lowered its head, its ears twitching slightly, and its voice grew even softer. "Sister doesn't seem to like me very much. Brother, you should go comfort her. I'm fine. If it were me, I wouldn't let my brother be troubled." Yi Li and Su Yun couldn't understand a word from the snow fox. They only heard it continuously whimpering in a high-pitched voice. But the fox understood perfectly and almost fainted from anger. It flicked its tail, gritting its teeth. "Oh, so you can play the victim too. Today, I'll show you why monkey butts are so red." Seeing the situation, Yi Li quickly stopped Ali. If it really got angry, it might end up kicking that snow fox to death. All right, Ali, calm down." Ali shot Yi Li a glare and then glanced at the snow fox's pitiful expression, stamping its feet in frustration. "You all just protect it, huh? Oomph." After saying that, it flicked its tail and angrily jumped back into the RV, leaving Yi Li looking helpless and the snow fox feeling wronged. The snow fox watched Ali's retreating figure, its ears twitching slightly, and a subtle smirk of satisfaction appeared at the corners of its mouth. Just when it thought Yi Li would take it home, and it would live a worry-free life feasting on steak every day, Yi Li unexpectedly turned and chased after Ali without a second glance. The snow fox continued to whimper, "Brother, I'm so silly. I can't even catch a mouse." However, Yi Li ignored it. Before long, the RV was already on the move. Humans really can't be relied upon. The snow fox lowered its head, just as it was about to enjoy a delicious travel-sized mouse, only to find that the little mouse had slipped away. Chapter 120. If the magnetic field of Blue Star strengthens the next day. Su Yun leaned back on the sofa. The light from her phone screen illuminated her face, casting a soft glow. She gently swiped the screen, her fingertips gliding over the smooth glass, occasionally pausing to linger on a few lines of text. The popular science article sent by Lu Shifei was quite intriguing. She couldn't help but read a bit more. Changes in a magnetic field could affect animals that rely on it for navigation, such as birds and turtles. She murmured softly, her voice barely audible as if afraid to wake something. Across from her, Yi Li was holding Ali in his arms. Ali was curled up, its fluffy tail resting on his arm, its chubby little body rising and falling gently with each breath. Yi Li's hand stroked its back repeatedly. His gaze was lowered, and his eyelashes cast a small shadow under the light. Su Yun stole a glance at him, unable to suppress her thoughts. Why does that handsome Yi Li have to be so charming? Even when looking at a fox, he seems so affectionate. She redirected her attention to the article. An enhanced magnetic field could interfere with communication and navigation systems, and it might indirectly influence the climate. Images of her phone's signal flickering and drivers relying on navigation systems circling around the mountainous city flashed in her mind. Wait, navigation is practically useless in that city. The article also mentioned some benefits. For instance, a stronger magnetic field could better shield against solar winds and cosmic rays, potentially extending human lifespan. Extending lifespan. Su Yun murmured to herself. That sounds pretty nice. Although she and T figured out how to spend those extra years, being with Yi Li was always enjoyable. The last section mentioned the aurora. Optimists believe that an enhanced magnetic field would make the auroras more beautiful and vibrant. The conclusion featured a photograph of the aurora, a dazzling night sky with green ribbons of light dancing across the horizon, occasionally interspersed with hints of purple and pink. What are you looking at? Su Yun looked up to find Yi Li gazing at her. Ali had already fallen asleep in his arms, its fluffy little head nestled in the crook of his elbow, appearing especially peaceful. Nothing much, just a popular science article from Sherfei. Suyin shook her phone, explaining that if Blue Star's magnetic field strengthened, some interesting things might happen. Oh, yedi raisit an eyebro, intrigued. Like what? For instance, birds might crash into our cars and turtles could get lost, Suyin chuckled. Also, the auroras would become more beautiful. That'd sound interesting, Yili replied softly, a hint of laziness in his voice. But it's probably best if that doesn't happen. Who knows? Suyin shrugged, her gaze returning to her phone screen. In today's Blue Star, anything could happen. Meanwhile, a snow fox dragged its weary body through the thick snow, slowly making its way back to its den. The den was hidden among dense, coniferous trees. Its stomach ached with emptiness, and its throat felt as if it were stuffed with hay, even its breaths carrying a bitter taste. Just moments ago, it was chasing a snowshoe hare. It had almost pounced on it, but the rabbit made a sharp turn and slipped right out from under its claws. Why can't I catch my prey? Back in the den, it lowered its head and nibbled on some moss growing on the walls. The stuff was dry and tough. Chewing it felt like gnawing on a piece of rotten wood, but it forced itself to swallow. The hunger in its belly burned like fire, leaving it restless. The snow fox lay flat on the ground, its ears pressed against the cold earth, listening to the howling wind outside, a chill creeping into its heart. That human actually rejected me. Stupid man. How many photographers have sneakily taken pictures of me, and I never let them touch me? Do you even know who you're turning down? What is so great about that fat fox? It thought to itself. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed from outside. Something had fallen onto the snow. The snow fox perked up its ears, its eyes wide open. This coniferous forest was dangerous, but after a moment's hesitation, it slowly crept to the entrance and poked its head out to look. A bird lay in the snow, its wings weakly flapping, feathers all ruffled. The snow fox's nose twitched. It involuntarily swallowed, its claws tightening slightly. Before it could react, a second bird fell, then a third, and a fourth. It was as if a rain of birds had suddenly descended from the sky. The birds weren't dead. They struggled on the ground, flapping their wings against the snow, making a flurry of sounds. Some quickly regained their composure. They wobbled to their feet and took off in the sky again. But their flight paths were erratic, as if they were drunk, crashing into treetops, rocks, and even colliding with each other. The snow fox stood at the entrance, its eyes wide and its tail involuntarily raised. This was a gift from the heavens. It swiftly dragged the little birds back into its den, soon filling it up. Just then, a heavy footfall echoed from afar, crunching on the snow with a series of crackling sounds. A low, rumbling growl came from outside the den, shaking the snow from the branches above. Damn, why did that tigress have to come? The snow fox pressed its body tightly against the den wall, its ears catching the sound of something heavy hitting the rocks above, as if a large object had fallen there. The den was filled with little birds. The snow fox was very close to the entrance. Don't see me. Don't see me. Just when it thought it was safe, a massive shadow leaped down from above, landing in front of the den. It was a Siberian tiger. Its fur glimmered with a golden sheen, and its black stripes were drawn like ink, exuding power and majesty. The tiger's tail swayed gently, sweeping over the snow and making a rustling sound. I found you. The snow fox was yanked out of the den by the tigress's paw, its body dangling in midair, for paws flailing helplessly. Its ears were pressed tightly against its head. Its tail was curled up, and it let out a faint whimper. Sister tiger, please don't eat me. Don't eat me. The mother tiger's amber eyes glimmered with a hint of amusement. She tightened her claws slightly, and the snow fox immediately felt a wave of pressure, making it hard to breathe. It lowered its head, warm breath hitting the snow fox's face, carrying a scent of blood. I haven't eaten a fox in a long time. Today seems like a perfect time to try one. The animals in this jungle all knew her. She had high standards for her food, always skinning it before eating. The snow fox didn't want to be skinned. Its mind raced. Its eyes darted around, and suddenly a light bulb went off in its head. Stammering, it said, Have you ever tried gourmet steak? The mother tiger's ears perked up slightly, and her claws loosened a bit. What's that? Seeing her interest, the snow fox quickly seized the moment, raising its voice by an octave. I've seen it. Just one bite can grant immortality. The mother tiger's tail flicked gently, her expression laced with skepticism. Then why don't you eat it? The snow fox waved its paws in the air, forcing a laugh. I don't eat beef. The mother tiger fell silent for a second, then relaxed her claws, causing the snow fox to fall onto the snow with a thud. Before it could get back up, it heard the mother tiger's voice from above. Lead the way. Chapter 121, Fog and Ravens Moscow, Blue Star Physics Monitoring Center. Doctor. Sergei stared intently at the fluctuating data on the screen, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. His fingers flew over the keyboard as he tried to confirm that this wasn't a system malfunction. Yet, no matter how many times he refreshed it, the data remained abnormal. Magnetic field strength. Increased by 30? He murmured in disbelief. His assistant, Anna, rushed in holding a stack of printed papers. Doctor, the data from the East Siberia monitoring station has come in, and it's the same situation. The magnetic field strength has been steadily rising for the past 8 hours with no signs of slowing down. Sergei took the data from her and scanned it quickly. This was impossible. Disturbances in the magnetic field were common, but such a sudden increase felt like a prank. Contact the Kremlin and the Ministry of Defense immediately. This is no small matter. If the magnetic field continues to rise, global communications and navigation systems will be affected, and we could even face geological disasters. He didn't finish his sentence, but Anna understood his meaning. She hurried to the phone, her fingers trembling. Sergei sat back down in his chair. The curve on the screen, once stable, now resembled a giant dragon that had suddenly awakened, soaring skyward. Various possibilities flashed through his mind. Abnormal solar activity? Changes in the Earth's core? Or some unknown external force? Dragon Country, National Space Weather Center. Professor Lin stared at the glaring red spots on the screen. The result of a recent massive solar flare on the sun's surface. The energy released was enough to impact the entire solar system. His voice was hoarse. This is an X-28, class flare or higher. At that moment, his assistant, Xiao Wang, turned the computer screen towards him. Professor, it's not just the flare. The speed of the solar wind has surpassed 7,000 kilometers per second, and it's expected to reach Earth in 6 hours. Moreover, he paused, his tone growing more tense. Blue Star's magnetic field strength has inexplicably increased by 49 in just 8 hours. What? Professor Lin jumped to his feet. He snatched the data and quickly scanned the paper. His face turned pale instantly. The solar wind at this speed was already terrifying and rare, and the abnormal increase in Earth's magnetic field sent a chill down his spine. Wait a minute, Professor Lin suddenly squinted, focusing on the curve of the data. The timing of the magnetic field's increase coincided precisely with the moment of the solar flare's eruption. Could this be a coincidence? Xiao Wang was taken aback. Are you suggesting that the magnetic field's enhancement is meant to shield against the solar wind? Professor Lin did not respond immediately. Instead, he quickly pulled up a historical data comparison chart. After filtering and comparing, an astonishing pattern gradually emerged on the screen. Each time solar activity intensified, the Earth's magnetic field showed subtle changes, and this time, the increase reached an unprecedented 30. This isn't a coincidence, Professor Lin murmured softly, his tone filled with shock. The Earth's magnetic field seemed to be actively strengthening, as if it were a self-protection mechanism. They arrived in Magadan Oblast, where the average population density is just 0.35 people per square kilometer, showcasing a vast land with sparse inhabitants. Of course, there aren't many habitable places here. However, what surprised Yili was that along the way, they saw numerous wooden cabins in the forest, with smoke curling up from the chimneys. Beside the houses, wooden enclosures held a few reindeer huddled together for warmth. The Yakuts persistently hold on in the wilderness of Magadan, amidst the sprawling coniferous forests and low hills. They are not foolish. Their nomadic genes are etched deep in their bones. The RV slowly rolled out of Susuman, its wheels crunching over the bumpy dirt road, producing a dull sound. Outside the window, the wilderness stretched endlessly. The gray sky loomed low, and the distant hills looked like haphazard brushstrokes, their outlines nearly indistinguishable. Yili lounged in his seat, his gaze lazily drifting outside, muttering, "This place is just too desolate." A large territory doesn't mean much if you can't even see a single person. He began to understand why ancient emperors were so eager to unify the Central Plains. Su Yun, sitting in the passenger seat, glanced at him with a slight smile. "But isn't this the kind of place you like the most? No one to disturb you. You could do whatever you want." Yili shrugged, not responding, his gaze landing on the surveillance screen inside the RV. On the screen, Mengyu was happily gnawing on a chew toy, while Shuiyu leisurely licked her paws, embodying a carefree demeanor. Ollie was facing away from the camera, holding a crayon and seemingly drawing something, her fluffy tail swaying as she focused intently. Ollie had been acting a bit strange lately. Suyin looked at the screen, her tone calm. I keep feeling like she's about to speak. Turning to Yili, she asked, what do you think? If she really does start talking you? I'd definitely be driven crazy by her, he replied, a hint of exasperation in his voice, yet his gaze was gentle. But I've raised her like a daughter. You have too, right? Of course. Yili nodded without hesitation. Ollie continued to face away, drawing crooked lines on the paper, seemingly creating something significant. A glimpse of the exposed paper showed that she had drawn a stick figure with exaggerated features, resembling Suyun. Why does she look so big? Ollie glanced at her own belly and sighed. Just then, a thick fog silently rolled in from the distant plains, enveloping everything like a giant gray curtain, swallowing the earth and sky in an instant. Fog. Suyun set down her teacup, her brow slightly furrowing. Yili squinted, focusing on the front. The fog came in too quickly, surrounding the RV in the blink of an eye. Visibility dropped to less than 5 meters, and the scenery outside vanished, leaving only a white void. We can't see the road at all. Suyun's voice held a hint of unease. Whatever, the RV has autopilot anyway. Yili repeat Jesuali. The RV slowed down gradually, its headlights cutting through the thick fog like 2 weary eyes trying to penetrate the chaos. Suyun said nothing, silently gripping her coffee cup. Her gaze fell outside, where something seemed to be moving in the mist, but upon closer inspection, there was nothing there. The inside of the vehicle was so quiet that they could hear each other's breathing. Yili leaned back in his seat, his fingers still lightly tapping on the steering wheel, but the rhythm was noticeably faster than before. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed from the roof of the car. On the second floor, Shuiyu immediately let out a low growl. Yili's fingers abruptly stopped, his expression sharpening in an instant. Just then, a pitch-black raven burst out from the fog and slammed heavily against the windshield. Thud! The raven's body bounced off the glass and then slid down, disappearing into the mist. A small patch of dark red blood was left on the glass, like an ominous omen. Chapter 122, Brown Bear, Come to Deceive, Come to Ambush. Yili stared at the dark red stain on the car window, feeling an unsettling sense of déjà vu, as if he had encountered this scene before. Just as he was about to say something, a series of loud thuds echoed from the roof of the vehicle, as if something was crashing down in rapid succession. Countless birds burst out of the thick fog, seemingly disoriented, frantically colliding with the RV. The window quickly became smeared with dark red blood, and it felt as though a strange black rain was falling from the fog, sending chills down one's spine. No, we have to stop, Yili murmured to himself. Ali and Mingya rushed down from upstairs. Birds, so many birds. The atmosphere was eerie and tense, but then Yili looked at the 2 little ones, their big eyes blinking in excitement, struggling to contain their enthusiasm. Are you 2 drooling? No, no. Ali wiped the corner of his mouth. I was thinking about roasting bird meat. I haven't even said anything yet. Yili spread his hands and smiled at the silly fox. Suyun suddenly remembered an article she had read. Wait, could it be that there is something wrong with the magnetic field of Blue Star? This Yili suddenly realized. He immediately turned off the RV engine, keeping only the basic systems running. Soon, something miraculous happened. Although the flock of birds continued to fly, chaotically, they began to actively avoid the RV. The display inside the vehicle was obtained from a check-in in Aksu, equipped with an all-direction adaptive antenna array and a signal booster. Yili sighed lightly and explained, when a magnetic field of Blue Star is disturbed, the electromagnetic field around the RV appears to the birds like a lighthouse, helping them regain their sense of direction. Suyun recalled something, picked up her phone, and then spread her hands. Sure enough, there is no signal on my phone either. Yili also took out his phone to take a look. The signal bars were completely empty. He tried dialing a number, but all he heard was silence on the line. His gaze shifted back outside. The thick fog was visibly swirling, making the RV appear small and insignificant. Yili released a live-streaming orb, which rose continuously, attempting to see the edge of the fog. System, if I turn off the antenna array, it won't interfere with the birds, right? Yes, but the smart driving function will also cause interference. Yili glanced at the fog. With this visibility, he might get into trouble driving himself, unless something was out there scouting ahead, like the live-streaming orb. However, before Yili could breathe a sigh of relief, a deep growl suddenly resonated from the fog, like some kind of beast roaring. Is that a wolf? Suyun asked uncertainly. In the fog, several dark shapes could be vaguely seen moving, large in size and agile in movement. Then came another low growl, this time much closer, seemingly coming from behind the vehicle. Not just wolves, Yili whispered, there's also a brown bear. A brown bear? Isn't it supposed to be hibernating? Brown bears only hibernate when food is scarce. For instance, in coastal areas with abundant salmon, the bears there do not hibernate. This one was likely attracted by the flock of birds, Yili analyzed quietly. When the birds became disoriented, the predators naturally came out to hunt. After saying this, his gaze fell on the surveillance screen. In the thick fog, the eyes of the wolves glinted with a faint light, like little lamps. They were dragging away the carcasses of the birds. Wolves are opportunists. They want to pass up an easy meal. Just then, a larger wolf emerged from the mist, carrying a raven in its mouth, and paused not far from the RV. It glanced cautiously in their direction before lowering its head to start tearing into its prey, blood dripping from its mouth and staining the snow beneath it. TSK. It looks like it's enjoying its meal. As long as it doesn't splatter blood on my RV, everything is negotiable, Yili smirked. Bird. Feed me peanuts. Suyin raised an eyebrow. They won't target us, will they? No, Yili shook his head. Wolves generally don't attack humans unless they're extremely hungry. With so many birds to eat right now, it's not worth the risk. Just then, a loud crash came from outside the vehicle. Yili turned his head to see a brown bear standing beside the RV. Its massive paws pounding on the window with thudding sounds. Its eyes were fixated on the roof of the vehicle, its nose twitching as it clearly caught a whiff of something. The pile of fallen birds on the roof was substantial, and the sound of flapping wings could still be heard in the fog. The bear let out a low growl, clearly drawn to the pies falling from the sky. Shueyu, go handle the birds on the roof, Yili called out to the second floor, casually opening the sunroof. Just toss them down, don't let them linger. Upon receiving the command, Shueyu gracefully leaped onto the roof. It first lowered its head to glance at the brown bear, emitting a commanding low growl to warn it not to get any ideas. However, it soon noticed two more brown bears lurking behind the RV, their eyes fixed on them. With a flick of its tail, Shueyu swept all the bird carcasses off the roof, as if cleaning up trash. It had no interest in such meager scraps, especially since it usually feasted on the elaborate meals prepared by Yili. Having finished this task, Shueyu was about to jump back into the RV when it heard a provocative growl. In disbelief, it turned back to look at the brown bear below. The bear was staring at the carcasses on the ground, clearly thinking that this was not enough to satisfy its hunger and convinced that there must be more hidden on the roof. The snow leopard was hoarding. It angrily pounded on the RV, its claws thudding against the windows and emitting a dissatisfied growl. Yili watched the surveillance screen, seeing the bear battering the RV, and his anger flared up instantly. This pesky bear wouldn't go for the birds on the ground. Instead, it chose to pound on his vehicle. Was it looking for a fight? Yili pushed open the door, and the cold wind and thick fog rushed in instantly. The brown bear clearly didn't expect the people in the car to come out. It was momentarily stunned, then let out a low growl. This creature looked like it could take on dozens of birds. Yili flexed his wrist and assumed a standard Wing Chun stance, mumbling, Xing Chun, Yili. However, the pesky brown bear didn't play by the rules. It came to ambush him, a young man in his 20s. The massive bear paw was right in front of him, its sharp claws glinting menacingly. Yili didn't flinch. He directly caught the bear's paw with an open hand and then used a shoulder move to deflect the bear's strength aside. The brown bear wasn't having it. With a loud thud, it stood up quickly. Yili remarked, traditional martial arts emphasize using finesse. 4 ounces can deflect 1,000 pounds. Inside the RV, Suyin covered her mouth with a smile and pulled out her camera to capture the moment. It seemed the brown bear had a good understanding of humans. It stood upright and launched a left front kick, bam. Then it followed up with a right front kick, bam, and then a left jab, whoosh. Yili managed to defend against all of them. He had no intention of taking the bear's life, so he held back. His fist was poised right over the bear's head, but didn't strike. Yili smiled slightly and prepared to withdraw his fist, unaware that the bear was already teetering on the edge of life and death. Suddenly, it launched a surprise attack. A right jab aimed straight for Yili's face. Yili was careless and didn't dodge, but how could his handsome face be marred? Wing Chun direct punch. Yili shouted. His fists rained down like raindrops on the bear's belly. The bear was stunned, its eyes wide open, swaying side to side from the blows. The bear, in pain, took a few steps back, its gaze filled with a hint of fear, letting out whimpering sounds of surrender. What was it saying? Yili stood there with his fists withdrawn, exuding the demeanor of a transcendent master. On the roof of the RV, Shui covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight. It said you don't play by the rules. Chapter 123. The Princess of the Northern Wolves? Under Yi Li's repeated guidance, the brown bear finally came to terms with reality, drooping its head and scurrying away into the thick fog. Before leaving, it couldn't help but glance back, its eyes filled with battle spirit, as if to say it would fight again next time. Ha, Master Yi was just too cool. Su Yin laughed from the car, her tone laced with a hint of teasing. Yi Li waved his hand and responded nonchalantly. I could take on 10 of them. Shui Yu gracefully jumped down from the roof of the car and landed beside Yi Li. Just then, the old wolf in the distance, who had been gnawing on a raven, suddenly paused. It twitched its nose a couple of times, then abruptly lifted its head, its gaze sharpening. A woo! It howled to the sky, the sound echoing through the fog. Immediately, low growls responded from all directions, and countless wolf shadows slowly emerged from the mist. Their fur was thick, their eyes cold, and steam rose from their mouths, resembling ghosts crawling out from hell. Yi Li squinted, letting out a soft hum. It struck him as strange that while he had been making a commotion with the brown bear, this old wolf had been completely focused on its meal, not even bothering to look up. Now he realized it hadn't regarded the brown bear at all, nor him. These wolves were different from the pack near the Lena River. Su Yin poked her head out of the car, glanced at them, and her expression shifted slightly. Why is their fur so thick, and their eyes look so fierce? Yi Li remained silent, tightening his fists. He understood that the old wolf with the fierce gaze before him was a tough opponent. One punch likely wouldn't be enough to take it down. Maybe two would do the trick. Activate the mini aura of affinity. Yi Li silently commanded in his heart. He decided to take a diplomatic approach first. If he could avoid a fight, it was always better to conserve energy. As the aura activated, a gentle atmosphere quietly spread out. The surrounding ferocious wolves gradually became dazed, as if they were seeing something that captivated their hearts and minds. Yi Li knew without guessing that what these feral wolves were seeing was their deepest desires, perhaps a warm den, maybe abundant food, or even a female wolf. However, his attention quickly returned to the old wolf. It was not affected by the aura at all. Instead, it fixated on Shui Yu beside Yi Li, its fangs still stained with the blood of its previous meal, eyes filled with hostility. Shui Yu, on the other hand, appeared indifferent, elegantly flicking its tail. Its only concern was whether the dirty blood dripping from the old wolf's fangs would tarnish its pristine white fur. After a lengthy mental standoff, the old wolf growled in a hoarse and furious voice. Why do you carry the scent of Xiaohong? Shui Yu paused, its ears twitching slightly, murmuring to itself. Xiaohong? Who's calling for Xiaohong? It cast a cold glance at the old wolf, replying dismissively, I don't know it. You're lying. You harmed it. I knew it. I knew that little wolf cub couldn't protect it. Howl, howl. The old wolf suddenly threw its head back and howled at the sky. The sound was so piercing it seemed like it could tear the heavens apart. The handsome gray wolf behind it joined in the mournful howling, followed by the entire pack, creating a scene that was both tragic and grand. Shui Yu felt a bit speechless and rolled her eyes internally. Is this old wolf getting senile? She turned to relay the old wolf's words verbatim to Yi Li. Li and Meng also poked their heads out of the car window, joining the discussion. I don't know anyone named Little Red, Shui Yu reiterated, her tone tinged with impatience. Ollie blinked deep in thought. Little Red. Sounds like a wolf's name, right? What? Did you hear something? Yi Li, do you know a wolf named Little Red? Yi Li helplessly shrugged and chuckled. A wolf named Little Red? I've only seen her in cartoons, and her husband's last name is Gray. From Yi Li's words, Su Yin understood what was happening. Ming exclaimed, Wow, take that out, old thing. Yi Li felt a wave of darkness wash over her. Ming, who taught you that? You're still just a kid. Shu Yu chimed in. No need to guess, it must be Ali. Hey, wait. At that moment, Su Yun suddenly interjected. When we were at the Lena River, didn't we meet a princess? I remember. Ming nodded slowly, maintaining her usual adorably clueless demeanor, as if the old thing she just referred to was someone else entirely. Yi Li slapped her forehead, suddenly enlightened. Right. That's the princess who was tricked by the Wolf King to go south. She even mistook me for her first love. How klitsch can you get? Upon hearing this, Shui Yu immediately understood. Her lips twitched slightly, so, Little Red is that princess? The old wolf is her father? The thick fog still hadn't lifted. However, the RV continued to drive forward, and at least the nauseating smell of blood was no longer detectable. At this moment, beside the car, Yili and Su Yun were sitting on a large stone, holding cups of hot tea, like two storytellers recounting the tale of Princess Little Red from start to finish. The old wolf squatted across from them, its ears perked up high, its expression going from initial anger to confusion, and finally even a hint of helplessness. Sigh, that's just how it is. We all advised her. Yili sighed, taking a sip of tea to wet her throat. Su Yun nodded in agreement, her tone filled with a sense of reflection. TSK, 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 exactly. Little Red, her mind is all about love. I love her mother selling fried dough twists. Yili's vision darkened once again as she angrily glared at the translator, Ali. No mixing in personal opinions. The old wolf looked stunned, taking a while to come back to reality. So that's what it was. As long as it wasn't T wrong, that was fine. Still, I want to know where they are. As soon as Yili heard this, he immediately became alert and squinted his eyes, asking, "You're not planning to start a fight, are you?" The old wolf fell silent for a few seconds before shaking its head. At that moment, the gray wolf, who had been quiet until now, suddenly spoke up. Curiously, it had a London accent. "Sir Little Red," Ali almost reflexively chimed in, loved. The gray wolf. The old wolf. Yili. Indeed, it was love. I can vouch for that. The atmosphere became quite awkward. Yili chuckled awkwardly a couple of times, trying to ease the tension. Ahem, what I mean is Little Red is doing quite well now. So you guys don't need to worry too much. Just eat and drink as you please. All right, humans smell bad, so it's best if you don't eat them. The gray wolf enunciated clearly. Humans? I wouldn't even look at them. The old wolf took a deep breath, as if having made a resolution. It stood up and howled loudly. Soon, several pairs of glowing eyes began to appear through the thick fog, and a pack of wolves emerged, standing neatly behind the old wolf. To show my apologies, I will have the wolf pack guide you ahead, the old wolf said in a deep, serious tone. Upon hearing this, Yili immediately perked up. Ha, what a turn of events. This will save us some trouble. Su Yun also laughed and wrapped her arm around Yili's. Wow, having a wolf pack as guides feels so cool. With the wolves leading the way, the RV slowly drove deeper into the fog. Although the path ahead remained unclear, Yili felt a lot more at ease with this group of guides. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that the melodrama involving the wolf pack was far from over. Chapter 124. Is the daughter named Yi Xianwan? The RV finally drove out of the thick fog. There were no suddenly revealed scenic views. Everything remained dim. This was northern Siberia, in the midst of the polar night. The sky seemed to be shrouded by a heavy black curtain, devoid of sunlight, only endless darkness and biting cold winds. The fog wasn't particularly large or small, just enough to cover the entire wolf pack's den, as if it were a custom-made natural barrier for them. Yili stood by the vehicle, waving goodbye to the old wolves. Goodbye. Don't go picking fights. That wolf king is quite strong. Don't act impulsively. The old wolf squatted in place, raising a paw to wave. Its eyes held a hint of complexity. It remained silent, merely watching as the RV gradually moved away, until the red glow of the taillights vanished into the darkness. Once the RV was completely out of sight, the old wolf's gaze suddenly hardened. I smell the decaying scent of the coniferous forest by the big river. Yili had initially been marveling at this strange adventure. Although it was a bit kitsch, it was still quite interesting. Wing Chun teaching a brown bear a lesson, and the wolf pack guiding and escorting him. It felt like he was on a roll. It seemed he really was on a roll. As he chuckled, Yili suddenly realized, did that old wolf just wave at him? He gasped, a chill running down his spine. Could this guy be turning into something extraordinary? He shook his head, trying to dismiss the thought. Forget it, forget it. It's no longer my concern. I should focus on the journey ahead. The RV headed towards Chikaka. The darkness of the polar night made it hard for the naked eye to distinguish between day and night. Outside, apart from the small area illuminated by the headlights, everything else was pitch black, as if the entire world had been swallowed up. He really couldn't imagine how they would get through the polar day, Yili muttered to himself as he turned to head upstairs. He needed to feed those three gluttons, Shuiyu, Ali, and Mingya. The appetites of these three were simply astonishing, especially Shuiyu. Though she ate with an elegant demeanor, taking her time, she was a bottomless pit, eating and eating and eating. After feeding them, Yili returned to the first floor to prepare dinner. He fried a few eggs, cooked a pot of hot soup, and opened several cans of fish sent by Alexei. The aroma quickly filled the entire RV. Yunjie should be awake by now, thought Yili as he checked the time. Half an hour ago. Su-yin said she was going to take a nap, and it was time for her to get up now. Carrying the fried eggs, he walked to the bedroom door and gently knocked. Yunjia, are you awake? Dinner is ready. There was no response from inside. Yili hesitated for a moment before cautiously pushing the door open. He found Su-yin lying on the bed. A pillow under her, the blanket covering only half of her body, with her bra scattered beside the bed. Yidi raisit anayibruk. A teasing tone in his voice. Oh, didn't Yunjia say she was worried about sagging? Su-yin heard a voice and drowsily lifted her head. Her face was pale, and she weakly said, Yili, help me to the bathroom. What's wrong? What do you feel unwell? Yili hurried over and carefully supported Su-yin. Her hands were cold, and her whole body felt soft against him. Yili could clearly feel the softness of her chest. Even, the contours of her figure were evident through her thin pajamas. Sister Yun, are you on your period? Su-yin nodded weakly, her voice faint. Yeah, this time my stomach hurts a lot. I'll help you to the bathroom first, then I'll go make you some brown sugar water, Yili said as he guided her toward the bathroom. When they reached the bathroom door, he waited for her to go in before quickly returning to the kitchen to grab brown sugar and ginger slices. Starting to boil the brown sugar water. System, can't the basic gene potion help with this? Host, menstruation is not an illness. Yili was taken aback. Sorry. I hope all girls in the world don't have stomach aches. Then what about the intermediate gene potion? Not applicable. When Su-yin came out of the bathroom, Yili was already waiting at the door with a steaming cup of brown sugar water. He handed it to her. Drink it while it's hot, and then lie down for a bit. Su-yin took the cup, took a gentle sip, feeling warmth in her heart and her stomach. She looked up at Yili, her eyes filled with deep reliance. Thank you, Yili. Yili smiled and ruffled her hair, his tone affectionate. Well, like an old married couple now, no need to be polite. You rest first, I'll go bring over the food. Su-yin nodded, leaning back against the bed. Watching Yili's busy figure, a small smile creeping on her lips, feeling warm inside. She softly said, I'm really happy. Yili, while serving soup, casually asked, Happy about what? Su-yin blinked her eyes, a playful smile appearing on her face. Having my period means what? I can have your baby. Do you prefer a boy or a girl? Yili was taken aback for a moment before responding with a smile. Definitely a girl. What about you? Su-yin tilted her head, pretending to think, then said with a grin, I like both. Yili shook his head helplessly, affectionately teasing her. That's unfair. If that's the case, then I like both too. Hearing this, Su-yin couldn't help but laugh out loud, hee. Yili brought the food over and placed it on the small table beside the bed, casually pinching Su-yin's cheek. All right, stop grinning and hurry up and eat. You need to fill up your stomach to have the energy to think about these things. Su-yin took the bowl, picked up a piece of fried egg, took a bite, and looked at Yili with sparkling eyes. You know, if we really have a child, what should we name them? Yili sat at the edge of the bed, rubbing his hands to warm them before placing them on her belly. If it's a girl, let's call her Yi Xiaonuan. It sounds warm. Su-yin burst into laughter. Yi Xiaonuan? Your naming skills are way too casual. Yili shrugged innocently. Then what do you think we should name her? Su-yin thought for a moment, her eyes lighting up. How about naming him Yi Xingqian? It sounds like the brightest star in the night sky. So romantic. It sounded like a boy's name, but what if they had another son? Yili raised an eyebrow, teasing her on purpose. Su-yin wrinkled her nose and pretended to be angry, giving him a glare. If it's a boy, let's call him Yi Xiaoyang. Your naming skills aren't any better than mine. It's just a match with someone's little Nuan, right? What about Yi Xiaotian then? I'm leaning towards Yi Xiaoti. What started as a warm naming session turned into a playful contest. They matched words like sky with earth, rain with wind, continent with vast sky, mountain flowers with sea trees, blazing sun with azure heavens. They even matched the cowherd and weaver girl stars with the Milky Way, and the two bright planets battling in the east and west. With each playful exchange, laughter echoed in the room. Outside, the polar night remained pitch black, but inside the camper, it was filled with warmth and happiness. Chapter 125, Heavenly Bodhisattva, No More Dating Moscow, Blue Star Physics Detection Center. Inside the laboratory, data on the fluorescent screen was scrolling rapidly like a waterfall. The glaring blue light illuminated the faces of several researchers. We've figured out. A middle-aged man wearing thick glasses suddenly stood up, his voice tinged with excitement and unease. What's the range of the impact? Anna immediately leaned in, her brow furrowed. According to the data model, the magnetic field's influence should be confined to the Arctic Ocean along the Chukchi coast. The middle-aged man pointed at the map on the screen, drawing a circle around the Chukchi area, which was almost uninhabited, thankfully. The Chukchi region? Are you sure? Sergei's voice suddenly rose, his eyes wide with shock. That area is close to the pole, and the crustal structure is already unstable. If there's really any disturbance, we could be looking at a massive earthquake or tsunami. Most importantly, Sergei recalled a notification he had received. There is a secret mission currently underway in the Chukchi region. The laboratory fell into a dead silence, the only sound being the low hum of the machines. Dr. Sergei's gaze fixated on the map, as if he could see the icy ground of the Chukchi region trembling slightly. In the Dragon Country National Space Meteorology Center, a massive screen displayed real-time weather data for the area. The snowstorm warning signs that had been densely clustered around the Kunlun Mountains suddenly vanished, replaced by a calm green. Professor, the abnormal snowstorm in the Kunlun Mountains has disappeared. Assistant Xiao Wang stared at the screen, his tone filled with surprise and confusion. Disappeared? Professor Lin, standing behind him, furrowed his brow and quickly walked to the screen, typing on the keyboard to pull up more detailed data. This doesn't make sense. Have all the weather stations nearby been checked? Yes. All the data from the weather stations shows that the snowstorm suddenly stopped within half an hour. As if someone pressed the pause button, Xiao Wang replied. The professor fell silent for a few seconds, a serious look flashing in his eyes. He turned to another device. On the screen, a series of complex data and graphs scrolled rapidly before finally settling on a report from a few days ago. Abnormal snowstorm path in Siberia. Professor, you're not worried it's moving to another location, are you? Xiao Wang couldn't help but speak up. I think that's impossible. How could a snowstorm just vanish like that? It defies meteorological logic. The professor didn't respond immediately. Instead, he stared at the path data on the screen, his gaze deep, as if he could penetrate those lines to uncover a deeper truth. After a few seconds, he slowly spoke. Nothing is impossible. You don't understand what the data from the Tian Shan Mountains revealed. Professor Lin took out paper and pen, sketching on the map. Analyzing the abnormal path of the snowstorm in Siberia, he plotted it onto the map of the Dragon Country, finally stopping the pen at the Magic City. Chukchi region. This is the northeasternmost tip of Russia's Far East. The desolate land, covered in ice and snow, is battered by relentless storms year-round, and the darkness of the polar night feels like an endless abyss consuming all life. It sounds like a place shrouded in mystery, but in reality, it resembles a corner of the world that has been forgotten. Apart from the fearless adventurers or those like Yi Li, who have been thrust here by fate, the RV travels along the frozen road. Dear God, family, don't fall in love, okay? It's too hurtful. Su Yun, unable to sleep late at night, lays on Yi Li, crying and mumbling, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance and a playful pout. Yi Li, feeling a little flustered with her weight on him, sighs helplessly and gently pats her back, saying, "You're feeling a bit better, but not tonight." As he speaks, he tries to push Su Yun off him, but she clings to him stubbornly, refusing to budge, pouting, "No, I want to stay on you." Yi Li finds it amusing yet baffling. Does Aunt Flo only hurt for a little while? Why is Su Yun acting as if nothing is wrong and still so lively? Seeing that Yi Li is ignoring her, Su Yun sprawls like a big cicada larva on him, searching for a more comfortable position. Her hair is messily draped over her shoulders, a few strands clinging to her cheeks due to her tears, making her look pitiful. With tears in her eyes and a mournful gaze, her pink lips part slightly, and she sings in a Yunnan accent. A cup of white liquor is like poison. Love hurts. It's truly evil. Her voice is soft and sweet, with a hint of playfulness, especially her little expressions, making her resemble a heartbroken young wife, perfectly portraying the role. Yi Li, who had originally been stern, can't help but chuckle when he hears her line about white liquor being like poison, especially with her woeful yet quirky expression. He reaches out to ruffle her hair and asks, "Where did you learn this? A cup of white liquor is like poison? I think you've turned into quite the drama queen." Seeing Yi Li laugh, Su Yun immediately drops her mournful expression, blinking her eyes with a hint of pride. "How about that? Do I sound convincing? I learned this from short videos, specifically to deal with you." Convincing indeed, but this trick won't work on me. Su Yun pouts and pretends to be angry, giving him a glare. "Humph, how boring. You want to even play along?" Yi Li chuckles, pinching her cheek. "All right, I'll play along. So, how do we counteract the poison?" Su Yun's eyes sparkle mischievously as she leans closer, saying playfully, "The antidote, of course, is me." "That antidote must be even stronger than the poison," Yi Li replies. Su Yun, not pleased, gives him a light punch. "What do you mean? Are you saying you don't want me? Every medicine has its side effects, but you're certainly different from the rest. In what way? Yili responds seriously, well, you're quite toxic. Stinky Yili. Quite toxic? ISNT, that just poison? The two were wrestling on the bed. Outside the car, the night sky was unusually clear, with stars twinkling brightly. A strange, colorful ribbon flowed from south to north across the sky, splitting and growing brighter, as if some mysterious force was splashing paint across the night. The light began as a faint line, but gradually it spread like a tide, ultimately illuminating the entire Siberian plain with its visible glow. Yili looked up at the windowsill, his gaze drawn to the dim light, his brow slightly furrowed. Yunya, can you pause for a moment? Not listening, not listening. Su Yun, however, seemed not to hear him at all. She cupped his face with her hands, turned his head towards her, and leaned in for a kiss. Her lips were warm and soft, carrying a hint of sweetness, like a kind of addictive poison. Realizing what was happening, Yili tightened his arms and lifted her effortlessly. The roles reversed in an instant. Su Yun found herself pinned beneath him, but she remained calm, biting her lower lip alluringly, eyes closed, waiting for the impending storm. However, Yili didn't make a move. Instead, he reached out to pull back the curtains. In that moment, dazzling light flooded the entire room. The sight outside took both of their breaths away, the most beautiful aurora in history. Chapter 126. The most beautiful aurora in history. What is an aurora? The earliest records of the phenomenon can be found in the bamboo annals, which mention a red mist appearing like a rainbow during the reign of King Zhao of Zhou. The Han Dynasty astronomer Zhang Heng further described the aurora in his work Ling Xian, referring to it as the heavenly bow or heavenly crack. The Book of Han mentions, at night, there was a red mist broad for several zhang, stretching across the sky. In far-off Europe, Aristotle referred to it as flames in the atmosphere. The Romans associated the aurora with the goddess of war, Minerva, believing it to be a harbinger of conflict. The Norse people called the aurora the rainbow bridge connecting heaven and earth, a passage for the divine to reach the mortal realm. The Sami people of Scandinavia believed the aurora was the sparks created by a fox's tail sweeping across the sky, thus naming it foxfire. The Inuit saw it as the dancing souls of their ancestors in the sky. In Japan, it is viewed as a symbol of luck and divinity. For a more scientific explanation, the aurora is caused by charged particles from the solar wind colliding with atoms in the upper atmosphere of our blue planet, creating a luminous phenomenon. Beneath the vast and boundless sky, on the frozen ground where the cold wind howls and stirs up tiny snowflakes, the heavens are no longer a monotonous black. Instead, they are covered with layers of shifting green. At first, the horizon merely glimmers with a faint green light, as if some mysterious force is gently stirring the distant edge of the earth. However, as time passes, the green light gradually intensifies and spreads. Its edges float like a thin veil, barely discernible in the night sky, while the center resembles a turquoise lake flowing against the backdrop of a star-studded black satin. Suddenly, the green light shudders violently. Then, a brilliant purple beam rises from the horizon, like a great dragon twisting and coiling upwards into the sky. The purple and green intertwine, as if two entirely different forces are colliding in the night. The light is not static. It flows continuously, almost alive, sometimes cascading like a waterfall, at other times burning like flames or drifting softly like silk. The wind over the Chukchi plain seems to sense this spectacle and gradually calms down. The only thing left in the world is the aurora, dancing silently. Its brilliance grows ever more intense, as if it will ignite the entire night sky. Yet, the aurora is unpredictable, with the green river of light flickering over thousands of kilometers, as if it might vanish from sight at any moment. From the blink of an eye, red, white, blue, and yellow suddenly join the display. The colorful river stretches for miles. It bursts forth like fireworks in the heavens, dazzling to the extreme, arc-shaped, ribbon-like, cloud-like, curtain-like, radiating. Forms that would normally never appear together now shimmer and intertwine in the air. Under the strong aurora, the outlines of objects on the ground can be seen, as the world is redefined by this brilliance. On the second-floor terrace, Yili gazes up at the sky, the aurora's beauty almost unreal. The colorful lights swirl in the night, as if a paint palette has been spilled or as if a celestial being has carelessly splashed the Milky Way across the sky. He has never witnessed such a magnificent aurora before. Indeed, it's like the fireworks of the universe, a dance of solar winds. Unbelievable. Suyun whispered softly, her profile illuminated by the aurora, flickering between light and shadow, her long eyelashes casting a delicate shadow across her face. Ali crouched by Suyun's feet, his fluffy tail swaying gently. I can't see through this light. See through it? Perhaps I've been looking at things I shouldn't have too often. Mengya and Shuiyu lay beside Yi Li, their amber and ice-blue eyes reflecting the aurora, appearing particularly bright. I don't know how long it's been. Something feels off. Yi Li murmured to himself. Why is the aurora so low? He focused intently, and the glow seemed to be approaching them at a slow pace, confirming it multiple times in disbelief. No way, it really seems to be descending. Yi Li instinctively took a step back, his back hitting the chair. This scene reminded him of a martial arts technique that descends from the sky. The only difference is that this aurora is colorful and more beautiful. Yi Li. Suyun's voice was tinged with fear. Should we run quickly? Before her words finished, the aurora suddenly accelerated, like a colorful net, instantly enveloping the entire RV. Yi Li felt a flash before his eyes. Countless light points danced around him, like fireflies on a summer night, or stars falling from the sky. Unable to see clearly, his right hand tightly held onto Suyun. He reached out with his left hand to touch the light points, only to find that his hand had turned transparent, revealing the veins and bones beneath his skin. Now is your chance. Drink the intermediate gene potion. All right, I trust you. Yi Li didn't hesitate and tilted his head back to gulp down the potion. The moment the potion entered his mouth, a cool sensation slid down his throat, quickly transforming into countless tiny streams, coursing through his body. Yi Li was astonished to discover that he could clearly see the flow of the potion. It can help you absorb the potion's effects in a short time. Impressive. It used to take half a month. Are there any side effects? No. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Yi Li's chest. His body tensed up, and he could feel every cell trembling, as if countless tiny hammers were striking his bones. Didn't you say there were no side effects? Yi Li couldn't help but cry out. He clearly saw those light points actually drilling into his body, starting to move chaotically. The once orderly flow of the potion became a chaotic mess. I meant to say, it's nothing. Thank me. Now you can walk sideways on Blue Star. I'm not a crab. Why would I walk sideways? Yi Li gritted his teeth. His consciousness began to blur. The scene before him twisted, and those light points seemed to turn into countless sharp little knives. This must be the pain that cuts to the heart, right? Yi Li took a deep breath, quietly waiting for the torment to begin. The imagined excruciating pain never came. Instead, a warm sensation flowed through his body, so comfortable that he almost let out a sigh of relief. Not bad. It finally worked. Is this it? Yi Li felt a bit incredulous and moved his arms and legs. Logically, shouldn't it hurt a lot? What? Are you actually looking forward to being tortured? Could it be that the host is a masochist? No wonder there's a whip in the closet. You're the masochist. Yi Li's face turned red. I don't even have a whip in my closet. Never said it was your closet. From Suyun's perspective, this sensation lasted only a few seconds. Once the colorful light faded, everything returned to normal. Are you all okay? Yi Li immediately turned to look at him. Suyun shook her head. She looked a bit pale, but seemed fine overall. Mengya and Shuiyu also shook their heads. Ali dramatically collapsed to the ground, pretending to be out of breath, pawing at Yi Li's pant leg. I'm having a hard time breathing. Yi Li, give me mouth to mouth. Yi Li chuckled, about to pat its head. However, Suyun reacted even faster than him. She grabbed Ali by the scruff of its neck and began to scratch its belly with her other hand. Mouth to mouth. Should I give you some? Chapter 127. Arrival at Pewike, not just at Yi Li's location, but all around the world. In remote and desolate wildernesses, colorful light orbs silently descended, enveloping areas already designated as forbidden zones. Miraculously, just a few seconds later, they vanished without a trace, leaving only the roars of wild beasts and the chirping of birds. Yinjie, you're so fierce. Ali struggled, but couldn't escape Suyun's clutches. Its fluffy tail wagged incessantly, trying to break free, but Suyun's grip was as firm as a vice, holding it tightly by the back of its neck. You think I'm fierce? Are you secretly wishing to kiss my man every day? Suyun playfully swatted Ali's behind, producing a dull thud. How can artificial respiration be called kissing? Ali had it coming for being hit, and Yi Li shook his head in disbelief. However, Suyun's method of spanking was eerily similar to his own. One must admit, You can't have two different types of people sharing the same bed. Sis, it wasn't on purpose. Mingya cautiously approached, trying to shield Ali, but accidentally received a slap on her own behind in the process. She decided to keep her distance and squatted down nearby. Mingya, don't plead for it, Su Yun said, taking a moment to pat Mingya's head. I'll hold it down. Shuiyu elegantly walked over, using her paws to pin Ali's short legs down with swift precision. Ha ha, this is hilarious. Ali seemed to give up, collapsing on the ground. Its eyes dull. It looked just like a child pretending to be mentally unstable after being scolded by their parents, hiding in their room. Yili watched the playful banter helplessly, an involuntary smile creeping onto his face. Such everyday moments filled him with warmth, but there was still something off about it. After a while, Yili suddenly realized something. Wait, how could Su Yun understand Ali's words? He quickly turned to Mingya and Shuiyu, who were also caught off guard, looking at Su Yun with surprise in their eyes. Yili spoke up to remind her. Yunjia, can you really hear Ali speaking? No, I can't. Su Yun paused her actions. She slowly released Ali, her gaze shifting between the two little ones and Shuiyu, her face filled with disbelief. It seems, I really can. Seizing the opportunity, Ali slipped away from her grip and hid behind Yili, turning back to stick out its tongue. Yunjia is so fierce. Not like me. Mingya teased, sister, that was so mean. Shuiyu added, even you noticed, Mingya? Su Yun didn't chase after Ali. She simply stood there in a daze, seemingly still in shock. She could clearly hear Mingya and Shuiyu whispering, as well as Ali's taunting words. Su Yun lukit at Yili, her eyes filled with confusion and surprise. Could it be, Ivemutatet? The road to Pewike was not easy to traverse. The most immediate sensation was that everything was frozen. Unlike the snowy plains encountered earlier, everywhere you looked here was solid, biting ice. The ice was thick and heavy, its surface smooth as a mirror, as if time itself had frozen in this polar expanse. Under the conditions of polar night, the cold ice seemed to reflect a dark undercurrent, like the gaze of an abyss, sending shivers down one's spine. However, thinking back to how this place had recently been shrouded in an abnormal snowstorm, Yili felt a sense of relief. After all, unusual weather had never been gentle. The RV slowly drove across a frozen river. Along the riverbank, a few deerskin tents stood solitary, frozen stiff with a thick layer of frost covering their surfaces. Not far away was likely a Chukchi village, but at that moment, not a soul could be seen. It seemed that only their group remained on this icy plain. Before long, the blizzard, although delayed, finally arrived. The sky suddenly darkened, and the fierce wind whipped the snowflakes toward them, like countless ice blades dancing in the air. Visibility dropped to almost zero, and the temperature plummeted. Yili didn't care if it was an abnormal blizzard. The snow mode on the autopilot kicked in, and they charged ahead. Inside the vehicle, the heating was cranked up, but the atmosphere felt a bit tense. Yunjia, let me give your legs a massage, Ali said, energetically tapping Su Yun's calves, his little face beaming with joy. Yesterday, he had been so bold in front of the main wife, not even distinguishing between the big and little kings. After a sleepless night, he was eager to make amends today. Oh, how dare you let Lord Ali massage your legs? Su Yun feigned a stern expression, but her lips couldn't help but curve into a slight smile. Good sister, I was wrong. Ali blinked his big eyes, looking pitiful. On the other side, Shuiyu was also unwilling to fall behind, using its fluffy tail as a pillow for Su Yun, occasionally nudging her arm. Mingya, on the other hand, was curled up in Su Yun's arms, looking utterly bewildered, not understanding what the two good sisters were up to. But as long as Su Yun was holding him, he felt warm. Ali, are you slacking off? Keep going. Understood, Yunye. Ali immediately resumed his enthusiastic tapping, casting a smug glance at Shuiyu. Shuiyu rolled its eyes in response. Su Yun's transformation was also reflected in Yili. At least now, he could communicate with Ali and the others without relying on the high-tech dog tag. Coincidentally, Shuiyu had mentioned last night that it was uncomfortable wearing it, so Yili had removed all the tags. However, there was a drawback. He could no longer tell if what these three were saying was true or false. Yili, are we almost at Pewike? Su Yun asked, looking up while holding Mingya. Yili smiled and replied, about half an hour or so. Su Yun nodded had fingers unjonsjostis trukin menk, jas softfur. She supported Yili's decision to come to Siberia, because when he first told her about it, she could tell he was resolute. At that time, all she could do was not to add any psychological burden on him. But now, having arrived at their destination and facing a nuclear power plant that could explode at any moment. She was terrified of losing Yili. Will we just rescue them and leave? Su Yin asked softly. Yili let out a sigh and glanced at the family on the sofa, feeling an inexplicable warmth in his heart. If he could be of help, I'd like to stay here for a while. Su Yin didn't stop him. She simply nodded silently. She understood that Yili's decisions were never about showing off, but rather because he had a scale in his heart, weighing the value of life. Yet now, standing on the edge of danger, Su Yun realized just how anxious she felt. As they drew closer to Pei Weika, Yili noticed the distant, jagged ice formations, sharp and defined. That was the abandoned factory of Pei Weika. A surge of excitement welled up inside him, and he accelerated the vehicle. There were no roads here. The RV glided over the ice. The familiar ice crystals sparkled on the surface. Yili parked the RV at the entrance of the small town, got out, and took a deep breath of the cold air. Pei Weika, we finally arrived. Chapter 128. Blessed Mother Mary, not far outside the city lies the coastline. The ice fields here are dotted with towering ice spires that resemble the dorsal fins of some colossal beast, fierce and cold, glimmering with a faint blue light under the dim glow of the polar night. Yili drove the RV slowly into this forest of ice spikes. The wheels crunched over the ice, producing a creaking sound, occasionally shattering a few spikes that sent shards flying like icy fireworks. The geomagnetic interference was too strong to establish contact with Li Yong and the others. Fortunately, Ollie was still with him. It lay by the car window, its eyes glowing softly like two little lamps, particularly striking in the darkness. Ahead, there was an ice column that seemed to be the entrance. Yili nodded and parked the RV in front of the column. This ice column was larger than the surrounding ice spikes, appearing as if it had grown from deep within the earth, its surface smooth as a mirror, reflecting the light from the vehicle. Yili chose not to ram the ice column with the RV. Instead, he got out of the vehicle and stood before it. He extended his hand and gently pressed his palm against the icy surface. Su Yin looked at him with curiosity. What are you doing? Enough playing around. I'm revealing my true self, Yili said with a faint smile, then closed his eyes. In the next moment, he exerted a slight force with his hand, and suddenly, a dense web of cracks appeared on the ice surface, spreading rapidly like a spider's web. The sound of cracking ice echoed clearly across the silent ice fields. Su Yun's eyes widened as she watched the scene unfold. With a loud bang, the ice column shattered completely, sending ice chunks flying like an explosion of ice flowers. Yili withdrew his hand, standing calmly in place. He turned to Su Yun and winked. Actually, I'm Superman. Su Yun paused for a few seconds before suddenly asking, Can you fly? Yili was taken aback. No, that's okay, it's still impressive, she replied. What's the difference between that and saying it's cute? Meanwhile, in the underground base, Li Yong and the others were unaware of what was happening outside. Communication had suddenly been cut off, leaving only a flashing red signal indicating a disruption. Lin Quan slammed his fist on the control panel. Why is the connection down now? Ivanov sat in the corner, looking worried, taking another swig of vodka. Have we even told Yili where we are? Li Yong rubbed his temples, feeling as if the ground had been slightly shaking last night. Lin Quan, who was checking the communication equipment, looked up at his words. An earthquake? Why now of all times? Don't worry. Ivanov wiped his mouth. Puico doesn't have any records of large-scale earthquakes, not even any noticeably strong ones. But Li Yong didn't relax. What I'm worried about is if the ice layer gets damaged. The temperature in the control room seemed to drop a few more degrees. Everyone understood what he meant. If the ice layer were to break, the contamination from the nuclear waste would quickly envelop all of Puico and then spread throughout the entire sea area. Ivanov dramatically clasped his hands together and began muttering to the ceiling, Brother Yeli, you really need to hurry up? Holy Mary, bless us. Saint Nicholas, show your presence, Saint. Li Yong couldn't help but interrupt him. Can your Orthodox faith really influence matters in my dragon country? Ivanov paused for a moment, scratching his head. Then who should I pray to? Lin Quan leaned against the control panel, a slight smile on his face. I think it's better to skip that. Compared to gods, we trust ourselves more. I don't believe that. Ivanov stood up and brushed off the dust from his pants. Don't you all love to pray to gods? I saw it in Ice City. The temples were bustling with incense. I won't argue with that. Li Yong shrugged. But for most people, they only pray when they need something. We tend to honor our ancestors more than worshipping gods. Ivanov looked confused. Onoran sisters. Yes, Li Yong's gaze became distant. Our ancestors taught us that when the sun shines more, we should take action. When floods come, we should clear the waterways. And if there's a mountain blocking our way, we dig it out. That's just how our culture has always been. Just then, a loud noise echoed above the base. The entire facility began to shake rhythmically. The lights in the control room flickering and instruments blaring alarming sounds. Everyone struggled to keep their footing, and Lin Kuan looked up from the monitor, his expression serious. This tremor is definitely no less than a magnitude 6. Ivan's expression turned awkward. He had just said that Pevek had no records of significant earthquakes. He looked at Li Yong. What do we do now? Does your culture teach you how to deal with earthquakes? Li Yong held onto the control panel. Try to maintain his balance. You might as well keep praying for Yeli to arrive quickly. What if I pray to Yeli's ancestors? Do you think that would help? Ivan's eyes lit up, half jokingly. Lin Kuan was a loss for words. Even if you consider him your ancestor, it wouldn't make a difference. Lin Yu. Ivan was about to retort when a thought struck him, and he grinned. If he could just appear right in front of me, I would definitely consider him my ancestor. Ivan wasn't foolish. He knew such a thing was impossible. Perhaps when near Lake Baikal, he was amazed at the speed of the RV, but the road conditions there were decent enough to explain that. However, starting from Yakutsk, they took the Bone Road, which led north to Chukotka. There was a reason this route was called the Road of Death. The surface was covered in thick ice, and a moment's carelessness could lead to slipping. Worse yet, in the latter half of the journey, there was often no road at all, relying solely on the driver's skill to carve a path. Ivan remembered the first time he traveled this route, the wheels slipping on the ice, nearly sending both him and the vehicle over the cliff. That feeling of terror was still fresh in his memory, not to mention the possibility of encountering abnormal blizzards along the way. Though he knew Yeli wasn't afraid, it would certainly slow him down, right? He recalled Yeli hiding in a cave during the Tian Shan Mountains. Even if Yeli was incredibly capable, it was still a daunting journey. He had no idea where the underground base was. After all, the most important feature of an underground base is its concealment. The entrance is camouflaged as ordinary permafrost, undetectable even by satellites. Without precise coordinates, one could be standing right above the base and still not find it. Ivan shook his head, trying to dismiss these thoughts from his mind. However, the next moment, he heard footsteps echoing in the corridor, steady and powerful, ringing out distinctly in the silence of the base. Ivan's heart suddenly raced. He glanced at Li Yong and Lin Kuan, realizing they had heard it too. This can't be happening. What a joke. The three of them instinctively held their breath, their eyes fixed on the corner of the corridor. Before long, a fully armed soldier appeared before them. He was clad in a heavy winter uniform, gripping an assault rifle. Damn, you scared me, Ivanov gasped, almost struggling to catch his breath. He waved his hand in exasperation. Get back to work. But before he could finish, a familiar voice came from behind the soldier. So, I'm not too late, am I? Yili stepped out from the shadows, followed closely by Ollie and Shuyu. Chapter 129, Nuclear-Powered Icebreaker, So Fast. This is just way too fast. Li Yong and Lin Kuan barely had time to grasp the feeling of being trapped. The crisis at the nuclear power plant was still swirling in their minds when they looked up and saw Yili standing right in front of them. The two were stunned for a second, then exchanged a knowing smile, and without saying a word, rushed forward to give Yili a hearty bear hug. Hey, did you open a teleportation portal? Li Yong playfully punched Yi Li on the shoulder, laughing like a 200-pound child. Lin Kuan couldn't help but tease with that speed. Are you sure you didn't T-fly your RV like an airplane? Yili was a bit overwhelmed by their enthusiasm, but he chuckled helplessly. You two seem pretty relaxed. I thought you'd be here crying and wailing. Hey, we know you're reliable, Li Yong said, releasing him and feigning a deep sigh. If I were a woman, I'd definitely offer myself to you. Your speed is just, well, I was talking about the RV. Yili rolled his eyes. You don't need to emphasize that. Ivanov, holding a bottle of vodka, watched them with envy, a slight smile on his lips, but said nothing. Yili glanced at him and suddenly recalled something about ancestors he had heard earlier, vaguely understanding the context. He raised an eyebrow and turned to Ivan. By the way, what happened to the polar bear we talked about? Ivanov scratched his nose and replied with a straight face. Probably went into hibernation. Yili almost burst out laughing. Polar bears don't hibernate. Li Yong and Lin Kuan immediately erupted in laughter, and Lin Kuan patted Ivanov on the shoulder. Ivan, that was a pretty half-hearted lie. Unfazed, Ivanov calmly responded. Maybe it's because of the recent earthquake. It got scared and hid. Oh, that noise earlier? That was me. Everyone paused for a moment, then erupted into even louder laughter. They all shared a meal together. The vodka that Alexei had sent over was completely consumed by Ivanov. Perhaps it was a trait passed down through generations. But the people from the Bear Country weren't shy about running around in the snow with their shirts off after drinking. After eating and drinking to their fill, the group set off without a moment's pause to investigate. Standing atop the frozen Arctic Ocean, they gazed at an endless expanse of white wilderness. The cold wind howled, whipping up tiny snowflakes that pelted against their cold weather gear helmets. And that's the situation. Li Yong's voice came through the helmet's communicator. We can deal with the icebreaker situation first. The explorer is trapped underwater, and the temperature in that area drops the further down you go. Drops the further down you go? Shouldn't the water be warmer than the land? Noticing Yi Li's confusion, Li Yong sighed with a wry smile. Pointing to the ice layer beneath their feet, normally, yes. But what if this entire coastal water area is frozen over? Yi Li opened his mouth, but didn't respond. Su Yun was there too, both of them wearing specially designed high-tech heated suits. She squinted, trying to see the distant sea surface, but all she could make out was a vast expanse of white. She recalled that changes in the Earth's magnetic field seemed to trigger geological disasters. Driving the snowmobiles from their base, the five of them arrived at the icebreaker. Ivan and the others began to chip away at the ice covering the hatch door, using electric drills, ice axes, and flamethrowers, but the door wouldn't budge. This isn't working. The ice is too thick. We need to think of another way. How about using explosives? Ivanov suddenly suggested. A small detonation device could blast the ice without damaging the hatch. Surely not. Why don't I give it a try? Yi Li stepped forward, his tone as casual as if discussing what to have for dinner. The others froze for a moment, still processing what he said, but Yi Li had already placed his hand on the hatch. It didn't seem like he was applying any force. Yet the hatch emitted a piercing metallic screech against the cold wind and began to slowly open. The sound of cracking ice accompanied the hatch's movement. How? How did you do that? Ivanov stared at Yi Li, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Has your country developed a third-generation serum? That's impossible. Ahem. Lin Quan coughed a few times. Actually, there's no need to keep it secret. I just learned about it myself. Li Yong looked at Yi Li, ready to spill everything. The Bureau of Anomalies has developed a serum that enhances physical abilities, and the raw materials come from. Shoo. Lin Quan's expression turned serious. This is classified information. Telling Yi Li could get him into trouble. Yi Li smiled but didn't respond. Instead, he pointed to the inside of the hatch. Let's go in. No time to waste. He had already suspected that the Bureau had something similar. He had witnessed Lin Quan's enhanced abilities firsthand. However, he had no idea about the raw materials for the serum. Now, recalling how countries were investigating abnormal weather and that during their time in Tian Shan, Ali had seen a deep blue liquid in the clouds. The answer became obvious. Stepping into the cabin, the helmet lights cast faint beams of light in the darkness. Inside the cabin was pitch black, with only the occasional flickering emergency lights casting a dim red glow. The air was filled with a cold metallic scent, mingled with the sharp smell of machine oil. A thin layer of ice covered the floor, and each step was accompanied by the sound of cracking. The five of them moved forward down the narrow corridor, flanked by tightly packed pipes and valves, their surfaces coated in white frost. Li Yong reached out to touch one of the pipes, but quickly withdrew his hand. The temperature isn't absurdly low yet. At the end of the corridor stood a heavy metal door, marked with the sign for the reactor control room. Ivan tried pushing the door, but it wouldn't budge. This door can't be forced open, he said helplessly. Over here. Li Yong suddenly pointed to a narrow side passage. The ventilation duct leads to the control room. Crawling into the duct, the icy walls creaked and groaned as they moved. Ivan couldn't help but complain, this feels like crawling through an ice cave. Save your strength, Lin Quan replied without turning around. Finally, they emerged from the duct and jumped into the reactor control room. Yi Li extended his hand. Come on, I'll catch you. Here I go. The gentle snowflakes fell gracefully, tightly embraced by Yi Li. Li Yong and the others had long grown accustomed to this scene. The control room was in a state of disarray. Most of the indicator lights on the dashboard had gone dark, with only a few flickering. The reactor status displayed low temperature standby. Li Yong quickly scanned the dashboard. We need to manually shut off the main valve. Where's the valve? Yidiaskit. Over there. Li Yong pointed to a small door in the corner of the control room, but the radiation levels might be high. We need to put on protective suits. Protective suits? You mean these? Yi Li gestured toward the pile of clothing in the corner, her tone tinged with resignation. The suits were frozen stiff, their surfaces covered in a thick layer of frost, and they emitted a cracking sound when touched. Clearly, they were no longer usable. Chapter 130. The Chikochi Economic Zone? Everyone was taken aback, their expressions instantly darkening. The cold weather suits provided by the Anomaly Bureau lacked radiation protection. Leong muttered in a frustrated tone. I didn't think of that. Damn it, we're so close to the end, and now. He slammed his fist against the wall, overwhelmed by a sense of defeat. Lin Quan and Ivanov fell silent, but a glimmer of resolve flashed in their eyes. The two of them nearly simultaneously rushed toward the door leading to the reactor core. Let me go. No, you're still too young. No. Why don't you ask me if I can handle it? Yili swiftly stepped in front of them. What era is this? We shouldn't be relying on personal heroics. Yili, I've used the serum. My physique is stronger than the average person. I might be fine. We can't just wait here. Lin Quan's voice echoed in the cramped cabin. Ivanov coldly added, the mission must be completed, even if it means sacrificing ourselves. Yili frowned, about to speak when suddenly, the system's voice rang in his mind. The high-tech heating suit doesn't have radiation protection either. However, with your current physique, you won't be affected by the radiation. He paused for a moment, then a slight smile crept onto his face. I'll go. Hey, you just said personal heroics are not acceptable. Lin Quan and Ivanov chorused. Yili ignored them and turned, his tone calm as his gaze fell on Su-Yun. The heating suit has radiation protection. Really? Su-Yun looked up, concern in her eyes. Yili simulate ater, trying to appear relaxed as he patted the heating suit on his chest. Of course, it's high-tech. Don't worry. Su-Yun wanted to say more, but Yili had already turned and walked towards the door to the reactor core, his silhouette looking particularly determined under the dim lights. Yili. Leong opened his mouth, ultimately only managing to say, be careful. With me on the job, I'll solve the problem in 10 minutes. Yili waved his hand dismissively and pushed open the door, disappearing from sight. He opened a small door, entered the isolation zone, and then opened several heavy iron doors to access the reactor core area. However, before entering, Yili stripped off all his clothes. Even though he wasn't afraid of radiation, it was clear that the clothes wouldn't hold up well outside. The core area was cramped and oppressive. Surrounded by thick lead walls, with a massive cylindrical device in the center, its surface covered in thick frost. Reactor control area. Li Yong stared at the data on the dashboard, his brows furrowed, holding his breath and not daring to relax. Soon, the data began to change. The radiation levels are rising. Su-Yun's heart skipped a beat. Instinctively, she began to rush toward the reactor core area, glancing down at her heating suit. She thought, my suit should be able to protect against radiation too. Just as her hand was about to touch the doorknob, the door was suddenly pushed open from the inside. Yili stepped out with a relaxed smile on her face. The mission is complete. Now I need to figure out how to rescue the explorer. Su-Yun paused for a moment, then noticed that Yili's heating suit was missing. A wave of worry washed over her. Where's your heating suit? Yili shrugged casually. Of course I left it behind. There's radiation up there. If I brought it back, we'd all be doomed. Su-Yun opened her mouth to ask more, but Yili cut her off. Trust me. Finally, having resolved one issue, Li Yong leaned against the wall and let out a long sigh. I really don't want to stay here another minute. Lin Quan nodded in agreement. This doesn't make sense. When we signed the agreement to establish the Chikaka Economic Zone with Long Country, Deputy Director Lin was almost ready to come for an on-site inspection. What did you just say? The Chikaka Economic Zone? Li Yong instantly perked up, straightening his posture and staring at Ivan. Weren't you guys just establishing the Ceylon Economic Zone with the oil-producing countries? Ivan shrugged. We also want to collaborate with Long Country. If it weren't for this, how could we possibly invite Brother Lin? Hey, stop talking nonsense. Lin Quan waved his hand, trying to hide his embarrassment, but the smile at the corner of his mouth betrayed him. Su-Yun's ears perked up. She had a keen sense for matters like this. Pevek? No. It's the Chikaka Economic Zone, the whole region. Ivan continued with his cautionary note. But don't get too excited. There aren't many places suitable for building factories. However, it's close to the Arctic and you know what that means. Su-Yun's mind was already racing. The Ceylon Economic Zone is about 4 square kilometers, focusing on developing clean energy, and it can have a defense force. To be frank, hiring some retired soldiers as security wouldn't be too much to ask, right? The oil-producing countries want to reduce their dependency on oil and research clean energy. But what does the bear country lack? What can be researched in Chikaka? The answer is nothing. Or rather, its strategic significance far outweighs the research significance. Arctic strategy, Yili added meaningfully. Yi Li and the others exchanged confident smiles. What are you all laughing about? This land still belongs to us, bear country. We're just inviting you to develop it together. Don't get your hopes up. Got it? Got it, we understand. Enough already. This crisis will definitely help you out. As long as they're S-land, their S-no-problem long country can't solve. Who knows? Maybe the experts back home are already researching how to grow vegetables in permafrost. What humans see of an iceberg is always just the tip. The massive ice body, over 90 of which is hidden beneath the unfathomable depths of the ocean, lies like a slumbering giant, ready to consume everything. Outside the icebreaker, Ali and Meng chased each other playfully on the ice, while Shuiyu jumped to the top of the icebreaker, surveying the surrounding environment. Mengya, come chase me. Ali bounced ahead, her tail wagging excitedly. All right, childish. Mengya quietly complained but still obediently followed behind Ali, her steps light and quick. As Ali ran, she looked back with sparkling eyes. Sister Yun said that after returning to the Magic City, she would take me to eat a lot of delicious food and buy beautiful clothes and a big house. But, sister, you're a fox. Mengya tilted her head, a hint of confusion in her tone. What is wrong with being a fox? Can't a fox live in a big house? Ali stopped, hands on her hips, looking defiant. No, foxes can't wear skirts. Mengya replied seriously. Ali stomped her feet in frustration, then suddenly thought of something and said mysteriously, Mengya, I'll tell you a secret, but you mustn't tell anyone else. Mengya leaned in closer, her ears perked up. Actually, after I saw the aurora, I had a dream. Did you dream too, sister? Mengya's eyes lit up. Huh, you had a dream too? Ali was a bit surprised. I dreamed that I became a very, very beautiful person, even prettier than Sister Yun. Yili would definitely like it. I did too. Mengya lowered her head, her voice growing softer. Really? Did you dream about kissing Yili? No. Ali paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, patting Mengya's head with her paw. Did you not dream about it? Or have you just never experienced it? Did you wake up halfway through the dream? That's because the brain doesn't know what that feeling is, you know? Mengya flicked her tail, her ears twitching. I've never dreamed of it. Just then, a loud rumbling sound came from afar, and the ice surface began to tremble slightly. What is happening? Ali perked up her ears alertly. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly erupted. The ground shook violently, and the ice surface appeared to be violently torn by invisible hands, with cracks spreading rapidly like a spider's web. Chapter 131. Abyss of Ice, Influx of Sea Water Watch Out. A fissure appeared beneath Ali and Mengya's feet. The two quickly reacted and leaped away just in time. The crack was dark and bottomless, exuding a chilling coldness. The vehicle fell in. Ali Shota, watching the snowmobile plunge into the abyss. I've got it. Mengya was quick on her feet, her body expanding to 5 meters tall, her claws gripping the remaining 2 snowmobiles. At that moment, Yi Li and the others rushed out from inside. Without hesitation, Shuiyu picked up Su Yun and Yi Li, while Ali clung to Mengya's back. Lin Quan and Li Yong shared one snowmobile, and Ivan took another, racing against death. The frozen sea surface shattered completely. Massive ice blocks were lifted into the air, crashing down heavily and stirring up towering clouds of snow. The white mist spread out, enveloping the entire world in chaos. The group fled desperately across the ice, with collapsing ice layers behind them, as if death itself was in pursuit. Is this the apocalypse? Ivan glanced back while driving, his face pale. The speed of the ice breaking apart was increasing, with cracks resembling monstrous snakes, ravenously devouring everything around them. The group had left the sea level, reaching a relatively stable high ground. Looking back, the once flat ice surface had turned into a shattered ruin. This is too exaggerated, right? Leon panted, his voice still trembling with fear. Yili said nothing, his gaze fixed on the distant sea surface, brow furrowed. He knew this was just the beginning. The fractures in the ice were jagged, massive ice blocks torn apart by an invisible hand. The edges were sharp as knives, reflecting faint light. Occasionally, a few chunks of ice would slide off the edge of a crack, plummeting into the abyss with a sharp cracking sound that echoed across the vast ice field, sounding particularly jarring. Here it comes. Yili murmurit. What is coming? Just then, the sea surface in the distance suddenly began to rise. At first, it was just a slight ripple, like the gentle undulations caused by the sea breeze. But soon, the waves surged violently, the Black Sea water roaring towards the ice field like a waking behemoth. No way. A tsunami? Liang's eyes widened in disbelief. Don't worry, the ice field will act as a buffer, Yili reassured him. You mean the water won't reach us here? Liang was about to relax. Yili replied, well, it might reach our waists. Keep running. Lin Quan had already jumped onto the snowmobile, slamming the accelerator. Liang immediately hopped onto the back seat, the engine roaring deafeningly as the tracks skidded on the ice, spraying fragments of ice. Boom! The sea water had already surged onto the ice field. Massive waves crashed against the ice layer with a deafening roar as water rushed in through the cracks, creating a teeth-chattering sound. Yili glanced back. The Black Sea water seemed to be stirred by some unseen force, forming a massive whirlpool. This was not right. Far from it. The ground trembled violently beneath their feet. The sea had already surged above the coastline. A bone-chilling cold seemed to seep into their bones through their cold weather gear. They're over there. Lin Quan's voice was half drowned out by the sound of the waves. On the mountain ahead, Ivan's team waved frantically at them. When the earthquake struck, their first priority was to salvage the data. Who knew that the snowmobiles had already been taken away by Yi Li and his crew? Finally, the group rushed up to a higher ice slope. This was it. Liang gasped for breath as he gazed out at the distant sea. Lin Quan looked solemnly at the surging water, his fists tightly clenched, knuckles turning white, filled with unease and anxiety. Was there really no hope for rescue? Ivan ground his teeth. The leak of nuclear waste was not just a disaster. It was an irreversible ecological catastrophe. Once the nuclear waste spread into the ocean, the entire Arctic ecosystem would collapse, and the effects would rapidly ripple across the globe. Standing on the ice field, the biting cold wind cut through them. Yet Yi Li's gaze was colder than the ice and snow. He had witnessed countless extreme environments. But this time, he felt not only the cruelty of nature, but also the potential threats posed by human technology. Nuclear waste. Had it really leaked? Yi Li murmured to himself, his fingers lightly tapping as if calculating something. He quickly organized the information in his mind. The concentration of nuclear fuel used in reactors is far lower than that of nuclear weapons, and they're not designed to facilitate a nuclear explosion. Even if the reactor core melts down, it would not result in an explosion like that of a nuclear bomb. But the problem lies in the fact that the high temperatures from the meltdown could likely damage the containment shell. Moreover, during this process, the high temperatures would decompose water into hydrogen and oxygen. If hydrogen accumulates to a certain concentration, it can explode when it encounters a spark or high temperature, potentially damaging the reactor's containment shell and ultimately leading to a leak of radioactive materials. I remember there was an incident with a nuclear submarine explosion. Yi Li suddenly spoke up, his voice unusually clear in the cold wind. That was in 2000, when the core submarine exploded and sank. Ivan, standing next to him, chimed in with a furrowed brow. After the sinking, the report stated that the submarine's nuclear reactor had not sustained any damage, correct? Yi Li turned his head, his gaze sharp. Ivan nodded. That's right, the reactor's containment was intact. It was able to withstand external explosions 20 years ago, so a glimmer of insight flashed in Yi Li's eyes. Our assumption of a nuclear waste leak relies on the premise that the reactor has melted down. And we made this assumption because extreme low temperatures caused the coolant to solidify, or the seawater froze, preventing cooling. But what if there was no need for coolant at all? Liang was taken aback, then shook his head. Are you saying that the exceptionally low temperature from the blizzard would be enough for the shutdown process to proceed normally? It's unlikely. Nuclear reactors require precise temperature control, and maintaining that control in an extremely low temperature environment can lead to unpredictable reactions. He paused before continuing. Moreover, temperatures as low as minus 200 degrees Celsius are well below the tolerance limits of most materials, which could make the reactor's structural components brittle, leading to fractures and an increased risk of leaks. Yet, Yi Li smiled, his expression tinged with confidence. The so-called unpredictability doesn't necessarily mean the outcome will be disastrous. As long as the shutdown procedures are running smoothly, the reactor's casing will remain intact. And concerning material tolerance at low temperatures, I believe that the ice layers covering it could be stronger than we think. Just look at the doors of icebreakers. Liang fell silent, aware that Yi Li's thoughts often leapt ahead. Are you suggesting that we shouldn't worry about coolant issues? Instead, we could use the extreme cold to protect the reactor? Yi nodded. Leon took a deep breath, the oxygen sharpening his clarity. But all of this is based on assumptions. Can extreme low temperatures truly replace coolant? We have no actual data to support this theory. Yi Li's gaze drifted once more towards the horizon, where the sky seemed to merge with the earth at the edge of the ice field. Then let's go verify it, he said softly, his tone resolute. The Arctic ecosystem cannot collapse, and the global environment cannot withstand such a catastrophe. Chapter 132. Another Chernobyl? Inside the Moscow command center, a technician jumped up in excitement, his voice nearly drowning out the blaring alarms. It's back. The communication and navigation systems are operational. The commander at the main control panel suddenly looked up. Beside him stood a man from the Dragon Country, impeccably dressed in a Chinese tunic suit, exuding an air of authority without any display of anger. Without hesitation, he grabbed the communicator and spoke in a voice as hard as iron. All units, prepare for immediate takeoff. Target, Chikaka. Watching Yili leave, Li Yong and the others were momentarily stunned. We can't let him take that risk. I'll go put on the radiation protection suit. Li Yong was the first to speak, his tone resolute. I'll go. I've used the serum, Lin Quan immediately countered. I've used it too. And this is our matter as the Bear Country. How can we let you Dragon Country people handle it? I should go. The three of them exchanged heated words. At that moment, a deafening roar shattered the silence of the ice field. Several armed helicopters appeared in the sky above Pevek. These helicopters were the same type that had been seen in Tian Shan, modified to the extent that the cost could buy half a Boeing and capable of withstanding extreme blizzards. The sight left Ivan speechless in shock. They're in mass production? This is different from the intel we gathered. The helicopters slowly landed, and the snow whipped up by the rotor blades made it hard to see. The doors opened, and soldiers and researchers from both the Dragon Country and the Bear Country poured out. They moved quickly and in an orderly fashion, unloading a massive amount of supplies. Equipment cases, protective suits, and testing instruments, piling them into a small mountain. A middle-aged man in military uniform approached Li Yong, his expression serious. We understand the situation. Li Yong nodded, his gaze sweeping over the busy figures, feeling somewhat relieved. Squad leader? What is he doing here? Lin Quan swallowed hard. The middle-aged man nodded and continued. According to the expert team's analysis, even if nuclear waste were to leak, the outer ice layer would provide sufficient protection, and we still have time to contain the situation. Of course, that's the worst-case scenario. He paused. When Comrade Yili goes into the water, we will synchronize the video and provide professional handling measures based on the reactor status. No, I'm the one going in, Lin Quan immediately interjected. Urgency in his voice. How can it be you? It should be me. Ivan refused to back down, puffing out his chest and speaking loudly. The middle-aged man frowned, his gaze stern as he looked at the two. You two need to stop arguing. Only he can handle this unless you can carry dozens of kilograms of diving equipment, wear a bulky radiation protection suit, and maneuver through the nearly 10 times your buoyancy in the frigid, dark waters at minus 200 degrees. That's not. Ivan opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to argue, but ultimately muttered, Can I wear Yi Li's heated suit? The middle-aged man snorted. What a joke. Ivan was a bit angry. His temper was about to flare up, but Lin Quan quickly held him back. Lin Quan shook his head, saying, Don't. You get hurt badly. The effects of nuclear radiation could extend over 100 meters. They were not far from the ice slope. Yi Li's RV was parked steadily there. Are you really going into the water? Suyin tightly wrapped her arms around Yi Li's waist, burying her head in his chest, her voice muffled and tinged with unease. Yi Li gently patted her back, his tone soft yet firm. Although I'm not sure if nuclear waste has leaked, it's better to be safe than sorry. We don't have protective suits. Who else but me can go into the water? Suyin lifted her head, her eyes slightly red, her voice stubborn. I can go with you. Yi Li was taken aback, his expression becoming unusually serious. He stopped patting her back and held her shoulders, looking directly into her eyes. I will set the RV to drive further away. You absolutely must stay away from that area of the sea. Why? Suyun's voice rose an octave, filled with reluctance and grievance. I'm wearing a heated suit too. It can protect against radiation. Yi Li didn't respond, silently walking over to the RV's control panel to set the autopilot program. Host, aren't you going to explain? The system's voice echoed in Yi Li's mind, teasing him. You don't understand. I have to go into the water to confirm. Being completely exposed can ignore nuclear radiation, but Sister Yin wouldn't believe that. Even if she did, she wouldn't let me go. Yili replied to the system in his heart, his tone filled with helplessness. If she believes you, why wouldn't she let you go? Yili paused for a moment, his gaze falling on Su Yun's back. A wave of tenderness washed over him. Even a man of steel has a wife who worries he could be harmed. But if he were fully armored, perhaps his wife would feel more at ease. The system seemed to be taken aback by this metaphor. After a while, it replied softly, "Host, that metaphor is a bit blunt." Yili smirked slightly and ignored the system's sarcasm, turning back to Su Yun. Su Yun's concern for him didn't stem from a belief that he wasn't strong enough. This feeling transcended physical protection. It touched the emotional level. What she wanted wasn't just to confirm how strong Yili was, but to see that he was also protecting himself, that he valued his life more because of her worries. "Sister Yin," Yili called her softly. Su Yun didn't turn around, her shoulders slightly trembling, her voice cold and hard. "You don't need to say anything. I know I can't stop you." Yili gently hugged her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. "Sister Yin, I know you're worried about me, but this time is really different. I have my ways. You have to trust me, okay?" Su Yun's body stiffened slightly, but she quickly relaxed. She turned to face Yili, looking directly into his eyes. "Yili, you always do this. You still don't believe in me." Yili smiled, reaching out to ruffle her hair. "I don't want you to worry." Su Yun pushed his hand away. "Cut the act. If anything happens to you, I will never forgive you for the rest of my life. Don't worry. I'm Yili. I'm tough as nails." Su Yun stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly grabbed his collar, her tone fierce. "Remember what you said. If you dare to lie to me, I'll throw you into the sea to feed the fish." "All right, I'll remember that." Yili chuckled softly, leaning down to place a gentle kiss on her forehead. "And there's one more thing. I've picked out a beautiful jade ring for my future wife. When I get back, don't jinx it." Before he could finish, Su Yun immediately covered his mouth. There was a hint of panic and anger in her eyes. "If you keep talking like that, I'll tie you to the RV. And you won't go anywhere." Yili blinked, his smile deepening. He gently pulled Su Yun's hand down and held it in his own, his tone serious. "Sister Yun, don't worry, I will definitely come back. After all, I'm looking forward to seeing you wear that ring." Su Yun shot him a glare, but her ears turned slightly red. She pulled her hand back, feigning indifference. "Stop being so cheeky and hurry up with your preparations. If anything happens, I'll throw that ring into the sea." Yili nodded with a smile. Okay, I'll do as you say." He turned and walked out of the RV, his posture still upright. But Su Yun felt a hollow ache in her heart, as if something was subtly painful. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. "We must come back safely." Chapter 133. Oh no, it's live worldwide? Alaska, Little Diomede Island. This small island is separated from Big Diomede Island by a stretch of water, and during winter when the sea freezes, one can even walk across the border between the two countries. That is the latest armed helicopter developed by the Dragon Kingdom. What are they up to? A man in American military uniform stood in the lookout tower on the island, peering through binoculars, his gaze fixed on the distant sky. His companion frowned, a hint of unease in his tone. "I don't know, but from the looks of it, it's definitely not a trivial matter. People up top think the Dragon Kingdom has been getting bolder lately. Of course, who knew those models at the airshow were actually real? They're deploying micro-drones to test our new equipment," the man in uniform decisively ordered. "Understood." His companion quickly took out a palm-sized device from his backpack and pressed the start button. The drone swiftly ascended, so small that one might mistake it for an insect if not observed closely. Meanwhile, outside the temporary command center of the Dragon Kingdom and the Bear Country, Lin Quan's squad leader, a middle-aged man, stood on the icy slope, his gaze scanning the surroundings like a hawk. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a tiny black dot in the distance. "A bug?" He sneered. Quickly drawing his pistol from his waist, he raised it and fired. Bang! The gunshot echoed across the ice field, and the drone fell to the ground, crashing onto an ice pillar. This action caught the attention of others nearby. "What happened?" A researcher quickly stepped out. "Nothing," the middle-aged man replied, holstering his pistol with an indifferent tone. "Just an unruly bug. Are there still bugs around here?" The researcher frowned, but didn't press further, turning back to his post. On Little Diomede Island, FK, the man in military uniform slammed his fist against the railing of the lookout tower, his face turning pale. Wasn't had said that missiles couldn't be destroyed that easily? The Dragon Kingdom's people are indeed tough to handle. "Wait, we have imagery coming back." His companion suddenly pointed at the control panel in excitement. "What?" The man in uniform quickly leaned in. On the control panel, a blurry image was playing. Although the drone had been shot down, the camera seemed to still be operational, showing the vast ice field. Is that a nuclear-powered icebreaker? The man's pupils constricted sharply, and then he was filled with joy. Nuclear leakage. Trying to deal with it secretly. Huh, it must be that way. Immediately upload this footage to the internet. I want everyone to see the Dragon Kingdom and Bear Country colluding in disgrace. The IP is neon. What is this? A netizen browsing social media suddenly found their homepage flooded with a strange video. Rubbing their eyes, they thought they must be seeing things. In the video, the massive ice field cracked open, and dark seawater rushed in like a beast, creating towering waves. Not far from them, a menacing icebreaker stood tall on the ice, its hull covered in thick armor, and its prow sharp as a knife. Is this a game CGI? Internet users widened their eyes, unable to resist clicking into the comments section of the video. The comments section was already buzzing. These special effects are so realistic. Which game company's new release is this? It doesn't look like CGI. It feels like real footage. Real footage? Where on earth would they find such a massive icebreaker? The more they watched, the more suspicious they became, quickly sharing the video with their friends. One of their friends was a seasoned military enthusiast, knowledgeable about various military equipment. "Whoa, this is a Russian icebreaker," he replied almost immediately, his tone incredulous. "An icebreaker? Are you sure?" The user pressed on. "Absolutely sure. Look at the design of the prow and the hull's armor. It's definitely Russia's Chikatko icebreaker. This is their latest model, claimed to be able to break through 3 meters of ice." The user was stunned, pausing for a few seconds before quickly taking a screenshot of their friend's reply and posting it to their social media. Shocking. Russia's latest icebreaker spotted in the Arctic. Once this post went live, it immediately attracted countless shares and comments. Is this for real? Is that nuclear reactor safe? Who remembers the abnormal snowstorms in Siberia? My God, you Russians are going too far. I found a live streaming account. Everyone come check it out. Link. Within just a few minutes, the video spread like wildfire across the internet. On trending lists of major social platforms, Russia's icebreaker and nuclear leak quickly ascended to the top. In Kuka, at a standalone villa, Lin Miao Miao and Chu Yutong were busy in the yard, sunlight casting a sheen of sweat on their faces. In front of them was a modified RV, its roof covered with high-efficiency solar panels. "Thank you, Yutong," Lin Miao Miao exclaimed, leaping into Chu Yutong's arms, her face beaming with satisfaction. Chu Yutong laughed and patted her back. "Don't get too excited. I also helped design a big screen, so you can watch Yishin's live stream during your travels." "Really? That's amazing." Lin Miao Miao's eyes lit up as she grabbed Chu Yutong's hand and dashed toward the RV. "Let's try it out." The two squeezed into the RV, which was spacious and bright inside. Lin Miao Miao eagerly powered on the system, and the screen immediately filled with numerous notifications. "What is this?" Lin Miao Miao froze, her fingers scrolling across the screen, her expression turning serious. "What's wrong?" Chu Yutong leaned in, and upon seeing the keywords on the screen, her expression shifted as well. "A nuclear leak? Wait a minute. Wasn't Yishin's last live stream in Siberia?" In the town of Naladi, Alice and Zhang Yuan were busy with the details of their wedding, both feeling anxious as the venue issue remained unresolved. The scene is set on the Naladi grassland. "Why not hold the wedding at my place?" AIE suggested, raising her little head and blinking her eyes. "Is that okay?" Alice hesitated. "As long as teacher Wang doesn't mind teacher Zhang's small rental apartment." AIE playfully stuck out her tongue. "Hey you." Zhang Yuan pretended to be angry and shot her a glare. Alice shook her head with a smile. "I don't mind at all. I don't care about the car or the dowry. My brother even gifted me a flat in the Magic City." "Really? My brother-in-law, is that impressive?" Zhang Yuan's eyes widened. "I can't accept that. I'll call him." Just then, both of their phones buzzed simultaneously, and they picked them up to see an urgent news alert on the screen. Suspected nuclear leak? Anomaly Bureau Division. Ruanju was thrilled to have her own office, and Tao Ji was now her assistant. The two were watching recent reports on mysterious marine creature attacks along the coast. Ding dong. Urgent notice. Level 8 earthquake warning for Chikatko. Meanwhile, in the Magic City, Lu Shifei sat in her spacious living room, holding a cup of hot tea. Yet her gaze was glued to the television screen. She knew the destination of Yi Li and Su Yun's trip. When they were in Urumqi, no matter how she tried to persuade them, it was useless. Now, she could only silently pray that they wouldn't get involved. At that moment, the live broadcast suddenly changed. A tall man slowly walked into view, his back facing the camera, his fitted outfit accentuating his perfect physique, although his face was obscured. That familiar silhouette made countless viewers hold their breath, while those closer to him recognized him instantly. With just one glance, Lu Shifei suddenly sprang up from the sofa. Yili. Chapter 134. Nuclear radiation. The entire ice field was illuminated by high-powered lights, as bright as day. The blinding light pierced through the darkness of the polar night, making every inch of the ice surface clearly visible. The cracks in the ice, the outlines of the ice pillars, and even the menacing icebreaker in the distance were all laid bare under the intense light. Yi Li's figure stood out prominently at the edge of the ice slope. The ice surface was bright, while the seawater was dark. Standing at the boundary between light and shadow, he scanned his surroundings, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. This setup looked like a scene straight out of a movie. Standing at the edge of the coastline, he glanced back over his shoulder. Behind him, a row of people stood rigidly in formation, soldiers and researchers positioned on the undulating ice slope, their expressions solemn as they rendered him a crisp military salute. Suyin stood at the forefront, flanked by Ali, Mingya, and Shuiyu. Their gazes were fixed intently on Yi Li, their eyes filled with worry, reluctance, and an indescribable determination. Is this some kind of farewell for me? Yidismo taichit silaiti. Why not just perform a standing long jump of 100 meters? The system's voice echoed in his mind, tinged with sarcasm. That would be too flashy, Yili replied helplessly. So they still think you're sacrificing yourself for a noble cause. All right, I'll aim for a quick resolution. Yili shuruk. Then turned to face the pitch-black sea. He took a deep breath, leaned slightly forward, and executed a perfect diving maneuver, entering the water without a splash, like a fish gliding beneath the surface. Even if a neon judge were present, they'd have to score him a 10. On the ice slope, everyone watched as Yili disappeared into the water, the atmosphere growing tense. What is nuclear radiation? Mingya asked, confused. Suyin didn't answer. Her fists clenched so tightly that her nails nearly dug into her palms. Her gaze remained fixed on the spot where Yi Li had vanished, as if he would re-emerge from the water at any moment, flashing her that familiar smile. Meanwhile, the internet was buzzing. In a live broadcast, Yi Li's figure faded into the dark sea, and the barrage of comments flooded in like a tide. Wasn't there a nuclear leak? How did he just jump in? I don't know. Is he trying to debunk the rumors? My ye god. You noticed too. I wasn't sure until he didn't look back. Damn it. Didn't T God say he was going to Chikaka to see polar bears? He should be fine, right? His constitution is so much stronger than ours. Do the people upstairs understand how much damage nuclear radiation does to the human body? After just a few minutes of intense exposure to nuclear radiation, you would feel nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, headaches, fever, skin redness, and swelling, with blisters accompanied by a burning sensation. Hours later, the immune system would be compromised, hematopoietic stem cells damaged, leading to a decrease in white and red blood cells and a weakened immune system with complications. Weeks later, the bone marrow, intestinal mucosa, central nervous system. Consciousness would wane, leading to convulsions, coma, and ultimately death. If he can somehow survive, the radiation will impact his DNA, triggering cancer, lung, and liver organ fibrosis. In short, nuclear radiation will subject him to all kinds of suffering before leading to his death. This comment felt like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the hopes of most people in the live stream. The once lively comments section fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into a chorus of despair. No, Yishan, come back. Does he not realize how terrifying nuclear radiation is? It's over. It's really dangerous for Yishan this time. Meanwhile, in Kush, Lin Miao Miao stared at the screen, her face pale as a sheet. Her fingers gripped the edge of her seat tightly, her knuckles turning white. Yu Tong, why did Yili go into the water? Her voice trembled, almost breaking into tears. Chu Yutong held her hand, trying to comfort her. Don't worry, Yili. He must have his reasons. Trust him. But nuclear radiation. Lin Miao Miao's voice choked up. He is going to die. In Aladi Town, Alice's phone screen showed comments scrolling rapidly. Zhang Yuan and AI sat on either side, their faces filled with worry. Will Yili really be okay? He'll definitely be fine, AI nodded firmly. In Shanghai, Lu Shifei sniffled. It's none of my business. If anyone should be sad, it's Yun Jia. I won't comfort her. I'm not sad at all. He is not my man. Her voice was barely audible. Yili sped through the dark waters. The ice above him loomed like a heavy dome, and artificial light streamed through the cracks, creating mottled beams. His movements were fluid and swift, each stroke generating a flurry of tiny bubbles that traced an invisible path in the water. He wore a high-definition camera on his chest, transmitting the underwater imagery in real time to the temporary command center. Inside the command center, a group of bigwigs stared wide-eyed at the screen, shock written all over their faces. Is this the speed humans can achieve? A researcher from Bear Country swallowed hard, glancing subtly at the elder from Dragon Country. Professor, have you secretly developed a third generation? The elder cleared his throat, his tone slightly evasive. Ahem, it's still in the design phase. And if you look at his physical capabilities, they have already surpassed what we envisioned for the third generation. No, even the fourth. The Bear Country researcher added quietly. The elder remained silent, his gaze fixed on the screen. He knew that Yi Li's performance had exceeded everyone's expectations, even surpassing the limits of scientific explanation. It seemed that the information they had was just the tip of the iceberg. Host, aren't you revealing yourself? Yi Li didn't slow down. Instead, he accelerated his movements. His arms moved like fins, legs together, body slightly tilted, using the thrust of the water to propel himself forward. I don't want him to wait too long, Yi Li thought to himself. I thought you would say that dealing with the reactor is urgent. That's one of the reasons. You're just adding to the pressure now. Ahead of them was a dense cluster of ice pillars, extending from the seabed to the ice layer, resembling a massive maze. Yi Li quickly scanned the area, calculating an optimal path in his mind. He should go first. Then, finally, never mind, he couldn't work it out. Yi Li frowned, but then a smile crept onto his face. He could just smash through it. Taking a deep breath, he leaned slightly forward and shot off like a cannonball. What is he doing? Could it be? Oh, this is too much. Yi Li charged straight into the cluster of ice pillars. Boom! The immense impact caused the ice pillars to shift, and his figure weaved through them, moving so fast that the pillars were pierced, leaving behind man-sized holes. Yi Li didn't slow down at all. In fact, he accelerated. After a brief moment of surprise, the command center quickly indicated a direction. Yi Li's gaze sharpened as he adjusted his course and swam toward the indicated position. As he got closer, a massive glacier gradually came into view. Within the glacier lay the wreckage of the Academy ship. Chapter 135. The iceberg has been raised. Time ticked away, and the people on shore were growing increasingly anxious. Underwater, Yi Li found the situation to be quite troublesome. The wreckage was already in ruins. It had exploded. Upon closer inspection, there was a hollow structure inside, filled with high-pressure hydrogen and oxygen. After circling around, the worst fears were confirmed. Several conspicuous cracks had formed. Fortunately, the outermost layer had not yet spread and was still intact, not coming into contact with seawater. But it was only a matter of time. Through the camera feed, the command center understood the gravity of the situation. They were faced with two choices. First, seal off the surrounding area and lay down radiation protection materials. Second, while the situation was still under control, cut through the ice and bring the academician ship up. However, working underwater in such an ultra-low temperature environment was nearly impossible. Even if they risked lives, there wouldn't be enough time. As everyone knows, ice is less dense than water. So once the cutting was completed, the block of ice encasing the nuclear reactor would float to the surface. This method was undoubtedly the best option. However, cutting through the ice layer posed the challenge of extreme cold. And who would be responsible for the cutting? A slight misstep could lead to disaster. Doing nothing would be the true crime against posterity. Do you think it's easy to precisely cut such a large block of ice? Yi Li listened to the heated discussions coming through his earpiece. After a moment of thought, he pointed to himself in front of the camera. Immediately, the command center personnel opposed this. No way. The cutting must be done by high-precision machinery. Otherwise, even the slightest error could cause cracks in the entire ice surface. Comrade Yi Li, leave the next steps to us. I plan to send a team of soldiers equipped for underwater work. Each person will only spend 3 minutes underwater, and we'll cycle through them. I believe that's too slow. What if their essay leak before we finish? There's no other way. Don't worry, I'll be the first to dive. Yi Li frowned and immediately made a cross gesture in front of him. He remembered how in the past, during disasters when there was no other option, lives were exchanged for lives. Noble, yes, but the ones who stoked the fire should not freeze in the snowstorm. Now that Yi Li was here, these young soldiers only needed to focus on completing this mission and return home to have a warm meal with their wives and children. He no longer listened to the voices coming through his earpiece. The next moment, Yili's figure flashed, shooting into the water like an arrow, moving so quickly that even the camera struggled to capture him. The underwater world was even darker and more frigid. Logically, after the ice sheet fractured, the individual ice blocks should float to the surface, but in reality, that wasn't happening. Yili suspected that their bottoms were still tightly connected. As he descended, he found that, just as he had anticipated, the ice layer remained intact. Back in the command center, everyone watched the screen, puzzled. What was he planning to do? In the next moment, Yili raised his hand and delivered a swift chop to the ice layer. Crack! The crisp sound of breaking echoed as cracks spread like a spiderweb, but due to their lower position, it had almost no effect on the upper layers. However, this action, the few elderly professors in the command center were nearly left breathless. After the base fractured, the massive iceberg encasing the reactor began to slowly rise. Due to its enormous size, it halted just a few meters above the water surface. At that moment, Yili's figure appeared beneath the iceberg. In comparison, he seemed incredibly small, yet this diminutive figure was supporting the colossal iceberg. What was he trying to do? Did he really think human strength could move such a behemoth? It was utterly insane. No, it was completely impossible. However, the scene shifted. Not just Yili himself, but the iceberg too. It was moving. The people in the command center were covered in goosebumps. How? How could this be possible? An elderly professor with graying hair adjusted his glasses, his hands trembling so much he almost dropped them. He was single-handedly lifting an iceberg hundreds of meters tall. This defied the laws of physics. Another professor's face turned pale, his voice trembling. Old Zhang, pinch me. Am I dreaming? No need to pinch, I see it too. This is something no human could possibly do. The elderly professors exchanged glances, their worldviews shattered. They had spent their lives studying science, valuing rigor and logic, yet this scene was completely beyond their comprehension. This kid, is he human or ghost? Someone muttered. Regardless of whether he was human or a ghost, if he could solve the problem, he was a godsend. The chief commander slammed his fist on the table, his voice trembling with excitement. Quick, prepare for the follow-up work. The nuclear reactor hasn't been dealt with yet. Everyone get out of here. A loud and urgent voice rang out from the command center, the order quickly reaching everyone's ears. The busy researchers and soldiers paused for a moment. Then, they swiftly sprang into action, leaving their instruments behind as they began to retreat, quickly moving to a safe area hundreds of meters away. Su-Yun immediately had a bad feeling. Comrade, what is happening? Lin Quan grabbed a soldier rushing by. Captain Lin, I don't know either. It's an order. The soldier shook his head, breaking free from Lin Quan's grip and continuing towards the safe zone. Su, are you okay? Li Yong asked quietly. Su-Yun didn't respond, just staring at the sea surface. Lin Quan opened his mouth, wanted to urge her to leave as well, but Li Yong stopped him, shaking his head, indicating she should make her own decision. Just then, the calm water surface suddenly stirred. At first, it was just a slight ripple, but soon, the waves grew higher, crashing against the shore. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. Even the retreating researchers and soldiers stopped in their tracks, staring in awe at the scene. What is that? Ivan's eyes widened. Before them, a massive iceberg was slowly rising at a visibly rapid pace. Its size was breathtaking. The iceberg was crystal clear, reflecting blinding light, resembling a mountain sculpted from diamonds. In the mountain peaks, there are actually frozen fish, water plants, and also the academic Lomonosov. In a live stream, the comments section exploded instantly. Whoa, is the glacier floating? My goodness, this is so shocking. Is this a movie? Is there a nuclear submarine underneath? I can't think of anything that could lift a glacier. And there's a ship inside too. Oh my gosh, isn't that the academic Lomonosov? You can recognize it from this far away. It seems the nuclear leak is real. Where's Yishun? Yishun could use the power of the floating glacier to come up. Could it be that Yishun pulled it up? Ha ha ha. X999, someone's been found out as a big fool. Everyone come and laugh at him. The glacier continues to rise, slowly but with an unstoppable sense of pressure, until it towers nearly 100 meters above the ground. Everyone is stunned. The air is thick with tension, as if something earth-shattering is about to happen at any moment. In fact, anyone who isn't foolish could probably guess. It's gonna fall, right? It definitely will fall. It seems to be tilting towards us. Hurry, run, it's gonna crash down. Someone shouted, their voice trembling. Before anyone could react, The glacier reached its peak, and then, boom, a deafening roar echoed. The glacier crashed into the water, sending towering waves soaring into the sky. The waves roared like silver dragons, rushing upwards before crashing back down to Earth. The glacier was hundreds of meters high, and the immense impact shook the entire ice field, even causing the distant command center to sway a bit, as if it had just experienced a minor earthquake. Someone angrily shouted, "Isn't this going to damage the glacier?" Chapter 136. Is the crisis averted? The frozen research vessel floated level with the water surface, right at the center of the swirling forces. The old professor adjusted his glasses, attempting to explain the phenomenon before him with scientific theories. But seeing the bewildered expressions on the faces around him, he sighed helplessly and waved his hand, thinking to himself that it was pointless. No one would understand anyway. The closest to the scene were Li Yong and his companions. Boom! A massive glacier crashed onto the water's surface, sending towering waves surging up. Shattered ice chunks flew everywhere like cannonballs. Thud, thud, thud. Ice blocks rained down with such force that one nearly struck Li Yong's head, 100 meters away. What? What kind of joke is this? He froze in place, mumbling to himself, droplets of icy water clinging to his face. Lin Quan wiped the ice debris off his face and looked up at the distance, disbelief written all over his face. Don't tell me this was done by Yi Li. Beside him, Ivan trembled at the sight of an ice block that had fallen from the sky, barely missing him by a few centimeters. Oh God, I almost met you. Ivan's legs went weak, and he sat down on the ground, his face as pale as a sheet of paper. Just then, a figure was shot up from the surface by the rising ice, tracing a graceful arc through the air before splashing back down into the water. That's Yi Li, Lin Quan exclaimed. Yi Li. Su Yun instinctively dove into the water, bubbling up a few times before going silent. Su, she can swim, right? Leon glanced at Ali and the others. Ali Nudda. Everyone held their breath, waiting in silence as seconds ticked by. The water's surface remained eerily calm, which only added to their anxiety. Something's not right. Lin Quan's expression changed, and he was about to jump into the water when suddenly, splash. Two heads popped up from the water. Yi Li held Su Yun with one hand and wiped the water from his face with the other, sounding relaxed. It was just some idiot who cramped up. Who are you calling an idiot? Su Yun blushed, pouting and burying her face in Yi Li's chest like a sulking little girl. Li Yong and the others were initially stunned, then burst into laughter. Su, you just got saved by the beauty after being the damsel in distress. Good thing it's just us here, or it would have been quite embarrassing. The water's cold, come on up. The atmosphere lightened considerably, as if the tension and danger of facing a nuclear crisis had evaporated into thin air. The solid ice layer had securely sealed off the leaking nuclear fuel. With professional personnel needed to cut and store it, this crisis could be completely resolved. We should all have a meal together, right? Li Yong suggested with a smile. Of course, but we can't linger here too long. We need to head back to the Magic City. Yi Li chimed in, his tone full of anticipation. All right then, let us have a few drinks tonight, but let us not get carried away like last time, Lin Quan teased. What nonsense. Everything Yi Li says is the truth. Su Yun lifted her head and shot a glare at Lin Quan. Yi Li's lips curled slightly upward. It was indeed the truth. Inside the tent, the temperature was comfortably in the teens. A special type of pellet fuel burned in the stove, which Ivan had managed to procure from the team. It was said to be a specialty from the Bear Country. Everyone was seated around the table, where a steaming hot pot bubbled enticingly. I have to say, Ivan, you're lucky to have me. Otherwise, you'd still be out there gnawing on black bread, Lin Quan said, proudly waving his chopsticks as he picked up a slice of beef. This is thanks to my brother Yi Li, Ivan replied, looking at Yi Li. Without you, this mission wouldn't have been accomplished. Our Bear Country would have once again been unable to hold its head high in the face of international condemnation. Don't mention it. With great power comes great responsibility. Yi Li waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. By the way, Li Yong suddenly set down his chopsticks and, with a curious expression, looked at Yi Li and Su Yun. When are you two planning to get married? Su is almost 40. Huh? Su Yun raised an eyebrow, her gaze holding a hint of warning. Lin Quan swallowed his piece of meat, not daring to speak. What? 40? Her? That's impossible. I'm still young, Li Go. Don't joke with me. Ivan's eyes widened in disbelief. Why does Li Yong have to bring that up? Su Yun felt a flicker of annoyance, but maintained a smile, elegantly picking up a piece of greens and calmly saying, I may be approaching 40. But age is just a number. It doesn't represent anything. Yili, you agree, right? Of course. Yili nodded with a smile, his tone filled with affection. I'm more worried about being too young and having your parents disapprove. So, when are you planning to tie the knot? We three will definitely be there. Lyon prasa et Exactly. I'm already using my family visit leave. I'll fly from Moscow to Shanghai. But I haven't even proposed yet, Yili shrugged, feigning nonchalance. And I think it's an important step, like at a specific time in a specific place. It needs a sense of ceremony. As a novice in this regard, Yili often overthought things. He feared for Su Yun, but he was also worried about his own satisfaction. Years later, he didn't want to look back on the proposal scene with a sense of regret. Su Yun, perceptive as ever, saw right through Yili's thoughts. She gently squeezed his hand, her tone warm. It's okay. I'm not in a hurry. But inside, she was already feeling the heat of impatience. Not only was she eager for the proposal, but she also wanted to get the marriage certificate, hold the wedding, and have children. She even had names picked out, but she couldn't show it. That would put pressure on Yili. I understand, Li Yong said with an expression of someone who had been through it all. You really don't need to overthink it. Who knows? One day the moment might just come, and you need a grand scene. You'll naturally pull out that ring. Proposals vary. Some like it lively, while others prefer a world of just the two of them. Actually, I think. Yili raised an eyebrow, looking at Li Yong with a half-smile. Li Yi, you understand this too? Lin Quan laughed, slapping the table. What does he know? If he were really that capable, he'd already have a wife and kids, cozy at home. Li Yong's expression stiffened, and he waved his hand dismissively. Let's not bring up the past. What happened back then? If you hadn't hesitated to pull out the ring, would she have gone abroad? Lin Quan mercilessly pointed out. I was supporting her dreams, Li Yong retorted, his neck stretching defiantly. Yili couldn't help but chuckle. He finally understood that Li Yong, the strategist, seemed all-knowing because he was just teaching lessons learned from his own past mistakes. All right, Li Ge, I've noted down your experiences, Yili said with a smile and a nod. Su Yun, listening from the side, couldn't help but smile as well, her lips curling slightly with amusement. She stole a glance at Yili, secretly thinking, if you don't propose soon, I might just have to take the initiative. Chapter 137. A shocking mix-up. The cold wind howled fiercely, and the temperature on the icy plains was low enough to make one shiver. Li Yong and the others huddled inside their tent, gathered around the stove for warmth, mumbling, how could these two think about taking a walk on such a cold day? It's really beyond me. On the coast, Su Yun wrapped her coat tightly around herself, walking briskly beside Yili. Suddenly, Yili stopped, turned to her, and asked seriously, Sister Yun, do you really like Jade? You don't have to accommodate me. Just be honest. Su Yun paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded. I really do. Yili scratched his head and asked again, well, would you like it if I said some cheesy things in public? Yes, I would love that. Su Yun almost burst out laughing. In her heart, Yili had always been a reliable yet naive big boy. He was calm and decisive in most matters, but when it came to feelings, he was like a clumsy novice. What does it mean to be clumsy? It's the kind of person who always thinks about being good to the other person without expecting anything in return, even going so far as to empty themselves just to make the other person happy. Yili was that kind of clumsy guy. He didn't understand any tricks or schemes. He only knew how to share everything he thought was best with Su Yun. Strange potions, magical gear, even his life, whatever Su Yun wanted, he could provide. Life? I never said that. Yili claim it. Su Yun looked at Yi Li's profile, feeling both moved and helpless. Luckily, it was me he encountered. Otherwise, he might have been hurt and heartbroken by some bad woman. She thought to herself, her lips curling into a smile. Let her handle it. At least Su Yun would only hurt Yi Li's body, not his heart. Su Yun had long suspected that this guy was clearly planning to propose to her in public with a jade ring. Could she say she didn't like it? Of course not. Whatever her brother wanted to do, she was ready for it. You really don't need to think too much about it, she said. I don't understand. Yili feigned calmness, pointing into the distance. Look at Ali and Mengya. They're so mischievous. Ha! Su Yun followed his gaze and saw Ali and Mengya playing on the ice, their fluffy figures looking particularly adorable. Yeah, they really are mischievous. She agreed absently. Mengya, come look. Why are there white bubbles in this ice? Ali crouched on the ice, tilting its head curiously as it poked the ice layer with its paw. Below the ice, a series of milky white bubbles floated, as if mysterious creatures were sealed within. I remember the master said. Mengya leaned in, pressing its nose against the ice to sniff, but then recalled what Yili had said. If it couldn't remember, then Ali definitely wouldn't. What did he say? Let us dig it open. It'll be so much fun when the bubbles start popping. Ali wagged its tail excitedly, its eyes sparkling. Maybe we shouldn't tea. Menya shook its head. What are you afraid of? Ali dismissed the concern. Sharp claws began to scrape the ice surface. With a hissing sound, ice shards flew up, landing behind them in a small mound. Canids have no resistance to digging pits. Menya watched Ali digging happily and couldn't resist joining in. The two furry little creatures took turns digging, and soon a deep pit was formed in the ice. Sister, it seems like there's a scent. Menya suddenly stopped, sniffing the air with a cautious tone. I have a scent. How could I possibly smell good? Ali shot a disgruntled glare at Menya and continued to dig. No, it's the smell of the ice, Menya hurriedly explained. Just then, Shuyu walked by them. She glanced down at the milky bubbles under the ice, suddenly remembering something, her expression changing. Aren't those the same bubbles from Lake Baikal? Yili said we shouldn't. Shouldn't what? Ali looked up, confused. However, before she could finish her sentence, sparks flew from her sharp claws. Boom! With a loud explosion, the ice shattered instantly, and milky gas erupted, igniting into pillars of fire. Mixed with a pungent smell, Ali and Menya jumped back in fright, while Shuyu quickly positioned herself in front of them, growling, "Run!" The two little ones bolted away. The ice behind them continued to crack, spouting flames. Meanwhile, Yili and Su Yun were leisurely walking back, hand in hand. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from afar, followed by a burst of flames shooting into the sky. They both stopped in their tracks, turning toward the direction of the explosion. The nuclear reactor exploded. Su Yun's expression changed, her voice tinged with panic. Yili squinted, quickly assessing the situation. Amidst the flames, he saw Ali, Menya, and Shuyu desperately fleeing, with flames spreading behind them. I'm going to save them. Yunjia. You need to get as far away as possible. There might be radiation, Yili said firmly, releasing her hand. He couldn't take the risk. Without looking back, he dashed toward the flames, moving like an arrow released from a bow. Sujun stood frozen, her heart racing. She watched Yili's back, and suddenly realized he wasn't wearing a heated suit. Wasn't he exposing himself to nuclear radiation? I want let anything happen to you. She clenched her teeth, turned, and hurried back to the RV, fumbling to put on her heated suit before racing toward Yili's direction. Yili was incredibly fast. Before Ali and Menya could react, he scooped them up at his waist, with Shuyu slung over his shoulder. In the blink of an eye, he had sprinted several hundred meters away. Coincidentally, they brushed past Su Yun, who had just exited the RV. In the camp, the explosion roused everyone. The guards rushed out to check, while Li Yong and Lin Quan were also awakened, and Ivan just turned over and went back to sleep. What happened? Li Yong rubbed his eyes, looking bewildered. Could it be the nuclear reactor exploded? Lin Quan's expression changed dramatically. The class monitor walked up behind him, his tone serious. Stop talking nonsense. The reactor has already been relocated. The researchers frowned, muttering to themselves, it seems that a methane bubble under the ice layer has been ignited. This shouldn't be happening. Those bubbles are deep underground, and that ice layer is not something an average person can break through. More and more people were waking up. Their alertness was beyond what ordinary people could muster. Soon, powerful floodlights illuminated the entire ice field. Even the nameless livestream room became active again. What the hell is going on? Didn't the officials say everything was fine? Yeah, I saw the official video too. The reactor had been relocated and isolated. So what a spewing fire. Do we have an impromptu fireworks show at night? Relocated? How could it happen so quickly? Upstairs, I heard that it was Longhua who took action. That makes sense. Wait, look, someone just ran into the flames. That person looks so familiar. Liang's eyes widened as he suddenly realized and shouted, Yili, where's Yili? Your wife just ran in. In the next moment, a cold wind swept through the crowd of hundreds. A dark figure darted past above their heads. Chapter 138. This ring is so beautiful. Yili, where are you? Su Yun looked around anxiously, unable to spot anyone, her heart racing as if she might jump into the water to search for him. I'm here. Yili's voice came from behind her, low and heavy with sadness and guilt. Su Yun turned around abruptly and saw Yili standing not far away, his eyes red and his body covered in ice shards and smoke. Quick, put this on. She fumbled to help him into a heated suit, but Yili tightly grasped her hand, the grip strong enough to cause her pain. What's wrong? Stop messing around, just put it on, she urged. But the heated suit doesn't protect against radiation. Yi Li's heart felt like it had been viciously squeezed, his throat tightening. He had deceived her, which led her to mistakenly believe she could safely wander into the radiation zone. "I'm sorry," he murmured. Then, without warning, he scooped Su Yun into his arms and swiftly moved away from the flames. In a live stream, the comments exploded. Yi God is here. So manly. The look in Yi God's eyes. It's heartbreaking. What are they doing? It feels like a life or death separation. They stood apart from the crowd, surrounded by hundreds of soldiers and towering flames, as if isolated in another world. Su Yun looked at Yi Li's red-rimmed eyes, her heart aching as if it were being sliced by a knife. She wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, her voice as gentle as ever. "It's okay. I will definitely heal you. I have the money." Hearing this, Yi Li felt even more pain in his heart. He took a deep breath, tried to suppress the guilt and self-blame, and called out to the system in his mind. "Is there a mid-level gene serum available? Congratulations, host. The current sign-in location is special, and the mid-level gene serum is being rewarded. But what? Jede Niede shouted in frustration. You forgot that it takes half a month to fully absorb the effects of the serum. Is there anything else you can do? I'm begging you. You have to agree to one condition." "I agree. I mentioned that the ring would keep you safe, but..." Yi Li couldn't wait to hear the rest. He immediately pulled out the jade ring from the system space. The ring glowed faintly in the light of the flames and lamps, as if it were a treasure emerging from ancient legends. Everyone's gaze was irresistibly drawn to it. Even from a distance, the deep green hue captured their attention. The jade had a rich, warm color, reminiscent of a bamboo forest soaked in morning dew, or the serene ripples reflected in a deep pool. The band was crafted from an unknown metal, adorned with tiny gemstones on either side, sparkling like stars in the night sky, enhancing the unique charm of the jade. Proposal. The same two words echoed in everyone's minds. Everyone on the scene held their breath. Li Yong and Lin Quan exchanged incredulous glances, realizing that they had just mentioned how Yi Li would naturally bring out the ring at the right moment. And it hadn't even been long since then. Was Li Yong a great prophet after all? Previously, due to the unknown live streaming of a nuclear crisis, Douyin and Huyo were too afraid to broadcast it. After all, who would dare to casually report on something as serious as a nuclear crisis? If anything went wrong, no one could bear the responsibility. But now, the officials have released a statement saying the nuclear crisis has been resolved, and coincidentally, their top star, Yi Li, is proposing. They have to broadcast it, no matter what. The higher-ups at Douyin and Huyo immediately sprang into action. Quick, hang up the banner. A spark of love. A summer of romance. Oh no, we can't use summer anymore. Change it to from now on. May we soar together with wings, united in love today. Yes, that's it. Hurry up. In the live streaming room, as soon as the banner was hung, it ignited everyone's enthusiasm. Wow, Yi God really proposed. The official broadcast is on. This is quite the spectacle. Haha, what a role model we have. Everyone watching the live stream was stunned by this good news. Most of those who liked Yi Li also became fans of Su Yun. The screen was flooded with congratulatory messages, wishing you 100 years of happiness. May you have a precious child soon. Yi God and Assistant Yun, may you forever be happy. I'm stuffed from all this dog food. The gifts pour in like crazy. Spaceship 100. Super Rocket 666. Heart Balloons 999. Yi God is going to get rich. The official statement appeared in the comments. All consumption in the live stream, excluding Yi Li's personal earnings, will have the official share fully donated to those in need in Longhua. As soon as this statement was released, the comments exploded. Official is amazing. I give this operation full marks. Yi God, I propose you donate. This deal doesn't lose. In Kush, Yutong exclaimed, they are together. Lin Miao Miao held her phone, nearly jumping up with excitement. Yes, it's so wonderful. Chu Yutong smiled too, but somehow her mood was unusually calm. In Talati Town, Alice lay in Zhang Yuan's arms, excitedly flailing her arms. Brother Yuan, Yi God and Assistant Yin finally got together. I'm so moved. Zhang Yuan helplessly replied, don't call me Brother Yuan. It feels so weird. Also, I heard from AI that you were a hater of Assistant Yin. What? Alice suddenly sat up, her eyes wide. This rumor came from AI. I really like Assistant Yin. Okay. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Then you better settle the score with her. In Ershan village, at AIE's family guest house, AIE sat on the sofa, hugging a cushion, her eyes glued to the TV screen. Appa, I want to find a man just like ye God in the future. She turned to her mother, who was knitting. Ha, that's great. I'll be with Appa for a lifetime. Her mother replied with a smile, her knitting needles still flying. What do you mean, Appa? Ai pouted, pretending to be angry as she lunged at her mother to tickle her. The room was instantly filled with the laughter of the mother and daughter. An unusual situation. Ruanzhu and Tao Ji were squeezed together on a chair, their eyes glued to the live stream. Wow, they really make a perfect couple. The preparations for this proposal by Bingchuan, Huizhu, and Yesheng are so thorough. Taoji excitedly tapped Ruanzhu's shoulder. But why do I feel like he looks sad? Ruanzhu frowned slightly, a hint of worry in her tone. Is he? Maybe he is just so overwhelmed he is in tears? Taoji dismissed it. Ruanzhu shook her head and fell silent. In Magic City, Lu Shifei, along with Mr. and Mrs. Su, were gathered around the dining table. The table was filled with dumpling wrappers and fillings, and with New Year's Day tomorrow. The three of them were laughing and chatting while making dumplings, creating a warm and lively atmosphere. Shifei, your dumplings look so beautiful. You're way better than I am. I really wonder which man will be worthy of you in the future. Mrs. Su praised with a smile. Oh no, yours look much better. I learned everything from you. Lu Shifei replied with a laugh, expertly pinching a delicate fold in her dumpling. Besides, I don't even want to get married. I want to stay with Sister Yun for life. Silly girl, doesn't T. Xiaoyan want to get married? Mr. Su asked seriously. I don't care. I'll go wherever she goes. At worst, I'll just cough. Futile thoughts are not acceptable, Mr. Su said gravely. Just then, Lu Shifei's phone suddenly vibrated. She looked down to see a notification for Yi Li's proposal livestream. Her heart skipped a beat. Oh my gosh. Quick, look. Mrs. Su also received the notification, not even bothering to wash her hands before grabbing the remote and casting the live stream onto the big screen in the living room. On the screen, Yili stood between the ice glacier and the fire pillar, his eyes red and his expression complex. Mr. Su slapped his thigh excitedly. That's right. This is great. I told you this kid is something. Look at this setup. It's so grand. However, Mrs. Su frowned slightly, her tone tinged with concern. I actually think Xiaoli looks a bit sad. Unfortunately, the live stream had no sound, so they couldn't hear what was being said. Lu Shifei immediately pulled out her phone and called her secretary. Contact Douyin and Huyu. Have them find someone who can read lips to translate, and add some background music. This is so painful to watch. Got it, Director Lu. I'll arrange that right away, the secretary replied. A few minutes later, a small window appeared in the live stream, and a professional lip reader began to provide real-time commentary. Chapter 139. The spring and autumn of Siluo. Su Yun thought she was ready. But the moment Yili took out the ring, her vision blurred, and tears uncontrollably streamed down her cheeks, dripping onto the back of her hand, warm and real. The time she spent with Yili wasn't as long as she had imagined. Yet from their first meeting, that exhilarating feeling had never faded. Every approach, every smile made her feel as if she were walking on clouds, light and airy, yet incredibly grounded. Adventure, love, this was the life she had always dreamed of. And Yi Li was the one who encouraged her to bravely pursue her dreams. But it wasn't just her. Yi Li's emotions were not as calm as they seemed on the surface. His fingers trembled slightly. The ring felt especially heavy in his palm. He had thought he would find it hard to be ready, but now, standing here facing Su Yun's tear-filled eyes, the guilt and anxiety in his heart nearly overwhelmed him. But what could he do? Ali had put Su Yun in a dangerous situation. Although he had found a solution, the heartbreak and fear from that moment still haunted him. As he took out the ring, it felt as if a voice inside him was saying, now is the time. The surroundings were eerily quiet. The camp's searchlights illuminated the area around them. Who would have thought military equipment could be so romantic? But what was going on with the group in front of him? Leon, Lin Quan, Ivan, and even the usually stern squad leader all had expressions of amusement on their faces. Especially Leon, whose grin was nearly ear to ear, occasionally nudging Lin Quan with his elbow and whispering something. Ivan wore a broad smile, giving a thumbs up. What was happening? If he were truly in danger, they wouldn't be laughing? Unless Yili's gaze instinctively turned behind him. Earlier, he had been too tense to notice the iceberg. Now, upon closer inspection, the section of the nuclear reactor had been cut away, leaving only a flat ice surface reflecting blinding light. Yili was stunned. So, there wasn't any nuclear radiation at all? His heart skipped a beat, and a wave of relief surged from his chest, as if a heavy stone had finally been lifted from his heart. He couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh, feeling utterly liberated. What are you looking at? Suyin followed his gaze and noticed the oddity too. Her eyes darted between the iceberg and Yi Li, then back to Li Yong and the others, who were struggling to contain their laughter, and suddenly everything made sense. Seeing the young couple looking their way, Lin Yong and the others immediately raised their right hands, making a gesture reminiscent of Gatsby, signaling them to continue and to ignore them. The corners of Su Yun's mouth lifted slightly, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. She turned to Yi Li and softly said, "Yi Li, I'm here." Yi Li's voice was a bit hoarse, as if he were suppressing some emotion. Sujun delivered the post, her gaze falling on the ring in his hand. It was such a beautiful ring. Is it for me? Yes, Yi Li replied, looking down at the ring before lifting his gaze back to her, his eyes filled with tenderness. Sister Yin, I'm not a perfect person. Sometimes I act foolishly. I get nervous, and I can even get flustered over some inexplicable misunderstandings. Just like today, when I almost thought I was facing some sort of apocalypse. He couldn't help but chuckle at that, and the people around them, including Li Yong and Lin Quan, moved a little closer, joining in the fun. When we first set foot on the Duko Highway, I was already thinking about how to make up for those memories of pursuing you, how to express my feelings. It feels like we're doing that every day, and honestly, I don't know how to leave a lasting impression on you. At the bottom of Kana's Lake, I saw the most beautiful gem in the world, and that is when the thought of proposing sprouted in my heart. To be honest, from the very first time I met you, I knew you were the one person I never wanted to miss in this lifetime. You made me understand what it means to have my heart race and what it feels like to laugh every day in happiness. Yi Li's smile was bright as he finally let go of all his burdens. He knelt on one knee, holding the ring up to Su Yun. His voice was firm and clear. Su Yun, no matter what happens, I hope to be by your side. Will you marry me? The soldiers and researchers around them whispered excitedly, urging her, say yes, say yes. They quieted down when a white-bearded elder waved his hand, and silence fell. Tears welled up in Su Yun's eyes again, but she smiled radiantly. She nodded vigorously, her voice choked yet resolute. I do. The crowd erupted into cheers. Li Yong and Lin Quan hugged each other in excitement, only to awkwardly separate when they realized it was a bit much. Yi Li carefully slid the ring onto Su Yun's finger and then stood up, pulling her tightly into his embrace. Su Yun tilted her head back, her eyes red but sparkling with joy. Yi Li, to me, you are the most perfect person. Your foolishness, your nervousness, your flustered moments, they all show how much you care about me. And also, it's me who has been pursuing you. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. Saying things like making up is just annoying. Everyone was clapping and cheering, with Li Yong and Lin Quan's hands almost turning red from clapping. Ivan rushed to the lighthouse, operating the spotlight to put on a light show for everyone. The atmosphere instantly reached a fever pitch. Ollie covered his eyes with his paws but couldn't help peeking through the gaps. Wow, this is so sweet. I might just get a cavity. Shuiyu flicked her tail, looking enviously at the couple. This is way more sophisticated than our beast clan's way of courting with prey. Mengya tilted her head, pondering. So, it turns out you can sleep together without getting married? It depends on the relationship, right? Can a master and a little pet do that? The three guys were completely engrossed in this romantic proposal, exchanging words back and forth. One of them even started daydreaming. In a live stream, pink congratulatory messages flooded the screen, so numerous that they completely covered it. 100 years of harmony. X999 a match made in heaven. X999 bound by fate. Growing old together. As the book says, the silk threads weave through spring and autumn. Sob, I just want to cry. It feels like watching my own child get married. When is Yi Shun having the wedding? Appa, and I definitely have to go. Stop, stop. Doesn't anyone hear what the translator is saying? Yi Shun called out the name of his assistant, Su Yun. What's Su Yun? It must be a translation error. ISNT the assistant's name, Yinli? Su Yun. It must be a coincidence. Su Zong is already 40. Something S off. I'll go check it out. Everyone wait for my news. Chapter 140. Changing to call her wife the night was deep. The camp was quiet and serene, with only the occasional crackling sound from the campfire, casting flickering shadows of two indistinct figures inside the tent. Lin Quan and Li Yong were sitting cross-legged, chatting animatedly. Old Li, now that our mission is over, shouldn't we apply for a long vacation when we get back? My back is about to break. If this goes on, I might end up useless, Lin Quan said, holding a can of beer and laughing a bit too loudly. Li Yong chuckled, giving his shoulder a pat. Come on, are you really complaining? Didn't you say you could take on the whole team after using that serum? Are you backing down now? Just as Lin Quan was about to retort, the tent flap was suddenly lifted and a cold breeze rushed in, making both men shiver. Hey, what are you doing here? Lin Quan looked up to see Yili standing at the entrance, a mysterious smile on his face. Li Yong raised an eyebrow. Not going to keep your wife company? Why come a bother two grown men like us? Yili ignored their teasing, striding into the tent and casually pulling the flap shut behind him, blocking out the chill. He pulled out 2 tubes of basic gene serum from his pocket and placed them gently in front of the 2 men. Here's a little gift for you. Don't get too emotional, he said. Both men's eyes were immediately drawn to the serum. Lin Quan reached for 1 tube, examining it closely, his brow furrowing. This ISNT, very similar to the serum you guys developed, right? Yili smiled lightly, his tone relaxed. But mine is much stronger. After drinking this, you could take on at least 10 of your current selves. You brat, when did I become a unit of measurement? Lin Quan was at a loss for words, though his curiosity only deepened. Li Yong picked up the other tube, his fingers lightly tracing the cool surface. He looked up at Yi Li, a hint of hesitation in his voice. This is too precious. You should keep it for yourself. You'll definitely need it later. Don't want it? Then I'll give it to Ali and the others. Yi Li shrugged, pretending to take the serum back. Huh, get to that, Fox. Lin Quan was suddenly anxious, quickly reaching out to stop Yi Li. Wait, can I even handle it? Yi Li shot him a glance. Can you? Will drinking it turn us into little superheroes like you? Li Yong asked. Yidi shuruk again. Not likely. You'll have to test the limits yourself. Back in the RV, warm yellow light spilled over the spacious interior. Su Yin was sitting on the sofa, holding a book but clearly distracted. Her hair was styled in a neat bun, with a few strands casually falling around her ears, enhancing the delicate beauty of her face. The fitted sweater accentuated her curvaceous figure, each curve seemingly exuding the charm of a mature woman. Hearing the door open, Su Yin looked up at Yi Li, her eyes reflecting a hint of anticipation and concern. Did they accept it? Yi Li closed the door, a smug smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Of course. They still tried to act reserved, but in the end they accepted it. Su Yin chuckled softly, shaking her head. After that, both fell into a comfortable silence. The RV was so quiet that they could hear each other's breathing, and a subtle hint of tension hung in the air. Yi Li shifted a bit awkwardly next to Su Yun, his hands gently resting on her shoulders, his fingertips grazing her skin lightly. Su Yun tilted her head slightly back and closed her eyes, allowing his presence to envelop her. Yi Li leaned down, his voice low and husky, with a hint of playfulness, whispered in her ear, "Wife." That soft call seemed to ignite a hidden spark between them. Su Yun's body shivered slightly, and she leaned softly against him, biting her lip, her eyes sparkling with an unnamed desire as she whispered barely above a breath. What is it, husband? Yi Li's hand slid down her waist, pulling her a bit closer. His breathing grew a little more rapid, warm air brushing against her ear, causing her to tremble. Wife, he called again. Su Yun turned to face him, wrapping her arms around his neck, her eyes glistening with a sheen of moisture, her voice sweet and soft as honey. Husband. Their faces were so close that their noses almost touched, their breaths intertwining. Yi Li's Adam's apple bobbed as his gaze fell on her slightly parted lips. Unable to resist any longer, he leaned down and kissed her. Su Yun closed her eyes, responding to his kiss, her hands gripping his shirt tightly as if she wanted to completely melt into his embrace. The temperature inside the RV seemed to rise sharply in that moment. The night stretched on still long. The next day, as dawn broke, the RV slowly pulled away from the campsite, retracing its route back. The scenery outside the window appeared particularly fresh under the morning sun, but Su Yun's mind was far from the view. She held her phone, eager to share the good news with her parents and best friend, Lu Shifei. However, before she could dial, her phone rang first. The screen displayed Lu Shifei's name. Su Yun paused briefly before answering. Hello, Shifei. I was just about to call you. On the other end, Lu Shifei's voice sounded somewhat sour. Yeah, I already guessed what you want to say. Yi Li proposed to you, right? It's not just me. The whole country knows now. What? How do you know? Su Yun straightened up, her expression turning serious. This mission was supposed to be very secretive. How could it have been captured? It couldn't have been someone from their team. No one would think they'd be allowed to carry their phones on a mission of this level. I don't know. Lu Shifei sighed. It's gone viral online. But there's something even more important. Your identity might be exposed. However, instead of panicking as expected, Su Yun suddenly smiled. It doesn't matter. Her tone was light, as if she wasn't troubled by it at all. It doesn't matter? Lu Shifei was clearly taken aback by her reaction. Okay, I admit some worldly views can be discarded, but how do you explain suddenly looking younger? You don't know. But uncle and aunt still think you're wearing heavy makeup, worried that you won't look the same without it, and that Yili won't love you anymore. Are you sure this is what my parents said? Well, that is basically the idea. I'm not making it up. Then you can rest easy. Yili wouldn't do that. Suyin glanced at the jade ring on her finger, a sly glint in her eyes. Let me show you something pretty. With that, she hung up the phone. She opened her camera and took a picture of her hand. In the photo, her long, fair fingers showcased the jade ring, glistening under the light, breathtakingly beautiful. She sent the photo to Lu Shifei, adding a message. What do you think? My husband has pretty good taste, right? Chapter 141. Ollie. My husband is amazing. A few seconds later, Lu Shifei's reply popped up. Ah, that ring is even more beautiful up close. Where did he get it? I want one too. Suyin looked at her phone screen, a smug smile creeping onto her lips. She knew Lu Shifei's expression must be quite delightful right now. Want one? I can let you try it on, she replied teasingly. So jealous. Lu Shifei sent another message. But seriously, Yinjia, don't you care about your identity being exposed? After all, your public image is that of a 40-year-old. Seeing this message, Suyun's teeth clenched in frustration. She quickly typed back, Are you trying to provoke me? Why should I care about their opinions? What matters is that Yili and I are living our lives well, and that's worth more than anything. Lu Shifei was about to commend Suyun for her high level of awareness when she sent another message. But I have a plan. You should start warming people up. Just say that I, Su from Yunka Group, will be fulfilling some wishes as we welcome the new year. On Douyin and Tigerfish live streams? Suyun asked, Fulfilling wishes? Are there any conditions? Of course, the condition is to bless me and Yili. Whoever gives the best and most sincere compliments. I'll prioritize fulfilling their wish. No matter what the wish is? No matter. 2 days later, Pei Wei had already been left behind. The RV slowly drove out of the Chikaka region along a winding road. Outside the window, the scenery gradually transformed from the desolate tundra to sparse coniferous forests. The air filled with a fresh pine scent. As they traveled south, the distinction between day and night became increasingly pronounced. The sky was no longer that deep, all-consuming black, but a faintly lit dark blue, like diluted ink, hinting at a glimmer of light. Yili held the steering wheel, occasionally glancing at the rearview mirror. He was curious about the numerous tracks of wildlife along the road. When the headlights swept over the snow, he could clearly see a series of hoof prints and paw prints. Some so fresh, they looked like they had just been made. The tracks of foxes, reindeer, and even wolves intertwined, as if the quiet snowy expanse had suddenly come alive at night. However, he didn't dwell on it too much. Perhaps it was the warming weather, or some change in the food chain. Animal behavior was always unpredictable. He shook his head and refocused on the road ahead. The RV wasn't moving fast. After all, there was no rush. The scenery of Siberia was worth taking the time to appreciate. Looking back in the rearview mirror again, Yili furrowed his brow slightly. What's that guy doing following us? In the mirror, a massive Siberian tiger was trailing behind the RV, maintaining a perfect distance, not too far and not too close. Its fur was a striking mix of gold, white, and black, with a round head and eyes that sparkled with intelligence. As if sensing Yi Li's gaze, the colorful head quickly ducked down and nimbly disappeared into the trees by the roadside. However, it wasn't too long before it poked its head out from the woods again, sneaking behind the RV. This guy's personality doesn't seem much like a tiger. Back in the living area, Suyun was sitting cross-legged on the couch, her back to the driving area. She held Yi Li's phone in her hands, her eyes glued to the screen, fingers flying across it. The screen was filled with messages and blessings from netizens, a flood of text pouring in. Wow, brother Yili is so handsome. Please notice me. You two are simply a match made in heaven. Wishing you eternal happiness. Wishing you everlasting joy. A century of harmony. And may you have children soon. Late night temptations. Can't help it. Little hot pot in the mountain city. Add me on WeChat. Your wife is really Suzone. I'm so mad. Official blessings from the Abnormal Bureau. Official blessings from Douyin. X999 streamer. Can you give me a car? I really need one. Seeing the last message, Suyun couldn't help but roll her eyes and quickly blocked the account with a tap of her finger. She muttered to herself, asking for a car right off the bat. Does he think my man is some wish-granting turtle? She continued scrolling. occasionally replying to a few messages in a gentle and playful tone, completely unbothered by the fact that she had just coldly blocked someone. Thank you all for your blessings. Yili and I will always be happy. Wow, your wishes are so heartfelt. I'm touched. Your wish will come true, sending hearts. Just as she was immersed in her sweet replies, Yili's voice suddenly came from behind her. Who did you say is a turtle? Su Yin was taken aback, not having the time to turn around. She was suddenly pulled into his embrace with a strong force. Yili, clearly annoyed, wrapped his arms around her and pinched her cheeks gently. Su Yin's lips instantly puckered out, looking like a cute little goldfish. I want to drink yogurt, Yili said. Su Yin twisted in his arms but still commanded Yili, though her face was pinched, making her words come out soft and muffled. Yili couldn't help but laugh at her appearance, loosening his grip slightly, but still holding her close. Who were you just calling a turtle? Su Yun blinked innocently. I didn't say anything about you. I was talking about those greedy guys. Yili raised an eyebrow, feigning a serious expression. Then how did I hear someone say it was her man? Su Yun pouted, her eyes darting around, and suddenly had a clever idea. She wrapped her arms around Yili's waist and cooed. My dear, I was wrong. You're the best. I love you the most. Yili was caught off guard by her sudden display of affection and couldn't help but laugh. He released her and rubbed her cheeks. You always playing tricks. Just as Yili was about to get up, they heard a sweet, overly sweet voice coming from the direction of the fridge. Dear, can you grab me a bottle of yogurt? Ollie stood in front of the fridge, mimicking Su Yun's tone and blinking her eyes at Shuiyu. Sure thing. My wife, Shuiyu replied seriously, even elongating her last syllable. Both Yili and Su Yun were taken aback, turning their heads in unison to roll their eyes at Shuiyu and Ali in front of the fridge. Shuiyu skillfully opened the fridge door, took out a bottle of yogurt, and handed it to Ali with a proud expression, asking, Isn't my husband amazing? So amazing, I love it. Ali accepted the yogurt and even rubbed his head against Shuiyu, acting all cute and obedient. Yili felt a wave of dizziness, nearly sliding off the sofa. So amazing, I love it. Isn't that what I said to Su Yun last night? Su Yun, however, didn't seem to mind. She smirked and said, Looks like our little ones are learning pretty quickly. She touched the ring on her finger, feeling quite reassured. Just not learning the right things. Yili seeked helplessly. He turned to look at Mengya, who was innocently gazing at them from the other side of the sofa, her ears twitching slightly, seemingly uninterested in Shuiyu and Ali's antics. At least Mengya is well behaved. Yili pulled Mengya into his arms, ruffling her head with a tone of satisfaction. Su Yun leaned in too, playfully teasing Mengya's ears and smiling. But you mustn't learn from those two, okay? Mengya looked up, blinking her big round eyes as if deep in thought. After a while, she suddenly lowered her head, her ears drooping, letting out a soft whine. Yili and Su Yun exchanged glances. What is wrong, Mengya? Yili asked tentatively. Mengya lifted her head, her eyes filled with a hint of grievance, muttering softly, They don't want me to be their wife. Who says you can only have one wife? Yili. Su Yun. What followed would be the heaviest punishment Mengya ever faced. Chapter 142. Generous System Rewards Howl. The young wolf's cry pierced the stillness of the snowfield, startling the crows into flight. The pack of wolves wandering in the snow suddenly tensed, their ears perked up, and a flicker of fear and anger flashed in their eyes. Who dares to challenge us? Does anyone think the wolf clan is weak? Big brother, we. You should know what I mean. Understood. They exchanged glances before turning around without hesitation and sprinting in the opposite direction. Inside the RV, stop pretending. I barely touched you, Yili said helplessly as he watched Mengya rolling on the ground. He had already set down the bamboo pole, yet Mengya was still lying on her back, tail drooping, whimpering continuously. Mengya, it hurts, she said, clutching her chest with her paws as she rolled around. Yili rubbed his forehead, feeling speechless. He had only lightly tapped Mengya with a bamboo pole. He hadn't even harmed her fur, but this little creature acted as if she had been gravely injured. She could easily win an Oscar for her performance. Stinky Yili, I have to say something to you. Mengya is my sister. Even for my sake, you shouldn't be so rough. Ali squatted beside Mengya, howling at Yili with a righteous expression, tail swishing as if he were a chivalrous hero. Mengya was almost moved to tears. Her rolling on the ground wasn't an act. She was genuinely upset. After all, Yili had never hit her before. Did that bamboo pole strike her backside? No, it struck her heart. Yili raised an eyebrow, watching Ali's self-righteous look, and couldn't help but chuckle. Your face, Ali. As he spoke, he leisurely walked over to Ali and grabbed the scruff of his neck. Ali hung there, all four legs off the ground. But his expression remained unchanged. Then what about the rest? Is it going to land on you? Yili looked at Ali with a teasing smile, gently shaking the bamboo pole in his hand. Go ahead. If my Ali furrows his brow. Then, Yili interrupted, then what? You want to have the surname, Ah? Ali panicked at the mention of his surname and straightened up. I don't have the surname, Ah. My surname is Yi. Yili. Hey, don't hit me yet. I have a condition. You can only hit my backside. Yili didn't care where he hit. Ali's current demeanor was just too annoying. If he didn't give him a good beating now, he would surely cause trouble in the future. Smack, smack, smack. How does a fox cry? Suya didn't know before, but now. Ali raised his tail, saying, It doesn't hurt. Go harder. Seeing Ali trembling, but still putting on a brave face, Mingya immediately sat up, nudging Yili's leg with her little head. No, hit my sister. Ali retorted, Mingya, don't worry about me. I'm not afraid of pain. For some reason, Su Yun suddenly recalled her own experience from last night. She quickly intervened to stop Yili's punishment and glanced at Ali. Can we still keep this fox? In the end, it was Snow Jade who stepped in as the mediator. It's normal for Mingya not to understand this kind of thing. After all, it's a wolf, not a human, so it can't be blamed. However, I actually think there's some truth to what it said. A strong male can possess. Yili originally thought it made sense until he realized what he was listening to, and by then it was too late. In the end, of course, Shuyu also got a beating. Now that he had some time, Yili finally could calm down and check the rewards stored in the system space. All the task rewards from his journey through Siberia were piled up in the system space like a small mountain. After examining them several times, Yili could hardly believe his eyes. He double-checked and couldn't help but mutter, Sister Tong, did you give the wrong amount? Temporary rewards. Advanced Gene Potion Materials Illustration. Intermediate Gene Potions X2. Primary Gene Potions X10. RV Deep Sea Mode. High-tech submersible. Expansion of the third floor space. Various odds and ends. Due to the host only passing through the outskirts in some areas, the sign-in conditions were not met. For example, Lake Baikal. This is still not the full sign-in rewards. Yi Li's eyes widened. Aren't you the one who complained about it being too little? The system's voice carried a hint of teasing. Yi Li paused for a moment and then laughed. Of course, I don't mind. Men are really easy to satisfy. Yi Li rubbed his nose, feeling a bit helpless. Sister Tong, why does your tone sound more and more human? You're not pretending to be human, are you? The system didn't respond, but directly popped up a new prompt. It's recommended that the host quickly collect the materials needed for advanced gene potions to seize the opportunity. The illustration marks the general distribution range of the materials. Opportunity? What opportunity? Yili felt a bit confused. He opened the advanced gene potion materials illustration and found several marked locations, one of which was surprisingly deep in the Pacific Ocean. System? Tongzi? Sister Tong. Yili called out a few times, trying to get more information from the system. Heavenly secrets must not be revealed. All right, if you want to say, I can guess. Yili shrugged, already making plans in his mind. He closed the system interface and turned to head back to the RV. They parked by a glacial river. Su Yin had already nimbly set up a pot on the ice, with dry twigs piled underneath, and flames happily licking the bottom of the pot. Darling, just waiting for your fish to go in. Su Yin rubbed her hands together, exhaling a puff of white breath. Her bright eyes fixed on the small hole in the ice. Yili sat on a small stool, holding the fishing rod that Su Yun had bought for him, intently staring at the water surface below the ice hole. Slurp. Ali and Mingya squatted beside Yili, looking even more serious than Yili himself. Shueyu, on the other hand, was running back and forth from a distance, bringing dry twigs, trying to get in good with Su Yun, with the primary goal of being called sisters. The ice layer was thick. Below the hole they had drilled, the water flow looked exceptionally clear. Yili gently shook the fishing rod, silently chanting, Come on, bite, bite. Ali scratched the ice surface with its paws. Damn it. I watched it nibble several times, but it just wouldn't bite. Mingya exclaimed, Sister, you're amazing. Suddenly, the fishing rod plunged sharply, and Yili's wrist tightened instinctively. His eyes lit up, and a smile crept across his face. Got it, got it. The fishing rod shook violently, and ripples spread across the water surface beneath the ice hole. Yili steadied himself, carefully reeling in the line, feeling a surge of pride. This sensation is definitely a big fish. Su Yun heard the commotion and quickly ran over, squatting beside the ice hole, her eyes glued to the water's surface. Is it big? She asked eagerly. Absolutely. Just wait and see, Yili replied, focusing intently on reeling in. The smile on his face grew wider as the fishing rod bent into an exaggerated arc, and the splashes beneath the ice hole grew larger. Clearly, the creature underwater was reluctant to give up. Don't rush, don't rush, Yili whispered soothingly, though his movements remained swift. Dear, are you talking about the fish or yourself? Yili didn't turn around, still fixated on the water, his tone dripping with pride. Of course, it's the fish. Do I even need to mention my skills? Su-Yin blinked and clapped her hands, laughing. You're amazing, hubby. Ali, Mingya, and Shui watched in awe. Finally, a silver-white head broke the surface, and soon after, a plump fish was pulled out of the water, its tail thrashing wildly and splashing water everywhere. Chapter 143. Su-Yun's considerations for the wedding. They were located along a tributary of the Krema River. The next leg of their journey would take them back along the same route to Yakutsk, then southward to Blagoveshchensk, and finally across the Heilongjiang River into Heiha City. Blagoveshchensk and Heiha were separated by just over 500 meters. The morning market in Heiha was bustling with people. After catching 3 large fish in succession, Yili put away his fishing rod and sat beside Su-Yun, unable to resist praising the bubbling fish soup in the pot. Su-Yun proudly lifted her chin and smiled brightly. They exchanged a knowing look, and the cold wind by the icy river seemed to warm up a bit. The fish soup in the pot was bubbling away, filling the air with a delicious aroma that chased away the chill. Yili ladled out a few bowls of fish soup and handed them to Ollie. Ollie imitated Su-Yun, blowing on the hot liquid before cautiously taking a sip, and his eyes instantly squinted with delight. So fresh. Such a little learner, Su-Yun teased. Mengya and Shui envied the bond between her and Yi Li from the bottom of their hearts. As the bowl of fish soup neared empty, Su-Yun leaned against Yi Li's shoulder and softly asked, Darling, have you thought about our wedding? Yi Li paused for a moment and turned to look at her. Sister Yin, I actually don't really understand the wedding process you propose, then get engaged and then get married, but how long is the gap between these? Su-Yun couldn't help but laugh at his question. Silly, if you want, we can get our marriage certificate right now. And with our lifestyle, we should have a destination wedding, right? Destination wedding? Yi Li's eyes lit up, but then he hesitated. But marriage is about 2 families coming together. What about your parents? Su-Yin shook her head, her tone light. They would be overjoyed to see me getting married. How could that be? Sister Yin, aside from your age. Stop. I don't want to hear that. Yi Li couldn't help but laugh, reaching out to ruffle her hair. We still need to invite friends and family for a meal, right? Su-Yin nodded, her expression serious. Yes, but only very, very close friends. Why? Su-Yin leaned into Yi Li's embrace, feeling a mix of emotions. She was actually quite looking forward to the wedding. Whether it was traditional or a destination wedding, she was excited. However, the former required inviting so many relatives and friends. She was fine with it, but what about Yi Li? Just thinking about how few people would be by her boy's side on that day made her heart ache. He no longer had parents, and his friends were few. If someone were to gossip after the wedding, how hurt Yi Li would be. Destination weddings sound wonderful, Su-Yun said softly, her eyes filled with longing. Wearing a wedding dress, creating memories all over the world. Once we return, we could compile the photos into a book, along with those from our bedroom photo wall. And that would make up our love story. Then we could have a simple thank you banquet afterward. Perfect. Yi Li looked down at her, his eyes filled with tenderness. Yes, I like that idea. Su-Yun smiled, but secretly resolved to give Yi Li an unforgettable wedding. Meanwhile, Yi Li was completely unaware of her thoughts. He was still sipping on fish soup, mentally planning the upcoming itinerary. A high-grade genetic material required as many as 9 different components. Each component was found in multiple locations, with the nearest being in Shenangjia and Kunlun Mountains. With a Millennium Ganoderma, an ice crystal snow lotus could be found. There were also 3 types from the sea, 2 from the rainforest, and more from the grasslands. Millennium Ganoderma. Special the origin of the gene for the albino animals in Shenangjia, enhancing the controllability of the serum over cellular mutations. Ice crystal snow lotus, high difficulty. Tiangong tomb. Yi Li rolled his eyes. Were you mixing things up? Don't you want to conquer such places? Of course I do. After finishing the fish soup, he felt warm. Yi Li stood up to stretch, and his gaze inadvertently swept across the snowy expanse 100 meters away, locking eyes with a pair of golden pupils. How is it still here? He was puzzled. The Siberian tiger stood there quietly, its fur glistening its form large and powerful, resembling a moving mountain. Its gaze lacked the ferocity commonly seen in wild beasts. Instead, it carried a kind of indescribable emotion. It had been following them all this way. What did it want? Logically, as a top predator, the Siberian tiger should be hunting wild boar or elk when hungry. So why was it following them instead? With this in mind, Yili decided to take the initiative to communicate. He waved at the tiger tentatively, smiling. "Hey, big guy, come over and chat." In the next moment, the tiger's eyes visibly brightened, as if it had been waiting for this moment for a long time. It suddenly lunged towards Yili, moving with astonishing speed and leaving a series of deep footprints in the snow. Xiuyu sensed the threat and immediately jumped out from behind Yili, positioning itself in front of him with a low growl. Mengya, still gulping down fish soup, wanted to rush in as well, but was caught by Su Yin by the tail. "Leave this to Xiuyu. You're our trump card." "Trump card?" He. Mengya blinked, wagging its tail with a proud expression. It said that the dragon comes from the clouds and the tiger from the wind. This tiger was even faster than Xiuyu. Xiuyu had already surpassed all animals in speed due to the genetic serum, yet this tiger outpaced it, which was simply incredible. If not for the fact that it showed no signs of aggression and instead seemed cautious, Yili would have already taken it down. In the blink of an eye, the tiger came to a sudden stop right in front of Yili, leaving deep scratch marks on the icy surface. It lowered its head, its golden pupils staring directly at Yili, letting out a low growl from its throat, but showing no intention to attack. Xiuyu's fur stood on end, clearly feeling the immense pressure. Xiuyu was already large, but this tiger was even bigger, surpassing even the Tiger King from Yi Li's memories. Its muscular lines were smooth and powerful. Each strand of fur seemed to tell the tale of its strength. As it mutated, why? Yili was shocked. This tiger's size and speed had completely defied logic. This made their use of genetic agents seem rather foolish. Under everyone's gaze, the tiger slowly opened its mouth and let out a slightly hoarse, yet wild voice. "Don't get me wrong, I just want to see my brother one more time." At this sound, everyone froze. Ali was taken aback, and once she processed it, she quickly swallowed the fish soup, her eyes widening as she stammered. "Why you? It's you." The others were confused. Did Ali know this tiger? Overwhelmed with excitement, the soup she had swallowed surged back up her throat, making her cough repeatedly. Even so, Ali still pointed her little paw at the tiger, unable to contain her anger. Cough, it's really it." Chapter 144. Fox? Tiger. So confused. The Siberian tiger, also known as the Northeast tiger or Alma tiger, is the largest feline on Blue Planet. Perhaps due to the rarity of wild tigers hunting in the wild, people often associate them with the adorable big cats found in zoos. And some even believe they can't compare to lions. Little do they know, tigers have longer fangs and the strongest bite force, making them the deadliest of all big cats. The question of whether lions or tigers are stronger isn't hard to answer. A few fights would make everything clear, but it's just that ordinary people find it difficult to witness such encounters. However, if one bothers to look up information, whether in domestic or international journals like Mammalian Species or Animal Behavior, they would find comparisons that conclude tigers have the upper hand in one-on-one combat. A special reminder, if you find yourself in the wild, whether it's a mountain lion from the Four Holy Beasts or Simba from your childhood memories of the Lion King, they won't spare you just because you like them. But the tiger in front of Yi Li seemed a bit unusual. "Brother, don't you remember me?" Ali finally regained composure, exasperatedly pointing at the big tiger. It's the one." Before finishing, Yi Li interjected, "Our hero, little Neza?" "No, it's that stinky fox," Ali exclaimed, her tail trembling with anger, her little paws flailing in the air as if trying to shred the atmosphere. "Fox." Yi Li pondered for a moment, and his memory settled on a green snow fox. No, that's impossible, although the tone did sound quite similar. How could a snow fox turn into a Northeast tiger? The big tiger seemed a bit shy, gently swaying its tail with a hint of bashfulness in its voice. "Brother, you didn't guess wrong. It's me. Yili, Suyun, Juyu, Mengya." It felt as if the air had frozen at that moment. Yili stared at the massive, imposing Siberian tiger before him, and then recalled the petite, delicate, tea-like snow fox from his memory, his mind in a whirl. "Why you? How did you become like this?" Yili finally regained his voice, filled with disbelief. The big tiger lowered its head, scratching the icy surface with its paw, sounding a bit aggrieved. "I don't know either. One day, I just woke up and suddenly turned into this." All right, there were pretty colors that night. The big tiger wagged its tail, golden eyes sparkling with excitement, as if reminiscing about something wonderful. Colors? Yili was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized. You mean the aurora, right? Could it be that the aurora that night had the power to mutate animals? It was indeed that night's aurora that allowed Su Yun to understand Ali and the others, and helped Yili rapidly absorb the intermediate gene potion. But the effects on Ali and the others were still unknown. You wanted to ask, why did it turn the snow fox into a tiger? This was too unscientific. Right, cluck cluck. The big tiger nodded, a hint of innocence in its tone. Yili couldn't help but facepalm and corrected it. It's G, second tone. Aurora? The big tiger tilted its head, ears twitching as it seemed to be making a real effort to learn the pronunciation. Jiguang? Yili. Its pronunciation is quite adorable. Su Yun couldn't hold back her laughter, covering her mouth as she chuckled. Hearing Su Yun's laughter, the big tiger shyly lowered its head, scratching the ice surface with its paw, sounding somewhat aggrieved. I'm sorry, sister. I'm so dumb. Ali rolled her eyes, thinking this guy was really annoying. Even Mingya and Shuiyu felt a chill run down their spines. Then why are you following my car? Yiliaskit. The big tiger seemed a bit shy, its tail wagging gently, voice filled with anticipation. Can I be your master? What did you say? Yi Li and Su Yun exclaimed in unison. Looks like that's a no. What a pity. Then can you be my master? Yi Li and Su Yun. Get lost. Ali jumped up in anger, pointing her little paw at the big tiger, her tail trembling with fury. You green tea fox? No, green tea tiger. Don't think you can trick Yi Li. But now that the green tea fox had upgraded to a green tea tiger, how could it be afraid of the little Ali? Even the big snow leopard was beneath its notice. It shot a glance at Ali, voice dripping with disdain. All you need to do is feed me high-end steak every day, and I can protect you from other bad guys. I don't need your protection. Yili replied flatly. No, you don't know. Many animals have become very, very powerful. Just relying on this snow leopard won't protect you. But I can. The big tiger puffed up its chest, confidence radiating from it. Arrogant. Shuiyu growled. Who told you about high-end steak? Yili Su winted, a hint of suspicion in his tone. The big tiger glanced at Ali, sounding somewhat innocent. It told me, saying you all eat high-end steak every day. Yili shot a knowing look at Ali. So it was you who brought this up? I was just saying it casually. Who knew it would take me seriously? Ali shrank her neck, mumbling quietly. Regardless, Yili knew he couldn't keep such a large tiger around him, even if it was indeed quite striking. After a moment of thought, he waved his hand at the big tiger. I'm sorry, I can't be your master. With your current strength, as long as you don't provoke humans, you have no rivals in the wild. Upon hearing this, the big tiger immediately panicked, its tail wagging even more enthusiastically, voice tinged with grievance. I can protect you, brother. Yili shook his head. He turned to Mingya. Mingya, show what you can do. As soon as he finished speaking, Mingya let out a long howl. The sound reverberated, shaking the air around them. Then, its body began to swell rapidly, fur bristling, muscles bulging like mountains, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a massive beast. How about that? My Mingya is impressive, right? Yili proudly introduced, his tone filled with pride. However, he gradually noticed that the soft light beside him was being obscured, as a large shadow was cast, almost as if the sky itself had been covered. Not just the northeast tiger in front of him, but Su Yun, Ali, and Shuiyu all lifted their heads, wide-eyed, their faces full of shock. Yili slowly turned his gaze. The adorable creature in front of him. Wait, it didn't even have its baby teeth yet. Gulp. Chapter 145. The Three Boars. The RV is 12 meters long. The creature known as Mingya is almost the same size as the RV, standing around 7 meters tall at the shoulder. Its fur glistens with a silvery sheen, exuding elegance and mystery, like a being straight out of a fantasy tale. Yili looks up at the enormous Mingya before him, feeling a wave of disbelief. As it unsheathed its claws, the thick ice beneath its feet was effortlessly sliced open, the edges smooth as glass, with water bubbling up from below. By instinct, Mingya extended its tongue to lick Yi Li's body, almost swallowing him whole with its cavernous mouth. Yi Li quickly stepped back, half of him already soaked. Great. I have to change clothes again. This is unbelievable. Mingya must be an omen of good fortune. Su Yun stroked its fur, utterly amazed. Ali and Shuiyu were still in shock. This is so unfair. The big tiger was exasperated. Yili said, so, Is it impressive or what? I concede. Mengya returned to its normal size, cutely standing beside Su Yun, its earlier imposing presence now deflated. Seeing Yili proud of it made its heart feel as sweet as honey. It bashfully pawed at the ice beneath it and said, "Actually, it's not that amazing." Su Yun looked at Yi Li in confusion, wondering why Mengya was acting this way. "This ISN team I doing?" Yi Li shook his head, speculating it might be due to the aurora that night. He was curious about any changes in Ali and Shuiyu. "I feel nothing," Shuiyu said, shaking her head. "Same here," Ali added. "It feels like the world is about to change. I can't even imagine what would happen if other giant creatures like Mengya entered human cities. Well, they'd probably get blown up by missiles." Yili picked up the conversation, his tone teasing. Su Yun was taken aback, then burst into laughter. "That's a good point. Human civilization is far more advanced than we realize. Even towering beasts can be brought down with enough firepower. Unless that creature feeds on nuclear energy." Su Yun thought for a moment, feeling slightly reassured. "Unless there's a global electromagnetic pulse that disables missiles or geomagnetic disturbances that disrupt guidance systems. Otherwise, human civilization is undoubtedly the absolute ruler of this planet." Finally, they got to enjoy the high-end steak they had been craving. The big tiger took a huge bite and chewed, disappointment flashing in its eyes. It wasn't as delicious as it had imagined. In fact, it was even less tender than the wild boar meat it had caught earlier. It pouted, muttering to itself, "It's just average." However, the fish soup was delightful. Lowering its head, it licked the soup in its bowl, eyes narrowing slightly, tail gently swaying. The fish soup was rich and flavorful, warming it all over, even more satisfying than the wild boar meat. After eating and drinking to its heart's content, it wanted to stay by Yi Li's side even more. Although it was a tiger now, inside, it still felt like a snow fox. It had no knowledge of a tiger's hunting skills. It only jumps into the snow, burrowing into the snowdrifts to catch little mice. Unlike a real tiger that exudes an imposing presence, eating whatever it desires. As a result, when certain troublemakers provoke it, it actually struggles to fight back. Several times, it has been chased all over the mountains, ultimately having to hide in a snowbank and play dead. Thinking about this, it feels a pang of injustice. For all these reasons, it finally decides to cling to Yi Li, hoping for a life of luxury and comfort. The big tiger lowers its head, ears drooping, and with a hint of grievance in its voice, it says, "Can you please not leave? Besides fighting, I can help you. Keep warm. Cuddling with me while you sleep is really cozy." Su Yun doubts her ears. The enemy not only refuses to surrender, but also dares to aim a gun at her. This green tea tiger not only wants to stay, but also intends to steal her Yi Li. Su Yun narrows her eyes, her tone laced with danger. "Just cuddling with me is warm enough." Upon hearing this, the big tiger immediately moves closer to Yi Li, rubbing its head against his leg and speaking in a somewhat spoiled tone. "Brother, I'm much warmer than her, and I can give massages too. Hey, don't pull that trick." Yi Li quickly steps away. "You, heartless scoundrel." The big tiger lowers its head, ears drooping, and its voice tinged with grievance. "Fine, I'll leave." It slowly stands up, glancing back every few steps. "I'm really leaving." Yi Li waves his hand, his tone firm. "Go on." The big tiger takes a few more steps, suddenly stopping to shout back, "I'm really leaving." Yi Li. Su Yun can't help but laugh. This guy is such a drama queen. Seeing that Yi Li has no intention of stopping it, the big tiger's tail shakes in frustration, secretly vowing, "Damn humans, once I become the Tiger King, I will definitely catch you and make you cook fish soup for me every day." It then leaves, disappearing from Yi Li's sight. "We should leave this place too." Yi Li turns to head back to the RV. The vehicle is parked on the icy surface, surrounded by hills that are covered with dense coniferous forests. The cold wind howling and the tree shadows dancing. A tense atmosphere hangs in the air, huffing and puffing. There's movement. A pig? Yi Li's ears perk up, his gaze sharpening as he scans the surrounding woods. "Be careful. Something is approaching." The next moment, there's rustling in the forest. 3 massive wild boars slowly emerge from the woods. Everyone's pupils constrict. These wild boars have completely mutated. They are 3 times the size of ordinary wild boars. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, covered in thick black bristles, their tusks sharp like curved blades, glinting coldly. Their eyes are blood red, and white mist billows from their nostrils. They fix their gaze directly on Yi Li and the others. Ordinary wild boars cannot grow this large. The aurora that night not only affected the vegetation, but also caused other animals to mutate. If even the wild boars have become like this, then what about other animals? Wolves, bears, birds. The wilderness now is probably more dangerous than we can imagine. Yili turned to Su Yun and said softly, "These wild boars are quite aggressive. You and Ali should head back to the RV to avoid any mishaps. I'm strong too. I want to stay and help you." Su Yun frowned, her tone laced with a hint of dissatisfaction. "I know," Yili replied with a smile, gently pinching her cheek. His tone was tender yet firm. "But I really like the outfit you're wearing, and I wouldn't wanted to get torn in a fight." Su Yun paused for a moment, then rolled her eyes. What kind of excuse is that? But she obediently picked up Ali and quickly made her way towards the RV. Ali squirmed in her arms. Little paws pointing at the wild boars. "Don't stop me. Let me go teach them a lesson." Su Yun replied, "Give me a break. Unless they want to compete with you in boasting." The reason for sending them away was that even Yili wasn't too sure of the wild boar strength. After all, Mengya turned out to be so formidable after being enhanced by the Aurora. What if there were even stronger ones? Like the trio of wild boars in front of them. Yili stretched his limbs, an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. Looking at Mengya and Shuiyu, he said, "I'll go test their strength first." Just as he was about to move, a thunderous tiger roar echoed through the forest, reverberating like rolling thunder, causing leaves to flutter down. The roar could travel up to 2,000 meters and had a strong penetrating power. An ancient saying goes, "The tiger's roar scatters all beasts in the mountains." Yili sighed helplessly. Why is it back again? Chapter 146. 3 punches to shatter the wild boar's dream, to be honest. Yili was indeed a bit shaken inside. But the tiger didn't charge at the wild boar. Instead, it came barreling towards him, shouting loudly, "The tiger you're looking for. No, the tiger you want is me. Don't make things difficult for my master. If there's any problem, just come at me." Upon hearing this, the 3 wild boars instantly locked their gaze onto Yili. "Huff, huff." One of the wild boars grunted. "So you're the one who ordered it to eat my son, Peichi?" Shuiyu coldly glanced at the cowardly tiger and explained to Yili, "It killed that wild boar's cub." Yili, as soon as the big tiger heard this, it jumped up immediately. "Em rond. I didn't kill that little wild boar. It was an old wolf. It threw the meat aside because it didn't like it, and I was so hungry." Yili twitched the corners of his mouth. "So you took the blame?" The big tiger nodded pitifully. "I'm just a leftover food scavenger at this moment." Yili was utterly speechless. He looked down at the big cat trembling behind him and couldn't help but facepalm. "But you're a tiger. A tiger. The king of beasts. What do you mean hiding behind me? They're so scary. They can smash big rocks and flip over big trucks." The big tiger shrank its neck, its tail tightly pressed against its backside. "You're afraid of them? You must have mutated too." The big tiger lowered its head, drawing circles with its claws on the ground, its voice growing softer. "I only know how to catch little mice," Shuiyu mocked. "What a disgrace to our feline family. But I'm actually a canine fox. You're deliberately using us as a shield. Yili won't help you." Unable to argue back with Shuiyu, the big tiger rubbed against Yili's face. "Brother, look at it." Without needing to say more, Yili directly pushed the tiger's big head aside. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something and continued to question. "Did you just say it flipped over big trucks? Did those wild boars hurt someone?" The big tiger quickly nodded its head. "Yes, but it's bad. Those 2 humans didn't provoke it." "2? Yeah, 1 male and 1 female. In the end, they were both." Upon hearing this, a glint of killing intent flashed in Yili's eyes. He wasn't the kind of person who believed that all creatures outside his kind were inherently evil. After all, he had raised many pets. Throughout this journey, he avoided killing whenever possible. But these 3 wild boars had crossed his bottom line. Sensing the change in Yili's aura, Mengya and Shuiyu immediately nudged him. "Master, are you okay?" Yili stood still, his gaze as sharp as a knife. The wind sweeping up the hair on his forehead, revealing a pair of deep, profound eyes that flickered with a cold light. The 3 wild boars let out low growls, their hooves gouging deep grooves into the ground, dust swirling around them. Their tusks gleamed ominously, as if they were about to tear Yili apart in the next moment. However, Yili simply raised his hand lightly, his fingertips moving slightly, and an overwhelming sense of suffocating pressure immediately filled the air. His movements appeared casual, yet carried an indescribable sharpness. "You shouldn't harm others." Yili's voice was cold, as if it came from the depths of hell. Before his words faded, his figure suddenly vanished from sight. In the next instant, Yili appeared right in front of the first wild boar. He gently pressed his palm against the boar's forehead, as if it were just a casual touch, however, with a crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed, and the boar's skull shattered instantly. Its massive body collapsed to the ground like it had been struck by a giant hammer, not even letting out a scream. The other two wild boars, witnessing this, had their pupils constrict in fear and instinctively attempted to retreat, but Yi Li was much faster. His figure moved like a ghost, appearing beside the second wild boar in an instant. With a light flick of his finger, it seemed as if an invisible blade sliced through the air. Suddenly, a gash opened on the boar's neck, blood gushing out. Its body stiffened for a moment before it crashed heavily to the ground, breathless. The last wild boar was completely panicked and turned to flee. Yet, as it took its first step, Yi Li's cold voice cut through the air. Running? It's too late. Like teleportation, Yi Li appeared right in front of the wild boar. With a gentle push of his hand, seemingly a casual wave, he unleashed an unstoppable force. Boom! The wild boar's body was sent flying like it had been hit by a cannonball, crashing hard into a large tree. The trunk snapped with a loud crack, sending wood chips flying. Its momentum didn't wane, as it continued to break several sturdy trees behind it, which fell with a thunderous crash, stirring up a flurry of snowflakes. The entire forest seemed to tremble, the scene a chaotic mess. In just a few breaths, all three mutated wild boars lay dead on the ground. Yedi situt siti, casually shaking his hands as if he had merely completed a trivial task. His gaze remained icy, without a hint of emotion. Tonight, we feast, he said, turning to head towards the RV. The big tiger, hiding at a distance, stared in shock at the scene, its mouth agape and unable to close for a long time. It muttered softly, This is too terrifying. Mengya and Shuiyu follow behind, Yi Li with expressions of nonchalance, as if the earlier battle was hardly worth mentioning. The big tiger quickly fetched the wild boar carcasses back. Inside the vehicle, the warm yellow light bathed Yi Li and Su Yun. Yi Li lay on Su Yun's lap, eyes closed. Su Yun looked down, her delicate fingers gently massaging his forehead, her touch tender, as if smoothing out the wrinkles of his inner turmoil. Can't you control yourself? That's perfectly normal, she said softly, her voice like a spring breeze brushing past the ear, carrying a relaxing power. We're all human, with our joys and sorrows. I believe you're doing the right thing. Yi Li's brow furrowed even tighter, his voice low and barely audible. What if it wasn't wild boars but people instead? Don't change the subject. Su Yun interrupted him, her tone firm yet playful, as if she could see right through his thoughts. If he were a person, he would be fully equipped, right? This counts as self-defense. You should be rewarded and recognized for it. Yi Li was taken aback for a moment, then raised his head. The confusion in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a glimmer of clarity. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, as if he had shed a heavy burden. It feels a bit reasonable. Seeing this, Su Yun gently patted his shoulder, her face beaming with a smile. That's the spirit. Don't push yourself too hard. After all, you're my hero. Yi Li couldn't help but chuckle at her words, his smile growing wider. Suddenly, he sat up, leaned closer to Su Yun, and gently kissed her chin, the gesture tender and natural. Sister Yun, I'm so glad to have you, he said in a deep voice, laced with affection. I'm going to take a hot shower. Su Yun playfully pushed him away, her tone teasing. Just remember to knock first. Ali seems to be in the bathroom. Yi Li paused for a moment. All right, but what's so interesting about it? Su Yun let out a light laugh as she watched him head towards the bathroom. Chapter 147. The Flame of the Tiger. Ali, are you in there? Yi Li stood at the bathroom door, gently knocking. Inside, there was only silence, the faint sound of water droplets echoing in the stillness. He leaned closer and muttered to himself, Looks like she has gone out. Pushing the door open, Yi Li quickly got to work, turning on the water and shedding his outer garment, which was stained with saliva and wild boar blood, tossing it carelessly into the laundry basket. Hot water gushed from the faucet, pouring into the bathtub with a rush. The rising steam quickly filled the entire space. As he sank into the tub, the warm water enveloped his body, like countless gentle hands caressing every inch of his skin. Yi Li let out a long sigh and closed his eyes, allowing his fatigue to dissipate slowly with the steam. Yet, images from earlier flashed in his mind, the boar's roar, the murderous intent within him, and that overwhelming feeling of superiority over the insignificant creatures around him. He sighed again, his fingers absent-mindedly tapping the edge of the tub. Amid the warm mist, His thoughts began to clarify. The boar had killed, and it posed a threat. He hadn't done anything wrong. Still, the casual display of such power left him feeling uneasy. Oh well, what's done is done, he thought, shaking his head as he pushed those thoughts aside and sat up in the water. Water droplets slid down his chest, his athletic physique becoming partially visible through the mist. At that moment, his nose twitched, and he let out a soft gasp. What is that smell of blood? His gaze swept across the bathroom. The steam enveloped the entire space, but in one corner, it seemed as if a patch of air was isolated, the mist thinner and oddly conspicuous. Yili's eyes fixed there. Upon closer inspection, he could make out a plump silhouette, a round head, pointy ears, and a curled-up tail. Ollie? He called tentatively. The little bundle quivered momentarily before slowly turning around. In the air, a clear streak of blood floated, as if held by some invisible force, slowly dripping to the ground. As twilight deepened, the stars twinkled like scattered silver on a deep blue sky, casting a faint yet gentle glow. Suyin pushed open the door of the RV. A cool night breeze brushed against her cheeks, carrying the aroma of grilled meat. Outside, a bonfire blazed brightly. Above the fire, several pieces of wild boar meat, expertly cut, were sizzling on a rack, fat dripping into the flames with a crackling sound, filling the air with a rich scent of barbecue. Suyin approached the fire, looking down at the golden-brown wild boar meat. The texture was firm, appearing even tougher after grilling. She couldn't possibly eat that. However, Mingya and Shui were enjoying it heartily, chatting away. Jade's sister, you didn't mutate, did you? Of course not. Maybe I just don't have as much talent as my sister. True, Shui. Watching this scene, a smile unconsciously crept onto Suyun's lips. She walked over to Mingya, crouched down, and gently patted its head. Eat more, and don't talk too much while eating. Mingya lifted its head and cutely responded with a soft The big tiger also joined in, lying on the ground with its front paws resting on a pig leg, tearing at it with its teeth. Suyun picked up a stick and gently poked the fire. Glancing at the big tiger beside her, she asked, "What is your name?" The tiger, busy gnawing on the meat, looked up with a bone still in its mouth and mumbled, "Me? I didn't call. I'm asking for your name. Don't you have one?" It paused for a moment, a hint of confusion in its eyes. "I remember that fat fox is called Ollie, so I guess I'll call myself Ahu." Ahu. Suyun raised an eyebrow, a touch of exasperation in her tone. That is a bit too casual, don't you think? How about I help you come up with a name? The tiger's eyes brightened instantly. It leaned closer to Suyun, nudging her arm with its head, filled with anticipation. "You're so nice. I've decided to protect you forever." Suyun felt a tickle from its nudge and couldn't help but laugh, reaching out to rub its ears while her gaze fell on its golden fur. The firelight illuminated it, casting a warm, radiant glow like dancing flames. "Let me think," she murmured softly, her fingers gently tracing along its back. "Tiger. Inhu. In is one of the earthly branches, symbolizing strength and rebirth, and your fur looks beautiful like golden flames. How about I call you Inyan?" "Inyan?" The tiger repeated the name. "Inyan, Inyan, it sounds so powerful." It suddenly stood up, its tail held high, excitedly spinning in circles as if it had found a precious treasure. "I have a name now, it's Inyan." Watching its childlike enthusiasm, Suyun felt her heart soften a little. She patted its head and gently asked, "Inyan, why do you want to follow Yili?" "Well, I'm scared. I'd definitely starve in the wild." Inyan lowered its head, gently nudging Suyun's hand with its nose. Suyun raised an eyebrow, a slight smile forming at the corner of her mouth. "You're not being completely honest. Don't worry, I want to laugh at you. If you tell me the real reason, maybe I'll whisper some sweet nothings to Yili." "We're sweet nothings." "Well, it's just that men find it hard to refuse." "Can I whisper my own?" Suyun rolled her eyes. "Then maybe you should just leave." Wait. I want to whisper anymore." Inyan's ears twitched, its eyes flickering for a moment. It lowered its head, its voice growing smaller. "Actually, I am be that fat fox. I want someone to like me. I don't want to be a tiger." Saying this, its tail drooped down, its tone filled with a hint of disappointment and grievance. "But the master said I could eat and then leave. Heartless." "Heartless? Yili?" Suyun couldn't help but laugh out loud, patiently explaining. "That's because you're just too big. If you lived in an RV, you'd block the whole aisle all by yourself. Plus, you're really strong and don't need to rely on anyone. But you're strong too. So why do you need to depend on him?" Inyan was puzzled. Suyun still wore a smile as she stroked her chin. "Depend. I think rely would be more fitting." Yili and I rely on each other, which is why we are together. It's the same with Ali and the others. Having them makes our journey much more interesting. You can rely on me too. Suddenly, Yin remembered something, looked up with bright eyes, and said, "If I could just shrink down, would that work?" Suyin paused for a moment, then showed a look of surprise. "Could it be that you?" Yin shook her head. "I can't shrink." After a slight pause, her tone became mysterious. "But I heard there's a place with magical powers where animals go. I didn't catch the name, but I know there are plenty of hungry creatures there." "Plenty of hungry creatures?" Suyin blinked, a bit confused. "Yeah, hungry creatures and foodies and all that," Yin said seriously, her tail swishing lightly. "Good thing I didn't go. I definitely wouldn't get enough to eat there." Chapter 148. Shadows Under the Moonlight. Ali, how can you do this to Sister Yin? Yili wrapped himself in a towel, his damp hair still dripping water. Droplets sliding down his collarbone and disappearing at the edge of the towel. He looked like a good man who had just been wronged. His brows furrowed slightly, his eyes carrying a mix of reluctance and invitation. Across from him, Ali was lounging on the sofa with her legs crossed, looking utterly indifferent, as if she didn't care about anything at all. "Love doesn't have a sequence. Just be with me from now on." "But what about Suyin?" Ali waved her hand dismissively, then jumped into Yi Li's arms, pinching his chin and kissing him. "I'll handle it. Worst case, we can split it down the middle." "Okay, Ali, you're such a woman. I like you so much." Back to reality, on the sofa. "Hey, what are you thinking about? Hurry up and explain yourself." Yili gave her a light smack on the head. Ali, caught off guard and frustrated, covered her head and protested. "Humph. I told you I didn't see anything, so why did you hit me?" "Still trying to argue?" Yili pointed at her nose. "Then why are you bleeding?" "It's winter and it's dry. Nosebleeds are normal. It's not like I bled because I saw your..." She retorted. "You're so full of yourself, Yili." Yili was defeated by her righteous demeanor. It was strange. She had the ability to see through things and to become invisible. Could she have been a peeping Tom in her past life? Why else would she use such tricks? Just a while ago, he had specifically asked her and Shuiyu if there were any anomalies after the aurora appeared, and they both said no. But now, she was sneaking around to watch him shower. Taking off that high-tech dog tag was clearly a mistake, and the invisibility was something he couldn't see through. Her heartbeat, footsteps, and breathing were all hidden. If it weren't for the fact that she still had physical effects on the outside world, this would be the ultimate peeping skill. Peeping Tom? As soon as Ali heard this, she jumped up from the sofa, her tail bristling and her ears standing straight up. "You are the peeping Tom. You were the one who came in while I was in the bathroom. You were the one spying on me. Pervert. Rogue. Hentai." Yili was overwhelmed by her barrage of accusations and hurriedly waved his hands. Stop. Didn't I knock?" Ali snorted coldly and turned her head away. "Didn't he hear it? Hey, isn't that your own problem?" Ali's ears twitched, and her tail swished playfully, her tone taking on a mischievous edge. "Putting the facts aside, don't you have?" Yili immediately cut her off. "No learning from that kind of video. Do you hear me?" Ali pouted, her eyes filled with a hint of grievance, her voice softening. "I heard you. You're scaring me, and I'm telling Sister Yun. Boo-hoo." As she said this, she deliberately rubbed her eyes with her paw. She was just misunderstood for not hearing the knock, and besides, she had already turned away. How could that be considered peeping? Calling the girl a peeping Tom was really too much. Yili looked at her expression, feeling both amused and exasperated. All right, he sighed, reaching out to rub its head. "Stop pretending. This is the last time, got it?" Ali's ears twitched, a glimmer of pride flashing in its eyes as it wagged its tail lightly. "Got it. I like you the most." Yili shook his head helplessly, muttering, "What a little troublemaker." In the RV on the third floor, there was nothing but the floor and walls. Oh wait, there was a big tiger named Yin. It rolled around on the floor like a big silly creature, its body awkwardly twisting, occasionally letting out a low rumble. Then it lifted its head to gaze out the window, watching the fleeting scenery with eyes full of curiosity and excitement. Its tail swaying gently as if greeting the outside world. Yili stood at the top of the stairs, watching its antics, unable to shake his head in disbelief. He just couldn't understand why this guy insisted on going to the Sea of Okhotsk. What was more baffling was that Su-Yun had actually agreed to it. It was really beyond him. Yili muttered softly to himself and turned to head downstairs. By the early morning hours, the RV finally stopped on the outskirts of Magadan. This was an important port neighboring the Sea of Okhotsk, and the night breeze carried the salty scent of the sea, gently blowing through the car window. Yili turned off the engine and stretched. Looking back, he saw Enian sprawled across the entire aisle, and he sighed. If it were just a bit smaller, he might have actually taken it along on the trip. Is this the place you were looking for? Yidiaskit. Enian lifted its head, sniffed the air, then shook its head. No, it's not here. It's a really, really big island. Yidifronit. Lightly tapping his fingers on the steering wheel. That should be further south, the Chantal Islands? But what do you want to go there for? Everyone is going. So I want to go too. Everyone. Yili raised an eyebrow, a hint of confusion in his tone. The other little animals in the forest. They all say there's magical power there that can grant wishes. Master Bear is going too. Bear? Master Bear? Yili and Su Yun exchanged glances, both struggling to suppress laughter. Finally, Yili couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Ha. Master Bear, ha. Does it know martial arts or something? Su Yun couldn't help but giggle too. That's hilarious. But to their surprise, Enian had a serious expression. It does. It knows Dragon Country Kung Fu. It even claims to be a legitimate Wing Chun master. In the dead of night, the moonlight spilled into the room. Yili stood at the door, scanning the room. He called out to Ollie, and once it appeared at the door, he felt relieved and shut the door, plunging the room into darkness. Sweetheart, can you sleep? If you can't sleep, how about we play a little game? It's horse riding. I'll go first. On a winter night without snow, everything felt particularly tranquil, and even the wind seemed gentle. On the second floor, Ollie's sleeping posture was always restless. He had no idea who it had learned that from. In just half an hour, it had groggily changed its resting place several times, rolling from a small nook to the carpet, then from the carpet to the edge of the bed. Somehow, it ended up curled up in a warm embrace. Instinctively, it licked its fur and smacked its lips, as if still tasting something peculiar. Oddly enough, it seemed to taste like grapes. It thought drowsily, but soon drifted back into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, beside it, a plump and tall figure was trembling, carefully pulling away the tail that had been pinned down by Ollie. The thing that tasted like grapes had a pair. Finally, the tail was successfully freed, and the plump figure crawled out stealthily, moving clumsily like a newborn. In the darkness, it shakily stood up. The entire process was unsteady, and it nearly fell several times. Thankfully, with the help of its flexible neck and waist, it managed to steady itself, its long tail swaying gently, as if to balance its body. The next step was to walk slowly. Moonlight spilled onto the floor, casting a beautiful silhouette of it. However, its delicate toes seemed uncooperative, curling tightly, making each step feel particularly challenging. It cautiously took a step forward, then a second, third, and fourth. But just as it took the fifth step, its foot slipped and it suddenly lurched forward. Thud! It landed heavily on the floor with a dull thud. Ouch! The sound was filled with a sense of vulnerability that tugged at the heartstrings. Chapter 149. Thumbelina. The next day, the sun shone brightly. Sister Yun, have you finished washing my clothes? There are bloodstains on them. Didn't we agree I would take care of it myself? Yili lifted a clean piece of clothing. Su Yun was sitting at the dining table, holding a cup of hot tea. Hearing Yi Li's words, she looked up, her expression somewhat confused. Did I wash them? Yi Li was momentarily taken aback and glanced down at the clothing in his hand, then back at Su Yun. Wasn't it you who washed them? So how come this clothing is? I was so tired last night. You know better than anyone else that I couldn't possibly wake up early to do laundry. Su Yun teased, looking at him playfully. Yi Li furrowed his brow, feeling that something was off. He turned to scan the rest of the RV, and suddenly noticed that the entire interior seemed brand new. The floor was clean enough to reflect a person's shadow. The clutter on the table was neatly arranged, and even the cushions on the sofa were perfectly placed, as if someone had meticulously tidied up. Sister Yun, don't you think the RV feels a bit different? Yi Li asked quietly, his eyes sweeping around the interior. Su Yun put down her teacup and looked around, her expression revealing surprise. Indeed, it seems cleaner than usual. The two exchanged a glance, and a thought simultaneously crossed their minds. Was there a Thumbelina in the RV? Breakfast consisted of simple wild boar meat. Although the meat was firm, it tasted quite good. Strangely, even the notoriously big eaters, Shuiyu and Yin, only took a few bites before stopping. Were they full? I can't just take advantage of someone else's food. I have to do something. Yin wandered outside the RV, looking for something to do. In the end, with nothing else to occupy himself, he squatted by the tire, extending his claws to carefully scrape the snow off the tire. Shuiyu lay beside him, her eyes showing signs of fatigue. Yi Li witnessed this scene. Could it be that Yin was responsible for all those things? Su Yun walked over to him, her gaze falling on Yin, her expression a bit complex. Can it really do these things? Yili shook his head, uncertain. Although Yin was clever, it was still a tiger. How could he possibly understand how to tidy up a room or do laundry? Yin seemed to sense their gazes. He glanced at them and worked even harder at his task. The RV traveled through Magadan City. This place is one of the hardest cities to enter in the Russian Far East and has a lot of dark history. The scenery outside the window carried a heavy sense of history. The snow on the main road had been cleared away, piled up on the sides to form low white walls. Due to the low temperatures and geological factors, cracks in the asphalt were quite noticeable, causing ordinary vehicles to feel a slight bump when passing over them. Most of the buildings here are 5 to 6 stories tall, their exteriors painted in various bright colors, yellow, orange, purple, to add a touch of life during the long winter. However, these vibrant colors could not hide the city's weariness. Driving past the neon-lit streets of the city, Yili pondered, why are they called the Neon People? This is the origin of one of Magadan's dark histories. The buildings on both sides are in the Stalinist style, towering and majestic, with symmetrical layouts and lavish decorations. Most feature a stone staircase, with accommodations on the second floor and above, while the first floor is occupied by rental shops and stores. However, despite this grandeur, Magadan has the feel of a semi-abandoned city. Many of the buildings were constructed after the war, and their age is evident. In the city center, you can still see buildings with peeling paint, broken windows, and crooked door frames, long uninhabitable and left to decay. Across the street, you might spot a brightly colored 5-story building, creating a stark contrast between the two. Yet, these new constructions are far from aesthetically pleasing compared to the dilapidated buildings. They are uniform and lack the weight of history. Therefore, the locals would prefer to restore these old buildings rather than demolish them to erect new high-rises. However, the efficiency of such restorations is clearly not very high. The RV continued southward. Sunshine streamed through the windows, warming the interior. Yili squinted against the light, her mood brightening a bit. With Yin joining, the space on the first floor became somewhat crowded. Yili, Su-yun, and Tulu-1 squeezed onto the sofa, while Yin and Shui-yu lay on either side. Did you hear any noises last night? Yin asked quietly. Noises? Yili and Su-yun exchanged glances, their expressions slightly unusual. It was a bang, Yin added, with a hint of curiosity in her eyes, as if she had more to say. Could it be you misheard? Su-yun coughed lightly, trying to change the subject. I think so, and even if there was a sound, it's quite normal. Yili replied awkwardly, surprised by how sharp Yin's hearing was. In fact, it didn't hurt at all. It was just Su-yun insisting on making that noise, saying it would increase the attack speed or something. How could it be? The sound was quite loud, like a bang, like this, bang, bang, bang. Yin persisted, her tail flicking lightly. Yes, it was a bang, Menya corrected from the side, speaking in a serious tone. It was a bang. Yili rubbed her temples, feigning calmness. Both Yunjie and I were asleep and didn't hear anything. It might have been a bird. A bird? A really big bird crashed into something. Su-yun nodded in agreement. I have an idea. Ali suddenly interjected, her eyes sparkling as if recalling something. Could have been grapes? Grapes? That's too far-fetched. Ali, what on earth are you thinking? I dreamed about it last night. It was 2 big grapes smashing onto the ground, and then they turned bright red. Ali pouted, looking serious. I don't think grapes could be that big, Yin said, somewhat confused. They could be. Ali shot her an indignant glare, her tail held high, clearly a bit angry. Ali had already been in a foul mood with Yin's presence, and now that she was opposing her, it only fueled her frustration. It was decided that tonight they had to catch those 2 big grapes to prove themselves right. Shuiyu, why aren't you saying anything? Yili noticed that Shuiyu had been silent and couldn't help but ask. I'm a bit tired, probably didn't sleep well last night. You guys go ahead. Shuiyu lazily lifted her head and yawned. In the evening, by the frozen coastline, Yili and Su-yun were playing on the ice with their friends, and they could finally play 3 versus 3 soccer again, this time on the ice. Shuiyu didn't perform well and let the opposing team score several times. Haha, we won. Yin was having a blast, and his determination to stay by Yi Li's side grew stronger. He just hoped that the wish would come true. He would rather not be a tiger and transform into a snow fox instead. As long as he could shrink down, he would do anything, even if it meant. After the game, Su-yun and Yili were both sweating and changed into fresh clothes. Just as Yi Li was about to toss the sweaty clothes into the washing machine, he suddenly remembered the clean coat. So he threw the clothes into the laundry basket instead. Then he took out his phone, opened the camera, and set it up in a hidden corner. I want to see who Thumbelina really is. Chapter 150. Action again, spotted by Ali in the dead of night. The RV was enveloped in silence. Xiuyu quietly crawled out from her warm nest. Gone was the awkwardness of her first transformation. Under the moonlight, her body slowly shifted. Her fur faded away, her figure elongated. And in the blink of an eye, she transformed into a voluptuous, naked beauty. Lazily stretching her waist, her long arms lifted gently, her fingertips brushing the ceiling of the vehicle. She frowned slightly and murmured, "So annoying, it doesn't suit me at all." However, thinking of the clothes Yi Li had taken off last night, her mood brightened, a mischievous smile creeping onto her lips. How could that old tiger do such a thing? Only I would quietly dedicate everything to my master. She tiptoed down the stairs and pushed open the bathroom door. The laundry basket was piled high with dirty clothes belonging to Yi Li and Su Yun, including jackets and undergarments. Xiuyu had a clear objective. She reached for one of Yi Li's shirts and brought it to her nose, inhaling gently. No bloody smell, it's nice. She squinted, a hint of ecstasy on her face. Her animal instincts made her enjoy leaving her scent on her master, just like a cat rubbing against its owner. A manifestation of territorial awareness. Xiuyu treated that piece of clothing like a cloth, gliding it across her body with gentle, slow movements, savoring the entire process. Under the moonlight, her skin glowed softly, her gaze becoming hazy, and her cheeks flushed as if she were tipsy. As her legs grew weak, she covered her mouth. Afterward, once cleaned up, no one would discover anything. She tilted her head back, revealing a satisfied smile, as if proud of her cleverness. However, just as she was lost in her own world, a faint reflection suddenly pierced her line of sight. Xiuyu froze for a moment. Looking up, she saw Yi Li's phone camera directly aimed at her. Thud! The shirt slipped from her hands and fell to the floor, her mind going blank, the flush on her face instantly transforming into embarrassment. She opened her mouth, but couldn't find the words to say. Just then, the door opened. In the cozy little nest, Ollie sleepily opened its eyes. It had completely forgotten what it was supposed to do tonight, and suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to pee, forcing it to leave its little nest for the bathroom. Half asleep, Ali pushed open the door. Skillfully jumping onto the toilet, it finished up and flushed. At that moment, its nose twitched slightly, and its eyes widened. What was that strange smell? It felt constricting. Ali sniffed itself. It wasn't tea coming from it. Carefully discerning the source, it ultimately pinpointed the location to the bathroom. Why was the door closed? This glass door usually stayed open to allow Ali and others to come in for a bath. The doorknob was high, but that didn't pose a challenge for it. With a heave, it pushed its head into the gap, twisting its body until, under the pressure, the door opened just enough for its head to fit through. As long as the head can fit in, the body surely can too. Just before reaching the edge of the bathtub, Detective Ollie stumbled upon an unexpected find. Was that? Seriously, why is it lying around everywhere? Oh, so that's the smell. Disgusted, Ollie picked up the underwear and tossed it into the laundry basket outside. Without looking back, he left. Phew, that was close. Inside the bathtub, Xiuyu curled up, letting out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness I'm clever. I sacrificed the car to protect the commander. With her long, beautiful legs stepping out of the bathtub, she meticulously washed her clothes, just as she had done the night before. Half an hour later, she finished her chores and stood in front of the mirror, scrutinizing her reflection. There was no doubt that her face was beautiful, rivaling Su Yun. Yet there was a hint of wild aggression in her eyes. She looked like a queen emerging from the depths of the snowy mountains, elegant yet dangerous. And then there was her height and the excess flesh on her chest. Xiuyu frowned, measuring herself with her hand. She was even a head taller than Yi Li. Sigh, this is so strange. She murmured softly, hanging up the clothes. Lightly, she picked up Yi Li's phone, her nimble fingers easily shutting off the recording. She opened the photo album and video, pressing the delete button without hesitation. This should do it, she muttered to herself. After deleting, she intended to leave, but her fingers unconsciously scrolled through other pages of the album. One photo after another came into view. Pictures of Yi Li and Su Yun together, scenic views outside the RV, and silly moments with Mengya and Ollie. So they had been to so many places. Xiuyu looked at the phone, her eyes filled with envy and curiosity. She whispered, But the master is so naughty, wanting to secretly take pictures of me without clothes. Since the master wants to see, I'll leave one for you. With that, she raised the phone, mimicking Su Yun's pose for a beautiful shot. In the mirror, her long hair cascaded down, her gaze bold and uninhibited, with a teasing smile on her lips. Click! The shutter sounded as Shui Yu looked down at the photo, nodding in satisfaction. I guess I'd be considered pretty in the human world. After tidying up the scene, Shui Yu tiptoed back to the second floor. But just as she turned the corner of the staircase, an unexpected event occurred. Ollie was crouching there, looking dazed, clearly still not fully awake. The urge to pee jolted him back to consciousness as he lifted his head sleepily. Whose foot is that? Trying to see if it was Yi Li or Su Yun, but before he could get a clear look, a fair and beautiful foot kicked him in the face. Ollie was sent flying, crashing against the wall, and then sliding down to the floor, knocked out cold. On the third floor, Yin heard the commotion and cautiously opened his eyes. He perked up his ears and listened closely, murmuring, "Last night it was bang, tonight it's ah. This is so strange." But Yili said some noise is normal. It's probably just that poor big bird bumping into the car again. He turned over, flicked his tail lightly, and fell back asleep. Shuyu stood frozen in place, still in the posture of having kicked out. It was almost an instinctive reaction for her. Once she regained her senses, she hurried over and crouched down to check on the unconscious Ali, feeling 9 parts guilt and 1 part helplessness. Imsuri, Ali. I promise I'll make it up to you. After confirming there was no danger, she carefully picked up Ali and tiptoed back to her little nest, transforming back into the lazy snow leopard. She curled up into a ball, her tail gently swaying. Ali, cradled in her embrace, was okay and fast asleep. How she fell asleep, don't ask. Inside the RV, everything returned to tranquility, with only the moonlight outside casting a gentle glow on the floor, creating a soft halo. Chapter 151. The Contemporary Muse? The Sea of Okhotsk is completely frozen in winter, with a thick layer of snow covering the ice. Beneath the ice lies the frigid seawater, and occasionally seals can be seen peeking out from their breathing holes. The cliffs and rocks along the coast are blanketed in ice and snow, forming magnificent ice waterfalls and icicles. The small towns and fishing villages along the way are nearly dormant in winter, with only a few fishermen engaging in ice fishing or hunting. The next day, Ollie wakes up from its cozy nest, feeling groggy. It touches its face, which feels numb and slightly painful. This ISNTA dream. Ollie's eyes widen, and a wave of grievance washes over its heart. Who hit it? Was its favorite, Yili, or its second favorite, Suyin? Ollie struggles to recall what happened last night, but its mind is blank. Regardless of who it was, it feels deeply saddened. The more Ollie thinks about it, the more wronged it feels, and tears start to well up in its eyes. Finally, unable to hold back any longer, it bursts into tears. The crying immediately draws everyone's attention. What happened? Sister, don't cry. Mingyu is here. Yili and Suyin are still in their couple pajamas, adorned with a big bad wolf and a little white rabbit. Although they had woken up long ago, they were bound by the cozy spell of the bed and needed a little more time to snuggle. What's wrong? Did someone bully you? Are you hungry? Yili squats down and gently pats Ollie's back. Ollie, with its hands clutching its head, cries while lying on the sofa on the second floor, its tail drooping. Hearing Yili's voice, it lifts its head, tearfully looking at him and Su Yun. Oh, you don't like Ollie anymore, do you? Yi Li and Su Yun exchange a glance, their hearts instantly softening. How could think that? Su Yun quickly sits beside Ollie, gently rubbing its ears. Her tone is soothing as one would use to comfort a child. Of course not. We'll always love Ollie, even though you sneakily draw in Yi Li's notebook and like to eavesdrop from outside the door. I've never hit you. Ollie is momentarily stunned, a hint of confusion in its eyes. The others are also taken aback, their tails ceasing to wag. Suddenly, a burst of laughter breaks the silence. Ollie's ears perk up immediately, its eyes scanning the crowd quickly, its tail bristling. How dare you laugh at me? Mengya kovurs hermot. Her body shaking as if she were sifting flour. Suyin can't help but stifle a giggle, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Sister Yinyu, Ollie, furious, stomps its feet and dives into Yi Li's embrace, pointing a claw at Su Yun. It was her who kicked me. I smelled something nice. You said her feet smell good. Yi Li stares in disbelief, his smile freezing on his face. Su Yun can't laugh anymore either, her cheeks slightly flushed with embarrassment and annoyance. She gently pinches Yi Li's waist, giving him a playful glare. Darling, I actually told him that? Yili raises his hands in innocence. I didn't say anything. Ollie, don't make stuff up. Ollie pouts, flicking his tail defiantly. You did say it. Inyan looked at Yi Li with a peculiar gaze, while Mingya and Shuiyu wore expressions that seemed to say, as expected. No, Yi Li was taken aback. Don't think too much about it. Su Yun sighed, rubbing her temples, secretly regretting that she had just shot herself in the foot. Forget it, Shuiyu. Why don't you take Mingya and Inyan out to play for a while? Yi Li hurriedly tried to disperse the three onlookers to avoid making the situation even more awkward. Shuiyu smiled brightly as she led Mingya and Inyan downstairs. The second floor fell silent. Setting aside the question of whether that thing smelled good or not, Yi Li held Ali in his arms, gently wiping away the tears from the corner of its eyes. Why are you shedding little pearls this time? You really don't hate Ollie, do you? Ollie buried itself in his embrace, its voice muffled. If I did something wrong that made you dislike me, I can change, I swear. I absolutely didn't. Yi Li looked down at it. Watching this warm scene, Su Yun felt a rush of emotions. Yi Li would make a great dad, but it seemed that Ali wasn't too keen on being their daughter. Then, who kicked me last night? Ollie didn't want to suspect them, but there were only two people in the car. It couldn't be that it had just been asleep and confused, right? Kicked you? Yi Li frowned, his tone unusually firm. Impossible. Neither Yunjie nor I would do such a thing. But someone did kick me. I'm sure it was a human foot, and it smelled good. Ahem, the kick was really hard. Ollie's ears twitched, and tears welled up again. Hearing this, Yi Li and Su Yun couldn't help but take it seriously. The RV door had been locked the whole time. It was impossible for anyone to get in without permission, unless... Could she teleport? Or perhaps, a bold idea popped into Yi Li's mind. You don't know, she was so fast. With a snap, I didn't even react before I was kicked away. She had this cold, yet fragrant smell about her. Boo-hoo, I don't know why she kicked me. I just wanted to go to the bathroom. Boo-hoo, I was about to burst. Ollie clutched a pillow, tearfully recounting the story. For some reason, Su Yun found it somewhat amusing. Ahem, Yi Li stifled a laugh, pulling out a gene potion from his pocket and shaking it. Ollie, stop crying. How about you drink this potion? Originally, he intended for the three of them to share the intermediate potion, but now that he thought about it, Ollie's strength was just too weak. It had been knocked out with just one kick. After all, it was an elder-level figure, and now it was being bullied and crying, which made Yi Li feel a twinge of pity. What is this? The effect was immediate. Ollie stopped crying, its eyes sparkling, putting on a deliberately confused yet adorable look. Is it tasty? The change in expression was too quick. Suya made a comment from the side, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. Yi Li chuckled, teasing it on purpose. This is poison. If you drink it, you'll die. Are you sure you want to drink it? You're lying. I want to drink it. Ollie pouted slightly and opened its mouth, leaning in eagerly. Yi Li chuckled and handed it over, watching as it gulped down a few bites. Ollie licked its lips and smacked its mouth, clearly wanting more. Not bad, but a bit sticky. Before it could finish, a frown crossed its face as it felt something unusual in its body. Bad Yi Li. What did you put in the water? It's so hot. And it's not even dark yet. Sister Yun is still here. Seriously, too impatient. Su Yun was at a loss, thinking, what on earth is going on? Stop pretending. However, Ollie continued to squirm on the sofa, as if something had scalded it. Its tail was thrashing around, and it didn't seem like it was just acting. Yi Li and Su Yun exchanged worried glances. Just then, a dazzling white light suddenly erupted from Ollie. The entire second floor was illuminated. Yi Li raised a hand to shield Su Yun's eyes, feeling a wave of unease wash over him. Could it be that Ollie was about to transform? He didn't know how to face this change, nor how Su Yun would react. His heart was filled with both anticipation and anxiety. At that moment, a voice emerged from the white light. Praise me, celebrate me. Before you stands the most beautiful girl in the world. The muse of our time, a blend of beauty and talent. A beauty so stunning that even the legends of beauty pale in comparison. Yes, it's me, Yi Li. Sister Yun, don't feel inferior, okay? Chapter 152. Ali's enchanting skills. The bright light gradually faded. Ali's figure reappeared on the sofa. With one paw on its hip and the other casually tossing its hair, it struck a pose, believing itself to be utterly charming. It was just afraid that the air would suddenly go silent. Why is no one talking? Are you all mesmerized? Ali closed its eyes, basking in the anticipated admiration from the two. Yi Li and Su Yun exchanged a glance and smiled, the atmosphere feeling a bit awkward. So beautiful. Su Yun immediately joined in, her eyes curving into crescent moons. She quickly pulled out her phone and snapped a picture, exclaiming, "Wow, what a stunning beauty. One more. Spin around." Su Yun continued to direct. "Not bad, not bad," she praised while taking more photos, her smile growing wider. With each compliment, Ali gradually lost itself in the moment, its tail wagging even more enthusiastically, and its ears twitching slightly, exuding pride. "Oomph, with my captivating looks. Even a peace sign can be enchanting." Ali posed with a peace sign, its eyes squinting into slits. Yili couldn't watch any longer, unable to suppress a sigh. "Ali, why don't you open your eyes first?" "Can't wait, can you? Just watch closely." The stunning glimpse of this beauty, Ali rested its small paw under its chin, blinking its eyes playfully and pretending to throw a seductive glance. Noticing that Yili wasn't reacting, it smirked mischievously, thinking to itself, "What an interesting man. I'll glance again, Suddenly, its movements froze as it caught a glimpse of white fur out of the corner of its eye. A bad feeling washed over it. Lowering its head to look at its paws, and then touching its face, Ali's expression turned bewildered and lost. Still unable to accept reality, it dashed off to the bathroom. Jumping onto the sink, it examined itself in a mirror from left to right. The reflection still showed the same fluffy little fox. Incredibly cute. Ali's ears twitched, and its tail drooped down. I haven't transformed into a person. I still haven't changed." It felt like crying. But before the tears could come, a wave of embarrassment surged, causing its cheeks to flush slightly. "Hey, what's our little muse up to?" Su Yun leaned against the bathroom door, arms crossed, her eyes filled with teasing mischief. In a light tone, she continued to poke fun. "Not trying to throw a peace sign, are you? Don't charm my husband to death." When it came to sarcasm, Su Yun was a master, even if she usually kept it under wraps. "All right, Sister Yun." Yili stepped forward and gently lifted Ali off the sink, saying, "It's much better being a little fox. If you turn into a person, neither me nor Sister Yun can carry you." "You're lying. You can carry Sister Yun." Ali pouted angrily, playfully punching Yili's chest. "I want to be a big, beautiful girl." Woo-woo. Yili felt a bit helpless. Just as he was about to comfort it, he suddenly noticed the tail behind it. "Wait a minute, Ali, your tail." He squinted, counting carefully, finding it hard to believe. "You have two tails?" Ali froze for a moment, turning to look behind itself. Two tails, one on each side, were gently swaying back and forth. Like two soft silk ribbons, there really were two tails, but that was such a hassle. Ali mutarat. And in the next moment, the extra tail vanished, leaving only one tail, swaying gently. Not only that, his pupils suddenly glowed with a pink light, shaped like hearts. It sparkled like a shimmering gem, radiating a captivating aura. Yili locked eyes with him, and an unusual feeling surged within him. Could this be charm? Oh no. In just a glance, Yili's mind whirled with images. He saw Ali and Su Yun on either side, the three of them holding hands under a cherry blossom tree, followed by a grand wedding, a romantic wedding night, and even two adorable little fox babies frolicking on the grass. The scenes flashed by, so vivid that he could hardly distinguish between reality and illusion. At that moment, a voice rang in his ears, coming closer and closer. "Darling, darling, Yiddy." It felt like he was drowning, desperately trying to swim up and break through an invisible barrier. Finally, his consciousness broke free, and Su Yun's voice became exceptionally clear. "Yili? Yili, what's wrong?" Su Yun grasped his arm. Yili gasped, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his gaze still a bit dazed. "You were just standing there, unresponsive no matter how many times I called you." "I'm fine, just a little dizzy." "As long as you're okay." Su Yun sighed in relief, then handed him his phone. "And this, why is your phone hanging on the door?" "It was recording the whole time." Yili took the phone, the screen displaying the recorded footage. He paused for a moment, then recalled what had happened last night. Right, the recording, it had been going on all night. He rubbed his temples, trying to clear his head. "You guys check for any clues. I'll step outside for a bit." With that, Yili turned and left the room, his steps a bit unsteady, as if he hadn't fully recovered from the illusion. Inside the room, only Su Yun and Ali remained, exchanging glances. Ali's pupils returned to normal, filled with guilt. Checking the recording. Something's off. The recording started at 2 in the morning, so it didn't capture everything. Ali leaned closer to Su Yun. "Sister Yun, what's in this I Like collection?" "It's a photo collection of me and Yili. It only has pictures of us. Yours and Mengya's are in another collection. Can I take a look?" "Of course. But isn't this Yili's phone?" Are we allowed to do this? Don't worry, I set his lock screen password, and I often use his phone to reply to fan messages. Ollie, you should know. Yili and I are very much in love. Suyin boasted as she opened the collection. However, in the next second, she froze in place. Who is this unfamiliar woman? Outside the RV, Yili gazed at the distant scenery, but inside his mind was a chaotic mess. It's not just because Ollie has left him a bit dizzy. The events of these past few days have forced him to pay attention to the dramatic changes happening in the world. So what is the essence of the world? After all, well, it's actually still because of Ollie. Yili thought he was invincible. He never expected to be directly controlled by Ollie. Had this happened during a battle, he would have died countless times by now. Reflecting on the path ahead, he first discovered a blue liquid in the midst of an unusual blizzard on Tianshan Mountain. Then he encountered a water monster at Kana's Lake. The global auroras have caused mutations in animals. If Yili hadn't read web novels, these events would have completely shattered his worldview. He can accept these changes, but he is even more eager to understand why this is happening. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could that magnificent aurora also be a result of unusual weather? No, it shouldn't be called weather. Just like an abnormal tsunami, it could also be a result of geological disasters. Just as Li Yong had previously speculated, the abnormal morning fog at Kana's caused mutations in the pike in the lake, so this time the aurora has affected the animals of the Siberian plains. Chapter 153. The Secret of Transformation? Bingo, the host is really clever. Upon hearing the system's voice, Yili didn't immediately ask about the abnormalities, but instead wondered how Ali could possess so many strange skills. It felt like each one was specifically targeting him. As the host has observed, charm is a talent that every fox possesses. It simply lacks the opportunity to be activated. So, do I have any talents? Human potential is boundless and chaotically random. Wow, that sounds impressive. Yili felt a sense of anticipation. The former refers to humanity as a whole, which possesses limitless potential in evolutionary terms. However, on an individual level, each person is unpredictable, constrained by. Yili paused and pressed on. Constrained by what? Lifespan, thought processes, limitations, and fortuitous encounters. Realizing that further inquiries would likely yield metaphysical responses, Yili decided to change the subject. He glanced at Shuiyu, who was resting against a tree trunk. Why did Shuiyu transform so quickly? Oh, so you've noticed already. Excluding all wrong answers. It had to be that. Yili sighed in resignation. He could imagine what would happen if Su Yin found out about this. Would she send Shuiyu back to Tianshan? Or would she allow a beautiful woman to linger around her man? What the heck? Why did he assume Shuiyu would definitely be a beauty after transforming? Damn it, he was getting too attached. It is indeed a bit fast. Even I misjudged it. Her feelings for you are likely 1,000 times deeper than she shows. Feelings? Yili frowned, a bit surprised. Are you saying that feelings can lead to transformation? Exactly. This is the bond between you two. Just like how Evie evolves into Sylvian, it requires a deep connection, not just a good rapport. You even know about Sylvian. Yili couldn't help but chuckle, silently mocking the system for its vast knowledge. In its spare time, it wouldn't be secretly gaming, would it? Of course. I also know about the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Stop, that S off topic. Yili quickly interrupted, fearing the system would start rambling again. Even if transformation is involved, shouldn't Ali transform first? Is our bond not deep enough? Does the host still not understand? An inexperienced girl merely imitates poorly. How could she understand what she truly desires like a woman who has experienced life? Yili fell silent for a few seconds, his lips twitching slightly. You're a serious system, right? Oh, yes. You actually hesitated. You got issues. Host, would you like to claim the automatic sign-in reward for Magadan? Yili's expression changed instantly, yes. Temporary reward. Move learning device, sword dance. You're just playing a game. After some playful banter with the system, Yili felt much better. He quietly approached Shuiyu's side. Yili. Shuiyu opened her eyes, her voice lazy and dependent. This is for you. Yili gently placed the sword dance CD on her forehead and began to perform a battle dance that could significantly enhance her attack power. Is this just for me? Or do the other sisters get it too? After realizing that Shuiyu could transform into human form, Yili sensed a different tone in her voice. Yili didn't respond, instead giving her a light flick on the forehead. You talk too much. Ouch, that hurts. Shuiyu pretended to be wronged, retracting her neck slightly, but her tail wagged even more enthusiastically, clearly in a good mood. Looks like it's just for me. Yili watched her, suddenly falling silent for a few seconds. Then quietly asked, Shuiyu, do you want to go back to Tianshan? Hearing this, Shuiyu immediately got up from the ground, her body tensing slightly. Then she cautiously approached Yili, her eyes filled with a mix of unease and pleading. I don't want to go back. Is that okay? Watching Yili's expression, she seemed to understand something. You must be worried about her, right? I can clean up. I could just stay on the second floor. I can stay like this forever. Really. I won't let her find out. Yili, please don't send me away. Shuiyu, calm down. Yili reached out to rub her head, her tone gentle yet firm. As long as you don't want to, no one can make you leave. Shuiyu's eyes held a glimmer of hope, yet she still felt uneasy. You know, Yinjie is very important to me. Yidi continued. But so are you. Whether to be human or a snow leopard, that's your own choice. I won't, and shouldn't, force you. He paused, his tone soothing. You're definitely staying. But how we interact, I need to gauge Yinjie's opinion first. You'll have to bear with me for a few days, all right? Shuiyu's eyes grew moist. Her voice choked with emotion. I'm not being a burden. I'm not. Her tail gently wrapped around Yi Li's wrist, as if trying to hold on to something without being too forceful. Yi Li sensed her feelings and gently patted her back. All right, no more tears. If you keep crying, you and T look pretty. Shuiyu sniffed and forced a smile. I wasn't crying. The Chantal Islands. A group of 15 islands in the western part of the Sea of Okhotsk, also part of Russia's Khabarovsk Krai. In fact, these areas, including Lake Baikal and Sakhalin, have historically been closely linked to the Dragon Kingdom, having been ruled directly or indirectly by various dynasties. Unfortunately, they're too far from the Central Plains, and the inhabitants are primarily northern nomadic tribes, leading to cycles of loss and recovery. In the mid-19th century, as the Bear Country expanded in the Far East, during a time of national decline, these regions were completely severed from the motherland. The area is known for its extremely strong geomagnetic anomalies. On the islands, compasses always rotate in a clockwise direction. The summer months bring much more activity to the Chantal Islands, where many brown bears make their home. The coastal waters are teeming with fish, the islands are covered in dense berry bushes, and seals bask lazily on the rocks. Such an environment is a paradise for brown bears. This is also a great spot for whale watching. Set up your camera and wait patiently. With a bit of luck, you might catch a glimpse of a Greenland whale breaking the surface with its massive tail. In the winter, the Chantal Islands are nearly deserted, with only a few researchers or adventurers lingering here. The fishing village on the island is completely shut down during the winter, as the residents have long since departed. However, unlike previous years, this year the Chantal Islands seem unusually lively. Su Yin is lost in thought, her gaze distant, standing beside Yi Li. Yin stretches his neck, looking around, wondering where he can make a wish. He asks, getting anxious. If he doesn't find a way to shrink soon, Yi Li and the others will leave. The chances of seeing them again would be practically zero. Yi Li takes Su Yin's hand and says, Sister Yin, how about we go ice skating? Huh? Su Yin snaps back to reality, her eyes still a bit unfocused, but when she sees Yi Li's concerned look, she forces a smile and replies, Okay, sure. Chapter 154. Kissing you until you're all I think about the largest island is called Gabot Island. The island is dotted with low mountains and dense fir forests. To the west lies a flat snowfield, and the coastal ice surface is remarkably smooth, reflecting the weak sunlight of winter like a giant mirror. 4 furry heads are lined up neatly, fixated on the ice where Su Yun and Yi Li dance. Yin couldn't help but exclaim, they look so perfect together. Yeah, perfect, Mingyan nodded in agreement. But it will be lonely with just the two of them, right? Shuiyu remarked out of nowhere, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. Realizing her comment might not sit well, she quickly added, What I mean is, we should always be there for them. Can I be included as well? Yin asked. Mingya and Yin had no doubts, but Ali was different. It secretly observed Shuiyu, making careful comparisons. Shuiyu's features were strikingly similar to the woman in the photo on Yi Li's phone. Could that woman be Shuiyu? Ali thought to itself, but quickly dismissed the idea. No way. Why would Shuiyu be able to transform before it could? On the smooth ice surface, Yi Li held Su Yun's hand, their skates carving beautiful arcs on the ice. Su Yun's long hair danced in the wind, her cheeks flushed from the exercise. Yinjie, do you have something on your mind? Yi Li had long noticed that something was off with Su Yun. Their relationship and understanding of each other was exceptional, reaching a level where a simple gesture could convey what they needed to do next. My dear, I looked through your phone album yesterday, Suyin said. She wasn't the type to wallow in self-pity or hide her feelings, letting her mind race with thoughts. In the RV, Mengya and the others were present, and fearing it would affect Yili's image in their eyes, she and T found the right moment to speak up. Now they had some privacy. Suyin straightforwardly asked, "Can you tell me who that woman in your phone is?" "The woman in my phone?" Yili replied, puzzled. "Apart from you, there is no other woman in there. Does Shui you count? There is clearly a busted beauty in your collection without any clothes on." Suyun's tone carried a hint of jealousy. Anyone would be upset to find a naked image of the opposite sex in their partner's phone. She hadn't even been able to cuddle with Yili last night. Yili came to a stop, his skate leaving a shallow mark on the ice. "Yinjia, I genuinely have no idea what you're talking about." He swore with one hand, his eyes reflecting innocence and sincerity. Without needing him to pull out his phone, Suyun had already saved the photo to her own device. She held the screen up to Yili, her voice tinged with grievance. "Look, it's her." Knowing that Yili loved her deeply, Suyun felt safe enough to reveal her most vulnerable side to him. Before she told Yili, she could even discuss the matter with Ali expressionlessly, but hearing his voice now, for some reason, she felt overwhelmed with emotion and wanted to cry in his arms. Yili lowered his head to glance at the photo, his brows slightly furrowing. "Wait, who put this beautiful woman's photo on my phone?" So you admit she's beautiful?" Suyun's eyes sparkled with a hint of danger, her tone thick with jealousy. "Well, looking closely, she's just average, not as good-looking as my wife," Yili teased with a smile, his gaze filled with affection. "You're lying. She's clearly very pretty," Suyun pouted, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. "Yinjia, you're bullying me. So is she pretty or not?" Yili pretended to be angry, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. "There's really no standard answer." "Who says there isn't?" Suyun stood on her tiptoes and lunged at him, giving him a passionate and deep kiss. As their lips parted, she breathed heavily, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes gleamed with triumph. "Don't say I didn't teach you. That's the standard answer." Yili was momentarily stunned, then wrapped his arms around her waist. "So you're not angry anymore?" After a long silence, Suyun lifted her head. "Darling, I'm not lying to you. I thought you were upset with me. I guess it was one of your female fans, or maybe an ex-girlfriend. But now that I think about it, you have your phone in my hands half the time, and I actually doubted you. I'm so silly. Next time I get mad and throw a little tantrum, you just kiss me hard until I can't stand. Until nothing else crosses my mind but you." Suyun's voice trailed off, her heart unexpectedly tinged with anticipation. "What is going on? You weren't throwing a tantrum at all. If you weren't upset, I would be." Yili chuckled, a teasing lilt in his voice. Suyun blinked. "I beat Basalt. Putting myself in your shoes if I found such a photo on your phone." Yili feigned seriousness. "I'd find a secluded spot abroad for him." "How domineering. But make sure to pick a place overseas." Suyun laughed, a sly glint in her eyes. The two exchanged a knowing glance before bursting into hearty laughter. "It's so hard to find a partner who can act with you." "I'm serious." "Ha, me too. Let's choose northern Myanmar." In the afternoon, seabirds circled in the sky. Yin wasn't in the RV, and Mengya had disappeared somewhere. On the second floor, Ali lounged on the couch, eating the nuts Suyun had peeled, sporting a gossipy expression. "Done? That was quick." Suyun was in a good mood, humming a tune. "Well, it's all your fault. Ali, you influenced my judgment." Ali sat up. "You're just getting rid of me now that I'm no longer useful. I'm your strategist." If I really listen to you, I'd first find out who this woman is." "Wouldn't it mean a cold war with Yili for the next few days?" "But Yili still hasn't told you who she is, right? He probably doesn't know either." "I doubt that." Ali stroked his non-existent beard, appearing to be in control of the situation. "Just a wall apart on the first floor. This is you, right?" Yili held out his phone in front of Shueyu. "So you wash the clothes and tidy up the sofa too. Not bad. Unlike that guy, Ali. By the way, you left a photo on my phone." Snow Jade's tail curled around Yili's arm. "I'm sorry. I wanted you to be the first to see me like this." "Okay, but next time, don't put in my favorites." "Why? Don't you like me?" "Ido." Snow Jade's big eyes widened with anticipation. "However, Yili posit." At the same time, he recalled what the system had said about the innocent girl and the experienced woman. He stared into Snow Jade's eyes. "Snow Jade, you should understand that there are many kinds of affection, right? But I'm just a snow leopard." Yili was taken aback. "That's true. How would a snow leopard know that there are different kinds of affection?" Seeing that Yili was silent for a long time, Snow Jade tightened her tail around him, her tone oddly innocent. "So, Yili, do you like me?" Footsteps echoed from the stairs, and Suyun came down. Yili, why aren't you speaking? For some reason, Yili felt a sense of being caught by his wife. Of course I like you. Just like you like the little snow leopard. Chapter 155. Battle with a white snake in the forest. The snow blanketed the trees with a thin layer of white. Under the sunlight, it sparkled with a dazzling brilliance. 2 rows of footprints, one large and one small, were especially clear in the snow. For every step that Yin took, Mengya needed 7 or 8 to keep up. You're lying. No, it's the wishing pool. Mengya stopped in her tracks, puffing up her cheeks and glaring at Yin. In the distance, dozens of green eyes flickered among the trees. They belonged to a pack of hungry wolves, watching Mengya with keen interest. Yet, none dared to provoke the Siberian tiger by her side. Mengya, don't be anxious. Let's look a bit further. By the way, what wish do you want to fulfill? Yin asked, curiosity evident in his eyes. Before setting off, Yin had invited Shueyu to join them. But she had dismissed the idea without a second thought, claiming that wishes were just fairy tales meant to fool children. Thinking of children, Yin immediately thought of Mengya. He hadn't expected much. After all, what wish could she possibly have? To his surprise, Mengya actually agreed. When he heard Yin's question, Mengya stubbornly bared her sharp teeth. No, I want to tell you. Mengya, do you always talk like this? Seeing her silent, Yin didn't press further. Not long after they left, a hissing sound emerged as a triangular head peeked out. Its slit pupils filled with cold malice. The giant snake coiled around the tree trunk, its white body blending almost seamlessly with the surroundings, its scales glinting with a faint, eerie light under the sun. Silently, it slid down the tree, following closely behind Mengya, leaving a winding trail in the snow. The archipelago wasn't large. Yili easily spotted Yin moving through the sparse fir forest. His orange-yellow fur stood out starkly against the white snow, resembling a moving flame, particularly striking in the stillness of the woods. What is he up to? Shueyu, go check on them. Mengya should be there too, Yili said, turning to the snow-white Shueyu who was lying nearby. At that moment, Su Yin was affectionately leaning against Yili, as if she could never get enough of him. Shueyu glanced at Su Yin, her eyes reflecting a hint of complexity before she turned and disappeared into the woods. Su Yin tilted her head up, looking at Yili. Why do I feel like Shueyu is a bit like? Like what? Yili interrupted with a smile. Let's not get into that for now. He pulled out the last remaining bottle of mid-level genetic potion, which glowed with a faint blue light, as if containing boundless power. Yunjia, are you ready to become a superhero? Yili joked, shaking the potion in his hand. Have you taken it? Su Yin didn't respond to his question. Don't worry, I've taken it. Otherwise, it would be my turn to give it to Ollie. Humph. Ollie crossed her arms, pouting. I don't like that. Yili chuckled and ruffled her head before handing the potion to Su Yin. Come on, Yunjia, give it a try. Su Yin took the potion, opened the cap, tilted her head back, and drank it all in one go. Then she closed her eyes, feeling the changes within her body. How does it feel? Yili asked quietly. Su Yin opened her eyes, a hint of surprise in her gaze. It feels a bit warm, but very comfortable like when we... No need for metaphors, Yili smiled, wrapping his arm around her waist. Just like Ali. It'll probably take about half a month to fully absorb the potion's effects. My dear. Su Yin raised her hand, like a diligent student in class. Do you have a question? Why haven't we awakened abilities like Ali? I know this one. Ali Kaindin, standing on tiptoe and raising her little paw. Oh, go ahead, Yili said, a bit surprised. Because I'm a beautiful girl who can make fish sink and birds fall, and the moon hide and flowers blush. Yili was left speechless. 0 points. Meanwhile, Shueyu dashed through the forest at lightning speed, a white streak against the backdrop of swirling snowflakes forming a beautiful trail behind her. As she neared the mountain top, she suddenly slowed down, her gaze fixed on a writhing figure in the distance. Is that a python? The snake was enormous, clearly mutated. Mengya is in danger. Shueyu's heart tightened, her pupils narrowing slightly. The white snake quickly vanished from sight, prompting Shueyu to cautiously follow. On the other side, Yin was trailing behind Mengya, looking dejected, muttering, I give up. Wishing for something like this is just a trick for kids. Mengya, can you plead with Yili for me to let me join you? Mengya stopped, tilting her head in confusion. Why do you want to follow us? Don't laugh at me if I say this, Yin replied, looking down, ears drooping, seemingly embarrassed. Actually, I'm really timid. How timid? Mengya blinked. Let's put it this way. I absolutely hate those long, thick things. If they start wriggling, it's even scarier. If I see something like that, I faint just from glance. A hissing sound came from behind. Mengya, why are you hissing? Are you trying to laugh at me? No, it's not me, Mengya quickly became alert, her little paws gripping the ground tightly, her eyes filled with caution. If it's not you, then it must be. Ah! Yin shouted, pulling Mengya in front of her and scanning the surroundings for the source of the sound. Eventually, her gaze locked onto a pair of cold, slit-like eyes, long and thick, and it can wriggle. Yin voice trailed off, her body going limp as she collapsed to the ground. She had actually fainted from fear. Hiss! The white snake peeked out, bewildered. To it, this tiger seemed to be the most formidable opponent. If it weren't for the irresistible allure of the little wolf cub, it would never have dared to provoke this awakened tiger, who looked incredibly strong. But why had it collapsed right there? Yin, you can't sleep here. Mengya kicked Yin with her little paws, but there was no response. Just as Mengya got distracted, the white snake moved. Its massive mouth could easily swallow several little wolf pups like Mengya, and its curved fangs dripped with venom, glinting ominously. By the time Mengya reacted, the sharp teeth were already right in front of her. In a split second, Shueyu charged at the white snake's head. Hiss! The white snake hissed angrily, revealing a pair of comb-like structures on its head. Its tail launched a surprise attack from behind, striking Shueyu like an iron whip, then quickly coiled around her and began to squeeze tightly. Shueyu let out a painful cry, and the white snake prepared to bite down. Just then, the sunlight vanished. The white snake lifted its head. A majestic wolf head appeared before it. Let her go. Mengya's voice was icy, her gaze filled with murderous intent. She lunged at the white snake, biting into its body and tearing fiercely. Soon, she ripped off a chunk of flesh, then another and another. The white snake's body was drenched in blood, and in pain, it released Shueyu. Cough, cough. Mengya, thank you. Shueyu lay weakly on the ground, her body limp and devoid of strength. Sister Yu, I'll help you get revenge. In her towering wolf form, Mengya stood at 7 or 8 meters tall, exuding an overwhelming presence. Animals across the island fled in terror. Snow hares, red foxes, wolves, and of course, the white snake was among them. Its size was no small matter, nearly 20 meters long. But in comparison to Mengya, it was no more than a small earthworm. It tried to escape, but Mengya was relentless. Mengya, Meng. Just when it hadn't chased far, Shueyu's faint voice called out. Upon hearing her, Mengya immediately halted the pursuit and turned back. Blood stained the snow, and there lay Shueyu, bleeding profusely from her back. She had been bitten by the snake. Mengya instantly recognized the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, she hoisted Shueyu onto her back. She also grabbed the unconscious Yin and raced towards the camper down the mountain, moving heavily yet swiftly, each step causing the island to tremble slightly. Hold on. Sister Yu. Shueyu lay on Mengya's back, her consciousness fading, but the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, as if smiling. Tell Yili. I like. Chapter 156. The impending hellish arena. Recalling the earlier promise made with Shueyu, Yili took the opportunity to test the waters. Yunya, I have a question for you. I only love you. Just kidding. What do you want to ask? Have you ever thought about what would happen if Ali and the others turned into humans? Yili's tone carried a hint of seriousness. If that day really comes, how should we interact with them? Just interact normally. They can call me mommy or sister, whatever works, Su Yun said with a mischievous tone. Huh? Just interact normally? My dear, you really underestimate me, Su Yun said, slightly displeased. You don't think I would kick them out, do you? Sure, Fei and Meow Meow have stayed in the RV before, so Ali and the others can too. Yili was momentarily stunned. This wasn't how he expected the conversation to go. He and T even used his prepared lines yet. He couldn't believe that Su Yun truly didn't care at all. So he emphasized again, Ali and the others will most likely live with us permanently. Of course, that's fine. Su Yun nodded in agreement, confident in her stance. Even if Ali can transform, it would take hundreds of years of cultivation, right? Or at least a few decades. Regardless of the actual situation, that's how Su Yun saw it. After all, Ali was just a special case. With only 2 tails, it would be a long time before she turned into a human. And as for Mengya, she didn't understand anything at all. But Shueyu, she had already given birth, so it shouldn't be an issue. My dear, I've thought it through. The space on the 3rd floor is so big. We should prepare separate rooms for Ali and the others, since they need personal space too. Ali can have a smaller room for privacy. Mengya's room should be next to hers. Shueyu's room should be by the window, She likes to enjoy the view. Su Yun counted off on her fingers, listing everything. For some reason, Yili felt deeply moved. He realized that behind every successful man, there's usually a more successful woman. Don't worry, I will always support you, he said, as Su Yun, overflowing with maternal love, pulled him into her soft embrace. Meanwhile, she secretly felt pleased with herself. It was easy to handle him. She simply guessed his thoughts and went along with them. Suddenly, a rumbling sound shook the ground, causing the RV to sway. An earthquake? Yili immediately dashed out of the RV to check the situation. In the distance, Mengya's enormous figure came into view, resembling a moving mountain. And in the blink of an eye, she stopped right in front of him. The inertia caused the snow beneath her to be thrown into disarray, snowflakes scattering everywhere. "Help! Sister Yu!" Mengya cried out. Without a moment's hesitation, Yili rushed forward. Shuiyu's body was icy cold. Although the bleeding from her back had stopped, her breathing was weak, and her body trembled continuously. Yili carried Shuiyu into the RV, with Su Yun following closely behind. In the bedroom on the first floor, Shuiyu was gently placed on the bed. Yili had already administered a basic gene serum to her, but seemed ineffective in detoxifying her, given Shuiyu's constitution. Ordinary snake venom shouldn't have weakened her this much. "What kind of snake bit Shuiyu?" "A white snake, a really big one," Mengya gestured. Just as Yili guessed, the white snake must also be a mutated creature affected by the aurora. He frowned and muttered to himself. "Although sucking out the venom with my mouth isn't the wisest choice, it's the only option we have right now." "Wait, your mouth was bitten by me last night, so you have a wound. Don't worry, it's already healed." Yili tried to part Shuiyu's thick, soft fur, but he couldn't find a spot to work on. Feeling a bit helpless, he looked up at Su Yun. Su Yun decisively said, "We'll just have to cut off some of this fur. I'll go find scissors." Ali immediately dashed out. "No, don't." Shuiyu opened her eyes, her voice weak but pleading. "Please don't cut my fur." She looked at Su Yun, her eyes filled with a hint of desperation. "Can I have a moment alone with my master?" Shuiyu wanted to transform into a human form. Her back was smooth, making it easier for Yili to help suck out the venom. Yili immediately understood her intention and spoke before Su Yun could respond. "It's okay, Shuiyu. I've already talked to Sister Yun, and she doesn't mind." "Really? That's great. Cough, cough." Shuiyu was surprised by Yi Li's speed, then suddenly started coughing violently, her body trembling slightly. "Don't talk for now. We'll all go out soon, and Sister Yun will help you with the venom." Yi Li gently patted her back, his tone tender. "Huh? Well, if that's the case. Not against it." Su Yun stood by, feeling confused. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." "Sister Yun, there's no time to explain. You'll understand soon." Yi Li stood up and took Ali and Yin out of the room, shutting the bedroom door behind him. Inside the room, "Shuiyu, I believe you'll be okay." Su Yun sat by the bed, her fingers gently parting Shuyu's white fur, her brow furrowing as she focused on finding the wound. Her movements were gentle, afraid of hurting Shuiyu. "Found it," Su Yun murmured, just about to lean down when Shuiyu suddenly spoke, her voice weak yet filled with anticipation. "Can I call you sister?" Su Yun was taken aback, meeting Shuiyu's clear yet complex gaze, her heart softening slightly as she nodded. "Of course you can," she paused. "But now isn't the time for that. Just lie still for me, and let me treat your wound first." "Sister Yun, you're so kind." Just like Bao Shu, Shuiyu's eyelashes fluttered. "Actually, I have a secret I want to tell you." Su Yun paused her movements and then shook her head. "I don't want to hear secrets right now. I just want to make you better, okay?" Shuiyu fell silent, the light in her eyes dimming a bit as a wave of guilt washed over her, feeling as if it were drowning her. Su Yun had been so good to her, but what about her? She was constantly preoccupied with her partner. At this thought, Shuiyu felt a sharp pain in her heart, as if it had been pricked by a needle, and a crystal tear rolled down the corner of her eye. After a long silence, she finally made up her mind. "From now on, I will listen to my sister." As soon as the words left her lips, Shuiyu's body began to change. Her white fur fell away like snowflakes, revealing smooth, delicate skin. Her figure gradually elongated, and in the blink of an eye, a graceful human form appeared before Su Yun. Her long hair flowed like a waterfall, and her features bore an aggressive beauty that was breathtaking. "Your fur." "No." Su Yun's eyes widened in shock as she covered her mouth, unable to speak. "Shuiyu, how could you?" Her mind was a whirlwind of confusion. She had just spoken to Yi Li about this matter, thinking that transformation would take many years, so she hadn't taken it seriously at all. But now, right before her eyes, Shuiyu had transformed into a naked beauty lying on the bed. So Yili must have known about this all along. His previous probing words were just a way to prepare her. Realization hit Su Yun, stirring a complex mix of emotions within her. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, and pulled the blanket over Shuiyu's lower half. Then, without saying a word, she continued to tend to her wounds. Sister, I didn't mean to keep this from you. Shuiyu looked at her anxiously, her eyes filled with unease. No, you still have the photos, right? Su Yun pressed her hand against Shuiyu's smooth back, her movements decisive as she quickly drew out the poisoned blood. Her gaze was focused, as if the earlier shock had never occurred. Shuiyu watched her, feeling even more guilty. This had nothing to do with her master. Su Yun lifted her head, looking at her with a complex expression, her tone calm, yet tinged with helplessness. Let's not talk right now. Once I finish treating your wounds, we can have a good talk. Shuiyu bit her lip and obediently fell silent. The room was filled only with soft breaths and Shuiyu's nervous heartbeat, the air thick with an unnameable tension. Chapter 157. Departure to Sakhalin Island. To be able to poison a large creature like a snow leopard. The snake venom is likely to be neurotoxic or hemotoxic. Yili murmured softly, his mind racing through knowledge about snake venom. The problem is, the snakes that possess such toxins like the king cobra, black mamba, vipers, and gaboon viper. Their habitats are completely different from here. This is the icy expanse of Siberia, while those snakes mostly thrive in tropical or subtropical jungles and deserts. Yili felt anxious, but had no way to help. Reluctantly, he had to turn to the system for assistance. After a long explanation of Shuiyu's symptoms and the events leading up to this point, the system simply replied with 2 words, no harm. No, Shuiyu is almost cold. Yili was somewhat confused. Not a bit cold. At that moment, the bedroom door was gently pushed open. Su Yun walked silently into the bathroom. Meanwhile, Shuiyu lay on the bed, half naked, her curves flattened against the mattress. She looked at Yili, her eyes filled with a hint of apology. Yili was momentarily stunned, then snapped back to reality and turned to Su Yun. For some reason, she seemed to be in better spirits, likely a result of the medication. Su Yun had just come out of the bathroom, holding a towel and carefully wiping her mouth, thinking, it's not like I was the one who did it. As long as everything is fine. Yili let out a long sigh of relief. Compared to the 2 of them, the others in the room were far from calm. The first to crack was Ali. It tiptoed, staring at Shuiyu, its tail stiff in the air, eyes filled with shock and confusion. Itchy. Ali opened its mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but the words got stuck in its throat. In the end, it could only sigh and quietly head upstairs, its back appearing particularly lonely. True heartbreak doesn't come from loud arguments. Ali. It's fine, let have some time alone. Mengya then jumped onto the bed, its little paws brushing against Shuyu's arm, eyes full of guilt. It's all my fault, if it weren't for me. This isn't your fault. Shuyu smiled gently, reaching out to pat its head. This movement caused her curves to rise again. Yili quickly turned away. Yunjia, could you find her something to wear? She might feel a bit cramped. Yili hadn't fully processed the situation until he looked down at Su Yun's ample figure. In his mind, Su Yun was already quite well endowed. Could it be? Even with such curiosity, Yili still wouldn't turn around to confirm. This is what security feels like. This was Shuyu's first time touching the fluffy little head, the texture soft and warm, making her unable to resist rubbing it a bit more. No wonder Yi Li and the others loved to pet them. The feeling is fantastic. Mengya squinted its eyes in pleasure, tail flicking gently, but soon lifted its head again. Really, is everything okay? Does it hurt? It's all good now. Shuyu nodded, a gentle smile on her face. Meanwhile, Inyan watched enviously. Just let me join you guys. I'm begging you. Yili. Shuyu's body was recovering quickly. She was already able to get out of bed. Su Yun's fingers paused at the wardrobe. The touch of the silk sleepwear reminded her of the feeling when Yili touched her. The nightgown was draped over Shuyu's shoulders, and the pearl button at the neckline was precariously about to pop open, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. Still so young. This is just ridiculous. Yili murmured to herself. Why not try this one? Shuyu pointed towards the back of the wardrobe. The fabric across her chest made a sound of strain. Following her finger, Su Yun felt a pang in her back molars. That dark blue shirt was clearly one Yili often wore during her morning runs. She remembered how the muscles beneath the fabric would flex rhythmically with each stride as beads of sweat trickled down into the waistband. It's a gift for you. Su Yun yanked the shirt out and tossed it over. Yu instinctively wanted to bury her face in the shirt, but thought better of it, and hugged it tightly to her chest. I will treasure it for sure. No need for that. The custom-made clothes are already in the works. Suyin deliberately emphasized that astonishing size, 38F bust, which was indeed hard to find and ready to wear. Is 38F really that big? What size is Sister Yun? She glanced at Su-Yun, who seemed a bit smug as she puffed out her chest. Su-Yun replied, "It's not about being bigger." After changing in the bathroom, Shu-Yu emerged wearing the shirt. Although it was a bit snug, it unexpectedly accentuated her impressive curves. The buttons at the front were nearly popping open, revealing a hint of enticing cleavage. With that figure and height, it was hard for Yili not to think of that 8-foot-tall lady. It fits really well. Shu-Yu murmured to herself, "Sister Yun, I can wear the rest. You don't need to spend money on custom clothes for me." Su-Yun shot her a glance. Dream on. Just as they resolved the clothing dilemma, Yin rushed in from outside, her calves trembling. "It's long and thick. I saw a giant white snake." Upon hearing this, Yili immediately sprang up from the sofa. She dashed outside in a couple of strides, and Su-Yun followed, while Shu-Yu leaned against the car window, curiously peeking out. The sky was beginning to darken. The distant sea shimmered, with the sunset casting a golden glow on the water's surface. Yili squinted and saw a massive snake tail carving an arc across the ocean before vanishing into the distance. When enemies meet, they are particularly fierce. Without a moment's hesitation, Yili slammed on the gas pedal. The RV charged straight onto the ice. It crunched over the thick snow with a series of cracking sounds before plunging into the cold sea with a splash. The RV initially sped across the water like a speedboat, kicking up waves. "Is there land that way?" Su-Yun murmured, a hint of doubt in her tone. After all, even water snakes need to bask in the sun on land. It's just too unusual to head straight into the deep sea. It can't possibly be transforming into a dragon, right? Yili blurted out. "That direction leads to Sakhalin Island." Key Island? Yin suddenly became interested. There wasn't a wishing well on the Chantal Islands, so could it be on Koi Island? Is that a really big island? Yili nodded and reached out to ruffle Yin's hair. "That's right, this used to be our Dragon Kingdom's territory, and now it's the largest island of the Bear Country. The wishing well must be on Koi Island." Just then, Yili remembered the new function that had been activated in their RV. He quickly tapped a few buttons on the control panel, activating deep sea mode. A series of mechanical transformation sounds echoed as the RV's exterior began to change rapidly. The wheels retracted, and streamlined fin-like structures extended from both sides of the vehicle. The windows automatically closed, sealing tightly. The RV continued to descend, with seawater rushing in from all directions. But inside, not a single drop of water got in. Through the windows, they could see the surrounding water gradually becoming deeper and the light growing dimmer. Occasionally, a few curious fish would swim by, press their faces against the window for a look, and then quickly dart away. Chapter 158. A major change they didn't catch up. It takes 10 to 40 hours by boat from the Chantal Islands to Sakhalin Island. At the speed of an RV, it would take about 8 hours. The RV emerged above the water. Yili climbed to the top of the RV, staring in the direction where the white serpent had disappeared. The sea breeze howled, making the corners of his clothing flap. "It has to come ashore eventually," Yili murmured softly, with a hint of certainty in his voice. "That direction can only lead to Sakhalin Island." Sakhalin Island is twice the size of Longwa's Treasure Island, with a permanent population of nearly 500,000. If this white serpent makes it to the island, it would be hard to avoid casualties. Yili took out his phone and dialed the number for the Anomaly Bureau. The call was answered by Li Yong. After listening to Yili's words, he didn't seem surprised at all. "Isn't a 20-meter-long white serpent quite common?" "It wasn't common in the past." Li Yong paused, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. "Do you remember that aurora you mentioned? The whole world was affected. Or more accurately, all living beings except for humans. Well, this really feels like the end of days. The end of days is a stretch. No matter how big the creature, wouldn't a missile take care of it?" Li Yong said nonchalantly. "Then why not use missiles to solve abnormal weather? Just like stopping the rain." Li Yong's voice suddenly dropped. "We tried that. Whether it was planes, anti-aircraft guns, or balloons. Before they even reached the center of the abnormal weather, they all just fell down on their own." Yili fell silent for a moment, a sense of unease creeping in. "Anyway, be careful." Li Yong's voice came again. "We've already informed the officials in the Bear Country about that white serpent. They will send people to the coast for precaution." Yili replied and hung up the phone. "Darling, are you done chatting?" Two pale hands suddenly emerged from the sunroof, and Su Yun poked her head out, the evening breeze lifting the fragrant ends of her hair. Yili was momentarily mesmerized. The moonlight spilled over Su Yun's lips, giving her mischievous smile a silver lining. "Darling, why are you staring at me like that?" Coming back to his senses, Yili placed his palm over her cool wrist, but intentionally didn't pull her up with force. "Do you think you're a groundhog? Why are you sticking your head out like that?" Su Yun lightly huffed and used the leverage to jump up. "I didn't want to disturb you. I'm more worried about Li Good disturbing us," Yili said casually. Su Yun let out a soft laugh and poked Yili's forehead. "Smooth talker." Yili took the opportunity to hold her fingers gently, rubbing them softly. "By the way, how's Shui you doing?" Look, Su Yun huffed, withdrawing her fingers. "We're alone here, and you're already bringing her up after just a few words." She paused deliberately before slowly continuing. "Don't worry. Her wounds are almost healed. It won't affect her wearing a backless dress." "A backless dress?" Yili's brows furrowed slightly. "What's wrong?" Su Yun raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. "Our Shui Yu is so beautiful. Isn't it a waste not to wear a backless dress? Besides..." She suddenly stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Yi Li's waist and tilting her head back to stare into his eyes. "Don't you want to see how I look in a backless dress?" Yi Li rolled his eyes helplessly. Was this really how one tested their fiancé? Just as he was about to explain, he suddenly heard a light cough from behind. "Sister Yun." Shui Yu peeked through the skylight, her cheeks slightly flushed. It's about time. I'll take care of dinner, okay?" Su Yun shot her a glance. Did she really have to pop up at this moment? "How long had you been eavesdropping? Are you still going to keep that backless outfit?" Su Yun deliberately raised her voice. "I don't want it. I'll return it." Shui Yu shrank her head down, leaving only her eyes visible. Although she didn't know what a backless dress was, since it was picked by her sister, she naturally liked it. Maybe she shouldn't return it after all. At dawn, the outline of Kunashir Island emerged hazily in the morning mist. But at this moment, the island was already vastly different from before. The once sparse coniferous forest had vanished, replaced by towering green walls that reached the clouds. The branches of those trees twisted and intertwined, forming an impenetrable barrier that wrapped the entire island within. On the ground, moss and vines wove a thick green carpet. Plants grew and spread at an astonishing rate, their roots frantically expanding underground, crushing rocks and restructuring the soil. The once clear streams were choked with dense aquatic vegetation, and the river overflowed its banks, carrying countless seeds and spores to distant places. At noon, commotion erupted deep within the forest. A group of brown bears burst out from the thicket, their thick fur covered in fluorescent spores, their eyes gleaming with terror. Behind them, countless squirrels, foxes, and wild rabbits scrambled to escape. These animals were driven into a corner by the wildly growing plants. Their habitats had been completely transformed in just a few hours. An aging Siberian tiger leaped over a fallen giant tree. Its movements were no longer as agile as before. Behind it, countless vines were racing forward at an astonishing speed. The vines seemed alive, waving their tentacle-like branches in the air, trying to ensnare any moving creature. At 2 p.m., the herd of animals broke through the edge of the forest. They raced along the road towards South Sokolinsk City, the sound of hooves and claws creating a dense rhythm on the asphalt. The first thing the residents of South Sokolinsk City saw was a massive flock of birds blocking out the sun. Crows, jays, owls, and even migratory birds that should have been on the move circled above the city, emitting piercing cries. Next came the vibrations from the ground. Thousands of animals were surging toward the city. "What's going on? Is there an earthquake? Oh my God, why is my dog that went missing before also in the herd? They're coming. Run." A brown bear smashed through the supermarket's glass window, vines still tangled around its body. A herd of deer charged down the streets, their hooves shattering the windshields of parked cars. Foxes and wild rabbits have found their way into a residential garden, seeking shelter among the overgrown grass. As night falls, the city descends into chaos. Streetlights, entangled in vines, flicker with an erratic glow. The once neatly manicured green spaces have transformed into a primeval jungle, with bushes soaring 3 stories high, completely engulfing the buildings. At the edge of the city, a pack of wolves lingers. The lead gray wolf howls at the sky, its voice tinged with a sense of melancholy. Behind them, the entire forest seems to writhe and grow, as if a massive green monster is awakening. In the early hours of the morning, the last streetlight goes out. The city of South Sokolinsk is plunged into darkness, with only the bioluminescent plants casting a faint green light. Another dawn breaks. The RV surfaces, and a leafcutter ant jumps onto the roof, its face a mask of disbelief. What am I doing here? Is this still Blue Planet? Chapter 159. Recently deleted the RV, couldn't make it ashore at all. Yili jumped onto the land with Su Yun and Shuiyu. The trees were tall and dense, their canopies intertwining to form a massive green ceiling that completely obscured the sky. Sunlight could only filter through the gaps, casting scattered patches of light on the ground. The air was thick with the smell of decaying matter. Vines crawled slowly along the tree trunks, making it hard to ignore the sense of danger. Shuiyu stood to Yi Li's left, her gaze vigilantly scanning the surroundings, instinctively inching closer to him. She only wanted to protect him, nothing more. Meanwhile, Su Yun linked her arm with Yi Li's and asked, "Are we going to go in?" Yi Li hesitated to respond. At that moment, a notification sound from the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Automatic sign-in successful. Reward. Law of Earth and Heaven. Law of Earth and Heaven. Given the system's usual behavior, he thought it was strange to receive a reward just for passing through a certain location. But this time, he had actually been granted a divine ability. Divine ability, that's something only immortals can master. And Law of Heaven and Earth. Wait, Law of Earth and Heaven? Yili felt a bit dazed, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. Lay by, clearing the area, 6 nuclear bombs. Law of Earth and Heaven. System, you must be joking, right? He couldn't help but mentally complain. Is there even such a divine ability? A watered-down version? Surely being able to grow 3 or 4 stories tall would be acceptable. Host, don't underestimate this divine ability. Do you have any idea how significant such abilities are in the Blue Star world? Is it as big as the Sakhalin Island? Yili rolled his eyes. Don't be absurd. Just know that it's very useful. Then what is the use of the Law of Earth and Heaven? Law of Earth and Heaven resonates with the heavens and earth, allowing the body to shrink. Yili, the worst-case scenario he feared had come true. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Well, at least it's a divine ability. It's better than nothing. Shrinking. Perhaps it could save his life in a critical moment? But aside from Inyan, who else could use this? What a hassle. If only he could shrink a bit. Just as he thought that, Shuiyu shook her jelly-like chest with a troubled expression. Being this big severely affected her agility. She had thought that being a big jelly would make Yili like her more, but after transforming into a human, she felt his concern for her had diminished. Shuiyu was so distressed. Humans were so hard to understand. Shuiyu, why not turn back into a snow leopard? Su Yun pulled Yili to her right, saying, if you bump into something, it LL hurt. Thanks for your concern, sister. I'm not afraid of pain. Just then, a strange sound suddenly echoed from the forest. Sister, be careful. Shuiyu instinctively shielded Su Yun. Swish! A thick vine came crashing down. The three reacted quickly, retreating swiftly. The vine struck the ground with a heavy thud, leaving deep marks on the earth. Its surface was covered in fine thorns, glimmering with a faint green light, as if it possessed some kind of toxicity. Be careful. It's coming again, Shuiyu whispered a warning. Su Yun furovit herburoth. These vines. They seem almost alive. Yili nodded, his expression serious. He felt a strange aura permeating the air around them, as if the entire forest was watching them. Just then, more vines began to slowly slither toward them from all directions, like countless snakes creeping closer. Let's back up. Yili decisively pulled Su Yun and Shuiyu to retreat quickly toward the coast. However, they had barely taken a few steps when they heard rustling sounds coming from the dense forest ahead. Right before their eyes, more vines had already surrounded them, and the same was happening behind them, forming an impenetrable circle. What the hell? They've really come to life. Su Yun gritted hertit. Not only that, but a chilling hissing sound suddenly echoed through the woods. It was like the sound of wind rustling through dry leaves, but it carried an unsettling rhythm. Following that, a thick vine slowly emerged from the bushes. The vine was dark green, covered with dense diamond patterns on its surface. Its serpentine movement was extremely eerie, not stiff like a typical vine, but rather sinuous, contracting like a snake. What was most spine-chilling was its head, 2 dark red leaf-like protrusions that resembled the fangs of a venomous snake. Su Yun gasped, the vine has eyes. The creature seemed to hear her, suddenly turning in their direction. Its posture of raising its head was identical to that of a snake, but what supported it was a segmented, woody body. Yili clenched his fists and let out a light chuckle. It's a snake. It's the same one that bit Shuiyu. Inside the RV, why was the forest swaying back and forth? Yin was leaning against the observation window on the second floor, his pupils slightly constricting. I don't know. Mengya flicked her tail and perked up her ears. Alert. With all this swaying, not a single bird has flown out. The two exchanged glances, both seeing unease reflected in each other's eyes. Dunsis. Ali exclaimed. It was lying on the sofa, its paws sliding across Yi Li's phone screen. It wanted to play, so Yi Li let it. One by one, the photos in the album flashed by. After returning to the collection, it accidentally scrolled to the bottom and opened recently deleted. What is this? It's pitch black. Ali tilted its head. Its paw tapped on the top video. The video length showed over 4 hours, with a completely dark thumbnail. The video started playing. The image shook a bit before gradually stabilizing. Soon, Ali realized this was the bathroom surveillance. The duration was too long, and Ali impatiently scrolled through the progress bar. In a moment of distraction, the screen suddenly switched. Shueyu's bare white backside appeared on the screen. Her skin looked exceptionally fair under the camera, though it was somewhat inappropriate. It's her. What is Shueyu doing? Ali's eyes widened. According to Shueyu's testimony in front of Su Yun, she should have been doing laundry. Ali recalled the innocent look on Shueyu's face at that time, and a surge of anger rose within him. But as the video continued to play, Ali became increasingly shocked. It turned out that the panties from that night were taken by her. She actually, that wicked woman. Ali gritted his teeth and jabbed the screen with his finger. No, I need to tell Yi Li. Wait, I want to confront her first, and then... Hith. A smirk crept onto Ali's lips. Chapter 160. Homecoming. The white snake, or rather this creature that resembled a snake, yet was not quite one, slowly opened its mouth, revealing venomous fangs covered in moss. Where sharp teeth should have been, tiny aerial roots sprouted, swaying in the air. I'll go meet it, Shueyu exclaimed, darting forward like a flash of lightning. Her originally fair hand transformed into the sharp claw of a snow leopard, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind as she struck down hard on the vine snake. Crack! The vine was shredded by Shueyu's claws. Broken branches flew through the air like severed tentacles. However, before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, the severed vines began to visibly regrow, quickly covering the original spot once again. Not only that, but the vine snake's body suddenly quivered. Dozens of vines shot out from it like venomous snakes, attacking Shueyu from all directions. Each vine bore sharp barbs, seemingly intent on entangling and devouring her. Shueyu scoffed, weaving effortlessly between the vines. Each dodge was perfectly timed, the attacks brushing past her body, yet never truly making contact. Whoosh! Shueyu flipped and landed steadily in front of Yi Li, with her back to the two of them. Her breath was slightly hurried, but her tone remained calm. This is too easy. I haven't even used my full strength yet. Shueyu, stay behind us, Yi Li said, frowning as he noticed the back of her shirt was torn by the vines, revealing her pale skin with faint traces of blood. Shueyu didn't turn around. She simply shook her head gently. No need, I can handle it. Just as she was about to move forward again, Su Yun reached out and grabbed her wrist. The grip wasn't strong, just enough to pull her back behind herself. Stay quiet for a moment. With that, she lightly touched the wound on Shueyu's back. Shueyu frowned. It doesn't hurt at all. Is that supposed to be not hurting? Yi Li shot her a helpless look. With that, he stepped forward, standing before the vine snake. His gaze stern and fists clenched, the knuckles cracking ominously. As if sensing Yi Li's provocation, the creature let out a low growl, its body suddenly swelling as dozens of vines shot out like venomous snakes, rushing toward Yi Li in a frenzy. Yi Li didn't flinch. Instead, he charged forward to meet the oncoming vines. His fist swung like a hammer, roaring through the air as it smashed down on the vines. Boom! The first vine shattered upon contact with Yi Li's fist, splintering into pieces that scattered through the air. He didn't pause for a moment, his fists flying out one after another, each strike carrying an overwhelming force that rendered the vines as fragile as paper, shattering them under the might of his blows. Crack! Crack! The vine snake's body trembled under Yi Li's relentless assault. The sounds of breaking echoed continuously. Yet, its regenerative ability remained astonishing. The broken parts visibly regenerated at an astonishing speed, quickly returning to their original state. Come on, Yi Li sneered, his fists swinging out once more. This time, his power was even more ferocious, and the air seemed to tear apart in the wake of his punch. Boom! The vine serpent was struck squarely by Yi Li's fist. the tremendous impact sending its entire body flying backward. However, a flash of green light flickered, and it quickly got back up, its vines wildly growing again as they lunged toward Yili. Is the vine the main body? In the earlier test, after shattering the vine, Yili could see white snake skin and some exposed bones inside. Could these vines control living creatures? Moreover, that green glow seemed to be coming from all directions. Had this vine already covered the entire forest? It is not advisable for the host to proceed further. Yili was somewhat confused. Are you saying it's dangerous inside? It will be terrible inside. All the creatures of Sakhalin Island. I understand. Let's give a quick end. Yili flashed forward, instantly appearing in front of the vine serpent. His fists rained down like a storm, each strike carrying immense force. The vine serpent's body shattered under his relentless assault, vine fragments flying everywhere. Bang, bang, bang. Yili's fists smashed down on the vine serpent like hammers, its body breaking apart time and time again, only to regenerate each time. However, as Yili's attacks grew fiercer, the recovery speed of the vine serpent gradually slowed, and the growth of the vines also started to lag. Not enough. Yili let out a low growl. In an instant, all his strength exploded forth, his fist carrying an unbeatable momentum as it struck fiercely at the serpent's head. Boom! This punch shattered its head into pieces, revealing a green plant that flickered faintly in the air. What is this thing? Without a moment's hesitation, Yili swung his fist again, crashing down on that plant. The mysterious plant's leaf shattered instantly under Yili's fist. The vine serpent's body trembled violently, and then all the vines quickly withered, turning to ash and dissipating into the air. Yili stood still, slowly unclenching his fist. Should we continue exploring deeper? Suyin asked. Just as he was about to respond, her phone suddenly vibrated. Suyin pulled out her phone and handed it to Yili, the screen displaying the name Lin Quan. Picking up the call, Lin Quan's voice came through, urgent and tense. Yili, something's wrong. The treasure island has disappeared from the map. What? Yili's heart jolted, and his grip on the phone tightened involuntarily. Not just the treasure island, the entire satellite map of the East China Sea had changed, as if it had been obscured by some force. Lin Quan's voice trembled slightly. Where are you now? Yili looked toward the area shrouded in vegetation, the island of Sakhalin, and an ominous premonition rose in his heart. We're near Sakhalin Island. He said softly, something feels very off here. The entire island is likely. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. The Anomalies Bureau is preparing to form a team to head to the treasure island. Not only that, but signs of an unusual blizzard have appeared over the Magic City. We need to go back immediately, Yili said without hesitation. The journey from Sakhalin Island to Heilongjiang is not an easy one. The RV's tires splashed through the wet, slippery road, sending mud flying. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was unusually quiet. It's fine. The Magic City must have already taken precautions. Yili reassured. Yeah, but this is all so sudden. I'm worried. Suyin tightly grasped Yili's hand. Once they returned to Longhua, everything became much smoother. The highway stretched out like a straight dragon, running north and south. The RV sped along the flat road, making time seem almost non-existent. The scenery outside the window gradually transformed from desolate snowy plains to a bustling metropolis, with skyscrapers rising like bamboo shoots after the rain. 2 days later, in the Magic City, the RV slowly entered the outskirts of this international metropolis. Its body was covered in mud and dust, contrasting sharply with the surrounding bright and shiny environment. But what stood out even more was the sight of the Magic City, now frozen in ice. Chapter 161. Saving the mother-in-law, what a heavy snowfall. Lu Shifei stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the snowflakes swirl outside. This was an unprecedented blizzard in the city, the likes of which hadn't been seen in a century, and it hadn't stopped since morning. The snowflakes were astonishingly large, each one about the size of coin, spinning down in the fierce wind. Her phone kept buzzing with red alerts from the Weather Bureau. At first, she didn't pay much attention. Winters in the city were usually mild. Even if it snowed, it would only be a thin layer that would melt away by the next day. But by evening, she began to realize the seriousness of the situation. The snow on the roads was already over her ankles, and there was no sign of it letting up. Her social media feed was full of photos and videos of people stranded on the roads. As night fell, the snowfall intensified. Lu Shifei turned on the TV, where urgent news was being broadcast. All businesses and schools in the city were closed, and residents were advised to stay indoors. The subway system had come to a complete halt, and the bus services were paralyzed. The footage switched to the Bund, usually bustling with activity, now blanketed in white. Lu Shifei made herself a cup of hot tea and took a small sip. Then she picked up her phone and called Sue's mother. "Auntie, do you have any food at home?" Yes. My husband just went grocery shopping a couple of days ago and stocked up," Sue's mother replied cheerfully. "What about you, little Fei? Do you have enough food?" Lu Shifei glanced at her empty fridge. "I have enough here too." "Well, you're not like Xiaoyan, who always expects me to bring her stuff." "Ahaha, Sister Yin is just very busy." "Busy? So busy she doesn't even have time to call me." After hanging up, Lu Shifei wrapped herself tighter in her blanket and moved to the window. The outside world had transformed into a silver expanse. With snow covering the green spaces by the roadside, she noticed that the solar water heater on the roof of the building across from hers was sagging under the weight of the snow, causing her heart to race with concern. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. It was a message from Sue's mother. "Little Fei, just now your uncle said if you need anything, just let us know and we'll bring it over." Lu Shifei felt a warmth in her eyes. Just as she was about to reply, she heard a loud crack. She looked up in horror as the balcony glass of the building across finally gave way, crashing down into the snow and sending up a cloud of snow dust. "Auntie, please don't go outside," she quickly typed. "It's too dangerous out there." I know. Don't worry about us," Sue's mother replied swiftly. "I just pickled some vegetables yesterday. Once the snow stops, you can come over and try them." "Okay." Lu Shifei stared at her phone screen, feeling a sudden pang in her heart. In the dead of night, Sue's father and mother were awakened by the cold. Checking their phones, they saw that the temperature had dropped to -20 degrees. Wrapped in thick blankets, they still felt the chill seeping in from every crack, like countless icy little hands eroding their body heat. "Old man, do you remember when we were young, even when winters were this cold? It never felt this unbearable," Sue's mother suddenly remarked. Sue's father didn't lift his head, his tone laced with a hint of teasing. "That's because when you were young, you had a fiery temper. Now that you're older, that fire has cooled, and naturally, you feel the chill." Sue's mother chuckled and gave him a light punch. "Your mouth just keeps getting sharper. But I'm really cold. Is the air conditioning not on?" she said, pulling her neck in. Sue's father frowned and reached out to touch the temperature control panel on the wall, finding the screen completely dark. He sighed. "It must be a problem with the central air conditioning. In this weather, it's deadly. Hey, why don't you go check?" Sue's mother nudged him. "Why don't you go?" Sue's father rolled over, wrapping the blanket tighter around himself and muttering, "It's freezing outside. My old bones can't handle this kind of trouble." "Hey, you." Sue's mother shot him a glare, her tone a mix of dissatisfaction and teasing. "I married you because you always said, 'I'll take care of it.' And now look at you." She sighed. "Well, it must be because I've aged and don't look good anymore." Sue's father was momentarily speechless at her words. He actually wanted to say she still looked good, but the words wouldn't come out. All right, I'll go take a look." "Is it so hard to admit when you're wrong?" he grumbled, reluctantly crawling out of bed and grabbing a thick coat to throw over himself. The moment his feet hit the floor, he shivered at the icy touch. Why does this floor feel like an ice cellar? Sue's mother watched him from behind, a small smile playing at the corners of her mouth. This old man is still the same, complaining on the outside but reliable on the inside. She wrapped herself tighter in the blanket and murmured to herself. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside, mixed with Sue's father's mumbling. "The lights are out. Must be a power outage. This glass." Sue's mother felt a twinge of anxiety at the noise. Just then, there was a loud crash from downstairs, followed by Sue's father's startled shout. Her heart racing, she quickly threw off the blanket, put on her coat, and rushed outside, calling, "Are you all right, old man?" At that moment, Sue's father was standing by the balcony window, where cracks were spreading across the glass, and the window frame was swaying precariously in the wind and snow, creaking ominously. After a long moment, everything fell silent. Sue's father patted his chest and let out a sigh of relief. "That scared me. I thought the glass was going to shatter." Suddenly, there was a loud bang. An advertising board from the opposite building was lifted by the raging wind and crashed heavily to the ground. Snow was kicked up several meters high, resembling a mini avalanche. The power system was also malfunctioning, with the lights flickering on and off. In the residents' group chat, someone sent photos. Trees in the community were snapped under the weight of the snow, blocking the road. The entrance to the underground garage was sealed by snow, trapping several cars inside. "Help! The glass on my balcony shattered." Suddenly, An urgent message popped up in the chat, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating countless ripples. Before anyone could respond, several messages popped up one after another. My home is the same. The cold wind is blowing right in. Everyone, make sure to stay inside. The temperature outside has dropped to minus 30 degrees. I just saw army vehicles entering the neighborhood. Are they military? It looks more like Yishan's RV to me. Does that mean we can warm up in his vehicle? Ha, smiles all around. The elevator was no longer operational. Yi Li and Su Yun exchanged a glance and resignedly made their way to the stairwell. The dim emergency lights flickered above them, and a burnt smell lingered in the air, as if the entire building was silently collapsing. Climbing 17 flights of stairs in one go would have been a death sentence in the past. Yi Li wasn't even out of breath, yet his pace never faltered. Su Yun followed closely behind, her steps light. They paused at the stairwell entrance on the 17th floor, her gaze fixed on the door at the end of the hallway. Darling, are you ready? Yi Li took a deep breath and teased, Sister Yun, if I don't get ready soon, they might be in trouble. Chapter 162. Meeting the in-laws, just as Yi Li jokingly remarked, if they had arrived even a moment later, the elderly couple would have truly been in danger. The glass had shattered, and they were huddled in the bedroom, with temperatures plummeting to over 20 below zero. Not long after, inside the RV, Su's father and mother sat upright on the sofa, facing Yi Li and Su Yun. The atmosphere was a bit delicate, resembling a formal family meeting, yet with a touch of lightheartedness. Besides the four of them, Ali and Meng Yu were also present as relatives, squatting nearby, like two small witnesses. Ali's tail wagged gently, while Meng Yu tilted her head, gazing curiously at Su's parents. They communicated in a coded language. Woo-woo, oh-woo. Finally, Ali nodded and flashed a cute smile at Su's mother. Su's father had his hands crossed over his knees, his gaze shifting back and forth between Yi Li and Su Yun. His face revealed little emotion, but his eyes carried a hint of scrutiny. Su's mother, on the other hand, appeared much gentler, holding a cup of hot tea and occasionally taking a sip, her eyes resting on Yi Li with a hint of a smile. Xiaoli, Su's mother finally spoke, her tone warm, we owe you a big thank you this time. Otherwise, we old bones would really have been frozen solid. Yi Li quickly waved his hands, speaking sincerely, Auntie, please don't say that. It's what I should do. Besides, what concerns Sister Yin is also my concern, and naturally, what concerns you both is my concern as well. Su's father grunted in acknowledgement, his voice deep and devoid of emotion. He looked up at Yi Li and suddenly asked, Xiaoli, how long have you and Xiaoyan known each other? Yi Li's heart tightened, but he answered calmly, Uncle, we haven't known each other for long, but our feelings are no less deep than others. Upon hearing this, Su Yun couldn't help but smile. Su's father nodded and continued, So, what do you think of this girl, Xiaoyun? Yi Li glanced at Su Yun, seeing her suppressing a smile, which eased his nerves slightly. He answered seriously, Sister Yun has a great personality. She is decisive in her actions, and she takes care of others well. We get along very harmoniously, and I truly admire her. After listening, Su's father fell silent for a few seconds before finally nodding. Well, as long as you have a plan. Su's mother chuckled and patted Su's father's hand. Old man, don't be so serious, you'll scare the boy. Su's father huffed, his tones softening a bit. I'm just concerned about my daughter. Su Yun couldn't help but interject, Dad, don't make things difficult for Yi Li. He braved the heavy snow to bring you here, and you still aren't at ease? You little girl, you're really taking his side. Su's mother glanced at Su Yun, a slight smile on her lips. Su Yun stuck out her tongue, grinning as she linked her arm with Yi Li's. Not at all. I'm just speaking the truth. The atmosphere inside the RV finally relaxed a bit, and Ali and Meng Yu seemed to sense this, starting to roll around and play on the sofa. Su's mother looked at them and laughed, asking, These two little ones are so adorable. One is a snow fox, and the other is a wolf, right? Su Jun nodded. Yes, Ali and Meng Yu are our family members, and they could be quite a handful. Mother Su smiled and reached out to pat Ali's head. They were so adorable. If only your dad and I could hold our grandchild soon. Su Yun and Yi Li exchanged puzzled glances. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the RV, Shui lay calmly on the sofa, occupying an entire row of seats with her lazy yet elegant posture. Her tail swayed gently, and her expression was indifferent, as if she didn't care about anything happening downstairs. Yin Yan was curled up beside her, resembling an ordinary little kitten. Since mastering the ability to change her size at will, she was now enjoying her long-awaited mini-form. Yin Yan twisted and turned, trying to find the most comfortable position. but Shui Yu's tail kept unintentionally brushing against her face, which made her a bit irritated. Shui Yu, what do you think they're doing? Ingyan finally couldn't help but ask, her voice tinged with curiosity. Without lifting her eyelids, Shui Yu replied coolly, I don't know. Ingyan pouted, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Why wouldn't they let us go down? Am I not just a cute little kitten? Don't they like adorable little animals? Finally opening her eyes, Shui Yu shot her a glance, her tone cold. Disgusting. You're too scary. Ingyan was taken aback, retorting defiantly. How am I disgusting? This is called cute. Do you understand? Cute. Shui Yu, too lazy to engage further, turned over, facing away from her, but her tail still swept across Ingyan's face occasionally. Frustrated, Ingyan glared at her. If you want to go, just go yourself. All you do is sulk here. You don't understand anything. I don't understand. ISNT it just that Yili 1T let us? Downstairs, in the RVS living area. Mother Su suddenly recalled something and spoke with a hint of concern. By the way, do you know how Shi Fei is doing? Suyin slapped her forehead, exasperated. Oh no, I almost forgot. Shi Fei is home alone. I wonder how she is doing. It might not be very optimistic, Yili said, frowning seriously. We saw a lot of places without power and heating on our way here. If she's having problems too, it could be quite troublesome. That girl Shi Fei is usually pretty independent, but after all, she's a girl. In the face of such a natural disaster, she might struggle to cope. In the end, they all agreed to go pick up Lu Shi Fei. The wind howled as the RV slowly started moving. The wheels crunched over the thick layer of snow, making a creaking sound. Yili sat in the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel tightly, his eyes focused ahead. Suyin sat in the passenger seat, ensuring the route was correct. In the living area, Father Su, Mother Su, and Ollie were together. Although the heating in the vehicle was sufficient, everyone's mood was still somewhat heavy. The wind howled outside. Fortunately, the phone still worked. Shi Fei, how is it over there? Is your home without power? Su Yun asked anxiously, her voice full of concern. Yes, the power is out, and the heating has stopped too. Lu Shi Fei's voice came through the phone, trembling slightly. The room was freezing, and the windows creaked under the force of the wind, making me feel a bit scared. Don't worry. Yili and I are on our way to you right now, I replied, my tone firm as I tried to give her some strength. You're back? Lu Shi Fei sounded surprised and a little incredulous. Of course. When we heard that the city was hit by an unusual blizzard, we rushed back immediately, Yili chimed in, her voice full of concern. Shi Fei, hang in there, we'll be there soon. This is really unusual. Especially a time like this, Lu Shi Fei's voice quivered, as if she were frozen by the cold. The blizzard came so suddenly. The streets of the city were in chaos. The snow piled up higher than our knees, and the howling wind whipped the snowflakes around, making it nearly impossible to keep my eyes open. Chapter 163. Lu Shi Fei's boyfriend? Lu Shi Fei curled up on the sofa, wrapped tightly in a heavy down comforter, with only her pale face peeking out. The wind and snow outside howled, battering against the glass with a heart-pounding thud. The snow didn't fall gently, but came down in clumps, as if trying to drown the entire world. Her stomach growled again. Biting her lip, Lu Shi Fei lifted a corner of the comforter. A bone-chilling cold immediately seeped in through the gap, making her shiver, and she quickly wrapped the comforter around herself even tighter. However, the feeling of hunger grew stronger. She needed to find something to eat. She remembered there might still be a pack of cookies in the kitchen cabinet. Struggling to get off the sofa, she found that the heating had long since stopped, and the indoor temperature had dropped below freezing. Her breath formed visible white clouds in the air. Trembling, she made her way to the kitchen, but as soon as her fingers touched the cabinet door, they recoiled. It was too cold. The metal handle felt as if it would stick to her skin. Suddenly, there was a loud thud as the living room lights went out. Lu Shi Fei's heart tightened. The power was out again. She fumbled to turn on the flashlight feature on her phone, and the weak beam seemed particularly lonely in the darkness. With this little light, she finally found the pack of cookies, empty. The packaging held only a few crumbs. Damn it! Lu Shi Fei groaned in frustration, crumpling the bag into a ball. She remembered that this pack of cookies was bought last week, when Sue's mother came over. Usually, she ordered takeout. There wasn't even a cup of instant noodles in the house. The phone signal was patchy, and the delivery app wouldn't open at all. She tried calling Sue's mother, but all she heard was a busy signal. The wind and snow were too severe. Even communication was cut off. Suddenly, a loud knock at the door startled Lu Shi Fei. Who could it be at this hour? After a moment of hesitation, she wrapped her comforter tighter and walked to the door. Peering through the peephole, she saw the man from next door standing outside, hunched over and holding something in his arms. Lu Shifei rolled her eyes, cursing under her breath. Here we go again. The man at the door was one of her suitors, Chen Mo, a young guy who always seemed to be looking for shortcuts. Chen Mo was about 20, thin-faced, dressed in designer clothes, and holding a pot of steaming tom yum soup, wearing a self-satisfied grin he thought was charming. Lu, this isn't just an ordinary snowstorm. Chen Mo's voice came through the door, tinged with urgency. The situation is complicated. Let me in so we can talk. I brought some freshly made tom yum soup. Ignoring him, Lu Shifei turned to walk away. She had seen through Chen Mo's tactics long ago. He always approached her with various excuses, whether it was to deliver soup, borrow salt, or even once claiming his Wi-Fi was down and needing to use hers. One night, he had even pulled a bottle of red wine out from his pants, trying to act all romantic while saying something about how beautiful the moonlight was. Lu, you have to listen to me. Chen Mo's knocking grew louder, as if he intended to break down the door. This snowstorm is really serious, an extraordinary blizzard. I made tom yum soup specially. It's warming for both the body and the heart. Come on, open the door and give it a try. Lu Shifei paused, glancing down at the empty cookie bag in her hand, and her stomach betrayed her with a growl. Gritting her teeth, she felt a struggle within. Just then, a loud thud echoed from outside, followed by Chen Mo's startled exclamation. Ouch. My soup. Lu Shifei couldn't help but peek through the peephole. What do you want with Sister Shifei? Chen Mo leaned against the doorframe, hands stuffed in his pockets, his tone slightly impatient. He was wearing a thick, dark coat and cradling a steaming clay pot filled with soup, steam wafting up from it. Who are you? In front of him, Yili was slowly ascending the stairs. I'm Lu Shifei's boyfriend. The man smiled slightly, his eyes radiating confidence as if he had no doubt about his identity. He didn't even put down the clay pot. The warmth was just right for keeping him cozy. However, he was curious as to why Yili was dressed so lightly. Yili was taken aback. You're her boyfriend? According to Su Yun, Lu Shifei had always been single and particularly cautious about relationships. This man certainly didn't seem like her type. When did she even get a boyfriend? Yili Suinted, sizing him up with a hint of skepticism in her tone. The man seemed unfazed by her doubts, merely smiling slightly as if everything was under his control. Su knows about this too. What? You don't believe me? Su? You must be talking about Su Yun, right? Yili hesitated slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. Just then, footsteps echoed from downstairs. Su Yun happened to be walking up, and the moment she saw the man, her brows immediately furrowed. Chen Mo, what are you up to now? Is Su Yun? Chen Mo took a few steps back, flustered as he tried to catch the soup spilling from the pot lid. In his clumsiness, he lost his balance and slipped, landing on the carpet at the door. The pot of tom yum soup arced gracefully through the air before landing squarely on his designer suit. Puffed. Su Yun couldn't help but laugh, quickly covering her mouth, her shoulders shaking with suppressed mirth. Meanwhile, Chen Mo awkwardly got back on his feet, his suit splattered with bright red soup, and a few strands of lemongrass stuck in his hair. Everyone, take your positions and prepare to enter. Lin Quan stood on a specially designed landing craft, his gaze fixed on the treasure island ahead, shrouded in mist. Behind him was a group of elite team members, rigorously selected, dressed in specialized protective gear, each face marked with tension and determination. Captain, do you think we can really succeed? A team member whispered. Lin Quan patted his shoulder and smiled slightly. No matter what happens, your lives are what matter most. With a command, the landing craft accelerated toward the island. However, just as they were about to land, the signal suddenly cut out and the communication device went dead. Lin Quan's heart tightened. The landing craft came to a stop on the desolate beach, and the team members carefully jumped off the boat, setting foot on this familiar yet unfamiliar land. They moved according to plan, maintaining formation. The team quickly dispersed, beginning their search on the island. The beach was littered with decaying plants and animal carcasses washed ashore by the waves, emitting a foul stench. Lin Quan frowned, signaling for the team to pick up the pace and head inland as quickly as possible. They progressed along a dry riverbed. Captain, look over there, one team member suddenly exclaimed, pointing ahead in surprise. Chapter 164. Treasure Island Yili? Lu Shifei exclaimed in surprise as she opened the door, her face instantly lighting up with a radiant smile, as if sunlight had broken through the gloom. She couldn't wait to rush forward, her steps light and airy as if she were walking on clouds. However, just as she was about to step out, her body suddenly came to a halt. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Su Yun leaning slightly against the door frame with her arms crossed, calmly watching her. Lu Shifei's smile froze in place, and she slowly turned around, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes as she forced out an awkward smile. Sister Yun is here too. My head is a bit foggy, that's it. Su Yun narrowed her eyes slightly, her gaze piercing like an arrow as she spoke with an undeniable firmness. Foggy? Hurry up and get ready to come with us to the RV. No need, I just need a bit of food. Besides, the country is about to start organizing evacuations. And those who are a bit slower will also have food prepared. With so many people in the Magic City, evacuating isn't easy. But it might not be good for the three of us to stay together. Lu Shifei hesitated, her voice barely above a whisper. You all have proposed. Su Yun simply smiled lightly. My parents are also here. Lu Shifei paused for a moment. Oh, that SA spider? Lin Quan exclaimed as he followed the direction of his team member's finger. They saw a massive spider slowly approaching them. Its legs were over 10 meters long, and its body resembled a small mountain, with 8 eyes gleaming coldly, sending chills down their spines. Quick hide, Lin Quan whispered urgently. The team members quickly ducked behind nearby rocks. However, the spider seemed to sense their presence and started accelerating towards them. Lin Quan pulled out a flare gun from his waist and threw it forcefully into the sky. The flare arced brightly through the air before exploding, casting a dazzling light. The spider was startled by the sudden brightness and paused momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Quan led his team to retreat quickly. They ran along a small stream until the spider's roar faded into the distance before daring to stop and catch their breath. Captain, what should we do next? Find the survivor base. Lin Quan wiped the sweat from his forehead, thinking for a moment. Our mission is to protect the relevant comrades during evacuation. The scene on the island was chilling. The once lush forest was now covered in strange purple vines that writhed like living creatures, emitting a nauseating buzzing sound. Lin Quan carefully led his team through the vines, each step taken as if walking on thin ice. This smell is unbearable. Captain, those vines seem to be moving. Lin Quan nodded. He had noticed that too. It seemed these vines were displeased with their intrusion, occasionally writhing towards them in an attempt to ensnare them. Be careful. Don't touch them, Lin Quan warned. Now his physical condition has far surpassed that of the past, and the team members closely follow him, weapons in hand, ready to respond to any sudden situation. As they cautiously move forward, a deep growl suddenly echoes from nearby. Lin Quan's heart tightens, and he quickly signals for the team to take cover. They hide behind a massive rock, holding their breath and waiting. What is that? Li Ming whispers. Lin Quan doesn't answer. His gaze is fixed ahead. A massive beast slowly emerges from the vines, its body covered in thick scales, eyes glowing like burning flames, radiating a fierce light. Is that a crocodile? No, a pangolin? Lin Quan quietly speculates. He pulls a grenade from his waist, prepared for any action. However, just as he is about to act, the beast suddenly turns and walks in another direction. Lin Quan breathes a sigh of relief and gestures for the team to move on. They navigate through one patch of vine-covered forest after another, and the surroundings grow increasingly bizarre. Lin Quan occasionally checks the map in his hand, trying to locate the position of the once thriving city. However, the markings on the map don't match the scene before them at all. They seem to be lost in an unknown world. Captain, are we going the wrong way? One team member asks. No way. The map shows there should be a path here. Look over there. Lin Quan points. In the vines ahead, a faint path is barely visible. Lin Quan's heart lifts. He quickly leads the team toward the path. Is it really this easy? One team member questions, puzzled. The path was here all along. We just didn't notice it. The vines on either side of the path become more animated, occasionally reaching out as if trying to grab them. Lin Quan and the team must swing their weapons while struggling to advance. Finally, they emerge from the eerie forest into an open valley. A damp mist envelopes the valley, drastically reducing visibility. After several hours of difficult trekking, the team discovers a dilapidated building in the desolate valley. The exterior walls are riddled with cracks, and the windows are shattered, but judging by its size, it seems to be the survivor base they were searching for. Lin Quan signals the team to stay alert and leads the way into the base. Inside, chaos reigns. Tables and chairs are overturned, and the walls are covered with graffiti and bloodstains. Lin Quan carefully guides the team through various rooms, trying to find useful clues. Captain, look here. Zhang Chong suddenly points to a graffiti on the wall. Lin Quan approaches and sees a large spider painted on the wall, with a crooked message beside it. They're everywhere, be careful. Lin Quan's heart races. He realizes that this island may harbor even more dangers. He quickly leads the team to continue searching, hoping to find more useful clues. They arrive in a hall where a massive round table is set, surrounded by scattered documents and weapons. Lin Quan steps forward and picks up a document, examining it closely. The document records everything the survivors experienced on this island, including the emergence of mutated plants and animals, as well as their various efforts to survive. In just 24 hours, so much has happened? Is the abnormal weather a warning sign? Recorded. Lin Quan nodded and handed the document to his team members. Captain, there's a basement here. They descended the narrow staircase, and a damp, musty smell filled the basement, with a few dim electric lights hanging on the walls. The deeper they went, the clearer the sounds of roaring became. See, Captain. What kind of animal is that? Is it a tiger? No. If it were a mutated tiger, then we're in serious trouble. Chapter 165. The mutant lion. On the eve of the New Year's Eve, the bustling metropolis lay in eerie silence. A small number of people had already fled in fear and anxiety, escaping from this once bright city that never sleeps. Yet 99 of the population remained huddled in their sealed buildings, caught in a state of being not yet frozen to death, but inevitably destined to face that fate. In the past, unusual weather patterns typically intensified from the already common weather conditions in their regions, such as the Tian Shan Mountains, where winters are long and cold, and blizzards are a regular occurrence. When abnormalities arise, the intensity of the blizzards can increase exponentially, with snow accumulation reaching several meters as fierce winds whip the snowflakes around, threatening to engulf the entire mountain range. Similarly, in Siberia, that vast and desolate land is shrouded in cold year-round, with blizzards frequently wreaking havoc. Under normal circumstances, blizzards are terrifying enough. However, when anomalies occur, wind speeds can soar instantly, temperatures plummet sharply, and the entire area transforms into a bleak white wasteland where even the hardiest of creatures struggle to survive. However, the situation in the metropolis was entirely different. Located in a coastal plain, the city enjoys a mild and humid climate with distinct seasons, rarely experiencing extreme weather. The worst conditions in the past were merely summer typhoons and heavy rains, which followed predictable patterns. But this time, the abnormal blizzard exceeded everyone's comprehension and experience. The populace was caught off guard. Survivors hid in their concrete cages, gazing out the windows at the world beyond, their eyes filled with confusion and fear. No one knew what would happen next, and no one dared to take that first step outside. The metropolis, once a symbol of prosperity and dreams, now felt like a colossal grave, burying the hopes and futures of countless individuals. Yet amidst this silence, a sound began to emerge quietly, the roar of truck engines. Countless modified truck drivers worked day and night to reach the metropolis, their wheels rolling over the empty streets, producing a dull rumble. The headlights pierced through the darkness, like numerous faint beams of light attempting to tear apart the endless night. Each truck was loaded with heavy supplies, food, medicine, fuel. These are the lifelines keeping the city operational. The night sky above the metropolis remained pitch black, but within this darkness, the lights of the trucks resembled scattered stars of hope, slowly converging into a river of light flowing through the lifeless city. The warm orange glow of the wall lamp on the second floor spilled softly onto the metallic walls of the vehicle. As Su Yun was spreading a down comforter on the sofa, she suddenly caught sight of something extraordinary out of the corner of her eye. Like a child discovering a secret passage, she tiptoed, her fingers brushing over the carved patterns on the handrail of the spiral staircase. How many layers had this RV been modified with? Before she could finish her thought, a golden fluff ball leaped down from the third floor, landing perfectly on the edge of the coffee table. The teacup remained undisturbed, but its fluffy tail swept across the fruit bowl, sending it tumbling. Lu Shifei suddenly pounced, sinking into the sofa with a large cat trapped beneath her, her nose rubbing against its warm fur. This golden gradient coat is absolutely stunning. Just look at those paw pads. As she gazed at the delicate pink pads of the reluctant cat. Suyun kilirit her trot under yedis barili supiresid logter. Shifei, it actually. Meow. Suddenly, the cat, Yin Yin, flipped onto its back, letting out a sweet, Syrupy sound, its golden, beastly eyes coldly fixed on the delicate hand trying to rub its ears, while its tail tip impatiently tapped against the leather sofa. Amidst the subtle fragrance in the air, a faint rustling sound of silk could be heard drifting down from the third floor. Lu Shifei's hand, which was petting the cat, suddenly froze. "Sister Yin, can I come out?" A voice, crisp and clear as ice, brushed past her ear, causing the hairs on the back of Lu Shifei's neck to stand on end. It was only then that she noticed a half-visible snowy tail hanging down from the corner of the spiral staircase, illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the car's sunroof. Who? Who is talking? Is there someone else in the RV? Lin Quan tightened his grip on the gun in his hand, signaling his team behind him to remain silent. The basement was filled with the stench of decay, and the damp walls were covered in glowing moss, casting a faint green light in the darkness. "Captain, something's not right here," came the low voice of team member 8 Jie through the communicator. "It's at least 10 degrees colder than outside." Lin Quan didn't respond. His gaze was fixed ahead. The beam of his flashlight swept across the ground, revealing several already decayed corpses. Judging by their gear, they appear to be from the previous rescue team that had come here. What made him most alert was the large, torn wounds on the bodies, as if they had been mauled by some ferocious beast. "Prepare for battle," Lin Quan said quietly, simultaneously disengaging the safety on his rifle. He could feel his heart racing, his back drenched in cold sweat. Years of combat experience told him that something terrifying was lurking here. Suddenly, a deep roar echoed from the darkness. It was a lion, but this sound was unlike that of an ordinary lion. It carried a metallic tremor that made his eardrums ache. Lin Quan immediately signaled, and the team quickly dispersed, seeking cover. "Flare!" he shouted. A Jia promptly fired a flare in the direction of the sound. In a blinding white light, a massive figure emerged. It was a lion the size of a truck, but its fur was an unnatural bluish-gray, with blood-red eyes glowing ominously. The most terrifying aspect was the sharp bony spikes covering its back, and its tail split into 3, each whip-like appendage thrashing about. "Open fire!" A hail of bullets erupted, but they struck the mutated lion with a sound like metal clashing. The creature let out an enraged roar and lunged forward. Lin Quan rolled to avoid it, but was still knocked to the ground by the force of its passing. "Captain," a GS voice came through the communicator. "Its weak point is the abdomen." Only then did Lin Quan notice that the mutated lion's belly was devoid of those hard bony spikes, covered instead by a layer of translucent membrane. He quickly drew a high-explosive grenade from his waist, but before he could throw it, the mutated lion's tail lashed out. Lin Quan barely had time to raise his arm to block it before he was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall. Cough, cough. He felt several ribs might have broken, and a metallic taste filled his mouth. The mutated lion had turned around, its blood-red eyes fixed on him. Lin Quan could smell the putrid odor emanating from its mouth, making his stomach churn. Just then, a bullet suddenly shot in from the side, hitting the mutated lion squarely in the eye. It was the team sniper who had finally found the perfect shooting position. The lion howled in pain, retreating a few steps. "Captain, we need to fall back." A GS voice rang out. "It's too cramped here. We can't maneuver." Lin Quan gritted his teeth and climbed to his feet. "No, we need to take it down here. There are more of its kind outside. We can't draw them all in." He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Ajia, get the EMP grenade ready. Keep shooting at its eyes. Everyone else, cover me." The mutated lion lunged again, but this time Lin Quan was prepared. He sidestepped, throwing the EMP grenade at the lion's abdomen. The moment the grenade exploded, the lion's movements noticeably slowed as its nervous system was disrupted. "Now's our chance." Lin Quan seized the opportunity, raising his pulse rifle and unleashing a barrage of shots at the lion's belly. The blue energy beams pierced through the thin membrane, and the lion let out a mournful howl before its massive body collapsed to the ground. "Move out," Lin Quan called to his team. "The EMP blast will attract other mutated creatures." The squad quickly retreated from the basement, but as soon as they reached the surface, Lin Quan heard roars coming from all directions. His expression darkened. They were surrounded. Chapter 167. How many women are in the car? On the third floor of the RV. The dim yellow light created a tranquil atmosphere. Ollie, with a relaxed demeanor, was casually crossing his legs while tapping away on his smartphone. "Shueyu, come over here. This video is hilarious." His voice carried a hint of teasing as he turned up the volume and hit the play button. The content of the video made Mingya's eyes widen in surprise. Her little paws instinctively covered her eyes, embodying both curiosity and shyness. Xiuyu's face flushed bright red, like a ripe apple. In a flurry, she quickly grabbed a nearby pillow and held it tightly against her chest, her voice tinged with panic and reproach. What are you two up to? Suddenly showing this is so bizarre. What do you mean, what are we up to? Ollie sprang to his feet, exuding the aura of a king descending upon his realm, glaring down at Xiuyu with eyes sharp as a knife. Stop playing coy. Tell me, how did you suddenly turn into this? There's definitely something fishy going on. I really don't know. It just happened so suddenly. I turned into this, and I'm just as confused. Mengya, her curious little eyes swirling around Xiuyu, occasionally reached out her tiny paws as if to touch her. It's so amazing. Can you turn back? As Xiuyu dodged Mingya's little paws, she couldn't help but tremble slightly, looking both enticing and embarrassed. Once you've experienced such joy, it's hard to go back. I think what you can't get over is Yili, right? Ollie hit the nail on the head, piercing straight through Xiuyu's thoughts, biting her lower lip. Her pink lips looked even more tempting as they were gently clamped by her teeth. Her gaze flickered, as if hiding countless secrets. Just as she was about to explain and break the awkward tension, clear footsteps echoed from the staircase. At this hour, everyone should be lost in dreamland. So, who could it be? This unexpected visitor instantly heightened the tension and mystery on the third floor of the RV. Before long, Lu Shifei, rubbing her sleepy eyes, climbed up to the third floor in a daze. She was only thinking about rushing to the bathroom to relieve herself. However, upon seeing Xiuyu, her sleepiness vanished in an instant, as if she had been doused with a bucket of ice water from head to toe. Lu Shifei's eyes widened, filled with surprise and curiosity. Her first reaction was, so beautiful. There was another woman in the RV. Moreover, this woman was stunning, like a fairy come down to earth, making a striking impression. Her second reaction was, Yili is cheating. Lu Shifei's heart raced involuntarily as she began to wonder who this mysterious woman was and why she was here. Did Yinjie know about her existence? Could three people truly coexist? Meanwhile, Lin Quan's fingers swiftly glided along the edge of the tactical scope, the thermal imaging displaying at least 12 red dots rapidly approaching. Heavy rain poured down on the scorched asphalt road. In the distance, through the shattered windows of a commercial street, fluorescent green, mutated vines slithered eerily with the sound of thunder. There's an underground parking garage at 3 o'clock, shouted the medic Xiaoyu, as blue arcs of electricity continued to seep from the electronic eye on her shoulder. Her exoskeleton armor had taken the brunt of the EMP explosion. The howls of mutated hyenas pierced through the curtain of rain, their voices reminiscent of humans screaming with vocal cords ground down by sandpaper. Lin Quan caught sight of the first monster turning the corner. The creature retained a human torso, but had the head of a hyena and backward-bending hind limbs. Its vertebrae protruded from its skin, forming jagged bone blades. Alternate cover. Lin Quan adjusted his rifle to scatter mode, and a brilliant blue energy net temporarily repelled the first three mutated creatures lunging at them. Ajia, dragging his injured right leg, retreated while firing. Blood soaked through his combat suit's left shoulder, a wound inflicted by bone spurs during their escape from the basement. As the last team member tumbled into the garage just as the roll-up door closed, Lin Quan threw out 2 incendiary grenades. Amid the flames shooting up into the sky, he saw a shadow dart across the rooftop of an office building 100 meters away. Definitely not the agility of a mutated creature. There's a sniper. Just as that thought crossed his mind, the roll-up door was slammed down heavily. In the darkness, dozens of pairs of glowing green eyes lit up, the sound of grinding teeth sending chills down everyone's spine. Xiaoyu tremblingly turned on the emergency light, its cold white beam illuminating over 30 bodies wrapped in cocoons of spider silk. These cocoons hung between the garage's support pillars, translucent slime slowly dripping from their shells. The most horrifying sight was a recently ruptured cocoon revealing half a human face covered in scales, the person's chin grotesquely transformed into insect mandibles. It's a parasitic spider. The sniper suddenly spoke up, this usually taciturn man showing fear for the first time. Madrid fell because of a deafening crash interrupted him. The roll-up door was visibly warping, a thick black liquid seeping in through the cracks, immediately rising in pungent white smoke upon contact with the ground. Acidic secretion. Find cover, Lin Kuan shouted, but before he could finish, the entire roll-up door collapsed with a thunderous roar. As the storm of rain and blood filled the garage, he suddenly noticed the cocoons starting to tremble violently. The parasites were collectively awakening. The first mutated hyena that charged and was shot mid-air, but the splattering blood only provoked more monsters. In the brief moment Lin Kuan was reloading, he caught a glimpse of a Jia. His pupils suddenly dilated, and a fist-sized blood spider had somehow latched onto his neck, its 8 legs frantically burrowing into his combat suit. Watch out for the parasites, he warned. But before he could finish, Old Wu's sniper rifle suddenly changed direction. Instinctively, Lin Kuan dove, the bullet grazing his ear and exploding a cocoon behind him that was in the process of metamorphosis. Amid the splattered slime, he saw Xiao Yu's exoskeleton armor pierced by 3 spider legs. Yet instead of appearing gravely injured, she stood up with an eerie smile. Captain, they are using our communication channel. Age's voice suddenly came through the earpiece, but Lin Kuan could clearly see that his lips weren't moving. The young team member's temple was bulging with worm-like veins, and his right eye had completely transformed into a compound eye structure. Chapter 168. Departure Wait You. Are you Yi Li's sister? Lu Shifei furrowed her brows slightly, her eyes filled with confusion. She scratched her head, even forgetting that Yi Li was an orphan. I'm not his sister, perhaps. I could be considered his younger sister, Shuiyu replied, a hint of amusement flashing in her eyes. She and Su Yun refer to each other as sisters, so this label definitely made sense. Considered? Lu Shifei's mind was in a daze, like hair blown about by the wind, tangled and unable to find clarity. Once she calmed down a bit, she suddenly seemed to catch a spark of inspiration. Hey, your voice sounds a bit like a friend of mine. The more I listen, the more it resembles her. That's quite a coincidence, Shuiyu smiled slightly. She glanced at Ollie and Mengya beside her. The 2 little ones occasionally peeked over at them, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. Yes, but your voices really do sound alike. Lu Shifei shook her head. Speaking of which, you wouldn't believe it, but she is a snow leopard that can only talk. Oh, Shuiyu raised an eyebrow, her eyes glimmering with intrigue and curiosity, as if she were capturing every detail in Lu Shifei's words. What do you think of her? Do you believe she is a talking snow leopard? Lu Shifei smiled slightly, her eyes glinting with mischief as she keenly grasped the key point, her tone teasing. Shuiyu paused for a moment, then shook her head gently, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Since I'm here, then about Yi Li. Her words trailed off, waiting for Lu Shifei's reaction. Oh, that makes sense now, Lu Shifei nodded, a flicker of understanding crossing her eyes. But you still haven't told me what your friend is like. Pretty good, but what she does can be quite annoying, Lu Shifei pouted. Her gaze fixed intently on Shuiyu. Shuiyu's heart tightened slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing her eyes as she wondered if Lu Shifei had recognized her. By the way, I suddenly remembered you mentioned talking during the day. That's right, Shuiyu replied, taken aback. Lu Shifei's expression turned serious, as if she were recalling something. That's odd. At that time, Sister Yin said you were Yi Li's cousin. Cousin? She said that? Shuiyu's voice held a casual tone, as if she were hiding something. Isn't a cousin just another type of sister? Is that so? Lu Shifei's brows relaxed slightly, seemingly accepting this explanation. But just then, Lu Shifei caught a glimpse of something unusual out of the corner of her eye. Her gaze was instantly drawn to it, and she saw a fluffy, furry tail swaying gently behind Shuiyu, soft and bushy. Oh, I wish this were just a dream. In fact, Lu Shifei hadn't completely ruled out that possibility, but she was reluctant to believe it, as in her understanding, such a reality was far too extraordinary. The idea of animals turning into humans sounded absurd just to hear, let alone witnessing it with her own eyes. Her breath hitched slightly, a complex mix of emotions swelling within her, surprise, confusion, and a hint of disbelief. After a moment's hesitation, she mustered her courage and spoke up. Your tail. Tail? Are you talking about Ali or Mengya? Cute, right? Shuiyu seemed unaware that her tail had given away a secret. Upon hearing Lu Shifei's words, she paused for a moment, then looked down, following Lu Shifei's gaze. When she spotted the fluffy tail, a flicker of embarrassment crossed her face. But she quickly regained her composure. With a slight smile, she replied casually, actually, it's just a cosplay prop. Do you believe me? On the second floor, in the bedroom, warm yellow light spilled across the soft bed. Yi Li and Su Yun were nestled together at the head of the bed. their bodies closely entwined. Leaning lightly against Yi Li's shoulder, Su Yin teased him gently. "Darling, I thought you would stay in a magic city." Her fingers softly stroked his arm, her eyes filled with tenderness. "Stay in a magic city, for what?" Yi Li smiled slightly, looking down at her. "To be a hero. To save lives, you know what I mean? If I encounter something, I would definitely step in." He sighed softly, a hint of worry flashing in his gaze. "But this situation isn't something I can resolve alone, and I trust in the strength of the country. By the way, are we sending our parents to Yangcheng?" Yes, they really like you." Yi Li nodded, his eyes filled with determination. "All right, Yangcheng is relatively safe. In this situation, it's best to stay as far away from the magic city as possible." They fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, Su Yin recalled something and frowned slightly, asking, "Is Shifei back yet?" Yi Li shook his head. "She probably ate something bad." Winter sunlight filtered through thick clouds, casting its glow on the earth. The RV was parked beside a tranquil forest, surrounded by deep snow, as if the entire world had frozen in that moment. The warm light inside the vehicle emanated a gentle glow, dispelling the winter chill and filling the RV with a cozy atmosphere. Yi Li sat on the couch on the second floor, holding a cup of hot tea, warmth spreading from his heart. Ollie curled up by his feet, occasionally emitting soft whimpers, looking particularly content. Su Yin peeked out from the kitchen, softly calling, "Yi Li, come help me. I can't manage alone." "I'm coming." Putting down his tea, Yi Li got up and went downstairs into the kitchen, where he saw Su Yin busy preparing lunch. Steam was rising from a pot, releasing an enticing aroma. It was his favorite braised pork. "Let me handle it." Yi Li took the spatula from her, expertly stirring the dishes. Su Yin smiled gently, tying an apron around him, then sat on a nearby chair, watching him with warm eyes. "Where's Shifei?" "I haven't seen her around," Yi Li asked. Su Yin pointed towards the living room. Yi Li turned to look and saw Lu Shifei sitting at the far end of the sofa, cradling Yin Yin in her arms. The little kitten, meow, meow, meow. "Let Annie give you a kiss, moi." "Little kitty, are you hungry too?" "Don't worry, there will be something delicious soon, but first, you have to let Annie moi." Lu Shifei rubbed her head against Yin Yin, acting like a little rascal. "Be careful, Yin Yin is quite dangerous," Yi Li said with a smile, continuing to focus on cooking dinner. Su father and Su mother returned from outside, having just bought a bunch of ingredients from nearby town. When Su mother walked in and saw Yi Li busy in the kitchen, a look of satisfaction spread across her face. "Yi Li, you've worked hard again today." "Mom, you're too kind. It's what I should do," Yi Li replied with a slight smile, her eyes filled with sincerity. "We bought a lot of fresh ingredients today, and later, I'll let Yi Li show you a thing or two," Su father said as he placed the bag on the floor, clapping his hands with a beaming smile. Chapter 169. Taking office in Yangcheng after lunch, the family gathered on the sofa on the second floor, enjoying a rare moment of leisure. Su father held an old book in his hands, occasionally looking up to gaze at each family member beside him, his eyes filled with contentment. He wasn't really paying attention to the book. Instead, he seemed to be dozing off. Su mother sat next to him, threading a needle as she knitted a small sweater. "Auntie, who are you knitting for?" Lu Shifei leaned closer, curiously observing the tiny needles in Su mother's hands. "So small?" She glanced at Yi Li, her expression quite vivid. "Of course, it's for you." Su Yin shot her a glance. Lu Shifei was practically bursting with excitement. Even without guessing, Su Yin already knew. Su mother smiled gently, her eyes full of affection. "It's for Ollie. This little guy has thick fur, but it's cold outside, so I want to keep him warm." Now, it was Su Yun's turn to be curious. "Mom, when did you get so close to Ollie?" Su mother pondered for a moment and simply replied, "I just think he is incredibly cute." "So do I," Su father chimed in. "It's quite strange, really. You know, once the snow stops, how about we go outside and build a snowman?" Lu Shifei suddenly suggested, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "You should ask little Li if the journey is manageable." Su father replied. "It's manageable," Yi Li assured. "Great. I was just thinking of stretching my legs a bit," Su father said, putting down his book. In the gaps of their conversation, he had already dozed off several times. "All right, it's settled then," Su mother said, setting her knitting aside. "I'll go prepare some hot tea for everyone to enjoy after we play outside." Before long, the snow finally stopped. Sunlight broke through the thick clouds, shining on the pristine snow and reflecting dazzling rays. The family dressed warmly in thick winter clothes and brought Ollie and Minya outside from the RV. Minya excitedly dashed through the snow, leaving a trail of tiny footprints. Meanwhile, on the third floor, Yu quietly observed everything unfolding below. Why don't you transform back into a snow leopard? She asked. Yu wouldn't understand. Filled with excitement, Suyin picked up a shovel and began to clear the snow. Let us build a big snowman. Yinjia, let me help you. Yili also grabbed a shovel and joined in the snowman building fun. Lu Shifei took on the role of decorating the snowman, fetching carrots, buttons, and scars from the RV to make the snowman look beautiful. Su father and Su mother watched from the side, their faces glowing with happiness. Su mother frequently took out her phone to capture these wonderful moments. Mingya, you come help too. Lu Shifei called to Mingya. Woo woo woo. Mingya seemed eager to help as well, using its little paws to dig in the snow. Although its movements were a bit clumsy, everyone couldn't help but laugh at its adorable antics. Look, our snowman is so beautiful. Su Yin stood beside the snowman, her face beaming with joy. The snowman wore the scarf knitted by Su mother, and its carrot nose sparkled in the sunlight, making it look especially charming. Yes, this is our masterpiece together. Yili stood beside Su Yun, gently holding her hand, his eyes filled with tenderness. Let's take a family photo, he suggested. He picked up his phone and pointed the camera at everyone. 1, 2, 3, cheese. With the click of the shutter, the happy smiles of the family were captured in that moment. The next day, after packing their bags, they set off southward in their RV. Their destination was Yangcheng, known for its warm climate and beautiful scenery, a rare haven from the winter chill. The RV cruised along the highway, with the scenery outside the window constantly changing, from snow-covered mountains to gradually warming plains, as if witnessing the transition of the seasons. Look, the peaks over there seem to be covered in snow, Lu Shifei pointed out, her eyes filled with awe. Indeed, the winter mountains look particularly magnificent. Yili smiled slightly. This view was already familiar to him and Su Yun. The vehicle continued its journey, and gradually, the surroundings began to warm up. On the fields beside the highway, although the lush green rice paddies were gone, patches of golden rapeseed flowers occasionally appeared, adding splashes of color to the winter landscape. Look, there are rapeseed flowers over there. Lu Shifei exclaimed with delight. Really? Vice President Lu, have you never seen rapeseed flowers before? Spring is just around the corner, Yili joked. After several hours on the road, they arrived at a small town. The townspeople were bundled in thick winter clothes, yet their faces radiated warmth and smiles. The streets were lined with various stalls, and the enticing aroma of steaming breakfast food wafted through the air, making it hard to resist stopping. Let us stop and grab a bite, Yili proposed. I agree. I'm hungry too, Su Yun said, eagerly hopping out of the car while holding Mingya. They entered a small restaurant and ordered several bowls of steaming noodle soup. Mingya was placed in a cozy little nook, occasionally peeking out, curiously observing everything around her. This noodle soup is delicious, Su Yun said after taking a sip, her face lighting up with satisfaction. Yes, nothing beats enjoying hot noodle soup in winter, Yili nodded, his eyes reflecting the pleasure of the moment. Observing the couple, Su's parents exchanged glances, both satisfied with what they saw. However, their attention soon shifted to Lu Shifei, as Su's mother keenly noticed that she was secretly watching Yili, which made her heart skip a beat. After finishing breakfast, they continued on their journey. Outside the window, the scenery of the small town gradually faded away, replaced by vast open fields. Occasionally, a few bare trees could be seen dotting the landscape, standing tall as if waiting for spring to arrive. As they drove further, they gradually entered the mountainous region. The winding mountain roads curved and twisted, with peaks rising high into the clouds, enveloped in mist, creating a fairy tale-like atmosphere. Yili drove cautiously, while Su Yun occasionally reminded him to stay safe. The scenery here is so beautiful. It feels like every spot is a painting, Su Yun exclaimed, her eyes filled with enchantment. Indeed, such a beautiful place stands out across the country. Yili nodded, filled with emotion. They walked along, stopping occasionally to admire the scenery and even taking some photos to capture the moments. Meanwhile, in the living area of the RV, Su's mother sat on the couch, her face marked by hesitation and concern. Her gaze would occasionally flicker towards Lu Shifei, who was sitting a short distance away, cradling Yin and gently stroking its soft fur. After a moment of silence, Su's mother finally stood up and walked over, unable to resist, lightly tapping Lu Shifei on the shoulder. Her voice was gentle as she said, Shifei, can we talk for a moment? Chapter 170. A new beginning. The RV cruised smoothly along the highway. The noise of the wheels rolling was effectively muffled by the sturdy body of the vehicle. On one of the couches, Su-Yun and Yili sat side by side. Ollie, wearing a little sweater knitted for it by Su's mother, strutted back and forth in front of everyone, its tail held high, as if to say, "Look at me. I'm warm and cozy, just like a sausage." Mengya whispered softly, her eyes never leaving the sweater. Ali's ears perked up, and it turned to glare at Mengya. "What do you know? This is called fashion. Do you understand fashion?" Mengya turned her head away, ignoring it. Upstairs, Lu Shifei and Su's mother sat side by side, gazing out at the rapidly retreating scenery. The afternoon sun slanted through the car window, casting warm patches of light on the plush seats. Lu Shifei held a cup of hot tea, but her gaze seemed unfocused, appearing to fall outside the window, yet seemingly looking at nothing in particular. "Do you like him?" Su's mother's voice was gentle, carrying an almost imperceptible hint of probing. Lu Shifei snapped back to attention, her hand trembling slightly, causing some tea to spill on her fair hand, bringing a mild sting. She hurriedly set down the cup and grabbed a tissue to wipe it, her movements somewhat flustered. "Auntie, what are you talking about?" Lu Shifei tried to keep her voice calm. "Who do I like?" "Yili. How could that be?" Su's mother watched her silently, her gaze seeming to see right through everything. Lu Shifei felt even more anxious, avoiding Su's mother's eyes, her fingers unconsciously twisting together. "You must have misunderstood. I just think Yili is quite impressive, very reliable. It's admiration. Yes, admiration. Besides, he is Yunjia's husband. How could I possibly?" She paused, unable to continue. "Shifei." Su's mother sighed, her tone gentle yet tinged with a hint of helplessness. "I never said you liked Shaoli." Lu Shifei froze instantly, her cheeks flushing rapidly. She lowered her head, her voice barely audible. In the car, there are only two men. If it's not Yili, could it be Uncle? By the time she finished that last part, she found it absurd, her voice becoming even smaller. "You silly girl." Su's mother chuckled in exasperation, reaching out to tap her forehead. "You're so thin-skinned, your thoughts are written all over your face. And yet you still act tough." Lu Shifei, feeling indignant, muttered under her breath, I just feel he is different from others." The smile on Su's mother's face faded, her expression growing serious. "Since we're on this topic, Shifei, some feelings are best kept in your heart. Xiao Yun is your sister, and you wouldn't want to put her in a difficult position, would you?" Lu Shifei fell silent, her nails digging into her palm. She recalled the cousin she had seen that night, Shuiyu. Shuiyu could openly stay by Yi Li's side and live with everyone, so why couldn't she? This thought left her feeling somewhat unbalanced and inexplicably wronged. She bit her lip hard, choosing not to speak further. Downstairs, Su-Yun absent-mindedly flipped through a magazine, the exquisite images failing to capture her attention. Suddenly, she put the magazine down. She tilted her head towards the staircase leading to the second floor. What could they be talking about up there? It seemed so mysterious. Yili leaned back against the sofa, her eyes barely open. She lazily replied, "Chickens." I know. Ali perked up immediately, scooting closer to Su-Yun's legs, its tail wagging like a rattle drum. "Ooh, it's super juicy. Want to hear it? Trade me for some dried fish. 2 pieces. Su-Yun couldn't help but laugh at its antics. She reached down to pet its fluffy head, saying, not interested. Yili opened her eyes just enough to glance at Ali. Eavesdropping on others is not nice. Aren't you curious?" Ali protesta, scratching at Su-Yun's pant leg. "This is exclusive insider info. It's really explosive." The dawn was just breaking. The RV exited the highway and entered familiar city streets. The early morning air in Yangcheng was slightly cool and damp, with the streetlights still flickering on. Early risers at the market were already busy setting up. Yili glanced to her side. Su-Yun was asleep against her seat, breathing steadily. A thin layer of condensation coated the car window, blurring the view outside. The vehicle came to a slow stop at the entrance of an old alley. The morning light had just crested over the rooftops, casting golden rays precisely onto the weathered iron gate of the courtyard. "We've arrived." Yili turned off the engine, and the hum of the motor ceased. The only sounds left in the cabin were the quiet breaths of the passengers. Everyone rubbed their eyes, yawned, and opened the doors to step out, the brisk morning air fully waking them up. "Oh wow, we're here." Su's mother stretched her arms, loosening her muscles. Ali was the first to leap out of the car, curiously surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, while Mengya trailed behind slowly, still sleepy and yawning widely. "Mom, let us help you carry the stuff inside." Suyin opened the trunk to grab the luggage. No rush, no rush, Su's mother waved her hand, her gaze shifting around Yili before finally landing on Lu Shifei. She grasped her hand. Shifei, don't leave yet. Stay and help me organize the wardrobe. Lu Shifei paused for a moment. Okay, Andy. Su's mother smiled contentedly and promptly pulled a set of keys from her pocket, firmly handing them to Yili. Shaoli, take Xiao Yun to have dim sum. Go to that place by the Pearl River. Their shrimp dumplings are the best. You young folks will definitely love it. Yili accepted the keys and glanced at Su's mother, then at Su Yun and Lu Shifei, remaining silent. Mom, Su Yun protestive, slamming the half-dragged suitcase back onto the ground. We just got back. We were looking forward to spending some quality time with you and Dad. Why does it sound like you want us to leave? Oh, silly girl, Su's mother chided playfully, giving her a mock glare. You two are always running around outside. It must be exhausting. It's rare for you to come back, so take this chance to rest for a few days. Understand the importance of your couple time? As she spoke, she shot a knowing glance at Yili. Not in a hurry, really. Yili's lips barely twitched in response. Su's mother turned her attention back to Lu Shifei. Poetess Lu, do you think that's the case? Lu Shifei was called out, forcing a somewhat stiff smile, her gaze drifting for a moment. Yes, it's time to rest well. Her voice was softer than usual, and she avoided making eye contact with Yili. I don't care. If we're going, we're all going together. Suyin linked her arm with Lu Shifei's, perfectly positioning her to lead the way. After all, this place was much more familiar to her than to me. Right, Shifei? You have a point. Lu Shifei's eyes brightened. Oh, you. Su's mother looked at her daughter, frustrated by her lack of understanding. She tapped Su Yun's forehead with her finger, exasperated. All right, just don't come crying to me later. It's just for dim sum. What's there to regret? Su Yun replied, puzzled, glancing around and sensing that the atmosphere felt a bit off. Ollie chimed in, exactly. How could you regret eating shrimp dumplings? I want to go. I want to go too. Ollie had somehow joined the group, tugging at Su Yun's pant leg, her tail wagging excitedly. Shrimp dumplings. I want to eat. Chapter 171. For a better tomorrow half a month later. The leisurely days in Yangcheng felt as fleeting as a dream. During this time, the global landscape had shifted dramatically. The once mighty Hu Yi was severely weakened, and the previously glamorous antis of Shanghai had scattered like birds and beasts. More astonishing news came from across the strait. The entire treasure island was completely covered by an unknown vine-like plant, impenetrable and resembling a giant green tomb. The Anomaly Bureau urgently dispatched Lin Quan to lead an elite team for reconnaissance, but in the end, only Lin Quan returned, severely injured, bringing back a report filled with despair and wounds that seemed impossible to heal. At the headquarters of the Anomaly Bureau, the atmosphere was tense. In the conference room, a massive electronic screen displayed satellite images and detection data that were shocking to behold. Lin Quan reported on the internal situation of the treasure island, rapidly growing plants, strangely powerful creatures, and deadly traps lurking everywhere. Subsequently, regional heads reported on recent anomalous events, repeatedly mentioning the heightened danger levels in oceanic regions, with several coastal cities suffering heavy losses from mysterious sea monster attacks. Yili sat quietly in a corner, listening intently. His formal attire felt somewhat constraining, and he tugged at his collar. Lin Quan's descriptions, the horrifying scenes on the screen, and the rising casualty figures, all this information intensified the unease in his heart. The search for high-grade genetic medicine materials could no longer be delayed. Out of the 9 materials needed, 3 were in the ocean. The legends of giant sea monsters had existed since ancient times, and now they were clearly awakening at an accelerated pace, becoming even more terrifying. The longer they waited, the more the ocean would turn into a true death zone. When the meeting ended, the heavy atmosphere lingered. Yili walked out of the conference room and immediately spotted Su Yun waiting at the end of the corridor, dressed sharply in a suit with polished shoes. And even paired with black socks, Su Yun leaned against the wall, her gaze fixed on him, a smile curving at the corners of her mouth as she looked him up and down. He was quite handsome, after all. Yili glanced down at himself, and then raised a hand to adjust his already neat collar. Was everyone dressed like this? Just finished a meeting? Su Yun took a couple of steps closer. Judging by your expression, things don't seem too good. Yili sighed, tacitly agreeing. Shuiyu had already stocked up on supplies with Yin Yin and Mengya, and the vehicle had been checked, ready for departure at any moment. As for Ali, what happened to Ali? Yili immediately asked. She just woke up. Su Yun suppressed a laugh. And she is currently watching cartoons while hugging a jar of snacks. I'll take a wild guess. Are we about to set off again? Exactly, Yili said without hesitation. He quickly reviewed the information about the 3 ocean materials in his mind. This time, their destination was the sea, with the first stop being the Neon Nation. Neon? Su Yun's eyes brightened. I remember there are still some places there where nuclear radiation hasn't been completely cleared, right? Plus, with the recent frequent tsunamis. It sounds exciting. Yili smiled and met her gaze. Now that both of them had injected intermediate genetic medicine, their physical capabilities far exceeded those of ordinary people. Their RV was also equipped with radiation protection and strong pressure resistance, so he felt confident about their safety. The day at sea. The modified RV floated in the nearshore waters, its second floor extending into a wide terrace, with gleaming railings and a sunshade casting a comfortable shadow. At first glance, it looked like a luxurious yacht docked on the azure waves. Yili had not gone live in a while, and as he carefully opened the streaming app, the camera avoided focusing on the crowd, instead zeroing in on the endless sea before him. The early summer sun spilled across the water, sparkling like diamonds. It was a nearly transparent blue, but upon closer inspection, there seemed to be an inexplicable undercurrent swirling in the depths of that blue, adding a hint of eeriness to the calm. As soon as the live stream started, the chat exploded with comments. They're back from the dead. The host is alive. Wait, is that the sea in the background? You guys went out to sea? Where is Yishun? Yishun, say something. We want to see Ali. Where is Ali? Mingjia? I want to see Yaning Mingjia. Shuiyu. X99 strongly requesting Cloud Assistant to show up. To the person upstairs, did your village just get internet? It's been out for a while. Some big shots have already figured out Cloud Assistant's true identity, and you won't believe who it is. Who is it? Stop teasing us. It's those who know, those who don't. 1T understand even if you tell them. Enough nonsense. Cloud Assistant is actually CEO Sue. Which CEO Sue? The one in cosmetics? Some might not know which CEO Sue we're talking about. So let us put it this way. Cloud Assistant is your adoptive mother, the one from Yunkai Group? In an instant, the screen was flooded with question marks and exclamation points, nearly drowning out the visuals. Yi Li, who had been lounging in a chair gazing at the horizon, chuckled at the mention of his adoptive mother and glanced at the rolling comments. He turned his head to look at Su Yun, nestled in his arms, and teased softly. So by this logic, does that make me their adoptive father? Su Yun, who was busy looking at information on her tablet, looked up at his words. You were almost my adoptive father last night. She reached over and gently adjusted the live stream camera to focus on herself and Yili. On the screen, Su Yun's skin was flawless, her features exquisite, making it hard to tell her actual age. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the sunshade, casting a soft glow on her face. Hello everyone. I am indeed Su Yun, she said to the camera, her voice clear and exuding a calm confidence. The chat fell silent for a moment, then erupted into even more intense comments. No way. Cloud Assistant really is CEO Sue from Yunkai Group? Oh my gosh. She is really the adoptive mother. So Yishun. Bows to the adoptive father and mother. Wait, with that looks? You're telling me this is the nearly 40-year-old CEO Sue? I don't believe it. To the person upstairs. Is it possible that Yishun just takes good care of himself? Unbelievable. Yili took a sip of his juice and, seeing the comments, couldn't help but interject. Addressing the camera. Hey, that friend over there, Sister Yin, is already beautiful. She doesn't need anyone to take care of her, okay? Oh, great job, Yili. The protective brother, Yi Li, is here. Ah, things just got even sweeter. I'm going to enjoy this dog food first. Yili then got back to business, introducing to everyone in the live stream. Next, we will be circling around the coast of Neon, and after that, our plan is to venture deep into the Pacific. We will dive underwater to explore what the ocean floor looks like today. Chapter 172, Ocean Fishing. Mutant Swordfish, the RV, or rather, it should now be called a boat, glided smoothly over the near sea. The outlines of Chuanzhou and the treasure island had long disappeared below the horizon, leaving only a long white wake behind them, a testament to their journey through the azure waters, heading toward the neon lights. The sea breeze, carrying a salty and moist scent, brushed against the terrace. The second floor terrace was fully set up, featuring comfortable loungers and sun umbrellas, with the sun generously pouring down its rays, while the sea breeze gently tousled everyone's hair with just the right amount of saltiness. Yedi rejonet in Achaiv. squinting at the point where the sea met the sky in the distance. A live-streaming ball hovered nearby, capturing the tranquil and magnificent seascape. The chat in the live stream was buzzing with excitement. Viewers were intrigued by this sudden ocean broadcast. Are we really floating on the sea? Can RVs go into the water? The environment looks great. Is vacation mode activated? Yigod. Where's he? Suyin lay on the lounger beside Yili, wearing oversized sunglasses that covered half her face, sipping on a fruit juice. Ollie was rolling around at her feet. Having just gotten kicked in the backside by Shueyu. If you don't manage her soon, she's going to take over. Who? Inyan? Inyan was sprawled out in the coolest corner of the terrace, and upon hearing Su Yun's words, she immediately lifted her head. Me? It's Shueyu. Just look at her. Ollie, are you trying to stir up trouble? Su Yun shot a glance at Shueyu, who was quietly gazing at the sea. As for her looks, Su Yun had to admit that Shueyu was indeed beautiful, fair, and alluring. Ollie chimed in. She is definitely pretending not to see. Right. Mingyan nodded in agreement. After a moment, Yili suddenly sat up and stretched. Since we have some free time, let us try ocean fishing. As he said this, he got up and headed to the storage compartment on the first floor. Su Yun's interest was piqued. Great. Let us see what good catches are in this sea. Can I get a try too? Shueyu, who had been quietly sitting a bit farther away, her gaze fixed on the sea, stood up, looking a bit curious upon hearing Yili's words. Of course. Yili soon returned with several sets of brand-new fishing gear that looked quite professional. He handed one set to Su Yun and another to Shueyu. A fisherman never goes home empty-handed, he joked as he skillfully baited the hooks. He chose a spot with a clear view, flicked his wrist gently, and the fishing line, carrying a shiny lure, drew an elegant arc before silently disappearing into the water. Su Yun tried to mimic his actions, but clearly struggled. The fishing line nearly got tangled in the nearby railing. Yili couldn't help but laugh, walking over to stand behind her, holding her hand to adjust her posture. Relax your wrist, feel the rod's flexibility. His warm breath brushed against Su Yun's ear. Su Yun smiled sweetly and turned to kiss him. Actually, I can fish too. Is that so? I also know that the president of Su University will definitely fish. The two of them stopped fishing and got cozy together. Shuyu watched their affectionate gestures, her gaze flickering for a moment before she silently turned away, clumsily casting her fishing line. Oh dear, I'm so clumsy. Fishing is really hard. Do you want me to teach you? Ingyan's big head leaned in. Shuyu waved her hand, pushing him away. No need. Time quietly passed as they waited. The sea surface remained calm, only occasionally disturbed by passing seabirds and the playful little fish that darted towards them, trying to catch a bite, proving this wasn't a still picture. The audience in the live stream patiently awaited. It's starting, the fishing live stream. Just waiting for Yi Shan to reel in a big catch. Look at Yun's posture. Definitely not a newbie. Who says otherwise? Ha ha ha. Ollie is more anxious than anyone. Just then, Yi Li's hand gripping the fishing rod suddenly sank down. The fishing line instantly tightened, emitting a soft hum. A tremendous force coming from beneath the water. It's here. Yi Li's eyes sharpened, his arm muscles tensing, firmly holding the fishing rod as he began to wrestle with the creature below. The rod bent into an astonishing arc, as if it might snap at any moment. Wow, got a bite. Suyin immediately put down her fishing rod and ran over excitedly to watch. Shuyu also fixed her gaze on the rod in Yi Li's hands. Ollie was bouncing up and down in excitement. A big fish. It must be a big fish. The underwater force was exceptionally fierce, constantly tugging at the line, trying to break free. But Yili remained calm and composed, his breathing steady, movements rhythmic as he alternately reeled in and let out the line, patiently wearing down the fish's stamina. The chat in the live stream exploded. Wow, that's quite a commotion. Look at how bent the rod is. It's definitely a big catch. Stay steady, Yi Shun. Pull it up and let us see what it is. Adrenaline surged. Every angler knows that having strength alone isn't enough. You need to know how to maneuver. This battle between man and fish lasted nearly 20 minutes. Finally, there was a violent thrashing beneath the surface, splashes erupting everywhere. A massive, shimmering silver fish was slowly pulled out of the water. It was a remarkably muscular swordfish, its long snout gleaming like a sword under the sunlight, its body streamlined and full of power. Even after being dragged out of the water, it continued to struggle fiercely, its tail slapping against the surface with loud cracks. Wow! Yin and Ali exclaimed simultaneously. What sharp spikes? Is this a thornfish? This is a swordfish. Fierce in nature, capable of swimming at speeds up to 120 kilometers per hour, the champion of fish swimmers. It also has an elegant nickname, the swordsman of the sea. Swordfish and sailfish look quite similar. Does anyone know the difference? Su Yun explained to Mengya, engaging with the audience in the live stream. I know, they have different names. The cloud assistant is asking why the names are different. It's because the strokes are different. Get lost, you have so many strokes. What is the relationship between swordfish and tuna? Is there such a thing as knife fish? The person upstairs doesn't know about knife fish. The taste of mackerel. Even cats are curious about it. First love. Sing any more and we'll be infringing copyright. Buddy, you dog. At this moment, Yili exerted his strength with his arm, using a clever twist to fling the struggling giant onto the deck. The swordfish bounced a few times on the deck. Its long bill nearly swept the leg of a nearby table. We're having steamed swordfish for dinner. Suyin was already excitedly planning a menu. Just looking at it makes your mouth water. Ollie circled around the swordfish, nearly drooling onto the deck. Lucky day. Yili smiled, bent down, and prepared to process this catch. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the horizon. The clouds in the distance seemed thicker than before, and the sea breeze carried a barely noticeable chill. It was going to rain. Chapter 173. Sea storm inside the RV on a makeshift processing table that had been hastily assembled. A massive swordfish took up most of the space. Its silver-gray scales gleamed with a metallic luster under the lights, and its long bill looked sharp and imposing. This creature was quite impressive. Su Yun circled around the swordfish, marveling at it, while weighing a boning knife in her hand, seemingly searching for the best spot to begin. It felt like she was about to dissect a work of art, and she was a bit reluctant. But reluctant or not, they had to eat. Yili rolled up his sleeves and picked up a more specialized filleting knife. His movements were crisp and efficient. The blade glided smoothly along the fish's body, skillfully avoiding the thick bones, effortlessly separating large chunks of fresh, firm fish meat. The texture was delicate, the grain clear, exuding the unique briny aroma of the ocean. Wow, this meat looks so bouncy. Ellie squatted nearby, her eyes wide with excitement, her tail eagerly thumping the ground. She loved fish the most, and reminiscing about the time she spent fishing with Yi, Li felt just like yesterday. Upstairs, it was all cleaned up. Yes, that's right. Mengya and Inyan bounced down from the second floor. Yili's movements in processing the fish paused slightly. He looked up, his sharp gaze piercing through the porthole. Outside, the waves began to swell. Shuiyu, lounging on the sofa, opened her eyes, her ice blue pupils glancing lazily outside before closing again with a hint of disinterest. The color of the sea was deepening at a visible pace, shifting from bright azure to a profound indigo. The sound of the wind changed its tune, no longer a gentle breeze, but now a low, mournful wail, starting to pound against the RV's windows and body. The waves were clearly much higher than before, crashing against the vehicle with a dull thud. The sky darkened at an alarming rate, heavy clouds sweeping across the horizon like spilled ink, greedily swallowing the sunlight. The scene resembled something out of a disaster movie at sea. Retract the deck and prepare for dive mode, Yili said steadily. The excitement and curiosity faded from Su Yun's face in an instant. She quickly put down her knife and cheerfully replied, "Got it, Captain." Yili chuckled. "Go ahead, Miss Sailor." Su Yun swiftly wrapped the filleted fish in cling film and placed it in the refrigerator. Just then, the wind outside suddenly intensified. A nearby thunderclap erupted, shaking the RV violently. Opportunity. A light bulb went off in Ali's mind. This was exactly what she had been waiting for. She feigned being startled, letting out a surprised yelp, but her movements were incredibly precise and agile. In one perfect leap, she dove straight into Yili's arms, who was focused on activating dive mode. She quickly adjusted her position, nuzzling her small head into his warm chest, her tail tip even sneaking a little upward, exuding a sense of accomplishment. It wasn't too surprising that Ali acted this way. It had been a long time since Yili had held her. Mia had also learned some bad habits. When it saw Ali pouncing towards Yili, it dove right between Yili's legs, its tiny paws clinging tightly to his pant leg, as if it wished to hang on completely. This unexpected two-pronged attack caused Yili's hands to freeze in place. In his arms was a docile, though clearly faking it, ball of fluff, and between his legs was a trembling little creature, perfectly blocking his view of the screen and making him miss the best opportunity to complete the stealth command. Just that little delay, and a torrential downpour began. Raindrops as big as beans pounded against the porthole, instantly merging into a blurry curtain of water. The howling winds roared, and the giant waves crashed against the side of the RV like an angry beast, producing a deafening roar. The RV rocked violently like a lone boat in a furious sea, being tossed up and slammed down again by the waves, causing everything inside to start sliding around. Su-Yun quickly grabbed onto a nearby fixture, glancing at the Ali in Yi Li's arms with a look of resigned understanding. Enough is enough. I'm going to spank some people later. Ali and Mingya. Yi Li found himself both amused and exasperated. How could he not understand their thoughts? But now is not the time for coddling. With one swift motion, he lifted the still, playing innocent Ali into his arms while bending down to scoop up Mingya from between his legs, quickly placing both clingy little creatures onto the sofa. Stay down. Don't move, he commanded in a low, serious tone that brooked no argument. Ali shrank its neck and obediently lay down, secretly sticking out its tongue. Yi Li immediately redirected his attention to the control panel. His fingers flew across the controls again. The monitoring panel displayed that the wind speed had reached level 8, with wave heights exceeding 4 meters and still rising rapidly. The core area of the severe convective weather system had arrived. These words confirmed the chaotic scene outside. The second floor quickly folded in with the smooth mechanical sounds, ultimately merging seamlessly into the structure of the RV as if it had never existed. The metal armor on the outside of the RV also began to change, the surface becoming smoother, the lines more streamlined, minimizing potential water flow resistance to the greatest extent possible. Hold on tight, Yi Li said with a smile. Su-Yun immediately wrapped her arms tightly around Yi Li, steadying herself. The RV's engine let out a low roar and then began to descend smoothly and swiftly. The line of the sea's surface outside rose rapidly. Soon, the entire world was enveloped by the surging seawater. Countless tiny bubbles rushed upwards, and sunlight filtered through the thick water, becoming distorted and transformed into dim, swaying shadows. The deep blue sea replaced the sky, completely enveloping the RV. So, this is what the underwater world is like. Yin Yan's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the dark and mysterious deep blue world outside the window. This was her first time truly entering such deep waters. It felt a bit oppressive, she thought, clutching her chest. Mingya was calmer than Ali. Though its little paws fidgeted nervously against the cushion, its eyes alertly watching the strange fish shapes that occasionally darted past the window. The fish were all different shapes and sizes. Some of them even emit a faint bioluminescence, leaving behind fleeting trails of light in the dark ocean water. Yi Li maneuvered the RV deeper, until they reached a relatively stable layer of water. The chaotic sounds of the raging winds and waves outside were effectively blocked by the thick insulation layer, and an unusual silence returned to the cabin, broken only by the soft, steady hum of the engine maintaining their balance. Just as Shui Yu had said, a sense of oppression from the deep sea washed over him. They were temporarily safe. Yi Li relaxed his grip on the controls, leaning slightly back into his seat. But his gaze remained fixed on the complex environmental data displayed on the screen. On the screen, a light point representing the RV hovered steadily in the center of the image. In the vast, dark waters surrounding it, several moving light signals scattered about, varying in size and trajectory, like ghosts traversing the unknown depths. Are these moving light points fish? Su-Yun leaned closer to the screen, curiously observing. Her adaptability and curiosity were strong. After the initial surprise and concern about the storm, she felt a growing desire to explore this unknown underwater world. Most of them should be. Yi Li's tone turned serious as he pointed to a particularly large light point at the edge of the screen, moving at an unusually high speed. That light point traced a highly irregular path, flickering in and out of view, as if teasing the detection system. But some of them, I'm afraid, they may not be the ordinary marine creatures we know. Chapter 174. The Dragon Palace's folding with the glowing dots on the detection screen continued to dart through the dim waters, while the interior of the vehicle had temporarily returned to calm, with only the low hum of the engine maintaining its hover and the occasional muffled thud of some creature bumping against the hull. The silence of the deep sea was almost stifling. Yi Li shifted his gaze from the screen to Su-Yun. Let's eat something first. How about we watch a movie later? He suggested. Upon hearing this, Su-Yun's eyes sparkled. A meaningful smile curved her red lips. She softly replied, her tone lingering enticingly. This time, Let's watch a 3-hour movie. This simple response seemed to cast an invisible lure into the air. Are we going to watch it in bed? Ali almost immediately leaned over, her bright eyes full of anticipation as she jumped in with a question. I want to watch too, she added, eager not to be left out. I do too, Mingya's voice chimed in, hesitant yet equally resolute. Shuyu also gently added, her voice low but clear enough for everyone to hear, I want to go to bed, to watch the movie. As soon as she spoke, the atmosphere seemed to pause for a moment. All eyes, regardless of their emotions, focused intently on Shueyu's somewhat cool face. What are you looking at me for? Shueyu didn't understand why it was fine when Ali said it. The implications were indeed intriguing. Half an hour later, the aroma of food quickly dispersed some of the strange atmosphere. The perfectly seared swordfish steak sizzled, infused with the scents of garlic and herbs, making it particularly tempting in the confined space of the deep sea. Ali and Ming, you could hardly contain themselves, each occupying a corner of the dining table, eagerly tearing into their generous portions of fish. Their delighted chomping sounds clearly audible. Yin was the quickest, practically swallowing her share whole before gazing eagerly at Yili. Wanting more? Next time for sure, Yili chuckled, adding some reserved beef jerky to her plate. At the dining table, only Shueyu maintained her composed elegance, meticulously cutting her fish steak and savoring it in small bites. Su Yun dabbed at the corners of her mouth with a napkin and turned to Yili, her gaze inquisitive. Are we going to the neon lights to look for something special? Her voice broke the silence dominated by chewing sounds. Exactly. Yili put down his utensils, organizing his thoughts. I'm looking for a piece of wood. A special type of black sunk wood called Dragon Palace's folding wood. He had expected this name to raise some questions or be taken as a joke. However, Suyin only furrowed her brows in thought for a moment before a flicker of recognition crossed her eyes. Dragon Palace. I think I remember something about that. It's what they call a deep-sea ruin over in Neon, right? It was in the news many years ago. So the wood you're looking for is a part of that ruin? Like a door beam or something? Yi Li's eyes widened in surprise at her sudden insight. Unable to hide his astonishment, he had prepared many explanations and even anticipated the need to persuade everyone that this was not nonsense. To his surprise, Su Yin directly pointed out the key information. Sister Yin, do you know where the ruins are? Su Yin shook her head. It was probably about 10 years ago that the neon media made a big fuss about it. It was quite sensational. They reported the discovery of an incredible underwater ancient architectural complex near the coast, referring to it as the Dragon Palace. However, it seems that there hasn't been any substantial progress since then. Exploration was fraught with difficulties, and eventually, it faded from discussion, becoming just an urban legend or media hype. Regardless, this is already a very important clue. At least it proves that the Dragon Palace is not just an empty rumor. A weight lifted off Yi Li's heart, and a relaxed smile appeared on his face. He felt that the path ahead seemed a bit clearer. Having a goal was certainly better than drifting aimlessly in the ocean. He looked at Su Yun and sincerely said, Sister Yun, this information is a huge help. Meanwhile, Ali took advantage of Meng Ye's distraction and secretly reached out a paw to snatch some meat from her plate, only to be swatted away by Meng Ye. What are you doing? I just want to take a lick. The two little ones immediately began to whine. The detection screen showed a stable light point moving towards the target, indicating they were only 10 nautical miles away from the neon Nagasaki coastline. The movie had ended. It was a very touching family film, but Ali and the others couldn't relate to the pet dog in the movie. They felt more like the roles of the owner or daughter. Wah. So touching. Wah. Ali's sobbing broke the silence. She rubbed her eyes with her paw. Her fluffy tail was anxiously sweeping behind her, and her body subtly inched deeper into the blanket. Yili watched Ali's exaggerated reaction, feeling both helpless and amused. Is it really that touching? This movie is heartwarming, but it doesn't seem to be at the level of making Ali cry like that. Humph. Suyin leaned back against the headboard, a knowing smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Her gaze fell on Ali's wiggling little backside, watching as that fluffy tail almost disappeared completely into the blanket. She knew Ali wasn't moved by the movie. Suyin slowly added, she wants to burrow in. No sooner had she said that than she reached out and precisely pinched the tip of the fox's tail that was trying to pull itself in. Ali exclaimed, her body instantly freezing, and her movements came to a halt. With a gentle flick of her wrist, Su Yun effortlessly pulled Ali out from under the blanket, like a little radish being uprooted from the ground, leaving her no chance to resist. Her limbs flailed helplessly in the air. Wah, Sister Yun. Ali was placed at the edge of the bed, looking aggrieved as she turned her watery eyes towards Su Yun, sneaking a glance at Yili. Can you learn from Ming? Before she could finish her sentence, Yili saw her head already burrowing back into the blanket. The atmosphere inside the car was different. The scene outside the porthole gradually became somewhat bizarre. At first, there were only slight, irregular ripples on the surface of the sea, which seemed somewhat jarring compared to the deep ocean's tranquility. But as the gaze shifted further out, the distant horizon of the sea entirely vanished. In its place rose towering, massive waves that seemed to stretch endlessly to the sky. They did not crash violently. Instead, they stood there like frozen mountains, rolling slowly and heavily, forming a thick, despair-inducing wall of water. This wall stretched endlessly along the coastline, completely sealing off the entire neon west. There was no deafening roar, only a deep, persistent resonance, as if the very pulse of the planet was beating heavily beneath this water barrier. The vehicle swayed slightly, the residual waves from the distant tsunami transmitting their disturbance. Whoa, something big is coming. Yili pulled back the curtain, and her pupils contracted involuntarily. Su-Yun had never witnessed such a sight. It was far more shocking than any storm or maritime disaster. Yili started a live broadcast. This is Neon Today. Everyone can vote. Should we charge ahead or take the detour along the East Coast? Chapter 175. Worried about my best friend's husband? The live chat was instantly flooded with the same phrase. Rush over. Rush over. Rush over. The screen was almost overflowing with words, but right after that came even more question marks and exclamation points. Are you serious? That SA wave hundreds of meters high. Did the streamer make a mistake? Shouldn't it be a run for it? Su-Yun looked at the water wall outside the windshield that seemed to connect heaven and earth, her heart involuntarily tightening. Hundreds of meters. What does that even mean? An RV is not a plane. What if it lacks power or the angle is wrong, and it crashes down from the air? She couldn't bear to imagine that scene. Just then, a special comment floated by. The ID was verified as Fei Fei. That is too dangerous. Yunjia, you need to stop Yili. This comment immediately caught everyone's attention. Wow, they've caught Vice President Liu. Vice President Liu is watching the live stream too? And cares so much about the streamer? The tone. Why does it feel a bit odd? Come on, you can guess the tone just from comment. She's Su's best friend. What's wrong with showing some concern? Exactly, just showing some concern for Su's husband? Before Su-Yun could delve deeper into the discussion in the chat, Liu Shifei's private message popped up. The content was more direct than the comments, the tone more urgent, and the tension was palpable in every word. It seemed she was especially concerned about Yi Li's safety, even more so than her nominal boss and best friend. This feeling was a bit subtle. A vague, indescribable sensation flickered through Su-Yun's mind, but she suppressed it and turned her gaze to Yi Li in the driver's seat. The side of his face appeared exceptionally calm in the dim light. We'll be okay, she asked, her voice steadier than she expected. Yidi gunanjit ater. The corner of his mouth seemed to twitch up slightly. Or maybe it didn't. Of course, he paused, then added at most, it'll hurt a little, right? Just as the words left his mouth, the long-absent system notification echoed in Yi Li's mind. You want to die. Concise and to the point as always. Successful sign-in rewards. Intermediate Gene Serum X1. Intermediate Gene Serum. Yi Li's eyes flickered. Both he and Su-Yun had experienced the full effects of the gene serum, with enhancements to their physical qualities across the board. If he got this, who should he give it to? Shueyu had already transformed and didn't need it for now. Ali. The image of the little fox flaunting its prowess flashed through Yi Li's mind, and he quickly dismissed the thought. He certainly didn't want to end up being ridden by that little rascal one day. That would be quite a spectacle. Then how about Mingya? Although she wasn't weak in combat, her speech impediment was always a minor but persistent issue. Perhaps this serum could also improve her language skills? It settled then. As his thoughts flowed, the preparations were already complete. The livestream perspective was firmly fixed on the front of the driver's cabin, providing a thrilling first-person view. Yi Li and Su-Yun secured the highest-grade safety belts, and all movable items in the cabin were tightly fastened. Ali, Mingjia, and Yin were arranged on the relatively spacious horizontal bed behind the driver's seat, surrounded by specially designed soft cushions and safety straps. Ali peered through a gap, his eyes sparkling with excitement for the upcoming thrill. Mingya curled up a bit nervously, clutching the soft cushion beneath him. As for Yin, it seemed he had dozed off again, his soft snores even and steady. As for Shueyu, She had voluntarily chosen to stay in the back of the RV. The roar of the RV's engine grew louder, and the vehicle began to vibrate slightly, like a steel beast poised to pounce, letting out a low growl of challenge against the overwhelming force of nature before it. Everyone, it's been a while since we've had something this exhilarating. I'm charging into this giant wave, no matter if it's thousands of meters high. Nothing can stop me, not even Poseidon himself. Here we go. Yili focused ahead and began to accelerate. Have you ever seen a bird with a broken wing? It feels like a kite with a snapped string, spinning and plummeting straight down from the sky. Yili had never experienced this before. Now, he felt as if he and the unfortunate RV were being hurled down from the crest of a wave by an invisible hand. The sensation of weightlessness instantly engulfed everyone. Ah! Su Yun's scream nearly pierced eardrums. Wow wow. From the back came Ali's excited yet slightly terrified shout, along with Yin's whimpering cry. Menya seemed frozen, completely still. The RV's performance was indeed top-notch, as the terrifying thrust propelled it against the water pressure, surging up several hundred meters high over the wave. It defied the laws of physics. Just the force alone was enough to leave the audience in the live stream in awe. However, as the RV crested the wave, the sight before them plunged everyone, including the millions of viewers on screen, into a profound silence. Beyond the crest of the wave was not the anticipated tumultuous sea, but rather an eerily calm surface. It resembled a massive sheet of blue glass, perfectly smooth without a single ripple, creating a ridiculous contrast with the cataclysmic wave they had just encountered. The boundary between sky and sea was startlingly clear, like a meticulously crafted landscape painting. What the hell? Is there something wrong with my eyes? What is this? Where are the waves? Where did the waves go? Did someone eat them? A mirage? No way, there is no such thing as this kind of mirage. Even closer to science wouldn't he dare to film this. This must be magic. A user with a neon username sent a message in Chinese. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There are tsunami warnings every day in Nagasaki. My hometown is right there, and I just happen to be nearby. How could a tsunami look like this? It's unscientific. Another comment. To the person above, didn't the people of Kyushu Island evacuate long ago? The previous commenter from Neon replied, I just came from Honshu and wanted to check the situation. I'm currently in Shimonoseki, preparing to cross the bridge to Kyushu. Wait, Yili felt his heart sink to the bottom. He was frantically calling out in his mind. System? System. You're sure I won't die, right? The system remained unresponsive, as if it had crashed. The RV crested over the waves, losing support, and plummeted at a steep angle towards the glassy surface of the sea. Gravity seized them again, and their descent accelerated. The ocean outside the windshield rapidly expanded in their view, as if it were opening a gaping maw ready to devour them. Are we going to die? Yili quickly unbuckled his seatbelt, struggling against the violent jolts and the sensation of weightlessness. He awkwardly moved to the passenger seat and tightly embraced Su-yun, shielding her with his body. We won't die, he tried to make his voice sound calm. I've jumped off cliffs in the snow. At most I'll just lie down for a few days, maybe a couple of weeks. He wasn't sure himself, only feeling the stiffness and coldness of the body in his arms. Su-yun gripped his arm tightly, just a second before the RV crashed into the sea. The glassy surface of the ocean suddenly rippled without warning. It wasn't just ripples. It surged upwards violently. A massive wave, as if precisely controlled, erupted from below, perfectly forming a sloping buffer in the path of the RV's fall. Boom! A muffled thud echoed, accompanied by a relatively mild jolt. The RV landed as if on a soft, bouncy waterbed, cradled securely by the unexpectedly rising wave. Soon, more waves emerged, surrounding the RV, pushing it along with the natural undulations of the sea towards the shore, towards Nagasaki. They had narrowly escaped death. The live stream chat initially experienced a few seconds of silence, then erupted with a tsunami of comments. They survived? What was that just now? The water caught the vehicle? What the hell did I just see? The waves literally grew to catch Ye Goddess RV? This is definitely supernatural power. It's confirmed. I said the streamer is the Sea King. You all didn't believe me. See, even the ocean listens to him. Ye God, this sea I've got it covered. Don't joke around. What the hell is going on? At this moment, the neon commenter who mentioned wanting to check the situation in Kyushu sent another long message, filled with shock and anger from surviving. Fraud. All frauds. I just drove over the bridge, and suddenly there were towering waves on the sea. It wasn't calm like in the live stream at all. That last wave almost knocked me off the bridge. I've turned back. What you see in a live stream is absolutely fake. It's special effects. It's an illusion. I have a theory. The tsunami can't just target the little days, right? Chapter 176. Tokyo Lady the RV was finally pushed onto the shallow shore by the waves. With a soft click, the vehicle shuddered slightly and stopped floating. An exhilarating afterglow enveloped the interior, punctuated only by their slightly hurried breaths and a faint dizziness as the adrenaline began to fade. Water dripped from the vehicle, creating a delicate sound. The live chat was still bubbling like boiling water, filled with various guesses, exclamations, and doubts. Yili loosened his tight embrace around Su-yun, his muscles slightly swollen from the tension. He looked at Su-yun, who still bore a rosy hue on her cheeks, clearly still immersed in the incredible experience they had just shared. Exciting, right? Yili grinned, his voice tinged with a husky excitement. Just then, a sudden, urgent alarm blared, shattering the wonderful atmosphere. Warning: high-intensity nuclear radiation detected. Radiation level, XXX. Please evacuate immediately. Warning: detected. The system's alert echoed in Yili's mind, while an inconspicuous corner of the RV's dashboard lit up with a glaring red warning light, the numbers climbing rapidly. TSK. Yili's brows furrowed instantly. He glanced outside. Nagasaki was just within reach, yet it seemed shrouded in an invisible haze, historical issues compounded by nuclear wastewater swept back by the tsunami. This place was practically a radiation time bomb. He instinctively turned to look at the back seat. Ollie seemed quite satisfied with the surfing experience, leisurely licking its fur with its paws, while the other two little creatures huddled together, looking more carsick than afraid. Su-yun was jolted back to reality by the alarm. Her body seemed to regain its vitality. She took a few deep breaths to calm her still racing heart, her excited gaze sweeping across the interior of the RV before landing on Yili's face. Are we in Nagasaki now? That wave was just two. She seemed at a loss for words to describe the miraculous lift. MHM, Yili acknowledged, but his focus remained locked on the fluctuating radiation levels. Su-yun's eyes sparkled as she looked ahead, the image of leaping over the wave and being gently caught by the sea replaying in her mind. The sensation of weightlessness combined with being lifted was more thrilling than any roller coaster. Suddenly, it seemed she grasped something crucial. She spoke urgently. Yili, I just remembered. The Dragon Palace. The first report about it was from a Tokyo TV station. Tokyo TV station? Yili immediately turned to look at her. Then, at the glaring radiation warning. There was hardly any hesitation. Should they explore a place with dangerously high radiation and potential unknown dangers? Or go to a place with clear leads that sounded more interesting? The answer was obvious. Hold on tight. Let's go surf somewhere else. He abruptly turned the steering wheel, shifted gears, and pressed the gas pedal. The RV roared to life, wheels kicking up wet mud on the beach as it decisively turned around. Reward settlement. Intermediate gene potion, X1. The system's notification came a beat late. Yili had no time to pay attention. I want to get out and play, Ollie shouted from the back. No way, Yili said decisively, staring ahead. The local specialties here are too hardcore for you to handle. Let's head to Tokyo. The RV's engine roared as it sped along the coastline in the opposite direction, racing away from Nagasaki towards Tokyo. Behind them lay the coastline that had just witnessed a miracle, now shrouded in radiation. And the audience in the live stream was once again going wild. I'm in Tokyo. Brothers, it seems we can put that plan into action now. The sea surface on the East Coast was unexpectedly calm, a stark contrast to the recent chaos that had consumed everything. The RV glided ghost-like towards the Tokyo coastline, the waves gently lapping against the vehicle. Yili's original plan was to land in Miura City and then enter Tokyo via Yokohama. However, as the RV approached the shoreline, he noticed something unusual. Newly constructed high walls appeared hasty yet sturdy, and a throng of people crowded behind them, waving and shouting towards the sea, their only moving target. Even from a distance, he could feel the desperate urgency emanating from the crowd. Meanwhile, the live stream chat was going absolutely crazy, even more intense than during the tsunami moments earlier. You got, look at me. Take us with you. Please. We can't survive here. Small tremors every 3 days. Big ones every week. And occasionally, animals from the mountains eating people. I just want to live. Streamer, take me with you. I'm a Tokyo lady. I can do anything. Move aside upstairs. I'm a sweet voice actress. I could be salty or sweet. Open the door, ye god. I'll swim over myself. The clamor of the crowd nearly penetrated the RV's shell. Yili looked at the anxious and even distorted faces, his brow furrowing slightly. He instinctively turned to Su-yun. Her expression had returned to normal. The earlier excitement still lingered, but upon seeing the madness on the shore, she shook her head. We can't do it, and there's no need to. Yeah, I think so too, Yili nodded, not dragging his feet. He was not a savior, and this vehicle was not Noah's Arkansas. With a slight adjustment of the steering wheel and a push of the lever, the front end of the RV dipped slightly and smoothly submerged into the water. The seawater instantly engulfed the windows, cutting off the din and chaos from the outside world, leaving only the deep rumble of the engine and the gurgling of water flowing over the vehicle. Through the windows, light twisted in the murky sea, and the arms waving and desperate faces on the shore quickly became blurred. The RV silently navigated through the inland sea towards the heart of Tokyo. At the same time, on the rooftop of an apartment building in Tokyo, a slightly plump woman stood on the edge, her hair blowing in the wind. She had her eyes tightly shut, tears silently streaming down her cheeks, leaving 2 wet trails. Below her lay the crowded city, with a distant skyline appearing oppressive and gray. Her phone in her pocket buzzed stubbornly, its vibrations breaking the rooftop silence. The woman hesitated for a long time before tremblingly taking out her phone. The screen displayed a message from her daughter. Mom, I found a way. We have a chance to go to Longwa. The woman's name is Hannah, and her husband was an adventurous photographer who tragically passed away during an underwater shoot a few years ago. Now, she and her daughter, Ellie, rely on each other, living in a small house and making ends meet with part-time jobs at a convenience store. Recent disasters have only compounded their already tight situation. Hannah scrolled down her messages and found several from Ellie, all centered around the same person, Yili, a streamer from Dragon Country who has recently gained worldwide fame. Hannah had heard of him. He was another thrill seeker, even more reckless than her late husband. It was said he ventured into countless dangerous places and faced extreme weather. Simply unbelievable. Taking a deep breath, she carefully stepped back from the edge of the rooftop, wiping away the tears on her face. Going to Dragon Country, it felt like an unattainable dream. Even if there were flights available, they could only stay for 24 hours. Without a formal job invitation or any local family ties, all that awaited them was forced deportation. What difference would that make? What on earth was Ellie thinking? A terrifying thought crossed Hannah's mind. She suddenly remembered their landlord, an old, balding man who had been eyeing them with ill intentions for some time. Just a few days ago, he had hinted at something unsettling. As long as Ellie. Hannah's heart tightened, and she quickly typed a reply. Ellie, did you agree to that old man's demands? I'm telling you, absolutely not. Mom, doesn't he approve? The message was sent, and almost instantly, she received a response. Of course not. Mom, what are you thinking? It's Yili, the streamer. Chapter 177. Akihabara, the RV, couldn't be taken out for the time being. The target was too large. As soon as it showed up, it would be surrounded with no way to escape. Yili and Su-yun packed their essentials, preparing to disembark. Although they called it essentials, the various items quickly filled up an oversized suitcase. It was stuffed to the brim with clothes, snacks, and toys for few little ones. I'll handle it. Shueyu stepped forward, effortlessly grabbing the suitcase's handle and lifting it with one hand, as if it were filled with cotton. She had quite a bit of strength, dragging the heavy suitcase without breaking a sweat. Inyan nimbly leaped onto the top of the suitcase, landing steadily. Yili and Su-yun put on masks, trying to keep a low profile. Ali was cradled in Su-yun's arms, curiously looking around, clearly fascinated by the new environment. Menya lay in Yi Li's embrace, yawning slightly, her little head bobbing. The group blended into the crowd, heading towards the nearest subway station. In post-disaster Tokyo, there was a strange calm in the air, mixed with an almost imperceptible sense of panic. Pedestrians hurried by, most wearing expressions of fatigue and confusion. Occasionally, someone would speak quietly, only to be drowned out by the city's noise. Tokyo subway was quite convenient. Yili examined the spiderweb-like complex map on the wall, but the ticket purchasing process. He was studying the different colored lines and their corresponding fares, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Su-yun chuckled wryly. I have a Suica card, but it seems it can't be used for 3 people. In the end, they had to obediently stand in line at the ticket machine to buy tickets. There were quite a few people in line, and it moved slowly. Yili glanced at Shueyu, who was quietly standing to the side. Suddenly, he thought of something. He should get Shueyu a phone for easier communication. Su-yun understood, Yi Li's intention. Okay, we'll find a store after we get off. She glanced at Shuiyu, who merely nodded slightly, showing no particular reaction, as if having a phone didn't matter much to her. Ali, who was nestled in Su Yun's arms, suddenly became restless, rubbing its head against Su Yun's chin. In a spoiled tone, it whined, I want a phone too. The latest foldable one. It turned to look at Mengya, who seemed hesitant in Yi Li's arms, then glanced at Yin, who was peacefully resting on the suitcase, adding, and Mengya and Yin want one too. One for each of us. Where on earth would you find a foldable phone? Where did you see that? Yi Li chuckled at Ali's antics. Suigshat Ali Asaiba's glints. I think a children's smartwatch will be fine for Ali. God knows what kind of trouble she'd get into with a smartphone. Maybe she'd secretly register an account to argue with people online or even live stream her sleeping. Ali immediately protested, waving its little paws in objection. No way. Ali is very well behaved. The smartwatch isn't fun. I want a pink foldable phone with a flashlight. As the subway arrived with its characteristic whistling and rush of air, the carriage was quite full, but there was still some space. The group found a corner to stand. Shuiyu leaned the suitcase against her legs, while Yin remained sprawled on top, completely unmoving. Ollie was still mumbling softly about the phone, complaining about the shortcomings of the watch's features, while Mengya had already fallen into a deep sleep, emitting faint snores. Looking out at the rapidly passing cityscape, with its gray buildings and the occasional glimpse of the sky, Yi Li felt a bit more relaxed. After all, they had temporarily escaped the claustrophobia of being underwater and the madness on land. Akihabara. The buildings here were densely packed and varied in design, with massive electronic billboards flashing and showcasing various game and anime trailers. Unusual weather had led more people to flock to the big city in search of refuge and resources, making the streets even more crowded than usual. The air was a mix of electronic sounds, vendors calling out, and the chatter of the crowd. Along the way, quite a few people curiously stared at Yi Li and his companions, not necessarily recognizing the mask-wearing Yi Li and Su Yun, but more surprised by the two strikingly different beauties beside him, the icy cool Shuiyu and the refined Su Yun, along with their adorable pets. How about this? I'll drop off the luggage at the hotel, and you guys can go by the phone, Yi Li suggested. He glanced at Shuiyu and then at Ollie, whose face was practically glowing with anticipation, as if the word phone was written all over it. Sure. Su Yun found a nearby domestic phone store on her phone and nodded in agreement, taking Shuiyu with her. Ollie excitedly shouted that he wanted to pick a pink phone with a bunny charm and quickly followed them, his tail wagging furiously. Yi Li carried the sleeping Mengya in one arm while dragging the heavy suitcase with the other. Yin still curled up on top of the suitcase, resembling a statue that had melded into the luggage. All right, let's go, Yi Li softly said to Mengya and the curled up Yin. He dragged the suitcase, trying hard to navigate through the throngs of people. On the way, many neon-clad girls shouted kawaii as they squeezed past, their hands flailing without knowing where to go. Yi Li managed to fend them off one by one. The combination of his group was simply too eye-catching. The hotel he had booked was not far from here. The navigation indicated it was about a 10-minute walk. However, the path was challenging due to the sheer number of people, forcing him to slow down and carefully avoid oncoming crowds and tourists who stopped to take pictures. Excuse me, coming through, he said, trying his best not to let the suitcase bump into anyone. Finally, after what felt like an obstacle course of journey, Yi Li spotted the hotel's rather unremarkable sign. He let out a long sigh of relief. Entering the hotel lobby, the cool air greeted him, providing a stark contrast to the noise outside. The receptionist immediately approached with a professional smile. Hello, sir. How can I assist you today? Yi Li provided his reservation name and successfully checked in. The receptionist's gaze lingered for a moment on Mengya in his arms and Yin on the suitcase. But her professionalism prevented her from asking any further questions. After receiving the room key, Yi Li practically rushed to the elevator, eager to drop off his luggage. Let Mengya have a good sleep and take a breather himself. The elevator ascended slowly, its metallic walls reflecting the slightly tired image of Yi Li, whose newly grown stubble couldn't hide his striking good looks. He couldn't help but raise a hand to touch his chin. I wonder how Yun Jie and the others are doing, he thought. That guy, Ali, is probably bouncing around in the phone store. A faint smile crept onto his lips at the thought. The elevator doors opened with a ding, and Yi Li dragged his suitcase into the carpeted corridor, eventually finding his room. He swiped his card and opened the door, stepping inside. The room was small but had everything one would need, looking exceptionally clean and tidy. He carefully placed his plush toy on the soft bed, pulling the covers over it to keep it warm, then walked to the window and drew back the heavy curtains. Outside was the bustling scene of Akihabara. Neon lights flickered even in the daylight. Crowds of people flowed through the streets, and various anime and game advertisements jostled for attention, mixed in with a number of gacha machines and prize shop signs. As Ely turned around to tuck his suitcase into a corner, his gaze suddenly froze. In the depths of the room, near the bathroom door, a figure dressed in a hotel cleaning uniform was kneeling on the floor, facing away from the entrance, seemingly scrubbing at a stubborn stain. It was a rather voluptuous woman. The light blue uniform skirt pulled tight in her kneeling position, accentuating the roundness of her curves, perfectly aligned with Yi Li as he entered. She appeared completely unaware of his presence, focused intently on her task, scrubbing the floor with a sense of urgency. What should I do? How can I not get this off? I'm doomed. I can't mess up on my first day as a cleaner. If I don't get it clean before the customer arrives, I'll definitely get fired by my boss. Ely instinctively halted in his tracks. After hesitating for a moment, he awkwardly spoke up to remind her, "It's okay. We're not in a hurry." Chapter 178. I'll help him wash. The sudden voice was like thunder on a clear day, startling Huanai, who was kneeling on the ground. She trembled and quickly looked up, panic-stricken. Before her stood a tall man wearing a mask, dragging a large suitcase behind him, on which rested a Scottish fold cat with a crown-shaped marking on its head. A guest. When did he come in? She hadn't noticed at all. Huanai flustered as she tried to get up, but her knees had gone numb from kneeling for so long, causing her to lose her balance. Instinctively, she pushed off with her elbow to the side. With a loud crash, the half-full bucket of water beside her tipped over, splashing water everywhere, mixed with cleaning solution. The icy water soaked her uniform, which clung tightly to her body from the exertion. The light blue fabric darkened upon contact with water, clearly outlining the wet contours on her chest and knees, while droplets slid down the folds of the fabric, creating a mess on the polished floor. "Oh no, I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry." When I panicked completely, forgetting to wipe the water off herself. She hurriedly tried to right the bucket, then reached for a rag, feeling utterly embarrassed, her eyes slightly reddening. This was a disaster. Not only did she fail to clean up the mess, but she also made the floor even dirtier. Ely watched the dramatic scene unfold before him and said nonchalantly, "It's no big deal. Just wipe the floor again. Take care of yourself first. Your clothes are soaked." The woman looked down at her disheveled appearance, her cheeks instantly flushing bright red, nearly as if they would bleed. She instinctively crossed her arms in front of her, standing awkwardly in place, with even the ends of her hair seemingly dampened by a few drops of water sticking to her cheek. I'm Fine. I just need to clean this up." Her voice was barely audible, thick with nasal tones. "Then why don't you change into something else first?" Ely glanced around the room, his eyes landing on the neatly stacked spare sheets. "How about you throw that over your shoulders?" He pointed to the white sheet in the cabinet. Following his direction, the woman took a quick look and then shook her head vigorously. "No, I can't use the guest room's things without permission. If the manager finds out, they'll dock my pay." I'm fine. I'll be done in a moment." "Dock your pay." Ely was taken aback, surprised by this rule. Seeing her shivering slightly and on the verge of tears, he worried that Su Yun would misunderstand as she came back. He looked down at himself, wearing a light jacket that allowed for easy movement. He took it off and handed it to her. "Then take my jacket for now, go change in the staff locker room, and don't catch a cold." The jacket carried a faint, clean scent from the man. He offered it to Huanai, who stood frozen, looking up at Ely in disbelief. Her eyes, clouded with panic and embarrassment, were now filled with a complex mix of emotions. She hesitated, not immediately reaching out to take it. "Here, take it. Are you planning to keep working in wet clothes?" Ely offered her coat again. Ultimately, she trembled as she accepted it. Her fingertips brushed against the fabric, feeling its dryness and the lingering warmth, which seemed to instantly dispel the chill in her body and the panic in her heart. Thank you. I really appreciate it." Huyen wrapped the coat tightly around herself, the oversized garment nearly enveloping her entire upper body, leaving only her flushed cheeks and damp hair tips exposed. She bowed deeply, her voice thick with gratitude. I'll be right back to clean this place up. I'll wash your coat and return it to you." With that, as if fearing Ely might change her mind or perhaps eager to escape the awkward situation, she hurriedly dashed out of the room, clutching her bag of clean clothes. Ely watched her hurried departure, shaking her head helplessly before turning to deal with the water stains on the floor. Just then, as the woman's figure disappeared around the corner, the elevator chimed, arriving at their floor. Su-yun, Shui-yu, and Ali appeared at the elevator entrance. Ali had a brand new pink phone case hanging around her neck, her tail wagging excitedly as she chattered away to Su-yun about the features of her new phone. Shui-yu quietly followed beside her, also holding a new phone in one hand while effortlessly carrying a shopping bag in the other. Yinjia, I'm telling you, this phone takes amazing pictures. And it has so many filters. I'll take a picture of Yili later and make him look like a handsome guy. Ali proudly held up her phone. Su-yun smiled slightly, just about to say something when her gaze inadvertently swept down the hallway. A plump woman, dressed in an obviously ill-fitting men's coat, her hair slightly damp and her expression flustered, was hurrying towards them, almost colliding with them. Su-yun instinctively halted in her tracks. Shui was quicker to react. Her gaze acted like a finely tuned scanner, instantly capturing key details. The woman's coat, slightly open from running, revealed a corner of her soaked cleaning uniform. Particularly noticeable around her knees, strands of hair were damp on her forehead and temples, and that oversized black coat clearly belonged to a man. Its style and color seemed oddly familiar. Shuiyu's icy blue eyes narrowed slightly, lingering on the coat for 2 seconds before glancing at Su-yun beside her. That's Yili. The smile on Su-yun's face had vanished. She didn't look at Shuiyu. She simply stood still, blocking the path of the hurried woman. Mississippi. Su-yun's voice was soft and gentle, startled by the sudden voice, who had abruptly stopped, raising her head to gaze blankly at the strikingly graceful Su-yun, along with the sharp-eyed, beautifully sculpted girl standing behind her. Also, a curious, fluffy fox was observing her. You, hello. Huana was taken aback by Su-yun's presence and instinctively shrank back, nervously gripping the collar of Yi Li's coat. Su-yun's gaze settled calmly on the woman, sweeping from her wet knees to her flushed cheeks, finally resting on the coat that clearly didn't belong to her. This coat. Su-yun's voice was gentle, devoid of any discernible emotion, yet every word was clear. Make sure to return it. Huana was momentarily stunned and nodded instinctively. Ah, yes, of course. I'll wash it and return it. No need, Su-yun interrupted her. I'll take care of washing it myself. You don't have to trouble yourself. Chapter 179. A Love Child? Hua and I nearly fled in panic. Su-yun's seemingly gentle gaze carried an undeniable sense of pressure, and the light yet distinctly clear words she had spoken felt like an invisible barrier, completely isolating her from that room and the man inside it. She didn't even dare to look back. Clenching her coat tightly, she hurried down the staff corridor, her heart pounding wildly in her chest, the heat on her cheeks lingering for a long time. The door wasn't fully closed. It opened with a gentle push. Yili was using a towel provided by the hotel to carefully wipe the water stains off the floor. Hearing the noise, he stood up and visibly relaxed upon seeing Su-yun return. You're back? Did you get the phone? Uh-huh. Su-yun stepped into the room, her footsteps light as she discreetly scanned the space before her gaze settled back on Yili. Then, under Yili's slightly puzzled stare, she tiptoed closer to his neck. The distance was so close that Yili could clearly feel her warm breath brushing against his skin, carrying the faint fragrance that was uniquely hers. Yinjia, what are you doing? Don't move. Su-yun resembled a wary little cat, checking if her territory had been invaded. Her nose pressed against Yili's skin as she carefully sniffed from behind his ear, down his neck to the collarbone. Yili. He instinctively tried to turn his head away, but Su-yun gently pressed his shoulder down with one hand, stopping his movement. Be good. Huh? Yili let out a puzzled sound. What is this new flirting method? His gaze was fixed on the Su-yun who was so close, clearly bewildered. Shuiyu and the others were still here. Shuiyu stood at the door, quietly observing the scene with calm eyes, though her crossed arms seemed to tighten slightly. Ali was itching to join in the sniffing action, but just then, Su-yun paused. She slowly straightened up, stepping back a little. The subtle tension and scrutiny in her beautiful peach blossom eyes dissipated, replaced by a sense of relief and a sly smile. Luckily, there's no scent of any other woman. With her confirmation, the alarm was lifted. The next second, before Yi Li could react, Su-yun suddenly leaned in and quickly pecked his lips. It was a fleeting touch, like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Cough. Su-yun seemed a bit embarrassed herself. She feigned calmness and looked away, her tone noticeably cheerful. I got the phone, look. Mingya and Inyan have one too. She handed the shopping bag in her hand to Yili. Oh, okay. Yili instinctively took the bag, his mind still a bit dazed. He noticed the brightness in Su Yun's eyes and recalled the cleaning lady from earlier, and he vaguely understood something. He couldn't help but chuckle. Just now, Yili thought it would be better to clarify things to avoid any misunderstandings. It was the hotel cleaner's first day on the job, and she accidentally knocked over a bucket, getting her clothes wet. Seeing her looking quite pitiful, he lent her his jacket to keep her from catching a cold. He stated the facts in a neutral tone. Oh, Su Yun raised an eyebrow, looking at him with a teasing smile. Such a kind-hearted person? Ida, the philanthropist? Her tone carried a hint of sarcasm, but the genuine amusement in her eyes clearly showed she believed him. The earlier moment of sniffing and kissing had already dispelled any lingering uncertainties in her heart. Just doing what I should, Yili replied, rubbing his nose. Oomph. At least you know how to be sensible. Su Yun huffed lightly, though the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve upward, revealing two shallow dimples. Yili, look at my new phone. The often overlooked Ali finally couldn't hold back. She held up the pink phone case hanging around her neck, jumping in front of Yi Li to show it off like a treasure. It's pink, the latest model, even though it's not the foldable one. The sales assistant said this one takes the best pictures, and it has so many shiny effects. Her little paws excitedly tapped on the phone case. Yes, it's the best, Yili chuckled, ruffling her head, finally putting the earlier little episode behind them. Shuiyu had already wandered over to the window, unboxing her phone and starting to explore it. She was quick to learn, especially with modern technology. Yili's gaze fell on the new phone Ali was eagerly fiddling with, and he pondered, since it was reported by the TV station. There must be related information online, perhaps even deeper discussions or insider information. In this era, the speed of information dissemination on the internet is incredibly fast, especially against the backdrop of frequent disasters. All sorts of true and false news are rampant. But because of this, there might be hidden clues within that they need. Right? Suya nodded. Ali just got a new toy. Why not let her give it a try? Who knows? We might stumble upon something unexpected. After all, Ali wasn't just learning to play with a phone. She had just gotten her own phone. Buried in figuring out how to open the beauty camera to take a handsome picture of Yili, Ali suddenly heard her name and looked up in confusion. What do you want? Are you going to take my picture? Get to work, Yili said, playfully flicking her forehead. Use your new phone, go online, and see if you can find any news about Dragon Palace, especially anything outside of what Tokyo TV reported. Oh, Ali nodded, somewhat understanding. Her little paw starting to poke at the shiny new phone screen. Dragon Palace. Is that the place with lots of treasures? If we find it, can we buy a ton of delicious food and even a foldable phone? Yili decided not to get into a debate with this little money-loving fox. The atmosphere in the room lightened once again. Su Yin started to make dinner reservations while Shui Yu continued to expressionlessly explore the features of her phone. Occasionally, she would ask Yili a question or two about how to operate it. Selfies are so hard. Yili, can you teach me how to take a photo? Yili responded to Shui Yu while keeping an eye on Ali's antics. She was quite skilled, her little paws swiping across the screen as she muttered to herself. This input method is so difficult to use. I prefer handwriting. A fan group? I want to join. Wow, this emoji is so cute. Huh, this website looks so outdated. So much text. Yili thought to herself that letting Ollie search for clues might not be the wisest decision. As it turned out, she was right. Just when Yili was about to step in and guide Ollie to prevent her from accidentally causing trouble, Ollie yelled, Sister Yin, Yili has an illegitimate daughter outside. Chapter 180, Airy, the illegitimate daughter. Ollie's shocking revelation landed like a deep-sea bomb, instantly igniting a frenzy in the once calm room. The air seemed to freeze, and everything moved in slow motion. Su Yun's gentle smile stiffened, her beautiful eyes suddenly sharp as two unsheathed swords aimed directly at Ollie, or more specifically, at the new pink phone in her paws. Shuiyu, who had been studying the phone, paused as well, her icy blue eyes flashing with curiosity as she locked onto the source of the sound. Yili was utterly bewildered. Just when he thought the storm had settled, this little fox stirred up trouble again. An illegitimate daughter? Didn't he even know when he supposedly had a daughter? Ollie, what nonsense are you talking? Yili said, helplessly reaching for Ollie's phone. An illegitimate daughter? Surely she was mistaken. I'm not mistaken. Ollie quickly pulled her paw back, deftly avoiding Yili's hand, and shoved the phone screen in front of Su Yun. Sister Yin, look. Evidence. This is the evidence. They all say so. Su Yun and Shui Yu leaned in closer. On the phone screen, a lively chat group came into view, with a flashy name like Yi God-S Global Support Club, Neon Division. The evidence Ollie mentioned was a poorly edited photo. In it, Yili was holding the hand of a young neon girl with a backdrop of a clitch dating spot. The editing skills were so terrible that the lighting and shadows were a complete mess. Messages in the group chat were rolling in like a waterfall. Wow, Yi God and Eri-chan? So sweet. Is this for real? Yi God is dating a neon? Newcomer upstairs? Looks heavily edited. Eri-chan loves to edit her photos every day. Ha! Eri-chan's skills are still so touching. Eri-chan, come out and get hit. Yili scanned the shoddy, edited photo, his lips twitching as he sighed dramatically. This editing skill couldn't be worse. Ollie, is this what you call an illegitimate daughter? Su Yun's tensed nerves relaxed as she shot Ollie an exasperated glance. What kind of ridiculous group is this? An illegitimate daughter? I think you're just asking for a beating. It's not edited. It's real. Ollie puffed out her chest, clearly dissatisfied with the group's mocking comments about Eri-chan, as if her significant discovery had been dismissed, leaving her embarrassed. Her little paw frantically tapped on the screen, as if to argue back. Just as Yili was about to confiscate the troublemaker's phone, Ollie suddenly lifted it, aimed at his face, and clicked. The flash went off unexpectedly, capturing Yili's slightly helpless and weary profile. Let you all see the real thing. This is Yili, right next to me. Ollie beamed with pride as she quickly uploaded the photo to the group chat, adding a boastful caption. The moment the photo was uploaded, the once boisterous group chat fell silent, as if under a spell. 3 seconds of silence passed, and then messages surged in like a tide. Flooding the screen. Holy crap, is that really Yi God? Ah, the living Yi God. Where's the location? Please share the location. That Eri-chan was completely blown away. A series of shocked and distorted emojis flooded the screen. It's really Lord Yi. Where are you? Tell me. I'll rush over immediately. The words were filled with a wild enthusiasm. Yili. Sujun. The two exchanged glances, both reflecting a silent disbelief and a hint of barely perceptible hostility. Ollie. Suyun's voice was sweet enough to drip with honey, but it made Ollie bristle. I didn't mean to. Ollie instantly deflated, clutching her phone and hiding in a corner, trying to cover herself with her fluffy tail. I think you're just asking for trouble. Yili rolled up his sleeves, ready to grab the fox. Forget it. Suyun stopped him, a meaningful smile tugging at her lips. It's a small matter. We don't need to intervene. Her gaze shifted to the bed. Yin had opened his golden eyes at some point, leaping silently down from the suitcase and landing softly on the floor. In the blankets, Mengya stirred, yawning and lifting her little head sleepily. Mengya, Yin, Su Yun's voice held a hint of temptation. It's up to you now. Teach her a lesson she won't forget. Whoa! Mengya instantly perked up, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yin, on the other hand, quietly arched his body, the tip of his tail flicking as he locked onto the trembling target in the corner. In an instant, the two little ones shot forward like arrows, one to the left and one to the right, pouncing on Ollie. Ah, no, help, Sister Yun, Yili, I'm sorry, it tickles. So ticklish. Ha ha, don't scratch there, ha ha ha. Ali's cries for mercy and uncontrollable laughter echoed throughout the room as the three little ones tumbled together, rolling onto the soft bed, enacting a merciless tickle torture. Yili watched the furry ball on the bed, shaking his head in resignation. That cleaner Yili recalled the woman who had hurriedly left. Perhaps when she returned for her clothes, he could subtly inquire if she knew anything about the Dragon Palace. Locals might know rumors that were unfamiliar to them. Suya nodded in agreement. Yes, I was thinking the same. She looked quite strapped for cash. If we could help her a bit, she might be willing to share more. The two reached a consensus and temporarily set aside Ali's antics, turning their focus back to the main task of searching for clues about the Dragon Palace. Meanwhile, in the hotel lobby, a girl in a high school uniform with a ponytail anxiously stared at her phone screen, her fingers flying across it. She was Ailey, the daughter of Juana. The account that claimed to be the charming fox had posted a photo. It came with a location watermark. It pinpointed right to the hotel nearby. Ailey's eyes lit up, her heart racing. The hotshot Dragon Kingdom streamer Yili, who had a magical RV capable of whisking people away from disaster, was in this hotel. This was the only hope for her and her mother's journey to the Dragon Kingdom. She took a deep breath to calm her excitement and quickly walked toward the elevator. as long as she could meet Yi Li and convince him just as the elevator doors were about to open. Ailey caught a glimpse of a familiar, yet strange figure out of the corner of her eye. A plump woman in a hotel-made uniform hurriedly emerged from around the corner of the hallway, her head bowed as she headed toward the staff passage. This was ordinary enough, but what was strange was that she was draped in a black men's coat. The style and color. Ellie's pupils constricted. It couldn't be. She had seen it countless times in live streams and news photos of Yi Li. That was the coat Yi Li often wore. Who was this cleaner? Why was she wearing Yi Li's clothes? Could it be? A surge of indescribable anger seized Ellie's heart. Almost instinctively, she abandoned the elevator that was just within reach and turned to rush forward. You vixen, you're the one who seduced Yi Li, aren't you? Chapter 181. Betrayed in the staff lounge. Ailey's rear end received a few hard slaps. Who's the vixen, huh? Is this how I taught you? You really asked for it. Upon learning the truth of the matter, Ailey's pretty face turned crimson, almost as if it were bleeding. She wished she could just disappear into a crack in the ground. The rude accusation she had hurled at her mother earlier now made her feel utterly ashamed. Mom, I misjudged you. Thankfully, it was me. If it were someone else, you would definitely have been taught a lesson. By the way, Mom, how did you end up with Yishin's clothes? Don't mind that. Juane's face flushed. Ailey's mind raced. Could it be that her somewhat scatterbrained mother had secretly snagged Yishin for herself? No way. But why not? Yi Li isn't that kind of person. Wait. Ailey recalled that Su Yun was also in her 30s, and her mother was a stunning woman in her 30s too. Could it be her idol, Yi Li, has a thing for this type? What are you thinking? Juane raised her voice. I'm going to return the clothes now. You wait here for me. No way, I'm going to. At the familiar door, Juane took a deep breath and straightened her brand new hotel staff uniform. She instinctively adjusted her hair, trying to appear more presentable. With a trembling hand, she gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound echoed in the quiet hallway, ringing out clearly. The door was almost immediately opened from the inside. It was Su Yun. She casually leaned against the doorframe, her gaze first landing on the anxious Juane and then lightly sweeping over to Ailey beside her. A warm yet polite smile spread across her face. Come in. And this young lady is... Su Yun's gaze lingered on Ailey, carrying just the right amount of inquiry. Hello. I'm so sorry for the earlier disturbance. Juane quickly bowed deeply, holding out the neatly folded black coat. This is Mr. Ye's coat, really. Thank you so much for your and Mr. Ye's help. Her voice was noticeably tense. Ailey hurriedly followed suit, bowing her head low, unable to meet Su Yun's eyes, which seemed to see right through her. At that moment, Yi Li's voice drifted from inside the room, relaxed and easygoing. Come in and have a seat. You don't need to be so formal. Su Yun slightly stepped aside, making room at the door, gesturing naturally for them to enter, her tone sincere, as if welcoming ordinary guests. Come in for a glass of water. Juane clearly hesitated. She was only there to return the coat, not wanting to impose further. However, Ailey beside her suddenly lifted her head. The light that had been overshadowed by shame reignited in the young girl's eyes, even hotter than before. It was the excitement of seeing her living idol. It was the desperate longing of grasping the last straw of hope. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ailey almost blurted out in eagerness. She grabbed her hesitant mother by the arm. She almost walked into the room half-heartedly. Inside, Yi Li was comfortably seated on the sofa, with Mengya obediently lying on his lap, enjoying his gentle strokes. On the large bed across the room, Ali was being playfully pinned down by Yin, letting out soft whines of protest, clearly still feeling the lingering effects of the earlier lesson. The moment Ai Li laid eyes on Yi Li, her cheeks flushed with excitement and nervousness. Hello, she stammered, gripping the hem of her clothes tightly, unsure of where to place her hands and feet in her excitement. Hello there, Yi Li replied, looking up and giving her a gentle nod. Su Yun naturally settled next to Yi Li, picking up Mengya from his lap and gently stroking her fur. Hannah sat at the edge of the sofa, sitting rigidly with her hands nervously placed on her knees. Ai Li, on the other hand, was pressed closely against her mother, her bright, sparkling eyes almost glued to Yi Li, filled with unabashed admiration. After a few casual pleasantries, the atmosphere grew a bit silent and awkward. Hannah held her cup of water, feeling her palms sweat slightly, her gaze wandering. She just wanted to find a reason to excuse herself quickly. Meanwhile, Ai Li was mentally rehearsing, trying to come up with a way to ask ye God to take them away from this increasingly desperate place. Su Yin lifted her cup, taking a graceful sip before putting it down. Her gaze casually landed on Hannah, and with a gentle tone, she broke the silence. Ms. Hannah, you're local, right? Yes, yes, Hannah quickly nodded in response, looking at Su Yin with confusion. Su Yin smiled slightly and continued, have you heard any legends or news about the Dragon Palace? The words Dragon Palace hit Hannah like two invisible hammers, striking her heart with force. Her hand holding the cup trembled suddenly. The water inside shook violently, splashing a few warm drops on her quivering hand, bringing a slight sting. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but no sound came out. Her throat felt as though it were blocked. The eyes that had once been submissive and resigned were suddenly flooded with an indescribable, nearly overflowing sadness. It wasn't just sadness. There was fear as well. The excitement and flush on A.I. Lee's face vanished, as if a wound had been touched. She instinctively grasped her mother's cold arm tightly, her eyes shimmering with a complex and painful light. The air in the room seemed to freeze at that moment. Even Ali and Yin Yin, who had been playfully wrestling on the bed, sensed the change in atmosphere and quieted down. Su Yun and Yi Li exchanged a glance, both seeing the same message reflected in each other's eyes. There was clearly a complicated and possibly tragic story hidden behind the Dragon Palace. I'm sorry, Yin said, her voice softer, tinged with sincere regret. Did I ask a question I shouldn't have? Yi Li also noticed the unusual reactions of the two. If this topic makes you uncomfortable, we can skip it. Huan I took a deep breath, tried to control her emotions, and managed to force out a pale smile that looked more like a grimace than anything else. It's fine, it's just. Her voice trailed off. Tears filled her eyes, but she stubbornly held them back. The girl lifted her head, her once adoring gaze now tinged with a sense of determination and resolve, as if she were making a desperate gamble. She looked at Yi Li, like a drowning person clutching onto the only piece of driftwood. Yishen. A.I. Li's voice trembled, but was remarkably steady, I know. I know my request might be unreasonable, but if I tell you where the Dragon Palace is, can you promise me one thing? Yi Li exchanged another glance with Su Yun. He cautiously asked, what is it? Go ahead and tell us. We'll do our best to help, but we can't guarantee anything. He didn't agree immediately, leaving some room for negotiation. A.I. Li took a deep breath, as if summoning all her strength to voice the deepest desire hidden in her heart. Take us to live in the Dragon Kingdom. Please. We don't want to wait to die here.